Family. Today, I saw a 6-year-old kid named MuLin, and he actually killed his cousin with his own hands. It turns out his martial soul is a heart, which can provide danger warnings. Later, he was taken by a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit to be sacrificed, but he was possessed instead. At this moment, the system that had been stuck for 3 years finally activated, offering him a luxurious gift package and a protector, but a large group of people came from the northwest. Let me tell you, I witnessed a scene today that completely refreshed my worldview. A 6-year-old kid, personally killing his cousin. With a bang, the heart pierced through, his cousin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with why, while the kid coldly replied, "My martial soul is a heart whenever I get close to you. It beats like it's about to explode, just like when we were discovered by the ShootsHis." What a revelation. What a twist. Well, I need to start from the beginning, or you'll definitely be confused. The main character, MuLin, a little handsome boy with golden hair and golden eyes, is only 6 years old and is running wildly in the Douluo forest with his cousin Mutai, who is being chased like it's a life-or-death situation. Their Mu family has been ambushed by their mortal enemy, the Shi family, who brought a group of experts to block their way, leading to a full family escape. Mutai is his cousin and the third in line, so MuLin always calls him third brother. The two ran deep into the 1,000-year-soul beast area and finally stopped to catch their breath. Mutai looked at MuLin, and his gaze was a bit off. He asked him to come closer, saying he would protect him. But MuLin is not an ordinary kid. His martial soul is a heart, which has a passive, skill-human danger alarm. Whenever he gets close to his third brother, his heart beats like it's been fitted with a motor, just like when they were discovered by the Shi family. He immediately felt something was off. Before his third brother could act, 3,000-year-old diamond tiger suddenly jumped out of the bushes with a roar. Mutai's face turned pale, and he pulled MuLin to run. But the tiger chased them relentlessly, almost reaching the 10,000-year-soul beast area. Mutai gritted his teeth and said, "MuLin, wait here, I'll deal with it." Wow, this guy is also a battle god, with the martial soul of a golden lion, charging forward with a roar, throwing out techniques like Fire Lion Golden Claw and Lion King Golden Body. What happened next? He was blown away by the tiger's energy. Blast hilarious. This guy got anxious and directly unleashed his ultimate move, the fourth soul skill Fire Lion Dance, going completely berserk with attack power and speed skyrocketing. In the end, he roared Lion's Roar, stunning the tiger and took the chance to eliminate it. After the fight, Mutai was exhausted, lying on the ground and shouting, "MuLin, come help me up." The opportunity came. As MuLin ran over, he pulled out a silver gadget from his soul guide. If modern people saw this, they would drop their jaws. It was a handgun. He aimed the gun at Mutai and innocently said, "Third brother, my dad gave this to me for self-defense, and you're in such a weak state. You can use this." Mutai was so tired that he was dazed, not thinking much of it. What kind of bad intentions could a 6-year-old have? He reached out to take it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the gun, MuLin raised his hand, bang, and that's when the scene at the beginning happened. His third brother dead. MuLin, being ruthless, turned and ran. He knew the smell of blood would attract soul beasts. Finding a cave to hide in, this kid began to reflect on his messed-up life. MuLin is actually a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was an ordinary orphan, worked as a chef, was handsome, and almost got sponsored by a rich woman, but ended up being hit by a truck while saving a child, fulfilling his reincarnation KPI. This time he was reborn well, becoming the only son of the head of the Mu family in Na City, loved by his parents, with a mutated martial soul heart, innate level 9 soul power, and a fantastic start. He also has a system, but guess what? It was stuck at 99 loading for 3 years. It was supposed to be a companion, right? Useless, only giving him a handgun blueprint. So that moment when he shot his brother, he had figured it out himself. As for why he was sure his brother was the traitor, besides the heart warning, his brother had never been far from home, and the look in his eyes and his little movements in the forest were completely untrustworthy, filled with killing intent, just like the enemies from the Shi family. So MuLin decisively chose to strike first. While MuLin was contemplating life, on the other side of the forest, a major drama was unfolding. The scene shifted to the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, who, along with the Spirit Douluo and Ghost Douluo, cornered the mother of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's mother, Wu Qingru, had transformed from a 10th-year soft-bone rabbit. Wu Qingru was trembling with anger. "Bibi Dong, it was I who saved you in the Douluo forest. Is this how you repay me? You witch." Bibi Dong exploded in rage. What's wrong with being a witch? In this world, strength is paramount. After saying that, she attacked directly. With a move blood-sucking spider spike, she broke through Wu Qingru's defenses. Just as the spider spike was about to hit Xiao Wu, without thinking, Wu Qingru teleported and took the hit on her back, spitting out blood on the spot. With her last bit of strength, she managed to teleport Xiao Wu away, leaving herself behind to hold the line. Ghost Douluo and Spirit Douluo surrounded her, and Wu Qingru activated her invincible golden body to withstand the attacks, causing the sky to shake. But Bibi Dong didn't give her a chance and transformed. 6 spider legs grew from her back, and her lower body was enveloped in dark green light. Wu Qingru was stunned. Dual martial souls. It's over. There's no way to fight back. Bibi Dong's most vicious single-target attack, Eternal Creation, pierced through Wu Qingru's chest. Wu Qingru knew she was doomed, but she didn't want Bibi Dong to get her soul rings and soul bones. At this critical moment, she spotted a golden-haired little kid peeking from not far away. It was our main character, MuLin. He was wandering around, following the heart's guidance, and ended up stumbling into this battle of deities. Wu Qingru's eyes lit up without thinking. She grabbed MuLin, activated her last bit of primal power, and forcibly teleported away. Bibi Dong was furious, screaming, "Chase! Don't let anyone take him away." On the other side, MuLin was dizzy from the continuous teleportation. By the time he came to his senses, he had been taken to a hidden cave by Wu Qingru. Looking at MuLin, Wu Qingru coldly asked, "Kid, do you need a soul ring?" MuLin dazedly nodded. "Very good," Wu Qingru said. "1 minute to prepare. I will sacrifice myself for you, and I will control the soul power, so don't die." Who understands this? Family. A 10th ascend to your soul, ring falling from the sky, is unimaginable. This overwhelming fortune hit him right in the face. MuLin didn't care about anything else and quickly sat cross-legged. In the next second, a red light shot into the sky, and the entire Stardow forest heard Wu Qingru's piercing wail. The sacrifice began, and massive soul power surged into MuLin's body. Fortunately, Wu Qingru left a trace of her remaining soul to help him guide it, sealing the excess energy in his heart, or he would have exploded on the spot. Seeing everything going smoothly, MuLin was about to become the youngest 10th ascend to your soul ring owner in the history of Douluo continent. Did you think this was the end? Naive. This rabbit spirit had no good intentions at all. The moment the sacrifice was complete, a strand of her remaining soul rushed into MuLin's mind, sinisterly hissing, "Despicable human, your body is mine." She was going to possess him. MuLin was stunned. This was too much. He desperately resisted. But how could a 6-year-old child's soul withstand an old monster that had cultivated for 10,000 years? At this critical moment, the system that had been stuck at 99 for 3 years suddenly chimed, and it was fully loaded. Ding. High-quality energy detected. System activated. Ding. Host in danger. Beginner gift package upgraded, starting to eliminate danger. Wu Qingru's soul. A golden light flashed, and Wu Qingru's remaining soul didn't even have time to scream before it was purified. MuLin shook his head and said to himself, "System, you finally came." To his surprise, the system replied, speechless. MuLin was stunned. "Wow, your system can even use emoticons?" The system informed him that it was the Douluo First Sect Master System. Because it absorbed energy far beyond expectations, it directly gave him a super luxurious beginner's gift package, along with a guardian. Open the gift package. Ding. Host has obtained Golden Body Secret Classic Body Refinement, Angry Dragon Meditation Method Soul Power Refinement, Tai Soul Decision Spirit Refinement, Great Strength Diamond Kung Fu Martial Skill. Oh my, with this set, I directly have all 3 aspects of energy, spirit, and martial arts skills covered. Just as MuLin was still reveling in his luck, the system prompted again, starting to draw the guardian. Ding. Draw successful. Obtain guardian. Tianxing. As soon as the voice fell, a handsome blue-robed man with extraordinary temperament appeared in front of MuLin. This individual was a prodigy from ancient times, who was so powerful that he was beaten to death by a crowd. Now he was pulled out from the river of time by the system. The system stated that this big shot was a real person and could not be forced to be loyal. But with a signed contract, he had to protect MuLin for at least 50 years, and any sign of betrayal would result in immediate death. MuLin quickly greeted the big shot. "Hello, Senior Tianxing, I am MuLin." Tianxing looked him up and down and nodded. "Body martial soul. Heart not bad." MuLin hurriedly asked the system to display his panel. Goodness, the martial soul section had already changed to Golden Heart, with attributes that increased strength and defense, along with a breach effect. In the soul ring section, a glaring red ring hung there. Underneath was a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit right leg bone. Looking at Tianxing's panel, his martial soul was a top-tier space sphere with a soul power level of 78, and his soul ring configuration was even more dazzling. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. I tell you, this panel left me dumbfounded. Just as I was drooling over it, my newly acquired personal expert, Tianxing, suddenly frowned. He said to me, "Not good. A large wave of people is coming from the northwest, and the leader has so much killing intent, it's almost overflowing." On the screen, There was also a group of soul beasts rushing in from the southwest. My heart sank. 100,000-year soul ring. Does anyone understand? The leader. Besides BB Dong, who else could it be? Goodness. Offending the Pope of the Spirit Hall right at the start? This newbie village is throwing me right in the final boss. Isn't it? Let's go. I was immediately anxious and quickly tried to escape. Yi Tianqing was incredibly reliable. Without saying a word, he directly summoned the spirit space ball, and the third soul ring lit up in an instant, purple light flashing. He grabbed my shoulder and shouted teleport, and before I could react, I felt a flash in front of my eyes. When I opened them again, the surrounding trees had changed. We had gone straight from the core area to the century-old soul beast zone. The efficiency was like carrying a super high-speed train with me. Once I steadied myself, I started to think about where to go next. The enemy who destroyed my family was still in Nas City. I had to go take a look. Yi Tianqing agreed, and the system had provided him with a live map of the entire continent, acting as a part-time tour guide, emphasizing a companion-style service. On the way, I began to worry. With a 100,000-year red soul ring on me, wouldn't I be like a moving target wherever I went? I hurriedly called out in my mind, System, do you have anything that can change the appearance of the soul ring? How about a breath-hiding package? Otherwise, with my small frame, even having a soul sage bodyguard would drive me crazy. The system replied instantly, yes. If you personally defeat a soul sage, you'll be rewarded with the transformable necklace, allowing you to change colors at will and even slightly adjust your martial soul and appearance. I was really pissed off at that moment. I had just left the beginner village as a soul master, and you want me to go kill a soul saint? Why not ask me to perform a flying ascension right there in front of the gods? But then I had a thought, hey, it says I can personally defeat them, but it doesn't say I have to do it alone. Isn't this a lucky coincidence? I turned around and smiled at Yi Tianqing. Hey bro, can you help me out? I mentioned task 1, and this guy even started acting along, frowning and saying, Soul Saint. This one is hard to catch. I'm not confident. I rolled my eyes and gave him a piece of my mind. Stop pretending, dude. Who are you? An ancient genius. A beast who reached Soul Saint at 25 by solo queuing. The future limit Douluo? Do you have any idea how inflated the status of a Soul Saint is in this era? Just grabbing someone over level 70 is like playing around, right? Don't let me down. As soon as I said these words, my tone became firmer. The system stated that he was my protector, primarily meant to follow my commands. When he heard that I was about to strip him of his dignity, he could only nod in resignation. Hey, I knew that dealing with such honest people required a tough approach. Upon arriving in Nas City, I first returned home, and to my surprise, it had turned into ruins. My anger flared up instantly, and gritting my teeth, I said, let's go to the Lord's mansion. Yi Tianqing took me there, and as soon as we activated the first soul skill, space concealment, we moved into the Lord's banquet hall as if we had turned invisible. Wow, these bastards were holding a celebration party here? Sitting at the main seat was a young man with a pale face, clearly drained by indulgence. And to his left was my enemy, the family head of the Shi family, Shi Tian, who was bowing and handing over a ring. I heard that old dog Shi Tian flattering, young Master Shuling, this is 70% of the resources seized from the Mu family. Please accept it. And I hope you can speak a good word for us in front of the prince. That guy named Shuling was even more despicable. Not only did he take the ring, but he also specifically demanded my father's soul guide. Shi Tian's old face stiffened for a moment, but he still obediently handed it over. I hid in the shadows, my fists clenched tightly. Then I heard them start to crazily diss my family, saying my father was ungrateful and that I, a mere innate 9th level brat, was so clueless as to refuse the overtures of Prince Xuesheng, practically seeking death. Prince Xuesheng. So it's him. I gritted my teeth and quietly asked Yi Tianqing, is that white-haired old man next to Shuling a soul saint? Yi Tianqing glanced over and replied with a tone of disdain, yes, level 71, can't be any higher. To be honest, I've never seen such a weak soul saint in my life. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just a case of sleepyhead being delivered a pillow? The target has walked right into the gun's mouth. My gaze turned cold. It's up to you. Everyone else, leave no one behind. Eradicate them completely. Yi Tianqing nodded, lifted my concealment, and walked out alone. The guard at the door was just about to stop him when he shot a glare, instantly overwhelming the guard and causing him to faint. The banquet hall erupted in chaos. The old man with white hair jumped up and introduced himself. I'm the Northern Bear King under Prince Xuesheng. Who goes there? Yi Tianqing completely ignored him and calmly said, capture a soul saint to take back. The old man immediately got furious, probably used to being domineering, and shouted, seeking death. Yi Tianqing couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a flash of black light from his fifth soul ring, he used a move called space solidification. And the old man didn't even have the chance to summon his martial spirit, getting frozen on the spot, becoming a humanized sculpture. The entire place fell silent. That kid Xueling was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, he knelt down, trembling and saying, "Senior, I am Xueling, son of Prince Xuesheng. This matter was done by Shi Tian. It has nothing to do with me." Shi Tian knew he was doomed and became reckless, roaring as he tried to summon his martial spirit to fight back. Yi Tianxing didn't even glance at him, simply nonchalantly uttering a few words. Second soul skill, space cutting. Countless invisible sharp blades instantly filled the entire banquet hall. The scene, let me tell you, was all about blood bars dancing. Whether it was Shi Tian, Xueling, or those from the affiliated families, in an instant, they were all cut into pieces. Then, with a fire, the entire banquet hall was burned clean. Yi Tianxing dragged out the frozen old man and tossed him in front of me. Without hesitation, I drew my knife, and with a swift motion, I ended his life myself. Ding! The system prompt sounded in my mind. Transformable necklace acquired. I also unexpectedly unlocked an achievement for my first kill. Rewarded with a soul beast summoning fragment. Collect 10 to summon a 100,000-year soul beast. A big profit, having avenged myself and received my reward. I hired a carriage with Yi Tianxing, preparing to escape. Where to? The Heaven Do Empire has Prince Xuesheng. The Spirit Hall has Bibi Dong. And the Xing Luo Empire is unfamiliar territory. Just as I was feeling lost, trouble arose on the road. The shortcut we took happened to encounter a group of robbers who were surrounding a particularly luxurious carriage. I just got out of the car with Yi Tianxing when I noticed someone getting out of the carriage across from us. A handsome guy in a blue long robe stepped out, accompanied by an old man at the level of a soul emperor. When the handsome guy turned around and saw me, his eyes lit up. Family, I felt a chill run down my back. That gaze. The male companion was actually by my side. Yi Tianxing patted me and said, "Don't be afraid. The leading female bandit over there is a soul king. I'll handle it. I'll leave you 2 great soul masters to practice on." After saying that, he vanished in a flash and instantly took down the burly female soul king, casually tossing over 2 great soul masters. The 2 guys, desperate to survive, immediately unleashed their soul skills, one with a gun and the other with claws, attacking me from both sides. I activated my martial soul, my heart turning golden, and unleashed my first soul skill, Golden Softbone, causing my attributes to surge. I used the newly learned Great Power Vajra Fist to smash the long gun aside, elbowing the claw attack away, and then landed a punch directly on the short guy's temple, knocking him out cold. Blood splattered all over me. It was the first time I'd seen such a scene. I was a bit dazed. Just as I was momentarily stunned, the tall guy seized the opportunity, activating his second soul skill and thrusting his gun towards my heart. At that critical moment, my heart martial soul sent a warning, and without thinking, I shouted out another soul skill. Invincible Golden Body. With a crisp sound, golden light protected me, and a deadly gunshot was deflected. Seizing the opportunity, I countered with a Great Power Vajra Fist, directly piercing through his chest. After finishing the battle, I was exhausted and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The handsome guy from earlier walked over, extended his hand to me, and smiled warmly. "Hello, I am Xuesheng. Thank you, little handsome guy, for your assistance." At that moment, my mind went blank. Xuesheng? Isn't that Qianren Xue? Am I at odds with the Spirit Hall? I snatched the Pope's soul ring, and now I run into the young master. But I maintained a calm demeanor and stood up while holding his hand. "Hello, my name is MuLin." Qianren Xue is quite perceptive. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing's strength, and then looking at my talent, she immediately had the intention to recruit me. She invited us to go to Heaven Do City together, and I pretended to hesitate, saying that I had a grudge against Prince Xuesheng. When she heard that, she must have been overjoyed, and she immediately patted her chest and guaranteed that her uncle was arrogant and tyrannical, and that she would protect me, ensuring that Xuesheng couldn't touch a hair on my head. This works perfectly, with the Crown Prince as my shield. What do I have to fear from Prince Xuesheng? Thus, Yi Tianxing and I naturally moved into the prince's residence's annex. Qianren Xue immediately went to check my background, while I opened the soul guide left by my father in the room. Inside, there was a box that required blood for recognition. I dripped my blood, and the box opened, revealing a map and a letter. The contents of the letter shocked me. It turned out that our Mu family didn't leave Heaven Do City because we were too high profile, but rather intentionally disguised ourselves to protect a colossal secret, a 100,000-year-old gold attribute soul beast that had just survived a tribulation and was severely injured. The map marked its resting place. In the end, my father said that if my strength was insufficient, I should sell this information to the Spear Hall, as they had the best credibility. I held that thin map, my hands trembling. This wasn't just a map. It was practically a direct ticket to becoming a Title Douluo. Just as I was digesting this shocking secret, a few days later, Qian Rinxue, disguised as ShootsHis, came to my yard with a warm smile on his face. As soon as he opened his mouth, let me tell you, it was as if a gentle spring breeze had blown in, making me want to give him the award for the best affinity of the year. He smiled at me and said, "Little MuLin, you're only 6 years old, right? How about coming to the Tiendo Royal Academy? I'll personally be your guarantor." Wow. He was extending an olive branch, practically shoving it into my arms. Go to the Tiendo Royal Academy? Of course I wanted to. That was the top institution in the Tiendo Empire, with a library, social circles, and various resources that were tailor-made for me. With my Title Douluos system, being a lone commander won't do. I need to recruit troops. Isn't this just a ready-made job fair? I immediately played the role, lowering my head and speaking with 3 parts grievance and 7 parts hesitation. Your Highness, this isn't good, is it? Our family has just been destroyed by the Sure family, and I've also offended Prince Xiao Wu. I have to say, with my acting skills, not winning a little golden statuette would be a waste of talent. Qian Rinxue doesn't care about this. She's calculating in her mind, and her goal is simple, to get me into Tiendo City, right under her nose, so she can observe me at any time and win me over. She immediately patted her chest and assured me, "No problem. With me supporting you, you'll be fine with Prince Xiao Wu. With your amazing talent, you can't waste it. Once you've learned everything, just come help me." That was enough for me. I nodded vigorously. To be honest, I do feel a bit sorry for this girl. Think about it. Her mother, Bibi Dong, how is that love? That SPUA. After finally growing up and liking someone, that person ended up killing her mother and shattering the divine position her grandfather had exchanged his life for. She's never had a mother-s love. Went to a hostile country as an undercover agent at just over 10 years old, and there isn't even a single person to confide in. It's tragic, really tragic. Plus, her thought process is quite unique. She actually fell in love with the son of her father's murderer. Who understands this kind of love? This love-struck brain really has no hope. Forget it. I don't want to think about this. Let us go. Qian Rinxue arranged a special car for me, heading straight to the Tiendo Royal Academy, while my bodyguard, Yiqianxing, followed me like a shadow, especially since Prince Xiao Wu was still watching in the city. Before long, I arrived at my class T-Way 1. I took a look inside. There weren't many people, so I decisively claimed the strongest seat in the universe, the last row by the window. As soon as I sat down and closed my eyes, preparing to enter sage mode, a head leaned over from the side. "Hey buddy, how are you? I'm Yufeng. What is your name?" I opened my eyes and saw a silver-haired kid, skinny and weak, smiling like a flower. "MuLin," I said briefly. As a result, this kid turned out to be a chatterbox, shooting questions like a machine gun. "MuLin? Never heard of it. Are you from out of town? What does your family do? How's your strength? Do you have good talent? Let's be friends." My mouth is twitching at the corners. "Are you checking household registrations, big brother? I can only pull out my background. I was brought here by the Crown Prince. My talent is just average." Wow, the Crown Prince. That shout from Yufeng immediately attracted the attention of the whole class. He was startled himself, quickly covering his mouth and lowering his voice, looking like a thief. You are the one personally brought in by the Crown Prince? Then your talent must be incredible. Big brother, let's be friends. My name is Yufeng. My martial soul is the Wind Bellbird, and I have level 9 soul power. Yufeng, oh, I remember now. He's the pilot from the Imperial Battle Team in the original work. His talent is not bad. I casually reported my data. MuLin, martial soul, heart. Level 15, first ring soul master. 5th. Just as Yufeng shouted out one word, he forced himself to swallow the following 5 levels back down, his expression looking like he swallowed an egg. Level 15. How did you do that? You just awakened your martial soul, right? Even with full innate soul power. Oh, the years of the soul rings you absorbed must be very high. Big brother, how many years are your soul rings? Wow, that big brother sounded really smooth. I glanced at him. This kid is quite clever. About 800 or 900 years, I casually gave a discounted number. As a result, Yufeng immediately glued himself to me like a sticky plaster. MuLin, big brother. From today on, you're my real big brother. You have to look out for me from now on. By the way, big brother, you must not be familiar with this place since you just arrived. Let me introduce you. This kid is really going for a companionship service. Huh? Seeing my talent is off the charts, he immediately clings to my leg, wanting to show off his information skills as well. Big brother, look, the pair of twins in the front row, Shimo and Shimo, grandsons of Xuan Wuho. That golden-haired guy in the middle, Yu Qianheng, a genius from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. I heard he is already a soul master. And look at those two beauties on the right. I followed the direction he pointed and saw a girl with long dark green hair and a hot figure. Beside her was a girl with long blue hair and a cool demeanor. Just at that moment, the blue-haired girl happened to turn around and made eye contact with me, causing me to instinctively look away. Is that Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling? The girl with green hair is Dugu Yin. You must know her grandfather. The poisoned Douluo Dugu Bo. When Yufeng said this, he deliberately observed my expression, wanting to see my shocked reaction. Unfortunately, having lived 2 lives, I've seen all sorts of scenes. She's just the granddaughter of a Title Douluos, so I remained calm. Seeing that I had no reaction, Yufeng looked a bit disappointed. But when he introduced Yi Lingling, his tone immediately changed, taking on a somewhat lewd, ant-like smile. Boss, this one is something special. Yi Lingling, with a martial soul 9-heart begonia, the #1 healing martial soul in the world. Her father is Yi Yun, a soul master of the soul, Douluo level. Someone who could go toe-to-toe with Ning Fengji. I found it a bit off. Your introduction is too detailed, right? Just say it directly. Yu Feng chuckled and rubbed his hands together. I heard that Yi Lingling came to the academy to look for a son-in-law. I think you're particularly suitable, big brother. My gaze turned cold at that moment. Can you say that again? He saw that my expression was off and quickly explained, no. Actually, it's our Yu family. I have a competitor whose family also wants him to pursue Yi Lingling, but I like someone else. Big brother, you have such great talent. As long as you win Yi Lingling's heart, my competitor will fail, and I will be free too. It's a win-win situation, big brother. I'm really laughing in anger. Do they think of me as a tool? What, joining the Yi family and having the whole clan worship me? Do I have that kind of time? That kid Tang, San, is only 1 year old now, and I only have 24 years to become a god. And it has to be the kind of god who can defeat the dual god positions of Tang San. I'm busy, so don't disturb me. Just then, the teacher walked in. A burly red-haired man stood at the podium, exuding a powerful aura. My name is Mu Qing, a level 63 Battle Soul Emperor. The wind beside me started his information broadcast again. Boss, I know this teacher. It's the Flamewood Gun King, a genius from the Mu family. I heard he came to teach just to pursue Yi Lingling. The elders of his family sent him here. It's an old cow eating tendergrass. I couldn't help but shake my head. These big families really know how to show off. Next came the self-introduction segment. Dugu Yin was the first to take the stage, and she was so imposing. My name is Dugu Yin, a level 12 soul master. Anyone who dares to bully my friend, Yi Lingling, will taste the poison of the Dugu family. Wow, this girl is not to be messed with. Then Yi Lingling went up and simply said, Yi Lingling, 9-heart sea butterfly, level 9 soul master. After that, she came down, exuding a cool goddess vibe. The next few were just average folks until Yu Tianheng took the stage. My name is Yu Tianheng. My martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a level 13 battle soul master. So far, so good. But then he suddenly added, raising his head, I'm not here to date. I'm here to find teammates who can stand by my side. Puffed. I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Dude, you're so melodramatic. Who asked you? Yu Tianheng shot me a glare, but was interrupted by the teacher. Finally, it was my turn. I stepped onto the stage, facing Yu Tianheng's disapproving gaze, and calmly spoke. My name is MuLin. My martial soul is heart, and I am a level 15 assault system soul master. As soon as I finished speaking, I directly released my soul ring. The yellow ring with a hint of purple immediately made the entire classroom, including teacher Mu Qing and over 30 others, collectively gasp in shock. Level 15. The room fell silent. Teacher Mu Qing's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he must have been shouting in his mind, this can't be real. 6 years old, absorbing a 900-year soul ring. What kind of monster is this? Yu Tianheng was also dumbfounded. No matter how arrogant he was, he understood what this represented. It indicated that my physical strength was already comparable to that of a great soul master. He looked at me, then at himself, noting that I was more good-looking, had a top-tier martial soul, and my level even surpassed his by 2 ranks. But his way of thinking just couldn't process it. Instead of recognizing how impressive I was, he thought, this person is so amazing. I must recruit him as my underling. He stood up directly and shouted at me in a condescending tone. Hey, MuLin, right? Come hang out with me. Your talent is pretty good, and my grandpa won't mind that you don't have a dragon martial soul. I was stunned at the time. Does this person have some kind of problem? I have more talent than you. My level is higher than yours. Why should I associate with you? Just because your family belongs to the top 3 sects? I looked at him and calmly said 2 words. I refuse. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened wide. We are the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Because you can't beat me. I shot back at him with a single sentence. I'm not interested in following someone weaker than me. This really made him explode. Then let's have a match. If I win, you become my little brother. What if I win? I countered. Isn't that obvious? My spirit ring is already shining. Isn't that a blatant display of combat power? He stammered for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and said, if I lose, I'll give you the Thunder Spirit fruit my grandfather gave me. Thunder Spirit fruit? That's a good item. Deal. I nodded immediately, took out the fruit, and said, let's fight right now. This kid is also straightforward, directly pulling out a fruit sparking with electricity from his soul guide. Things got lively. Teacher MuLin personally led the way, and the whole class followed behind in a grand procession. The news spread like wings. And by the time we reached the competition venue, it was packed with students from the entire Tianwei level who came to watch the excitement. In the center of the arena, Yu Tianheng and I stood facing each other. Begin. With MuLin's command, Yu Tianheng instantly activated his martial soul, and the blue-purple electric snake swirled wildly around him. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A violent electric dragon claw shot towards my face. The teachers below began analyzing. No wonder he is the grandson of the Thunder Douluo. This move is comparable to that of a great soul master. As for me, I just smiled faintly. Your blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan is strong, but I, MuLin, am not to be underestimated. First soul skill, Golden Softbone. Buzz. A dazzling golden light erupted from my body, and all my attributes surged instantly. Facing the incoming lightning claw, I lightly tapped my toes and swiftly dodged. Come on. My reaction speed increased by 80. Your ranged attack is like slow-motion playback. In the moment I dodged, I kicked off with my right leg, and my whole person shot towards Yu Tianheng like a golden cannonball. Seeing that the ranged attack was ineffective, he steeled his heart, and the electric light surged on his claws, preparing to clash with me head-on. Come on, MuLin. Let me show you the fighting style of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Just what I wanted. My fists were also enveloped in rich golden light. Bang! Our fists and claws collided with a loud noise. The result was that he was sent back 7 or 8 steps by my punch. While I only took half a step back to steady myself, I couldn't help but laugh. As expected from the soul skills of the top 3 sects, this electricity really made my hand feel a bit numb. On the opposite side, Yu Tianheng secretly hid his hands behind his back, his face pale, and his expression clearly said, my hands are numb. I'm done for. I can't compete at all. The opportunity has come. How could I possibly let it slip away? I pressed the attack. The strong Vajra fist was unleashed, one punch after another, giving him no chance to breathe. Yu Tianheng could only grit his teeth and endure the numbness in his arms as he took the hits. To the casual observer, it seemed like we were evenly matched, but to the experts, he was completely being overwhelmed by me. After about 10 exchanges, his soul power was depleted, and I sent him flying with a heavy punch, causing him to fall off the stage cleanly and decisively. Teacher MuLin was quick to catch him, and the healing teacher rushed in to provide aid. When Yu Tianheng woke up and looked at me on the stage, without a word, he threw the Thunder Spirit fruit in his hand directly over to me. You won. Here you go. I caught the fruit and thought to myself, this thing isn't much use to me since I don't play with thunder. This Thunder Spirit fruit is useless to me. As soon as Yu Tianheng heard this, his eyes lit up, thinking I was going to return it to him. But my next sentence turned his face pale. Go see if there are any fruits that enhance physical fitness or have a metal attribute of the same level, and bring them to trade. Hurry up, or I'll sell it and you won't have a chance. After dropping this line, I greeted the teacher and directly left. My battle with Yu Tianheng quickly spread throughout Tiando City. Those families aligned with Shui, Qinghe immediately prepared generous gifts to send to the Crown Prince's residence. Meanwhile, in the study of the Thunder Douluo engine from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, he was so enraged by the reports from his subordinates that he smashed his desk with a slap. This wretched beast, losing the Lei Ling fruit, and still having the face to return to the family to request resources? Where is he? Yu Engine was so furious that he gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand how his once invincible genius grandson could be beaten so badly by some unknown wild kid that suddenly appeared. But he had to swallow his anger. Let me tell you, this old man knows the score. The sect is the sect, and the family is the family. If the rules are broken here, then the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is not far from disaster. No matter how much he cares for his grandson, he can't joke around with the future of the entire sect. So, this old man had to dig into his own pockets. He called his peer, his elder brother Yu Engine, to temporarily look after the sect and told him, "I'm going to Tiando City for a while to see my unfortunate grandson and also check out who this formidable opponent is that could defeat my grandson like this." Did you think he just left directly? How naive. He first took a detour to a small family affiliated with theirs, surnamed Huang, whose martial soul is the golden armored sword dragon. This old man, Yu Engine, exchanged some of his most precious treasures for a bunch of good medicinal materials for his juniors to heal and cultivate. Who understands the family dynamics? One moment he was the stern and impartial sect master, and the next he transformed into a deeply caring grandfather. The contrast was simply striking. Just as Yu Engine was rushing to Tiando City in a hurry, on the other side, the undercurrents in Tiando City were far more turbulent than he imagined. In the prince's residence of Tiando City, Prince Xuexing was plotting with a strategist named Lin Zhe. Prince Xuexing asked, "That kid named MuLin, the one who took down my big nephew Yu Qianheng, do you think I have a chance to win him over? My useless son Xue Bong is in the same grade as him, but on the first day of school, he disappeared who knows where, driving me crazy. I tell you, the person next to him, Lin Zhe, is not an ordinary person. An 81st level soul Douluo with a martial soul that is this book. His knowledge is far beyond that of Yu Shaojiang, who only knows theory." Lin Zhe directly poured cold water on him, saying, "Your Highness, it's impossible. This matter has no hope." The Snow Star Prince's face immediately darkened, saying, "Then why don't you explain?" Lin Zhe didn't waste any words and directly threw out 2 points. First, MuLin was personally brought back to Heaven Do City by the Crown Prince Xuexing and has been living in the Crown Prince's mansion. We may not like the Crown Prince, but we can't deny his charisma. It's incredibly strong. MuLin hanging out with him is a done deal. The Snow Star Prince took the information and looked at it, and lo and behold, it was indeed true. This matter couldn't be faked. Anyone could be sent to tail him and find out. Just then, someone knocked at the door, saying that Lin Zhe's man had returned with evidence. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Your Highness, the proof of my second reason has come to your door." A lean guy came in and handed a stack of documents to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took a glance and slapped it on the Snow Star Prince's desk. "Your Highness, please take a look." MuLin lived in Noster City for the first 6 years. And Noster City is also the last place your son Xueling appeared. Good heavens! When I heard this, my hair stood on end. The Snow Star Prince jumped up and snatched the document. It clearly stated, MuLin, originally from a Mu family of Heaven Do City, was later expelled from the family. Martial soul heart, innate level 9 soul power. He was a well-known genius in Noster City, disappeared after obtaining the first soul ring, and shortly after, the entire Mu family was exterminated. Lin Zhe handed over another piece of paper, saying, "Your Highness, take a look at this. The date when the Mu family was exterminated is almost the same as when you sent someone to annihilate the Shur family, isn't it?" Now everything matched up. The Snow Star Prince's illegitimate son, Xueling, was sent to Noster City to do dirty work, but ended up missing. It was obvious that Xueling most likely fell at the hands of MuLin or his backers. The Snow Star Prince sat back down in his chair, his face pale, waving his hand for Lin Zhe to leave. Lin Zhe understood clearly. This was a sign that he was ready to kill. But he said nothing and turned to leave. He knew that there were only a few experts in the prince's mansion who could go to the Crown Prince's mansion to kill. And now, letting him leave meant that he wouldn't be the one to die. Someone else would. Once Lin Zhe left, the study was eerie. Behind the Snow Star Prince, a figure dressed in black appeared like a ghost, revealing only a pair of eyes. The black-clad man spoke in a voice as if laced with poison, saying, "Your Highness, you don't mean for me to go to the Crown Prince's mansion to kill, do you?" The tone clearly indicated that if he dared to say yes, he would be killed right then and there. The Snow Star Prince was also a ruthless person. He sneered, "Hunting Shadow, don't forget that I saved you back then. Your life belongs to me. If I tell you to go, you must go." As soon as he finished speaking, a stronger aura burst in from outside, specifically targeting the black-clad man called Hunting Shadow. Hunting Shadow exploded with rage, directly summoning his martial soul, a pair of phantom daggers, and his soul rings lit up. 8. Yellow. Yellow. Purple. Purple. Black. 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 Soul Douluo. He shouted at the Snow Star Prince. "I've killed so many people for you. I've already paid off my debt. Do you really think I'm your pet dog?" The door was slammed open, and another muscular man, named Xuexing, walked in. His martial soul was the Ice Armor Giant Bear, and he was also an 8-ring Soul Douluo. Seeing this situation, Hunting Shadow immediately made a tough statement. "Xuexing, I may not be able to beat you, but if I want to kill your little waste of a son, Shui Bing, before I die, do you believe I can absolutely do it? Family, this is the limit of top experts in a trade-off. When the Snow Star Prince heard this, his face turned green. He only had Shui Bing as his legitimate son. He hurriedly called for a stop, asking Shui Tsang to leave first. Once it was just the two of them left in the room, the Snow Star Prince softened his tone, saying, I'm not foolish. How could I let you go to the Crown Prince's mansion to die? I just want to ask you, under the full protection of a soul sage, do you have the confidence to kill MuLin in one strike? Hearing that it wasn't about storming the Crown Prince's mansion, Hunting Shadow's courage immediately returned. And he nodded, easy, a piece of cake. Only then did the Snow Star Prince reveal the plan. Ambush MuLin on his way home. He would find a way to divert the guards in that area. Once successful, let Hunting Shadow leave Heaven Do City immediately. Hunting Shadow heard this and accepted the job. The death rate was nearly 0, and he agreed immediately. But he didn't know that once he left, the Snow Star Prince called in a trusted soul sage and sinisterly ordered, follow him and assess the situation. If Hunting Shadow can finish quickly, create a big commotion and then retreat. If he can't, you step in and finish him off. After that, make sure to take care of Hunting Shadow too. Threaten me? He dares. Good heavens, this prince is truly ruthless, playing the game of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge with finesse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and MuLin was acting as if nothing had happened, attending classes, finishing school, and returning to the Crown Prince's mansion to cultivate, going back and forth. One day after school, he suddenly stopped on his way home. I tell you, the atmosphere on that road was simply eerie and quiet. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a small mustache behind a window of a tavern, drinking while glancing at him subtly. MuLin made eye contact with him, said nothing, and turned to continue walking. Once MuLin left, the man pushed away the woman in his arms, tossed down a bag of money, and directly jumped out of the window, muttering to himself that this kid's perception was too sharp. MuLin also knew that the guy was definitely following him. For the past few days, that feeling of being watched had never stopped. His bodyguard, Yi Qianxing, had long noticed it too, but he wanted to see what the other side was up to, which was why he hadn't acted. Today, when MuLin walked to a large square, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knew the other party was about to strike. Sure enough, the guards around him had disappeared without him noticing, and even the civilians had fled. MuLin stopped and said to a dark passageway, Come out. You've been following me for 2 or 3 days. You must be tired by now. The assassin named Hunting Shadow emerged from the shadows, his eyes wide like saucers. How is this possible? How'd he discover me? Is it that soul sage? No. Where's that soul sage? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt something was off with his shadow. He turned around and saw Yi Qianxing standing behind him like a ghost, silent and invisible. Hunting Shadow nearly lost his mind. When did this soul sage get behind me? But he was, after all, a soul Douluo who had fought his way out of a sea of corpses and mountains of blood. His first reaction was still to complete the mission. He immediately revealed his martial soul, a purple dagger laced with deadly poison, and his fourth soul ring lit up as he shouted, tracking. The dagger flew towards MuLin with a whoosh. As for the result, Yi Qianxing, as if watching a slow-motion replay, activated his fifth soul ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring, and nonchalantly uttered 4 words, space solidification. That dagger, flying in midair, instantly stopped as if the pause button had been pressed. Hunting Shadow rubbed his eyes, and upon taking a closer look at Yi Qianxing's soul rings, he saw yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and the last one was red, a 10,000-year soul ring. Family, a red one. Hunting Shadow's eyes were about to pop out. Mutin, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you have a 10,000-year soul ring? To guard a kid with only a few levels? What a joke. But he reacted quickly. Seeing that the mission had failed and knowing he couldn't fight back, he immediately tried to escape. The 5th soul skill, Shadow Fusion, caused a sudden shift as the person merged into the shadows. Yi Qianxing looked on and immediately expanded the range of his 5th soul skill, freezing that area of space, and pulled the Shadow Hunter out from the shadows like grabbing a chick. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. From MuLin's shadow, another person suddenly jumped out. It was the backup sent by Prince Xiao Wu, a soul sage with a shadow leopard martial spirit. As soon as this guy appeared, he burst into wild laughter. Ha ha kid, the prince will reward me handsomely. With the 5th soul skill, Shadow Fusion, ambush, he clawed towards MuLin's back. In the blink of an eye, MuLin's first soul ring lit up, invincible golden body. At the same time, his right leg bone also glowed, activating the soul bone skill, Void. With these two life-saving skills combined, the Soul Sage's attack hit without making a sound. Tianqing also reacted, turned around, and his gaze turned cold. With his second soul skill, Space Cutting, a silver light flashed, and the still-laughing Soul Sage had his head severed in an instant. After dealing with the enemy, Tianqing knelt on one knee before MuLin, holding the half-dead Shadow Hunter. "Sorry, Brother MuLin, this is my negligence." MuLin waved his hand, pointed at the headless corpse on the ground, and said, "Finish him off. By the way, this dimwit just revealed Prince Xuesheng." Tianqing nodded, swiftly dealt with the Shadow Hunter, and then vanished. When the guards arrived at the scene and saw the two corpses, one of which belonged to a well-known soul Douluo under Prince Xuesheng, they were instantly terrified and hurried to report it. Prince Xuesheng rushed over in a panic. Looking at the two cold corpses on the ground, one a soul Douluo, the other a soul sage, gone just like that, he trembled with rage, shouting at the sky, "MuLin!" Meanwhile, our protagonist MuLin had already strolled back to the prince's residence and coincidentally ran into the crown prince, ShootsHis. At the door, ShootsHis, looking anxious, said, "Brother MuLin, you're back. My brother Xuebong has stirred up trouble again. I need to handle it. We'll talk later." MuLin watched ShootsHis' departing figure, understanding everything in his heart. The prince sent someone to kill me, and his son Xuebong just happened to cause trouble to draw the crown prince away. This script is far too obvious. However, he kept quiet. His strength was still insufficient, and it wasn't time to flip the table yet. He needed to develop first. Just like that, a semester passed. In the guest house of the prince's residence, MuLin sat cross-legged on the bed, and suddenly a golden wave of energy erupted from him, overturning everything in the room. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance, and exclaimed, "Finally broke through to level 20. It's time to hunt for my second soul ring." He didn't stay long at the prince's residence and directly went out, entering a place called Yujianin. Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary one. It is a stronghold opened by the subordinates summoned by MuLin through system rewards over the past 6 months. As soon as he entered, a well-dressed, rich second-generation guy became displeased and shouted at the waiter, "What do you mean? Didn't you just say there were no private rooms? Why does he get one as soon as he arrives?" The waiter rolled his eyes and retorted, "I was being polite by saying there were no rooms. If I were to be blunt, I'd tell you straight, you're not worthy." Later, that rich second-generation guy was truly unhappy and went to find his official brother to bring people to try to dismantle the inn. As a result, when his brother heard it was about dismantling Yujianin, he nearly broke his legs on the spot and dragged him back to apologize. At this moment, inside the inn's private room, aside from MuLin, several people were already seated. There was the visible owner, Chef Dong Xiang, the fierce general from ancient times, Lei Yi, the master of machinery, Kong Ming, the top student of medicine, Mu Ling, and the elusive thief, Bai Yu. These were all the assets MuLin had gathered over the past 6 months. They were chatting when the door opened, and in walked a man and a woman. As soon as the girl saw MuLin, she rushed over to pinch his face. Her name was Yulinger, a soul master of the mental control system with a martial spirit of the illusionary ancient Zither, also summoned by him. MuLin got straight to the point, stating he had broken through and it was time to hunt soul beasts. Bai Yu patted his chest and said, "The soul beast you want is hard to find. But who am I, Bai Yu? I've already found it for you. A golden-backed giant bear over 1,000 years old, and it's part of a pack. Just waiting for your go-ahead." Upon hearing this, MuLin decisively agreed. "No problem, we set off tomorrow." The next day, MuLin, Tianqing Bai Yu MuLing, and Yulinger formed a small team and headed straight for the Stardow Forest. Upon arrival, they were met with a vast expanse of golden-backed giant bears. MuLin, with sharp eyes, quickly locked onto a bear sleeping under a tree, its claws dark golden in color, confirming it was exactly over 1,000 years old, perfectly meeting the requirements. Bai Yu expressed some concern, saying that while there were many thousand-year soul beasts here, the tribe leader was a 10,000-year beast. Wouldn't he attacking a draw into something stronger? MuLin waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? It's just a 10,000-year soul beast. Let us go all out. Brother, you control that 10,000-year bear first. Take it down in seconds. Brother Bai, you prevent my target from escaping, and the rest clear out the minor beasts." This was a hunt for soul beasts. It was like shopping. Tianqing wasted no time and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. With the 5th soul skill, Space Solidification, he instantly froze the 10,000-year bear king in place, unable to move. Following that, with his 6th soul skill, Space Stasis, all the bears in a large area were pressed on pause. Bai Yu laughed heartily. "Brother E is so powerful. Now it's my turn to perform." He unleashed his martial spirit, activating his first, third, and fifth soul skills all at once, transforming into a streak of light, with lightning wrapping around his legs, charging into the bear pack and unleashing a frenzy of attacks. The scene was simply like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No, it was like a Gundam entering a kindergarten. One kick per bear. Those 100,000-year golden-backed giant bears didn't even have a chance to react before being kicked to pieces. Let me tell you, this guy Yi Tianqing is really decisive. Once he decides on one, he sticks to it, and the rest of the bears just run away. It's so clean and straightforward. He just tossed the chosen unlucky golden-backed bear in front of MuLin, and MuLin wasted no time, directly starting the process, sitting down to absorb the soul ring. This process was simpler than drinking water. When it was done, MuLin opened his eyes and quickly had the system scan him. Goodness. When I leaned over to take a look, that panel was unbelievable. The second soul ring was a purple 1,000-year soul ring. The skill was even more outrageous. Called Physical Enhancement, Gold Attribute Boost, with the effect of increasing all attributes. Does anyone understand? It's not just strength, agility, and constitution. It's TM, all attributes. Reaction speed, recovery rate, all that counts. This lavish fortune has finally come his way. Bai Yu and the others were stunned. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit a chicken egg in, saying, all attributes? Are you kidding me? MuLin just smiled and said it might be due to the special martial soul, which focuses on something outrageous. At this moment, you linge alind awakens. Asking, MuLin, you're already a great soul master. Does the system have any new rewards? Can it summon my parents? Alas, this girl is also pitiful. Unfortunately, MuLin's small frame right now can't summon those two deities who could go toe-to-toe with Limit Douluo. He could only shake his head, saying, your parents can't be summoned right now, but the system rewarded me with a new ability. I can summon a helper from ancient times. What is that? Summoning system? Bai Yu and the other four echoed in unison, as if they were performing a skit. Bai Yu was directly dumbfounded. Dude, don't joke with me. Aren't there just a few systems for soul masters? Attack, control, support. Where does summoning come from? I was puzzled at the time, and then Yi Tianqing frowned and said a name. Lan Feng? That crazy guy? Oh, there's a story. MuLin also got excited. Do you know him? Very well. Yi Tianqing said. He was the genius commoner back then, a Contra with combat power close to a Title Douluos, claiming that he could single-handedly take down a sect. Later, well, he got too reckless and was killed. MuLin nodded. That's right. He is now my new protector. As soon as he finished speaking, a summoning circle appeared with a buzz beside him, and when the light faded, a smiling, handsome guy was standing there, dressed in a white robe with azure blue eyes. He looked like a harmless little son. He opened his mouth. Hello, MuLin. My name is Lan Feng, and I will protect you for the next 50 years. I hurriedly asked MuLin to pull up this guy's panel to take a look. Wow, level 83 Soul Douluo. His martial soul is called Soul Tower, and this martial soul is simply a bug. His soul rings aren't skills, they're summons. Each soul ring corresponds to a type of soul beast, and they can be resurrected when they die. Isn't this just a moving soul beast army? The way he died is a bit funny though. He said he was too reckless while hunting the 8 soul ring and got slapped to death by the king of bears. Xiong, truly a madman, testing the limits of self-destruction. The newcomer, Lan Feng, has quite the personality, insisting on protecting MuLin closely. Yi Tianqing was not pleased and snorted coldly. Just you? Your summons are powerful, but you yourself are nothing but a vegetable in front of me. Lan Feng glanced at Yi Tianqing. Who are you? You have quite the attitude. Yikong Xingman, young master, Yi Tianqing replied. As soon as those 5 words came out, Lan Feng understood instantly, as space-type martial souls are notoriously troublesome. In the end, the two reached a consensus. Yi Tianqing would continue to be the close bodyguard, while Lan Feng would go protect MuLin's subordinates. Once this was settled, our group of 6 returned to Tiando City. A few days later, in the private room of an inn, Lei, Yi, and the others saw us come back with a new face and jokingly said, oh, another newcomer? Doesn't look too strong. Can he fight? MuLin waved his hand and calmly said, this is Lan Feng, level 83 Soul Douluo. Strength is above his level. Ah! Lei was instantly petrified and the next second stood up with a smiling face to apologize. My bad. Big brother. I didn't recognize the mountain. Saying this, he took out some fine wine from his collection and dragged Lan Feng to the corner to become brothers. The speed of this face change is incredible. At the dinner table, MuLin finalized the plan he had discussed with Master Kong earlier. He asked Master Kong, the master of mechanism arts, to combine the knowledge of gunpowder from MuLin's memories to create some defensive weapons, specifically to sell to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a major auxiliary sect, to earn some startup funds in advance. Master Kong patted his chest and guaranteed, "Young master, just watch in defensive mechanisms. No one dares to say they're better than me." For the next month, MuLin lived the life of a kept boy by Qianrenxue, spending every day training, until one day, he suddenly dressed himself up nicely, and Qianrenxue thought he was going on a date, teasing him. "Little MuLin, going to meet your girlfriend?" I was right next to him, thinking to myself, come on, what does this 6-year-old kid know? Sure enough, MuLin looked speechless and said, "I'm going to the Great Soul Arena to fight." Qianrenxue was stunned and replied, "Wow, fighting while looking this good, what a straight man." When they arrived at the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City, it was so luxurious that it felt like they had traveled to a future world. As soon as MuLin stepped in, he spotted a familiar face, Yi Lingling. What a coincidence. This girl was being harassed by a drunken young master who was getting handsy. That guy was shouting, "Little sister, follow me, and I'll make sure you eat well and live well." Everyone around recognized him. He was the son of Count Bloodspirit, and no one dared to intervene. Just as that lewd hand was about to touch Yi Lingling, MuLin made his move. I didn't even see it clearly, and that drunkard was sent flying with a shout. MuLin quickly pulled Yi Lingling behind him. At the same time, a muscular man walked over. He looked quite respectable, but it turned out he was the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team, named Yanjun. He immediately tried to get close to Yi Lingling, and his eyes kept darting towards Yi Lingling, his intentions quite obvious. MuLin ignored Yanjun completely and started lecturing Yi Lingling. "What are you doing here? Not even bringing a guardian. It's so dangerous." Yi Lingling knew she was in the wrong and quietly said she just wanted to see if there were any geniuses. MuLin told her to follow him first, then put on a prepared golden mask and went to sign up. After all, a 6-year-old soul master is too intimidating. It's better to keep a low profile. He gave himself a rather over-the-top name, Golden Messenger. Soon, the match began. The host was a beautiful woman with butterfly wings, and her voice was incredibly sweet. MuLin's opponent was a strong man named Xiao He, with a martial spirit of Blizzard Brown Bear at level 26. As soon as they got on stage, Xiao He wanted to trash talk, wearing a mask, looking ugly. MuLin completely ignored him and replied, "Hurry up, I want to finish this and go home for dinner." The match started. Both of them activated their martial spirits and displayed their soul rings. In the next second, the entire audience, including the referee, was stunned, because beneath MuLin's feet, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, rose up. The second soul ring was 1,000 years old. Xiao He was completely dumbfounded. His CPU was almost overheating. Just at that moment of his days, MuLin moved. As soon as the second soul skill, physical enhancement, was activated, he transformed into a golden light and rushed forward, using the golden giant palm covered in golden soul power to strike Xiao He's bare face. Xiao He, being an experienced fighter, instinctively activated 2 soul skills. His bare paw exuded cold air, and it collided fiercely with MuLin's palm. What was the result? A loud bang, and Xiao He's massive body was sent flying out, almost falling off the stage. MuLin was also knocked back a few steps, but got excited. "Not bad. You're the first peer to push me back. Come again." Xiao He, provoked by this, got fired up, and the two of them engaged in close combat. Fists and palms colliding, golden light and cold air splattering everywhere. After a long fight, Xiao He realized that his cold air couldn't freeze MuLin at all. Instead, he was the one struggling to keep up. MuLin seized the opportunity and activated his first soul skill, Golden Softbone, increasing all attributes by 65. Gathering all his strength in his right hand, he delivered a golden fist that pierced through Xiao He's defense, sending him flying off the ring like a sandbag, instantly knocking him unconscious. He became famous with this battle. The host, named Eileen, rushed over, throwing flirtatious glances at MuLin, wanting to take him to register his points. But MuLin ignored her and left after finishing his business. On the way back, MuLin suddenly said she saw many people injured in the Soul Arena with hidden injuries and wanted to open a small clinic there and take on an apprentice. MuLin thought about it. As a disciple of the medical family, he should do something meaningful, so he agreed right away. Back at the prince's villa, MuLin closed the door to his room and immediately entered the system. As soon as he won the match, the system chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Iron Soul Badge, unlocking exclusive tasks for the Great Soul Arena. The Iron Soul gift pack has been sent." MuLin quickly entered the system space, which was dark, but 2 glowing boxes stood out. One had a drawing of a blueprint on it, and the other depicted a dragon's head. Let me tell you, that box with the dragon head is quite interesting. I first had a little argument with the system. I said, hey, you old rascal, why didn't you remind me about the equipment that fell off Yu Qianheng after I knocked him down? The system seemed quite aggrieved and said it had already sent a message, but I was too caught up in the game to notice. All right, my bad. Let's not dwell on it and just open the box. The first box, the one with the blueprint on it, I opened it and let me tell you, I laughed out loud like a pig. It was a book titled From Beginner to Master of Level 1 Soul Guidance Devices, along with 2 blueprints. One for melee and one for ranged. Perfect. Family, who understands? This thing can directly take down an empire in Douluo too. It's black technology. My mind immediately started calculating. Once I summoned that master of mechanisms, Old Kong, and combine this with the MO Family S mechanism techniques, Wu Ti, that be a dimensional strike, then I can sell it to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and Wu Ti the money just flow into my pockets. I could already see the level 10 soul guidance device shining in my hands. Just as I was still dreaming, I rubbed my hands together to open the second box. When I opened it, there was a ding sound and a golden light floated out called Dragon Chi of the Gold attribute. And then there was nothing else. Not even a manual. I was stunned and asked the system what this was and how to use it. The system was even more confused than I was and said it didn't know either. It just said that since I knocked down Yu Qianheng for my first victory, and he had a stronger dragon attribute than lightning, it gave me the Dragon Chi. At that moment, I suddenly understood and retorted to the system. What you mean is, if I challenge Qian Renxue at the beginning, you'll drop me an angel's wings? If I take on Ma Hongjun, you'll give me some Phoenix True Fire? Then if I take care of Tang San, will you directly send me a twin martial soul gift pack? The system replied with 2 words, exactly. Goodness, this victory treasure chest is all about targeted explosions. All right, although I don't know how to use this dragon energy for now, it feels incredibly awesome. So I'll save it for Fateful. No, I'll wait for an opportune moment to use it. That night, I fell asleep dreaming of getting rich. The next morning, I didn't even have time to finish my meal and hurriedly rushed to the inn. As soon as I entered, I saw Master Kong and immediately pulled him over. Old man Kong, I've got the soul guide blueprints for you, I said. And as soon as the words left my mouth, Master Kong, truly sensing the excitement, rushed over to me with disheveled clothes, his eyes sparkling. Young master, where are the blueprints? I directly shoved the book and 2 blueprints into his hands. He took them, glanced at the blueprints, probably not understanding them, and immediately started devouring the knowledge book, muttering things like, so that's how it is, and this idea is great. Looking like a tech geek who just found a rare action figure, completely obsessed. Before long, I switched over to the Great Soul Arena in Tiando. I, codenamed Golden Messenger, had just achieved 5 consecutive victories, feeling on top of the world. Back in the private room, as soon as I took off my mask, that girl Yuling circled around me like I was some rare animal, saying, you're so weird. You're only 6 years old and already level 24, and you even soloed a level 29 Soul Master. I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally. Sister, with my configuration, having created my own soul skills, and with 100,000-year soul rings, if I can't win, that would be news. But of course, I had to be modest on the outside, saying it was all just luck. This girl got all fired up and insisted on teaming up with me to take on Soul Master level 2v2s. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Yilingling, quietly munching on snacks beside us. Let me tell you, ever since I saved her once, this girl has been like a little accessory, following me around every day. She's both beautiful and gentle. Who wouldn't like her? That's when I decided that I had to mentor this newcomer and help her integrate into the group. I directly told Yuling no. Let me first battle Lingling at the Great Soul Master level. Let's take it step by step. At that moment, Yilingling's little expression was a mix of surprise and being touched. Aunt MuLin on our side immediately understood my intention. She had long wanted to take Yilingling as her disciple, and this was a perfect opportunity to see just how amazing her legendary 9-heart begonia really was. Without further ado, I pulled Yilingling to sign up. What should we name our team? Since both of our martial souls have the character heart, let's just call ourselves the Heart-C combination, emphasizing the connection of hearts. When the staff saw our levels, one at 24 and the other only a level 15 support, their expression looked as if they were staring at fools, probably thinking, is this guy here to bring his girlfriend along or to seek death? However, when they saw my record as a Golden Divine Messenger, they immediately understood and quickly arranged our match. As soon as we took the stage, wow, our opponent turned out to be Xiao Hu's older brother, Xiao Chun. This was going to be fun. It's always intense when enemies meet. Xiao Chun came out swinging, saying I should be careful not to injure my waist while bringing my girlfriend along. I shot back, your brother isn't that great. I hope you last longer than him. Instantly, the tension escalated. The fight began. The guy on the opposite side and his teammate, named MuLin, immediately tried to play dirty, pretending to attack me while actually aiming to ambush our support, Yilingling. Folks, I'm familiar with this trick. I ignored them completely and charged straight at Xiao Chun using my second skill, targeting his shoulder joints, those weak spots. One punch landed, and half of his body went numb. But he was tough. To save face against his brother, he held on. After some discussion, the two decided to stop playing nice and went all in. On my side, Yilingling's treatment was directly applied to me. Let me tell you, the milk output from Geo Xian Haidang is simply outrageous. I took a hit from the opponent, and my health bar was instantly full. I retaliated with a powerful Vajra Palm and sent Xiao Chun flying. By the end, the opponent also knew they couldn't win, but insisted on using a martial soul fusion skill, saying that if they took this hit, they would concede. I definitely had to give face, so I specially asked for Yilingling's opinion. The little girl was so touched that she kept nodding. Then, on the opposite side, they merged they used a combination skill, and Xiao Chun transformed into a 2.5-meter tall, red-eyed, raging giant bear. It looked quite scary, but in my eyes, it was just a live target. I mocked him verbally, but my hands were not slow. I activated my ultimate skill, Invincible Golden Body, doubling my strength. At the moment he charged at me, I dodged and landed a heavy punch on his injured shoulder. KO. I won the match, but my blow seemed a bit too heavy. That guy's shoulder was probably ruined. In the backstage lounge, their healing soul master was sweating profusely, saying that my golden soul power was too domineering for him to dispel, and that his arm was hanging uselessly. Xiao Chun himself was in despair, lying there like a salted fish. Just then, I brought our Aunt MuLin to make a dazzling entrance. The woman on the opposite side still wanted to spray insults at me, but Aunt MuLin stepped forward, radiating an imposing aura. Let me give it a try. I can heal. As soon as Xiao Chun heard this, he looked like he had found a lifeline, treating a dead horse as a live one, and immediately agreed. The two on the opposite side could only awkwardly step aside. After all, the main character Xiao Chun had spoken. Let me tell you, Aunt MuLin from our family is really professional, and her aura is incredibly stable. She first carefully examined Xiao Chun's shoulder, then calmly said, "Don't worry. It's just a small issue. It's a bit painful. Just bear with it." As she spoke, she pulled out an iron rod from her soul guide and stuffed it into Xiao Chun's mouth for him to bite down on. Xiao Chun looked completely confused, and in the next second, Aunt MuLin's martial soul and soul rings suddenly lit up. Silver needle martial soul, paired with 6 soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Let me tell you, the woman named MuLin on the other side looked like her eyes were about to pop out. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, probably thinking furiously. Another abnormal who can absorb at a higher level. Aunt MuLin completely ignored them and went straight to the show. First soul skill split. A silver needle instantly split into 9 identical needles, infused with green soul power, and precisely pierced into Xiao Chun's shoulder acupoints. The next second, Xiao Chun's eyes widened in pain, nearly jumping out of MuLin's arms. I was quick to react and press him down. "Don't move. Do you want to lose your arm?" Xiao Chun couldn't move at all, only biting down on the iron rod, his face turning purple like an eggplant. It was only about 5 or 6 minutes later that Aunt MuLin withdrew the needles and clapped her hands. "All right, that messy metallic soul power in your shoulder is cleared out, and I also treated a few old injuries in your body. All right, there seems to be a little metallic soul power that fused with your own soul power. Why don't you summon your martial soul and take a look?" Xiao Chun, panting heavily, stood up, hesitantly summoned his martial soul, and found that his claws had become sharper than before. He was so excited that he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Master MuLin, thank you for saving my life." MuLin next to him also expressed her gratitude. At that moment, a middle-aged soul master named Mu Hung approached, trying to get close. "Master MuLin, we are actually from the same family. Are you interested in joining our Xiao family? My master is a healing soul sage." Xiao Chun's eyes lit up at this, hinting wildly. What happened next? Aunt MuLin didn't even raise an eyebrow, simply replied with 2 words, "No need." Then she turned around and left with us, looking incredibly graceful. Mu still wanted to say something, but our Tianqing glanced back at him with a calm look, and that single glance left him frozen in place, unable to move. Later, I heard that Mu Hong told Xiao Chun that Tianqing's gaze was scarier than any soul sage's aura he had ever encountered. So much so that his legs went weak. Back on the carriage, Aunt MuLin started to dig for talent again. She took a liking to Yilingling and asked if she would like to learn medicine from her. Of course, Yilingling wanted to, but being from a big family, Taking on a master was a big deal, and she had to report back to her father. After dropping off Yi Lingling, I returned to the prince's residence with Yi Tianxing, continuing my carefree life of living off others. As soon as I got back, I saw Qianrenxue. Oh no, it was Xue Qinghe, lying on a rocking chair, soaking up the sun. I guess she was probably thinking, this kid has been eating and drinking for free at my place for half a year. Does he really think I'm a fool? I immediately scampered over, stood behind her, and eagerly started to massage her shoulders. Prince brother, is it alright if I call you that? She shivered slightly, but didn't refuse. Probably because my skills were decent. She lazily replied, what's the matter? Oh, nothing much, I said while continuing to massage. I just feel a bit guilty for having eaten and drunk so much at your place for free. I specially learned this massage technique to treat you, considered a way to repay you. It's all about companionship, right? My little in my heart was clicking away. Qianrenxue, the future angel god, the most beautiful woman in Douluo, is currently in desperate need of love. Isn't she just the welfare boss of the novice village? If I win her over, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Just as I was thinking about it, she suddenly reached out and pinched my face. I froze at that moment. She realized it too, cleared her throat twice, and awkwardly explained, don't mind it, you smile a bit like my deceased 2 younger brothers. Who understands family? This excuse is just too lame. But I decided to go along with it and said in a teasing tone, got it. Prince brother can pinch me anytime he wants. Anyway, I have nothing to repay, so I can only sell my looks. I hope Prince brother won't get tired of me. Unbelievably, she actually nodded. She even said I should come every 3 days to pinch her. Hey, doesn't that work out? That day, she was so comfortable that she fell asleep, and by the time she woke up, I had already prepared a table full of dinner for her. The next morning, I was getting ready to go out to the inn, and as I passed the living room, I saw her eating alone. I peeked in to say hello, and she immediately smiled, looking as if spring had arrived, and hurriedly invited me to eat together. That breakfast, wow, what a soup made from river cloud tortoise, pancakes made from 10-year-old beast meat, and eggs from a 100-year-old 3-colored pheasant, a treasure that can only be eaten once a month. She pushed all of it in front of me without batting an eye. I tell you, the way she looks at me is so indulgent. It's not all like how a sister looks at her brother. It makes me feel all goosebumps. Is this girl really that starved for love? This is just the beginning. All I did was give her a massage and cook a meal, and her favorability towards me skyrocketed like a rocket. I quickly finished eating and slipped away. When I arrived at an inn, Master Kong Ming, our tech genius, was already waiting for me. As soon as he saw me, he excitedly said, young master, the soul guiding device blueprint you gave me, I've figured it out. I even made a few inventions on the side. He took out 3 items, a dagger, a crossbow, and a leaf-shaped crystal. The crystal, as soon as I saw it, I knew it was a milk bottle, one that can regenerate mana. Wow, this is technology that wouldn't appear until 10,000 years later, and Master Kong replicated it after just looking at a first-level knowledge book. No, he created it. This technology is simply ahead of its time. We decided at that moment to sell these things to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and make a hefty profit. Then came the exciting weapon testing phase. We found an open space and brought in a few heavily armored giant rhinos with strong defenses. The first item was a dagger called the Blood Sword. Master Kong said it could absorb the user's blood to become stronger. I cut my palm to let it take some blood, and the blade instantly glowed with a hum. Aiming at the hardest shell of a century-old armored rhino, it pierced right through as if cutting tofu. I fed it some more blood and aimed at a 3,000-year-old one, thrusting with all my might. With a ripping sound, it paused for a moment, but still managed to penetrate directly. Everyone was stunned. Master Kong remained calm and said, oh, I just upgraded the materials from the blueprint and added a bit of my own mechanism techniques. It's very simple. Simple my foot. This is clearly genius. Next was the dragon crossbow. Master Kong said this thing was even more powerful, using the dragon tendons from a 5,000-year-old soul beast, along with a bunch of rare ores. I tried it out, and wow, I used all my strength, even activating my first soul skill to enhance my power, just barely managing to pull back the bowstring. I shot an arrow at a stack of rhino armor. Whoosh! The bolt flew so fast, it left only an afterimage, even creating sparks from friction with the air. The power was so great it pierced through the layered armor and flew who knows how far, shooting through several houses on the street in the distance. When Baiyu ran over to collect it, his face turned pale. With such power, even a soul sage would be killed on the spot if they weren't careful. I made the decision on the spot to have Master Kong simplify it and start mass production. The immense wealth was finally about to arrive. I was feeling delighted and returned to the prince's residence with Yi Tianxing. However, as soon as I entered, I sensed that something was off. Xiao stood under the moonlight, her face as cold as ice, and coldly said, "Come to my study." Once we entered the study, she slammed the door shut and stepped closer to me, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Little MuLin, what exactly did you do at that inn today?" I was stunned at that moment. "Prince brother, what happened?" She stared at me and said slowly, "The crossbow bolt you shot almost killed the avalanche. Do you know how serious this is?" My mind went blank with a buzzing sound. An avalanche? The fourth prince? Almost killed by us. I blurted out, "Impossible." Brother Baiyu didn't say anything when he took back the crossbow bolt. "It's over, I let it slip." Xiao Wu narrowed her eyes. "Baiyu, it seems you really know. Spill the beans about your relationship with the Inn of Intervals and your purpose, or else, just for the crime of assassinating a prince, all of you will die." Although she was threatening me, I could tell that she seemed to want to protect me. I quickly steadied my mind and said I needed to consult Mr. Tianqing about this first. To my surprise, she agreed and told me that Baiyu had knocked out the avalanche to retrieve the crossbow bolt, and some people had seen it. She helped to suppress the matter, but the avalanche would wake up tomorrow. By tomorrow at the latest, she coldly said. "Give me a reason that can convince me." I nodded vigorously and quickly slipped out. As soon as I returned to the courtyard, I immediately said to Tianqing, "Hurry, go to an inn and ask Baiyu if he knocked out a particularly flamboyantly dressed guy when he brought back the crossbow bolts. Also, why didn't you say anything sooner?" Tianqing is really efficient at getting things done. He vanished in an instant, as if he had used a teleportation skill. Let me tell you, just while I was waiting for news on the other end in the palace, that little brat who got knocked out by a palm from Baiyu, the fourth prince Shui Peng, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the palace, with maids attending to him, and he was immediately frightened. His first thought was, "It's over. My brother, the crown prince Shui, is finally going to make a move on me." Just imagine, a 6-year-old child, his mind already filled with palace intrigue. He didn't dare to stay there any longer and hurriedly rolled and crawled to have someone prepare a carriage to rush to his royal uncle, Prince Shuisheng's residence. Upon seeing Shuisheng, the kid clung to his leg like he had found his backbone and began to cry. "Uncle, my brother wants to kill me. A crossbow bolt flew right past my ear today. It was so close." Upon hearing this, his uncle Shuisheng was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw, and said, "Are you out of your mind? Kill you? Your brother isn't that stupid. Our Shui family has ancestral rules. No infighting among princes. Your father emphasized this to him 100 times on the first day he became crown prince. But Shui Peng, this kid, didn't he understand any of that. He was convinced that the crown prince wanted to harm him. He insisted that the arrow was shot from an inn and that the person who knocked him out was also from that inn. He demanded that his uncle take people to raid the inn. When Shuisheng heard about an inn, he furrowed his brows. He knew this place was unusual, with chefs and security being sole emperors. They couldn't just barge in. After pondering for a moment, he said, "No rush, this inn is complicated. We'll wait for your Uncle Lin to come back before we act. We need to gather more people." While the royal uncle and nephew were whispering, I, Tianqing, returned. The situation was pretty much as I had guessed. Baiyu said he indeed saw a little brat almost hit by a crossbow bolt, which scared him silly. When that kid came to his senses, he pointed at Baiyu and started shouting and making a fuss. Baiyu found him too noisy and casually knocked him out. At that moment, I could only facepalm. Who understands a family situation? Things had gone awry now. My crossbow arrow was an unintentional mistake. But Baiyu really did land a solid hit on the prince. That guy, Tianqing, is still bragging, saying there's nothing to fear from the Heaven Do Empire. With just one poison Douluo on the surface, and he's the weakest Title Douluo, the two of us could easily take him down together. I tell you, Yixinzing has been deceived by some fan fiction, thinking that the Tiando Empire is weak, especially that so-called master, Yu Xiaojiang, is simply the biggest academic joke of 2025. His theory that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, is so filled with motivational nonsense that it's almost crowing. Pure nonsense. In this world, the quality of martial souls determines everything, okay? You take a blue silvergrass to hit the Haotian hammer, and see who gives you a hit? And what he says about plant-type soul rings being able to absorb animal-type soul rings, and animal-type soul rings being able to absorb plant-type soul rings. Come on, isn't that just like saying when a person is hungry, they need to eat? It's just nonsense. Any soul master with a bit of common sense knows this. But no one would recommend doing that, because the attributes don't match, and absorbing the soul skills would just make you useless. This guy just mixes a bunch of common knowledge with a bit of his own imagination, packages it up, and dares to call it one of the 10 core theories. Really, I could do it too. Criticism aside, the current mess has to be cleaned up. Directly confronting the Tiando Empire is definitely not an option. Their foundation is no joke. After discussing with Yishinzing, we decided to take the initiative and go find the crown Prince Shueqinghe to explain things. We stayed up all night, coordinating our statements, and crafted a seamless narrative. The next day, we went straight to the crown prince's study. Shueqinghe, also known as Qianren Shui, was sitting there with an incredibly stable aura. She got straight to the point. Let's talk. What is your relationship with the Inn of Intervals? Why did you shoot Avalanche? I quickly brought out the story that the two of us had crafted. I said that Yi Tianxing and his group were from a hidden sect in the sea, and they had come to the mainland because they encountered a rampage of evil soul masters and soul beasts. Yi Tianxing was seriously injured, and I saved him. Later, it was discovered that my martial soul was similar to that of an elder from their sect, possessing exceptional talent, so I was taken as a disciple. The people in that and were all sent by my future master to protect me. As soon as I said this nonsense, the prince's eyes on the other side instantly became sharp. She directly shot back at me, her voice rising by 8 degrees. The sea? Evil soul masters? Are you kidding me? The eradication of evil soul masters is a mission ingrained in the very bones of the spirit hall. Generations of popes have sacrificed themselves for this. Are you telling me there are fish that slip through the net in the sea? Yi Tianxing's temper flared up as well, and he retorted with a stiff neck. That's the continent. The spirit hall's reach hasn't extended to the sea yet. Seeing these two about to argue, I quickly stepped in to mediate, grabbing Qianren Shui and giving her my innocent 6-year-old face. Oh, Prince Brother, don't get so worked up. You're the one who came from the sea. What does he know? But speaking of which, Prince Brother, how do you know so much about the spirit hall? You're so knowledgeable. Only then did she realize she almost let something slip, and her expression was something else. She quickly cleared her throat a couple of times and brought the topic back. Ahem. After all, the spirit hall is the sacred place for soul masters, and I admire their noble deeds. Please continue. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself as I continued to weave the story. In the end, to prove that we weren't trying to kill Shui Feng, I even took out a few soul-guided devices and explained to her that it was just an accident. Just as I was engaging in a battle of wits with Qianren Shui, on the other side, the powerful ally that the Snow Star Prince was waiting for. His strongest subordinate, Lin Zhe, returned. As soon as Lin Zhe arrived at the prince's residence, he saw Shui Feng's sorrowful face. The Snow Star Prince immediately pulled him into the study and exaggeratedly recounted the events, directly labeling it as a deliberate murder of the prince by the inn. This old fellow was clearly trying to use this excuse to test the inn's foundation and, at the same time, to give a warning to the crown prince, whom he suspected was connected to us. Consequently, a soul master Lin Zhe, along with 3 soul saints, Yin Axe, Shadowcat, and Steel Rod, along with Shui Feng and a crowd of people stormed to the entrance of the inn. The guy named Yin Axe stepped forward, unleashed his soul power, and shouted with a voice that shook the heavens. Where's the owner of the inn? The prince has arrived. Come out and receive him. Inside the inn, Lan Feng sensed the lineup outside, chuckled, and said, 1 soul master and 3 soul saints? I want to go out, just the right opportunity to see your true abilities. Well, the big shot is watching the show while we do the work. Old man Kong Ming, along with Chef Dong Xiang, security guard Lei Yi, and MuLin went outside. Bai Yu, on the other hand, hid in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. When the Snow Star Prince saw that Bai Yu, who had knocked out Shui Feng, was not among those who came out, he directly signaled to his subordinate Yin Axe. Yin Axe understood and revealed his martial soul, a large axe engulfed in flames, with 7 soul rings dazzlingly bright, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 soul saint. He stepped forward to push aside the security guard Lei Yi, who was blocking the way. But what happened? Our security guard Lei Yi, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, stood like a wall, not moving an inch. He looked down at the 9-meter-tall Yin Axe and said in a deep voice, Shorty, do you think you can just enter the inn? This one remark about being short completely broke Yin Axe's defenses, and he was ready to fight. Lei Yi, unyielding, unleashed his martial soul. Wind and thunder warhammer. Yellow, purple, purple. Black, black, black. 6 rings. Family. That's a leap in rank. The onlookers exploded in excitement. How can a security guard from an inn be this fierce? Although Yin Axe was shocked, relying on his status as a soul saint and his martial soul's true form, he hardly took a soul emperor seriously, arrogantly saying, I want to bully you. Let that fat guy next to you join you. The fat guy he referred to was our chef, Dong Xiang. Old man Kong Ming nodded, and Dong Xiang cheerfully stepped up, revealing his martial soul recipe. Although he had no soul rings, The color of the pages was recognizable to those who understood, also yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Another ruthless one who had absorbed beyond his level. Now, the faces of the Snow Star Prince and Lin Zhe turned green. But since they had already brought people, they had no choice but to act. To show off, Yanax even said, "I'll give you 3 moves." Let me tell you, the opportunity has come. Dong Xiang, that fat guy, chuckled as he flipped through the recipe in his hands. 3rd soul skill, powerful chicken leg. 5th soul skill, attribute sausage. With a whoosh, he accurately airdropped them into Lei Yi's hands. Lei Yi took a bite of each, and after finishing, his muscles bulged. His strength and attributes surged by more than 70%. His momentum instantly exploded. He raised his war hammer with both hands and shouted, "Catch this, 1st move. 3rd soul skill, wind, thunder, forging soul." I tell you, that big hammer with wind and thunder effects is just like it has been blessed. It appeared right in front of Xiao Wu's face in an instant. The onlookers were dumbfounded, saying, "Wow, this guy must be an agility attacker, right? His teleportation is smoother than mine. But brother, it looks fast from the outside, but from Xiao Wu's perspective inside, that hammer is freaking huge. It's like a wide-angle lens, filling the entire field of vision." He was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and he instinctively shouted his 5th soul skill, called Flame Light Shield. What happened? In the bright midday sun, that shield was as fragile as potato chips, and with a snap, it shattered. Lei saw this and thought, "Oh, you dare to lose focus?" He immediately unleashed his 4th soul skill, Wind Thunderstrike. That guy's power doubled as he smashed down on the broken shield. Xiao Wu watched helplessly as his shield shattered like glass, and the hammer was about to crack his skull the next second. Just at that critical moment, whoosh, a shadow pulled him away, saving his life. This really pissed off our old man, Kong Ming. He slammed his cane on the ground and directly blasted at Prince Xuesheng, saying, "I say, Your Highness, isn't your subordinate a bit too reckless? Can't take a loss, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, the magic array under his feet buzzed to life, and soul rings began to rise one after another. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 7 rings. Old man Kong Ming's aura was fully unleashed, and he loudly declared, "Kong Ming, level 77 Assault System Soul Sage. Today, let me, the old man, teach your people a good lesson on behalf of your highness." Goodness, the people on the other side were almost wide-eyed. Another one, another monster absorbing soul rings beyond his level. They were all wondering, what kind of mysterious organization is this in? Why does everyone seem to have cheats? Lei Yi, that big guy is one thing, but even that cook Dong Xiang is like this, and now even an old man is so incredible. Prince Xuesheng's mind was racing. He knew that the kid named MuLin was also mixed in with these people and was another freak who absorbed soul rings beyond his level. No, this secret must be obtained. He immediately signaled his level 81 soul Douluo, Lin Zhe. "Lin Zhe, listen, capture this old man alive for me later. You understand." Lin Zhe felt bitter. He understood too well. It was all for the secret of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level. But saying it is easy. As an 81 level soul Douluo standing in front of this 77 level Kong Ming, the pressure felt like a mountain. But the prince had spoken. What could he do? However, the old fox Xuesheng was also cautious and didn't let Lin Zhe charge directly. Instead, he pointed to 2 younger brothers. "Ingjiu, Gang Yun, you two, go scout ahead." Those 2 were a 75 level agility attacker and a 74 level assault attacker, both soul sages, and they stepped forward. Old man Kong Ming saw this and laughed, thinking the soul Douluo was going to take the field himself, but it turned out he sent 2 little soldiers to deliver. Without turning his head, he shouted Dong Xiang, "Come help out too. Since they have 2, we should have 2 as well. Let's play fair." Ingjiu and Gang Yin turned pale, thinking we 2 soul sages are going to fight you alone, and you want to bring a food system soul emperor? What will we do if this gets out? But with so many people watching, they felt embarrassed to refuse. Just as Dong Xiang was getting ready, the 2 suddenly launched a sneak attack. They shouted, "Old man, take this," and simultaneously activated their 3rd and 4th soul skills, one creating countless clones and the other transforming his stick into a dragon's head, rushing up together. And guess what? Old man Kong Ming didn't even lift an eyelid. He slammed his cane down, and his 3rd and 4th soul rings lit up. From the ground magic array, a silver crescent stone shot up, along with a giant wolf, pure silver in color, with a moon mark on its forehead. I was dumbfounded watching from the side. The one called Lin Zhe was the first to shout. "That's a moonstone. It's a domain, a top-tier soul beast that inherently carries the moonlight domain." Brother, that scene was incredible. The The moonstone flew into the air, scattering silver light, directly enveloping the entire area. That moon wolf, under the moonlight, had its first shining and let out a long howl. A woo, sonic attack. Moreover, the manual stated that under the moonlight, this move cannot be defended against. Seeing that those two unlucky guys were about to be taken out, Lin Zhe panicked and instantly activated his 6th soul skill, conjuring a shield in front of them. But that wasn't enough. While blocking, he yelled, "Run, run." He even added a speed buff to those two. But who understood? It was too late. They had stood under the moonlight for too long and had already been locked on. The moonstone, having built up its powerful move, directly unleashed 2 energy beams that shot through Ying Jiao and Gang Yun's hearts. The two didn't even make a sound and went down on the spot. Prince Xuesheng, watching from behind, trembled all over, his face turning pale. Those were 2 soul saints. Just like that, they were gone. He pointed at Kong Ming, his voice trembling. "You dare to kill them." Kong Ming, acting oblivious, innocently said, "Oh dear, Your Highness, you can't blame me for that. Those were 2 soul saints. And I'm just an old man. How could I hold back? Who knew they were so fragile that they would go down in one hit?" Blamame, blamame. This mockery was infuriating. Prince Xuesheng was on the verge of a stroke, roaring at Lin Zhe. "Lin Zhe, kill him for me. I want him dead." To make Lin Zhe fight harder, he added, "Kill him, and my treasure vault is yours." Upon hearing treasure vault, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. He had heard there were soul bones inside. He thought to himself, this old man just used a big move. He must be exhausted, and I'm a soul Douluo. I have the advantage. He immediately agreed. "All right, I will definitely kill this person." Lin Zhe stepped forward, opening the book of his martial soul, releasing the aura of an 81-level soul, Douluo. On Kong Ming's side, he leisurely took the restorative potion that Dong Xiang handed him and drank it, while the two chatted in front of everyone, discussing how good the ginseng soup was. Goodness, this operation infuriated Lin Zhe. It felt like he was being treated as air. He roared, "Old man, take this." He activated his 1st and 2nd soul skills simultaneously, instantly summoning a set of golden armor and a golden longsword in his hand. Although this guy seemed like a bookworm, he was actually a melee powerhouse. He cast a speed buff on himself and zipped right in front of the moon wolf puppet, stabbing it with his sword, then stylishly left the sword embedded in the moon wolf's body and jumped back. Kong Ming furrowed his brows, sensing something wasn't right. Sure enough, Lin Zhe flipped through his martial soul book and shouted, "Secret technique, true word explosion." Boom! That imposing moon wolf instantly exploded into a pile of parts from the inside. Lin Zhe thought he had succeeded. He had read that for summoning soul masters, when their summoned object dies, they would suffer a huge backlash, feeling immense pain. He believed the old man must be in agony now, making it the perfect opportunity to ambush. Little did he know, while he was playing with information gaps, he was the one with 2G internet. He had no idea that Kong Ming wasn't using summoning techniques, but puppet techniques. When the puppet exploded, at most he would feel some regret for the materials, but nothing would happen to him. Kong Ming played along, pretending to be in pain, bending over. Lin Zhe saw this and took the bait. Good opportunity. He charged at full speed and activated his 5th soul skill, True Word, Suppression, intending to pin Kong Ming in place and take him out in one go. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, Kong Ming's mouth curled into a grin. The 5th and 6th soul rings, shining with a dark glow, suddenly erupted with blinding light. Roar! Woo! With 2 loud crashes. A half-mechanical giant white tiger and a turtle puppet the size of a mountain appeared out of thin air. Lin Zhe's suppression skill managed to restrain Kong Ming's body, but it did not control his consciousness. Kong Ming's consciousness instantly descended upon the turtle and, with a swift move, unleashed a heavy pressure of Xian water. Lin Zhe felt as if he had been thrown into a 10,000-meter deep sea, unable to move. He watched helplessly as the giant white tiger's claw, gleaming with cold light, came crashing down toward his head. Stop! Just then a loud shout came. A man even sturdier than Lei Yi descended from the sky, his body surrounded by purple lightning, and with his fists crossed, he forcibly blocked the white tiger's claw. The newcomer was Yin Cheng, the captain of the Tiando City Guard Army, an 84-level soul Douluo. He immediately wanted to mediate, urging everyone not to fight in the city. Prince Xuesheng, however, would not back down, immediately accusing that an inn was harboring the assailants who attacked the prince. Upon hearing this, Yin Cheng realized the situation was serious and could only grit his teeth and ask Kong Ming to step aside, allowing them to search. The atmosphere instantly became tense again. with Kong Ming's 7 soul rings starting to vibrate wildly, clearly ready to face off against the 84-level soul Douluo. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, everyone, stop." I turned around and saw MuLin coming. He was accompanied by Yi Tianxing and the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, ShootsHis. Wow, the Crown Prince is here in person. What a scene. When Yin Chang saw the Crown Prince arrive, he immediately withdrew his martial soul and respectfully bowed. ShootsHis was also a tough character. With just a few words, he resolved the situation. He smiled at Prince ShootsHis and said, "Ah, third uncle. It was all a misunderstanding. I asked Master Kongming to create a new weapon and accidentally almost hurt Brother Shuebong. I will definitely punish him later." Though he was apologizing, his eyes were sharp, staring directly at ShootsHis. What could ShootsHis do? With the Crown Prince personally coming to defend him, he could only swallow his grievances and leave in a dejected manner. Once everyone had dispersed, we entered the inn. Only then did MuLin introduce that the Crown Prince was his sworn brother. Old Master Kongming understood immediately. He was one of their own. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, disguised as ShootsHis, was also in turmoil inside. Her mind was racing, analyzing the food-type soul skill that absorbs, at a higher level, this unheard-of puppet-type soul master. And just what kind of terrifying sect was behind MuLin? An overseas sect? Impossible. There is only Sea God Island over the ocean. It must be those legendary hidden forces that have inherited from ancient times and have even produced deities. She recalled her grandfather Title Douluos saying that there are some forces left behind by the gods on the continent, each with a limit Douluo to oversee them. For example, the Golden God faction, which integrates offense and defense and maximizes gold attributes. And considering MuLin's martial soul, the Golden Heart, it's exactly like that, isn't it? If MuLin's sect really is a divine force, then things could get complicated. Let me tell you, this is not just complicated. It's simply beyond me. If it were really a divine power, what use would my little tricks be? Their background is tougher than my grandpa's. Should I just go head first to subdue them? So, I decisively changed my approach at that time. If I can't beat them, I'll collaborate. I went straight to that guy named Kongming and said directly, "Mr. Kongming, stop playing with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Come work with my Heavenly Battle Empire. The price will definitely satisfy you." Kongming was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. I had helped them out before, and I was after their soul guiding technology. This all started a few hours earlier. At that time, I caught MuLin and asked him why he wanted to shoot an avalanche with a crossbow. The little brat just chuckled and pulled out 3 small toys from his pocket, claiming they were lost soul guiding devices. I took a look, and wow, there was a small broken sword, a crossbow that looked like a toy, and one, I'm not joking, a mini baby bottle. I thought to myself, are you kidding me? You want to shoot an avalanche with this? MuLin saw that I didn't believe him and said, "Big brother the prince. Why not try in the backyard?" "Fine, let us give it a try." In the backyard, I called over a subordinate named Chu Tianxian, a defense-type soul emperor, tough as nails. I first took that little sword called Blood Sword, infused it with soul power, and aimed it at Chu Tianxuan's arm. Guess what? With a sizzle, it actually broke through his defense. Although it only scratched the skin, this was a soul emperor. Chu Tianxian was shocked himself, shouting for me to do it again because he wanted to use his soul skill. I was thinking this thing is called a blood sword. Does it need blood? So I deliberately cut my palm to let the sword soak in my blood. The next second, the sword burst out with brilliant golden light. So holy, my heart sank. Oh no, I'm done for. My 6-winged angel martial soul's underwear is almost exposed. Family who understands. Revealing my identity in front of a 6-year-old child made me want to kill. But there was no choice. The show had to go on. I gritted my teeth, took this dazzling golden sword, and thrust it again, stab. This time it went straight into Chu Tianxuan's shoulder, much easier than before. This thing is simply a deadly weapon. Even I, a soul master, can injure a top-level soul emperor with it. As for that crossbow, MuLin said he almost pierced an avalanche with it. When I heard that, I got even more excited and immediately had my subordinate take it to Elder Shilong, the Title Douluos, to test its power. Then, I immediately grabbed MuLin's little hand and started painting a big picture for him. "Little MuLin, look how good your brother is to you. This soul guide technology. Don't you want to collaborate with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Don't. They might have money, but their hearts are dark. They have the most auxiliary soul masters and need this thing the most. In the end, they might kidnap you for the technology. Stick with your brother. Collaborate with the Heaven Do Empire, the national team. You understand? I guarantee you won't get scammed." You know what? This kid was quite savvy. He probably figured out too. Although his few protectors were powerful, Their reputation wasn't prominent enough to hold down those old foxes from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Collaborating with the Heaven Do Empire would actually be less risky. So he made a decision on the spot, saying, okay, but we have to provide the materials ourselves. And then he said he would take me to meet the master who makes soul guides. On the other side, the test results for my 2 Title Douluos subordinates also came out. Good heavens, that little crossbow, under Elder Shilong's soul power activation, shot an arrow that directly pierced through the hand of another Title Douluo, the Blood Elder. Although that crossbow was instantly wasted after one use, its power was enough to make anyone's heart race. I thought, if this were made with materials from a 10,000-year soul beast and combined with rare minerals, wouldn't even a soul sage be able to slay a god? My subordinate, Chu Tianxian, came to me and said, "Young master, your identity has been exposed. That guy saw your divine golden light. Should I take care of him?" I was furious and scolded him. "What are you talking about? What do you mean take care of him? My plan for the soul guiding device hasn't even started yet, and you want to crush it in the cradle?" Later, I followed MuLin to find that master, and halfway there, we saw a giant white tiger and a Xiao Wu suddenly leap out from the direction of their inn, as if they were in a show like Ultraman fighting small monsters. MuLin said that was his master's soul skill and that something happened at the inn. I was puzzled, wondering what kind of soul skill this was. Summoning type? Is that what your summoned beasts look like? With a white tiger and a Xiao Wu out? And you tell me you're from a maritime sect? Are you kidding me? Anyway, I stepped in and stopped the group of people led by Prince Xueshing, and then naturally met Kong Ming to finalize the cooperation. Because the high-end goods were too costly and the materials were hard to find, we eventually decided to let Kong Ming first develop a youth version for mass equipping of the troops. And just like that, a year passed. Let me tell you, this year MuLin shot up like a rocket, zooming right up to level 30. I arranged for him to stay in the prince's residence, so I could observe him anytime. The prince brother passed by his courtyard every day, and I just happened to catch him finishing his training, glowing with golden light, that little body. He really trains hard. The most ridiculous thing, do you know? His broken system actually popped up an achievement called Corrupted Angel. At that moment, I felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, a pure and pristine beauty like me, corrupted by a 7-year-old brat? Where can I seek justice for this? He was there analyzing it thoroughly. He suspects there are 2 possibilities. The first is that once I was thirsty and accidentally drank the divine water he was experimenting with, which contains his golden soul power, possibly tainting my angelic bloodline. The second possibility is even more outrageous. He thinks I fell in love with him, and love has made me impure. Am I going to fall for a little brat who hasn't even weaned yet? Although, that little brat really is quite handsome. Anyway, this matter became a mystery, and MuLin didn't bother thinking about it anymore, preparing to get his 3rd soul ring. So we went together to that inn. Let me tell you, it has changed drastically after a year. It used to be an ordinary inn, but now goodness. Even the waiters serving tea and water are soul masters, and there are even Soul King level experts acting as security at the entrance. The lineup is absolutely impressive. Later, I found out that it was the Yi family, which possesses the top-tier healing martial soul 9-heart begonia. Their young lady, Yi Lingling, has taken a person named MuLin in the inn as her master, so the entire Yi family has become the backing of this inn. Who would dare to cause trouble? Moreover, the masters in the inn, like Lei, Yi, and Kong Ming, are all monsters capable of challenging above their level. Now, all the talented youths from across the continent are trying to squeeze in to become their apprentices. It's incredibly competitive. Even the kitchen is filled with food system soul masters, all eagerly hoping that a master named Dongxiang will take them as disciples. Putting aside the apprentices, let me tell you, the big shots in the inn are currently holding a secret meeting. As soon as I walked in, wow, the inner hall was packed with people, and the atmosphere was incredibly serious. Master Lei and a few others were there. Even Mr. Lan Feng, who always held a wine gourd while reading, was present. Everyone sat in unison, and all eyes were on Bai Yu, like spotlights shining on him. Bai Yu was sweating from the intense gaze and quickly waved his hands, saying, Hey, don't look at me like that. Don't worry, everything has been taken care of. I've arranged everything clearly for the young master and Linger's soul beasts. Let me tell you, Yulinger has also reached level 40, and she is just waiting for this wave to go hunt for soul beasts together. But the soul beast she wants is extremely picky. It has to be a 10,000-year level spirit type, preferably one that can manipulate emotions. Where are we supposed to find that? Old Master Kong was the first to express his concern, stroking his beard and asking, Bai Yu, you better not fool us. Don't you know how high the quality requirements are for the young master and Linger's soul rings? Don't just find something that's close enough and come back with it. Baiyu smirked, feeling particularly proud. Old Kong, don't worry. The young Master S will definitely be explosive, and Linger S will surely be an emotional type 10,000-year soul beast. He cleared his throat and, like a storyteller, said, "What I found for the young master is called Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion. Old Kong, have you heard of it?" As soon as that name came out, the reactions in the room were all different. Master Lei and the others looked dumbfounded, while Kong Ming and Sister MuLin frowned, seeming to have some impression but unable to recall it. But guess what? Yi Tianxing and Lan Feng, these two top-tier big shots, immediately stood up and shouted in unison. "What the heck? Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion? Are you sure?" The commotion startled all of us. I'm curious too, so I'll ask, Tianxing, Mr. Lan Feng, what's the story behind this lion? Look how excited you all are. Yi Tianxing took a deep breath, pointed at Lan Feng, and said, "Ask him. He's the living dictionary of soul beasts. All I know is that in my time, this thing was a true Dominator soul beast." As soon as the words Dominator soul beast came out, the whole place gasped. Does anyone understand what it means to be a Dominator in ancient times? It means that in a forest, it had the final say, with a starting strength of 500,000 years, a super big shot. The races that could become Dominators had bloodlines that were far ahead of others. At this moment, Old Master Kongming also slapped his thigh, remembering. He had seen it in ancient texts. The Golden Flame Ring Lion, top-tier fire, dual gold attribute. Moreover, it has a heaven-defying passive ability that allows it to use the gold attribute as fuel for the fire attribute, enabling it to face off against a 100,000-year soul beast with just 10,000 years of cultivation. Master Lei Yi's eyes were about to pop out. Is this for real? 10,000 years against 100,000 years? Isn't that equivalent to a soul king challenging a Title Douluo? It's like cheating. I quickly corrected him, saying that soul beasts are different from soul masters. But it's still quite absurd. I turned to Lan Feng, conveying the message, "Boss, please give us some knowledge." Lan Feng nodded and began his professional explanation. That's right. The most aspect of this lion lies in the ring in its name. That ring can convert all its metallic power into fuel, allowing its flames to instantly reach the level of extreme fire. Moreover, this ring can store energy, can heal, and can self-detonate. It's simply a moving energy block. So, a 10,000-year-old Golden Flame Ring Lion, aside from being a bit slow, has attack, defense, recovery, and energy intensity all at the level of 100,000 years. He paused, looking at Baiyu. "How many years is the one you found?" Baiyu chuckled. "Over 6,000 years. I saw that its ring has turned 6/10 dark gold. It can't be wrong." Upon hearing this, Lan Feng nodded in satisfaction and said to me, "Young master, this old beast is a perfect match for you. You major in metal attributes, and so does it. It can give you an attack method comparable to extreme fire. It's simply tailor-made for you." As soon as I heard it, I got excited. Isn't this just filling in my shortcomings? Who would dare say that I only know physical attacks? Once I sorted mine out, everyone turned their attention to Baiyu, as if to say, "What about Linger?" Baiyu shrugged. "As for Linger, to be honest, I don't know her either." "If you don't know her, then what are you talking about?" "Master Lei," he exclaimed. "Although I don't know her, I've experienced it myself." Baiyu, feeling unconvinced, began his performance. Let me tell you, that guy Baiyu described it so vividly. It was like a movie. He said he found a strange mist in the starry forest, and relying on his high skills and boldness, he just charged right in. The mist was eerie, filled with the skeletal remains of soul beasts, and it got larger the deeper he went, even having a skeleton as big as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just when he was about to come out, he suddenly got caught. In the blink of an eye, he saw Sister MuLin and Ling Er lying on the ground covered in blood. He was so overwhelmed at that moment that he let out a roar and rushed forward. As a result, whoosh, a blade flew past his scalp, nearly splitting his head open. He said he got goosebumps all over, unleashed all his soul skills, even used his trump card, and barely escaped with his life. When he managed to escape and looked back, he realized that the troublemaker was a colorful butterfly. The butterfly's wings were as sharp as blades, and its eye colors kept changing, making him feel uneasy, so he hurriedly fled. After he finished, he looked at Lan Feng eagerly. "Mr. Lan Feng, what the heck is that?" Lan Feng frowned tightly. "From your description, it sounds like the 9-colored illusion butterfly. It's the ancestor of illusionists. 1 color represents a century, 3 colors a millennium, and 5 colors represent 10,000 years. The 5 colors indicate that this thing is at least 10,000 years old, but the upper limit could be 50,000 years. Does anyone understand?" 10,000 to 50,000 years. Is this like opening a blind box? What if we end up with a 50,000-year-old one? Wouldn't our team get wiped out right there? Baiyu also knew this wasn't reliable. So he quickly said, I'm also afraid of the age being too high, so I found a backup for Ling Air. A 10,000-year-old cold abyss on the other side is also a mood-type spiritual attribute soul beast. Although it's not as powerful, it's more stable. Ling Air understood and nodded in agreement with the backup plan. After all, such soul beasts are too rare, so finding one is already a good deal. Then everyone set out. The indirectly closed down, beautifully named distance creates beauty, allowing those foodies in Heavendo City to miss Master Dongxiang's cooking. A grand total of 9 people, 3 horse-drawn carriages, directly headed towards the starry forest. On the way, those blind robbers didn't even need us to intervene. Just the imposing presence of Lei, Yi, and Baiyu, the 2 soul emperors driving the carriages, scared the opponents into submission. Upon reaching the outskirts of the starry forest, we rested for the night. The next day, Baiyu's intelligence network reported that the position of the Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion hadn't changed. So, our group of 9 set off boldly into the depths of the forest. But as soon as we arrived at the location, Lan Feng's ears perked up, and he suddenly reached out to stop us. There are people hunting souls ahead. Baiyu panicked, damn. Isn't this the territory where the Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion is active? Let us go. Someone's trying to cut in. Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed. This was the soul ring I had reserved. How could I let someone else snatch it? Just as we were about to rush forward, old Kong Ming stopped us, saying with composure, Wait, Mr. Lan Feng and Yi Tianxing, don't reveal yourselves yet. Hide and act as trump cards. I'll take Lei, Yi, and the others to scout the situation first. We followed the old man Kong Ming, and after circling around a patch of woods, we indeed saw a group of people ahead. A cocky little brat, accompanied by 2 old men, was attacking a lion engulfed in golden flames. One of the old men with snake-like eyes spotted us and shouted directly, What do you want? Get back to where you came from. As he spoke, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and more shone brightly, revealing him to be a soul sage. The little brat behind him was even more arrogant, stepping forward with his chin almost pointing to the sky. Now, right now, scram. I am Ning Ke, the 3rd son of Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I'm giving you a chance, get lost. My family members, who understands? At that moment, I thought, Ning Fengji? I know your elder sister Ning Rongrong. Where did this 3rd son come from? Isn't he some kind of wild relative? However, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is indeed formidable, being one of the top 3 sects, with 2 Title Douluos stationed there. But that golden flame lion was too important to me. It was my 3rd soul ring, crucial for my future development. How can I let it go? I steeled my heart and decisively ordered in a low voice, Do it, kill them. Leave no one alive. As soon as I finished speaking, Master Dongxiang immediately launched the attack. 2nd soul skill, acceleration dumpling. 3rd soul skill, power chicken leg. 5th soul skill, attribute sausage. Various buff foods were stuffed into Lei, Yi, and Baiyu's hands as if they were free. The 2 old men on the opposite side were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, Are these people crazy? Don't they know we are from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? If one of us escapes and reports back, just wait for the 2 Title Douluos to chase you to the ends of the earth. Another soul saint with the eagle martial soul, who was entangled with a lion, flew back and shouted fiercely, Are you sure you want to make a move? We are 2 soul saints. If one of us gets away, none of you will survive. In fact, they were bluffing. On our side, we had Kong Ming as soul saint along with Lei Yi Baiyu Dongxiang, and MuLin for soul emperors. If a real fight broke out, they had no chance of winning. That old man was still using me and Ling Air as hostages. Threatening, you still have 2 children that need protection. I laughed at that moment and shouted, Kill them. Leave none alive. Tianxing, stop hiding. Come out and work to prevent them from stealing our base. Tianxing instantly appeared beside me. Although he didn't activate his martial soul, the aura of a soul saint directly pressured the opponents to the point where they couldn't catch their breath. The 2 old men on the other side turned pale. They didn't expect that we also had a soul saint hidden on our side. Are you really willing to go down together? I directly mocked. Fish will die, but the net will not break. Move. With a command, Sister MuLin's silver needle struck first, bestowing buffs on Kong Ming, Lei Yi, and Baiyu. Lei Yi, having eaten a chicken leg, charged forward with his war hammer roaring with wind and thunder, shouting, Old thing on the other side, hurry up and die. The old man with the snake martial spirit steeled himself to face the challenge. While Baiyu flickered his figure and flanked from another direction, taunting, "Old thing. Let little grandpa see how much weight you, a soul sage, really have." On the other side, Grandpa Kongming directly confronted the soul sage Bai Heng of the Kanjing. Both were level 77, and they faced each other with a standoff. Bai Heng was also a tough guy, knowing he would be doomed if held back. He immediately activated his ultimate move, 7th Soul Skill, True Form of the Kanjing. Instantly, a massive blue Kanjing, as big as a small mountain, appeared in the sky, exuding an intimidating presence. Grandpa Kongming merely sneered at this. Opening True Form? Who can't do that? He didn't even use his own. Instead, he unleashed his soul power, activating his 5th Soul Skill, White Tiger, 6th Soul Skill, Xiao Wu. Two enormous puppets, whose auras were comparable to 80,000-year-old soul beasts, appeared out of thin air. But that wasn't all. Grandpa Kongming felt it wasn't enough, and took out all his secret treasures. 1st Soul Skill, Mount a Moving Bear. 2nd Soul Skill, Rock Snake. 3rd Soul Skill, Moonstone. 4th Soul Skill, Moonwolf. With a swish, a puppet legion instantly appeared around him. Finally, his 7th soul ring shone brightly. 7th Soul Skill, Puppet True Form. The power of all puppets instantly doubled, their auras skyrocketing. The auras of the White Tiger and Xiao Wu approached 100,000 years. Good heavens, he directly summoned a zoo on the spot. The two soul sages opposite turned pale. Wanted to kneel and beg for mercy right there. "Big brother, we were wrong. We swear by the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. We will definitely not cause you trouble." Ning Ke was so scared that his legs went weak, unable to stand steady. As a result, I ignored them and coldly said, "Mr. Kongming, leave no survivors." Once those words were spoken, the enemies were pushed to a dead end. The Kanjing soul sage Bai Heng, who had already lost a wing to the White Tiger puppet, knew he wouldn't survive today. He glanced back at the stunned Ning Ke and growled at his companion. "Sushi, I'm going all out. You take the opportunity to bring young master San away." After saying that, he turned to Ning Ke, dramatically delivering his last words, expressing his hopes that Ning Ke would treat his wife and children well upon returning. Ning Ke's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Bai Heng took a deep breath, his eyes turning wild, and howled to the sky, "You all get lost." In the next second, all his soul rings lit up simultaneously, unleashing all the soul skills he had learned throughout his life, all aimed at Kongming's puppet legion. This was a desperate gamble. Let me tell you, what he's doing isn't playing with his life. It's practically a suicidal charge. The old man named Bai Heng, right? His entire body lit up with soul rings, transforming him into a gigantic azure eagle. He only had one wing and charged straight at Kongming's puppet army. The momentum made it feel like the entire sky was parting for him, with the wind blowing in his favor. And guess what happened? Old Kongming didn't even raise an eyebrow. He immersed his consciousness directly into his most prized puppet, the great Xiao Wu. Let me tell you, that thing is his masterpiece. He boasts that it can take on 100,000 soul beasts in a one-on-one fight. Suddenly, the Xiao Wu puppet buzzed, and a gigantic phantom emerged, roaring at the single-winged eagle in the sky. The sound wave was incredible. The eagle trembled midair. In that split second, the giant snake on the Xiao Wu's back shot out like lightning, biting down precisely on the eagle's neck. And then, it was gone. Seriously, folks, who understands? 1 second, it was a majestic eagle ready to destroy everything. And the next second, poof, it vanished. The old man Bai Heng fell from the sky like a broken sack. When he hit the ground, he was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as his companion, Sushi, was being ground into the dirt by our White Tiger, Moonwolf, and Moonstone puppets. The young master he was desperately trying to protect, Ning Ke, had already been bitten to death by the Rock Snake puppet. As for that Golden Flame Ring Lion, it was also held down by our Mount a Moving Bear, covered in injuries, just waiting for us to deliver the finishing blow. Bai Heng's expression at that moment was one of utter despair. He knew it was all over. He couldn't protect the young master, and his family would suffer too. It was only in his final moments that he realized, if we dared to move against one soul sage, then we definitely had the power of a second soul sage behind us. Sadly, it was too late. In the next second, the Xiao Wu and White Tiger finished them off cleanly. Then, Kongming dragged the severely injured Golden Flame Ring Lion in front of MuLin, making his intentions clear. "Young master, your experience package has arrived. Please sign for it." MuLin was also a tough character. He drew his sword and prepared to strike. The lioness' eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, staring at him fiercely. But MuLin didn't pay it any mind, probably thinking, "Are you even human? If you're not human, I don't care about your feelings. With one swing of his sword, a purple 1,000-year soul ring floated out. Then MuLin sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb it. Let me tell you, this process wasn't smooth. The lion died, too aggrieved, its resentment soaring, causing golden flames to erupt from MuLin's body as if he were about to spontaneously combust. However, he was, after all, a veteran of 2 lifetimes, with all kinds of cheats like the Golden Body Secret and Tai Soul Decision. What could a lion do against him? Before long, the soul ring was absorbed completely. When MuLin opened his eyes again, the entire venue fell silent. 3 soul rings slowly rose around him. Red, purple, purple. The first ring was from 100,000 years. But that's not all. Behind his head floated a circular ring burning with golden flames, looking like a deity. Old Kong Ming was the first to react, pointing at that halo with a trembling voice. That S. An external soul bone. MuLin smiled slightly. His aura instantly elevated. That S, right? It's a protective type. We gathered around him, staring at that blood-red first soul ring and that flashy golden halo, which was almost blinding. Once he retracted the special effects, the soul ring disguised itself as a normal yellow-purple. Just then, I looked up and saw Yu Linger staring at him with sparkling eyes, her meaning very clear. Little brother, it's time to summon your third guardian and show it to sister. MuLin didn't waste any words and silently called out to the system. He was still complaining, saying that he only had 3 rings, so the summon guardian would probably be around level 91 to 94, not comparable to Yu Linger's parents who were level 98. But we all knew he was just being modest. System, open the 3-ring gift pack. MuLin commanded. Ding. Searching for a suitable character. Search successful. In the next 7,000 years, the head elder of the main body sect, Jin Shun, title, Dragon Body, level 94. Let me tell you, the introduction of this system is simply explosive. It says that this guy, in order to protect his sect, single-handedly challenged 3 evil soul masters in a 95-level Super Douluo, ultimately perishing together with them. What a fierce man. As soon as I finished speaking, a huge summoning array unfolded in front of us, and a man as big as a bear walked out. He had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, with eyes sharp as knives. As soon as he opened his eyes, he locked on a MuLin. Are you the person I will protect in the future? My name is Jin Shun. Then it turned into a large-scale online meeting, and MuLin began to introduce us one by one. We introduced the old man, Kong Ming. Jin Shun was quite dismissive. Upon hearing he was a mechanism master, he said that although Tang Sect's hidden weapons were impressive, the successors were not up to par. As a result, MuLin casually replied, Master Kong Ming can modify a level 1 soul guiding device into something that can kill a soul sage in an instant. Jin Shun was stunned at that moment, and his gaze towards Kong Ming immediately changed to one of admiration. After introducing our group, Jin Shun's expression became even more interesting. There was a food system that could cook above its level, a wood spirit that could heal comparable to the 9-heart Sitang, and a Yu Linger who could play with mental control. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yu. Also have a body martial soul? Loose cultivator? Have you undergone a second awakening? Bai Yu looked confused and said he didn't know what a second awakening was. Jin Shun immediately started to paint a big picture. Oh, young man, with your talent, you're already so impressive without awakening. You will definitely become a Super Douluo in the future. Come, take me as your master. I'm a golden level awakened, the highest level. I guarantee you'll soar. Yi Tianxing, who was listening nearby, gasped, saying that a golden level awakening guarantees a minimum of a 98 level peak Douluo in the future. Just as Jin Shun was frantically promoting himself, Bai Yu suddenly said, Senior Jin Shun, isn't our young master also a body martial soul? Jin Shun's eyes lit up instantly. He squatted down and looked at MuLin as if he were a rare treasure. Young master, come, introduce yourself. MuLin had no choice but to reveal his cards, directly showing his unhidden soul rings. MuLin, Martial Soul Golden Heart, level 34. Wow, 100,000-year soul ring. Jin Shun went crazy on the spot, eager to take MuLin as his disciple and establish the body sect. To be honest, MuLin was tempted. After all, Jin Shun was a fierce character who could kill a 95-level evil soul master, and now he was strengthened by the system. His combat power could probably withstand a 97 level. But he still shook his head, saying the system would arrange for him a Super Douluo with the same heart martial soul as his master. Although Jin Shun was a bit disappointed, he accepted it. After discussing the main business, it was time to help Yu Linger hunt for souls. We followed Bai Yu to a foggy area, and Lanfeng said he couldn't tell the depth of the soul beast inside. Jin Chun waved his hand directly. "Let me handle it," he shouted loudly, activating his martial soul, and his muscles exploded instantly, ripping his clothes, with dense dragon scales and patterns appearing on his skin, making him look like a human dragon. He stepped into the air and directly flew into the fog. In less than 3 seconds, a loud roar was heard. "Beast, take my move." Myriad beasts bowed down. With a huge roar, a blue dragon shadow descended from the sky, smashing the ground and creating a large pit, while the surrounding fog was instantly dispersed. Jin Chun walked out of the pit, holding a barely alive, colorful butterfly, and threw it to Yuling, a 15,000-year illusion butterfly. "Take it and use it." We were all stunned at the time. Is this the power of the Title Douluos? That's just outrageous. On the way back, MuLin was in a daze in the carriage, as his system had upgraded. The novice period was over, and he unlocked some group gift packs. When I heard this, I thought, wow, this overwhelming wealth has finally come to him. The system said it could summon combinations from various worlds, such as the 5 Tiger Generals, and Zhuge Liang, and Pang Tong. If he could get these, why bother building a sect? He could just start a rebellion and overthrow the 2 major empires. However, the system immediately poured cold water on him, saying that to summon these people, he would have to complete a series of hell-level difficult tasks. For example, he had to thoroughly investigate the truth of a war between 2 nations that was not recorded in history, and also assassinate the Title Douluo left over from that great war. MuLin looked at the task list, his mouth twitching, but he quickly calmed down. Anyway, there was no rush. He could take his time. The next day, MuLin happily ran to find Prince ShootsHis for breakfast. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Prince brother, I'm here. I'm already a soul master, and my master's friend has also come. Do you want to meet them?" When Qianren Shui, disguised as ShootsHis, heard this, her heart skipped a beat. A friend of the master? Doesn't that mean another Title Douluo has arrived? She pinched MuLin's cheek, calculating in her heart that these people were trying to raise the price. However, she still smiled and said, "Sure, after my brother finishes eating, we can go to an inn to discuss business." When they arrived at the inn, the old man Kongming got straight to the point and introduced the 2 new big shots to Qianren Shui. When he said that this person was our sect's dragon body elder, Jin Chun, a 94th level Title Douluo, I clearly saw Qianren Shui's hand holding the teacup tremble slightly. Let me tell you, the atmosphere back then was incredible. Qianren Shui's little eyes were scanning me, probably calculating my family's background 100 times in her mind. She must have been thinking, wow, a 94th level Title Douluo is just a friend. What kind of god-level master must MuLin's master be? And with that Lanfeng, who can make a genius like Kongming feel inferior? This setup is simply luxurious beyond belief. I could clearly see the little calculations in her mind. She was probably even imagining whether there was a childhood betrothal between me and Yuling, or, judging by her expression, TSK, she was obviously a bit unhappy. However, business is important. She quickly adjusted her mindset and asked old man Kongming how he planned to cooperate. This old man Kongming is also a crafty fox. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't rush into discussing cooperation. Let me first show you a big treasure." After that, he took us to a newly built small workshop. I was curious too. What mysterious thing could this be? As a result, Kongming took down a crossbow from the wall. Qianren Shui squinted her eyes at that moment. Her expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Kongming didn't explain. He picked up the crossbow and aimed at a turtle shell as hard as Diamond in the corner, pulling the trigger. Let me tell you, that scene was spectacular. With 3 crisp sounds, 3 crossbow bolts shot out in a triangular formation, and there was no sign of any soul power fluctuations. That turtle shell, harder than a 500-year-old soul beast, was shot through on the spot. Qianren Shui's pupils shook. One of her subordinates, a guy named Zhang San, went over to inspect it, turned pale, and returned trembling to report, "Your Highness, this thing, if it hits a vital point, can directly kill a soul king." Now, Qianren Shui was completely unsettled. What is the most terrifying thing about this? It doesn't require soul power. Do you understand what that means? It means that ordinary soldiers of the Tiando Empire, as long as they have one of these, their combat power will soar. In future battles, no matter how powerful the soul masters are, they won't be able to withstand thousands of crossbow bolts raining down. This is no longer a soul guide device. This is going to rewrite the entire continent's war pattern. Qianren Shui's expression at that moment was conflicted, as if she was constipated. On one hand, as the Tiando Prince, this thing is a huge boon for the Tiando Empire. On the other hand, as an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall, if this thing becomes widespread, the Spirit Hall's advantages will be greatly reduced. Her CPU was almost overheating. At this moment, it was my turn to step in. I directly gave her a way out and said innocently, "Prince brother, with this, won't your position be even more stable?" Hey, as soon as I said that, she immediately understood and her gaze softened towards me, almost unable to resist pinching my face. The subsequent cooperation was incredibly pleasant. It was just a matter of exchanging money for goods, and I didn't bother with the details. After everything was settled, Qinren Shui hurried back to report the good news to her father, while I pondered, hey, I haven't even tested the power of the newly obtained third soul skill yet. Let's go. It's time to heat up the soul fighting arena. As soon as I arrived at the Grand Soul Arena with MuLin and Yulingao, it was a sea of people. The host's voice was incredibly loud, and when she announced my title as the Golden God Envoy, the whole venue erupted. In the audience, someone immediately started digging into my background. Hey, isn't this the MuLin who fought with Yu Qianheng from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan at the age of 7? No way, really? A 7-year-old soul master? That's not scientific. Let me tell you, the scene back then was simply like a large gathering where everyone was gossiping and practically dropping their jaws to the ground. While this group of people was buzzing with discussions, there was a particularly eye-catching group sitting in the corner. A refined, middle-aged, handsome man and an old man with white hair holding a little girl, exuding an impressive aura. The little girl looked to be about 2 or 3 years old, clearly spoiled, pointing at me on the fighting stage and shouting, "Daddy, that big brother on the stage is so amazing. I want him. I want him to be my follower." I rolled my eyes and thought to myself, whose brat is this with such a big mouth? When the match started, my opponent, a guy named MuLin, a level 37 Soul Master, came out swinging, saying that fire beats gold and that he would use my 10-game winning streak as a stepping stone. I thought, brother, are you still half asleep? He activated his first soul skill, and fire feathers flew everywhere, like a rain of fire. As for me, I kicked with my powerful golden leg and dodged. If I couldn't dodge, I'd just use my powerful golden palm to knock you away. Then I chuckled, brother, you want to play with fire? Let me show you what real fire looks like. My third soul skill, indestructible golden flame. A ball of golden flame ignited in my palm in an instant, and the temperature was so high that the surrounding air began to distort. When that guy saw a gold attribute user daring to play with fire in front of him, he instantly got angry and activated 2 soul skills, his whole body engulfed in red flames, charging at me head-on. Folks, isn't this just giving you an opportunity to show how useless you are? And the result? Well, there was no result. What quality is my golden flame? What quality is his fire? When they collided, his proud flames were instantly devoured by my golden flame, and his entire arm was burned to charcoal as he screamed and surrendered. After the match, I'm the kind of person who believes in not leaving someone in a bad state, so I took our professional healer, MuLin, to the backstage to check on him. When we got there, I saw that their own Soul King level healer was sweating profusely and couldn't handle it, while MuLin quickly took care of him in just a few moves. As soon as we finished treating him and stepped out of the lounge, lo and behold, that group of spectators from earlier had blocked the door. That little girl saw me and started acting up again. "Daddy, Grandpa Jian, it's him. I want him to be my follower." As soon as I heard the title sword Grandpa, my heart skipped a beat. Looking at the aura of the handsome middle-aged man and the silver-haired old man, I realized it was Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Sword Douluo Chenshin. This little rascal is Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji smiled warmly and politely said, "Young friend, you have exceptional talent. Would you be interested in having a chat?" Before I even spoke, Ning Rongrong, with a proud expression, interrupted, "Hey, what do you mean? My 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects, and my dad personally wants to recruit you. How dare you refuse?" MuLin directly replied for me, "Sorry, we're not interested." This made Ning Rongrong so angry that her little face turned red. Ning Fengji's smile also faded, and he glanced at the sword Douluo beside him, and the meaning was as clear as day. As soon as I looked, I understood this was going to be serious. The sword fighting Douluo's previously calm gaze instantly changed, and a terrifying pressure locked onto the 3 of us, making the air around us feel like it was about to freeze. Wow, this old man is really not pretending anymore. The pressure of level 96. Isn't that like a joke? Let me tell you, it felt like being suddenly shoved into a freezer on a hot summer day, with the cold seeping into my bones. But he was just trying to intimidate us. After all, he was the face of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He couldn't really make a move. The next moment, he withdrew that pressure and started making promises again. He said that as long as the 3 of us nodded, he could personally teach me cultivation. And even if our attributes didn't match, his level 96 experience would be enough. He also mentioned that in the sect, we could choose any soul Douluo as our mentor, and guaranteed that no one would dare to refuse. Let me tell you, the most outrageous part is that he started lecturing me, saying that our attributes match and we're both sharp types, and he wants to take me as his personal disciple. From now on, all soul rings and soul bones will be covered by him, and even if it means facing those 200,000-year beasts in the Stardew forest, he's willing to put his old face on the line to help me get them. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Dude, you're a sword fighter, and you're teaching me how to fight barehanded? This cross-discipline guidance is a bit unreliable, isn't it? Besides, I have my own path. What does it mean to follow yours? So without a second of hesitation, I simply said, I'm sorry, but I must decline. The atmosphere, wow. The sword Douluo's face instantly fell, and Ning Fengji's expression looked as if he had swallowed a fly. I guess they were thinking, this kid is being ungrateful. If he can't have it, he must be destroyed. Just when the atmosphere was about to drop to freezing point, let me tell you, a miracle happened. Qianqing suddenly appeared behind me, as if he had teleported, and immediately said, Young master, Miss Linger, this match is about to start. Goodness. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo's eyes nearly popped out. Ning Fengji instinctively glanced at Sword Douluo, and his eyes clearly asked, Did you feel that? Sword Douluo silently shook his head. I could see that the old fox Ning Fengji was getting cold sweat on the back of his neck. I estimated a scene of Assassin's Creed was playing out in his head, silently plotting a scheme. Now, they dared not to press further, and I took the opportunity to say I wanted to watch the match. Ning Fengji immediately took the hint and politely sent us off. Once they were far away, Yu Ling leaned against the wall, laughing so hard she nearly collapsed while pounding me on the shoulder. My gosh, MuLin, they are killing me. She leaned in and said, Family, who understands? They spent so much effort trying to win him over, only to find out he is the enemy who personally sent their eldest son on his way. What do you call this? This is simply the latest hell joke of 2025. I also realized that the unfortunate guy named Ning Ke is probably the son of Ning Fengji. This fate is extraordinary. It's a kind of cursed bond. On the other hand, Ning Fengji is sitting in a carriage with a face as dark as a pot bottom. The more he thinks about it, the more something feels off, so he immediately sends someone to investigate my background. When the intelligence reaches his hands, this old fox becomes completely unsettled. He discovers that my speed of advancement is almost like I've been using cheats. My innate soul power at level 9 cannot explain how I became a soul master at the age of 7, leveling up 1 rank per month. Who would believe such a cultivation speed if I told them? Following the clues, he uncovers that the turning point in my life was when my family was destroyed and I obtained my first soul ring. Since then, my cultivation journey has been like riding a rocket. This old fox becomes excited, his eyes turning green. He believes I must be hiding some astonishing secret that allows me to absorb soul rings beyond my level. With this secret technique, wouldn't their 7-treasure glazed tile school be able to take off and become the true #1 sect in the world? The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets. And then I tell you, he comes up with an even bolder plan. His disciple, who is posing as the crown prince, ShootsHis, just happens to invite him to the crown prince's mansion for dinner. With a twist of his eyes, he hatches a scheme. In the carriage, he actually discusses with his daughter Ning Rongrong and the Sword Douluo, saying that if they can't recruit me, they might as well change their approach and have me marry into the family. He wants his daughter to marry me and tie me to the war chariot of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Goodness, selling his daughter in such a fresh and unique way, I would call him a commercial genius. The Sword Douluo was stunned at the time, thinking this was too crazy. But Ning Fengji was determined to take a gamble, believing that with the identity of the son-in-law of the richest sect in the world and the support of 2 super Douluos, no man could refuse. I had no idea that I'd been arranged so clearly. As soon as I returned to the prince's mansion, I saw ShootsHis waiting for me at the door. We were very close. He smiled so brightly when he saw me return and even said he wanted to help me ease the relationship with Ning Fengji and the others. I was puzzled at the time. You're an undercover agent from the Spirit Hall, helping me get along with the 7-treasure glazed tile school? What's the motive? The next moment, she leaned over and pretended to be very worried, reminding me, Little MuLin, a genius that big sects like the 7-treasure glazed tile school can't have might be destroyed, so be careful of assassination. Got it, I understood. This was a veiled threat. Dinner that night was even more bizarre. Qianren Shua sat next to me, and it was incredibly intimate. She would occasionally give me a piece of soul beast meat or peel an egg for me, taking care of me meticulously. Of course, I reciprocated. Our brotherly bond display left Ning Fengji the sword Douluo, and Ning Rongrong's family across the table in silence. Especially Ning Rongrong. She glanced at me, blushed, then looked down shyly, even making a face at me. I wondered if this little princess had picked up the wrong script today. After dinner, the main event came. Ning Fengji smiled and began by praising my extraordinary talent, calling me the future pillar of the Heaven Do Empire. Then, he suddenly turned his attention to me. Little MuLin, what do you think? If the guardian deity of the Heaven Do Empire were to unite with the legitimate daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would it be a beautiful story? He pointed to Ning Rongrong, who was blushing and peeking at me while covering her face with her small hands, and continued, what do you think of my Rongrong? At that time, I had only one thought in my mind. Buddy, my life goal is Qianren Xue, and you little princess are really not my type. So in front of Ning Fengji, I spoke quite tactfully, saying, oh, Ning Zhongzhu, your precious daughter is already a beauty at such a young age. When she awakens her martial soul, you must call me to witness it. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. Ning Fengji's face just froze in an instant. Who is he? A genius among geniuses. How could he not hear the hints I was dropping? I was basically saying, you, just give up on that thought. The funniest part was his daughter Ning Rongrong. This little kid didn't understand at all and thought I had agreed, saying in that baby voice to her dad, Daddy, we must invite Brother MuLin when the time comes. I could see Ning Fengji's mouth twitching like it was having a spasm. He forced a smile and said, all right, we will definitely invite him. Qinghe, I'll take Rongrong home first. Qianren Xue was beside us, almost bursting from holding in her laughter. Her undercover experience is really impressive. She didn't laugh out loud at all. She even stood up and said, I'll see the teacher off. She helped to get rid of this awkward trio. As for me, of course, I leisurely finished my dessert before strolling away. Later, I heard that on the way back. Ning Fengji's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it weren't for the child, he probably would have cursed on the spot with Jian Douluo. After putting Ning Rongrong to sleep, the two old men went straight to the study. Goodness, as soon as this old man returned to his territory, he completely let his guard down. I heard there was a lot of crashing and smashing in the study. Not sure how many things were broken. Ning Fengji was roaring. That damned little brat. How dare he? A 7-year-old kid daring to refuse my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Jian Douluo was beside him, remaining calm, reminding him that he had a mysterious big shot backing him up. But Ning Fengji got fired up, gritting his teeth, and said, Uncle Jian, find an opportunity. Kill him. Oh, he really has a temper. Qinshin advised. Fengji, are you sure? That young man, I feel he has spatial attributes like an old ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Is it worth the risk for a child? You're getting obsessed. Ning Fengji wouldn't listen, directly bringing up my background and the glorious deeds of our people at the end. What 7-year-old soul master? What soul sage and soul emperor that can fight above their level? In his eyes, we had become the #1 stumbling block to his ambition of dominating the world. I wanted to complain, buddy, you're from a support-type sect. What are you dreaming about being the #1 sect in the world every day? Be a bit more realistic. Jian Douluo saw he couldn't persuade him and could only sigh. But he was clever, quickly changing the subject to prevent Ning Fengji from getting too fixated. He said that when he left, he discovered something strange at the prince's mansion. He saw a few little soul masters sneaking around with a bunch of things that looked like bow and arrow parts, entering a secret place, with soul master level experts on lookout behind them. Jian Douluo, being an action-oriented guy, decided to take action. That same night, he changed into night clothes and stealthily made his way over. You wouldn't believe it, his stealth skills are top-notch. A level 96 Title Douluos, disguising his aura as a great soul master, is a total dimensional strike. When he approached the area, he overheard 2 guys mumbling about parts and weapons, and just as they finished speaking, a guy named Li Si, out of curiosity, tried to secretly assemble something and was immediately taken away by a soul emperor, like he was a little chick. Goodness. This level of confidentiality is comparable to national secrets in 2025. Jian Douluo saw this situation and knew the place was deep water. He followed the remaining worker to the entrance and immediately felt a powerful mental force scanning him. Wow, there was actually a soul sage of the mental system acting as security at the entrance. At this point, he didn't dare to barge in, knowing this job required professionals. Who? Bone Douluo, of course, a perfect match for this situation, spatial system, specializing in passing through walls. So Jian Douluo reported back, and Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. A weapon guarded by a Title Douluos and a soul sage of the mental system from the Tiando Empire. Could it be ordinary? If they could get their hands on it and give it to those fragile support types in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, wouldn't they just soar? They immediately called Douluo Gu Rong over. As soon as this old man heard I rejected his little princess, he was angrier than Ning Fengji, shouting, "What kind of thing dares to look down on our Rong Rong? I must see what this kid looks like." By the way, he also took on the job of sneaking in to steal. That same night, Douluo, dressed in black, directly used spatial teleportation to appear outside Tiando City. Guess what? As soon as he used his spatial powers, my big shot, Yi Tianxing, sensed it. But being a big shot, he was just curious, saw no malice from the other side, and didn't interfere. Douluo, unaware he was being watched, relied on his spatial abilities to charge around the prince's mansion and quickly found the secret workshop. He was really reckless. Without a word, he opened a spatial tunnel inside the room and drilled in. The smiths inside were dumbfounded, a figure in black appearing out of nowhere. Douluo didn't bother with small talk. His soul power burst forth, and with a bang he knocked all the craftsmen unconscious, grabbing an assembled crossbow and a dagger, ready to escape. Just then, a Title Douluos came up from underground. The serpent speared Douluo, Shi Long of the Spear Hall. He immediately launched a shadow, split 9 slashes, biting towards Douluo like a venomous snake. Douluo was also tough. With a bone dragon armor, he directly became immune to the damage. Seeing that the opponent was also a Title Douluos, he felt a jolt in his heart, knowing it was not a place to linger. Just as Shi Long was about to question him, Douluo casually grabbed an unconscious craftsman, opened a teleportation door, and slipped away, looking quite dashing. Shi Long was left stunned on the spot, but upon seeing the familiar bone armor and spatial abilities, he quickly realized it was Douluo Gu Rong. This was serious. He immediately ran to report to Qian Rengshu. I tell you, this woman Qian Rengshu is incredibly quick-witted. As soon as she heard, a bad thing turned into a good thing. She instantly figured out. It must be that Sword Douluo came first to scout the area, and then sent Douluo to steal something. Now that the item has been stolen, Ning Fengji must know that this batch of mysterious weapons is related to me. She thought, let Ning Fengji come to trouble me, push me into a desperate situation, and then she can stage a scene of a beautiful woman saving a hero, thus completely winning me over. I could hear her plans from 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, at the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Douluo returned with the spoils and that unlucky blacksmith. Ning Fengji picked up the dagger, turning it over and over, feeling it was rather ordinary. But he instinctively infused his soul power into it, and a miracle happened. The dagger suddenly lit up with a buzz, its sharpness skyrocketing. Soul-guided weapon. Ning Fengji was shocked. Sir Douluo suggested, "Old Bone, you give a try." Douluo, full of bravado, puffed out his chest and said, "Come on, Fengji, stab it here, don't be polite." Ning Fengji didn't hesitate either, gathering his soul sage power. He stabbed forward with the dagger. There was a tearing sound. Those who understand know. The #1 defense in the world was cut open by a small broken dagger. The 3 of them were stunned. Then, the next second, with a snap, the dagger couldn't withstand Ning Fengji's soul power and shattered into pieces. Sword Douluo showed a bit of disdain. Is that it? It broke so easily? Douluo exploded on the spot, pointing at the blood mark on his arm and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. This thing could break through my defense. How could it be weak?" Ning Fengji immediately spoke up. "Sword Uncle, this dagger is already quite good. Moreover, let me tell you, the reason it shattered is not a quality issue. It's purely because your soul power, Sword Uncle, is too overwhelming, directly burning out its CPU. Think about it. How many auxiliary system soul masters in our 7 treasure glazed tile school can reach soul sage level? When the dagger pierced through Uncle Bone's arm, it was so smooth, which shows it's quite powerful." The more Ning Fengji spoke, the more excited he became, pointing at the still dazed blacksmith on the ground. "Sword Uncle. Bone Uncle, hurry up and wake that guy. Let him tell us about the remaining crossbow. We must not let it blow up again later. I'm very interested in these 2 items now." Good heavens, when the blacksmith opened his eyes, he was stunned. On the left was Sword Douluo, on the right was Douluo, and in the middle sat Ning Fengji. With this lineup, even the King of Hell would have to offer a cigarette. He didn't dare to talk back and stammered to introduce himself. I'm Nyo-san. What orders does Sect Master Ning have?" Ning Feng Ti Smilet Varmli, pointing at the crossbow on the table. What is its background? Show us." This is a repeating crossbow, the kind that can shoot continuously. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo and Douluo looked dismissive, thinking, "SNT just a crossbow? How can it break my defense?" But Ning Fengji didn't think so. Something that could be compared with that divine dagger couldn't be an ordinary item. Go ahead and operate it. Let us see its power. Nyosen didn't dare to refuse and nodded repeatedly, but then hesitated. Sect Master Ning, how about we catch a few soul beasts to test it? Otherwise, there's no target. As soon as he finished speaking, Bone Uncle directly stepped out, exuding dominance. Test with soul beasts? Come at me. I want to see how powerful your broken item really is. Nyosen was so scared his face turned pale. He looked at Ning Fengji with a gaze that seemed to say, how dare I? This is Bone Douluo. Shooting at him is like lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. Ning Fengji nodded. Just listen to Bone Uncle. Then he handed the repeating crossbow to Nyosen. Nyosen took the crossbow and spoke again. Sect Master, there are no arrows. This thing can hold 10 at a time. Now Ning Fengji frowned. He was always accompanied by Title Douluos, who would carry arrows around. But Bone Uncle became even more outrageous, with a few cracking sounds. He actually broke off 10 bones from his own martial soul and handed them over. What a hassle. Use my bones as arrows. Let me see how powerful it really is. Those who understand know, this is all about using materials at hand. Nyosen took the bones, his hands trembling, loaded the 10 bone arrows into the crossbow, aimed at the ancient banyan tree, and said shakily, Bone Douluo, Your Excellency, I'm about to start. Bone Uncle waved his hand impatiently. Shoot already. If you can make me bleed, I'll admire the person who invented this thing. Let me tell you about that scene. As Nyosen pressed the trigger, there was a series of metallic explosions. Clang, 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 and 10 bone arrows shot out as if they were on double speed, instantly hitting Uncle Goo's face. Just a second before, Uncle Goo was still acting cool with his hands in his pockets, and the next second, he suddenly felt a wave of deadly crisis wash over him, turning his face pale. He blurted out, martial soul possession. After all, he still cared about his image and didn't activate his soul skill. Instead, he concentrated his soul power to hard resist the bone arrows at vital points. All of a sudden, there was a series of loud bangs, like firecrackers going off, as the 10 bone arrows struck Uncle Goose solidly. Although his defense wasn't broken, it still left a series of white marks on him. Gu Rong retracted his martial soul and said with a somewhat complicated expression to Ning Fengji, this thing has quite a bit of power. Even a soul king without defense could be instantly killed, and a soul sect would suffer heavy damage. Anyone below soul respect would undoubtedly die. After saying that, he stubbornly added, of course, it's probably also because my bones are so strong. Jian Shu, who was nearby, was almost laughing out loud and directly retorted, haha, give me a break. Your bone pieces don't even have a point. What kind of piercing power can they have? If it were a proper crossbow arrow, the power would only be greater. You're talking nonsense. Is the material of crossbow arrows harder than my bones? Seeing the two old men about to argue again, Ning Fengji quickly interrupted, all right, let us get back to the point. He turned to Nyosen and said, tell us in detail about this repeating crossbow and that dagger. What is their background? Nyosen poured out information like beans from a bamboo tube. That dagger is called Blood Sword. The stronger the soul power, the greater its power. And it's most suitable for Soul Sect and Soul King users. A Soul Sage can use it too, but they can only use it once fiercely. Otherwise, it can only last for 10 seconds, and any longer would cause it to explode. This repeating crossbow is called a repeating crossbow. It can shoot 10 arrows in a row. When we tested it, it penetrated the shell of a 1,000-year-old turtle. Ning Fengji's eyes lit up with greed. This was simply a divine artifact tailor-made for their 7-treasure glazed tile sect. With this item, support-type soul masters would have their self-defense capabilities doubled. He suppressed his excitement and asked Nyosen, can you make these things? Unfortunately, Nyosen shook his head. Sect Master Ning, I can only assemble the last step. We operate on an assembly line. If anyone dares to inquire about each other, they disappear the next day. As he said this, his voice turned cold. But he quickly added, however, I know who can. I suspect all these weapons were developed by him alone. Who? Ning Fengji and the others asked in unison. A master named Kong Ming. He has a good relationship with young Master MuLin from the Prince's Mansion. It's him. Ning Fengji and Jian Shu exchanged glances and instantly thought of the mysterious Kong Ming from that inn. Ning Fengji didn't rush to draw conclusions, but continued to ask. I remember you mentioned there are a total of 4 types of weapons. What are the other 2 for? Nyosen quickly replied. One is called hunting crossbow. It fires a single shot, but has greater power than both the repeating crossbow and the blood sword. It's a long-range pinpoint sniper. The last one is even more mysterious. It's called Crystal Bottle, a soul guide device that can instantly restore the soul power of a soul respect to the level of a soul king. It can be used in battle. Oh, right. All 4 of these are provided by Master Kong Ming. Ning Fengji felt his breath quicken upon hearing this. In his mind, Kongming's status instantly rose to be on par with the protagonist, MuLin. This wasn't just a talented individual. He was practically a walking cheat code. He instructed Niu, sent a step down first, then took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Jian Shu, Gu Shu, we must secure Kongming of the Inn in the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect. What do you mean? Don't wait any longer. Act directly in Tiando City and snatch him. Jian Shu expressed some concerns. Fengji, after all, the Tiando Empire is one of the three major powers. A dying camel is bigger than a horse. Directly snatching someone is too risky. Ning Fengji laughed dismissively. Uncle, it's time to update your information. What three major powers? Back then, the Tiando Empire was almost destroyed by the Xinglua Empire, reduced to just Tiando City. Later, the Spirit Hall intervened, and a powerhouse with an angel spirit descended upon Xinglua City and nearly killed the royal ancestors, which is what led to the ceasefire. For the past 200 to 300 years, the Tiando Empire hasn't produced a single newly titled Douluo. It's just an empty shell. This Kongming is worth the risk. Jian Shu was persuaded. All right, the things he developed are perfect for us. Just tell me the plan, and old Gu, and I will definitely help you. Gu Shu, being quite ruthless, added, exactly. Isn't MuLin close to him? Just grab him too. With such talent, he has perfect to be our seed. Jian Shu's face darkened at that moment. He usually looked down on such matters, but didn't refute it, only coldly said, no need, just kill him. Understood. This is the world of adults. Since a grudge has been formed, one must eliminate it completely. Ning Fengji's mind was racing, and he immediately began to deploy. There are 4 Soul Douluo available in the sect. He Yuqing, Duan Yun, Huang Yun, and Shihong. Bring them all. Jian Shu, Gu Shu, and I, with 2 Super Douluos and 4 Soul Douluos, will act tonight. Okay. The 3 reached an agreement. Gu Shu was responsible for recovering soul power and preparing for long-distance teleportation, while Jian Shu took the lead, teleporting directly to Tiando City to keep an eye on the target to prevent any escape. Meanwhile, in the Tiando City prince's mansion, MuLin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing with unease as an ominous premonition enveloped him. He quickly asked his guardian, Yi Tianxing, who was nearby. Tianxing, is there something I've overlooked? My heart is racing in a strange way. Yi Tianxing appeared out of nowhere, his expression serious. It might be related to a powerful individual I previously detected. A space-type Title Douluos suddenly appeared in the prince's mansion, and his strength is formidable. I didn't dare approach closely and came back to protect you. A space-type Title Douluos? The first name that popped into MuLin's mind was the Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, but he didn't think much of it. What did it matter if the Bone Douluo came? Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he decided to get up and take a stroll. Coincidentally, he ran into his sleepless older brother, Prince Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue, by the Lotus Pond. The two strolled under the moonlight, and surprisingly, it felt a bit sweet. MuLin joked, I thought my unease meant something bad was about to happen, but it turned out to be a chance to meet you. Prince brother. Just as MuLin returned to bed, Qianren Xue coldly spoke to the air, Uncle Shi, go to the Elder Hall and summon my grandfather. Just tell him that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is about to make a move on the person I have my eye on, and let him handle it. Wow, isn't this just calling for reinforcements? It's all about being protective of her man. The next day, MuLin still felt something was off and headed straight to the inn. After sharing his premonition and the appearance of the Bone Douluo, everyone in the inn immediately became alert. Kongming's expression changed. No, the direction the Bone Douluo went is toward the workshop where I guided the prince's mansion to make weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification sounded in MuLin's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for detecting danger in advance. Task reminder. Due to the host's high talent and repeated refusals of recruitment, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, has gathered 2 Title Douluos, 4 Soul Douluos, and commercial forces, and will launch an attack on the host tonight. Immediately after, 3 tasks were released in quick succession, all centered around one core message. The longer you hold out, the harder you fight, the better the rewards. When MuLin shared the system's information with everyone, the younger brothers in the inn turned pale with fright. 2 Super Douluos plus 4 Soul Douluos? What an overwhelming lineup. It was practically an annihilation army. But when looking at the core figures like Lan Feng and Jin Shun, they seemed unfazed, their expressions even a bit indifferent. I tell you, it's not that he doesn't care at all. It's called having a plan. Seeing that the younger brothers were almost scared to death, our anchor, the strategist Kongming, slowly spoke up. His tone was so calm, as if he were asking what to eat for dinner. What is the hurry? Didn't you hear the young master say? The system has already issued a verdict. We can win this round. He pointed around, starting to calculate our assets. Look, Senior Jin Shun, there's no problem with you facing that sword Douluo, right? As for me, I can hold off a soul Douluo easily. If it really comes down to it, I can throw my old bones into it, and it's not impossible to hold a few more soul saints. Saying this, he pointed at Lan Feng, and him, don't be fooled by his usual low profile. He is a genuine title level fighter who can easily hold off a bone Douluo and even casually deal with 1 or 2 soul Douluos. MuLin quickly added to boost everyone's morale, and their brother Tianxing. You all know his strength. Ordinary soul Douluos don't even stand a chance against him. With this calculation, our top combat power is already even with the other side. That said, I could see MuLin was also feeling nervous. Brother Tianxing is fierce, but his trump card is self-destructing his martial soul to take out a Title Douluo with him. During the battle, at most, the opponent can't kill him, but they can totally ignore him and go straight for our backline. At this critical moment, Brother Tianxing, who had been silent, took a deep breath and spoke up. His voice steady, no problem. Senior Lan Feng will take on the Title Douluo, and I'll handle the soul Douluos on the other side. I'll try to hold off as many as I can. Mr. Kongming, you just take Lei, Yi, and the others, and keep those miscellaneous troops from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School under control. Goodness, I was shocked at that moment. And MuLin probably was too. Brother Tianxing is usually a hands-off manager, only protecting MuLin and not caring about anything else. But today, he actually took the initiative to take on a task. It seems he was infected by our atmosphere. Seizing the moment, MuLin threw out another bombshell. And the system also said, this is a war of attrition. Drag it out. Just hold on. The longer we hold, the greater our chances of winning. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the inn instantly ignited. The chef Dong Xiang slapped his thigh. Then what are we waiting for? We're not opening for lunch. Close the doors. I'm going to cook right now. Making battle meals for hundreds of people. More than enough. Lei, he pounded his chest proudly. I don't have any other skills. When the time comes, I'll be at the very front. As long as I'm standing, no one can touch a hair on our end. Even by you, who usually handles external relations. Stepped up. I can't just stand by and watch. I know quite a few people outside. I'll spend money to hire a bunch of reckless soul masters to come over. Not to mention anything else. They can help share the pressure from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's miscellaneous troops. That's no problem. MuLin was still a bit worried. Can these people be reliable? The other side is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do they dare to fight against the 3 schools? Bayou scoffed. They're all desperate people. I'll pay them enough besides. I want to tell them who the opponent is. Once the fight starts, they'll all be on our side. Trying to run? No way. At this moment, MuLin, who had been quietly drinking water, also spoke up, and what she said was explosive. If you can really hold off the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I'm confident I can get us another soul Douluo. Damn, there's still external reinforcements? MuLin's eyes lit up. The one from the Yi family? MuLin nodded. Yes. I heard he was a loyal follower of the previous head of the Yi family. Oh no, a devoted admirer who proposed but failed. But he is very infatuated and has stayed in the Yi family as an elder. There are also rumors that the death of the previous head of the Yi family is closely related to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. So, as long as we can withstand the first wave and give him a glimmer of hope, he will definitely come to help and take revenge for his old flame. With this idea taking shape, MuLin's mind became active. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must have quite a few enemies over the years, right? Is there a chance to call them over and take advantage of their weakness? Everyone turned to Bayou. After all, he is the information expert. Bayou shook his head. Difficult. If it were a few days earlier, it might have been possible. Think about it. Those who have been hunted by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for so long and haven't died, aren't they all clever? They hide deeper than anyone, and it's impossible to find them at the last minute. Although it's a bit of pity, this lineup is already impressive. MuLin bowed deeply to everyone. Everyone. This trouble was caused by me. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Young master, what are you talking about? This was bound to happen sooner or later. With your talent, we were already mentally prepared. We just didn't expect to directly clash with 3 sects in the first battle. It's a bit thrilling. MuLin smiled, his eyes filled with killing intent. Everyone, rest assured, as long as we can fight back, once we reach a certain point, I guarantee we can give the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School a lesson they will never forget in their lives. Not to say they will be completely finished. At least for the next few hundred years, they will at most be a third-rate sect. Just as we were having a heated pre-battle mobilization meeting, on the other side in the 7 Treasure Chamber of Commerce, the old fox Ning Fengji also began his meeting. He sat at the main seat, with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo on either side like two door gods. Below them were 4 spirit Douluos and a soul sage level president of the Chamber of Commerce. Ning Fengji simply stated, the target is an inn. Kongming, MuLin prioritize capturing alive. Others try to capture alive if possible. Yes, with a single command. The killing intent surged. But no one knew that on the other side, in the prince's residence, a golden-haired old man was smiling as he watched Qian Renshua transform back into her female form. Oh, our Snow is in love. Qian Renshua was startled. Second granduncle. What brings you here? This old man is the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile, Douluo. He ruffled Qian Renshua's hair. Teasingly, since I can't break through in seclusion, I came out for a stroll. I happen to hear that someone has stolen our Snow's soul as your second granduncle. I must come and help you keep watch. Qian Renshua's face turned red, but her heart was all about MuLin, second granduncle. You mustn't let MuLin get hurt too badly. Golden Crocodile Douluo heard this and thought, hey, this arm is bending outward. He pretended to be jealous and said, a real man must experience some storms, right? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him, he won't die. But is that 34th level soul master at 7 years old for real? Is he also born with 20 levels of soul power? Qian Renshua shook her head. No, he is born with 9 levels. Later, his parents were killed by enemies, and he probably had some kind of fortuitous encounter that improved his talent. Golden Crocodile Douluo narrowed his eyes. An opportunity that can enhance talent after birth? This kid is really lucky. He focuses on a nurturing type, right? All right, since he will eventually be my granddaughter's husband. Let's go. Second granduncle will take you to watch the show. The people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are almost at the place. Outside the inn, the night was dark and windy, a night for killing. The people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School crept in like bandits entering a village, but as soon as they reached the attack range, they saw 7 people standing there like 7 nails, already waiting. The big boss Jin Chen stepped forward without saying a word, and the terrifying aura belonging to a super Douluo exploded instantly. Good heavens, those little minions on the other side went weak at the knees, and the weak ones knelt on the spot, trembling and shouting, Title Douluo. Ning Fengji behind changed his expression and asked Bone Douluo beside him, Old Gu, is this the one you encountered last time? Bone Douluo shook his head, his expression serious. No. Moreover, this pressure is definitely not that of an ordinary Title Douluo. Ning Fengji's eyes turned fierce. So what if we have support? We have 2 super Douluos. Brother Jian, that one on the opposite side is yours. Clang. With a sound of sword ringing, Sword Douluo, Chan Exine stepped on the 7 killing sword, flying in the air, looking exceptionally handsome. I am Sword Master Chan Exine, Title Sword. May I ask who you are? The big boss Jin Chen looked up, his voice booming. I am Jin Chen, Title Dragon Body. Just right. Let's test the power of your number 1 attacking martial soul. Upon hearing Dragon Body, Chen Xian's heart sank. The original martial soul? MuLin's teacher? There was no time to think. He immediately unleashed his first soul skill. The 7 killing sword's cold light surged, and he slashed down at Jin Chen. Jin Chen did not dodge, directly shouting, Martial soul possession. Boom! His upper garment exploded, his muscles instantly expanded, dense dragon scales emerged on his skin, and a true dragon totem spread from his back to his whole body. His arms transformed into fierce dragon claws. Battle skill, True Dragon Claw. Jin Chen did not retreat, but advanced. His dragon claws clashed hard against Chun Xian's 7 killing sword. Sizzle. Sparks flew. The sound was so piercing it made one's teeth ache. Both retreated a step, facing each other from a distance. Chun Xian spoke, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. Fighting with you reminds me of that old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. You two must get along well. Jin Chen nodded. You engine, I have long admired your name. However, let's continue for now. In the next moment, Chen Xian directly revealed his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Black, 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 black. Chen Xian, Martial Soul, 7 killing sword. 96th level assault system battle soul master. Jin Chen also smiled, revealing his own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, wait, what are those last 2 colors? Damn, it's red. Bright red. Jin Chen, Spirit True Dragon Skin. A level 95 attack type. Soul Master. 200,000 year soul rings. At that moment, Jian Douluo's eyes were about to pop out. He was in complete shock, probably thinking in his mind, Dude, are you cheating? This is impossible. Jin Chen explained nonchalantly. What's the big deal? There are plenty of 100,000 year soul beasts in the ocean. if you dare to fight for it. You can have it. Easy to say. Chun Xian's gaze towards him completely changed. It was a look of awe for a true, ruthless person. We're both super Douluos. Let's fight outside the city. Just what I was thinking. Whoosh whoosh. The two top experts transformed into streams of light and rushed out of Tindo City, afraid of destroying the city. Just as one left, Bone Douluo Gu Rong, who was next to Ning Fengji, stood up. A set of bone dragon armor emerged around him, and the aura was overwhelming. Your side's Title Douluo left. Next, who will come to die? And guess what? Lan Feng, an 80-level soul Douluo, stepped out like it was nothing. As he walked, he released his martial soul, a black 12-tiered pagoda, with 8 soul rings pulsating above and below. Let this kid know the high skills of Bone Douluo. Bone Douluo Gu Rong was so angry he laughed. You a soul Douluo? Are you looking down on me? Lan Feng's handsome face smiled innocently, but his words could infuriate anyone. That's because, to deal with you, I'm enough. Lan Feng, Martial Soul Beast Soul Pagoda. Level 83, Summoning System, Soul Douluo. Please give me some advice. Upon hearing Summoning System, Gu Rong's eyes changed, without saying a word. He raised his hand and unleashed several bone dragon spikes, directly covering all of us. Lan Feng was unhurried, and his 6th soul ring shone. Phoenix Bird. With a clear bird call, a phoenix bird engulfed in flames burst out from the pagoda, its flames surging, easily blocking all attacks. Lan Feng added fuel to the fire. Bone Douluo, don't hold back. It's my first time fighting a super Douluo. Before this, I just accidentally took down an ordinary Title Douluo. Seeking death. Gu Rong was completely furious, his 3rd soul skill roaring. Bone Dragon Terror. The terrifying dragon might instantly suppress the phoenix bird, which let out a mournful cry. But Lan Feng just raised his left arm, where his soul bone shone brightly. Soul bone skill. Phoenix blood activation. Buzz. The flames on the phoenix bird instantly changed from red to gold, its size skyrocketing, and its aura directly soared to the 50,000-year level. Gu Rong's eyes narrowed. Is that all? A 50,000-year mixed-breed phoenix? Lan Feng shook his head, his smile growing increasingly mysterious. Don't rush. Let's wait until the civilians have all run away. I'm not foolish enough to think I can fight you just with a 6th soul skill. Once the area was completely cleared, Lan Feng finally revealed his fangs. His 8th and final soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring, suddenly lit up. 8th soul skill, Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Roar. A ground-shaking roar echoed as a giant bear over 10 meters tall, with dark golden fur and claws shimmering with a tearing cold light, crashed down. Its aura was astonishingly at the 90,000-year level. Gu Rong's eyes widened instantly, bigger than copper bells. Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Does anyone understand? This thing is a bug in the soul beast world, capable of hard-fighting a 100,000-year beast at 10,000 years. Now a 90,000-year one appears. What can we do? The entire Tindo City was shaken. The Snow Knight Emperor in the palace jumped out of bed, roaring at his subordinates. Who's opening a Gundam at my doorstep? Investigate. On the battlefield, Gu Rong looked at the terrifying giant bear, then glanced at the watchful phoenix beside it, as well as the several 1,000-year soul beasts that were faintly present around Lan Feng, and fell into silence. You damn guy. Gu Rong, left with no choice, directly activated his martial soul true body, 7th soul skill, Bone Dragon True Body. A massive bone dragon obscured the sky and the sun as it soared into the air. Kid, let me see what else you can do. Lan Feng looked at the giant bone dragon and smiled. His 7th soul ring shining again. 7th soul skill, Beast Soul True Body. He actually used the martial soul true body on the summoned beast. The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear let out another roar, its body continuing to expand, and the fluctuations of its soul power instantly changed from black to glaring red. 100,000 years. A 100,000-year Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Gu Rong was completely stunned. He knew he was being held back and immediately shouted, Fengji, you all go together. I'll hold this kid back. Ning Fengji, seeing the stalemate in battle, turned pale, completely breaking his defenses, and directly issued a bounty. Everyone, go for it. Capture Kongming alive, reward with a 30,000-year soul bone. Capture MuLin alive, reward with a 10,000-year soul bone. If both are captured alive, I Ning Fengji vow by my martial soul to reward a 5,000-year top soul bone. With a heavy reward, there must be brave men. The people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had red eyes, howling as they charged forward. But could they get through? Of course not. Over at Kongming, the 7th soul skill, Puppet True Body, was activated, and the 6 summoned puppets doubled in strength. The white tiger and Xiao Wu puppet's auras directly approached that of 100,000-year soul beasts. Lanfang's side was even fiercer. Aside from protecting his own, he threw out all the remaining soul beasts like dumplings, a total of 9,000-year soul beasts. Plus, the atmosphere group brought by the white jade flower, seeing that knives were at their necks, could only harden their heads and charge forward. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a mess. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school was actually being suppressed and beaten by us. The four soul Douluos brought by Ning Fengji also wanted to rush over to steal the base, but a figure directly blocked their way. It was Yi Tianqing. He looked at the three people in front of him, a bit confused. Don't you have four soul Douluos? Where's the other one? One of the soul Douluos laughed loudly. That's our sect master's wisdom. Come, let us three experience your high skills. He Yu Chun, Martial Soul Red Thunder Saber. Level 83, Attack Type, Soul Douluo. Duan Yun, Martial Soul Wind Thunder Greatsword. Level 81 Attack Type, Soul Douluo. Huan Yun, Martial Soul Xian Fire Warhammer. Level 83, Attack Type, Soul Douluo. Please give me some advice. Let me tell you, when Yi Tianqing stands there, his aura is simply off the charts. The three soul Douluos on the opposite side were still analyzing, saying things like, is the other person off stealing our base? I couldn't help but laugh at their audacity. Do they really think our MuLin is that easy to catch? Then Yi Tianqing directly revealed his martial soul. A sleek silver-blue spatial sphere with a soul ring configuration of yellow, purple, black, red, 7 rings in total. My goodness, I gasped at the sight. This color combination is simply the top-tier skin in the world of soul rings. The three guys opposite were talking about just a soul sage, but their bodies were quite honest as they immediately launched their 5th soul skill, Red Flame Breaking Thunderblade, and Sword Determining the Universe. With special effects that looked like fireworks on New Year's Eve, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know they were soul Douluos. But they forgot the most crucial point. What was Yi Tianqing using? Space. I saw a flash of purple light on his sphere, and he shouted teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. All three of those devastating attacks hit nothing but air. Now, the three of them were dumbfounded, huddling together and muttering, Bro, did you just see that? There seems to be a red one on his sphere. Of course, with such a massive 10,000-year soul ring. It was like a searchlight. Only a blind person wouldn't see it. These guys finally realized they had met a tough opponent and started shouting slogans. Take him down. Explode the soul bone. Meanwhile, on the other side, the missing 4th soul Douluo, named Shi Hung, really did sneak into our inn to steal our base. He sneaked in and immediately spotted MuLin, who was sitting by the window eating melon and watching the show. He was thrilled, probably already calculating how to divide that 10,000-year soul bone. Without a word, he summoned his martial soul, the purple lightning dragon pattern rod, and immediately used his 5th soul skill, dragon pattern stabilizing the sea, trying to control MuLin. MuLin felt the pressure, but remained calm on his face. Shi Hung cackled like a typical villain and unleashed a dragon pattern vortex, with the rod charging towards MuLin like a power drill. But what happened? Before the rod could even touch the hem of MuLin's clothes, a dragon roar echoed, and a gigantic azure dragon burst out from the floor and walls of our inn. For those who understand, this was the summoned beast of Lanfang, the Tianqing Jiaolong, and it was the enhanced version, with a cultivation of 130,000 years. Shi Hung, an 84th level soul Douluo, was completely stunned, his expression more dramatic than seeing a ghost. Seeing the situation, MuLin couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. He sighed and shouted outside, Hey, can we stop playing? It's late at night. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go to sleep. Lanfang was the first to respond. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, the atmosphere on the battlefield changed dramatically. Lanfang flipped the table, summoning the dark golden terror claw bear, the phoenix, the Tianqing Jiaolong, along with a healing and support tree, the Qingyang sacred tree. The 4 10,000-year soul beasts lined up, and the scene was like a divine beast zoo opening. The faces of the opposing team turned green. What were they supposed to do now? The scene shifted to outside the city of Tiandou. Jin Chun and the sword Douluo Chen Xin were fighting fiercely. Chun Xin, with his white robe and silver hair, stood on a large sword, exuding an air of immortality. On Jin Chen's side, his martial soul was manifested, covered in dragon scales, radiating dominance. The two exchanged pleasantries, and in the next second, they clashed. Chun Xin opened with 2 buff skills, the 7 kills sword shining with yellow and purple light, sharp enough to cut through iron. Jin Chen didn't hold back either, activating his first soul skill, Forging Dragon Skin. causing his defensive power to skyrocket, and then he swung his dragon claws for close-range attacks. Let me tell you, Jin Shun didn't care about martial ethics at all. He had learned the melee skills of the body sect, and his True Dragon Claw and True Dragon Scatter were executed with great vigor, relentlessly pounding on Chun Xian's sword, producing clanging sounds like blacksmithing, with sparks flying everywhere. Chun Xian was getting annoyed from the close combat, and with his fifth soul skill shockwave of the four directions, he forced Jin Shun back. Seeing the commotion in the city, he knew he couldn't delay any longer and directly unleashed his ultimate move. His seventh soul skill, 7 kills True Body. A gigantic sword immortal phantom rose into the air. Jin Shun saw this and thought, alright, if you're going big, I'll go big too. Activating his martial soul True Body, True Dragon Skin, he too grew larger. Then they exchanged their 8th soul skills. Chun Xian split into 12 sword shadows, and Jin Shun let out a roar, Dragon Soul Roar, creating a mental shock that caused Chun Xian to momentarily freeze for 0.1 seconds. That 0.1 seconds was enough. Jin Shun threw a punch, and although Chun Xian managed to block it with his soul bone, he was still sent flying, blood visible at the corner of his mouth. Now Chun Xian was anxious and directly revealed his last trump card, his domain. 7 kills domain. Once activated, let me tell you, that domain was like hell on earth, stripping away all attack, defense, and speed down to nothing. He thought he was safe, but Jin Shun chuckled. Domain? Who doesn't have one? He countered with True Dragon Domain, and wow, was that a domain? That was an absolute domain. Not only did it purify all of Chun Xian's debuffs, but also placed a full attribute reduction on him, while providing Jin Shun with a 40 damage reduction. Now the roles had reversed, and Chun Xian could no longer fight back. Just then, they saw the gigantic dark golden terror claw bear in the city, along with the phoenix and Xiao Long, with the red light from the 4 10,000-year-soul beasts shooting into the sky. Chun Xian's mindset crumbled. Realizing his base was about to be stolen, he no longer cared about his pride and unleashed his ultimate 9th soul skill, God and Demon 2 Slashes. The sword light filled the sky, resembling the apocalypse. What happened next? Jin Shun directly activated another 9th soul skill, True Dragon Divine Armor. Standing firm, he took the ultimate move head-on. For those who understand, this was like a massage therapist encountering the wall of size. Chun Xian's earth-shattering move only stripped away a layer of Jin Chen's skin. Chun Xian was completely dumbfounded. Without saying a word, he hopped on his flying sword and rushed back to the city, shouting for Ning Fengji to protect him. Jin Chen angrily yelled from behind, "You coward! Come back!" and quickly chased after him. Back in the city, the sword duel returned and unleashed 10,000 swords returned to origin, causing chaos, hitting both friend and foe alike. Like it was raining, with several of his own people getting pierced. Jin Chen arrived and retaliated with a Dragon Roar cannon, unleashing a barrage on the 7 treasure glazed tile sect members. The high-end combat power of both sides reassembled, and Ning Fengji saw the situation was dire, panicking, and began shaking his 7 treasure glazed tile tower, throwing buffs onto the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as if they were free, even activating soul bone skills. The Bone Douluo transformed into a massive bone dragon that blocked out the sun, while the Sword Douluo stood tall, merging man and sword, exuding an aura that was simply the latest flashy bag of 2025. Did you think we were afraid? Not a chance. Lan Feng waved his hand, and the 4 divine beasts charged forward. Jin Shun, even more weighty, transformed as well, activating his 9th soul skill Dragon Transformation. A golden dragon burst forth. The bone dragon faced off against the true dragon, and the scene was like 2 high-speed trains colliding, creating a massive sound that shook the entire Tiando city. Then our dark golden terror claw bear, without any courtesy, slapped the bone dragon from the sky to the ground, while the phoenix and Xiao Long frantically dealt additional damage. Focusing on beating a drowning dog. Just when everyone was watching the celestial battle in the sky, a few sneaky attackers suddenly sprang from the shadows. A blade of light shot straight towards Ning Fengji, the only healer on the field. The Sword Douluo was quick to react, teleporting over to activate Spirit Sword Guardian to block it. But guess what? When these attackers saw their ambush fail, they didn't T-run. Instead, they directly unleashed their ultimate skills. True Body of a Long Blade. True Body of a Lion King. True Body of a Long Gun. 3 martial soul true bodies lit up instantly, bringing in 3 more soul Douluo level fighters. These 3 guys are tough. They don't waste any time and go straight for the big moves. What slashes? Lion King's Flame Claws. Hunter's Venomous Stab. Goodness, the blades are flashing. And there's fire and poison everywhere, with 3 soul skills thrown at Ning Fengji's face like they're free. Just when Sword Douluo thought he had defended with his spirit sword. Let me tell you, an even crazier move is coming. We have a guy who plays with space abilities, named Yi Tianxing, who had been slacking off but suddenly flashed into the scene. Without saying a word, he unleashed a space cut, and with a bang, shattered Sword Douluo's golden bell shield. 100% defense broken. It's unbelievable. I was dumbfounded at that moment, and I asked, dude, where are you from? It turned out he was there to help those 3 assassins, aiming for a surprise attack. Sword Douluo was stunned, watching as 3 ultimate moves were about to hit his own sect leader, and he didn't have any proper defensive skills. What to do? The best defense is offense. He immediately countered with his 8th spirit skill, move mountains and fill seas, creating 12 sword shadows and directly clashing with those 3. But folks, who understands? Those 3 were really hyped up, charging through Sword Douluo's sword energy to get to Ning Fengji, shouting, "Let my family accompany you to the grave." I thought, how deep must the grudge be? Are they digging up Ning Fengji's ancestral grave? Just at this critical moment, our protagonist MuLin received a notification from his system. Earlier, he had taken down 2 Soul Douluo, and the mission was complete. The reward was directly issued, and without looking at anything else, MuLin chose the most explosive option, a one-time use 96th level Title Douluos full power strike. I have to say, this system is quite user-friendly. When asked what type he wanted, MuLin directly ordered Sword Martial Soul, specializing in attack power. In the next second, a small sword appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Ning Fengji. To everyone's surprise, the small sword grew in the wind and transformed in mid-air into a strikingly handsome young man, who elegantly declared, "I'm the flying Sword Douluo, little thief. Take this." And then, there was no further action. He immediately activated his martial soul true body and unleashed his 9th soul skill, Flying Sword, Kill. A gigantic sword capable of piercing the heavens descended with a destructive force aimed straight at Ning Fengji. The power of it left the entire Heaven Dose city in shock. The Sword Douluo's face turned pale. He thought to himself, it's over. This thing was impossible to block. He instinctively wanted to run, but when he turned back, he saw Ning Fengji still standing there in a daze. Gritting his teeth, he rushed in front of Ning Fengji, activating everything he could. The 9th soul skill, Divine Demon 2 slashes, the fusion of man and sword. The Soul Bone skill, 7 kills of the world. The 2 gigantic swords collided, and the scene was like a nuclear explosion. When the smoke cleared, a scream was heard. The Sword Douluo lay there with one arm completely gone. Ning Fengji was also covered in dust, nearly losing his life. Now, it was time to take advantage of the weakness. Everyone on our side charged forward with golden dragons, soul beasts, and a massive crowd. Seeing this, the Bondo realized it was not good and quickly tried to create a spatial passage with his soul bone skill to escape. But guess what? It was that Yishinzing again. He solidified the space, directly interrupting the Bone Douluo's skill. Professionals are indeed different. Now the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo began to act out a dramatic farewell, both insisting on staying behind to cover the others. "I'm crippled, you go quickly. You're the one who's crippled. Your whole family is crippled. Hurry and take the sect master and flee." As the 2 of them were tugging at each other, MuLin took out a small bottle containing a swirling mass of black mist, clearly not a good thing. He had Yishinzing teleport over and smash this thing onto Ning Fengji's face. The Bone Douluo, quick on his feet, tried to swat the bottle away, but unfortunately, he smashed it instead. The black mist instantly enveloped both him and Ning Fengji. The 2 screamed as if they had been splashed with strong acid. When the mist dissipated, to everyone's astonishment, Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo had turned white-haired. Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glaze tile instantly dropped a rank, becoming the 5-treasure glaze tile. The Bone Douluo fared even worse. His Bone Dragon Martial Soul was downgraded to the lowest level little skeleton. I was shocked at the time. What kind of divine artifact is this black mist? It can even downgrade a martial soul? Bone Douluo is quite a man. Even with his martial soul in such a state, he still burned his last bit of strength to transform into a mini bone dragon, desperately holding all of us back and shouting at Sword Douluo, "Get lost!" Sword Douluo, with tears in his eyes, picked up the half-dead Ning Fengji, sprouted sword wings with his soul skill, and flew away without looking back. You know the outcome. Bone Douluo shattered into pieces, and even the soul bones dropped for us. Later, we found out that the 3 assassins at the beginning were actually arranged by Qianren Xue. She initially thought we would be overwhelmed by the 7-treasure glaze tile school and wanted to provide timely assistance. but realized we were in a king-level match. So her intervention turned into just adding icing on the cake. After cleaning up the battlefield, we returned to the new stronghold. MuLin was also generous. He immediately handed over the 90,000-year-old spatial soul bone from Douluo to Tianqing. Let me tell you, Tianqing was dumbfounded at that moment. He had been thinking about putting in minimal effort, but this soul bone completely stunned him, and he immediately vowed to go through fire and water for us in the future. That night, everyone held a meeting to discuss the situation on the continent. About how the Spirit Hall has divine-level inheritances, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has semi-divine treasures, and how the ancestor of the Haotian Sect played himself out, among other things. In the end, we unanimously decided to raid the home of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School the next day. After everyone dispersed, MuLin had just returned to his room to check the new battle skill from the system, Golden Flame's soul-breaking spear, when there was a knock at the door. It was the prince's brother, Xiao, who came knocking late at night. She was also a straightforward person. She sat down and got to the point, saying that with so few people on our side, we definitely couldn't handle the entire Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Instead, we should collaborate. She would provide money and manpower to help us digest this big cake, as long as we handed over the living members of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School for her to deal with. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, could it be that she wants those Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Masters? I said to her, Your Highness, this is a bit difficult. Think about it. We just took down the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If we keep them alive, isn't that like planting a bomb for ourselves? What if one day they stab us in the back? That wouldn't be good. As a result, Xiao, this tough girl, shook her head and said, It's fine. We don't need to keep them all. We can specifically target those old guys who are dissatisfied with Ning Fengji, as well as their descendants. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul is really valuable. It can elevate the combat power of a super Douluo on the spot. We can't let it go to waste. She even came up with a more radical idea. Or, let's be straightforward and just kill all the adults, leaving only those little kids who are still in swaddling clothes and know nothing. I'll fund their upbringing, and you send people to supervise. When they awaken the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul, we can split it evenly. How about that? I instinctively nodded at that moment. This method was indeed quite clever and stable. But then I thought of another plan. How about this, Brother Crown Prince? You come with me tomorrow. After all, you were once a disciple of Ning Fengji. Let's see if those elders will give you some face. If they are willing to swear by their martial souls to stay in one place for a lifetime to cultivate their descendants, without making any small moves or spreading hatred, then we can give them a way out. Xiao smiled. It seems my brother still has a soft heart. Besides, give him a chance. After all, who can be more professional than them when it comes to nurturing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda? This time, it's purely Ning Fengji getting carried away and looking for trouble. If they know their place, it will be a win-win situation. If they don't, then they can't blame me. I'd rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let a single Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda martial soul go. Xiao nodded, indicating that she was making a huge profit this time. She didn't exert any effort, yet gained a bunch of high-level support spirit masters for free. It was simply a win. As for loyalty, I understood her gaze. She was clear about poison and control methods. This girl had been an undercover werewolf in the Heaven Do Empire since she was under 10. She had to be ruthless to stand firm. All right, MuLin, you should rest early. Tomorrow I will accompany you to the inn to gather, and then I will lead the way. Once she left, a single thought occupied my mind. What does the continent's #1 beauty look like? I must take a good look when she drops her disguise. The next morning, we gathered. I briefly explained to everyone that the soul bones belonged to us, and that the manpower and resources would be handled by the Crown Prince's side. No one had any objections. After all, with just a few of us, we couldn't handle such a large enterprise. Moreover, Jinshun and the others were quite curious about the Heaven Do Empire, which could compete with the Spear Hall, and wanted to see what hidden cards they had. Tianqing had just absorbed the bone of the bone Douluo yesterday, and now he was ready to practice with it. He shouted Space Tunnel, and wow, it was even more stable than when the bone Douluo himself opened it. Xianrinchue's eyes lit up, probably wondering how I could be so generous to just give away such a top-notch soul bone. Just as we were about to leave, an old man suddenly appeared, insisting on protecting His Highness the Crown Prince, fearing we wouldn't be able to handle it. I looked and saw, isn't that the second elder of the Spirit Hall, the golden crocodile Douluo? He was also anxious, afraid that something might happen to Xianrinchue. I told you. Jinshen's face changed at that moment. He clearly sensed the terrifying strength of that old man. He leaned over and whispered to me that he felt he might not be able to defeat the old man. I was laughing crazily inside. He must have been thinking, wow, the Heavendo Empire really knows how to hide things. If even a prince has such a powerful protector, how strong must the emperor's side be? This misunderstanding was too beautiful. As we passed through the tunnel, Jin Shun and Yi Tianxing tacitly kept me separated from that golden crocodile Douluo, being cautious. Soon, we arrived at a mountain outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where Lan Feng had been waiting. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo hadn't returned since yesterday. I squinted my eyes. This old fox runs quite fast. But it doesn't matter. A one-armed Sword Douluo can't stir up much trouble. We walked directly to the main gate of the sect, and the guard at the entrance was quite aggressive. Stop. What do you want? Old man Kong Ming stepped forward. I am Kong Ming, and I want to see your person in charge. The guard looked disdainful. Do you think our person in charge is someone you can just meet? Get lost. Kong Ming shook his head, too lazy to argue, and directly activated his 5th soul skill, White Tiger, and his 6th soul skill, Xiao Wu. 2 huge mechanical beasts instantly blocked the door. Who dares to cause trouble in my 7 treasures glazed tile sect? A soul Douluo wielding an axe rushed out, with 8 soul rings swaying around him, looking quite intimidating. Senior Jin Shun could no longer stand it and stepped forward, his soul rings shining. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. As soon as those 200,000-year red rings appeared, let me tell you, the soul, named Lei Yun on the opposite side went weak in knees. And his attitude made a complete turnaround as he respectfully invited us into the reception room. Before long, all the elders of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect had arrived, led by a grand elder named Ning Jiuyang. The crown prince, being a straightforward person, stepped up and said, Elders, I am ShootsHis. My teacher brought people to smash the place last night. And now I suggest that you 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect disband on the spot and submit to my brother MuLin. Well, the scene instantly erupted. ShootsHis, you're seeking death. The crown prince leisurely recounted what happened last night, and Ning Jiuyang's old face turned pale in an instant. He knew we were here to demand compensation for mental damages, but he still stubbornly said, Impossible. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is one of the upper 3 sects, and we will never submit. I really couldn't hold back any longer, so I bluntly said, one has a broken arm and one is dead. An elder, not believing in evil, shouted, You little brat, what are you bragging about? Our sword Douluo is level 96. Before he could finish his sentence, Senior Jin Shun directly punched him, and the elder was blasted out of the door like a cannonball gone. Senior Jin Shun coldly said, You have 2 choices. Swear allegiance with your martial souls, or go down now to accompany your bone Douluo. Anyway, your 7 Treasures Glazed Sect has plenty of children. We don't mind raising our own. Another one, still stubborn, didn't he finish his words before his head was squashed like a big watermelon. Just like that. By Senior Jin Shun. Let me tell you, the scene was incredibly quiet. It was almost physically silent. Now, no one dared to speak. Ning Jiuyang, trembling, said he would go out to prepare, but in reality, he was going to discuss surrender. Those elders muttered outside for 10 minutes, probably realizing that they couldn't win against the stronger side. And when they came back, they obediently swore oaths with their martial souls one by one. After that was settled, I leaned closer to Qianrenshua and said, Brother Prince, you handle these elders, just leave half for me. As for those soul Douluo, let Brother Lan Feng accompany you to talk. Then I turned to Ning Jiuyang. Great elder, could you please take us to see your treasure vault? I've been curious about the foundation of the #1 sect in the world for a long time. Ning Jiuyang dared not refuse and could only lead the way. Wow, let me tell you, the moment the door was pushed open, it almost blinded my eyes. A pile of soul bones. The central torso bone, good heavens. Is that an 80,000-year-old Xuanja Bright Emperor crocodile? Next to it, their SA 50,000-year-old dream cat skull, and more than a dozen 10,000-year-old soul bones. Ning Jiuyang had just shown a hint of pride on his face when I waved my hand and said, Family, don't be polite. Choose for yourselves. Take what suits you. Ning Jiuyang's face turned green on the spot. He was probably cursing me as a spendthrift in his heart. He began to introduce us to what the thunder-winged Kanjing left leg bone, the snow giant ape right leg bone, and so on. I was puzzled and asked him, You have such great soul bones, especially that 80,000-year-old torso bone. Why don't you give it to the soul Douluo of the sect? Wouldn't that mean one more title Douluo? Guess what happened next? Ning Jiuyang sighed and said, In the sect, there are many factions. These elders would rather let this treasure gather dust than let others use it, for fear that other factions will grow stronger and take away their positions. It's ridiculous. This situation is even worse than our in. I couldn't be bothered with their petty matters, so I just took Jin Shun and Ning Jiuyang out, letting them divide the spoils themselves. After a while, old Master Kong Ming directly took the 5,000-year-old cat head, saying it would be useful for his research. But the 8,000-year-old torso bone was all that was left, and for Dong Xiang, a food-type soul master, that thing was useless. So that's how it was settled. Let me tell you, this was just an appetizer. The real big job is still ahead. I opened a portal and brought our whole group in grand style to the Sunset Forest. I cleared my throat and said to them, "Family, today we are here for team building, and our destination is called the Eye of Ice and Fire. Let me tell you, this place is amazing. Just take a stroll inside, and when you come out, you'll definitely have the potential to be a Douluo." Wow. As soon as I said that, you should have seen their expressions. They looked at me like I was crazy. It's no wonder. The claim I made was a bit outrageous. I had to continue explaining. Don't doubt it. This place was cultivated using the corpses of 2 divine dragon kings as fertilizer, and their dragon souls are still present. The immortal herbs inside. Even a single one is worth 10,000 years of soul bones. Now they were no longer skeptical. Their eyes began to shine with excitement and a hint of nervousness. I said, "Don't be nervous, just follow me." All right, there's an old man guarding the door inside, known as Douluo, called Douluo, who plays with poison. But don't worry, he's really weak. My evaluation of him can be summed up in 8 characters. Invincible in team battles, powerless in one-on-one. Later, Senior Jin Shun. You know what to do, don't give him any chance, just take him out instantly. We walked deep into the forest, and before long, we saw a large area of green toxic mist. Sisterwood Spirit had already prepared the antidote pills, according to my recipe, 1 for each of us. Like eating jelly beans, and then we boldly marched in. Just a few steps in, a thin old man with green hair, as skinny as a bamboo pole, jumped out, exuding a villainous aura. He immediately displayed his soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 9 in total. Then he dramatically shouted, "Haven't your parents taught you not to trespass on others' territory?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. It's already 2025, who still uses such outdated lines. Brother Jin Chun didn't indulge him at all, and didn't give him a chance to show off. As soon as I finished speaking, he activated his martial soul and charged forward with a true dragon claw attack, so fast that it left after images. With a few crisp cracks, that Douluo didn't even have time to react before he was pinned to the ground, all his limbs dislocated. The old man was completely stunned, lying on the ground, questioning his life, probably wondering who he was, where he was, and if he had just tried to show off. I slowly walked over and said, "Are you Senior Douluo? Don't get excited. We're just here to borrow some of the celestial herbs from your backyard." After hearing this, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. His expression seemed to say, "Is this how you borrow things? You come in and break the owner's limbs?" But what could he do? When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. He could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Feel free to use them. Feel free to use them." I estimate that he was thinking, "Humph, a bunch of bumpkins, even I don't recognize the things in my medicinal garden. Go ahead and eat. It would be best if you all died from poison." Unfortunately, he ran into me. I brought everyone in, and upon seeing the spring that was like ice and fire, I directly activated the distribution mode. "Come on, everyone line up. Today, everyone get to share. And I'll pick them for you." I pointed at a white orchid, Dong Xiang, this 8-petal fairy orchid, specifically for support types, after eating it. Your cultivation speed will be faster than that of a battle soul master. Consider it compensation for the previous soul bone. Then I pointed to an inconspicuous herb, lawn foam. This primordial fairy herb, focused on skyrocketing soul power. Forget about the rest. Leveling up is the priority. Sister MuLin, this star Luo spirit pearl is for you. It can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and in the future, your healing ability will be upgraded to Pro Max. I can already see the little stars in their eyes. Tianxing, this purple chrysanthemum, Qirong Tongtianju, is used to cultivate an indestructible body. You. But then Tianxing waved his hand and coolly said, "I don't need it. My martial soul can traverse space without pressure. Give it to Lei. He needs it more." Wow, what a mindset. Lei beside him was so excited that his face turned red, quickly taking it and expressing endless gratitude. "All right, that white jade, this Shuishin Yujigu is for you. It's similar in effect to Lei Yi's. You two will be our team's Konggong Barbie duo from now on." While he was also grinning from ear to ear. Then, I found a ginseng at the boundary of ice and fire, exuding dragon energy. Jin Chun, Senior, Dragon Blood Ginseng. It's specifically for purifying your true dragon bloodline. Your combat power will definitely double. Jinshin nodded and said he would keep an eye on Douluo and that we would discuss it later once we were all set. Then I found a seemingly ordinary little grass and said, Master Kongming, Xiao Ling, this one is called Life Source Grass. It greatly replenishes life force and mental strength. Who wants it? Yulinger didn't think twice and directly offered the opportunity to the Elder Kongming, saying that he needed it more for longevity. Elder Kongming was deeply moved and immediately sat down to begin absorbing it. I pulled Yulinger along and continued searching, finally pointing at a white peony and saying, Sister Linger, this universal white peony has its mental power talent fully maxed out. It might even awaken the ability to foresee the future. This is the one. In the end, only Yi Tianxing was left, still hesitating, saying he already had enough. I said, that won't do. You're my first protector. I led him around the cliff and finally spotted a silver-white rolling cypress. Brother Tianxing, this is it. Eternal life rolling cypress. Just from the name, you can tell it's not just about extending life. It resets your physical functions and potential to their peak state, essentially a return to youth. Hurry, pick it and eat it quickly, or the energy will burst you. After hearing this, Yi Tianxing stopped being coy, picked it, and ran to the cliff edge, percoring while absorbing it. Now, everyone was clearly arranged. I clapped my hands, pointed at the two plants at the very center of the ice and fire duality eye, one ice blue and one fire red, and said to Senior Jinshin, Senior, it's my turn. Please help me bring those two up. Seeing them, Jinshin's face changed. Are you sure? Those two things are clearly not benign. Just their aura feels dangerous. They're highly toxic immortal products. Hey, the more toxic, the more explosive the effect, I said with a smile. As a result, Douluo, who was being held by Jinshin, was unhappy and muttered, What's wrong with practicing poison? Can't practicing poison also lead to becoming a Title Douluo? Jinshin laughed and gave him a sidelong glance. His expression one of thin disdain and mild coldness. Title Douluo? One that I can knock down with a single move? One who poisoned his own son and is about to lose his granddaughter? I told you, as soon as the words came out, Douluo's old face instantly turned pale. His expression was like he had seen a ghost, and his voice cracked. You. How do you know? Oh, is there any need to ask? Our side. MuLin directly stood up like an old Chinese medicine doctor and explained slowly, a little knowledge, just a little. I have a bit of research on herbs and poisons. This poison of yours is no longer just poisoning. It has merged with you, and you are almost becoming a poison person. It can't be hidden. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, there, hope. These people can tell that I'm poison and understand celestial herbs. Isn't this a perfect match? His attitude made a complete turnaround, going from arrogant to almost kneeling. Then, can you save me and my granddaughter? As a result, MuLin shook his head. Wait, don't rush. Let me first use my celestial herbs. Saying this, he pointed at the two celestial herbs, one red and one white, in the eye of ice and fire, explaining to Jinshin. Senior, let me tell you, although these two things are highly toxic, they follow the principle of two negatives making a positive, understand? They're a natural pair, allowing me to directly cultivate an ice and fire golden body in the spring, so that in the future, ice, fire, and poison will feel like a tickle to me, primarily focusing on physical immunity. This is definitely the best match for me. After hearing this, Jinshin's brow furrowed, feeling that things were not simple. Did you just say there are other choices? Yes, MuLin admitted generously, but that one is for the second awakening of my martial soul. I thought, first use this to lay a good foundation, then use that for a big move, directly achieving the goal. When Jinshin heard about the awakening of the martial soul, he got excited. After all, it was related to the main body sect, a perfect match for his expertise. He said earnestly, Our main body sect awakening relies on training, on combat, on pressure. You just directly take medicine. Isn't that taking shortcuts? Isn't that bad for you in the future? Don't worry, MuLin said confidently. My celestial herb is simply a perfect match for the other thing I prepared. Plus, I have an external aid. A system to help me absorb it. It's completely stable. Hearing this, Jinshin figured that since the other party had already said it like this, there was nothing more to say. With a wave of his hand, the two celestial herbs flew over as if they had eyes. Goodness, as soon as these two things left the spring, the surrounding temperature instantly went haywire. One side felt like a sauna, the other like an ice cellar. MuLin was quick and grabbed them, and I watched as he first turned ice blue, then quickly turned to cooked shrimp red, with red and blue lights flickering back and forth like a neon light. It flashed like this for less than 3 seconds. He staggered forward a step, closed his eyes, and with a splash, jumped straight into the eye of ice and fire. At that moment, I had only one thought, a warrior. This cultivation lasted a whole day. When MuLin finally came out of the spring, he looked a bit dazed, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Douluo trying to curry favor with our Miss MuLin. Miss MuLin, your medical skills are truly remarkable. You see, do you still accept disciples? My granddaughter, Yinner, has a talent for herbs. MuLin's heart sank. This was bad. I was still figuring out how to recruit this old poisoner, and now he was trying to take the wife route? Fortunately, MuLin was clever and directly kicked the ball back. This matter, you have to ask our young master. If he agrees, I will accept. Douluo's old face immediately fell. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see that this was forcing him to take a stand? At this time, MuLin also walked over, waving his hand. Put your matters aside for now, no rush. Come on, everyone, say how you feel after eating the celestial herbs. It's time for the blind box segment. Goodness, this question caused a stir. He was the first to jump out, as happy as a 200-pound child. Young master, I'm level 67. Bai nodded along. Same, I'm level 67 too. MuLin smiled slightly. I'm level 65, and my martial soul has gained a passive skill. After stabbing someone, I can continuously heal, and the healing effect is even better. MuLin raised an eyebrow. Isn't that better than the 9 heart Sitang? In terms of overall ability, it might really be a bit stronger. I'm telling you, this is simply everyone cheating. Even old Kong Ming said that his soul power has reached level 80, and the key is that his vitality has skyrocketed. He feels like he's become decades younger. Brother Lanfeng is even more impressive. He's like a soul fighter, having shot up 3 levels to 86 now. Sister Yuling has also reached level 45 and has already started reserving the championship throne for the next 2 Soul Master competitions. Finally, it was MuLin's turn, and everyone was staring at him. He felt a bit shy and said, as for soul power, it only increased by 2 levels, now at 36. Everyone was stunned, and old Kongming couldn't help but ask, just this? With your soul master level, after consuming 2 spirit herbs, you should have at least risen by 7 or 8 levels, right? MuLin smiled and said, the key is not the level. He patted his chest and said to Yishinzing, Brother Etienne, come and test my current physical strength. Yishinzing placed his hand on MuLin's shoulder, probed his soul power, and the next second his eyes widened like copper bells. This is a soul emperor level physique, and it's the kind that specializes in the body with a beast martial soul. My goodness, we all went crazy at that moment, rushing over to watch, just like examining antiques, feeling his bones. A 7-year-old kid, a soul master at level 36, whose physical strength jumped over 20 levels. Who would believe that? MuLin saw our naive expressions and added, not only that, I now have fire immunity, ice immunity, and poison immunity, all 3 in 1. From now on, those who play with fire, ice, or poison will have to call me Dad in front of me. Everyone was stunned. This was just too far ahead. Next, MuLin prepared to undergo the second awakening of his martial soul. He walked up to a fairy herb that looked like a small stick, but had a golden dragon carved on it, which was the golden dragon divine wood. Brother Jean Chun waved his hand. I'm not in a hurry. You go ahead and awaken first. I'll protect you. I want to see how far you can go in your first awakening. MuLin was not polite and directly sat cross-legged, saying to the system, use all the golden dragon chi that was given to me by Yu Qianheng, as well as the reward for absorbing the fairy herb. All together. Pour it into me. In the next moment, the golden dragon divine would turn into a beam of golden light and drilled into MuLin's heart, and the golden dragon chi followed suit. MuLin was instantly enveloped by a domineering aura. Outside, Douluo was still being stubborn. A level 36 or 37 soul master thinks he can awaken and suppress me with dragon might. I am the Serpent Emperor. Emperor, do you understand? Just as he finished speaking, a faint golden dragon phantom coiled around MuLin, letting out a deafening dragon roar. And then suddenly, it all drilled into MuLin's heart. When MuLin opened his eyes again, his whole aura had changed. He checked the system panel, and wow, his martial soul had directly upgraded from his heart to the heart of the golden dragon, a super martial soul. The awakening level was silver. But the ridiculous part was that the effect was not a 100 increase in strength, but 150. When he told everyone about this, Brother Jean Chun was dumbfounded. The main body sect hadn't produced such a powerhouse in hundreds of years. However, MuLin himself smacked his lips, a bit dissatisfied. It's just, the duration of the enhanced strength has become shorter. Who understands this, family? He gained the advantage, but still complained. Jean Chun immediately snorted in annoyance. What else do you want? If you want explosive power, it definitely won't last long. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. Do you not understand this principle? When you reach the golden level in the future, then consider whether you want to be a tough guy or a tough guy plus. I tell you, this golden level awakening sounds impressive, but essentially it's just a life-consuming combat method, bursting forth with one's life. You get what I mean? But let's put that aside for now. I quickly urged Jin Shun. Senior, don't just stand there, it's your turn. Hurry up and go eat your fairy grass feast. As soon as I finished speaking, I slapped my forehead. Oh no, I forgot about Yi Tianqing. I quickly asked him, Hey, old E, I've been focusing on others. How did that fairy grass work for you? Any feelings? Yi Tianqing was beaming with joy, touching his face, and said, Feelings? I feel like I've directly returned to my 18-year-old youthful self. That fairy grass entered my heart, and a warm current flowed through my whole body, feeling incredibly comfortable. Right now, I feel in better shape than when I was 17 or 18. Family, who understands? Rejuvenation. Although it's just going back from 25 or 26 to 17 or 18, that's still reversing nearly 10 years. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards him changed, especially Douluo. Let me tell you, that old man's face turned greener than his own poison. His eyes were almost popping out in regret, and he must have regretted it 100 times over. He was definitely lamenting inside. If I had known there was such a good thing, I would have risked my life to grab a stalk. As soon as I saw his expression, I knew that this old poisoner was dreaming. He must have thought that this celestial herb could also cure his poison. I directly splashed a basin of cold water on him. Douluo, stop dreaming. That celestial herb is useless against your poison. Even if it could detoxify you, what would be left of your abilities? Are you going to rely on your old arms and legs to fight in close combat? The old poisoner was so angry that his teeth itched, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, I was the fish on the chopping block. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly turned to Jin Shun, saying, Senior Jin Shun, that dragon's blood ginseng is your thing. Just eat it and then refine it with your soul power. Jin Shun is also a person of action. Without saying a word, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it. Let me tell you, his martial soul is originally the skin of a true dragon. So absorbing this thing is right up his alley, and he did it at lightning speed. Before long, he opened his eyes and burst into laughter, truly ecstatic. MuLin, thank you. This is a huge profit. As soon as I saw his smile, which showed teeth but no eyes, I knew the effect would definitely be explosive. It seems my senior has gained a lot, right? Not just a lot. Jin Shun was so excited that he kept slapping his thigh. Although my soul power is still at level 95, I feel much more solid now. If I were to face you engine from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect one-on-one, I estimate I could easily defeat him, but that's not the main point. The main point is that my martial soul's quality and domain have both upgraded. Now, when I activate my domain, I can suppress my opponent and enhance myself, increasing all effects by 5. In the true form of my martial soul, the enemy's attacks are directly reduced by 70. If the opponent also has a dragon-type martial soul and its quality is not as high as mine, it's a direct 90 reduction. Wow, I was shocked at that moment. Isn't this just a plus version of Sword Douluo's 7 kills domain? Reducing 90 of dragon-type martial soul attacks. What does that mean? This means Jin Shun could solo the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect by himself. Douluo also heard this and was completely stunned. He probably never saw such an outrageous divine herb in his life, capable of directly enhancing a Title Douluos into a moving, sect-destroying weapon. Just as he was in shock, I walked up to him and got straight to the point. Douluo, let's make a deal. The old man's expression was incredibly complex. He clearly knew that I was going to use detoxification and divine herbs as bargaining chips to make him and his granddaughter work for me. I looked at his tangled expression and directly stated, Senior, there's no need for you to guess anymore. The poison in you has already been passed on to your granddaughter. Is that how your son died? My words struck directly at Douluo's heart, causing him to shudder and fall silent. Seeing his reaction, I knew I had guessed correctly. For his precious granddaughter, Douluo, he was willing to do anything. I seized the opportunity and put forth my conditions. The transaction is very simple. We will help you and your granddaughter completely detoxify without affecting your strength. Additionally, we will provide you with 2 pieces of celestial herbs, ensuring that your granddaughter will definitely become a Title Douluos in the future, and you will also have a chance to break through to the realm of Super Douluo. Douluo was silent for a long time before finally uttering, Why me? Senior Jin Shun could defeat me with a single move. Because you are dirty enough, I said bluntly. In a one-on-one fight, you indeed can't win, but when it comes to group fights and wide area attacks, how many people in the whole Douluo continent are stronger than you? What I want is your ability to destroy a city by yourself. He then asked, Aren't you afraid I will turn against you in the future? Afraid? I laughed. Let's make a bet. We'll send 3 people from our side, and as long as you can defeat one of them, or even just draw, it counts as your win. If you win, the poison will be resolved, and the celestial herbs will be given to you for free. If I win, you will swear an oath of martial soul and pledge loyalty to me. The poison will be resolved, and you will receive 1 piece of celestial herb. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes lit up. The bet sounded like a gift to him. Little did he know, the pit had already been dug for him. Which 3 people? Senior Jinshen, Lan Feng, and my master who will arrive tomorrow. After saying this, I had MuLin go and heal him, while I took the others to find cave. I needed to quickly summon my legendary master. System, open the blind box. Summon my master. Ding. The system executed a series of operations, and a dazzling golden panel popped up. Dragon Roar, title, Golden Dragon Douluo, level 97. Martial Soul is Heart of the Golden Dragon King. Golden level awakening. And the soul ring configuration is dazzling. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. 3 soul bones over 100,000 years old. Goodness. This panel is simply a walking natural disaster. The next moment, a muscular man in a dark gold shirt, with sharp brows and starry eyes, appeared before me. His aura was so strong that it nearly suffocated me. He looked me up and down and said, "You are the disciple the system found for me?" I quickly nodded and bowed. It's me, it's me. My name is MuLin. I'm 7 years old, level 39. As soon as he heard my level, his expression changed instantly, and a killing intent almost overflowed. Level 39? Evil Soul Master. Damn, this is a huge misunderstanding. I quickly reveal my soul rings, red, purple, purple. The master fell silent on the spot. That expression was like seeing AI paint for the first time. Their worldview was greatly shocked. A first soul ring of 100,000 years? What the hell is this? When I mentioned how I tried to possess the softbone rabbit and ended up getting countered, he reluctantly accepted this setting. All right then, after pondering for a moment, he decided to call me master from now on. Your martial soul is very similar to mine, and I will impart everything to you. I hurriedly told him about the bet with Douluo for tomorrow. He nodded, saying one word, all right. The next day, Douluo had recovered, standing proudly in the arena. I brought my master out in style and introduced loudly. Let me introduce everyone. This is my master, Longming, titled Golden Dragon, a 97th level super Douluo. Douluo's eyes nearly popped out. 97th level, a realm he could never reach in his lifetime. His little schemes were instantly extinguished, only hoping to defeat the seemingly weakest Lan Feng. I challenge Mr. Lan Feng. Lan Feng smiled slightly and stepped forward. Douluo, being a seasoned fighter, rushed to attack first, using his 5th soul skill, Poison Dragon Claw. However, Lan Feng didn't engage him in close combat at all, activating his 6th soul skill. A fire-breathing phoenix forced Douluo back while he soared into the sky. Douluo shouted from below, "Do you think flying makes you impressive?" Lan Feng laughed from above. "Of course not. Your opponent is this." As he spoke, his 8th soul ring lit up, and a giant bear, comparable to a small mountain and radiating dark golden light, descended from the sky. A 90,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear, infinitely close to 100,000 years. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. Douluo looked at the beast that could tear apart giant dragons, and his expression shifted from shock to daze, finally turning to despair. How could they fight this? This soul, Douluo, could summon a 90,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear. Wasn't he that bullying the honest people? He was silent for 2 seconds, then very decisively raised his hands. I am willing to submit. Just like that, the old poison master was easily subdued by me. I made him take an oath, gave him some celestial herbs, arranged for MuLin to detoxify him, and then led my master and the others back to Heavendo's city in grand style. Upon arriving at the prince's mansion, we bumped into the fake prince, Xiao. She still wanted to come over and pinch my face, but I deftly dodged and then formally introduced my master to her. On the surface, everyone was polite. She addressed my master as Your Majesty Golden Dragon, and he responded courteously. But as soon as we left, her 98th level bodyguard grandpa, Golden Crocodile Douluo, emerged from the shadows, his face serious enough to drip water. Xiao asked him, "Second grandpa, how strong is that person?" Golden Crocodile took a deep breath. "I don't know, but I can be sure he noticed me. Moreover, the sense of danger he gives me is much stronger than what the third one, a 97th level Douluo, gives me." Xiao was immediately shocked. After that, There was a 6-month period of peace. A certain Nin reopened, and Kong Ming and Yi Tianqing also obtained their 8th soul rings. As for me, I was directly taken away by my muscular master, starting a devilish training camp version of wilderness survival. In his words, the main body martial soul should grow in battle. The scene shifted, and 6 months later, in the 10,000-year area of the Stardow Forest, a majestic golden-armored dragon bear lay silently on the ground. Beside it, an 8 or 9-year-old child, which was me, was sitting cross-legged, absorbing a purple 10,000-year soul ring. Master Long Ming sighed beside me. The times have really changed. Yi Tianqing nodded. Yeah. Oh, the young master has awakened. I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the surging power within me. The 4th soul ring is in hand. In the past 6 months, I've focused on a dramatic increase in strength. I quickly opened my panel to take a look, and wow, when I saw it, I almost jumped up on spot. My soul ring configuration is fully stacked. Red, purple, purple, black. Who would believe this lineup if I told them? The key point is this 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. Damn, a body enhancement, everyone. It directly grants immunity to all control effects. It also gives me a 100 increase in strength and defense, along with a 20 damage reduction. I tell you, I was silent at that moment. I originally wanted to be a graceful damage dealer, taking the path of breaking through all methods with sheer strength. But the system forcefully pushed me towards the direction of a cyber tank. First it was fire immunity, ice immunity, poison immunity, and now there's crowd control immunity. Plus the damage reduction from my other skills. This defense is simply incredible. Forget it. As long as I'm alive, there's DPS. Let's focus on survival. My love, my teacher, the old man Long Ming, and my protector, Yi Tianqing, were watching me like they were watching a monkey, both with expressions that said, "What good stuff did you get this time?" I smugly said, "Berserk body. Immunity to control. Damage immunity." The old man Long Ming burst out laughing, patting me on the shoulder and saying, "Well, you little rascal, 1st soul skill is indestructible golden body. 2nd soul skill adds attributes. 3rd soul skill provides fire immunity. And now you come up with a control immune berserk body. If it weren't for the fact that you handle that spear pretty well, I would believe you were pure defense." I shrugged and said, "Go away. Attack is a man's romance. For my 5th soul skill, I need a completely destructive attack skill." Longming cheerfully collected the corpse of the golden armored dragon bear and asked me where to go next. I thought for a moment and decided on Soto City since it's close. Goodness, I thought this old man had some meticulous plan, but instead he confidently said, "It doesn't matter where we go. Just let you see some blood and practice your skills on some bandits." Does anyone understand this? This teacher is all about doing as he pleases. The 3 of us didn't use Yishinzing's spatial ability to teleport directly. Long Mingfei said he wanted to experience the local customs and culture. Actually, I knew that this old guy had just been summoned and wanted to see what this era was like. Fine, let's just treat it as a road trip. In the inn at night, just as I was about to lie down, the system chimed, and my CPU was fried. "Bro, you still have a team gift pack you haven't opened, remember?" I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, right. My level 40 team blind box. Open. Must open. Let's open it right now." Ding. Congratulations, host. The summoned team is Sister Slayer World, Night Raid Organization. I was so shocked my eyes almost popped out. Night Raid. That assassination organization is the best. System, I love you. In the next second, 9 phantoms suddenly appeared in my room, and then slowly transformed into real people. Wow. I directly got the entire Night Raid family pack from the world of Slain Girls. Najinda, Brother Brand, 9 people, all Soul Emperors, and Akame is even a level 71 Soul Sage. I'm so excited. My teachers Long Ming and Yi Tianqing suddenly appeared in my room, and the atmosphere was tense. Like 2 groups fighting over a private room at a KTV. Both of them could sense that these 9 people were not easy to deal with. And the Night Raiders could also feel that my teacher's aura was even more terrifying than his death is. I quickly stood in the middle to mediate, saying, "Don't hit, don't hit." We're on the same side. A new colleague from the system. After a brief introduction, the atmosphere finally eased. Neji Shitan, living up to her reputation as the big sister, immediately asked me, "Young master, what orders do you have?" I waved my hand and said, "We're not doing 996, and there are no strict KPIs for now. You guys go get familiar with this world. And by the way, $0 purchase those unsavory nobles. Consider it a team-building activity. Just check in at the Ojin in Nintendo City every month or 2. When the Night Raid crew heard this, their eyes lit up. They probably thought they had encountered a magical boss. Without saying a word, they greeted each other and set off for the team-building trip that night. A few days later, the 3 of us arrived at Suatawa City. The The teacher said, "No more nonsense. Let us go practice at the Grand Soul Arena." When we got to the Grand Soul Arena, wow, it was packed with people. While waiting in line, I had a brilliant idea. I took out a few big watermelons that Tianxing had chilled. "Hey buddy, want to swap places? I'll give you one." Guess what? After a few watermelons, I went from the back of the line to the front. Talk about a business genius. Just as it was my turn, a blonde kid suddenly pushed me back and flirted with the staff girl. "Xiao, I'm back again. Let me sign up. I have such a bad temper. Does anyone in my family understand?" I waited in line for 2 hours, and he cut in for 2 seconds. And he's just wasting time flirting with girls. A big guy behind me grabbed my arm and whispered, "Bro, hold on, this guy is Ku Sheng from Shrek Academy, a 19-year-old soul master. His teacher protects him. He's not easy to mess with." Shrek Academy? I thought, so what? Do they have a Title Douluo? If not, he's nothing. I jumped up and delivered a lightning-fast whirlwind kick, and with a bang, that guy was embedded in the wall like a picture frame. I pointed at his nose and yelled, "Do you have any reason to cut in line? Wasting my time. Who do you think you are?" That Ku Sheng pried himself off the wall, his face turning purple with anger. "You little brat, you're looking for death." His martial spirit activated, with 4 soul rings glowing in yellow and purple, ready to attack. However, before he could rush over, he was lifted up by Tianxing with one hand. My teacher, Long Ming, was even tougher. He smiled and threatened him. "Kid, you have quite the background. Call your elders out, or you'll be dead." This kid actually called someone. A rather short man squeezed out of the crowd, and it was none other than Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu looked like a tough character, but all depended on who he was compared to. My teacher, Long Ming, glared at him, and without even releasing his martial spirit, his aura pressed down on Xiao Wu, almost making him kneel. Xiao Wu had no choice but to unleash his 7 soul rings: yellow, purple, black, 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 and black, soul sage. The onlookers were stunned. Long Ming didn't take him seriously at all and issued a final ultimatum. "No more nonsense. I'll send out a level 44 soul master to fight your student. If he loses, he won't survive." Xiao Wu's face darkened, but he couldn't win, so he could only nod. Just like that, we were taken directly to a battle arena. The host was quite good at his job, introducing me as the Golden Soul Master from Tiando City with a perfect victory record. As soon as we got on stage, Ku Sheng saw it was me, and his eyes almost popped out. "How is it you?" I smiled at him and said, "Why can't it be me? Come on, Golden Messenger, Soul Heart. Level 44 Strength Attack Soul Master. Please advise." After saying that, I activated my martial soul, and golden light exploded, with the dragon's roar echoing throughout the venue. When I revealed my soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, the entire place erupted. The host's voice nearly broke. 10,000-year soul ring. Everyone, this is a 10,000-year soul ring from a soul master. The guy opposite, Ku Sheng, turned pale. He was probably thinking, it's fine, he's just a pay-to-win player. His skills must be terrible. He gritted his teeth and directly activated his first soul skill, Diamond Dragon Claw, and his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, and charged towards me. He thought he could suppress me with gravity? How naive. As my third spirit ring lit up, the immortal golden flame, a golden spear instantly appeared in my hand. Watching him rush towards me with claws bared, I couldn't help but smirk. What a brute. Doesn't he see the spear in my hand? This level of gravity feels like a mere tickle to me. Just as his claws were about to slap my face, I thrust the spear forward, aiming straight for his other hand that was reaching for my spear. And guess what happened? The moment his hand touched my spear, a rich aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air. Goodness, is this a live barbecue? That guy let out a howl of pain and instinctively tried to retreat. Too late. My strategy is all about seizing the moment. I pushed forward while he was retreating, channeling my spirit power into the spear, making it glow like a little sun, and charged straight at him. Let me tell you, that speed was so fast, it probably looked like a shooting star to him. While he was still in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill at his chest. Looking down, hey, my spear had already pierced through him, leaving him feeling cold and soaring. Mission accomplished. I turned to the referee, Miss My Mai, and nodded my chin at her. She was sharp and immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, Golden Messenger Spirit Sect wins. I was having a great time, but there was someone in the audience who was about to go crazy. Who was it? Xiao Wu. His face turned green, and I could imagine him thinking 1,000 angry thoughts. What the hell? Ku Sheng, you useless waste. It's just a kid on the other side. You got taken out with one shot. Are you acting this out for me? Is the Oscars giving you a little golden man? How could he not lose his cool? Before going on stage, he had bet with the big shots on our side, including my master. If he lost, he would be done for. Who is Xiao Wu? A chaotic king, who values freedom above all else. How could he be thinking about dying? So this old guy quickly scanned the room and noticed that my master Long Ming and the senior Yi Tianqing were focused on me. He thought it was his chance, crouched down, concealed his soul power, and tried to slip away into the crowd. You have to admit, he really knew how to hide. When someone tried to report him, he glared, and the person backed off. But he forgot who my master was. A Title Douluo of the 97th level. How could a soul sage escape right under his nose? I heard my master leisurely speak up, his voice not loud, but everyone in the venue could hear clearly. Mr. Xiao, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Xiao Wu was instantly on edge. I could imagine him cursing internally. Look at your disciple. Why are you looking at me? He was also a tough guy. Without saying a word, he activated his fourth soul skill, something called position tracking, targeting an unfortunate passerby 100 meters away. And then he suddenly crouched down and shot off, trying to make a quick escape with a leap of faith. But he was facing my master. My master just laughed and turned to me, saying, "Kid, watch closely. I'll demonstrate our martial spirit's truly impressive battle skill." He didn't even activate his martial spirit, just stood there, and his imposing presence pressed down, directly pinning Xiao Wu in midair. My master said, "Mr. Xiao, one must have integrity. I want to make things difficult for you. Take one of my moves. If you survive, you can leave." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu went from a guaranteed death to a single move deciding his fate. What else could he say? He immediately turned around and nodded, probably thinking that a battle skill couldn't be as powerful as a soul skill, and maybe he could withstand it. But what do the family members know? He really overthought it. My master had taught me before that on the path of our main body martial spirit, a basic attack is equivalent to others' ultimate moves. I saw my master shout, "Battle skill, golden dragon breakthrough." His limbs instantly turned a brilliant gold, and that sharp aura, I tell you, even from a distance my eyes felt pain. He raised his right hand, and in a flash, appeared right in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was stunned, activating his seventh soul skill, transforming into a gigantic black bear, and even donned an immovable king's turtle shell. And what happened? Nothing. My master's golden hand blade came down from above with a slicing sound, cutting through the giant black bear and its soul skill effortlessly, splitting it in half. The shockwave even carved a deep trench in the ground. This matter passed. Later, I fought in the battle arena for a few days, achieving a perfect victory record, directly earning the purple gold battle badge, becoming the only one in the history of this battle arena to have a perfect record with the purple gold badge. Just as I came out from backstage, my master and senior Yi Tianqing blocked me. "All right, kid, after half a year of training and fighting, you should take a break." My master said, "This Carla city is known as the food capital. I'm giving you 2 days off. Go roam around. Here has some money." After speaking, he forcibly shoved a storage ring into my hand, and then the two of them disappeared in a flash. I knew they were definitely watching me from the shadows. I was wandering around by myself, and thought it was quite boring, wondering how good the food could be. Could it be better than what my chef makes? But I couldn't go against my master's orders, so I decided to just stroll around. As I was munching on some skewers, I suddenly heard a commotion nearby. A short, chubby guy with a particularly sleazy look was pestering a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy. The guy was saying confidently, "My dad is the city lord. I'm interested in you as a favor." I couldn't help but laugh. This city lord's son looked too abstract. The beautiful woman was so angry that her face turned pale. "Stop disgusting me. I have a boyfriend who understands family matters." In the next moment, that beautiful sister suddenly ran over, hugged me tightly, and whispered hot breath in my ear, saying, "Hey there, I'm Shui Qian. Can you help me out?" My brain exploded at that moment. Shui Qian? Can you read it backward? Qian Shui? Add a character in? Goodness, Qian Rin Shui. Aren't you supposed to be the prince in the Heaven Do City, and you came here to play cosplay? What is she here for? She looked at me with a strange expression and leaned over to whisper, "Little brother, just help me get rid of this disgusting guy." All right. I also wanted to see what she was up to. So I stepped forward and said to the short, chubby guy, "I am her boyfriend. Now, please leave." The chubby guy saw that I was just a kid and got angry immediately. "Little brat, get lost." As he spoke, he unleashed his martial soul, a Fontooth arrow bore, a level 37 soul master, with 3 yellow and purple soul rings. I couldn't help but laugh. I directly revealed my 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, and said calmly, "I'll give you a chance to live, now scram." The chubby guy was stunned, muttering impossible 10,000-year soul ring, but he clearly didn't believe it, let out an angry roar, and charged at me with his first soul skill. Seriously, with that level of intelligence, I couldn't even be bothered to unleash my martial soul. I gathered my soul power and directly used the combat skill I learned in the past 6 months, the Golden Dragon Palm. With a loud bang, that boar flew back faster than it came, probably off to meet its great-grandmother. After dealing with that, I turned to Shueqian. Oh no, Miss Shueqian, and raised an eyebrow. I wonder if I have the chance to invite Miss Shueqian to dinner? She pretended to think for a moment and then smiled. Sure. I just arrived. Let's see how you take me around. After saying that, she naturally took my hand. So the two of us began our journey of feasting in the city of Karas. What I didn't know was that after we left, my master and the two elderly white-haired bodyguards of Shueqian had already met in the shadows. The four big shots looked at each other, realizing they were all there to protect their own. So it was fine, they continued to observe in secret. On the other side, the city lord's son, Min Karas, who I had sent flying, had been carried back to the city lord's mansion. Who dares to touch my son in my territory? City Lord Not Karas was furious like a raging lion. The physician trembled as he told him that the young master's head had been smashed by a palm, and even a god couldn't save him. Not Karas went mad. He only had this one son in his life, and now he was left without an heir. His subordinates quickly found out that the culprit was an 8 or 9-year-old kid who had just received the purple Gold Soul badge today, a golden god envoy, backed by the prince's mansion in Heaven-Do City. Now, Not Karas calmed down instead, his eyes filled with madness. He wasn't even part of the prince's faction, and now that his son was dead, he had nothing to lose. He immediately ordered, "Gather the people. Come with me, let's kill that little beast." Soon 2 soul saints, 3 soul emperors, and 5 soul kings set off in a grand procession. At night, the night market of Karas City was bustling. I was happily eating with Shueqian when suddenly the atmosphere changed, and a large group of soldiers rushed out, clearing the entire street. And we were directly surrounded in the middle. Then, 10 people walked in from the path cleared by the soldiers. And the chubby guy at the front was none other than that pig teammate's father from earlier. Goodness, since the kid couldn't handle it, the adults came together to take on the dungeon. As soon as the chubby guy approached, his small eyes were glued to Shueqian like 2 searchlights, nearly drooling. Let me tell you, the little schemes in his mind were practically written on his face. Goodness, this girl is so stunning. She must have been sent by the prince to accompany this little genius. And who knows, she might even be a child bride. He thought it was quite nice. But he came over to me, pointing at my nose. You're the one who beat my son. I laughed at that moment. Isn't that obvious? The pig at noon? Yeah, I hit it, so what? You don't accept it? Well, that sentence directly broke his defense. His fists were cracking, and the tiles under his feet cracked with a snap. Kid, didn't your parents teach you what respect for the strong means? I couldn't figure him out directly, tilting my head to look at him. Strong? Who are you? Have you ever killed a Title Douluos or something? You wouldn't be a Title Douluos yourself, would you? He was so angry he started laughing, probably thinking I hadn't seen much of the world. I'm not a Title Douluos, but crushing you is no different from crushing an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly activated his martial soul. Fang Boar, activate. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. His clothes ripped apart in an instant. His body swelled up, his nose turned into a pig's snout, and 2 tusks grew out of his mouth, looking just like a boar that had come down from the heavens, grunting away. Immediately after, yellow, purple, black, 7 soul rings danced around him, soul sage. He pointed at me, so arrogant. Kid, I'm giving you a chance to end it yourself. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, I'll make you know what it means to wish you were dead. To be honest, when his momentum surged, it had pushed me back 2 steps. A soul sage, that's truly not something a soul zone like me can contend with. I knew clearly in my heart that I might have a chance against a soul emperor, but a soul sage is in another dimension, when their martial soul manifests. Am I supposed to charge and head first? Just as I was pondering whether to shake things up, my bodyguards, Long Ming and Yi Tianxing, moved. Not right. Just stay here and don't move. As soon as those words left his mouth, Long Ming and Yi Tianxing appeared beside that pig in a flash. Without even activating their martial souls, just standing there in thin air. The 2 soul sages, including that chubby city lord, instantly froze as if hit by a paralysis spell. The other 2 bodyguards also stepped out and effortlessly subdued the remaining soul emperors. My teacher Long Ming spoke up. MuLin, those few soul kings will be left to you and Miss Shueqian to practice. Wow, they're assigning us a practical lesson on site. I exchanged a glance with Shueqian, and we understood each other. We quickly shared information at lightning speed. I said, MuLin, martial soul heart, level 45 strong attack system, focused on both offense and defense, with a suppression effect on beast martial souls. Shueqian responded coolly. Shueqian, Martial Soul Holy War Sword, level 52 strong attack system. Specializes in countering dark types, with skills leaning towards amplification and charge. I thought to myself, isn't this a perfect match? I would charge forward as the tank, while she would flank as the assassin. So we both turned to face the 5 Soul Kings who weren't controlled and said in unison, well then everyone, please advise. The faces of those 5 Soul Kings turned pale. Seeing that the city lord and the leader had been instantaneously controlled, they no longer dared to launch an attack. Long Ming understood the situation and directly presented them with a choice. Defeat the 2 of them, and you live. Alternatively, we can each give you 1 move. And if you survive, that would be considered your skill. Was there even a choice? They immediately revealed their martial souls. 5 Soul Kings, 2 agile attackers, and 3 powerful attackers, with a decent configuration of soul rings, all optimal combinations. Go! With a roar from the opposite side, the 2 agile attackers, a rabbit and a wolf, maximized their speed and turned into 2 afterimages rushing towards me. The remaining 3 also activated their soul skills and charged over. I directly charged forward without any hesitation. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bones. Second soul skill, Constitution Enhancement. Let me tell you, when the golden light flashed on my body, all attributes instantly increased by 105, and I even had damage immunity. Immediately after, third soul skill, Immortal Golden Flame. A long spear wrapped in golden flames materialized in my hand. It was simply stunning. Of course, the most explosive moment was when my 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, shone brightly, causing the 5 Soul Kings on the opposite side to crash instantly. Family, who understands? A little kid around 8 or 9 years old, with a black 10,000-year soul ring for the 4th ring. It was like slapping "I'm a cheat" label on their faces. Their tactics changed immediately. 3 of them charged at me desperately, trying to take down this cheat first, while the other 2 went to hold back ShootsHis. But could ShootsHis let them succeed? She also summoned a golden great sword, engraved with an angel pattern. First soul skill, Angel Assault. The entire sword shone with golden light, and she single-handedly blocked the 2 attacking Soul Kings, even overpowering them. Here, I'm 1 against 3. That rabbit Soul King thought he could jump on my face with a quick step. But what happened? He ended up like a delivery package, willingly presenting his neck to the tip of my gun. With a whoosh, I swung my long spear, and the first kill was mine. The Eagle Soul King also got singed by the flames on my gun and quickly flew back in fear. Only the Wolf Soul King reacted quickly and dodged. The onlookers were blown away. Wow, this kid is too fierce. He took down a Soul King in 1 round? I don't have time to listen to their bragging. I directly activated the special ability of my Heart Martial Soul to its maximum. Golden light erupted from my chest, and the 2 Beast Martial Soul Kings, the Moon Wolf and the Flying Eagle, instantly felt something was off, their attributes suppressed by nearly 40. ShootsHis over there also activated her ultimate move. The 3rd soul skill, Angel's Glory. Divine energy erupted, leaving the 2 weapon martial souls on the opposite side dazed. Taking advantage of their confusion, I directly used the combat skill taught by Long Ming, Golden Dragon's Fury, combined with my self-created footwork, and in an instant, I flashed in front of the Moon Wolf Soul King. He hadn't recovered from his suppressed state yet, and the golden flame lance in my hand had already pierced through his heart. The second one down, only the Flying Eagle Soul King was left. He was also pushed to his limits. Circling in the sky, he activated his 5th soul skill, 10,000-year soul skill, Flying Eagle soaring to the sky, diving down towards me with a bunch of phantoms, trying to trade 1 for 1. Just as that old eagle was about to smash me in the face with his 10,000-year soul skill, ShootsHis moved. I don't know when she had already dealt with her opponent, and an Angel Hunter directly locked onto the Flying Eagle Soul King. Then, she unleashed her 5th soul skill, Divine Sword. A golden light flashed, and she flew to my side, wielding a gigantic sword engulfed in divine flames. And with an upward slash aimed at the diving Flying Eagle Soul King, crack. That old eagle, along with his soul skill, was directly split in half. We stood in place, surrounded by the bodies of 5 Soul Kings. ShootsHis came over and pinched my face, saying, I told you to be careful. Soul Kings are quite formidable. What would you do if you almost got hurt? I wasn't happy at that moment. What a broken skin. I haven't even used my 4th soul skill yet. Besides, don't say cute, say handsome. We were in the middle of a commotion, while Long Ming and the others had already dealt with that group of people and urged us to withdraw quickly. Before I left, I exchanged a few moves with the last spear-wielding Soul King, and ultimately used my Soul Bone skill, the Golden Flame Divine Ring, in combination with my spear to eliminate him in one move, taking both him and a spear down. After we left, only the brave dare to touch the scorch marks left by my attack on the ground. Wow, it was so hot. My fingers almost got burned. For a while afterward, I teamed up with ShootsHis to form a duo called Holy Flame, and we directly achieved a 10-game winning streak in the Great Soul Arena. Seeing that ShootsHis was about to head back, she asked me where I was going next. I thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Nottingham." She was quite curious about what was so great about that small place. I told her that the main reason for going there was to meet someone, a remarkable man who could be called a PUA master, Yu Xiaojang. I have to say this Yu Xiaojang is simply a standout in the theoretical world, always coming up with things that seem profound but are actually just common knowledge, and he even named it the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits. For example, his claim that there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. Come on, is he introducing himself? You let a blue silver grass try to clash with a Haotian hammer and see what happens? What's even more absurd is his assertion that there are only beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits. What does that make my heart martial spirit? An organ martial spirit? The funniest part is that he judges Tang San to have twin martial spirits because the blue silver grass can't have innate full soul power. But what happened? Douluo already said that for twin martial spirits, the qualities of the two martial spirits must be similar. Tang San clearly has the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. What does that have to do with twin martial spirits? With such theories, he actually managed to fool a future god king into bowing down to him. It's simply ridiculous. ShootsHis was left stunned and asked me why I insisted on meeting such a peculiar person. I looked at her and said word by word, because this person in Nottingham is your mother, who is also the first love of Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. ShootsHis pupils on the spot. What did you say? I pulled her, who was already frizzy, and said, "Don't worry. Let's go to the soul hunting forest first. As long as I show my soul ring in public, that self-proclaimed theoretical master, Yu Xiaojang, will definitely come to find me on his own." ShootsHis was skeptical, so I reassured her, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. You can also learn about his top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Once you see it, you'll understand. I have to tell you, ShootsHis went for it. Without saying a word, she dove straight into the library of the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City, which hadn't been entered for 800 years, just to dig out that so-called masterpiece. And what happened? Well, she got the book, flipped through less than 2 pages, and bam, she threw it on the ground. Her face turned green with anger, shaking all over, and she directly cursed. "Is this trash? This kind of garbage theory writer is my mom's first love. Family. Who understands?" She was so furious that she didn't even bother to maintain her disguise, instantly revealing her true form as Qian Renshu, with her golden hair in big waves and a queenly aura that almost toppled the library. Her 2 followers, Gu Jun and Gu Long, stood beside her with expressions that clearly said the baby is suffering but won't speak, probably thinking, "Annie, can we be a bit low-key?" But Qian Renshu didn't care about that, still ranting. 6th Grandpa and 7th Grandpa, look at what this is writing. There are no useless Wuhuan, only useless soul masters. What is a useless level 29 doing here, giving a self-introduction? This is simply electronic incontinence, daring to put out such junk. I tell you, this criticism was so on point that I almost wanted to applaud her. Anyway, this incident made her have an epic doubt about her mom's taste. The next day, we ran to the entrance of the soul hunting forest to find new jobs, mainly as high-end practice partners, fair to all. I had her show her soul rings, yellow, purple, black, standing there. Her aura made soul beasts within 10 miles steer clear. I said, "Sis, if anyone asks, just say you're helping me hunt souls and making some extra cash." You know what? This tactic worked wonders. Not long after, a little girl about 8 or 9 years old, named Yu Xin, timidly asked if we could help her get her first soul ring, with a target already in mind, a fire attribute snake-type soul beast. Hey, pretty professional. Then came the most awkward part. We boldly entered the forest, and guess what happened? 2 young masters and young ladies, completely lost, staring at each other. Usually they had dedicated people serving them with soul beasts delivered right to them. So they had never done this kind of outdoor survival work, right? On the first day, they didn't find a single hair. The little girl was almost in tears, probably thinking whether she had encountered a scammer. But the next day, let me tell you, luck really came, and it was unstoppable. While we were roasting meat, suddenly a red shadow sprang out from the grass and rushed towards us. ShootsHis was quick and hit it down with a holy battle sword, bam. I quickly opened the Soul Beast Encyclopedia to check, and wow, it was a fire scale python, 320 years old, fire attribute, and carrying fire poison, A perfect SSR tailor for this little girl. Done, job completed. Just like that. We became gold medal practice partners in the soul hunting forest for half a month, and business was booming. But seeing Xueqian getting more and more emo each day, I knew she was about ready to return to being the crown prince of Do City. I thought before she leaves, I must let her see the true face of her mom's white moonlight. So I said to her, "Sis, I see you're not happy, come on. Little brother will take you to the forest to relieve some stress." We immediately switched to berserk mode, deep into the forest, encountering soul beasts over 400 years old and slaughtering them indiscriminately. In that half-month, the high-end soul beast circle of the entire nodding, soul-hunting forest underwent an unprecedented reshuffle, basically cleared out by us. Just as we were about to wrap up, I spotted a snake shedding its skin. Family, a brilliant scheme suddenly formed in my mind. I directly called my external system. System, do you have any black technology that can give this thing a makeover? The system replied, yes. You previously killed 100 soul beasts and receive a reward that can be exchanged for something called Appearance Transformer. As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. Isn't this the legendary image editing tool in real life? It can even change the aura. Although it's as easy as playing a game to defeat Tang Sanao, who told him his luck in the original work is so outrageous. If I don't give him some trouble, I won't feel comfortable. I decisively switched. I performed right in front of Xueqian. I took out the face-changing device that looked like a handgun, loaded it with the blood of the mandrake snake I had killed earlier, and aimed it at the pesky snake, firing it with a bayou. In the next second, a miracle happened. The scales, patterns, and even the expression of that pesky snake started changing, and in no time, it transformed into a real mandrake snake. With the same alluring aura, Xueqian's mind was racing. Her eyes lit up, and she was probably already imagining 100 ways to exploit this. Just as we were happily leaving the forest, we were surrounded. A group of mismatched hunters from the soul hunting team looked at us as if we were two walking gold soul coins. A greasy guy approached with a slick tongue, and his leering gaze made me want to vomit. Could I endure this? I charged up and threw a punch, sending him flying. Then their boss showed up, a soul master from the fourth ring, flaunting his soul rings. Yellow, 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 purple. I couldn't help but laugh. What a pathetic configuration. Did he really dare to come out to rob us? That big guy was so rattled by my words that he charged at me with a knife. Let me tell you, his speed was like watching a slowed-down video. I sidestepped and kicked him back, adding insult to injury. Wait, are you acting? Why are you so slow? Well, that stirred up a hornet's nest. 3 more soul masters jumped out, along with 2 soul kings. And their soul ring configurations were even worse. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, simply a disgrace in the soul master community. It seemed they were jealous of us for stocking up in the forest these past 2 weeks and wanted to take a shot at us. Xueqian couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. I directly summoned my martial spirit, revealing 4 rings in yellow, purple, purple, and black, leaving them all dumbfounded. 10,000-year soul rings. Those guys who had never seen the world were gasping in awe. I immediately maxed out my buffs, activated the golden dragon body, and summoned the indestructible golden flame. With my golden flame soul-piercing gun in hand, it was like mowing grass on the scene. It was utterly devastating. After it was all over, Xueqian asked me why I intentionally let a few escape. I winked at her. Sister, this is called fishing with a long line to catch a big fish. Think about it. An 8 or 9-year-old genius with a 4th ring that's 10,000 years old. If this news gets out, guess who will be the most restless? That self-proclaimed theoretical master. Will he not come running to see for himself? The next day, the plan worked. Xueqian's 2 grandfathers were incredibly efficient, and the news probably spread throughout the entire nodding city. Sure enough, while Yu Xiaojiang was strolling around the academy, he overheard 2 students gossiping. One said, "Hey, have you heard? A celestial being has come to town, and their 4th soul ring is 10,000 years old." The other, looking doubtful, replied, "Come on, a kid 8 or 9 years old, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? Isn't he afraid of exploding on the spot? Can his body handle it?" The child, anxious, retorted, "Why would I lie to you? My uncle got beaten up by him yesterday. He is staying at the inn next to the martial spirit hall. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see." I can already imagine you, Xiaojing, eavesdropping nearby, appearing calm on the surface, but probably experiencing a storm inside. His theories are likely to be shattered by my living example. So, guess what happened? This guy actually didn't come over, probably because he got scared, but his gossiping heart couldn't be restrained. Let me tell you, when he was eating in the cafeteria at Nodding Academy, his ears were perked up like a radar, not missing a single word from the 2 teachers whispering nearby. "Hey, Teacher Xiao, have you heard? There's been a big incident in the soul hunting forest. Many soul masters have died. Teacher Liu, I have exclusive insider news. I heard there's a kid in there with a fourth ring, and it's black. A once-in-a-millennium occurrence. As soon as these keywords came out, Yu Xiaojing's meal instantly lost its flavor. A strange light flashed across his zombie-like face, and I bet his mind was racing with calculations. However, he still managed to keep his composure, thinking to finish his meal first before dealing with the important matters. Meanwhile, I had already sat down with Sister ShootsHis at the best restaurant next to the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City, just waiting for the fish to bite. We were chatting and enjoying our food. The atmosphere was great. Not long after, someone walked into the restaurant. I don't even need to look up. Just by listening to the discussions at the next table, I can tell. Hey, isn't that the so-called master? How'd he end up here? Who knows? He probably couldn't stay in the academy anymore. Always wearing a sour face, I don't even know how he has survived until now. I've heard he has some connections with the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. I looked up, and sure enough, Yu Xiaojing walked in with his signature stubble and a constipation-like expression. Behind him was a little follower, the coward who had run away during our previous attack, apparently hired by him to lead the way. As soon as that little soul master saw me, he shivered in fear, pointed at our table, took the money, and dashed off like a rabbit. Then, the most explosive moment of the entire event happened. Yu Xiaojing, he actually walked over to us. He even tried to force a smile. And let me tell you, the effect was downright terrifying. The wrinkles on his face could have squished a fly. He approached our table, cleared his throat, and said in a voice he thought was magnetic, "This young friend, may I ask if we can have a chat?" I was completely stunned at that moment. Who among my family understands? Does this person not have eyes? Can't they see that I'm having dinner with an exceptionally beautiful woman? Why is this scruffy, horrified-looking uncle coming over to join the fun? Why should I leave my food and a beautiful woman to chat with an old man like you? What gives? I put my chopsticks down on the table and directly confronted him. I say, "Old man, did you not see the food in front of me? Or did you not see the beautiful lady beside me? Where does your confidence come from, thinking I would pay any attention to you? It seems we have nothing to talk about. Am I being rude enough with my words? In front of so many people, I didn't leave him any face at all. And guess what? His thick skin is real. He wasn't even angry and pretended to apologize. Sorry. It's my fault. Then I'll just wait for you, little friend, to finish your meal." After saying that, he stood by our table like a door god. I exchanged glances with Sister ShootsHis, and we both saw two words in each other's eyes. Amazing. This guy's skin is so thick that even a soul-guided cannon couldn't penetrate it. Let me tell you, who can stand this? You're having dinner with a beautiful woman, and there's a guy standing next to you, staring at you with that fiery gaze, as if he is looking at a rare treasure. How can you eat under such circumstances? I took a deep breath and thought, let us make this quick. You must be Yu Xiaojing, right? If you have something to say it here. I'm too lazy to go out with you. He was a bit hesitant, trying to set up a private conversation. I cut him off. No nonsense, let us talk here. Seeing that it was no use, he decided to go all out and directly shouted his purpose. I want to know, is your fourth soul ring a 10,000-year one? How did you achieve that? You're only 8 or 9 years old. How can you withstand the pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring? Wow, I was really shocked at that moment. Is this guy out of his mind? Can you really ask about such secret cultivation techniques in front of everyone in the restaurant? Isn't that the same as publicly asking someone for their bank card password? Sister ShootsHis couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. Yu Xiaojing, are you an idiot? Didn't your family teach you not to casually ask others about their cultivation secrets? As a result, this guy started his performance. He puffed out his chest with a righteous look on his face. What is wrong with that? As long as this little friend speaks out, I will publish it, and our entire soul master community can thrive. Every soul master's fourth ring can last for 10,000 years. For the future of the soul master community. Why can't he say it? Listen to this, it's too intense. Isn't this pure emotional blackmail and moral coercion? I was so amused I stood up. Yu Xiaojing, I thought you just had thick skin, but it turns out you have no shame at all. On what basis do you represent the soul master community to ask me for something? Just because of your level 29 soul power? Or your surname you? He stiffened his neck. Why can't I represent? I'm a well-known master in the soul master community. Go ahead, ask anyone. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. A master? Come on, don't joke with me. He got anxious. I published the top 10 competition theories for martial souls. How am I not a master? How dare you look down on me? Yes, I do look down on you, I shrugged, so what? Are you going to hit me? Or are you going to find your first love who became a pope to hit me? As soon as those words came out, Yu Xiaojing's face turned pale. He took 2 steps back and pointed at me. How do you know that? I'm too lazy to deal with this, so I'll just start my performance. Today, in front of all of Nottingham, I'm going to shatter your so-called master theory. You think you're a master? Huh? Let's talk about your top 10 theories. First, you say there are only beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, right? As soon as he heard we were talking about his area of expertise, he regained some confidence and nodded. That's right. Good. I'll directly summon my martial soul. A golden light shines from my heart, and the 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black instantly blind the audience. Come on, master. Tell me, what kind of martial soul is this heart of mine? He frowned and looked for a long time before squeezing out 3 words. Beast martial soul. Ha ha ha. My sister ShootsHis and I burst out laughing on the spot. Buddy, have you ever heard of the body martial soul? It's written in black and white in the books. Did you print that master title yourself? His face turned pale, but he stubbornly said, Impossible. I must have seen what's in the books. All right, next. I'm too lazy to argue with him. Your second theory. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. It's quite motivating, but coming from someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family who's almost 30 and still stuck at level 29, how is it not funny? You are the best counterexample. Also, when you talk about how plant martial souls can absorb B-soul rings and soul masters all have their own development directions, isn't that common sense? You treat common sense as your great discovery and write it into your theory. How can you show your face? This outburst completely stunned him. The onlookers around him shifted their gazes from curiosity to disdain. But he was indeed Yu Xiaojiang, and his thick skin was his core competitive advantage. After regaining his composure, he even wanted to refute. What common sense? This is what I researched. If you don't believe me, check the 5 Elements Academy. Don't their beast martial souls only absorb beast spirit rings? They are afraid of martial soul conflicts. I, Yu Xiaojiang, proved that this can be absorbed. Some of the uninformed crowd were actually fooled by him. Unfortunately, he encountered me today, along with a true young master from the Spear Hall. Sister ShootsHis sneered. That's because you're foolish. They are pursuing the ultimate purity of martial souls, aiming to break through to Title Douluo. Absorbing soul rings of the same attribute can purify the essence of martial souls and increase potential. That's the advanced play. You don't understand anything. I immediately stood up and added I call that thing origin. The more similar soul beasts you absorb, the more origin your martial soul gains, which is equivalent to an increase in innate soul power. If you let someone from the plant system absorb a B-soul ring, the similarity is pitifully low. Isn't that harming people? Don't use your ignorant brain to speculate on the thoughts of high-level players, okay? Yu Xiaojiang still wanted to argue, saying I was making things up. As a result, the guy next to us couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to reveal his martial soul, which was a stick. Master, stop showing off. My name is MuLin. My martial soul is the mountain-opening stick, but all 3 of my soul rings are of the lightning attribute. And now it's electrifying by itself. As he spoke, arcs of electricity really flashed on the stick. Slap in the face. Yu Xiaojiang got anxious, jumping around like a monkey. You are all in cahoots. Your martial soul must be called Thunder Stick. The guy named MuLin was speechless. How ridiculous. I don't know what my martial soul is called. If you don't believe me, go check the archives at the Spear Hall. Do you dare? To deceive you? What do I have to gain from deceiving you, just based on your level 29 soul power? Yu Xiaojiang had nothing to say, but still stubbornly insisted. The Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall could be wrong. Folks, at that moment, I really almost applauded him. Sister ShootsHis was sitting opposite me. She was the true young lady of the Spirit Hall, and her gaze instantly turned cold. The possibility of the Spirit Hall being wrong is 1,000 times greater than you being right. How can you still have the face to stand here? Yu Xiaojiang's face turned bright red, still struggling, claiming that one of his theories was correct. That soul masters could continue to cultivate when reaching a bottleneck, and soul power would accumulate. ShootsHis scoffed. That has its limits. At most you can store 5 or 6 levels. Beyond that, the cultivation speed slows down to a crawl. Otherwise, those talented families would directly cultivate at home to level 80, then go out and pair with 8 soul rings, and for the 9th ring, a whole 100,000 years. Wouldn't they become gods? Therefore, Yu Xiaojiang, you can leave now. We will make your erroneous theories public, hoping you can study seriously in the future and become a real master. This was too harsh. It was simply heart-wrenching. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists but couldn't refute a single word, ultimately only able to leave with a harsh remark. Fine. Yu Xiaojiang, will make you regret it. Just as he was about to sneak away with his tail between his legs, I called out to him. Yu Xiaojiang, don't you want to know how to have a 4th soul ring over 10,000 years? I'll tell you, there are 3 conditions. First, when you are at Soul Master level, you must have the physical quality of a Soul King. Second, when you are at Soul Master level, you must have the mental power of a Soul King. Third, someone needs to help you severely injure the 10,000-year Soul Beast. So, your theory about the limit years of each level of Soul Rings is fundamentally wrong. After hearing this, he shook in shock and no longer dared to say another word, running away in disgrace. The surrounding Soul Masters looked at me with awe instantly filling their eyes. After that incident, we couldn't enjoy our meal anymore. So the two of us strolled to a small grove outside the city. Sister Xueqian was still sighing. MuLin, what do you think Bibi Dong saw in him back then? I can only guess. Perhaps it was youthful ignorance. Suddenly encountering someone who talks about knowledge instead of force. And on top of that, they might look decent. I was probably just deceived. That night, we were resting in the restaurant. In the middle of the night, my door creaked open. Let me tell you, I wasn't actually sleeping. I just squinted my eyes and pretended to be asleep to see what she wanted to do. It was Xueqian who came in. She walked to my bedside, looked at me, and softly murmured to herself, MuLin, I'm leaving. I have to go back to Tiendo City to continue being my prince. This past month has been the happiest time of my life. As soon as I heard it, I knew the opportunity had come. I pretended to be asleep and mumbled in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for her to hear. Prince brother, don't go. Sure enough, she stopped in her tracks, thinking I was dreaming about her. Just as she was about to reach out to comfort me, I suddenly opened my eyes, grabbed her hand, and pulled her towards me. Looking at her flustered little expression, I smiled. I didn't expect that Prince brother is actually a girl. What a big surprise. She was stunned at that moment, probably wondering if I'd figured out that she wasn't the real prince. But what I said next made her pupils tremble. Moreover, Prince brother's soul skill constantly mentioned Dangerland's sacred. And today, she seemed so interested in the emotional life of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I deliberately leaned closer to her ear, lowered my voice, and said word by word, Prince brother is actually that one from the Spirit Hall, the young master who is publicly declared to be dead, right? I pulled her up and looked at her shocked face, which left her speechless, and continued to ask, Prince brother? No, I should call you Sister Qian now. Speak up. She was so stiff that I guess her mind was already a mess. I patted her shoulder, trying to help her relax. Sister, clear things up for me. She took a deep breath and finally found her voice, but it was tinged with a slight tremor. Do you know I'm the young master of the Spirit Hall? Aren't you afraid of me? I tilted my head. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Does Sister Qian want to take action against me? I have helped you get rid of that bad habit of casually mentioning Angel all the time. She was momentarily taken aback by my words and slowly said, Come down first, and let's have a serious talk. I obediently got out of bed, put on my clothes, and sat on the stool waiting for her to ask questions. She stared at me and asked the most crucial question. How did you find out? I can sense that she has figured out and feels that I have been a bit excessive in my kindness towards her from the very beginning. I smiled and said, Are you asking this? Actually, it's you, Sister Qian, who exposed it. When we were in Heavendo City, preparing to go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, didn't an old man come to us? I clearly sensed that old man's strength. He was at least level 97, and might even be a level 98 Title Douluo. I can't believe the Heavendo Empire has such a high-level powerhouse. Even if they do, it's unlikely they would send someone to protect a prince. Protecting the emperor is one thing, but protecting a prince? That doesn't make sense. Qian Rinxue replied. Is it just because of this? Could it not be that the old gentleman is a guardian of the Heavendo Empire, who is also there to help me take over the assets of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? I laughed at that moment and said, Sister Qian, you're being a bit too naive. The protector of the Heavendo Empire? Let me tell you, with the current strength of the Heavendo Empire, they're almost being pushed to their capital by the Douluo Empire. How can they afford to hire a super Douluo at level 97 or 98 as a bodyguard? In 2025, that's the kind of security specification only top-tier celebrities can have. Okay? The Heavendo Empire, does it deserve that? It does not. So, if there's someone of that caliber, there must be a powerful figure backing them up. Following this line of thought, I realized, wow, this points to one person, the young master of the Spirit Hall, the daughter of the last pope, Qian Xuanji. Only you, with your grandfather being that level 99 pinnacle, could possibly have such a high-level expert protecting you. Moreover, I suspect this big shot wasn't a permanent fixture at first. It's likely that the person who was protecting you before got exposed, and your grandfather, being worried, personally sent him to maintain order. Once the situation calms down, this big shot will go into seclusion to break through to level 99, and that's when these 2 level 96 twin bodyguards were assigned. Let me summarize the clues for you. The first time I saw you in Tiendo City, I had my doubts, Later, you used me as a shield. The way you fought with that angelic, holy vibe, plus the little emotions you couldn't hide towards the current pope yesterday. Who among our family understands? The clues are right in front of me, and if I can't figure out who you are, I might as well quit. But don't worry, I can't be bothered to expose your little undercover secrets. After all, in the past 2 years, besides the people from my sect, you have treated me fairly well. After listening, Qian Rinxua took a deep breath, and her gaze was sharp as a knife. Are you not afraid that for the sake of the Spirit Hall's grand cause, I might silence you? I shook my head and said, I don't believe it. Which force would be foolish enough to let their young master, the future heir, go undercover in the enemy's country? Unless your relationship with your pope aunt isn't that great, right? It's that kind of plastic mother-daughter relationship where the king doesn't TC the king, but their hearts are not in harmony. As soon as I said this, she fell silent, probably thinking that this guy must have opened his third eye. In the end, she said nothing, got up, and left. At the door, she turned back and dropped a line. I won't kill you this time, but don't play with fire like this next time. The next day, when I sent her off, I cheekily shouted from behind, Sister Qian, let me see your true self. I thought she wouldn't respond, but guess what? She actually turned back. Wow, a flash of golden light on her face. And the moment her face was revealed, I tell you, it was simply a beauty that even AI couldn't draw. At that moment, 2 words popped into my head. Mine? She just smiled slightly and then turned to leave. I immediately made a vow to my master. Wait, I must become the world's #1 and then bring her home. In the following month, I became a killing machine in various soul fighting arenas, defeating soul lords with my soul sect, focusing on overwhelming attacks. Soon, the 1-year training period was over. Just as I was about to pack up and go home, my golden finger system beeped. Congratulations, host, for completing the training task. You are rewarded with the coordinates of an undiscovered top genius. Goodness, when I opened the map, my pupils shook. Soto City? Shrek Academy? ISNT, that the rookie village of the main character group? The top genius the system mentioned. Who else could it be in that village? Mahong Jun? That guy has a debuff in the early stage of his martial soul. Pass. So there is only one left. Oscar, the handsome guy selling sausages. I thought to myself, this is the future god of food. I must seize the opportunity. I immediately called my food type, Soul Emperor disciple, Dong Xiang, over to prepare to take him down. A few days later, our 2 groups gathered triumphantly in Soto City and headed straight to a place called Gourmet Village. I directly told the village chief that I came to volunteer and help awaken the martial souls of the village kids for free. When the old man saw that even a Soul Emperor was here, he was so delighted that he hurried off to gather people. After waiting for a while, an older guy came from the village. Let me tell you, he looked very abstract. He had a shoehorn-shaped face with an eagle-hook nose, wore square glasses, and his whole demeanor screamed shady businessman. Later I found out, well, this was none other than Flender. He also claimed to be there to help awaken souls. But when he saw us, he just sat aside and watched the show, probably hoping to find some good talent to snatch. Once everyone was gathered, it was my turn to show off. I didn't waste any time. I unleashed my martial soul, and the 4 rings of yellow, purple, and black shone brightly. Flender's eyes nearly popped out. I could tell he was calculating in his mind how to recruit me to his lousy academy. The first few kids were lucky and had some soul power. Finally, he was the last one, the most handsome guy, Oscar. This kid was also a social terror. He called me Big Brother as soon as he approached. I told him to stand properly, stimulated his soul power, and let me tell you, that golden light effect was brighter than the previous 9 combined. A big sausage suddenly popped out. I handed him the crystal ball to test his soul power. The next second, the crystal ball was completely full. Golden. Wow. Innate full soul power. Flender instantly lost it, jumping up from his chair. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and shouted, Food system. An innate full soul power food system, Soul Master. Just as the apprentice chef Dong Xiang was about to recruit someone, Flender got anxious and jumped out to snatch the person. Wait a minute, little brother. He is a Soul Emperor, and I have a food system Soul Master who is a fast soul sage. Moreover, I am a soul sage myself. Saying this, the old guy took off from the spot, his 7 rings shining as he began to introduce himself. Flander, Martial Soul Cat Eagle, 75th level agility, attack system Soul Sage. Then he started to make promises. Kid, how about you come with me? I was once part of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Flying Corner. I can even find you a teacher, the Killing Corner, Lu Erlong. And that Wisdom Corner you. Before he could finish saying Xiao Gang, I directly interrupted him. I directly told him, I said, Flander, you're not bad, but your judgment in choosing friends is really a bit abstract. How did you end up hanging out with someone like you Xiao Jiang, a theoretical useless person? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just leave now and pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Goodness, a single sentence broke his defense, and he was still shouting at me, saying that Yu Xiaojiang is a well-known genius in the mainland, a master. I simply couldn't be bothered with him and directly signaled to the guy next to me, Tianxing, to disappear quickly. Flander found it quite amusing, seeing me get a young man to take action. He wasn't happy, probably thinking, how strong could a young kid be? Maybe a soul emperor at best. Let me tell you, he was indeed right. Tianxing is not a soul emperor. He is a soul Douluo. The next moment, Tianxing unleashed his martial soul, and the power of space directly pinned Flander in place, then placed a hand on his shoulder. And in an instant, the two of them vanished. A little while later, Tianxing returned casually and said, I took off one of his legs, told him to leave. Families. Who understands? I just like this efficient way of doing things. After all, we still need to take Oscar as our apprentice. We can't let the kids see the harshness of society too early. Once I finished handling everything and turned around, goodness, the new little brother Oscar was already there hugging Dong Xiang's thigh, calling him big brother, completely shameless. Dong Xiang probably also found him embarrassing, yanked him up, and took the opportunity to explain our strength. Listen well, we have 2 Title Douluos and 3 Soul Douluo, and we've defeated the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As it turns out, Oscar, who came from the village, had no idea what the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was. Dong Xiang's mouth twitched, and he had to change his wording. You just need to know that your backing is the top level of the Tiando Empire, got it? Now Oscar understood and nodded vigorously. After settling everything, we took a carriage back to Tiando City. I let Dong Xiang and the others take Oscar back to the inn to get acquainted with people, while I went straight to the Prince's mansion with my master and Tianxing. For some reason, I felt a bit timid at the door, and just as I was hesitating, the door opened, and Qian Renshua looked at me with a smile. As soon as I entered the room, she changed back in her female attire and pulled me to the dining table. When I saw the dishes, I was dumbfounded. What apples, red dates, spinach, longan. All were meant to replenish my yang energy. Families, who understands? I'm still so young. She even seriously said, I practice too carelessly every day, worried that I wouldn't grow tall, and stood up to compare heights with me. I barely reach her shoulder. Fine, for the sake of my future height of 8 meters, I'll eat. After dinner, as we strolled around, she asked me how my experience was. I said it was pretty good. I even picked up a food-type genius with innate full soul power. She was shocked, saying my luck was incredible. Then she told me that the finals of the Soul Master competition would start tomorrow. I was surprised so soon. She gave me a white look and said it was the last match, and it was still our own team, led by Yulinger. As soon as I heard those words, I sensed something was off. It felt a bit sour. I hurried over to pat her on the shoulder, only to realize I wasn't tall enough, and it felt awkward. All I could say was, you'll always be my favorite. She chuckled and ruffled my hair like a dog's, saying she wasn't angry and pulled me to watch the match. When we arrived at the venue, it was packed with people. Next to the Snow Knight Emperor sat a Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. I asked Qian Renshua who that was, and she told me it was the 4th priest of the Spirit Hall, a level 97 agility attack type, there to watch his grandson compete. Just then, our own Baiyu showed up. He's in the intelligence business. I asked him about the Spirit Hall's team, and he bitterly smiled, saying he couldn't gather any information on the captain and vice captain. Qian Renshua added, it's normal not to get anything. The captain is the grandson of the 3rd priest, and the vice captain is the grandson of the 4th priest. Upon hearing this, I thought, wow, what a background. I inquired about their strength, and both were around level 55 or 56, just 21 or 22 years old. I thought to myself, isn't this even more impressive than Hulayina in the original story? Qian Renshua shot me a sidelong glance and said, a 9-year-old kid, and you're saying a 20-something soul king is impressive? Are you complimenting him or insulting him? I quickly changed the subject and asked her who would win on both sides. Without a second thought, she said, Spirit Hall. I didn't believe it and said, but Yuling has a 10,000-year spirit ring and is a mental-type spirit master. She immediately poured cold water on me, saying, I know, but why do I still say that? Because the captain of Spirit Hall also has a mental-type spirit, and he has a skull. His level is nearly 10 levels higher than Yuling's. Look at the lineups on both sides. Spirit Hall has an average level of over 45, and how many do we have? Just 3. Spirit Hall is bound to win this match. And guess what? It turned out exactly as she said. As soon as the match started, the captain of Spirit Hall used his mental power to hold Yuling down. The others were just purely overpowering her with levels, crushing her effortlessly. When Yuling saw she couldn't win, she decided to go all out, unleashing her full power and taking down 5 opponents. leaving only the two Soul Kings on the other side before finally being eliminated. Although they lost, the audience's eyes were glued to her. It was a glorious defeat. The four offerings from Spirit Hall looked grim, snorted, and left directly, probably feeling embarrassed about winning so easily. After returning, Qian Renxue asked me if I would participate in the competition 5 years later. Of course. She said she would give me an 80,000 year soul bone, which moved me. The next day, I went back to our base camp, which had an inn. Everyone was busy. Lei was training new disciples, and Master Kong Ming was tinkering with his soul-guiding devices, saying that even the milk bottle had been upgraded to charge soul saints. I bragged to Master Kong Ming, saying that when the next competition comes, they would only be able to compete for second place. The next day, I reported to the Tiando Royal Academy, and wow, what a scene. After losing badly last time, the Night Emperor got angry, and all the major families sent their geniuses here. The leading teacher was named Gorin, a level 75 battle soul saint. Then came my teammates. Besides old acquaintances Yuling and Guanxian, there were a few new faces. I introduced myself first. 9 years old. Level 46 Soul Master. There was a moment of silence in the room. Then they started introducing themselves one by one. The first one was named Gon, a level 37 support with a battle flag spirit, decent at boosting and crucial for morale and preventing mental breakdowns. The second was Yuan Hun, level 38, with a dream cat spirit, speaking as little as an AI, claiming to be purely a control type, with all soul skills focused on control. Really, he was all about specialization. Then, for beside Yuan Hun, came a, how should I put it, a particularly small and even somewhat cute boy. I have to say, this guy looks harmless. But once he opens his mouth, wow, he has a fierce aura. He Hao, level 37, Martial Soul Shadow Dragontail Wolf. Great, another wolf and dragon combo. Sounds tough to deal with. His soul skill is simple and brutal. It's just acceleration. Then he scratches people with his claws, and if he enjoys it, he can detonate it on you. Basically, a human walking landmine. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall girl stood up beside him. Her aura was incredibly cold. Feng Yu, level 41, Four-Winged Wind Bellbird. Wow, a soul master. And she has a mutated martial soul with 4 wings. Definitely the Pro Max version. My mind started racing with calculations. Just think about my team. Support position, there's Gu, and with a battle flag comparable to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Control position. Yuan Hun's Dream Cat. Sounds like a mental pollution specialist. The dirtiest kind of person. Plus you linger with that bug level Guqin. The control chain is maxed out. Then for agility attackers, He Hao and Feng Yu, one on the ground and one in the sky. 3-dimensional strike. For the strong attack position, there's Gu Yang with that Thunderfire Warhammer. His master is Lei Yi, so his combat power is definitely solid. Finally, add me, this heavyweight contender. Folks, who understands? With this configuration, I feel like we could directly participate in the S competition, just one shout away from declaring ourselves champions. That night, when I returned to the prince's mansion, I saw Qian Renxue and immediately gave her a big hug. Sister Qian, she hugged me back and asked how my teammates were. Sigh, as we hugged, I felt a pang in my heart. She's almost 8 meters tall now, and I'm just 9 years old, a little over 6 meters. Completely buried in her embrace, my manly aura shattered into pieces. If someone didn't know better, they might think this was some sister taking her brother out for a fun day. I quickly changed the subject, asking her to tell me about these teammates and their backgrounds. She smiled and said, "Your team is indeed top tier." She started with Feng Yu, and sure enough, she was the daughter of the Feng family in Heaven-Do City, with a super mutated martial soul. Her speed and talent were top-notch, essentially making her the next designated heir of the family, a definite candidate for a domineering female CEO. Then there was Guan, and I guessed right. He was the second son of Marshal Galong. His mother gave him a martial soul called Battle Flag, which Qian Renxue said had even more powerful support effects on the battlefield than the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, especially against spirit-type soul masters. It was practically a military-grade cheat. As for Yuan Hun, when Qian Renxue got to this part, her expression became a bit subtle. His family was the Yuan family. I was taken aback and asked her, wait, the Gu family controls the army, the Yuan family manages the civil officials. So what does the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire do? Just serve as a mascot? Qian Renxue laughed at that, a mix of coolness and disdain in her laughter. In this continent, it ultimately comes down to strength. As long as these two families don't produce a Title Douluos, it's just a matter of time before Shui Yi regains power. I understood then, oh, so the Emperor's family has a high-ranking figure. I casually asked, and she confirmed, but said he was just a coward nearing death and not worth fearing. But I noted it down in my mind. This was important intelligence. Returning to the topic, we continued discussing Yuan Han. His martial soul, Dream Cat, had just one ability, to pull people into dreams. I instinctively said nightmare. She ruffled my hair and said it was Dream Cat. This skill had a limitation. His mental strength had to be stronger than the opponent's. In a one-on-one situation, it was unbeatable, but if he tried to pull in a group of people, their combined mental strength would stack, and if it exceeded his, he would be done for. In simple terms, it was a strong single-target control skill, with all skill points used to decorate the dream, making the controlled person indulge in it and not want to wake up. It sounded good, but compared to Yulinger, it was still far behind. Finally, when it came to He Hao, Qian Rinshu's evaluation was just 2 words: mediocre. Family background, talent, strength, everything was decent, but nothing was top tier. I thought to myself, based on my past experience, this guy would probably just be the one responsible for calling 666 in the team later on. After she finished her explanation, she wanted to hug me again, but I quickly dodged. Wait, Qianjia, I had a good thing for you. I reached in my soul guide and pulled out a celestial herb called Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. I told her, this thing is perfect for you. After eating it, your soul power will at least skyrocket to level 55 or 56. Almost a year had passed quickly, and we had arranged to go to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for soul rings. In that year, I was 10 years old, and my soul power had reached level 50, becoming a soul king. Yes, you heard that right, a 10-year-old soul king. With this talent, I felt even a fire god would have to send me an offer overnight. Yulinger was impressive too. She became a soul king at 16, matching Qian Rinshu's speed back in the day. Oh, by the way, speaking of Qian Rinshu, I somewhat regretted giving her the celestial herb. Her soul power shot up to level 55, and her height also reached 185 meters. I felt like I could never suppress her height in this lifetime. However, there were benefits too. Those who understand, understand. This time we were a 3-person team. Me, Yulinger, and Guan Xian, along with 2 big shots, Long Ming and Yi Tianxing, secretly protecting us. Guan Xian is going to the Wanyan area and is a bit scared, thinking he might hold us back. Yulinger comforts him, saying it's all right. I directly made the decision. Guan Xian, don't worry, with my master and the others here, we'll be more than fine. Let's help you find a soul beast. Did you bring the map? Guan Xian took out the map and pointed in a direction. Senior Long Ming came over to take a look, nodded, and said, all right, you guys go ahead, we'll follow you in the shadows. Unless you're in danger of dying, we 1T intervene. After saying that, the 2 of them directly vanished from sight. The 3 of us exchanged glances and agreed to start hunting. Guan took the lead with a big hammer. Yulinger provided support in the middle, and I brought up the rear. This formation emphasized professionalism. As we moved forward, Yulinger suddenly shouted, attention, something is flying towards us from 500 meters ahead. Instantly, we 3 spread out into formation. Guan activated his 3rd soul skill, Thunderfire Battle Armor, with electric sparks and flames crackling around him, looking like a super scion. Yulinger also summoned her Guqin, but didn't display her soul rings, as her yellow-purple-purple-black configuration was too conspicuous and might attract trouble from mindless fools. I also activated my martial soul, but didn't use any soul skills. Are you kidding? My physical condition, as tested by Senior Long Ming, is comparable to a soul sage with an activated martial soul. Do I really need to use skills to fight a 1,000-year soul beast? Ridiculous. A few seconds later, a large snake with 4 wings rushed towards us. Guan recognized it at a glance. It was a 4-winged flame python, a high-level soul beast. Hey, it has injuries on its wings. It seems to be fleeing. Young master, should we fight? I took a glance. That snake had been around for nearly 7,000 years, but its attributes didn't match Guan Xian at all. I shook my head. Forget it. It's not our type, and besides, it's being chased by someone, so we don't need to get involved in this trouble. Let's make way. The 3 of us jumped to a nearby tree in an instant. As the giant snake passed by, it glanced at us, and, seeing that we had no intention of attacking, quickly slipped away. Just as we were about to leave, for people chased after us from behind. One of the men cursed loudly. Damn it, why are you running so fast? While cursing, he suddenly looked up and fixed his gaze on the tree where Guan Xian was hiding. Come out. Your hide-and-seek skills are way too lacking. Before his words had faded, 5 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black lit up on his body. A soul king. His martial soul was a black bat, and without saying a word, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Bloodblade, sending countless blood-red blades directly towards Guan Xian. Guan Xian knew he couldn't dodge it, so he swung back with a hammer, using his 1st soul skill, Thunderfire Boom. However, he was only level 40, and the opponent was a soul king. The hammer only shattered a portion of the blood blades, and the remaining ones were about to strike him. I was really upset at that moment. How dare they move against me in front of my face? Third soul skill, indestructible golden flame. The golden flames in my hand erupted, instantly condensing into a spear, while my first soul skill, golden soft bones, activated, boosting all my attributes. With a burst of soul power beneath my feet, I used my self-created battle technique, flash step, and in an instant, I appeared right in front of Guan Xian. I swung the golden flame spear in my hand, shattering the remaining blood blade completely. The four of them were stunned to see a little kid like me suddenly appear and act so fiercely. The Bat Soul King probably feared we had backing, so he immediately crouched down, pressing his hand to the ground, and his fourth soul ring lit up, seemingly to scout. I completely ignored him. Just him. Want to discover the whereabouts of Senior Longming? He should train for another 800 years. Sure enough, after scouting around, a very subtle mark on his forehead flickered, and then he pointed to the place where Yulinger was hiding and said, "You up there in that tree, come out." Then he said to his leader, "Big brother, it's just these three little kids, no one else. They even discovered the secret of my skull. Should we?" When the leader heard this, a glint of greed and lewdness flashed in his eyes, especially when he saw Yulinger walking out from behind a tree. He was practically drooling. Kill. Since they discovered the secret of the second brother, they must die. He was obviously extremely confident in his brother's scouting ability, or rather, in that skull of his. Little boy, you can only blame yourself for seeing what you shouldn't have seen. Let's go all out. The four of them unleashed their martial spirits. 2 soul kings and 2 soul sects, charging at us with fierce momentum. I couldn't help but laugh, turning to Guan Xian and Yulinger, saying, "Leave the 2 soul kings to me, and you two take care of those 2 soul masters. How about we see who can take down their opponent first?" I looked at Guan Xian and added fuel to the fire. "Guan Xian, if you win, I'll give you a big treasure when we get back." As soon as Guan Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. He must have guessed what I was referring to. Yulinger nodded as well, without even looking at the 2 opposing soul masters, and directly plucked a string on her instrument. First soul skill, sad melody blade. Third soul skill, nostalgic magic sound. 2 invisible sound waves instantly spread out. The female soul master and the shield-wielding man on the opposite side hadn't even realized what was happening before they were fully debuffed. Guan Xian seized the opportunity and shouted, activating his second soul skill, Thunder Flame Power. The thunder and fire on his war hammer surged instantly, and he charged forward like a tank. The woman with the whip scoffed at the sight of a soul sovereign daring to charge at her, and immediately activated 2 soul skills. A fiery red long whip manifested with snake-like shadows and lashed out at Guan Xian with fire poison. The shield-wielding man beside her was cautious, staying put and guarding against Yulinger. Little did he know, Yulinger's attack had already been unleashed. Sure enough, just as the whip was about to strike Guan Xian, the female soul master suddenly froze, tears streaming down her face as if she had just remembered her deceased first love. Guan Xian's eyes brightened, an opportunity. He used the combat technique Thunder God Hammer that Lei taught him, channeling all his strength into the hammer, and swung it toward the woman's face. With a loud bang, the woman didn't even have a chance to react and was instantly killed. The shield-wielding man was dumbfounded, still not comprehending what had happened, before he was surrounded by Guan Xian and Yulinger. Meanwhile, on my side, the 2 Bat Soul Kings activated their flying soul skills, soaring into the sky and looking down at me with expressions that said I couldn't fly and was just a weakling. "Kid, prepare to die." Countless blood blades rained down on me. I stood on the tree, too lazy to move a muscle. Soul Bone skill, Divine Ring's Blessing. I directly activated my external soul bone, the Golden Flame, Divine Ring. A gigantic golden halo instantly appeared, becoming immensely large, like an absolute defense shield, blocking all the blood blades without even causing a ripple. The 2 Soul Kings, seeing this scene, widened their eyes, and the next second, expressions of ecstasy appeared on their faces. "It's a soul bone. Ha! Kid, since you delivered a soul bone to us, we'll give you a quick end." These 2 naive guys actually mistook my external soul bone for an ordinary soul bone that could be snatched. They had already begun to fantasize about how to divide the spoils after killing us, completely unaware of what they were facing. I tell you, in the next second, they'll realize they're facing their father. As soon as those 2 bat spirits saw that their ranged attacks were ineffective against me, they immediately got furious, screaming something about wing slaughter, and their wings turned sharp like blades as they charged at my face. "Hey, so you think if you can't win from a distance, you'll try to sneak in for a melee attack, huh? Quick thinking, but unfortunately, it was useless. Guess what happened next? The red-haired one barely moved and was instantly locked down by my golden flame divine ring, its soul power immobilized, hanging there like a kite with a broken string. The other black-haired one was quite fast, seizing the opportunity to scratch at me with a bloodstained claw that looked as red as if it had just fished out of a hot pot, which was pretty intimidating. But would I be afraid of him? At that moment, I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. I just swung my spear back and took a big swing, bang. Goodness. He transformed into a human bowling ball, crashing through the trees behind him and creating a path, with several rows of trees stripped bare. However, as a soul king, he had tough skin and thick flesh. This guy was no softy either. He pulled out a bag from his pocket. Oh my, it's blood. And it's human blood. He gulped it down like we usually drink AD calcium milk, so generous. After wiping his mouth, his condition was instantly restored, and he started boasting, saying that a soul king is ultimately a soul king, not something a mere soul sect could compare to. Then he began to unleash his big moves, using his 5th soul skill, something called Fear Sonic Wave, to launch a mental attack. Folks, who understands this? Trying to play this against someone with mental power comparable to a soul sage? Isn't this just planning a walking route for a delivery driver? Totally unnecessary. At that moment, my acting skills kicked in. I deliberately closed my eyes and swayed my body a couple of times. I could have earned an Oscar. The guy with the black hair saw that I had taken the bait. His eyes lit up, and he grinned as he lunged at me. His claws aimed straight for my heart. The opportunity had come. Just as he got close, I suddenly opened my eyes, and with a loud hum, my spear swept out in a dragon tail move. The guy's eyes widened like saucers, probably thinking the script was off. But I would give him a moment to react. The spear struck him solidly, and he was still in mid-air when I stomped my foot and instantly followed up, thrusting the spear forward, and with a splat, it pierced right through him. In less than 2 minutes, one was dead and one was injured. The red-haired guy, trapped by the golden flame divine ring, saw his teammate go down and panicked completely, quickly breaking free from his restraints and retreating to the side of the guy with the shield. The shield guy was in bad shape too. His shield was shattered halfway, and his martial soul was damaged. It seemed like his life would never be the same again. The 3 of us surrounded him, and I was just about to ask if he had any last words. Guess what he did? He suddenly grabbed the teammate next to him who was holding a shield and opened his mouth wide to bite into his neck. I was dumbfounded at the time. Was it a live broadcast of a vampire eating at a buffet? That shield guy was already heavily injured, and he couldn't withstand this. In just a few seconds, he was drained to a dried corpse. After draining his teammate, that red-haired bat's aura skyrocketed. His eyes turned blood red, and he exuded an ominous atmosphere. As if he had gone berserk, his strength directly soaring to the Soul Emperor level. He roared, "I want you all dead." Goodness. He even upgraded by sacrificing a teammate on site. I was a bit excited and directly raised my gun to confront him. That guy was indeed something. Once he activated his 5th soul skill, he used his own blood to create 2 identical clones, and the 3 of them surrounded me in a pattern. My teammates watching from the side probably had their hearts in their throats because, from their perspective, I was being attacked by 3 people. My clothes were torn to shreds by their claws, looking like I was being beaten down. But in reality, folks, those 3 hitting me felt like just scraping my back, clanging away, and I even felt like laughing a bit. Once I activated my 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Body, my whole body burst into golden light, as hard as a vibranium shield. Their attack power struggled to break through my defenses. Instead, when I swung my spear, they scattered like broken toys. If it weren't for the main body sharing the damage, those 2 clones would have been gone long ago. That guy was getting more and more shocked, probably cursing in his heart, never having seen someone so tough. After fighting for a while and realizing it was useless, he panicked, directing his 2 clones to desperately entangle me while his main body turned to run. Dream on. I immediately activated a major skill, the 2nd awakening of my heart martial spirit, and when the silver body covered me, my strength surged by 1.5 times. I swept away those 2 annoying clones, and the spear in my hand merged with my external soul bone, transforming into a golden wheel of flame. I aimed at his fleeing back, and with all my might, I hurled it out. Golden flame divine wheel. The scene was like a UFO passing by. The golden wheel tearing through the air with a destructive aura, instantly catching up to that red-haired bat. There was a loud boom, and the world fell silent. Once that was settled, we were exhausted. Old man Long Ming then staggered out and pointed us in a new direction, saying that Brother Baiyu had already scouted the route and told us to find a soul ring for Guan first. However, that place was extremely eerie. It was clear and sunny outside, but once we entered that valley, It was thunder and lightning, like some cultivator was undergoing tribulation. Old man, Longming followed in, saying this place was strange, and he needed to protect us closely. Following the information left by Brother Bayou, we searched through a pile of rubble. Soon, Yuling noticed something unusual and said there was a particularly dense cluster of lightning on a pile of stones. Old man Longming approached, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, and with a swift grab, he sent the entire pile of stones flying. Underneath the stones lay a giant rhinoceros, covered in purple electric light and with its limbs on fire, sleeping soundly. Old man Longming was delighted upon seeing it and said this creature was called the Thunderfire Horned Rhinoceros, a top-tier soul beast that is now nearly extinct. Why? Because years ago, he led a team to wipe out its home. Goodness, what display of arrogance. I give it full marks. The old man was also quite impatient, and in just a few moves, he reduced the rhinoceros to nearly half health, even breaking off its horn and tossing it in front of Guanxian for him to deliver the finishing blow. Guess what happened next? Guanxian turned red in the face, and with a loud crash, he smashed his martial soul hammer down, sounding just like a bell, but the rhinoceros's hide didn't even break. The defense of a top-tier soul beast is just that outrageous. I was at a loss and could only throw my blood sword to him. It was only then that Guanxian dealt the final blow to the rhinoceros, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. A few of us were guarding nearby. Just at the critical moment when Guan was absorbing, a sudden sharp scream nearly shattered my eardrum. We quickly looked up, and to our shock, a giant eagle with a body of purple and gold, 6 wings, and emitting black lightning was flying down from the sky. Its body wasn't covered in feathers, but in dragon scales. The face of old master Longming instantly darkened, and he said gravely, "Wingless dragon eagle, a dominator-level soul beast." He explained to us that this creature is top-tier combat strength in the soul beast world, one of the few monsters with destructive attributes. Its golden sharpness is comparable to that of the dark golden terror claw bear, and it has the speed of lightning. It dares to confront beings with a cultivation of 100,000 years with its own 10,000 years of cultivation, and most of the time, it can win. He pointed at the giant eagle and said, "The black lightning signifies it has over 10,000 years of cultivation. The 6 wings represent it has 60,000 years of cultivation." At that moment, my heart sank. A soul beast that had dominated for 60,000 years was no longer something we could handle. Elder Longming directly instructed Yishinzing to protect us while he prepared to take the field himself. The old man immediately activated his martial soul, and with a flash, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red lit up, creating an aura that shook the entire valley. The great eagle also had a fierce temper. Without a second thought, it launched its dragon scales like a torrential rain, each piece carrying devastating black lightning. The old man was formidable too, with both hands outstretched. He created a black hole-like effect and then unleashed a dragon roar cannon that blasted it into pieces. However, the great eagle was not afraid at all. Instead, it became even more frenzied, letting out a cry that summoned a massive shadow that blotted out the sun behind it. At that moment, I could only think, this is bad. Things are going to get serious today. I told you. My protector, each inching next to me, turned pale and quickly gave me a science popularization, saying that this big eagle's move is called Spirit Beast Phantom, which is its ultimate skill hidden up its sleeve. With 50,000 years of cultivation, using this thing, it can fight head-on with monsters that have 100,000 years of experience. It's not some flashy long-range attack, but a face-to-face hard clash. At that moment, I was so shocked that my eyes widened. Wow, isn't this just the perfect soul ring tailored for me? Metal attribute, destruction attribute, lightning attribute. All are standard configurations for a tough guy. If I absorb this, one team my attack power soar instantly. In a fit of excitement, I shouted to my master, "Master, save one for me." This eagle has a metal attribute. I can absorb it. As soon as I said this, a master Longming immediately stopped fighting, turned around sharply, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He started to scold me. "MuLin, are you crazy? You dare to want a 6,000-year-old supreme overlord-level soul beast? Even a soul sect would think twice before absorbing a 50,000-year-old one. You really don't fear death, do you? Have you gotten so arrogant after making a name for yourself in Heaven Do City these past few years?" My family, who understands? I was completely stunned. My master's reaction was too extreme. Usually, he lets me roam free like I'm just playing, but today he is acting like he's on fire. He saw that I wasn't speaking and scolded me even more fiercely, saying that if I failed to absorb it at a higher level, Not only would my body explode into fireworks, but my soul would also be shattered into pieces, and even if I wanted to resurrect, I'd just be resurrecting into loneliness. But what could I do? I looked at that big eagle, and the feeling inside me grew stronger, as if a voice was shouting. This is it. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. I gritted my teeth and resisted, directly locking eyes with him. Master, you've tested my physical strength. I can handle it, and my intuition tells me I must absorb it, or I'll definitely regret it for the rest of my life. We stared at each other, the atmosphere so tense it could freeze. He fixed his gaze on me, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, radiating pressure. But I refused to back down, holding my head high and meeting his gaze, conveying the message. Dad, I've grown up, and I can make my own decisions now. After a standoff, my master suddenly took a deep breath, cracking his knuckles, and coldly uttered a few words. All right, you stay right there. With that, he abruptly turned around and let out a roar at the still charging giant eagle. In the next moment, my master transformed. He let out a mighty roar, activating his innate secret skill, dragon transformation, and in an instant he transformed into a gigantic golden dragon. The size was incredible, I swear, with wings spread wide. He could run laps around our Tiendo city like it was a playground. The approach was straightforward and brutal. If you don't submit, then fight. I was stunned at the time and asked the person next to me, Tianxing, does the master really need to use his ultimate move on this eagle? Isn't this a huge drain on soul power? Tianxing patted my shoulder and said softly, the senior is angry. He doesn't want to defeat it. He wants to torture it. He wants to completely crush its spirit and will, so that when you absorb the soul ring, its resentment and resistance will be minimized. As soon as I heard it, my heart sank, and looking at the imposing dragon shadow in the sky, my feelings were mixed. My master has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He scolded me fiercely, yet still protected me in this way. So although I felt guilty, I had my own trump card. My golden body secret and soul technique are my greatest confidence. Today I must secure this soul ring. Looking up at the sky again, the battle was no longer combat. It was purely one-sided domination. The big eagle stared at the suddenly transformed golden dragon with wide eyes, probably wondering what was going on. How could a human turn into a dragon just like that? Little did it know that my Master S dragon was at least 400,000 to 500,000 years old, and its combat power could reach the threshold of 700,000 years. I saw my master strike down with one claw, disregarding any dragon breath or dragon scale rain, and directly shattered them. With a single slap, he sent the big eagle crashing to the ground, creating a huge pit and making it spit blood on the spot. The big eagle was also a tough character. It burned its dragon blood and used a secret technique. But what happened? My master stepped on it, rendering it completely immobile. The next scene, let me tell you, I will never forget in my life. The golden dragon my master transformed and had an aura of brutality in its eyes that was about to overflow. He grabbed the big eagle and with a ripping sound, forcefully tore off one of its wings. The big eagle writhed in pain, and its screams echoed throughout the forest. But that wasn't the end. My master extended his dragon claw and began to pull off the dragon scales from its body, piece by piece. It was too brutal, really too brutal. The big eagle went from anger to fear, and ultimately fainted from the sheer pain. Once most of its scales were removed, my master casually tossed it at my feet like trash and coldly said, "Finish it quickly and absorb the soul ring. I hope you don't let me down." MuLin and I were both stunned. This is not a respected senior. This is simply a demon from hell. I quickly regained my composure, nodded, walked over to the half-dead giant eagle, activated my invincible golden body, and finished it off with a punch. A deep black soul ring instantly appeared, and without saying a word, I sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. As soon as I entered the spiritual world, wow, the soul of that giant eagle had eyes as red as searchlights, filled with resentment. When it saw me, it exploded with fury. It must have been thinking, "You little brat are in cahoots with your master. I was tortured so badly just to be your supplement?" Godi! It roared and lunged at me, but in my spiritual sea, could it really turn the tide? This is my territory, and I call the shots. With a thought, a slightly smaller golden dragon phantom appeared. As soon as the giant eagle saw the golden dragon, it instinctively trembled, clearly traumatized by my master. But when it saw that my dragon was smaller, its courage grew, thinking I was just a dragon cub and that it could settle the score with me. Unfortunately, this is my home ground. I had the advantage of time, place, and people. Before long, its resentment was completely worn down and it was torn apart by my golden dragon. just when I thought I had accomplished a great feat and was about to finish absorbing it. Let me tell you, something outrageous happened. Suddenly, a mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful energy descended from the sky and directly flooded into my body. This force was so intense that it disrupted the operation route of my cultivation technique. I panicked and thought, what is going on? Did the giant eagle have a backup plan before dying? Later, I learned that this was not the work of the giant eagle at all, but rather the destruction god king from the divine realm, who, for some unknown reason, took a liking to me and secretly gave me a little boost, injecting a trace of destruction divine power into my body. As soon as this divine power entered, it centered around my golden dragon heart and mixed all the soul ring energy I had just absorbed, destruction, thunder, and metal attributes, into one, forcibly creating a domain. When I opened my eyes again and exhaled a breath of turbid air, everyone surrounded me. MuLin, how is it? Isn't the soul skill amazing? I didn't say anything and secretly took a glance at my attribute panel. Wow, I was shocked. My martial soul had directly evolved into the heart of the Annihilation Golden Dragon, and there was an additional domain called the Annihilation Dragon Domain. This immense fortune has finally come to me. I looked at there, cleared my throat. The soul skills are not bad. Let me demonstrate for you. I raised my hand and unleashed my fifth soul skill, Destruction Stardust. A golden, purple, and red intertwined energy sphere instantly formed in my hand, growing larger and larger until it reached the size of a two-story building. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded into countless energy meteors, leaving the surrounding area pockmarked, resembling the surface of the moon. Next, I gather my fingers and use it again, this time compressing all the energy into a beam the size of a needle tip, which shot out with a whoosh. They followed the direction and saw a row of towering trees in the distance, with a small hole appearing neatly in the middle, completely without an end in sight. My master was astonished. One soul skill with two uses? I nodded, thinking that since we're all family, I might as well go straight to the point and reveal my cards. There's one more thing, you can feel it. A 5-meter-tall golden dragon phantom suddenly erupted from my body, but this golden dragon had blood-red eyes and purple stripes on its body, looking quite sinister. The phantom exploded violently, creating a light circle that instantly enveloped everyone. In the next moment, their expressions changed as they felt their strength, speed, and defense plummeting. Everyone exclaimed in unison, "This is a domain." I'm telling you, that guy Tianxing is simply a bug. Well, his spatial sphere was planted there. The fifth soul skill, Space Solidification, went off, and good grief, that 20,000-year-old heartless laughing monkey and that broken tree were instantly frozen, as if lagging, stuck in place without even a chance to change their expressions. When a little Tran saw their boss was controlled, they howled and rushed up, but what happened? Tianxing couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. The sixth soul skill, Space Stasis, was directly deployed, a range plus version. Everyone was made to stand in place. Then came the second soul skill, Space Cutting, with a few flashes of silver light, and the sky was filled with wooden blocks, just like chopping vegetables. The whole process was smooth and elegant, simply a dimensionality reduction attack. He strolled back holding the frozen, unfortunate monkey and directly tossed it to Yuling. You take the kill. Linger was straightforward too. She pulled out a blood sword soul tool, and with a swift stab, it was done neatly. After rummaging for a while, she finally found that void heart with two lines on it. Oh no, two stripes, firmly securing the 20,000-year soul ring. All right, you absorb it. We'll protect you. Family. Who understands? Just as Yulinger sat down to absorb the soul ring, our Captain MuLin over there had his CPU already starting to smoke. He was pondering, what is up with this god of destruction's power? This treasure map is too coincidental, right? Is there a god paving the way for me behind the scenes? Could it be that I, MuLin, the chosen one, am going to inherit the god of destruction's position? He has completely lost his train of thought, jumping straight from Douluo continent to the divine realm. He thinks, since Tang San's blue silvergrass could inherit the sea god, isn't it reasonable for my evolved martial soul to aim for the position of the god of destruction? Moreover, the god of destruction is one of the top figures in the divine realm. Wait a minute, doesn't the god of destruction have a wife called the goddess of life? So I would have to find a life attribute wife? Forget it, this deal isn't worth it. For a god position, I would have to arrange a marriage. I'm a man with a system. His mind has already played out a scenario where he creates his own god position, unifying the continent, collecting belief power. What should I call my god position? God of hope? Or should I create something like a steel torrent to make mortals believe in me? Goodness, buddy, did you cross into the wrong scene? The plans you're drawing are enough to open a chain of bakeries. Just as he was pondering whether to call his future god Title the God of Key coming, Yu finished her task. Phew, I've absorbed it all. MuLin finally came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and took on the demeanor of a captain. Ahem. Well, you and Guanxian's new soul skills. Let's talk about them. As the captain, I need to understand my teammate's strength. Yu shot him a big eye roll, her expression seemingly saying, "Where did you just drift off to?" But there was nothing she could do. After all, he was the captain. Guanxian, the silly one, stepped forward first, raising his Thunderflame Warhammer. Fourth soul skill, Thunderflame Concentration. Suddenly, the lightning and fire on the hammer twisted together with a sizzling sound, making the entire hammer shine blindingly. He said this move can increase hardness, attribute power, and also speed and explosive power for the next attack. Upon hearing this, MuLin nodded. Isn't this just brute force creating miracles? It's somewhat overlapping with your battle skill, Thunder God Hammer. But that's okay. Skills and battle techniques can be used together, focusing on double happiness, where damage 1-1 is greater than 2. Think about it some more, and maybe you can tweak the effects. It might turn into a pure enhancement buff skill. Guanxian thought this made sense, and stepped aside to tinker with it. Next was Yu. She showcased her Illusion Sound Valley Zither, 5th soul skill, Dream of Joy. I tell you, when the sound of the piano starts, the feeling is simply amazing. In an instant, images flash through my mind of winning the lottery, getting promoted and receiving a raise, and stepping onto the peak of life. The happiness was overwhelming. I almost wanted to lie down right there and not get up. Even big shots like Long Ming and Yi Tianxing were momentarily dazed before quickly snapping back to reality. MuLin was similar, but Guanxian, that silly guy, was almost drooling. If it weren't for Yu stopping her skill, he probably could have been entranced until next year. Yu explained that this move directly strikes at the dreams you desire most in your heart. Unless you have great willpower to brutally shatter this beautiful dream, or your mental strength is significantly stronger than hers, you might as well wait to live your life in that dream. This skill is simply a trump card in the realm of mental control. Once everyone had sorted out their soul rings, we set off on our way back. On the road, in a small inn, MuLin lay on the bed and suddenly remembered something. System, I'm at 5 rings. Where's my team package? Ding. The team package has been opened. The summoned team is 7 Deadly Sins Avatar Combination. The next second, a long list of dazzling names flashed before MuLin's eyes. Pride, envy, wrath, greed, gluttony, sloth, lust. 7 people. Exactly 7 soul saints. All top-tier beast martial souls, with soul ring configurations that are all the best. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Strong attack. Agile attack. Control. T. Other than not having a healer, this configuration could directly take on dungeon raids. MuLin shot up from the bed, exclaiming, "What the heck? System, are you serious? 7 soul saints? This isn't just 7 cabbages. The combined fighting power could easily take down 5 or 6 soul Douluo." But he quickly calmed down. After all, these were the 7 deadly sins, and just from their names, it was clear they weren't good characters, each one a symbol of betrayal. System, are you sure they won't turn around and stab me in the back? The system assured him that these guys have a charming contrast. They were summoned because they betrayed the 7 deadly sins in their past lives and realized the 7 virtues before dying. In other words, the one representing pride actually possesses humility. The one representing envy embodies tolerance. I thought, then lust. Wouldn't he that be a pure love warrior? Goodness. The system also revealed explosive news. These 7 gentlemen originally had the strength of a level 1 god. They were compressed into soul saints due to having died once and needing to adapt to the rules of Douluo continent, but they could eventually recultivate back to godhood. 7 future gods. MuLin was so excited he almost started dancing on the spot. Didn't this deepen his connection to the god position of destruction even more? He hurriedly asked the system to summon them. With a flash of light, 7 people appeared in the room, 5 men and 2 women. The leading handsome guy, originally the sin of pride, Matthew Liu, bowed humbly. "You must be young Master MuLin." MuLin quickly waved his hand. "No, just call me MuLin." But the man was very serious. "No, our lives were saved by the system senior. You are our young master." Well, these guys are rather formal. After they introduced themselves one by one, I understood. Each looked quite decent and didn't seem like villains at all. The wrathful one laughed like a Mithriya Buddha. The envious one wore glasses and appeared refined. And the 2 ladies, one was amiable and the other, well, one was particularly serious, but her looks were top-notch. MuLin arranged for them to have free activity like a night raid team. They could go wherever they like, just check in at Haotian City regularly. Now, counting on his fingers, he realized he had 2 Super Douluo, a bunch of Soul Douluo, and could form several teams of Soul Saints. This power could easily dominate Haotian City. 2 days later, we returned to the Haotian Royal Academy. Teacher Gorin and several teammates were already waiting. Back, how are the soul skills? Teacher Gorin was most concerned about this. MuLin nodded, very satisfied. It filled the gap in my attacking methods. Teacher Gorin's expression was a bit subtle. He actually hoped MuLin would continue down the tank route, as the team lacked someone who could take hits. But he didn't say anything. After all, MuLin had a Super Douluo backing him. After Guan Xian and Yu Linger reported, Teacher Gorin pondered for a moment and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Good. Although you all have a bit of synergy now, it's still not enough. So today, as training content, is combat. He walked to the center of the training ground, waved his hand, pointed at MuLin, and then pointed at the others. MuLin against all 6 of you. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 teammates were instantly stunned. What? 6 against 1? Teacher, isn't this outright bullying? Even if MuLin is a genius, we have a Soul King here, and several Soul Emperors too. But Guan Xian and I were clear. This 6 against 1 might actually be a warm-up for MuLin. Teacher Gorin just wanted to temper MuLin's sharpness and make him understand the importance of teamwork. He looked at MuLin, who appeared indifferent, probably thinking, "Kid, today you'll learn that 2 fists can't match 4 hands. MuLin, are you willing?" MuLin's lips curled up. There's no reason to refuse this, right? Having 6 free sparring partners is a huge profit. So, all 8 of us went to a hidden training ground. Teacher Gorin acted as the referee, stepping back. And the battle began. Without hesitation, MuLin activated his martial soul. A golden light instantly enveloped his entire body, but this time, the golden light was mixed with a hint of strange purple patterns, symbols of the power of destruction. First soul skill, golden flexible bones. Second soul skill, physical enhancement. Fourth soul skill, golden dragon dominance. I tell you, that buff is like it's free, just stacking on. All attributes skyrocketing, strength and defense doubled. Plus a built-in 40 damage reduction. What's even more insane is that it grants immunity to all control effects. Then he activates his 3rd soul skill, Immortal Golden Flame, and a golden spear forms in his hand. At that moment, he stands there in full golden armor, purple patterns swirling around him, holding the spear, radiating an aura that is simply that of a war god descending. He points the spear tip at the 6 opponents and boldly declares, "Come on, let me see the true strength of my future teammates." The 6 opponents, until this moment, truly felt the terrifying pressure of this 10-year-old Soul King. But at this point, they could only brace themselves and go for it. Yu Linger and another control-type Soul Master stood in the middle, while the support retreated to the back, with Guan Xian and the other 2 attack-oriented Soul Masters at the front. Just as their formation was set, MuLin moved. His soul power erupted beneath his feet. And with the battle skill, Burst Step, he instantly transformed into a golden streak of light, disappearing from his original spot, and the next second, he appeared next to the weakest Soul Master in the opposing formation. That guy didn't even have time to react. With a horizontal swing of my spear, I hit him right in his soft belly. And just like that, he flew out of the arena like a kite with a broken string. I'll tell you, in less than 3 seconds at the start, 6 people turned into 5. At this moment, the girl on the opposite side, playing the Guqin, named Yulinger, finally reacted and started with a mental control, 3rd soul skill, melodic memory. That sound was like a death knell, trying to make me think about my ex-girlfriend. Who understands me? Family? For me, this thing is just unpleasant and useless. My 4th soul skill is still active, focusing on being immune to all methods, during which all control is completely immune. Are you just playing with cotton over there? A mental attack against my soul, saint level, mental strength feels like just a tickle. I couldn't be bothered with her and raised my hand to unleash a battle technique. Dragon tail swipe. The spear, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, swept across directly. Just as I was about to knock that girl away, their team's muscle man, named Guan Xian, let out a roar and charged forward, with lightning and fire surrounding him. 3rd soul skill, Thunderfire Battle Armor. 2nd soul skill, Thunderflame Power. With both buffs activated, he raised a huge hammer to take my attack head on. Bang! There was a loud crash. He did manage to block it, but his entire body, along with the hammer, was nearly knocked out of the arena by my spear, his heels dangerously close to the edge. Just then, their support, named Guan, finally remembered to do his job. With a wave of his battle flag, he activated buffs for the remaining teammates, enhancing their strength, defense, and speed. Great, everyone's status was maxed out, and they charged forward together. A guy named Yuan Hun approached and started blowing bubbles at me, using his first soul skill, Dream Invasion. At that moment, I felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, thinking, what is the point? Besides being annoying, what else does that bubble do? Sure enough, it had no effect on me at all. Then Yulinger saw this and launched a mental attack. Using her fifth soul skill, Joyful Dream, she was shouting, attack quickly. My soul skill has controlled him before. I really laughed. The past is the past, and the present is the present. The versions have all been updated. Do you understand? That muscular guy called Guan Xian is really something. As soon as he heard he could control it, he immediately put all his effort into it. With the big hammer charged up, he held back a big move, fourth soul skill, Thunder Flame Gathering Force. That girl in the sky, named Feng Yu, also gave it her all, with blue light shining all over her body. She flapped her wings, and a huge blue wind blade came slashing toward me. Third soul skill, Divine Wind Great Moon. The momentum looked quite impressive. It seemed like even a Soul King would have to dodge. But what happened? The wind blade scraped against me with a sound. And then, nothing happened. Really, my clothes got a tear, but my skin didn't even get scratched. With 40 damage reduction plus a 225 defense boost. Are you kidding me? This damage is just a simple scratching. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. My attention was completely on that big hammer. After all, getting hit by a hammer hurts quite a bit. Just as his hammer was coming down, I turned the tip of my gun, using his momentum against him, sliding along with his force, and, suddenly exerting power from my waist, I struck back with a dragon tail. With a loud bang, the Thunderflame warhammer in Guan's hand was directly knocked away by me. Without giving him a chance to react, I raised my leg and delivered a straight kick, hitting him right in the stomach. All right, second one. Here we go. Now there were only 4 people left on the field. 1 support, 2 mental controllers who were completely useless against me, and 1 agile attacker who was just scraping me. The 4 of us looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with despair, completely frozen. What is there to fight for? The 4 of them, in perfect harmony, raised their hands all at once. They surrendered, unable to win. The battle ended, and Teacher Gorin walked onto the stage, looking at me, who was completely unharmed, with a helpless expression. Then came the classic review session, where he scolded those 6 unfortunate souls one by one, talking about how the support was wandering at the start, the fragile ones were too far forward, blah blah blah. However, in the end, he also admitted that it was mainly because my soul skills were too overpowered and countered them too well. This was a case of natural countering, a crime without battle. This matter passed just like that, and in the blink of an eye, a year had flown by. Throughout this year, I focused on cultivation, reading books, and occasionally went to Master Kongming to work on soul guidance devices. My life was quite fulfilling. Our Tiendo team also became impressive, with everyone advancing to the Soul Sect, and this lineup was quite explosive across the entire continent. I have a guest house that is getting bigger and bigger, and now I even dare to let Contra be the security guard, fully showcasing my status. As for Qian Renxue, after listening to my advice, she has also started secretly using the resources of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to recruit a group of soul masters who only worship the angel in Heaven Do City, expanding her own influence. As for me, I focus on companionship, often giving her lessons to help her see what her mother Bibi Dong is really like. And our relationship is getting stronger. Just when I was enjoying success in both career and love, guess what happened? The scene shifted to our old friend, Tang San. This guy was following his newly appointed theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang, in a soul beast forest that Qian Renxue and I had nearly stripped bare, looking for his first spirit ring. They searched for 3 days without finding a single hair. Tang Hao, hiding in the shadows, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He thought to himself, what is there to be picky about for the first spirit ring of blue silvergrass? Just get it done and go home. So, he took matters into his own hands, rummaged around in the forest for a while, and finally found a 300-year-old mandala snake. He smashed it half to death with a rock, and then drove it to Tang San and the others. When Yu Xiaojiang saw it, he exclaimed, "Oh, a seriously injured mandala snake. What a golden opportunity." He immediately decided, Little San, that's the one. Then, the heavyweight came into play. Yu Xiaojiang unleashed his prized martial spirit, Luo San Pao. Let me tell you, that thing looks like a pig, jumping up and landing on the snake's head. With 2 spirit rings lighting up, it began its performance. Fart like thunder, Luo San Pao. Fart like smoke, hypnotic sleep, Luo San Pao. Goodness. With 1 shock fart and 1 hypnotic fart, A double attack directly left the already seriously injured mandala snake dazed and slumped on the ground. Yu Xiaojing proudly waved his hand. Little Sango, finish it. Tang Sin turned pale at that moment. This. I have to absorb the spirit ring in that fart. That smell, I could smell it from 800 miles away. He pinched his nose, looking constipated, hesitating and not wanting to go over. Yu Xiaojing glared. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up. With no choice, Tang Sin had to brace himself, took out his flying knives, and quickly dealt with the poor snake. Then, under Yu Xiaojing's kind guidance to take a deep breath and not get distracted, he put on 3 layers of masks and sat down in the area filled with toxic gas, beginning his first spirit ring absorption in life. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Taking a deep breath here, wouldn't that mean I could just ascend right on the spot? After a while, Tang San finally finished absorbing it, standing up with a pale face, eager to show off his new skill. First soul skill bind. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass on the ground shot up wildly, instantly wrapping itself tightly around a nearby large tree, looking quite impressive. Yu Xiaojing was beaming with joy, feeling that his theory had been perfectly validated once again. However, the next second, something outrageous happened. Everyone, the blue-silver grass that was wrapped around the tree. It shed its skin. Yes, you heard it right, a blade of grass like a snake suddenly shed a layer of skin, sticking all gooey to the tree. The scene was disgustingly gross. Yu Xiaojing was dumbfounded. What? What is happening? How can grass shed its skin? Tang Sin also looked aggrieved and frustrated. Teacher, if you ask me, who should I ask? Didn't you tell me to kill it? Yu Xiaojing's face turned red, and he awkwardly explained, Ahem, this. This might be because you had bad luck and obtained the unique shedding skill of a snake-type soul beast. After hearing this, Tang San felt completely drained, thinking that his first soul skill might not be a waste skill, but rather a total waste. Not just a waste, it was the worst of the worst. Let me tell you, not only was he stunned, but his father Tang Hao, who was secretly watching, had almost 3 question marks popping up on his forehead. He was wondering, what kind of first soul skill does my son have? Making grass shed its skin? What use is that? Can it poison or be used as a weapon? It's useless. So it's just giving the blue-silver grass some dandruff? Is it meant to pollute the environment and stink out the enemies? Good grief, Tang Hao couldn't take it anymore, thinking that the blue-silver grass was totally wasted, and hurriedly hoped he would reach Soul King and honestly just go play with a hammer. On the other hand, Master Yu Xiaojing was also at a loss, his face showing immense embarrassment. Without saying a word, he pulled Tang San away, mumbling that they needed to go back and check the books thoroughly to see if there was a shedding option in the skill library of the mandala snake. And then? There was no then. This matter just passed like that. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 years had gone by, and it was time for Tang San to get his second soul ring. I have to tell you, this master is really stubborn. He took Tang San into the soul-hunting forest again. This time, he brought along an external aide, the principal of Nodding Academy, a chubby uncle. The principal was quite enthusiastic and immediately asked, Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast are you looking for this time? Just tell me, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Master chuckled awkwardly, clearly still affected by the psychological shadow from the last time. He had learned his lesson this time, and, without hesitation, specified he wanted a plant-type soul beast. Cough something like ghost vine, ghost willow, or green vine, please, Principal Liu. Tang San was quite understanding and quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, Principal Liu. The principal waved his hand, saying, Oh, it's no big deal. I'm good friends with your teacher. Come with me. Let's take a look inside. The 3 of them walked deeper into the forest. You wouldn't believe it, but the principal really had an eye for this. They hadn't walked far when he spotted their target. Hey, Xiao Gang, is that a ghost vine over there? Master looked in the direction he was pointing, and his eyes lit up. Yes, it was indeed a ghost vine. He pretended to examine it for a while and began his theoretical output. Ghost vines under 1,000 years old grow 1 centimeter a year. This one, wow, over 6 meters long. It's more than 600 years old. Xiao San, this one is perfect for you. Tang San didn't dare to nod casually this time and weakly asked, Teacher, is the soul skill this soul beast provides reliable? Everyone knows. This kid was scared of being cheated. Master S' face turned red. To regain his dignity, he quickly said to the principal, Old Liu, could you go up and tease it a bit, see what skills it usually uses? The soul skill is usually the one the soul beast uses the most. The principal nodded and swaggered over. As soon as the ghost vine noticed someone, it suddenly emitted a bunch of granular things. Master saw this and got excited. He slapped his thigh and started his performance. I get it. This is parasitism. Xiao San, this soul skill is definitely suitable for you. It can turn your blue-silver grass into seeds, which can sprout directly on the enemy and entangle them. Tang San heard this, visualizing the scene. and it seemed really powerful. Instantly, he was filled with confidence in his teacher. Then, I'll rely on you, teacher. Master waved his hand and shouted to the principal, who was already in battle. Old Lu, just beat it half to death, don't kill it. Leave the final blow for my disciple. The principal was puzzled, wondering if this was already decided. No further testing? But he thought it was none of his business. After all, it was between the master and disciple. As a soul ancestor, dealing with a 600-year-old plant was a piece of cake for him. He quickly subdued the ghost vine. Tang Sen hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. The process went smoothly, but when he opened his eyes after absorbing it, his expression, I tell you, it looked worse than 2 years ago, like he had eaten stale Oreos. His whole face was stiff. Master S' heart sank, thinking, oh no, is he going to mess up again? He cautiously asked, Xiao San, how's the soul skill? Tang San gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Second soul skill, healing granules. As he spoke, a few green lights floated from his blue silvergrass, claiming to be able to heal some minor injuries on the target. But the problem was his first soul ring was that slippery snake, which conflicted with the energy attributes of the healing granules, resulting in this so-called healing. Could only treat minor scratches. Goodness, a control-type martial soul. And you give me a healing skill that can only treat scratches? This is simply an electronic cactus, mainly for companionship. Master S' face turned green immediately. He had planned a cool and flashy control-type route with Tang San, but now it turned into a mess. Tang San's little eyes were full of resentment, practically overflowing from the screen, clearly saying, because of you, both my soul skills are useless. Master also wanted to explode, but glanced at the principal beside him and forcibly held back his anger. After all, there was an outsider present, and he had to maintain face. All right, enough about that unfortunate master-disciple duo. Let's switch scenes and see the real protagonist, whose situation was completely different. Just when Tang San was questioning life because of his 2 useless soul skills, our protagonist, MuLin, directly pulled out the treasure map left by his father and spread it on the table. The map marked a location where a gold attribute 100,000-year soul beast was hidden. It had been hiding after suffering serious injuries 500 years ago, and it was probably almost recovered by now. MuLin thought that with his current physical strength and mental power, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring wouldn't be a big problem. While he was planning, the door opened, and Qianrenxue walked in. Note that this was the real deal, the stunning beauty without any disguise. She asked with a smile, MuLin, I heard you're going to hunt soul beasts. Do you need your sister's help? When MuLin saw it was his sister, he smiled brightly. Sister, no need. The target soul beast has already been decided. It might just take some time to find. I estimate I'll have to separate from you for a while. But don't worry, I will definitely be back before the Soul Master competition. Upon hearing they would be separating again, Qianrenxue pouted. MuLin quickly stood up and compared their heights. Sister, don't worry, I've grown up. Look, I'm almost as tall as you. Goodness, this comparison was amazing. MuLin was only 13 years old, but because he practiced that golden body secret technique, his height had already shot up to 1 meter 80. Although he was still a bit shorter than Qianrenshue's 1 meter 85, the pressure on her was immense. She was 6 years older than MuLin, and now her soul power level was almost being caught up with. She could guess with her toes that MuLin would probably get his 6th soul ring from either 90,000 or 100,000-year soul beast this time. And once his soul power increased, all her hard work over the past year would probably be in vain. With a brother like this, his cultivation speed was simply far ahead. After a while of sweet talk, MuLin took his leave. He needed to gather people and prepare to set off. This time, the target was the 100,000-year soul beast deep in the Douluo forest, and the scale of the operation couldn't be small. He returned to a secret room in an inn, and to his surprise, all his core members were there. Even the 7 powerful members of the 7 deadly sins had come. The leader of the 7 deadly sins, Xiao Wu, saw MuLin and got straight to the point. Young master, we are all ready. This time we will go to the Douluo forest with you, and help Adli and Lersa find their 8th soul ring. MuLin's eyes lit up. These two had just advanced to Soul Douluo. Xiao Wu then pulled out a map, pointing at it expertly, even having already scouted the soul beasts. In this area, there's an 80 to 90,000-year poisonous toad, whose attributes perfectly match Adli. In another area, there's a group of blood pattern monkeys, which are simply a perfect match for Lersa's martial soul. MuLin nodded repeatedly, thinking his subordinates were incredibly helpful. He instinctively pulled out his treasure map and compared it with Xiao Wu's map. Hey, what a coincidence! The location of the 100,000-year gold attribute soul beast he was looking for was actually in the same area as the blood pattern monkey's mountain. This made things easier. MuLin didn't hide it anymore and directly laid it all out. This map is an heirloom from my family, marking a wounded 100,000-year soul beast. Our main target this time is it. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, everyone in the room gasped. 13 years old, going to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast for the 6th soul ring? What does that even mean? This is a monster among monsters. His master, Long Ming, without saying a word, walked over, grabbed MuLin's arm, and used his soul power to check his body strength. Then he raised an eyebrow, nodded, and said, "Well, the body strength is sufficient. You can absorb it. This time, I will personally accompany you." The team was quickly established. MuLin, the 7 deadly sins. His master Long Ming, and then Yi Qianxing, Lan Feng, Jin Shun, these top combat powers, and finally, a supporting elder from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I tell you, this lineup is so luxurious that they could directly go and destroy the top 3 sects. The remaining people stayed behind to guard the inn. MuLin was not worried at all about the safety of his hometown. Come on, 5 years ago, they could already take on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School head-on. After so many years of development, who would dare to come looking for trouble? With everything arranged, MuLin returned to the Crown Prince's residence. Before leaving, he secretly opened his attribute panel for a glance. Wow, it was magnificent. A bunch of martial arts, and the soul ring configuration was red, purple, black, and a 100,000-year soul bone. Who would believe that this was what a soul king should have? 3 days later, several horse-drawn carriages silently left the city of Tiando. On the city wall, Qian Renxue, disguised as the crown prince Shui Qinghe, quietly watched the convoy depart. She was extremely worried. My dear brother's going for a 100,000-year soul ring for the 6th ring. What will he do for the future soul rings? It seems I have to hurry up and take full control of the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, I won't be able to support him later. Inside the carriage, MuLin was not thinking about so much. He was like a child eager to open a blind box. His mind filled with fantasies. What will my first 100,000-year attack soul skill be like? A group of 13 people marched grandly into the Stardo forest. They decided to first deal with that poison emperor toad, according to the distance. Along the way, any soul hunting teams that tried to cause trouble were easily dispatched. Come on, aside from MuLin, the weakest in this team was a soul sage. Anyone who came would die. Finally, following the map's guidance, they arrived at the place where the poison emperor toad lived, a bizarre white forest. Let me tell you, this forest was incredibly eerie, with each tree looking as if it had been painted white, making it quite creepy. Lan Feng quickly gave us a live science lesson, saying this thing was called a poisonous forest. Touching it would cause even a 100-year soul beast to die on the spot, and those that looked aged could kill a 1,000-year soul beast with ease. He also emphasized that what seemed to be 1,000 years could actually be 10,000 years. It just cosplayed and could change to a lower-level color, simply the trickster of the soul beast world. I tell you, we have to go all out for this. We set up an ultimate defense formation like in Guard the Carrot, wrapping our 2 supporting experts, MuLin and Old Master Ning Zhuyang, tight in layers. Outside, the 7 strong men from the 7 deadly sins opened the way, their momentum fully unleashed, with their soul rings shining like a moving disco ball, pushing through and snapping trees in half. Soon, we reached the central area of the forest. To our surprise, the scenery changed dramatically. All the trees turned a muddy yellow. Lan Feng's humanoid soul beast encyclopedia activated again, telling us that this color represents the health code of soul beasts. Yellow means starting from 10,000 years. Purple means 50,000, black means 100,000, and if it's red, congratulations, you've hit the jackpot with a top-tier beast over 100,000 years old. Matthew Liu took out the mysterious organization's map, pointed to a red dot, and said, "This is the spot. The plan is simple. Let's flip this toad's cafeteria." It turns out this poison king toad has a habit of sucking in toxins fiercely right after waking up, and these trees are its food supply. If we cut down all the trees, it will run out of food and definitely wake up in a bad mood, coming out to fight us. Next, he instructed Long Ming and the other top experts to find a corner to hide and go idle. Who understands when a level 97 Super Douluo is here? The pressure is like turning on a signal jammer. The boss is probably too scared to respawn, playing the strategic concealment game. Once the experts were hidden, the 7 Deadly Sins gang went straight into action. Boss Matthew Liu let out a roar, activated his 4th soul skill, and his 2 claws instantly turned pitch black, covered in bizarre, magical patterns. I tell you, it felt like he just emerged from a coal mine, 1 claw down, and a 1,000-year-old ancient tree was smashed down. What a violent demolition. The scene was extremely relieving. The others weren't pushovers either. Ed Lee's nails turned long and green. Lao Sa transformed into a 3-meter-tall muscle man, bursting his clothes, and then there was Bellin, who charged forward engulfed in hellfire, looking like a fireman. Skills like 10,000 Poison Claws, Explosive Bear Strike, and Infernal Impact had names that sounded overly dramatic, but their effects were fierce, cutting down trees like chopping vegetables. Finally, that toad couldn't sit still anymore. A bunch of purple vine snakes suddenly sprang up from the ground, trying to ambush us. What happened? No way. In front of 7 experts, such little tricks were like child's play, easily dodged. Matthew Liu, relying on his beast-like instincts, instantly locked onto the toad's hiding spot. Without a second thought, he unleashed his ultimate move. 6th Soul Skill, Shadow Meteor Technique. I tell you, the scene was like launching a space-based weapon. He forcefully used his soul power to lift the earth and crafted a giant meteorite, dark and menacing. Are you scared or not? This AoE range was too large. Everyone else had to buff themselves first to avoid accidental damage. The meteorite, carrying the momentum to destroy heaven and earth, smashed down, and the hidden giant toad was blown out. Although it didn't die, it was severely injured. This Poison King toad was also a tough character. Seeing that it couldn't win, it actually tried to self-destruct. 1 for 1. Dream on. At the crucial moment, the always idling Longming expert made his move. Once he activated his martial soul, the overwhelming dragon power suppressed the toad, so it couldn't move, rendering it completely incapacitated. In that brief moment, Edley seized the opportunity, executing a smooth combo and directly capturing this 8 to 9,000-year-old royal soul beast. Just as Edley was happily absorbing the soul ring, I tell you, the management of the Stardow Forest, the Tianqing Niopong and Titan Great Ape, immediately received an alarm. Daiming, with his bad temper, felt that the toad on his territory had been killed and was ready to rush out for revenge. But Daiming, being more composed, stopped him, saying, "Forget it. Our performance has been poor lately. Several big monsters have died. Our task is to guard the home. Don't go out causing trouble." Then the two of them muttered a few words and went back to continue their bath. Meanwhile, Edley was practically possessed by luck, not only acquiring the soul ring, but also dropping a soul bone, a left arm bone over 80,000 years old. This directly boosted him to level 83. His new soul skill was also incredibly powerful, called Poison King, which could turn everything around him into poison, absorb toxins to heal, and most intriguingly, could amplify the jealousy in enemies' hearts within a certain range. Wow, this skill really understood the 7 deadly sins. After a quick rest, we headed straight to the next stop to help Lao Sa and MuLin farm for equipment. However, upon arrival, we found ourselves in another eerie place. Half blood-red forest and half golden, resembling a duck blood hot pot. Comparing the maps, it turned out that the 10,000-year soul beast MuLin wanted and the blood pattern magic ape Lao Sa wanted were probably neighbors cohabiting here. This made things tricky. As soon as we stepped into the blood-red forest, Matthew Liu immediately raised his hand and called for a stop. He sensed something was off. It was too quiet, and there was a constant feeling of being watched, which was really uncomfortable. Everyone instantly activated their martial souls, and the atmosphere became tense. Old Master Ning Juyong transformed into a moving spring, instantly casting 6 amplification buffs on Matthew Liu, making his status bar light up like a VIP member. What to do if we can't find the enemy? Simple. Matthew Liu used his old trick again, creating a meteorite, but this time in a split mode, with countless small meteorites raining down, indiscriminately bombarding the surroundings. This move was excellent for fishing. A chorus of monkey-like screams immediately erupted from the forest. In the next second, a mass of blood-red magic apes emerged from the trees, surrounding us tightly. Then, from behind them, a giant blood-colored ape, as massive as a small mountain, stepped out, its completely black pupils fixed on us. When it spoke, I was shocked. It could actually talk. It's been a long time since I've seen humans. "Boss, are you sure you're not coming out?" I was stunned at the time. Can it talk? This must be 100,000 years of foundation, right? As a result, Lord Longming calmly came out to explain, saying that this blood pattern demon ape is a talent-type player with high intelligence, able to pass the Mandarin Level 1A exam in 90,000 years, a royal level blood pattern demon ape king. Another royal level. This is going to be tough. Then, this guy Matthew Liu stepped forward without hesitation and said to his brothers, "You guys handle the small ones. I'll take this big one solo." Don't be fooled by him being just a soul fighter. These 7 people have significant backgrounds and enough battle experience to write textbooks. Back when he was a soul sage, they had already teamed up to kill a Title Douluos, so he was quite confident. After saying that, Matthew Liu immediately activated 3 buffs for himself. Dark Lion's 1,000 Tons, Dark Lion's origin power and Lionheart King's soul. With a series of operations, his momentum instantly peaked, ready to clash with the big monkey. Good heavens! This was no simple clash. This guy directly unleashed a trump card. 7th soul skill, Dark Lion True Form. Let me tell you, the scene was spectacular. With Matthew Liu transforming into a black lion the size of a small mountain, complete with 2 wings on his back, looking incredibly handsome. The big monkey saw this and thought, "Oh, you're showing off on my territory?" It didn't hold back either, with strange black demonic patterns emerging all over its body. Muscles bulging like a little dragon, and the whole monkey grew larger. Beside me, the knowledgeable Lan Feng quietly told me that this is called demonic transformation, which doubles all attributes, and its strength and defense are on a heavyweight level. Back in the day, it could even wrestle with the Titan giant ape. The next second, 2 massive figures, one black and one red, collided with a bang. The noise was unbelievable, and the surrounding trees flew like straw. We had to activate our shields to brace against it. After the first round, to be fair, that monkey's strength was indeed fierce, as Matthew Liu's transformed lion was pushed back several steps. However, who among us understands? This is just a typical case of a warrior fighting an assassin, right? You hit me, and I lose half a health bar, but I claw you, and you keep losing health while also reducing your healing. The monkey had 10 deep wounds visible to the bone, with black smoke rising from them, making it grimace in pain. The monkey got anxious and let out a howl, summoning its minions. A halo appeared under its feet, and the eyes of all the little monkeys around instantly turned red, with demonic patterns emerging on their bodies, significantly increasing their combat power. Good heavens, it even provided a buff to the whole area. Ed Lee and the others were no pushovers either. Seeing the opposing side summoning their brothers, they thought, why should we hold back? Everyone, unleash your true forms. With a boom, the battlefield instantly transformed into a zoo, filled with all sorts of creatures. Venomous cobras, black-haired gorillas, fiery porcupines, red-eyed ghost foxes, a massive crowd, directly engaging with the monkey horde. On Matthew Liu's side, he began to play a tug-of-war with the Monkey King, dodging attacks while occasionally turning back to give a claw, focusing on a strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and disturbing them when they tire. This Monkey King was also quite clever. Realizing it couldn't win in a frontal fight and was being led in circles, it actually set its sights on our backline, those few fragile members. It took one of Matthew Liu's claws head-on, then kicked off the ground like a cannonball, charging straight towards Long Ming and Jin Shen's side. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Bro, what are you trying to do? 1v4? Look at who you're charging at. Long Ming, a 97th level Super Douluo. Jin Shen, a Super Douluo with a golden level martial soul. Yi Tianxing, the space hacking guy. Lan Feng, a master of summoning. Your move, I would call it a precise stepping on a landmine. And what happened? Just as the Monkey King flew halfway, Jin Shen didn't even raise an eyebrow, reached out a hand, and a golden dragon claw phantom flashed by. With a snap, that arrogant blood-patterned demon Ape King had its arms droop down like noodles, completely incapacitated. The entire place fell silent. But Long Ming didn't even look at him. Instead, he smiled at the nearby grove and said, "You've been watching for so long. Aren't you coming out to meet us?" As soon as he finished speaking, something even more outrageous walked out of the woods. A giant ape covered in golden fur, larger than the previous monkey, and most importantly, dragging a dragon tail behind it. Lan Feng gasped, saying this was the dragon tail golden body ape, a golden attribute super soul beast, and the boss of the previous monkey. As soon as the golden-furred monkey appeared, it started chatting with us, completely ignoring its beaten-up little brother. The little brother, feeling wronged, asked, "Boss, why did you take so long to come?" The golden-furred monkey replied without looking back, "Hold them off, and you'll find out soon." Long Ming and Jin Chun exchanged a glance, understanding that this guy was calling for reinforcements. We couldn't delay any longer. Jin Shen stepped forward and said, "Come on, let me see how strong you are." I'll tell you, next is Jin Shen's personal fashion show. No, it's the buff show. As soon as the 7th soul skill, the true form of the martial soul, was activated, a layer of dragon scales instantly covered his body. Then came the 1st soul skill, Dragon Skin Forge, the 2nd soul skill, Dragon Pattern, the 5th soul skill, Golden Armor Dragon Body, the 6th soul skill, Breaking Edge Dragon Scale, the 8th soul skill, Dragon Battle in the Wild, and the 9th soul skill, True Dragon Divine Armor, layer upon layer, as if they were free. Next to him, Ning Zhuang's auxiliary light flashed, and his attribute skyrocketed by 79. But that's not all. Jin Shen activated his last soul skill, the 2nd skill of the 9th soul skill, Dragon transformation. Roar. With a thunderous dragon roar, Jin Shun transformed into a golden true dragon over 100 meters long. That aura was undoubtedly at the level of 240,000 years. The newly appeared dragon-tailed golden body monkey king was left dumbfounded, his CPU nearly overheating. A human, in front of me, transformed into a true dragon even more powerful than I am? This script isn't right. The dragon transformed by Jin Shun didn't give it time to think, and with a flick of its tail, it charged forward. The golden-haired monkey king roared, not believing it, and bravely faced it. As a result, with a loud crash, the new boss was knocked down in one move, his chest caved in, worse than his little brother. Just when we thought it was stable, that golden-haired monkey suddenly had a backup plan, yelling with its last breath. Erming, let's go together. In the next second, two earth-shattering auras came from the core area of the Douluo forest, and a massive azure bull and a giant ape the size of a small mountain appeared out of thin air. Damn, Daming and Erming. The big shots of the Douluo forest have arrived. It turns out this golden-haired monkey was stalling for time to call these two. When Daming and Erming arrived and saw a 240,000-year-old true dragon, they were also stunned. They originally wanted to run, but Jin Shun immediately turned his dragon head and charged at them. There was no escape now. Daming and Erming exchanged glances and simultaneously howled to the sky, their voices echoing throughout the entire forest. Wow, this howl stirred up a hornet's nest. All the spirit beasts in the Douluo forest began to gather towards this side, preparing to unleash a beast tide. Seeing the situation, Long Ming didn't bother to pretend anymore and directly told Jin Shun to finish it quickly. He charged forward as well. Daming and Erming knew they couldn't win, so they opened their domains, one with gravity suppression and the other with slow aura, trying to buy time. What happened? To Long Ming, it was like turning on a humidifier. It was useless. The soul bone on Long Ming's head lit up, granting him immunity to control. Then it was Long Ming's time to shine. With a flash of golden light, he instantly donned the Golden Dragon King battle armor, flapped his wings behind him, and swooped down onto the Titan giant ape, slapping it to the ground. He then turned around and unleashed a dragon roar cannon at the sky blue bull python. Boom. It fell too. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. The two earliest monkey brothers were left dumbfounded. This script isn't right. The reinforcements we called are even weaker than us. There was no choice but to fight desperately. The blood pattern demon Ape Emperor's whole body began to burn with crimson flames, its aura skyrocketing more than threefold, a desperate move that burned life and talent. The dragon-tailed golden body monkey king saw that his brothers were risking their lives, and as the big brother, he couldn't back down either, wobbling as he stood up. I tell you, when this guy stands up, the scene becomes completely different. His dragon tail goes duong and slams into the ground. And it's like a charging station has just been activated, with all the golden energy rushing towards him. This dude is pulling out all the stops, forcefully absorbing blue energy, and his attributes are skyrocketing, ready to fight us to the death. Just when these two big guys are going all out, their backup is arriving quickly. I tell you, 4 soul beasts are flying over from the distance. One of them a birdman with colorful wings, probably a scout, who from far away opens his eagle eye and looks our way. Guess what he sees? He sees that stunning golden true dragon, along with the nearly lifeless Titan giant ape and the azure bull python lying on the ground. At that moment, the birdman is dumbfounded, wondering how these two forest overlords have been taken down. Did the human in the middle do it? Just as he ponders, our brother Longming seems to have eyes in the back of his head, and from 100,000 miles away, he shoots a glance over. I tell you, just that one look almost made the birdman's wings stop flapping, and his soul nearly flew away. He is probably thinking, what the hell? What kind of ultimate monster is this human? He turns around and runs, and at that speed, he might as well grow 2 more legs. Longming sees this and thinks, the reinforcements are aware we can't drag this out any longer, and directly roars, quick battle, quick decision, prepare to retreat. As soon as this is said, everyone stops holding back. Tianqing directly activates his martial soul, and a huge, dark golden fearsome claw bear appears out of nowhere, accompanied by a butterfly and a phoenix. 3 against 1, directly surrounding the freshly charged dragon, tail, golden body ape king. On the main battlefield, Longming is truly a killing god. He looks at the just recovered Ming and Air Ming, raises his right arm, and his entire arm transforms into a shining golden heavenly blade with a snap. This is his soul bone skill called Golden Dragon Heavenly Blade Hand, said to have a 100 armor penetration. Simply absurd. He flaps his wings and flies in front of the azure bull python, and with a swift motion, he brings down the blade. After all, the azure bull python is a top-tier soul beast, and its neck is as hard as anything. The blade doesn't cut through completely, but it does leave a deep gash that exposes the bone. Just imagine that scene, a person's hand cutting into the neck of a giant python. Who can withstand that? The nearby Titan giant ape sees his brother being cut and howls in panic, just as he tries to get up to help. Longming doesn't even look at him, stomps his left foot on the ground. Golden Dragon shakes the world. An invisible shockwave instantly spreads out, and the Titan giant ape seems to be frozen in place, collapsing to the ground, forced to stand still for 3 seconds. Folks, who understands just those 3 seconds? Watching his best brother have his head cut off by Longming. The Titan giant ape's eyes instantly turn red, like he has activated a bloodline ability. He gets up from the ground, his entire body swelling up like a balloon, takes a deep breath, and the surrounding trees are blown down. He is truly furious, gathering all his power into his palm, unleashing a Titan celestial break. That is a massive air cannon, powerful enough that everyone on our side feels that anyone hit would die on the spot. And guess how Longming responds? He looks at that world-destroying cannonball. Doesn't he dodge or evade, and with his hands glowing with golden light, executes a technique called Dragon Cotton Palm. I was dumbfounded at that moment. It felt like Tai Chi. He gently sweeps and turns his hands and catches that massive air cannon. He caught it. The Titan giant ape's eyes are about to pop out. I put everything into this attack, and you just catch it like that? But the more amazing move is yet to come. Longming holds up that air cannon with one hand, twists his waist, and with a flick of his arm, sends it back where it came from, pay on delivery. The Titan giant ape is completely stunned, and has no choice but to conjure another big move to block his own attack. Just as the two energy cannons are at a stalemate, Longming's figure flickers and appears before him like a ghost, executing that golden dragon heavenly blade hand again, directly piercing the Titan giant ape's heart. Before dying, the Titan giant ape uses his last bit of strength to roar towards the direction of reinforcements. Run. The implication is that this person is a top-tier boss, and you guys shouldn't come to help. Hearing this, the 3 soul beasts rushing to the rescue didn't dare move forward, immediately making a 180-degree turn and using their secret techniques to run back. But Longming sneers. Since you're here, shouldn't we leave something behind? He directly activates his talent, transforming into a majestic golden dragon, and with a flap of his wings, chases after them. The target is one of the unlucky golden attribute ones. By the time we dealt with those 2 demon ape kings, Longming also returned. A golden dragon descended from the sky, its claws clutching a half-dead platinum giant tiger. Good heavens, he not only chased down the enemy, but also brought back a takeaway. He transforms back into human form, nods, and says, "All right, you guys quickly absorb the soul rings, find a cave, safety first." So we all start cleaning up the battlefield and dividing the loot. You know what? The rewards are really good. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python directly dropped 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, one for the left arm and one for the right arm. Longming waved his hand and tossed them all to his disciple MuLin, pointing at the tiger he brought back and said, after absorbing these 2 pieces, "Go take down this celestial break golden tiger king and get another one." I was so envious that I almost cried. This treatment was simply incredible. But our Shaolin's mind was quick. He thought to himself that he was only a soul emperor now and would need soul bones for upgrades in the future. If he filled both arms now, wouldn't it be a waste if he later got better ones? After careful consideration, he felt that the soul bone from the sky blue bull python, which had the attribute of annihilation thunder, matched well with his own destruction attribute. So he said to Longming, "Master, I want the right arm bone of the sky blue bull python. Let us keep the Titan giant ape for now." Longming listened and said, "Hey, that makes sense. My disciple has opened up his perspective." So everyone settled down in a cave with their spoils. MuLin and another person started absorbing soul rings, and the scene was thrilling. 1 blood red 100,000 year soul ring and 1 deep black soul ring. MuLin had a system, and his physical quality was already beyond standard, so he absorbed them exceptionally quickly, finishing it in about a day. When he opened his eyes, he smelled a delicious meat aroma. Lo and behold, we were gathered around a campfire eating barbecued meat, and it was the meat of the sky blue bull python. Longming was sitting on the unconscious tiger, beckoning him over to eat. After filling up, it was time for serious business. MuLin took the right arm bone of the sky blue bull python, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. A few hours later, he was done again. Then Long Ming asked him to personally deal with the sky-breaking Golden Tiger King. MuLin went up to test his newly acquired 100,000 year soul skill. One strike to finish it off, and then he started absorbing the third 100,000 year soul bone. When he opened his eyes again, let me tell you, he was completely stunned. Why? In one night, he gained 100,000 year soul ring, 300,000 year soul bones, and awakened 8 new soul skills at once. 8, all at the 100,000 year level. He looked at his skill list, which was a mess, with a pained and conflicted expression on his face. Does anyone understand? He complained to me that there are only 6 months left until the Soul Master competition, and he originally wanted to spend time with his girlfriend, but now, just mastering these 8 divine skills will be exhausting. Life is so hard. I almost couldn't help but punch him. I've never seen such a show-off. Later that night, while resting, this kid lay on his bed and started fiddling with his system again. He said he was at 6 rings now and could receive a team summoning gift pack. Guess what he got? The 6 paths of pain from the Naruto world. I was instantly thrilled. The system was very considerate and directly modified them into Douluo versions, all at over level 70, and their martial souls were extraordinary. The Deva path manipulated gravity and repulsion. The Azura path could be fully mechanized. The human path directly attacked souls. The animal path could summon soul beasts. The hungry ghost path could devour soul skills, and the hell path could heal and resurrect. The most terrifying part was that these 6 individuals were in perfect sync. Their teamwork was simply astonishing. 2 strong attackers, 1 control, 1 balance, 1 defense, and 1 support. Let me tell you, this lineup was unbelievably perfect. This combination was so excellent that these 6 could potentially go against a Title Douluos. Even if they couldn't handle a Title Douluos, they could definitely match the same number of Soul Douluos. Not to mention that the quality of their martial souls was top-notch. Their combination absolutely surpassed that of the 6 Soul Douluos. It's like 1-1-1-1-1-1-6. While the other 6 have to consider their teammates and not harm them. There was no synergy like in the 6 paths. My 6 were wholeheartedly attacking you while your 6 were dragging each other down, so it's quite possible to fight against the same number of Soul Douluos. Chapter 165. Some information about the Star Luo Empire. The system directly summoned the 6 paths of pain. These 6 individuals should be the ones created when Nagato invaded Konoha. In the front was the Deva path, and the orange-haired individual should be Nagato's close friend Yahiko. However, these 6 were, of course, different from the original 6 paths of pain. They didn't have those black rods, but their eyes still looked like the Rinnegan. 6 identical purple circle eyes looking at you was quite intimidating. Young master, hello. As the leader among the 6, the Deva path spoke first, but perhaps due to not speaking for a long time, his speech was somewhat slow. However, MuLin could understand. After all, according to the original story, he hadn't spoken for over 10 years, having always been a puppet. This time, having been granted consciousness by the system, he needed some time to adapt. MuLin was very happy to see these people since he had loved watching Naruto in his previous life. Among the 3 major laborious comics, MuLin had finished Bleach and Naruto, and he happened to watch Naruto during the invasion of Konoha by the 6 paths of pain. He had to admit that when that group challenged Konoha, they were quite impressive. What should I call you? Deva Path? Or Yahiko? Just call me Deva Path. The others can be referred to as Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and so on. After that, both sides chatted for a while, and the 6 paths left directly. They would, like the Night Raid or the 7 Deadly Sins, train outside for a while and then return to Heaven-Do City to report that they were still alive. The next day, when everyone saw the newly summoned 6 paths of pain, there was nothing surprising about it. They all knew that these should be the core strength summoned by the system predecessor for MuLin to establish a sect in the future. Just like the previous Night Raid and the current 7 Deadly Sins accompanying them to hunt souls. Let me introduce, this group of 6 is called the 6 paths. Then everyone was introduced to what each of the 6 was skilled at. After the introductions, the 6 paths were introduced to everyone. After a brief familiarization, they returned by carriage. A few days later, after returning to Heaven-Do City, MuLin, as usual, went back to the Crown Prince's mansion with Yi Tianxing and Long Ming, while the others went to an inn to get familiar with those who didn't participate in the soul hunt. After all, they would be colleagues working together in the future. MuLin skillfully walked along the path to the Crown Prince's mansion to the study. He pushed the door open with great familiarity, looked around, and saw no one. Oh, Sister Qian, what are you researching? Shouldn't you be training? Is it something serious? Tell me, and I can help you brainstorm. Yes, Qianren Shue had started training after arriving in Heaven-Do City. One reason was MuLin's terrifying talent as a 14-year-old Soul Emperor. It was unimaginable how terrifying that talent was. At 14, the highest anyone else could reach was at the Soul Master level. Even Xian Rinxue, who had a congenital level of 20, had only just entered the Soul Scholar realm. Moreover, it should be noted that the further one goes in cultivation, the slower the speed becomes. Even so, MuLin was still a level ahead of his peers by a factor of 2. Even Xian Rinxue was directly left behind by over 20 levels. So, after listening to MuLin's advice and gathering some people to settle in various areas of Heaven-Do City, she began to work hard on her training. Normally, she delegated the paperwork to some people in the Crown Prince's mansion for revision. So when MuLin returned, he saw Xian Rinxue actually revising documents in the study. Could it be something very significant? When Xian Rinxue saw MuLin return, she instinctively showed a gentle smile, dropping her disguise. My younger brother is back. It's nothing serious. Just some opponents you might encounter in the Elite Soul Master competition 6 months from now. Upon hearing this, MuLin's eyes lit up. He was quite interested in the people he would be battling in the upcoming 6 months. He was particularly interested in the Douluo Empire, as it was impossible for them not to have heard of MuLin and Yulinger, who participated in the competition 10 years ago. Nevertheless, the Douluo Empire was still very confident about winning the championship, especially the students from the Douluo Royal Academy. As MuLin had heard that the Douluo Empire was very angry about their previous defeat to the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Hall, they ordered the families, the royal family, and some sects within the Douluo Empire to send their core disciples to the Douluo Academy. The Dai family, being the sole rulers of the Douluo Empire, had an even greater control than the Shui family of the Heaven-Do Empire. Therefore, the family's royal family and most mid-level sects within the Douluo Empire were quite obedient. MuLin learned that the Soul Master community in the Douluo Empire was led by the royal family, while the sects were led by the White Tiger Sect, which was supported by the Dai family. Even the forces supported by the Spirit Hall in the Douluo Empire were much smaller than those in the Heaven-Do Empire. However, MuLin could understand that. In his impression, the Douluo Empire was somewhat similar to the Ming dynasty of his previous life. It was a country that never compromised, very stubborn and domineering. At least based on the information MuLin gathered, Douluo never feared the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall simply could not extend its influence into the Douluo Empire. After all, in such a domineering country, their control over the empire was certainly beyond what most people imagined. Therefore, theoretically, it could be said to be a united country, one that has confidence in winning the championship in the next competition. Especially after learning about MuLin's talent and Yulinger's impressive record of defeating 5 opponents in the last competition, they were quite confident about winning the championship. MuLin had to admit that he was very interested in the participants from the Douluo Empire. Originally, MuLin thought he would be going to the competition to fight easy opponents, considering he had already reached the high-level Soul Emperor. After all, he had absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring and 3 100,000-year soul bones. It was somewhat surprising that he hadn't reached the Soul Sage stage yet. However, MuLin did not plan to advance quickly. After all, his soul power was too unstable now, completely uncontrollable compared to before. Every attack wasted a lot of soul power, and in this situation, it was already quite good not to kill anyone, let alone participate in a competition. Plus, he was only 14 years old. Why rush to level up? What was the hurry? During this half year, he should focus on refining his unstable soul power and at least be able to control his rapidly increasing soul power. Moreover, he had acquired 8 soul skills, and practicing them over the past 6 months had been exhausting. He also needed to train some combat skills, which had been tiring. Chapter 166. This world lacks talent, so... Sister Qian, what information did you gather? Is there anything I need to be cautious about? As the conversation progressed, MuLin's expression became serious. Although he didn't care much about his opponents, a team cultivated by a united country was worth paying attention to. Who knew what special soul skills they might have? Just like in a novel he read in his past life, where one character had a soul skill that allowed him to swap positions with others. That character could jump to the edge of the arena and then swap places with someone from the opposing team. This move was quite hard to avoid unless he revealed his teleportation soul bone skill. Even so, it was still challenging as it tested reflexes. Therefore, MuLin was very concerned about the information Xian Rinxue had on his opponents. Xian Rinxue saw MuLin's serious expression and put down the book in her hands. Your opponents this time, although they can be ranked among the top 3 compared to previous years, or even be considered the strongest, they are still only barely acceptable compared to you. Hearing this, MuLin was a bit puzzled. Was this really the strongest year? It should be noted that as the years went by in Douluo, the overall strength tended to weaken, except for the rise of soul-guided devices. The Soul Masters generally became weaker over time because there were fewer types of Soul Beasts and high-age Soul Beasts as time went on. Of course, this was only a relative statement. After all, as the years in Douluo increased, it wasn't all bad. There were more mutated martial souls, and higher quality martial souls would also increase. However, overall, the overall quality of Soul Masters tended to decline as time went on. It was known that the total years of establishment of the three great empires was not short, and the duration of the elite Soul Master competitions established by these three forces was also considerable, coupled with the fact that it was held every 5 years. Many Soul Masters had participated. Therefore, MuLin was puzzled that this year's competition could possibly be the strongest in history. The probability seemed too low. Xiao understood this situation and immediately replied, "There are 2 reasons for this situation. 1. In the last competition, Yulinger's team regrettably placed second. If her teammates had been stronger, the possibility of them winning first place would have been great. Therefore, that guy Xiao Wu requested most of the families in Haotian City to have their elite offspring sign up for the next elite Soul Master competition team at the Haotian Royal Academy. And this team includes you and Yulinger, who made a big splash last time. Moreover, this news was not concealed in the least by Xiao Wu. Although it wasn't flaunted, everything he did was out in the open, with no cover whatsoever. If the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire weren't blind, they would definitely notice. With this situation, what do you think the other 2 forces would do?" MuLin instinctively replied, "Just play normally. If we lose, we lose." Xiao chuckled upon hearing this and poked MuLin's forehead with her finger. This is a competition facing the entire continent. Just losing is not enough. If the loss is too severe, how do you think the Soul Masters across the continent will view the 3 great forces? Therefore, the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire have both made a firm decision to require all forces under their control to have their elite children sign up for the next elite Soul Master competition team. After all, losing is acceptable. Who hasn't lost before? The 3 great forces have all lost and been first at some point, but they cannot lose too badly. You at least need to put up a fight, right? Because the Haotian Empire has you and Yuling. The participating teams from the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire can definitely be considered top teams in history. MuLin still had some doubts at this point. So, Sister Qian, does that mean all these top talents are in this year's competition? Why is it that this year has to have such talents? Isn't it possible that some talents will only reach their peak in the next competition? Xiao was a bit puzzled as well, but after thinking carefully, she responded, "Oh, you want to know why such a team can be formed? Instead of those geniuses who will only show their potential in the next competition. Isn't it a bit coincidental that all the geniuses are in this generation?" Thinking of this, Xiao smiled and said, "Good little brother, you don't really think geniuses are rare, do you? You should know that the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire are not short of geniuses. These are the only 3 top powers on the continent, and both of these forces are stronger than the Haotian Empire. This is common knowledge across the continent. Therefore, some geniuses born in the Haotian Empire quietly go to the Douluo Empire or the Spirit Hall to learn. Fortunately, the Haotian Empire has a family-based Soul Master system, so most geniuses are born within families, making it more acceptable for the Haotian Empire. You have to consider that every year there are new Soul Masters born, and with so many Soul Masters on the continent, they are almost evenly divided among the 3 major powers. It's easy to imagine that the 3 major powers do not lack geniuses. What they lack are grown geniuses." MuLin was about to ask, if that's the case, why don't they participate in the competition? But suddenly stopped. What they lack are grown geniuses. This means that those geniuses who do not participate in the Elite Soul Master competition are secretly cultivating, only coming out to experience once they reach a certain level. Just like the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the original work. After participating in the Elite Soul Master competition, they would enter the Misty Forest or the Slaughter City. In fact, they could skip the Elite Soul Master competition and still enter those 2 places. Sister Qian, you said that most geniuses on this continent are almost evenly divided among the 3 major powers. What about those sects? Don't they need geniuses? Xiao patted MuLin's head. Those sects have their own requirements. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect requires that the disciples they accept must have dragon blood from soul beasts. Now the requirement has been lowered to just having a thunder attribute. Then there's the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, which mainly accepts auxiliary-type Soul Masters with good talent. They have specific requirements for Battle Soul Masters as well. They must have a certain level of battle power and talent, or they won't be accepted. There are various other sects with all sorts of requirements, so very few geniuses join sections. Plus, the three major powers are world-renowned. Would you rather join a small force or a globally recognized one? MuLin nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, if he could join a top power known throughout the continent, who would want to join a small sect? Moreover, it's not guaranteed that those small sects would even discover them, as most of the help for ordinary people awakening their martial souls comes from the Spear Hall. Only in certain areas where they are overwhelmed with a higher soul masters with gold soul coins to help awaken martial souls. As for those family types, they already have families, so why join those forces? That aside, what should I pay attention to in the elite competition I'm participating in? Qian Rinxue took out a book she had put down and said, yes, there are two from the Spear Hall you need to pay attention to, one of whom is even my second granduncle's grandson. The Douluo Empire has three you need to watch out for. Chapter 167. Talents from both forces. Qian Rinxue continued. From the Spirit Hall, there are two you need to pay attention to, one of whom is my second granduncle's grandson. The Douluo Empire has three you need to be cautious of. MuLin's eyes lit up. It seems both places have hidden talents. Isn't Qian Rinxue's second granduncle the Golden Crocodile? He is a well-established 98th level Title Douluos, and he seems to be older than Qian Douluo by generation. His grandson is actually participating in this competition, and there's even someone who can vaguely be compared to him. As for the three from the Douluo Empire, two of them should be the White Tiger Martial Soul and the Spirit Cat Martial Soul. The last one, could it be a descendant of a general from the Douluo Empire or someone from a hidden sect within the Douluo Empire? Without letting MuLin think too long, Qian Rinxue began to explain the opponents he needed to pay attention to. Let's start with the Spirit Hall. My second granduncle, you probably don't know, is a 98th level veteran Title Douluos. His martial soul, the Golden Crocodile King, is not weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. In fact, saying it's not weaker is an understatement. The quality of the Golden Crocodile King surpasses that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. After all, the current Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's dragon energy is far lower than it used to be. His grandson possesses the Golden Crocodile King martial soul and has innate full soul power. He is 23 years old and already at level 55 soul power, which is even better than the talent of the previous generation's third granduncle's descendant. As for the other person you need to pay attention to, I believe I mentioned before when I was disguised as ShootsHis. The Spirit Hall focuses on eliminating evil soul masters, and every generation has a judgment team, which includes at least one Super Douluo and one Title Douluos. Evil soul masters definitely can't escape. MuLin stroked his chin and thought carefully. It seems I have really heard this before. It was during the time I took Yi Qianxing to discuss cooperation on soul tools with Qian Rinxue when Yi Qianxing mentioned that the Spirit Hall has become somewhat indifferent towards evil soul masters. And then Qian Rinxue stood up excitedly to refute. Indeed, it was said, could the other person you mentioned, I should pay attention to be part of that team? Or perhaps they have some connection to that team, or their ancestors were part of it. Qian Rinxue nodded. That's right. The other person you need to pay attention to is named by Shengtian. His family has some connection with our angel clan, and his martial soul is a variant of the Holy Sword martial soul I revealed when I was disguised. The Gungjin Great Sword, a top-quality metal attribute martial soul. His father is also a Super Douluo in this generation's evil soul master hunting team. He has even trained in that team for a while. In fact, if it weren't for that guy Shui's blatant display, if you and Yulinger were participating in this elite soul master competition, Bai Xingtian might not even join. He should be considered a diligent cultivator. MuLin was puzzled. A diligent cultivator? If he's a diligent cultivator, he probably wouldn't come to participate in this competition, right? Wouldn't it be better to spend time training his soul skills, cultivating soul power, and hunting evil soul masters? Qian Rinxue looked at MuLin with a somewhat mysterious smile. So, he should be considered a diligent cultivator. Just as you heard that the next elite soul master competition has an opponent who is a 10-year-old soul king. After all these years, his soul power level is definitely higher, and his martial soul is also a top-quality metal attribute. With the previous competition's soul zone battling 2 soul kings and defeating 5 soul kings, do you think he would be willing to participate in this competition? Oh, right. And my grandfather even specifically prepared soul bones as rewards. If they can get first place, my grandfather will personally hunt soul beasts to obtain soul bones as prizes. Do you think, given my grandfather's status as a 99th level ultimate Douluo, the soul bones he offers as rewards will be of low quality? MuLin's mouth twitched. Sister Qian, why does the grand offering want to join in the fun? Qian Rinxue pinched MuLin's handsome face. What do you think? I am his only biological granddaughter. MuLin fell silent upon hearing this. It's just a test, I understand. In that case, Sister Qian, tell me about the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire? Qian Renxue placed the book in her hand in front of MuLin. The Xingluo Empire did not hide anything. Just take a look for yourself. MuLin picked up the book in front of him. Dai Isi, the eldest princess of the Xingluo Empire, the direct disciple of the White Tiger Sect Master, possesses a full innate soul power of the White Tiger martial soul, should just be 24 years old when participating in the competition, known as the Xingluo Pearl. Expected to have a soul power level of at least 55 to 57 when participating in the competition. Zhu Qingyu, the current leader of the Zhu family. The eldest son of the Zhu family Yuming Marquis, Dai Isi's fiancé, 1 year younger than Dai Isi, possesses an innate soul power of 9.5. Expected to have a soul power level of 51 to 53 when participating in the competition. These two were within expectations. After all, the most famous aspect of the Xingluo Empire is the fusion technique of Yuming and White Tiger, although MuLin had not heard of them before. However, he recognized the next one, having seen him in the intelligence collected by Baiyu before. Jiang Shuling, the only son of the Blood Spirit Duke of the Xingluo Empire. Martial Soul, Bloodwing Bat King, full innate soul power, 1 year older than Dai Isi, recognized as the #1 genius of the Xingluo Empire. Expected to have a soul power level of 57 when participating in the competition. MuLin had heard of this guy even in the Tiando Empire. Known as the #1 genius of Xingluo. However, the Blood Spirit Duke? The original work only described the power struggles between Dai Mubai and Davis, and did not elaborate on anything else in the Xingluo Empire. Therefore, MuLin's understanding of Xingluo is much less compared to Tiando and the Spear Hall. Moreover, MuLin was either repairing something or reading or discussing with Qian Renxue how to reasonably occupy the Tiando Empire afterward. But it was fortunate that the following description was likely included because they knew MuLin was unfamiliar with the Blood Spirit Duke. Blood Spirit Duke, real name Jiang Wanghe, Martial Soul, Bloodwing Bat King, Super Douluo, currently suspected to be level 96, responsible for guarding the diplomatic relations between the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire, and is the sworn elder brother of the current emperor of the Xingluo Empire. He once fought against the Sword Douluo, and since then, Sword Douluo Qinshin has never returned to the Xingluo Empire. MuLin found it strange here. Is the gap between the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire really this big? The Xingluo Empire actually has a publicly recognized 96 level Title Douluos, and judging by this description, his combat power is likely higher than that of the Sword Douluo. You should pay attention to that Jiang Shuling. His father Jiang Wanghe's title as the Blood Spirit Duke was earned through killing, having killed a Title Douluo during his Soul Douluo period. His son cannot be too weak either. I would be surprised if he was granted a soul bone to rise to Soul Emperor. MuLin was quite interested in this Blood Spirit Duke. After all, besides him, there is only Tang Hao from their generation who defeated a Title Douluo. Moreover, the Bloodwing Bat King, perhaps there is a 9-headed Bat King in the Slaughter City, but I wonder if he has been there. Chapter 168 Departure in Tiando City. 15 large carriages left Tiando City, surrounded by thousands of soldiers from the Tiando Empire for protection. These people were heading to the Xingluo Empire to participate in the finals of the Elite Soul Master Competition. This time, the finals of the Elite Soul Master Competition was held in a famous city within the Xingluo Empire, Huxiao City. The White Tiger Sect is located there. At the same time, the location of this city is not far from the territory of the Blood Spirit Duke Jiang Wanghe. The White Tiger Sect is a sect supported by the royal family of the Xingluo Empire throughout history. The master of the White Tiger Sect has always been a member of the Xingluo royal family. Just like the current master of the White Tiger Sect is the younger brother of the current emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Moreover, it is said that this time the Xingluo Empire wants to showcase the future of its empire to the continent. Therefore, a huge competition venue has been specially constructed to invite some civilian soul masters and nobles to watch the competition. In the original work, the competition venue was a requirement from the Spear Hall, and it was also a decree from the Spear Hall that prohibited civilians and even nobles from watching. Here, the Xingluo Empire wants to showcase its new generation, so this decree was not issued. One of the most luxurious carriages was carrying a team from the Tiando Empire. The team members in the other vehicles looked at the people in this carriage with respect. There was no way around it. There was a Soul Emperor participating and 2 Soul King teammates, one of whom was a high-level Soul King. All team members were Soul Masters, with all but the support-type members reaching above level 45. Who could compare with the strength of this team? Although the Xingluo Empire is very confident in winning this competition, others do not know what kind of strength the Xingluo Empire's participating team possesses. Do you have the formidable strength of a soul emperor? Can you defeat 7 at the soul master level and even defeat 5 of the talented souls among them? This genius has now reached the high-level soul king realm. Of course, showing respect cannot just be hearsay. They must have fought at least one match. Therefore, before departure, the 5 members of Team Tiando had already defeated the 4-element academy separately. As for why it was 5, of course, it was because MuLin and Yulinger did not participate. Is it bullying to fight against soul masters? A group of people set off grandly for Huxiao City, mostly traveling along mountain roads, as this consumed the least amount of time. After all, this group of people were either soul masters or soldiers in the army, so they did not mind the rugged, muddy roads. Second offering. The future of these Soul Hall members depends on you. At the gates of the Spirit Hall, a very noble and dignified-looking woman was speaking with an elderly man with golden hair. These two were the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the Title Douluos Golden Crocodile, who was level 98. You know, besides me, there are others going, right, Bai Yao? A silver-haired man, looking very imposing, nodded in response to Golden Crocodile's words. He was Bai Yao, the vice-captain of the Spirit Hall's battle team, and the father of Bai Shengtian, with a martial soul of Holy War Sword, a super Douluo at level 95. Bibi Dong nodded expressionlessly. If that's the case, then I will leave it to you. Second offering. After speaking, she took a step back, indicating that he could go. After all, these two did not exactly have a good relationship, but due to the matter of Qian Xuanji, it was already good that they did not fight. Because the Spirit Hall only had one team guaranteed a spot in the finals, this group was relatively small. They were protected by the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and a hunting team led by Bai Yao, along with several elders from the Spirit Hall team, totaling about 25 people. However, none of these people were below level 70. All of those protecting them were at least Soul Saint level, with many being Soul Douluo, and even a few Title Douluos. After this group left, Bibi Dong returned to her papal palace. A figure who appeared neither male nor female found it quite strange that the Pope was in such a good mood. After all, everyone knew that the team participating in this competition had nothing to do with Bibi Dong at all. This was the team organized by Qian Douluo using soul bones. If they won, it would surely undermine Bibi Dong's authority. So why was she so happy? Bibi Dong could also see Yueguan's puzzled expression. Yueguan, don't worry, they won't win. Although I don't like that guy, I still have some understanding of the intelligence around her. That little guy named MuLin has already become a soul emperor 6 months ago, and since he absorbed soul rings at a younger age, with just Beishentian and Jinlin, they're definitely not his opponents. Even if Qian Douluo and that old thing Genie give them special treatment, it won't work. After all, MuLin isn't without his Title Douluos companions. Yueguan understood the reason for Bibi Dong's good mood after hearing this, but he still felt that their Wuhuan Hall should win. After all, Beishentian and Jinlin are both innate full soul power geniuses, and they have spent quite some time training in Bai Yao's team. Moreover, Beishentian has trained under Qian Douluo for a while. Furthermore, Yueguan knew that the princess around MuLin is Qian Douluo's granddaughter, Qian Renshua, who has been praising MuLin extensively. Who knows if this team will be a test for MuLin? Besides, Genie and Bai Yao are not lacking in soul bones. Genie is an old-fashioned 98-level Title Douluo, older than Qian Douluo by a round, so he definitely has plenty of soul bones. Bai Yao has been hunting evil soul masters. What do evil soul masters rely on for cultivation? Humans or soul beasts? After so many years, who knows how many soul bones he has stored? Plus, since Qian Douluo wants to test MuLin, perhaps these two really have soul bones to help them upgrade to Soul Emperor level 60. Bibi Dong could sense Yueguan's indifference, but she said nothing. Time would prove everything. In Beast City, a city specifically built to block the beast tide. My lord, are you going to watch the competition as well? The guard at the entrance of the Chun State Mansion looked at the man coming out and respectfully bowed his head. This man was clad in a red robe and battle armor, and his blood-red eyes did not give off a seductive feeling, but instead sent a chill down one's spine. After all, it's my son's first appearance in front of the continent. I need to see him well. After saying this, the man left on his own. He wondered how the soul bones that blood spirit absorbed were doing. That was something I work hard for. Directly insulting and slaughtering that race in front of their leader to finally get the soul bone to drop. I hope the soul bone is really what I think it is. Chapter 169 Arrival. Huxiao City, a well-known city within the Xingluo Empire, is led by the White Tiger Sect, one of the lower 4 sects. Those in the higher echelons of the continent know that it is supported by the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it the leader of the lower 4 sects in terms of strength. if it weren't for the fact that the Title Douluo in the White Tiger Sect had returned to the royal family. Resulting in the lack of famous Title Douluo in the White Tiger Sect, the upper 3 sects would probably have become the upper 4 sects. Moreover, there are quite a few people in the White Tiger Sect who have the martial soul fusion technique with the infernal spirit cat. Therefore, in this Xiao city, one can see tall statues of the White Tiger and elegant statues of the spirit cat as soon as they enter. In this city, the most common martial souls are tiger-type and cat-type martial souls. Welcome to the contestants from the Tiando Empire. My name is Dai Tianke, and the lounge has been prepared for you all right next to the competition venue in a newly established hotel. Please follow me. When a carriage from the Tiando Empire arrived at Xiao City, a middle-aged man dressed in armor and standing tall, looking to be only in his 40s or 50s, suddenly walked over. Qian Rinxue disguised as Xue Qinghe walked outside the carriage. Ahmed Elder Dai, Qinghe greets you. The middle-aged man was very surprised to see Xue Qinghe appear here. After all, Xue Qinghe was the prince of the Tiando Empire, and the relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire was known throughout the continent, almost wanting to kill each other immediately. How dare you, a prince of an enemy country, appear in enemy territory? Xiao City is led by the White Tiger Sect, and the relationship between the White Tiger Sect and the Xingluo Empire's royal family should be known to the Tiando Empire's prince. What a bold move. At this moment, someone stepped out from the prince's carriage. What caught the eye was a dazzling golden hair shining in the sunlight. A pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes that curved like a crescent moon when happy and appeared to scold when angry. With a perfectly proportioned nose, too high would seem too stiff, too low would appear a bit feminine, and those lips were the most captivating feature. It seemed like he had just woken up and was yawning as he came out. Brother, have we arrived? The one stepping out of the prince's carriage was none other than MuLin. Dai Tianke could clearly see that when Tiando Empire's Prince Xue Qinghe saw this young man emerge, she instinctively smiled, a smile that felt very familiar. It was just like when her daughter sees her boyfriend. The Prince of the Tiando Empire is a term used to describe a gay man. Dai Tianke felt like he had discovered something. No wonder Xue Qinghe has 3 brothers, and the second and third brothers died within 2 years. The 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, who is such a useless prince, has managed to survive until now. Could it be that the prince of the Tiando Empire is so they kept the 4th prince as a breeding machine, just in case the bloodline of the Xue family disappears? Dai Tianke felt he had stumbled upon a secret of the Tiando Empire. MuLin, we have already arrived at Xiao City, and next we will head to our resting place. MuLin nodded, looking around at this famous city within the Xingluo Empire. Brother, do you want to stroll around together later? I have never explored the Xingluo Empire before. Although Qian Rinxue wanted to stroll around with MuLin, she still had to discuss the specific rules of this competition with the Wuhuan Hall and the representatives of the Xingluo Empire. After all, every elite soul master competition has some slight changes in the rules. Since it's 3 top forces, the general direction won't change, but some details might. Mainly because I haven't watched OE in a long time, and I've forgotten some rules, such as whether there's a rest day after the competition, how many matches are held in a day, etc. For example, the Wuhuan Hall prefers secrecy, so most of their matches do not allow certain people to watch. The Tiando Empire, on the other hand, is relatively slow. Perhaps the participating contestants are very precious to them, so they have many days of rest after battles. The Xingluo Empire, most of the time, fights very quickly, and it's quite possible to have several fights in a day, wrapping things up in a few days. In their words, who has time to drag things out on the battlefield? Will others give you time to recover? However, this time, all 3 forces have sent the continent's top geniuses, the future Title Douluos, or perhaps the future peak of the continent, to meet in advance in this competition. Therefore, the rules for this competition may have some changes. MuLin shrugged. All right, since that is the case, I'll wander around myself. After all, it's my first time seeing the Xingluo Empire. Master, you don't mind, right? Just as MuLin's voice fell, a voice appeared next to Dai Tianke. It's fine. Take a break and relax. I'll have Jinshin follow you for the next few days. Dai Tiange's body stiffened upon hearing this voice. As a soul Douluo, he didn't even sense the presence of the person speaking next to him. What kind of strength is this? Could be a Title Douluo? But isn't the Title Douluo from the Tiando Empire already on the verge of death? Moreover, wasn't the 7-treasure glazed tile school destroyed? Could it be that the Tiando Empire has reached an agreement with some hidden sect? Or have those old fellows' injuries healed? Xue Qinghe lowered his head to the owner of that voice. Senior Longming, Senior Jinshin. 2 people. Dai Tianke turned his head and saw a middle-aged man and a very young-looking youth standing beside him. These two individuals had a common characteristic. Looking at them was like seeing a true dragon, exuding immense power. Two Title Douluos. No, MuLin called one of them master. And ShootsHis has established a relationship with a hidden sect. The Tiando Empire really knows how to scheme, using a prince and two Title Douluos to build connections. And since these two Title Douluos have come to the empire, it means that their sect must also have Title Douluos guarding it. At least 3 Title Douluos. Dai Tianke felt the need to report to His Majesty. He couldn't let the Tiando Empire rise. It was hard to weaken them, and the Xingluo Empire is also thriving. He must interrupt the rise of the Tiando Empire. While Dai Tianke was lost in thought, MuLin and Xianrinshui didn't pay him any mind. No problem. I'll go familiarize myself with the resting place first, and then I'll come out and stroll around. Xianrinshui glanced at Dai Tianke, who seemed a bit distracted. Elder Dai, please lead the way. Although Dai Tianke was eager to return and inform His Majesty about the Tiando Empire's information, the two Title Douluos were still watching him. So he should dutifully take them to the hotel first. Riding ahead on his horse, Dai Tianke led the group from the Tiando Empire to their resting place. Chapter 170. Reunion. The Tiando Empire arrived at a hotel specially built by the Xingluo Empire. It must be admitted that this is the most magnificent building MuLin has ever seen in this life and the last. After everyone arrived, Dai Tianke left directly. MuLin walked in, went to his room, put down his things, and immediately laid down on the bed to rest for a while. It was nothing like he said. He just went out to stroll around. However, it was also understandable. After all, MuLin was a member of Team Tiando and the main teams of the Wuhuan Temple. Tiando Empire and Xingluo Empire had a bye in the first match of the finals, which meant that even if the competition started tomorrow, MuLin would need to compete. As for watching how other teams performed, there were others in the team besides MuLin. The others would definitely go to watch. And even if they didn't their teachers and some accompanying people would definitely go. Among those accompanying people, there would surely be some knowledgeable individuals responsible for observing the members of other factions and looking for strategies to counter them. Therefore, MuLin didn't need to watch the other team's matches, especially since it was a match between the Wuhuan Temple and the Xingluo Empire. MuLin lay on the bed for a while, but couldn't fall asleep, as he had already dozed off in the prince's carriage before. Forget it. Let's go check out this Hushao city. After all, it's a famous city within the Xingluo Empire. MuLin got up, dressed himself nicely, as he was going outside and needed to pay attention to his image. Since he hadn't participated in the competition yet, MuLin didn't wear the Tiando Royal Academy team uniform, but instead wore the outfit specifically made for him by Xianrinshui. He donned a white short robe adorned with small golden patterns connected by red lines, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to depict a golden dragon. Below, he wore pure white, fluffy-looking pants. The hotel staff, upon seeing MuLin walk out, instinctively stopped in their tracks. It must be said that he was the most beautiful man they had ever seen. Indeed, beautiful, rivaling even Jiang Shuling. Are you MuLin from the Tiando Empire? MuLin heard someone calling his name and turned around to see a man with bright red hair and blood-red eyes. Hello, I'm MuLin. May I ask who you are? The blood-eyed man smiled and said, My name is Jiang Shuling. I heard from traders between the two nations that you and I are quite similar in appearance, so I came to inquire. Although it sounds a bit narcissistic, I must say, this is the first time I've met a man whose looks are comparable to mine. Indeed, both MuLin and Jiang Shuling were exceptionally handsome. But the difference was that MuLin's beauty was strikingly handsome, leaving a stunning impression. Jiang Shuling had a more androgynous and enchanting look, giving off a captivating aura. Even though he was a man, perhaps due to their martial souls, although both looked beautiful, MuLin and Jiang Shuling had completely different auras. MuLin extended his hand and said, Hello, I've long heard of your great name. Even in the Tiando Empire, I often hear of you. Jiang Shuling also extended his hand. Not at all. Your reputation is greater. When the Tiando Empire announced that you would participate in the competition, I had Dai Isi and Zhu Qinyu directly ordered to join this competition. Are you looking to go out for a stroll? Do you need me to be your tour guide? I'm quite familiar with this place. Since it's late, how about we go have a meal together? MuLin nodded, as he was indeed quite interested in Jiang Shuling, the first genius of the Xingluo Empire, a character not present in the original work. So going for a meal was not a problem. No problem, then I'll leave it to you. The two left side by side. However, although they had left, they caused a bit of a stir. For instance, the female staff members in the hotel stood there giggling. In a small inn on a street in Hushao City, two exceptionally handsome men were drinking together. MuLin, brother, this place tastes good, right? The taste here is indeed good. It's no wonder you found this hidden spot. Brother Shuling, Jiang Shuling drank from his glass. Of course, don't underestimate this place. The owner of this small inn is a food-type soul master who retired from the army. He is actually a subordinate of my father. Since he wanted to open an inn since childhood, he set up this small inn here in Huxiao City. MuLin nodded. The dishes made by food-type soul masters were indeed better than those made by others, likely because of their martial soul being food, allowing them to control the timing of cooking better than others. The two enjoyed some drinks and food at the table. Of course, the alcohol wasn't too strong, as it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Huxiao City was a melting pot. The top 3 forces on the continent gathered here. Who knows if other forces might come here to fish in troubled waters. So they're all drinking rice wine, which has a pitifully low alcohol content. And since they're all soul masters, it's like drinking plain water. However, the food is indeed quite good. MuLin and Jiang Shuling might have a connection, as they both enjoy sweeter foods, so they're having a great time eating here. Suddenly, a man in red battle armor appeared behind Jiang Shuling, with the same blood-red eyes, but without the eerie aura that Jiang Shuling has, instead giving off an exceptionally cold feeling. Shuling, have you made a new friend? At the same time, Jinshin also appeared behind MuLin. Father, you're here. The man behind Jiang Shuling is the blood spirit duke, Jiang Wanghe. Jiang Wanghe looked at MuLin, who was sitting opposite Jiang Shuling, and forced a smile on his stern face, seemingly wanting to leave a good impression on his child's friend. Hello. MuLin immediately stood up. I'm MuLin. Nice to meet you, blood spirit duke. Jiang Wanghe shook his head. I've heard your name. The recognized number 1 genius of the Tiando Empire, even the number 1 genius of the entire continent. No need to be nervous. Please sit down. After saying that, Jiang Wanghe looked at Jin Shun behind MuLin. May I ask who you are? Jin Shun. Jin Shun. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Jiang Wanghe seemed to recall something. Jin Shun. You are the dragon body Douluo who defeated the sword Douluo at the Tiando Academy, right? I am Jiang Wanghe, titled Bat Emperor. Upon hearing this, Jin Shin's expression shifted slightly. Bat Emperor? Your martial soul is not the Bloodwing Bat King, but the Bat Emperor? Suddenly, both of them looked towards the entrance. 3 people entered. 2 young men looking around 20 years old and a middle-aged man. Jiang Wanghe seemed to know him. Bai Yao, long time no see. These 2 are Jin Lin and Bai Sheng Tian. The middle-aged man is Bai Yao from the Spirit Hall, along with their team captain and vice captain. Jiang Wanghe, long time no see. Some of the main competitors from the 3 top forces of the continent met a portion of each other. Chapter 171. Ridiculous things. Bai Yao walked over with the 2 younger generations he brought, nodding to MuLin opposite, Jiang Shuling and Jin Shun behind him. Bai Yao, Jin Shun. The 2 young men beside Bai Yao glanced at MuLin, who was sitting in front of Jin Shun, after hearing Jin Shun's name. You are MuLin? MuLin turned to where the voice came from, a blonde youth. Hello, E.M. Yinlin. The other young man introduced himself as well, by Sheng Tian. MuLin nodded at them. Hello? Is there something you need? Jin Lin and Bai Sheng Tian exchanged glances and said, this time, we are participating in this competition because of you. We hope you won't disappoint us. Upon hearing this, MuLin twitched his mouth. Wow. It really is because Title Douluos wants to test me. Although MuLin had mentally prepared for this earlier. It might also be because the Spirit Hall saw that both the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire were deploying real geniuses. And in order not to be suppressed by the 2 great empires, they sent these 2 out. It turns out that Qian Renshue was right. Title Douluos wants to test MuLin and even specially train these 2 for a while. Perhaps even bestowing them with soul bones. Although the possibility is low. After all, MuLin remembers that in the original work, that Zhuge Yuan didn't even have soul bone, and he was a level 95 Title Douluos, yet he had no soul bones. But it's not hard to understand. After all, BB Dong had to spend time and effort hunting the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, rather than the other 10,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest or the 10,000-year soul beasts in the sea. And there were also 10,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north. If they had to confront the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape directly, perhaps the truly valuable things within the Spirit Hall were not really comparable to BB Dong's standards. After all, BB Dong's 2 spider martial souls and angel martial soul are quite different, and being able to become a saintess seems to be because that guy Qian Xuanji had a lapse in judgment. Moreover, BB Dong directly killed Qian Xuanji. So Title Douluos would certainly not show her the true inner workings or foundational knowledge of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, following BB Dong, Zhuge Yuan probably isn't as wealthy as Jin Lin and Bai Sheng Tian. In any case, Jin Lin's grandfather is the golden crocodile, Douluo. a veteran level 98 Title Douluo, and their wealth is definitely beyond imagination. Plus, they are all veterans of the Spirit Hall, so their level of wealth is absolutely beyond what ordinary people can comprehend, making it completely possible for them to have excess soul bones. Bai Shengtian's father, Bai Yao, specializes in hunting evil soul masters, and evil soul masters cultivate either by killing or devouring soul beasts. Having hunted so many soul beasts, they must have dropped 1 or 2 soul bones, right? After killing so many evil soul masters, they must have obtained some soul bones. Of course, these soul bones might also have been given by Bai Yao to other members of his team. However, Bai Shengtian is Bai Yao's own son, so getting him a soul bone is definitely not difficult for Bai Yao. It's 100 that these two have soul bones, but how many pieces is uncertain. Don't worry, I won't let you down, but I also hope you can make me happy. Jinlin and Bai Shengtian both know how talented the person in front of them is. At 10 years old, he was a soul king, and now at 15, he has definitely reached the level of a soul emperor, and probably not at a low level. Moreover, they heard that he also has a sect backing him. Without soul bones, how could he live up to his talent? As for being at a low level now, having soul bones to protect oneself is better, right? After all, he is currently a soul emperor. How many soul emperors are there on the continent? Moreover, MuLin is only 15 years old. He is expected to officially go out and train after this competition, which is just right. Soul Saints are already at the 7th level, and there are only 9 levels in total. What more does he need to train? At this time, going out to train with soul bones is just perfect. The 3 groups chatted for a while in this small inn and then left separately. Well then, Mu brother, see you next time. Blood Spirit brother, see you next time. Back in the hotel, after MuLin returned to his room, he saw Qian Rinxue pretending to be Xue Qinghe in his room. Brother, why are you here? Did the discussion go well? Qian Rinxue, seeing her brother MuLin return, patted the spot next to her. What, can't I come when I have nothing to do? MuLin walked over and took off his outer coat. Of course not, brother can come anytime. How did the discussion go? After hearing this, Qian Rinxue seemed to think of something happy and smiled slightly. It went well. This time, it's all thanks to you, little brother. The person from the Spirit Hall who went to discuss was my second granduncle. And the person from the Douluo Empire was the old king of the same generation as my second granduncle. Both are super Douluos. It's also thanks to you, brother, that your master came to help. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how arrogant that old king would be. Arrogant? MuLin was quite curious. What was there to be arrogant about? Qian Rinxue nodded. After all, I am currently disguised as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. The days when the Heaven Do Empire was ravaged just happened to coincide with the period when the old emperor had just stepped down. It was his army that brought the Heaven Do Empire to its current state, so you should know why she is so smug, right? MuLin nodded instinctively upon hearing this. Indeed, the enemy nation was defeated by their own hands, and even the Title Douluos dared not show up. That is certainly something to be proud of. However, things are different now that my master Longming has arrived. I have to thank your master. The old emperor is now a level 96 Title Douluo. Before my second grandfather reached that level, the old man could be quite smug. If it weren't for your master being here, I probably wouldn't even be able to enter the door, and even if I did, I would likely be embarrassed. MuLin could imagine that situation. That old man would casually release his aura in the room, and Qian Rinxue, who had just reached the door, was only at the Soul Emperor level. How could she possibly withstand the pressure of a 96 level Title Douluo deliberately oppressing the crown prince of an enemy nation? However, with a 97 level Title Douluo present, the actual combat power could temporarily contend with a 99 level peak Douluo. It seems I need to change my approach. So what about the follow-up? Seeing you so happy, the situation with that old man should not be too good, right? Qian Rinxue seemed to think of the old man's situation afterward and said with a smile, of course, because he was about to discuss the small rules of the competition. He did not activate his martial soul and directly push me back with one palm. I have to thank your master. When he came in front of me, he pushed the old man back, embedding him directly into the wall. Although it only left a small mark, he was indeed embedded in the wall. A 96 level old emperor being pushed into a wall by the crown prince of an enemy nation is truly ridiculous, and he couldn't fight back because he simply couldn't win. Chapter 172. Competition rules and start of the competition. All right, Big Brother Crown Prince, are there any changes to the rules of this elite soul master competition? After hearing this topic, Qian Rinxue pinched MuLin's cheek and said, there are indeed some changes. This time, there are a total of 33 teams, with the 3 major powers, the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Douluo Empire, having their recommended teams skip the first round. resulting in 15 3 teams advancing. In the second round, the first-place teams from the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire's qualifying matches will advance, with the highest-ranked team in the qualifying matches skipping, resulting in 8-2 teams advancing. The third round will see the teams from the two countries, except for the teams that skipped the previous round, with the highest-ranked team in the qualifying matches skipping, leading to 4-2 teams advancing. This leads to the 6-strong competition. 6 teams will compete, with 3 teams advancing to the top 3. Finally, the 3 teams will use the qualifying match format. Individual battles will determine the one team that advances to the finals. The losing teams will use the team battle format to determine the second team to advance to the finals. The finals will be 2 teams competing in a team battle format to determine the champion. There are also some minor changes. After each match, there will be 3 days of rest. In the words of that old man, the teams participating in this competition are the top geniuses from the 3 major powers. So, of course, they should be well rested and in the best condition to fight, leaving no regrets. In fact, for this final, the Star Luo Empire has even spent heavily to invite the second-best healing soul master in the world, Master Lu Tianyuan. Qian Ringshu shook her head as she said this. I have to admit, the Star Luo Empire has indeed spent a lot of money for this competition. Lu Tianyuan is the second-best healing soul master in the world. The reason he is called the second-best is that his martial soul is not as famous as the 9-heart-sea butterfly. The actual healing effect is unknown. No one knows how effective it is. However, even so, Lu Tianyuan is a healing-type soul Douluo, and his healing effects are definitely not weak. Additionally, with the 2 who haven't arrived yet, Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu, I estimate they are still adapting to the soul bones. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to still not be here. Of course, it is also possible that they have just absorbed the soul bones, reached the soul emperor realm, and are now hunting for their 6th soul ring. MuLin raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Soul bones? Absorbing them now? And can they control the power of the soul rings absorbed after leveling up? Can they adapt? Qian Ringshu shook her head. Even if they can't control it, they are still soul emperors, and I estimate that you will definitely meet in the finals. In that case, before encountering you, he will have the opportunity to fight twice. Even if those battles aren't enough, there will still be 12 days to adapt, which is absolutely sufficient. MuLin shrugged his shoulders and said, It's fine. Let me give you a heads up. My combat power, if we're talking about martial soul quality, is not as good as my beast martial soul masters. I can defeat soul Douluos. I mean defeat, not just contest. Qian Ringshu's eyes brightened even more as she looked at MuLin. Truly worthy of the man I have my eye on. The 2 chatted for a while longer in the room. The next day, Qian Ringshu woke everyone from the Heaven Do Empire and headed to the final venue with MuLin. The Tiger Roar Duel Arena was specially built by the Star Luo Empire for this elite soul master competition to showcase their talented seeds. This duel arena is extremely large. MuLin estimated that it is about 5 times larger than the football field of his previous school, but that is just from a direct overhead view. And it seems even larger. After the group from the Heaven Do Empire arrived at the final venue, they could see that most of the members of the Star Luo Empire were already present. As for why it was said to be most, it was because there was a huge ghostly white tiger lying on the ground above the final venue, and beneath the ghostly white tiger were 3 chairs, with 5 people standing behind the middle chair. Those are probably the 5 competitors from the Star Luo Empire for this event. The 7 people from the Spirit Hall also arrived, with the first 2 being Jin Lin and Bai Shengtian, whom MuLin had seen last time. The 3 nodded at each other. After a while, the people on the chairs above were all in place. Sitting in the middle was an elderly man. Although he had many wrinkles on his face, his golden hair was still very thick, coupled with the beard on his face. It must be admitted that he looked quite dignified. This is probably the level 96 old king that Qian Ringshu mentioned. To his left was the golden-haired old man whom MuLin had met before when he and Qian Ringshu were dividing up the 7 treasures glazed sex loot. This is likely the 98-level golden crocodile Douluo. As for the right side, it was MuLin's master, golden dragon Douluo Longming. To be honest, it is somewhat fateful for the 3 of them to sit together. All 3 have golden hair and look very imposing. Although the one in the middle has the lowest level in strength, he is the old king. The one on the left, the golden crocodile, is an established 98-level Title Douluos, and his martial soul, the golden crocodile king, is also very powerful, while the one on the right, Longming, possesses the golden dragon king's heart martial soul, and his father is the 99-level angry dragon Daw, making his imposing presence even stronger than the other 2. If someone who doesn't know them were to look at the three of them, they would probably think they are either brothers or a master-disciple relationship. At the same time, when the elderly man with blonde hair arrived, he was accompanied by two others. One was a blonde woman dressed in a white training outfit, with a ghostly white tiger pattern on it. The other was a black-haired man, wearing a black combat outfit, also adorned with a ghostly white tiger. These two were likely the trump cards of the Douluo Empire this time, rather than calling them trump cards. They should be referred to as the aces, Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu. Everyone, I am Dai Song, and I welcome you all to the Douluo Empire's Tiger Howl City to participate in this elite soul master competition. Next, I will hand it over to the Golden Dragon Douluo to announce the competition rules. Long Ming, who was next to him, was not surprised. This had all been decided yesterday. The opening ceremony rules would be read by Long Ming, while the closing ceremony would be read by Dai Song. As for the Golden Crocodile, he was there to watch his grandson's match and Qianrenchue's as well, while also keeping an eye on MuLin's performance. Long Ming stood up and slightly released his aura to quiet the audience so they could hear him announce the rules. The first round, the rules were the same as what Qianrenchue had mentioned last night. After that, MuLin left directly. After all, the first round did not involve the main teams from the other two major factions, so there was really no need for him to pay attention. He could leave it to his accompanying teammates to watch. After all, the physical strength at the Title Douluos level, combined with more soul skills than a Title Douluos, was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for his low level and insufficient soul power, he could easily pretend to be a Title Douluos, given the number and power of his soul skills. There was really no need to worry about it. Chapter 173, Heaven Do vs. Earth Dragon 1. 3 days had passed since the competition began, and today was the first day of the main academies from the three major factions participating. The vast duel arena was packed to the brim, with people from the Douluo Empire, wandering soul masters, and even quite a few soul masters who had come specifically from the Heaven Do Empire to watch. Members of the Spirit Hall from around Tiger Howl City had also taken leave to attend, as this year's soul master quality was widely recognized as one of the top 3 in history, with some even claiming it was the highest ever. The second round of the competition was about to begin, and all participating teams had arrived. Even those who could sit out had all shown up, as today marked the first day of competition for the main teams of the 3 top factions. Though they might not really be able to defeat them, they at least wanted to gather some information and avoid losing too embarrassingly. Jiang Wanghe, Bai Yao, and Jin Shun had also arrived at the duel arena, as the old national leader, Golden Crocodile, and Long Ming were watching from above, so there had to be people below as well. Of course, they could not be the referees. The referee was an elder from the White Tiger Sect, surnamed Lin, with the martial soul of a winged tiger. With his powerful martial soul and his not low soul power level, he was chosen as the referee, especially since all 3 major factions had sent their top talents. Elder Lin walked to the center of the duel arena. The first match was between Team 1 of the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Earth Dragon Academy of the Douluo Empire. Earth Dragon Academy? MuLin felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Information about Earth Dragon Academy had already been prepared by Golin. This Earth Dragon Academy should not be underestimated. It is one of the lower 4 sects established by the Holy Dragon Sect. During its peak, the Holy Dragon Sect's inherited martial soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, was formidable enough to make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect take it seriously. Although it has declined now, it should not be underestimated. The academy established by this sect mostly recruits Earth attribute soul masters and those whose martial souls are related to dragons. Given that all 3 major factions had deployed their aces, other factions would surely go all out to avoid losing too badly. Don't take it lightly, someone reminded. The crowd nodded, but deep down they probably still looked down on them, as they had MuLin and Yuling, 2 individuals who could be considered monstrous talents throughout history. Could they lose? Golin could see their disdain, but he did not mind, as MuLin accounted for nearly 80 of the team's strength, while the other 6 made up only 20. The Earth Dragon Academy's team was likely discussing some information about Team 1 of the Heaven Do Royal Academy with their teacher, and they might also have some secret information they had discovered. After a while, the match was about to officially begin. Both teams entered the arena and walked to the center. Elder Lin stood in the middle. On the Heaven Do side, Guan Xian, Feng Ling, and He Hao were at the front, with Guan Xian in the center, Yuan Han and Yuling in the second row, and MuLin and Gu at the back. This arrangement was because MuLin did not intend to take action in this match. After all, the opponents were merely a group of soul ancestors. It was not because he was afraid that Yuling would not want to show herself, but rather that the other 5 teammates would reveal too much, and Yuling did not want to take action either. The Earth Dragon Academy, on the other hand, had a similar 3-2-2 formation. The first three were likely defensive or strong attack types. The second row consisted of agile or ranged attack soul masters. And the third row should include supportive types, along with a soul master to protect them. MuLin, even if our chances of winning are slim, we will make you pay a price. The captain of Earth Dragon Academy, Tuoba Fengxing, said fiercely. But anyone could see that he used this fierce expression to cover his inner fear. MuLin glanced at him and then ignored him, thinking that it was better to look at the blue sky. Tuoba Fengxing looked at the guy in front of him, who was almost 10 years younger, and felt disrespected. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I can't deal with you, but can I not deal with your teammates? Just wait and see. I will take down your teammates. And then your team will naturally have one less person in the next match, making it easy for Jin Lin and Bai Sheng Tian to crush you. Gu and Yuan Han, Feng Ling'er, and the others were not interested in talking to the opponents, as they were members of the Heaven Do Imperial family and wouldn't bother with people from the Star Luo Empire. Elder Lin could see that Team 1 of Heaven Do Royal Academy was not interested in trash-talking their opponents, so he stepped back, opened his martial soul, and flew into the sky. The match officially began. MuLin stood next to Gu, and without activating his martial soul, relying on his physical attributes alone, he could easily dominate the 7 opponents. The other 6 teammates activated their martial souls. The 7 opponents also did the same. Their captain, Tuoba Fengxing, activated the normal white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul. Once he activated his martial soul, his eyes turned into dragon-like slits, his body swelled, and his clothes seemed to be about to burst. Due to the tightness of his clothing, one could clearly see the tightly packed muscles on his arms, and he even grew a pair of dragon horns on his head. As for his other teammates, the 2 others standing in the same row as him also had the same white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul. The second row was different. One martial soul belonged to a soul master with a bow and arrow, and the other seemed to be a manifestation of the dragon tail, cat martial soul. In the third row, there was a female soul master holding a staff, accompanied by a white-armored Earth Dragon soul master responsible for her protection. The white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul has 2 development directions. One is the strong attack system, and the other is the defense system. Of course, if we were to subdivide further, we could also categorize them as Dragon Blood Soul Masters who specialize in enhancing the quality of Dragon-type soul beasts, Attribute Soul Masters specializing in Earth Attribute Soul Beasts, and Explosive Soul Masters who specialize in High Burst Power Soul Beasts. However, from MuLin's perspective, the opposing team captain, Tuoba Fengxing, should be a Dragon Blood Soul Master, while the other 3 in the same row as him are likely Earth Attribute Soul Masters, with the one responsible for protection possibly being an Explosive Soul Master. Of course, this is not entirely accurate. It should be known that the Xingluo Empire is more prosperous with balanced Soul Masters, so they can only be said to lean towards one aspect, but other aspects will definitely develop as well. In such cases, they are better suited for one-on-one combat, while their performance in team battles is relatively weaker. Chapter 174, Tiando vs. Earth Dragon 2. Feng Ling'er instantly released her 5 soul rings, while Yu Ling'er unleashed her own, a combination of yellow, purple, and black soul rings representing various ages. Although the members of the Earth Dragon Academy were mentally prepared, seeing the opposing team's combination and the shocking soul ring configuration still made them gasp. After all, most people may never see such a soul ring configuration in their lifetime. Moreover, Yu Ling'er had 2 10,000-year soul rings, a configuration that most soul emperors do not possess. The members of the Earth Dragon Academy gritted their teeth, thinking that the opposing team might just be those who focus solely on cultivation and lack any combat experience. They didn't believe that someone with such a soul ring configuration could also possess top-notch combat experience. Third soul skill, Earth Dragon Armor. Transforming one's left and right hands into dragon claws, left and right legs into dragon legs, and the body into a dragon's physique, among other changes. The more soul rings one has, the deeper the dragon transformation becomes. The Sacred Dragon Sect has also matched the first 3 soul rings for their disciples, especially the third soul skill, Earth Dragon Armor, which is something the Sacred Dragon Sect takes pride in. It should be known that the reason the Blue Electric Tyrannosaur Sect is so powerful is due to their dragon transformation secret technique. Now, their third soul ring has a similar skill, so how weak could it be? It's just that they lack 1,000-year soul skill. The students from the Earth Dragon Academy in the first row charge forward. Guan Xian and He Hao would not give way to them. Third soul skill, Thunder Fire Battle Armor. An electric field forms within the area, and flames envelop the user, preventing enemies from getting close. All energy attacks will be converted into thunder and flames, enhancing the weight and hardness of the martial soul. Third soul skill, Shadow Clone. Split into 2 clones with 50 of the original's attributes. When these clones are destroyed, they can stack a mark on the enemy. For each mark stacked, the shadow damage taken will increase by 10. Perhaps due to the nature of Douluo continent itself. Battles usually start with a soul skill that is relatively moderate compared to oneself for testing, and then decide whether to continue using weaker soul skills or to unleash stronger ones for a decisive blow. Guanxian, wielding the Thunderflame Warhammer, instantly suppressed the charging Tuoba Fengxing. Although the Thunderflame Warhammer Martial Soul is not as famous as the white-armored Earth Dragon Martial Soul, it is important to note that Guanxian has been a soul master for 5 years. During these 5 years, with the guidance of the people at the inn, as well as the current scarcity of people at the inn, resources have been inclined towards Guanxian, allowing his soul power level to reach 49. After all, Guanxian's maternal and paternal clans provided some resources because their offspring had interactions with the number 1 genius of Tiando. Guanxian's master, Lei Yi, also couldn't sit still as he saw the high-level combat power within the inn increasing, often going out to hunt souls and even forming a soul hunting team, bringing in more resources. Furthermore, due to the current number of people within not being too many, Guanxian would also receive a portion of the resources from the inn. Moreover, when Guanxian obtained his 4th soul ring, MuLin promised to give him an opportunity. Although it wasn't a divine herb, it was still an excellent herb suitable for him. It happened to be a herb that could enhance both fire and thunder attributes, making it even more suitable for him than some divine herbs. In these 5 years, he has only increased a few levels, which is already very slow. Of course, another aspect of this slow progression is that Guanxian's martial arts and forging skills have become stronger. Guanxian seems to want to follow a path similar to Tang Hao. After preparing, Guanxian planned to specialize in the explosive power of his martial soul. And if that didn't work, he would focus on explosive power alone. Then he would use his forging skills to train his control over the Warhammer. Additionally, he is currently studying soul guide devices and mechanisms with Kong Ming subordinates. Although his cultivation is somewhat mixed, because Guanxian's current cultivation speed is not slow compared to his peers, everyone has not corrected him. MuLin is the same. After all, what does it matter if he is 23 years old and a soul king? Can he reach the title at 37? Soul Douluo is already struggling, so MuLin didn't intervene. Thus, it is understandable that he has only leveled up 9 times in 5 years. What does this mean? He is only 23 years old. In the original work, when Davis, who was most likely to become the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, reached level 49, he was already 25 years old. It should be noted that Davis is 8 years older than Dai Mubai, which gives the impression of the crown prince being decided as Davis to most people, including the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Speaking of Davis, he cultivated with the resources available to the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, and at 25 years old, he only reached level 49. Guanxian, at 23 years old, reaching level 49 is already very slow. Guanxian single-handedly suppressed their captain, Tuoba Fengxing, which forced another teammate to come help the captain. Consequently, after he activated his 3rd soul skill and summoned 2 clones, the 3-on-1 quickly subdued another white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master. This Tiando Royal Academy team, is not just MuLin and Yu Linger who are powerful. Their other teammates are strong too. Just 2 Soul Masters can suppress 2 white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters from the Sacred Dragon Sect. It seems that the Tiando Royal Academy is not just about their captain and vice-captain. Those other teammates cannot be underestimated. In the audience, some representatives from other academies who had good relationships were sitting there chatting back and forth. Yes, even I noticed that the Soul Master holding the Warhammer, if I'm not mistaken, has already reached level 49, which is a level that is equivalent to the captain level of the main teams of the 3 major powers in previous years. I didn't expect this year's Tiando Royal Academy to be so strong. Hearing what this representative said, those around nodded in agreement. Yes, level 49 is usually the captain level of the main teams of the 3 major powers. Moreover, they have inquired and found out that the Soul Master wielding the Warhammer is only 23 years old. This means that his talent is actually better than that of most captains from the 3 major powers. Unfortunately, he is up against this year's strongest competitors. At level 49, he can only be an ordinary team member. A Soul King only qualifies to compete for the position of Vice Captain. It is even said that only teams with a Soul Emperor can enter the final top 3 showdown. While the audience was discussing, the battle on the field had already progressed further. First Soul Skill, Undying Battle Soul, Strength, enhances the strength attribute of teammates within a certain range, Soul Ring 10, and boost his own morale. Second soul skill, Undying Battle Soul, defense. Enhances the defense attribute of teammates within a certain range, Soul Ring 10, and boosts his own morale. Third soul skill, Undying Battle Soul, speed. Enhances the speed attribute of teammates within a certain range, Soul Ring 10, and boosts his own morale. MuLin directly released his 3 soul skills. As for the fourth soul skill, the opposing 7 didn't need it yet. The Soul Master with the staff also raised her staff. Third soul skill, Toxic Swamp. Raising her staff, she turned a certain area of the opponent's side into a toxic swamp, which would reduce the opponent's movement speed and continuously erode their bodies with toxins. Fourth soul skill, Toxic Mist. Raising her staff, she cast a toxic mist over a certain area of the opponent, which would continuously erode the opponent's body and, depending on the power gap between both sides, reduce the opponent's senses by varying degrees. It turns out that the Soul Master holding the staff at the back of the Earth Dragon Academy is a control-type Soul Master. It seems that the opposing team does not have a support-type Soul Master. They're preparing for a quick battle. However, unfortunately, is this effective? It should be noted that there is MuLin in their team, who is preparing as a Soul King, and she is not weak. Her martial soul is a variant of a prestigious family's inherited martial soul from Tiendo City. MuLin has transformed her arms into 4 wings and is flying in the air, surrounded by 5 soul rings. Second soul skill, Wind and Clouds Change. Enhances her control over wind by 100 and her wind attribute by 75. MuLin flapped her 4 wings, exerting all her effort to manipulate the surrounding gales to blow away the mist set up by the opponent. The female Soul Master holding the staff could also feel that her mist was being blown away by the opponent. Going all out, that flying opponent is quite effective against my fourth soul skill. So now is the time to attack the opponent with full force. Upon hearing this, several members of the Earth Dragon Academy acted. First soul skill, Earth Dragon Protection. An aura of the Earth Dragon surrounds him, providing protection. Defense increased by 50, and each time he is attacked, the Earth Dragon aura weakens the attack slightly. Fourth soul skill, Earth Dragon Explosion. Increases his attack and speed by 80, defense by 150, and the attack carries an explosive effect, dealing double damage upon hitting the enemy. The first is physical damage, the second as explosive damage. Upon hearing what the female Soul Master said, Tuoba Fengxing immediately activated his fourth soul skill. Their team originally did not have a support-type Soul Master, and their only control-type Soul Master just happens to be somewhat countered by the opponent's Soul King. He had to explode with full force and see if he could severely injure one of the opponents. Tuoba Fengxing directly grabbed the descending Warhammer with both hands. However, it was previously mentioned that Guanxian was preparing to take the explosive route. Could he only defend? Fourth soul skill, Thunder Flame Gathering. Increases the hardness of his martial soul and the power of its attributes by 100, then gathers both thunder and flame power at single point. On the next attack, the attack speed increases by 100, and simultaneously, the thunder and flame power will instantly explode, damaging the opponent. First soul skill, Thunder Flame Roar. A group attack. When a hammer strikes the ground, thunder and flame appear in the area, and opponents within the range of a chance to suffer paralysis or burn. Guanxian directly activated his third soul skill to enhance his explosive power. As for why he didn't use battle skills, this was just the first match of the finals. There was no need. After this round, there would be a total of 4 rounds of matches. Using his trump card now felt somewhat like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It seemed too wasteful. Moreover, during these 5 years, Guanxian had practiced a lot of combat power. For instance, the first soul skill he just used was a group attack soul skill. But what if he attacked a person before hitting the ground? And if Guanxian could detonate it in advance? That would definitely be an incredibly powerful single target attack soul skill, coupled with the amplification of the previous fourth soul skill. It was estimated that most people's third soul skills could not match Guanxian's. So, things were looking grim for Tuoba Fengxing. As he was about to make contact with the spinning weapon, a sense of foreboding suddenly surged in his heart, as if predicting that if he touched this hammer, his fate would be disastrous. But that little distance was already too late to react. Boom! The Thunderflame War hammer instantly smashed Tuoba Fengxing's arms apart and then struck directly at his chest. Guanxian followed up with a swing, and Tuoba Fengxing was sent flying without any resistance. It could be seen that the bones in Tuoba Fengxing's chest were already broken, and the surrounding area was darkened. He was trembling there, even smoke rising from his mouth. The leading teacher of the Earth Dragon Academy couldn't hold back upon seeing this, and immediately rushed to pick him up. shouting angrily towards the position of the Tiendo Academy. It's just a match, and you are so ruthless. Saying this, the leading teacher even activated his martial soul, releasing his 7 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Even the dean of the Earth Dragon Academy approached, releasing his own 8 soul rings belonging to a soul doll. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Because the Tuoba Fengxing lying on the ground is truly his only grandson. Although the Xinghua Empire invited Master Lu Tianyuan, can such an injury that exposes bones really be healed? If it can't be healed, then he would truly be left without heirs. It seems that the Tiendo Royal Academy would have to give an explanation, or they might take action. But would they really be afraid? It should be noted that Jin Shin was still standing there, and Gao Tai Longming was watching the match. Even MuLin, who was competing, wasn't afraid of these two. MuLin glanced at the two of them, and then turned to his teammates. You all continue. If these 2 old fools don't come up, I will handle it. Saying this, MuLin even walked to the edge of the duel arena, just watching the dean of the Earth Dragon Academy and the leading teacher of the match. The 2 old men, looking at MuLin standing at the edge, were genuinely furious. You were just a 15-year-old kid, a mere soul emperor. Who gave you the courage to look at us? A soul sage and a soul Douluo combination. The president of the Earth Dragon Academy still knows some news. Watching the calm Longming on the high platform, he said to MuLin in a deep voice, Aren't you afraid of death? You should know that even if your talent is good, you're just a mere soul emperor right now. MuLin stood on the duel stage, looking up at the president of the Earth Dragon Academy sitting in the audience. You're just a mere soul Douluo as well. Want to kill me? Even Tang Hao at the same level can't do it. What are you? The Soul Douluo president was so angered by MuLin's words that he almost laughed. Kid, you are too arrogant. Even if your talent is great, I am still a Soul Douluo, and you are merely a Soul Emperor. If it weren't for that person on the high platform, what would you be? MuLin looked at the Soul Douluo president, whose hands were almost crushing the railing, and amplified his voice with soul power. If that's the case, then come down. I give you a chance to replace those 7 useless ones and fight me. After saying that, he looked towards the edge of the high platform. Master, just watch from up there. This bastard Long wants to fight me. And I will let them see what a real dragon is. Not just someone who has dragon horns can be called a dragon. After speaking, MuLin directly extended his right arm towards that direction, raising his index finger. Then he beckoned. Come down, I'm giving you a chance. I've said it. Chapter 176. A half-hearted ending. Seeing this gesture, the president of the Earth Dragon Academy's eyes turned red, and even the people around seemed to sense his anger, hurriedly stepping back to give him a large space. Instinctively, he activated his martial soul, perhaps because he was also on the path of dragon blood. After his martial soul manifestation, the dragon transformation was even more pronounced. Not only did a bunch of dragon horns appear on his head, but his eyes also turned into dragon-like eyes. His clothes were torn apart by the muscles that swelled after the martial soul manifestation, and dragon patterns appeared on his body, with what seemed like dragon-scale armor appearing on his back. Kid, I see you want to die. MuLin looked at the Soul Douluo, who wanted to rush down, and had to admit he was excited, since he entered the Soul Emperor realm. Apart from fighting his teacher, he hadn't been able to fully unleash his power. During the Soul Zone period, he had fought against Lei Yi. After reaching Soul King, he fought against some soul sages in the end, but because the soul sages were mostly busy either cultivating or going out to train, the number of battles was very few. Even in the 6 months of being a soul emperor, he could only practice in front of his teacher to adapt to those 8 soul skills and the body enhancements from a few soul bones. But one must know that Longming is a 97th level super Douluo, and when fully unleashed, he can battle against a limit Douluo for a while. So, for the past 6 months, MuLin had been in a state of being bullied. As for the others, Yi Tianqing would not fight him at all. Lan Feng was a summoner, and the summoned soul beasts were either too weak or too strong, making it hard to perfectly control them without harming MuLin. So Lan Feng wouldn't fight him either. Jin Shin was at least a 95th level super Douluo and was still cultivating to break through to 96. As for the others, they couldn't match him, so MuLin had been feeling pent up for half a year. As for possibly losing, one must know that when MuLin had just entered the Soul Emperor realm 6 months ago, he could already absorb 10,000-year soul rings. Even if there were enough 10,000-year soul beasts, that was a soul ring age limit that most Title Douluos could absorb. It can be said that 6 months ago, MuLin's physical quality could already compare to that of a Title Douluos. Plus, he had absorbed 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Although those 3 soul bones were not trunk bones, the enhancement to his physical quality was still very strong. Therefore, MuLin was not worried about losing. Perhaps his battle experience was not as strong as that soul Douluos. But I have a strong physical quality, I have powerful soul skills, I also have life-saving soul skills, various combat techniques, and I have domains. Could I lose? So when MuLin saw that soul Douluo wanted to rush up, he was already eager to try, and he didn't even hide it. He had already activated his martial soul. That soul Douluo looked at MuLin entering the martial soul manifestation state. Golden soul power covered his whole body, starting from the heart. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 6 soul rings were revealed, and even the 6th soul ring, hidden by MuLin, was deeper than some soul Douluo's 8th soul ring. The golden soul power, like dragon armor, made MuLin appear in the eyes of that soul Douluo like a golden dragon filled with fighting spirit, eager to fight against a mixed blood soul beast that was provoking him. Although this mixed blood soul beast was at a higher level than him, its fighting power was not necessarily so. The president of the Earth Dragon Academy sensed his thoughts, and a trace of anger flashed through his heart. He was actually a bit afraid of this kid. He wanted this kid to pay the price. After all, this kid had directly used soul power to make everyone around hear it, without needing Long Ming to take action. He wanted MuLin to pay the price, but of course wouldn't kill him, since a 97th level Title Douluos was watching from above. He might allow his disciple to lose, but would definitely not allow his disciple to die. Just as the president of the Earth Dragon Academy was about to take action, the old national leader couldn't sit still any longer. Stop. Right now is the Elite Soul Master competition, and fighting without cause is prohibited. Your grandson's injury is his own fault. Who told him to take others' attacks barehanded? I will let Master Lu Tianyuan take a look. I don't care what you do. I do not allow any fighting to happen in front of me during the competition. We are still in the Elite Soul Master competition. If you take action now, are you not giving me face for the star, Luo Empire? The president of the Earth Dragon Academy looked at the high platform and saw that the old national leader had already entered the martial soul manifestation state, with yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 9 soul rings moving around him, and a dignified gaze fixed on him. The president lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and retracted his martial soul manifestation form. Yes. Then he picked up his injured grandson and left, as time was of the essence, and it was urgent to treat his grandson. MuLin watched the president of the Earth Dragon Academy leave, smirking, but said nothing. Earlier, his grandson was foolish to take the attack from the 49th level Thunder Flame Warhammer Guanshan, leading to his injury, which was his own bad luck. That old man wanted to shift the blame to his own teammate. In that case, if he guided and fought against him, it wouldn't be a problem. But in this situation, if he had to treat his grandson and then casually block, that would show he didn't understand the situation. However, MuLin didn't care. He didn't believe a grandfather would tolerate his grandson being seriously injured by someone else without taking action. Of course, if he really did that, MuLin would admire him. A real man can bend and stretch. MuLin concealed all the soul rings on his body and walked off the stage. During the previous conversation between MuLin and the president of the Earth Dragon Academy, Yuling Air, Fengling Air, Guan Xian, and a few others had already defeated the students from the Earth Dragon Academy across from them. Mainly, Yuling Air and Guan Xian trusted MuLin very much, unlike others who. During MuLin's conversation with the president of the Earth Dragon Academy, even during battles, had to divert a large part of their attention towards MuLin. Taking advantage of this time, Yuling Air controlled the situation while Guan Xian decisively finished them off. Although the students from the Earth Dragon Academy at the back reacted, He Hao, Fengling Air, and Yuan Han also responded quickly. Thus, this battle ended abruptly. Even so, the surrounding audience gave a huge round of applause. After all, that deep black 6th spirit ring gave them a big surprise. Most spirit masters don't have an 8th spirit ring, and the depth of this black spirit ring indicates how strong MuLin's physical strength is right now. Perhaps MuLin could rely on this physical strength and his powerful spirit abilities to compete with a spirit saint. In the eyes of the audience, it seemed he could hold his own against a spirit saint, but facing a spirit Douluo would be difficult. However, despite this, MuLin was already very talented. The pressure was now on the other 2 major top forces. Some people from the Tiando Empire did not leave immediately after their match, but instead walked to the audience seats to watch another match in the morning, which involved the Spirit Hall Battle Team. In this match, the Spirit Hall Battle Team faced the Thunder Academy from the Tiando Empire. The Thunder Academy had also received strong support from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, with all participating members being Spirit Masters at the Spirit Zone level. It was said that this was to maintain the reputation of the Thunder Academy, so all the supporting contestants were Spirit Masters with lightning attributes. Otherwise, They could have even brought out a few Spirit Kings. But since all the Spirit Kings in the sect were Dragon Blood Spirit Masters without lightning attributes, they did not make it into the Thunder Academy's team. When the Spirit Hall entered, their formation was 2-3-2, different from the Thunder Academy's 3-2-2. However, MuLin could understand this, as one of the two people standing at the front of the Spirit Hall was by Xiao Wu, with Lin standing at the back to protect a female Spirit Master. After all, if Qianren and he were not mistaken, both of these individuals likely possess Spirit Bones, and given their long training, they might have reached the level of Spirit Emperor. Therefore, having someone stand next to Bai Shangtian was already a significant concession to the opposing team. Otherwise, facing a battle-hardened, top-notch metal attribute Spirit Emperor against 7 Spirit Zone level Spirit Masters, the chance of winning would be at least over 80. The remaining 20 chance of losing was likely due to the exceptional attribute Spirit Zone competitors from the Thunder Academy. Although MuLin was very confident that with him in the match, the Tiendo Royal Academy would definitely win the championship, there's an old saying, underestimate the enemy strategically, but value them tactically. Therefore, MuLin still researched some of the competitors from the participating forces, especially those from the Thunder Academy. Since the Thunder Academy and the Tiendo Royal Academy were in the same empire, MuLin had more information about them compared to other forces. The captain of the Thunder Academy, Xiao Wu, came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, with a martial spirit of the Thunder Dragonbone Spear. His mother had the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, and his father had the Thunder Double-Edged Spear Martial Spirit. Thus, he inherently had a favorable mutated martial spirit, and with his mother being the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, he had considerable resources. Moreover, one must understand that a man who could marry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect must possess great strength and talent. Otherwise, how could he possibly marry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and what a wife whose martial spirit awakened as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Unfortunately for him, he encountered the Spirit Hall, which had dispatched its ace competitors. Xiao clearly knew that this match would likely be his last, a tough pill to swallow, as he had achieved second place in the Tiendo Empire qualifiers. This meant that in the next round, he could have had a bye, directly advancing to the 4th round. Had he faced another academy in the top 6, Xiao even had confidence to contend for a spot in the final 3. Instead, he faced the absolute champion seed in the 2nd round, a truly frustrating situation. However, Xiao took a deep breath. Since he had encountered them, he would just fight. As someone who wasn't even a Spirit King, losing to a Spirit Emperor wasn't embarrassing. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had also received news that the Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall were competing for the championship seat, having specially provided top-level Spirit Bones to help their members reach the Spirit Emperor realm. If he could develop for a few more years and obtain Spirit Bones, he wouldn't necessarily be weaker than them. Forget it. There's no point in complaining about fate. Xiao summoned his martial spirit. Come on. I remember your name is Bai Shangtian, right? Xiao, martial spirit, Thunder Dragon Bone Spear, level 49 strong attack system Spirit Master. Please guide me. Bai Shangtian also knew that Xiao's talent was quite good, perhaps second only to himself and Lin. Bai Shangtian, martial spirit, Gung Jin Great Sword. Level 62 strong attack, system Spirit Emperor. In an instant, a gray-white great sword appeared in Bai Shangtian's hand. Gray-white, along with murky white and golden crow colors, belonged to the Gung Jin color category. The great sword in Bai Shangtian's hand was no exception, although gray-white was not a striking color in his hands. It always gave people the impression that this sword was very sharp. Xiao held the Thunder Dragonbone Spear. Go! The students from Thunder Academy were not foolish. They knew that only by explosively developing the lightning properties in an instant could they have a slim chance of winning against their opponent. However, even so, they had to give their all to showcase the might of the Thunder Academy. First spirit skill, Thunder Strike 9 Heavens Attack. The powerful martial spirit with lightning attributes, Soul Ring 10, increased attack power. Second spirit skill, Thunder Strike 9 Heavens Defense. Similar to the previous one, but increased the same defensive power. Then, the next 4 abilities enhanced the speed and thunder power of his teammates. Standing next to Xiao were 2 individuals, one with the martial spirit of a Thunder Bear and the other with a Thunder Tiger. The last 2 included a Thunder Spider and a Red Thunderbow. As for the Spirit Master standing behind him with the support system, their martial spirit closely resembled that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. But from her introduction, this martial spirit seemed to be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's distant relative, the Tyrannosaurus. It was evident that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had invested heavily. They even provided a spirit master with both lightning attributes and dragon lineage to the Thunder Academy for this competition. Moreover, this spirit master had not participated in the previous qualifiers, and it had to be admitted that this guy was quite unfortunate. The expression on the face of this blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit master was very grim. Bai Xingtian raised his Gungjin greatsword. Third spirit skill, Gungjin Half Moon. With a swift downward slash, the Gung Gold greatsword cuts through the air in a crescent arc, remarkably sharp. The quality of soul power determines its power and speed, while the quantity of soul power determines its duration. Sword Intent can enhance its power. Bai Xingtian instantly unleashes a white crescent attack, which appears unremarkable. The Thunder Bear Soul Master clearly does not take it seriously, but after all, the opponent is a Soul Emperor. First soul skill, Thunder Bear Armor. Lightning surges around his torso, forming a protective armor that increases his defense by 50, weakening any attacks that hit him. Third soul skill, Thunder Bear Body. It enhances his defense and the power of lightning by 100. After being attacked up close, there's a chance to paralyze the opponent, while ranged attacks will be weakened by the lightning on his body. The giant bear instantly blocks in front of everyone, crossing his arms to shield against the crescent attack. However, it is only when the crescent attack is about to descend that he feels a sense of crisis. What is this plain crescent? Why does it feel so sharp? Yulin Zhou notices the changing expression of the giant bear soul master. Fourth soul skill, Ninefold Thunder Spear. 9 attacks are launched instantly, each accompanied by Soul Ring 1, Phantoms. Enemies struck by the phantoms will be immediately paralyzed. The higher the quality of the soul power, the stronger the attack, and the more soul power used, the longer the paralysis lasts. Yulin Zhou quickly moves beside the giant bear soul master, raising his spear and stabbing forward in an instant. Chapter 178, The Battle for the Position of Fiancé. Fourth soul skill, Ninefold Thunder Spear. 9 attacks are launched instantly, each accompanied by Soul Ring 1, Phantoms. Enemies struck by the phantoms will be immediately paralyzed. The higher the quality of the soul power, the stronger the attack, and the more soul power used, the longer the paralysis lasts. Yulin Zhou quickly moves beside the giant bear soul master, raising his spear and stabbing forward an instant. Yulin Zhou uses his strongest soul skill to block Bai Xingtian's third soul skill. But can this lead to victory? It's impossible. Bai Xingtian raises the Gung Gold greatsword, bends his knees, and pushes off with all his strength, charging alone towards the 7 opponents in front of him. The people from Thunder Academy see Bai Xingtian's arrogance. How dare a mere Soul Emperor face 7 people alone? After all, these are 7 Soul Zone, and Thunder is one of the strongest attributes in terms of power. It combines power, speed, and explosiveness. Perhaps their team cannot defeat the 7 opponents, but heavily injuring Bai Xingtian should be possible, right? What about the subsequent matches then? Are they going to let Jinlin take the stage? After all, both Xing Luo Royal Academy and Tiando Royal Academy have sent out their ace talents, who do not belong to the Spirit Hall. By exposing their information like this, the chances of losing increase by at least 10%, as others will know about their spirits, while they remain unaware of the opponent's soul skills. Bai Xingtian looks at the 7 members of Thunder Academy, who are surprisingly smiling, and sneers. First soul skill, Edge of Gung Gold. Increases the sharpness of the Gung Gold greatsword by 100, with an attack range increase of 50. Second soul skill, Gung Gold Sharpness. Increases the attack speed when using the Gung Gold greatsword by 100, with a 50 penetration and 50 Gung Gold power. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Howls at the Sky Slash. Using the Gung Gold greatsword, it instantly unleashes a powerful slash that transforms into a majestic, extremely sharp white tiger. The white tiger intimidates the enemies, causing them to be sluggish when defending or attacking for a period of time, depending on the gap between both sides and the will of the opponents. Upon hitting an enemy, it deals triple damage, 1 from the impact energy of the white tiger, 1 from the extreme sharpness that composes the white tiger, and 1 from the mental damage of the white tiger's majesty. This soul skill was developed by Bai Xingtian's father, Bai Yao, who personally led a soul hunting team deep into the Star Do Great Forest, even approaching the area of 10,000-year soul beasts to hunt a 9,000-year super soul beast, the white tiger. For this soul beast, Bai Yao and his team nearly fell victim to a beast tide summoned by soul beasts. Fortunately, this soul skill is worth their efforts. An imposing energy white tiger instantly appears on the field, charging at the opponent. The members of Thunder Academy all shrink their eyes, intimidated by this energy white tiger. The leading teacher from Thunder Academy sees the situation and immediately throws up a white flag. Surrender. The Thunder team surrenders. Before he finishes speaking, the leading teacher rushes up and destroys the energy white tiger. Boom. This sound snaps the intimidated members of Thunder Academy back to reality. They immediately notice the leading teacher standing before them, who just obliterated the energy white tiger. He is a soul saint from the Blue Point Tyrannosaurus sect and also MuLin Jiu's father. He stands before them holding a thunder dual blade spear. Seeing this, they realize they have lost, unable to withstand even one move from the opposing vice captain. The 7 members of Xiao Academy all have dimmed eyes, their backs slightly hunched. After all, being defeated by opponents of similar age in a 1-on-7 situation is quite disheartening. The teacher feels a pang in his heart upon seeing this. Sorry, little brother. This round, Thunder Academy surrenders. After saying this, the teacher takes the members of Thunder Academy away to comfort them, lest their spirits are crushed after such a defeat. After they leave, the referee immediately announces that the Spirit Hall students have won, and the audience erupts into applause that rivals, if not exceeds, the previous cheers for Tiando Royal Academy's victory. MuLin looks at Bai Shengtian on the field. Bai Shengtian notices the gaze and turns to raise his great sword in acknowledgement. MuLin nods and leaves directly, as the main team from the Douluo Empire has matches in the afternoon, so there is nothing else to attend to. On the way, he buys some snacks in the street. After returning to the room, MuLin suddenly sees Shui Qinghe sitting inside reading. Elder brother, you're here? Didn't you go to watch the match? This is actually Qianren Shui disguised as Shui Qinghe. I watched, and when I saw you leave, I left too. But I didn't expect you to go buy food. Seems like we have a connection. MuLin places the food in front of Qianren Shui. Here. Qianren Shui takes a bag of snacks, tears open the packaging, and while eating, asks, why did you suddenly come back? Feeling pressured? That's normal. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, Bai Shengtian is being trained by his father according to my fiancé standards. As Qianren Shui speaks the first part, MuLin is about to say, how could I feel pressured? I don't need to watch the subsequent matches. There are others watching, but upon hearing the latter part, his expression changes. Trained according to your fiancé's standards? Qianren Shui nodded while eating snacks and said, of course, you know I'm considered the only heir of our Qian family in this generation. So I definitely need to have a fiancé. However, because of my parents' situation, I haven't arranged anything yet. But before my parents' issues occurred, my second grandfather, third grandfather, and Uncle Bai Yao, along with some Title Douluos uncles who were aware of the situation, were all training their descendants according to the standards of becoming my fiancé. Qianren Shui quickly finished the snacks in her hand, put down the packaging, and said, Bai Shengtian is one of them, and Jinlin is too. The captain and vice captain of the last competition's Spear Hall team are also among them. MuLin thought for a moment and sat down beside Qianren Shui. So, Jinlin and Bai Shengtian are the only 2 remaining candidates to be your fiancé? The last 2 from that competition were eliminated because their performance was not impressive. And these 2 are here because their fathers are relatively the highest ranked. So coming to this competition is also a test for me. If I fail, they will compete for the position of your fiancé? Qianren Shui nodded. That's right. So MuLin, you need to work hard. If you fail and still become my fiancé, it won't look good for you when you meet them in the future. MuLin heard this and scoffed. Just wait. When the time comes, I'll crush them 1-on-2. Remember to come and support me. Chapter 179. Tiando Second Team, Douluo Empire, Huxiao City, Huxiao Duel Arena. That afternoon, the duel arena was packed. As the first match was the Douluo Empire's competition. As a local of the Douluo Empire, most people came to watch. And some scattered cultivators from the other 2 factions were also concerned about the main teams of these 2 major powers. However, when MuLin just arrived and sat in the audience, the Douluo Empire's opponent, the third-place team from the Tiandu Empire's qualifying competition, Tianshui Academy, did not come. But their leading teacher did, announcing that they conceded the match. Yes, the opponent of the Douluo Royal Academy, Tianshui Academy, conceded. The audience, who were eagerly anticipating one of the matches, was shocked. If it weren't for the presence of Tianshui Academy's leading teacher, the audience would have erupted in anger. Seeing this situation, MuLin could only shake his head and leave with a smile. However, MuLin had previously learned that Tianshui Academy's captain had a conflict with a member of the Douluo Royal Academy during the soul hunting event. Moreover, the Tiando Royal Academy and Spirit Hall teams had drawn a lot of attention recently. The captain of Tiando directly provoked a soul Douluo, while the vice captain of Spirit Hall challenged 7 opponents at once. who knew that if you added the grievances between the Star Luo Royal Academy members and those of the Tiando Academy, along with the irreconcilable conflicts between the two empires, would it lead to the Star Luo Royal Academy seeking revenge against Tianshui Academy? It was known that a super Douluo from the Star Luo Empire was watching from the stage, who would provoke a super Douluo for an unrelated student. Therefore, Tianshui Academy conceding was unexpected yet reasonable. However, MuLin understood that the captain of Tianshui was quite a proud woman. Conceding like this probably left her unwilling to accept defeat. He wondered if the next session would see a new merged team of Shunfeng and Chihua forming. 4 days later, MuLin arrived early because the first match was the Star Luo Royal Academy against the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. He had to admit, when he saw the match teams, he really wanted to laugh. The Star Luo Empire certainly knew how to play. After today's match, all 3 of Tiando Empire's qualifying teams would fail, leaving the remaining teams to face off against the Star Luo Empire's teams, with a much higher probability of victory for the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire really knew how to play the game. However, during the matches, everyone only focused on the first place. Not many paid attention to the other names. Therefore, not many cared about the Star Luo Empire's little tricks, as they benefited from them. Spirit Hall was indifferent, saying it had nothing to do with them, and Tiando Empire only had a few teams that were quite angry. Others were powerless. MuLin and the others knew that what people cared about most was still the first place. So these little tricks were of no concern. Would these tricks affect their first place? No, they wouldn't. MuLin arrived at the competition venue and sat next to Qianrenxue, who was disguised as ShootsHis. He bought some snacks on the way. Qianrenxue nodded and took some from the snack bag to taste. On the competition stage, the Star Luo Empire's formation was 2-2-3, with Jiang Shuling and a very burly unfamiliar man standing in the first position, the second row consisting of Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu, and the last 3 being 2 ladies and a strong man. The Tiando Royal Academy's second team was arranged 4-1-2, with the front row made up of assault and defense-type members, the second row consisting of range attackers, and the last row filled with support and strong attack types responsible for protecting her. In fact, the Tiando Royal Academy's second team was qualified to compete for the top 3 spots, as it was a versatile team. The auxiliary spirit master in the Tiando Royal Academy's second team was a 7-treasure, glazed tile spirit master who, after pledging loyalty to Prince Shueqinghe, gained resources as he had captured some 7-treasure, glazed tile spirit masters and received reward from Emperor Shuiyi, so he wasn't lacking in resources. At 25 years old, he was also a level 42 auxiliary spirit master. One of the people responsible for protecting her and standing at the front was from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, while the spirit master protecting her came from a subsidiary family of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, Huang family, with a martial spirit of Golden Armor Sword Dragon, being a level 47 assault-type spirit master. As for the one standing in front, he came from a main family of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, Yu Xiaolong, with a martial spirit of Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, being a level 49 assault-type spirit master. The other 3 spirit masters standing in the same row were all above level 45, either assault or defense-type spirit masters. The range attack spirit master in the second row was named Shuiyu. According to Qianrenxue, she was a little genius cultivated by the royal family. A level 51 ranged attack spirit master, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would be Shueqinghe's future wife. As for why this Soul King wasn't in the first team, Qianrenxue said it was because that guy Shuiyu was too arrogant and hoped that the top 3 teams would all be from the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, MuLin sighed. It would have been better if she were in the first team. With 3 Soul Kings, I wouldn't have to worry so much. You know, the Spirit Hall has at least 2 Soul Emperors, and the Star Luo Empire seems even more terrifying, with 3 Soul Emperors. Although he wasn't too afraid of these guys, having more Soul Kings would certainly make things easier for him. As MuLin continued to sigh and lament about the hard work ahead of him, the match on the field had already begun. The handsome Jiang Shuling grinned and said, "I am Jiang Shuling, Wuhuan, Bloodwing Bat King, a level 63 agility attack Soul Master. Please guide me." The Soul Masters of the Tiando Royal second team introduced themselves one by one, and then it started. Jiang Shuling extended his right arm. 5th Soul Skill, Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword. The sharpness and hardness of the summoned Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword depend on the quantity and quality of his soul power. At the very least, it can easily break through the defenses of Soul Masters of the same level. Moreover, each attack absorbs a portion of the opponent's soul power and blood to restore his own soul power and condition. Qianrenxue's eyes lit up upon seeing this move, and she leaned closer to MuLin's ear, You need to pay attention to this move. It's the core technique of Blood Spirit Lord Jiang Wanghe. As his son, Jiang Shuling should be impressive as well. Chapter 180. Xingluo vs. Tiando, Second Team. MuLin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The core technique of Blood Spirit Lord Jiang Wanghe? Qian Rinxue nodded. That's right. Didn't I mention that he once had a one-on-one duel with Sword Douluo? After that match, Sword Douluo never set foot in the Xingluo Empire again. It is said that he was defeated by Jiang Wanghe's swordsmanship. In Blood Spirit Lord's fifth soul skill also involves summoning a blood sword. After hearing this, MuLin carefully examined the Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword in Jiang Shuling's hand. No matter how powerful this fifth soul skill is, it shouldn't reach a level where it can become a decisive core skill at their level, right? Qian Rinxue looked at Jiang Wanghe on the high platform after hearing MuLin's words. What if he has a soul bone? A special external soul bone? MuLin was about to respond, what about soul bones? But suddenly stopped himself. The most famous feature of external soul bones is that they upgrade along with their owner's level. Are you saying that Blood Spirit Lord's fifth soul skill can upgrade itself? Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that this external soul bone could indeed upgrade with its owner. No, but it's somewhat similar. According to my family's speculation, the fifth soul skill of their family should enhance with their soul power quality, sharpness, and hardness. And Blood Spirit Lord's external soul bone can overlap with the sword summoned by their fifth soul skill, which makes Blood Spirit Lord's fifth soul skill even more powerful than most 10,000-year soul skills. Furthermore, since Blood Spirit Lord is the sworn brother of the current emperor, he certainly has no lack of resources. He has manuscript from sword-type Wuhuan soul masters, even Title Douluo. He also often participates in major battles, and he has even created some soul skills based on that sword. His son probably learned some of his self-created soul skills, so pay close attention to this. Apart from you, he is the strongest person in this competition. After saying this, Qian Rinxue seemed to think of something. Oh, right. My family once discovered that Blood Spirit Lord had a period where he crazily slaughtered a certain type of soul beast, probably to get Jiang Shuling a suitable soul bone for this soul skill. It might not be as good as Blood Spirit Lord's own external soul bone, but that soul bone would definitely be very suitable for this guy Jiang Shuling. MuLin looked at Jiang Wanghe on the high platform. Is this the expert who didn't appear in the original work? But then again, the two gods of the Spirit Hall are focused on attacking the Tiando Empire, and most of the remaining Title Douluo are probably attacking the Xingluo Empire. After all, they have gods, and a few Title Douluo can handle the aftermath. Truly worthy of being the sworn brother of the current emperor of the Xingluo Empire. This external soul bone could be said to be on par with the main character. Among the members of the Tiando Royal Second Team, there are at least members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Even if they don't know about Blood Spirit Lord's external soul bone, they definitely know he has a core soul skill, the Blood Sword. Jiang Shuling held the Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword. Battle skill, Blood Slaughter. He used the blood and soul power within his body to enhance the sharpness and hardness of the Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword, slightly increasing the sword's absorption capability. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Soul Master of the Tiando Royal Second Team immediately summoned his Wuhuan and raised the treasure tower in his hand. The seven treasures are famous. First, strength. It enhances the strength of the blessed person, 10 soul power level 1. The seven treasures are famous. Second, speed. Same as above, enhances speed. The seven treasure Glazed Tile Soul Master immediately exhausted all his soul power, giving his teammates a boost of 52 in strength, speed, defense, and one of their most proficient attributes. After feeling the enhancement of their attributes, everyone smiled slightly, watching Jiang Shuling charge towards them alone. Yu Xiaolong stepped forward. Jiang Shuling, you are too arrogant. Although you are a soul emperor, how dare you face us, 7 alone? Among us, there's a soul king, and I am a 49th level soul master. I will let you know that arrogance comes with a price. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Upon activating this soul skill, he enters a rampage state for a certain period, with lightning power increased by 100 and soul power increased by 50. If he does not voluntarily stop the skill, it will continue until his soul power is exhausted. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Activating this soul skill, countless snake-like lightning surrounding his body amplifies simultaneously, transforming into numerous lightning arrows that flash out in all directions, with a paralysis effect, a long-range area attack skill. After enhancing himself, Yu Xiaolong instantly used a long-range attack soul skill, although he claimed he would make Jiang Shuling pay for his arrogance. This guy is recognized as the #1 genius of the Xingluo Empire, so he has the confidence to be arrogant. Jiang Shuling looked at the countless lightning arrows rushing toward him. Battle skill, Blood Sword Shield Shadow. He plunged the Bloodbat Dragon Bone sword into the ground, using his soul power to create a special giant sword shadow in front to block the attack. With Jiang Shuling's 63 level soul power, blocking a 49 level second soul skill was very simple. As the attack was blocked in an instant, Jiang Shuling immediately retracted the sword shadow. Let your teammates experience the taste of lightning. Third soul skill, Thunderstorm Bat Shadow. It forms Soul Ring 3 Thunderstorm Bat Phantoms. After hitting the enemy will be instantly paralyzed, with the duration depending on the opponent's resistance to paralysis. Battle skill, Blood Speed. He gathered his blood soul power in his legs, enhancing his speed based on the quality of the blood soul power. Jiang Shuling's legs turned blood red, moving at a speed that most soul masters below Soul Sage couldn't see, and even some Soul Sages struggled to follow. He instantly dashed into the midst of the Title Royal second team. Jiang Shuling gripped the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword with both hands. Battle skill, Bloodblade Extreme Slash. He swung the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword horizontally, unleashing a blood-red sword energy. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Body. He condensed both his internal thunder and external thunder onto his body, forming Thunder Dragon Armor, enhancing his defense, attack, and lightning attribute power by 100. Attacking the enemy and being attacked at close range by the enemy will paralyze them. When attacking the enemy, there's a chance of being intimidated by one's own Lightning Dragon-S electricity. Most of the Spirit Masters of the Title Royal second team were knocked away by this move, but there were still some who barely managed to block it. For example, one of them, Blood Moon, relied on his flying martial soul to escape this sword chi slash. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaolong barely managed to withstand it using his fourth soul skill. Jiang Shuling looked at the two people still remaining on the field, his eyes brightening. You two are not bad. It seems I underestimated you, thinking I could defeat you with a few not-so-mature battle skills and a soul skill. I hope you can withstand this next move. Yu Xiaolong, seeing Jiang Shuling preparing to attack again, gritted his teeth and thought, Blood Moon, attack quickly. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Soul power transforms into blue-purple lightning, condensing into a dragon claw that shoots towards the enemy. It can also be attached to the arm for close-range attacks. This soul skill comes with a paralysis effect and can be used for both ranged and close single-target attacks. Yu Xiaolong directly transferred the enhancement of Thunder Dragon Claw to his already dragonized left and right arms. Kill. Chapter 181, Star Luo Second Team. Yu Xiaolong used his dragonized thunderous arms to charge directly against the Soul Emperor-level Jiang Shuling. Jiang Shuling smiled as he looked at the approaching thunderous arms. I can tell you don't fight much. Although I have a beast martial soul, I'm currently wielding a sword. You charged at me with your front wide open. You're quite brave, young man. Before Yu Xiaolong could respond, he saw the very obvious blood-colored soul power from Jiang Shuling's arm being injected into the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword, followed by a sweeping slash from bottom to top. Blood Moon, lacking patience to continue enhancing himself, thought that if Yu Xiaolong died as a Soul King, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat the first genius of the Star Luo Empire. Fourth soul skill, Blood Crane Strangulation. A phantom of a blood crane forms and rushes at the opponent. Anyone engulfed by the phantom will be strangled by blood-colored soul power. Yu Xiaolong hadn't reacted yet when he blocked downwards with both arms, and his clothes were directly torn apart. In that instant, Jiang Shuling looked at the rushing Blood Moon. Battle skill, Blood-Colored Heavy Slash. Relying on his own blood-colored soul power, he mobilized all his strength for a heavy slash from top to bottom. In an instant, the fierce-looking blood crane phantom was split open, and the Blood Moon inside the phantom was knocked out by this heavy slash. If Jiang Shuling hadn't changed the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword to strike with the body instead of the edge when hitting the person, the genius of the Tindo Empire would have definitely died. Even if he had killed her, it wouldn't have been a loss for Jiang Shuling. At most, she wouldn't be able to participate in the subsequent matches, but for Jiang Shuling, participating or not was the same. After all, Jiang Shuling wouldn't lose anything, since his super dual-level father was still present, not to mention that his father was also the sworn brother of the current emperor. However, compared to Blood Moon, she wasn't much of a challenge. A top genius wasn't necessary. It would be better to face MuLin, the first genius of the Tindo Empire with the same name, in the final match. After defeating all the members of the Tindo Empire second team, Jiang Shuling retracted his martial soul and soul skills and looked at the referee. Elder, you can announce the results. After Elder Lin announced the match results, the surrounding audience erupted into warm applause. After all, it was their country's team that won, so they had to give a hearty round of applause. At the same time, Jiang Shuling also cast his gaze towards the audience where MuLin was sitting. However, MuLin had already left after his victory because the main team of the Tiando Empire had a match in the afternoon, and there were no matches for the Spirit Hall in the morning. Therefore, there was no need to watch the remaining matches. He should go back to cultivate. Afternoon. Due to the involvement of one of the discussants, who was MuLin's teacher, the 97th level Super Douluo, Longming, the Douluo Empire was hesitant to show blatant bias in front of this powerful figure. Therefore, in this match, the Tiando Empire's team faced the Douluo Royal Academy second team. It wasn't as if the Tiando Royal Academy team was fighting against a certain academy of the Tiando Empire. After all, the old emperor couldn't compete with Longming, and in front of a stronger opponent, showing bias towards his own team would only annoy the powerful figure's disciple. Seeking death wasn't that easy. Among the 3 Title Douluos on the high platform, the weakest was the old emperor. So even if he showed bias, he couldn't do it openly, thinking that the 97th level and 98th level Title Douluos beside him were mere decorations. The Tiando Royal Academy second team was composed of members from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, along with members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect of the same level and hidden geniuses from the Tiando Empire as royalty. The Douluo Royal Academy second team couldn't possibly be weaker than this. The 2 great empires still shared some commonalities. They both hoped to form a second team to compete for a spot in the top 3, ensuring that 2 of the top 3 teams were from their own royal academies. Before going to bed, MuLin also looked up information about the Douluo Royal second team. Both the captain and vice-captain were descendants of internal nobility within the Douluo Empire. Captain, Xiao Wu, whose martial soul is the 7-star killing gun. Although he is only 25 years old, he has already been on the battlefield. If it weren't for the Emperor's generous rewards for the top 3 and his mention of his name when forming the team, he wouldn't have been willing to come back. He has now reached level 53. His ancestors have produced more than 1 Title Douluo, and they are Title Douluos who can gain enhancements on the battlefield, belonging to the old military family of the Douluo Empire. Vice-Captain, Taijan, whose martial soul is dual arms, which is also a physical martial soul, and seems to have already awakened. He has now reached level 53. Since physical martial souls often require training, this family is almost present in all combat-related departments within the Douluo Empire, primarily responsible for guarding some dangerous areas, such as volcanoes. The other team members are also valuable descendants within the Douluo Empire, and even if they are not noble, they are definitely related to those families. After all, some true geniuses enter the first team, and there aren't that many geniuses in one academy to form 2 teams. Therefore, these valuable descendants are needed to enter the second team to try and compete for a top 3 spot. One must admit that the Douluo Empire is indeed stronger than the Tiando Empire, as evidenced by the presence of 2 Soul Kings as the captain and vice-captain. Moreover, the vice-captain is a Soul King with an awakened physical martial soul. The Douluo Empire truly deserves its reputation as an empire that almost eradicated the Tiando Empire and was closest to unifying the entire continent. The other 5 team members also generally have strengths around level 45, which is comparable to the main team of the Tiando Empire, except for MuLin, and they can barely match up. Furthermore, this is a second team formed after the first team was established. After putting down the document containing information about these individuals, MuLin walked onto the competition stage. Suddenly, he felt a gaze containing some hostility, or rather, a battle intent. MuLin followed the gaze and saw it was Taijan. Taijan saw MuLin looking over, grinning widely. "Hello, I'm Taijan. My martial spirit is dual arms. I heard you also have a body martial spirit. Given your age and level, you should have awakened your martial spirit by now, right? How about we practice together later?" MuLin looked at Taijan as if he were a fool. Is this guy so foolish from cultivating his martial spirit? Even if you were a silver level awakened, considering my age, I should at least be a silver level awakened too, right? My level is over 10 levels higher than yours. Why do you dare to challenge me, one-on-one? Taijan might have sensed the meaning behind MuLin's gaze, his face turning red as he said, "I can see that you probably have no intention of making a move against our team. What you really want to challenge are those 2 from the Spirit Hall, as well as Jiang Shuling or Zhu Qinyu and Dai Isi after they use their martial spirit fusion technique. Coincidentally, I'm also used to fighting solo. So how about we practice together? Let those 6 have a match over there. Chapter 182. I'm 14 years old. Coincidentally, I'm also used to fighting solo. So how about we practice together? Let those 6 have a match over there. Upon hearing this, MuLin's eyes flickered. This guy is quite bold. He clearly knows I'm a Soul Emperor, yet he still dares to challenge me as a Soul King. Should I say he is brave or foolish? At 25 years old, he is only a 53rd level Soul King. Given this situation, he probably doesn't have a soul bone, and his innate soul power should be around level 9, definitely not full innate soul power. After all, with Dai Isi, Zhu Qingyu, and Jiang Shuling having reached 8 or 9 levels higher in just 3 months after their full innate soul power awakening, even if he had a soul bone. He must know that 2 of them are younger than him, likely with innate soul power at most at level 9. The martial spirit awakening should have only occurred when he reached the Soul King level. Otherwise, his soul power level shouldn't be lower than Xiao Wu's, especially since there hasn't been any major wars and small conflicts are almost non-existent. The only remnants of killing intent might be from ancient battlefields. Even with rapid soul power growth, he shouldn't surpass Taijuan after his silver level martial spirit awakening. As for why he dares to claim Taijuan's martial spirit awakening is silver level, it's because he possesses a hereditary martial spirit, dual arms. With ancestors who are Title Douluo, with such a family background, his innate soul power shouldn't be low. How could he merely be bronze? Come on, I haven't fought against a body martial spirit of the same age before. I usually fight with my elders and get beaten up. I hope that fighting you can help me regain some confidence. After hearing these words, Taijuan's face twitched. Although he knew he definitely couldn't defeat MuLin, there was no need to say it so bluntly. Even if he couldn't win, he wanted to at least take a piece of skin off him. Taijuan walked to the south side of the duel arena, clearing a large space for the 6 people. Taijuan, martial spirit, dual arms. 53rd level strong, attack, system, Soul King. MuLin, martial spirit, heart, 68th level strong, attack system, Soul Emperor. Taijuan's eyes widened. 68th level. That's directly 15 levels higher than me. You're only 15 this year, right? How is that possible? Taijuan didn't finish his sentence, as it was not necessary to ask too much about MuLin's cultivation methods. Even if he were an evil soul master, it wouldn't concern him. If he were an evil soul master, the Spirit Hall would have already hunted him down. Coincidentally, he had heard that the team responsible for hunting evil soul masters within the Spirit Hall had also arrived. He just needed to exert all his effort to force out some of MuLin's hidden cards, first to gather some information for the main team, and then see if he could determine whether he was an evil soul master. 15 years old, 68th level. What does that mean? It is known that before the age of 20 is the golden age for cultivation, which means he could very likely become a soul sage by 16. And he would definitely become a soul Douluo before 20. Given his cultivation speed, it's estimated that he could reach that by 18 or 19 at the latest. And around 25, he could probably become a Title Douluo. He would directly surpass Tang Hao, who is said to be the fastest to become a Title Douluo in the open, achieving it in nearly 20 years. Tang Hao seems to have become a Title Douluo at 44. MuLin shook his head upon hearing this. In the last competition, I was 9 years old. The surrounding audience, if not all Soul Masters, at least 80 were Soul Masters, as only Soul Masters were qualified to watch the matches in this duel arena. Those who were not Soul Masters were likely from Soul Master families, but had not awakened their innate soul power, coming to watch the matches. So soon, everyone around heard what MuLin said. 14 years old. 14 years old and already at 68th level. Don't underestimate this mere 1-year difference. Before 20 years old is the golden age for cultivation. With an extra year, you accelerate your cultivation speed, which is roughly equivalent to doubling your training time. The old emperor on the high platform looked at the meditating Long Ming and said with narrowed eyes and a gloomy expression, "This MuLin, at 14 years old, reaching 68th level, can't be using some underhanded means, can he?" Long Ming glanced at him and then continued to close his eyes, resting in his chair. There was no need to watch the match. With his own disciple in the ring, victory was guaranteed. Seeing that Long Ming ignored him, the old emperor's face turned red with anger. They were both super Douluo. What was there to be proud of? However, he didn't voice it out because he couldn't win. Beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo also ignored him. What kind of martial spirit did his young lady have? An angel, or a 6-winged angel with innate level 20? There was a 99 chance that this kid would become his young lady's future husband. Suspecting him of being an evil soul master was less likely than suspecting that both emperors of the current empire were evil soul masters. Moreover, This kid's information was not concealed at all. He cultivated either in the Prince's Palace or in Tiando City, which meant he was training right under his young lady's nose. How could he be an evil soul master? An angel betraying? You might as well say the current pope betrayed. MuLin looked at Taijan, who had a serious expression. Come on, let me see the foundation of a body martial spirit family. Taijan took a deep breath. No matter how good his talent is, he is currently just a soul emperor. Although this soul emperor is already close to being a soul sage, if I can land my full force attack, he will definitely be heavily injured or even defeated. There's a chance. After comforting himself for a while, Taijan noticed that the 12 people beside him had already engaged in battle, with several already falling off the stage. First soul skill, Tiger Fist, absorbs the spirit of the fierce tiger, imbuing the arms with the will of the tiger, enhancing strength by 70 and defense by 50, with a slight intimidation effect from the tiger. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Arm, enhances personal strength, defense, and speed by 70, increasing the arm strength, defense, and attack speed by 140. The will of the white tiger on the arms becomes more pronounced, and attacks have a chance to intimidate enemies, can be fused with the first soul skill, greatly enhancing intimidation. Fifth soul skill, Divine Tiger Roar Transformation, enhances all attributes by 30, with additional boosts of 100 to strength and attack speed for the arms. A phantom of the Divine Tiger forms over the arms. Each hit on the enemy causes triple damage, physical impact damage, phantom energy explosion damage, and Divine Tiger mental damage. Simultaneously, when the arms are attacked, the Divine Tiger Phantom will absorb part of the damage. Taijan's arms burst through his sleeves, revealing his arms tattooed with the Divine Tiger. As he activated 3 enhancement soul skills, the Iron Warrior's arms clearly formed a mesmerizing Divine Tiger. Seeing this, MuLin also activated his own enhancement soul skills. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bones. All attributes increase, 20 soul ring 10, reaction speed and toughness additionally increase by 50, and damage reduction by 20. Second soul skill, physical enhancement, metal attribute boost. All attributes enhance, 5 soul ring 10, metal attribute ability increases by 100. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Overlord Body, increases strength and defense by 100, while active, damage reduction is 20, and immunity to all control effects. MuLin only used 3 enhancement soul skills. Come on, you use 3 amplification soul skills, and I will use 3 as well. The arms formed a divine tiger around the robust figure of the Iron Warrior, surrounded by the aura of a golden dragon, with MuLin looking handsome yet resembling a god of war. Chapter 183, Secret Skill, True Dragon Seal. The Iron Warrior bent down, knees bent, and suddenly pushed off, charging towards MuLin. The Iron Warrior wanted to rely on his years of combat experience to see if he could overpower MuLin in close quarters. After all, MuLin had mentioned before that he was only 14 years old, and at this age and cultivation level, it was very possible he hadn't gone out to train even for a year. In such circumstances, even in the Great Soul Arena, his combat experience wouldn't be that high. So in the Iron Warrior's mind, he had a lower cultivation level than MuLin, but their martial souls were likely at the same silver level. Yet he had more combat experience than MuLin. As for why he didn't consider MuLin to be at the gold level, he had never heard of him going out to train. So, in this case, if he had reached the silver level, it could be considered that he had great talent. However, he might be disappointed, as MuLin's combat experience might not be as high as his, but he had a full 15 levels of soul power above him. And he also had to consider that MuLin absorbed soul rings over the years, meaning his physical condition far exceeded the Iron Warrior's. So the ensuing battle between the two would determine whether skill and experience could overcome brute force, or if MuLin's sheer strength could break all methods. In an instant, Xiao approached MuLin, raising his right arm and charging forward. MuLin relied on his physical fitness and superb reflexes to instantly raise his left arm and strike the Iron Warrior's lower arm with the back of his hand. Although the Iron Warrior's right arm was enveloped by the Divine Tiger's Phantom, this move wasn't meant for direct damage but to push him away. With a single strike, MuLin knocked the Iron Warrior's right arm uncontrollably aside, using most of his strength, which prevented the Iron Warrior from regaining control of his right arm immediately. This led MuLin to clench his right fist. Combat skill, True Dragon Palm. Merging the dragon aura within his body with his soul power, it erupted from his palm. The specific power depended on the quality and quantity of the dragon aura and soul power. The higher the quality and the more the quantity, the stronger the power. MuLin's right palm resembled a dragon's claw, striking fiercely towards the Iron Warrior's abdomen. The Iron Warrior instinctively moved his left arm to protect his stomach. The right palm, like a golden dragon's claw, made contact with the left arm enveloped by the divine tiger's phantom. And MuLin narrowed his eyes as the fusion of dragon aura and soul power exploded instantly. The Iron Warrior's left arm was pushed back towards his abdomen. Self-inflicted damage. In this situation, MuLin was just about to follow up with an attack when the Iron Warrior suddenly kicked off forward, floating back to face the charging MuLin. Second soul skill, Thunder Tiger Cannon. Gathering lightning soul power and tiger energy in both palms, he launched an attack forward. The Iron Warrior concentrated the remaining soul power into this strike, firing off a dozen Thunder Tiger Cannons in quick succession. MuLin looked at these lightning orbs. What use are these orbs? Their speed isn't fast at all. What a waste of soul power. MuLin didn't delve deeper into this thought. Explosive Step. A soul skill he created himself, condensing the soul skill at his feet, giving a boost to appear next to his opponent. MuLin's soul power flashed beneath his feet, suddenly exploding with a force that propelled him past the lightning orbs, appearing beside the Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior, seeing MuLin suddenly appear next to him, noticed his right arm bent, fingertips pointed at him, and the forearm resembling a sharp spear aimed at him. Can't take it. I would be heavily injured. The Iron Warrior trusted his instincts. Without a solid foundation, he would definitely be heavily injured. A silver-white figure suddenly appeared behind the Iron Warrior. Fourth soul skill, Tiger and Dragon Air Cannon. At the cost of one arm, a tiger and dragon phantom appeared, lasting for 30 minutes. During this time, strength increased by 100, and the tiger and dragon phantom's attacks ignored 30 of the opponent's defense. Additionally, it could unleash a single strike that compressed the surrounding air into his palm, delivering a powerful punch with immense force. The main body martial soul's silver-level awaken skill enhances his power by 100. With all his strength, the fourth soul skill unleashed, along with amplifications from the first, third, and fifth soul skills. The Iron Warrior used his left arm to barely hold off MuLin's attacking right arm for a moment. His right arm lifted, compressing all the surrounding air into his palm. The Iron Warrior's right arm formed a fist with faint white light flashing around, representing the materialized state of the air after being overly concentrated and fused with soul power. Combat skill, Shockwave Strike, condensing all his strength and soul power into one point. He unleashed a full-powered strike. MuLin looked at the incoming attack, which was indeed very strong. Under the amplification of the Iron Warrior's 3 soul skills, combined with the silver-level awakened skill that enhances power by 100, this fourth soul skill's power was not weak, likely stronger than most 10,000-year soul skills. However, being a 1,000-year soul skill, it probably had side effects. Moreover, it seemed he had also used a combat skill in his attack. This move looks impressive. I have one too, and I hope you can appreciate it. MuLin's hands resembled dragon claws as he formed a seal. Surrounding people could clearly see 3 special forces slowly transforming his palms. 2 of the forces were golden. However, one of them distinctly appeared to be resembling golden dragons, while the other was a brilliant golden energy. Another type of energy was very small, but it was a highly dangerous energy that made the 3 people on the high platform unable to stand. Not only the 3 super Douluos on the platform, but all soul masters present stood up because they could feel that this move was something they couldn't withstand. Even those who were watching MuLin's left hand felt a sense of crisis. The Title Douluos guarding the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire beside them narrowed their eyes. If this move hits, the probability of death is also significant. This tiny energy made them feel danger. The golden crocodile, Douluo, seemed to realize something. His eyes widened in shock, unable to hide his astonishment. Secret skill, True Dragon Seal. MuLin combines the combat skills learned about hand techniques, along with some understanding of Mu from his previous life, and his comprehension of soul skills over the past decade, to create a unique prototype of his own combat technique over the past 6 months, centered around the power of destruction. He perfectly fuses his dragon power and metal attribute soul power to unleash a golden energy true dragon to attack his opponent. As for the power, even a super Douluo feels a sense of crisis when facing this move, so you can imagine how strong it is. Just as he was about to unleash this move, the second team of the Star Luo Empire suddenly threw out a white flag. Jiang Wanghe immediately pulled Iron Battle away, and the others on stage were also taken down by Jin Shun and Jiang Wanghe. This match ended with the second team of the Star Luo Royal conceding. Seeing this, MuLin was mentally prepared. After all, he was using the power of destruction, but as he said, this move was merely a prototype of his combat skill. Therefore, it couldn't be taken back. MuLin directly unleashed this move, the True Dragon Seal, at a specific location. Boom! After executing this move, MuLin did not retract his martial soul, but continued to watch that spot. Chapter 184. Martial Soul Hall Faction. After MuLin unleashed this move, he did not retract his martial soul, but continued to observe that area. Once the thick black mist produced by the True Dragon Seal dissipated, it became clear that the soul masters at that location were already flying in the sky, while those who couldn't fly had moved to areas outside the damage range. There was no one left in that black mist. One of the flying figures in the sky, a birdman with a pair of black wings and 7 soul rings, saw the situation and his eyes turned bright red. Little brat, are you looking to die? The surrounding spectators turned to MuLin upon hearing this. Indeed, he couldn't retract that move. He was attacking the sky. What was he aiming at the audience for? MuLin disdainfully replied, "Mind your own business. If it weren't for all these people around, none of you would make it out alive." The black-winged soul sage was taken aback for less than a second before saying, "What do you mean minding my business? I see you can't control this move, so you're saying this on purpose." Upon hearing this, MuLin slowly extended his hand behind him. "Old man, you might not know, but my martial soul is a heart. Who around me has produced evil thoughts? Who hasn't produced evil thoughts? My heart can sense it." While speaking, MuLin gradually accumulated soul power in his hand, seemingly preparing to unleash another attack once he had gathered enough. "You say so? It's fortunate that you attacked us. Our levels aren't low. Otherwise, if you attacked areas where those soul masters are of low level, you'd definitely kill someone. I think you just want to take revenge for the Douluo Empire almost annihilating the Heaven Do Empire." The surrounding audience echoed this sentiment. As the Blackwing Soul Sage was right, there weren't many areas nearby where they felt confident they could survive this move. MuLin was about to say something when Long Ming on the high platform suddenly unleashed his aura and soul power, pressing down on the Blackwing Soul Sage. "Little brat, I need to tell you, our heart martial souls do have that ability, and my disciple is a standout in this regard. Even I was inferior to him at the same level." The Blackwing Soul Sage couldn't withstand it because of the double suppression from the aura and soul power of the 97th level Super Douluo, along with the suppression of martial soul quality. This caused the Soul Sage and all the flying soul masters around him to be pressed to the ground, falling from the sky without any means of protection. The old emperor wanted to say something, but Golden Crocodile Douluo directly reached out a hand to suppress him. "Don't meddle. Let these two cause a ruckus." The old emperor could only slump in his chair, as he was being watched by the 98th level Super Douluo. After all, the hint of purple soul power that MuLin had displayed earlier gave even a 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo a sense of threat. What kind of energy with just a hint could threaten a Super Douluo? It surely must be divine power. Both Golden Crocodile Douluo and the martial soul halls by Yao thought of this. It seemed that MuLin's joining the sect was quite mysterious. Divine power, apparently. Their sect life also involved a god, purple divine power, which they had never heard of before. Returning to the front, the suppressed soul masters, upon hearing Long Ming's words, instinctively shuddered, gritted their teeth, and said nothing. They couldn't be blamed. A soul emperor's move created a sense of crisis for so many people. These few soul masters, due to special reasons, paid particular attention to the soul masters from the surrounding major powers. Thus, they noticed that Bai Yao from the Martial Soul Hall, Jiang Wanghe from Douluo, and even Jin Shun from Heaven Do all seemed to exhibit bodily movements as if sensing a crisis. This purple thing was definitely a good thing, capable of making a soul emperor threaten those Super Douluos. The ones on the high platform were still unaware. As a result, these soul masters instinctively showed greedy expressions, and many even revealed evil thoughts and murderous intent. However, they were still on the territory of the Douluo Empire. Although the old monarch didn't make any moves, he still coughed. "Dragon brother, how about letting them go? There are so many people here, it's better to explain things. Otherwise, you wouldn't want MuLin to gain a reputation for being unable to control his soul skills and falsely accusing others, right?" Long Ming understood his meaning. There were many people now, and it was wise to give Douluo some face. Once they left, he could do as he pleased. Moreover, the old emperor was right. MuLin would be establishing a sect in the future, and some impressions were quite important. Long Ming retracted his aura, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, the few soul masters immediately got up and left. Seeing the situation, MuLin returned to the audience area, as the next match was the martial soul halls. After MuLin returned, the surrounding spectators cleared a space for him. MuLin continued chatting with Qian Rinxue in his seat. "Brother, Do you think the Martial Soul Hall will continue to send out by Shang Tian to challenge 7 again in the next match? Disguised as Xueqinghe. Qian Renxue shook her head. I don't think so. I feel it's more likely that by Shang Tian will stay back to protect and support, while Jin Lin will be in front, imitating the previous by Shang Tian's 1 against 7. Oh, previously, by Shang Tian exposed some information. Why not continue exposing him, and instead let Jin Lin reveal something now? MuLin was indeed puzzled. Generally speaking, those trump cards would avoid showing themselves unless it was the final match for a stunning reveal. Qian Renxue replied without looking back. You know, the Martial Soul Hall is actually divided into 2 factions, or you could say 3 factions. The first is my grandfather's faction, which is also the strongest faction in the Martial Soul Hall. Almost all the foundation of the Martial Soul Hall is in this faction. The second is the faction of the Pope, Bibi Dong, which on the surface should be the second strongest based on top-tier combat power. But it's only because of Bibi Dong's personal strength. The third faction is the traditional neutral faction. You know, every force definitely has some fence-sitters or particularly stubborn people, and they all belong to this faction. Some of them want to be fence-sitters. However, there is actually another part, which is the reason why the Spirit Hall is called the Holy Land of Soul Masters. Most of them are stationed at the 3 major soul beast gathering places, as well as some areas where soul beasts are relatively dense, the sea, and hunting evil soul masters like Bai Yao. They don't have much desire for power. Their main thought is to benefit the world and cultivate. This time, the team formed by the Spirit Hall has nothing to do with my grandfather's faction and the neutral faction, nor with Bibi Dong's faction on the surface. So for them, winning or losing doesn't matter. The most important thing is that since they are in this dual arena, the key is to gain fame. MuLin nodded after hearing this. Indeed, this division is about right. After all, the Spirit Hall is called the Holy Land of Soul Masters, and it must have its significance. It is understandable that there is a hidden neutral faction. Chapter 185. White Tiger Academy. While MuLin and Qian Renxue were discussing matters about the Spirit Hall, both teams had already arrived at the duel arena. This time, the Spirit Hall was facing an academy supported by the White Tiger Sect. That's right. This sect, supported by the royal family of the Douluo Empire, also backed an academy. However, this is normal, after all. The purpose of the Douluo Empire supporting the White Tiger Sect is to counteract or even suppress those sects within the empire, right? Most of those sects have supported some academies, and even if they haven't, they at least have some connections or collaborations with those academies. It is very normal for the White Tiger Sect to support an academy. At most, a considerable number of talents within the sect will go to the royal family for cultivation. However, even so, this time, almost all the talents from the sect signed up to participate in this team, which shows that the strength of the team from the White Tiger Sect is not weak. Captain Lin Tan, his martial soul is the Winged Tiger. He is the son of Elder Lin, the referee. Because he had a son late in life, Elder Lin dotes on him, and he has given almost all his resources to him. Fortunately, this Lin Tan is not as arrogant and overbearing as those brainless, rich second-generation characters from previous novels. He is quite filial and very clever, perfectly utilizing these resources. Vice Captain Zhu Tao, his martial soul is the White Tiger. That's right, his surname is Zhu, not Dai. However, this is normal. There are quite a few who have married into the Zhu family as women, and after awakening the White Tiger martial soul for so many years, there must be some. Moreover, Zhu Tao is being trained for the position of the young sect master. However, considering that Lin Tan has the surname Lin and can be the captain, while Zhu Tao, who has awakened the White Tiger martial soul, can only be the vice captain, one can tell how good Lin Tan's talent is and how hard he cultivates. Lin Tan has successfully used his father's resources to reach the Soul King realm, currently at level 52. Zhu Tao is still a bit behind. In the past 6 months, he has just reached level 49. This means that Jin Lin's opponent this time is actually quite similar to the Tiando Royal Academy's second team that by Shang Tian faced previously. Perhaps the auxiliary soul masters are a bit weaker. After all, in a battle of dragons and tigers, tigers cannot be too far behind dragons. At least in the world of soul masters, the White Tiger is not too far behind the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. In fact, in recent eras, the White Tiger martial soul can even crush the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. Therefore, it is understandable that their strengths are comparable. The formation of the Spirit Hall's team this time is quite special. 1-3-3, with Jin Lin standing at the front alone, while several of his teammates stand behind him. This formation clearly indicates to the opponent, we are only sending one person in a battle. Whether you can win depends on you. Upon seeing this situation, The people from White Tiger Academy were of course furious. However, because of the previous matches, by Shang Tian fought 7 alone, Jiang Shueling also fought 7. MuLin seemed to make no move, but the fact that he dared to face a Soul Douluo alone earlier in the previous match, he directly confronted a Soul Sage and several other Soul Masters, indicates that MuLin's combat power is definitely not inferior to the previous 2. So in this situation, those from the Academy also understood that reaching the Soul Emperor level at this age is truly a genius. Definitely not inferior to the Haotian twin stars of the previous era. Fighting above one's level is as simple as eating and drinking for them. Thus, the formation of White Tiger Academy is 4-2-1. The auxiliary system is at the back, with one person standing to provide protection. After all, the opponent is going for 1 against 7, and Jinlin's martial soul is not a secret. The Golden Crocodile King. This martial soul is of the strong attack or defense type. How can he bypass the protection of 6 people to directly attack the auxiliary system at the back? The second row consists of long-range attack soul masters and agility-type soul masters. The front 4 are the normal strong attack or auxiliary types. Lin Tan and Zhu Tao stand in the middle of the front 4. During the trash talk time, there wasn't much to say. After all, 7 people against 1. White Tiger Academy wasn't so shameless as to continue talking trash. It was all about bullying the fewer. As for Jinlin, he was completely uninterested. After Elder Lin, the referee, announced the start, he immediately summoned his martial soul to soar into the sky, unlike before when he directly left the battle arena. After all, this match involves his son, and he still has to face Jinlin, the Golden Crocodile King. The most terrifying aspect of this martial soul is its biting force, which is nearly the strongest among all martial souls currently. Moreover, its attack and defense are also top-notch in the world, though its speed might be a bit lacking. Also, Jinlin's grandfather is the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Who knows if he will go all out when attacking? It's not that he wants to go easy, but rather that he is too lazy to hold back. He only has this one son, so he must be protected well, if worst comes to worst. He can just admit defeat. As a Soul Douluo, even if he messes up this kind of thing, it's not a big deal. First soul skill, Beast Spirit Tower, a buff. Enhances the power of all Beast Martial Soul Masters, Soul Ring Count 10, and slightly increases the Soul Master's Wild Beast Intuition. After that, this auxiliary Soul Master increased everyone's speed, defense, and armor piercing. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield, forms a circle of white light shield, a self-enhancement technique. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Body muscles swell, black horizontal stripes appear on the skin. During the half-hour transformation period, resistance to abnormal states, attack power, defense power, and strength are all doubled. This is a self-enhancement technique. After Zhu Tao used the enhancement soul skill, Lin Tan also immediately enhanced his attributes. Third soul skill, Tiger King Diamond Body, doubles his attack power, defense power, and strength, and during the transformation period, he has stronger resistance to abnormal states. At the same time, when attacking, it carries the intimidation of the Tiger King. The people from White Tiger Academy immediately used all enhancement attribute soul skills. Upon seeing this, Jinlin tilted his head. Are you done? If you are, I'm going to attack now. The people from White Tiger Academy were so angry they could hardly contain themselves. Lin Tan hadn't said anything yet when a soul master with the Eagle Martial Soul standing in the second row directly made a move. Third soul skill, Eagle Strike. A phantom of a flying eagle appears, attacking the opponent at high speed, ignoring part of the physical defense. A white flying eagle flew towards Jinlin at an extremely fast speed. Jinlin, looking at the flying eagle phantom coming towards him, grinned. Martial soul possessed. Golden scales suddenly appeared on Jinlin's body, and a tail and scales emerged from the spine, forming the tail of a crocodile. His mouth became sharper, and his eyes turned into beastly pupils, looking extremely cold and bloody. Jinlin watched the small eagle flying towards him, and he had no intention of using his soul skills at all. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, turned his body, and swung his tail to directly scatter the flying eagle's illusion. When the eagle's illusion collided with the tail, it kicked up a lot of dust from the ground. As the dust settled, a pair of cold and bloody, beastly eyes stared at the people from the White Tiger Academy. Come on, let me see the strength of your White Tiger Sect. Chapter 186. Jinlin's Victory. Come on, let me see the strength of your White Tiger Sect. Upon hearing this, several soul masters from the White Tiger Academy couldn't hold back any longer. Since you won't attack, then we'll strike first. Lin Tan spread his wings and flew into the sky, charging forward first. Fourth soul skill, Divine Wind 1000 Run. Control the surrounding wind attributes to gather around oneself. It enhances control over wind attributes by 100, increases the power of his claws by 100, and boosts his body defense and speed by 70. At the same time, it enhances the cutting power of his wings by 100. Lin Tan was also considered a little genius. His grandfather had helped him with this skill, so he had made some modifications. He changed the way the wind attributes gathered on his claws and instead condensed them into a wind attribute sphere in his palm. This skill originally activated the cutting power of wind attributes, so the power of the sphere was considerable. Moreover, it was a super strong sphere formed from the cutting power of both claws. Of course, such great power came with a high difficulty in cultivation. This skill was also personally trained by Elder Lin alongside Lin Tan. Elder Lin's fourth soul skill was also this move, and it was quite rare on the continent to see a father modify his soul skill for his son in a soul duel. Lin Tan flew high into the sky, raising his hands as the green sphere slowly gathered together. Once the fusion was complete, the spectators could clearly see that there seemed to be numerous green blades about to spring out from the sphere. Lin Tan suddenly threw the green sphere towards Jin Lin. Other soul masters with long-range attack skills also launched their attacks. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. A milky white light sphere spewed from his mouth, a long-range attack skill. Zhu Tao had only this one long-range attack soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Storm of 1,000 Miles. Consuming most of his soul power, he gathered all the wind attributes around him and flapped his wings, blowing all those wind attributes, soul power, and natural wind forward, forming a storm. The power of the storm depended on the quality of the gathered wind attributes. After using this skill, the Eagle Soul Master was left with no energy at all. The Xingluo Empire, as a country focused on balanced development, seemed to have a majority of soul masters with some small long-range attack skills. Although they were only first or second soul skills, their numbers made a difference. The combined attack from these individuals wowed the surrounding spectators. And even in the three major academies, aside from the Soul Emperors and high-level Soul Kings, other students were very surprised. The power of this combined attack was not inferior to the strongest strikes of most Soul Emperors. Jin Lin looked at their joint attack, his eyes blazing with excitement. Very good. As expected of the academy, supported by the first sect of the Xingluo Empire. Let you all experience the terror of the Golden Crocodile King. Jin Lin's excited, beastly eyes focused on them as he grinned. Fifth soul skill, Crocodile King's Holy Thunder. The Golden Crocodile King's illusion roared behind him. High-density golden lightning swept through the area, causing immense damage to the targets. In an instant, rolling thunder erupted from Jin Lin, greatly weakening the incoming attacks just before they hit. Second soul skill, Guardian of the Golden Crocodile. The Golden Crocodile King's illusion appeared for an instant, allowing him to negate 70 of all attacks and 80 of close-range attacks, while close-range attacks would also receive half of the negated damage. As for the remaining attacks, Jin Lin paid them no mind, letting them hit him directly. Jin Lin followed the path that most beast spirit soul masters would take, the path of beast blood, hunting soul beasts of the same kind or bloodline. As for attributes, they were secondary. For beast martial spirit soul masters, there are essentially two paths. One is the attribute path, specializing in hunting soul beasts with attributes similar or identical to their martial spirit, often resulting in long-range attack soul skills. The other is the beast blood path, specifically hunting soul beasts of the same type or closely related bloodlines. Such soul beasts can greatly enhance one's physical constitution, and in this case, attributes can vary widely, but they fundamentally enhance the body. Jin Lin chose the second path. Although his soul rings were normal, starting from yellow, his physical qualities were already stronger than most soul saints. This path leads to a later stage explosion, where the hunted soul beasts become higher in level and their bloodlines become stronger, enhancing physical qualities even more. Now that he had reached the Soul Emperor level, with the first 5 soul beasts being 98 level super soul masters as guardians, he couldn't be lacking. Thus, the remaining attacks were merely a tickle to Jin Lin. As the dust settled, Jin Lin, who had suffered almost no damage, stood before everyone. Not bad. You all made me use my 5th soul skill. Now it's my turn to attack. Upon hearing this, the 7 members of the White Tiger Academy turned pale. Their team's combined attack had only forced their opponent to use the 5th and 2nd soul skills, and yet they had received no damage at all. It was worth noting that this combined attack had left one of their flying soul masters nearly out of energy and soul power. and yet the opponent seemed to have only gotten a bit of dust on their clothes. While the White Tiger Academy was lost in thought, MuLin did not give them time to imagine. Third soul skill, Crocodile King's transformation. The Golden Crocodile King's illusion roared at the opponents, causing their willpower to falter and enhancing MuLin's attack power, strength, and defense by 100. The Golden Crocodile King's illusion behind MuLin roared at the 7 members of the White Tiger Academy. All 7 of them were frozen in place without exception. MuLin looked at the 7 of them, his eyes full of disdain. It seems you all are only strong in combined attacks, but lacking in willpower. As he thought this, his movements were not slow. In an instant, he appeared beside his opponents, opened his arms, and directly struck at the 7 of them. Of course, not everyone was caught off guard. Lin Tan, who woke up the fastest, was still 10 levels lower than MuLin. He couldn't break through MuLin's defense at all. Unsurprisingly, MuLin blocked the full force strike of the 7, but they could not withstand the control of MuLin's third soul skill. Chapter 187. The Triple Decision One-on-One Competition. 1. It has been 7 days since the Spirit Hall team faced the White Tiger Academy, during which there was also a decisive match to select 3 teams. Unsurprisingly, these 3 teams were indeed the main teams from the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire, and the Heaven Do Empire. Of course, the Star Luo Empire was as disgusting as ever. And this time the opponent for the Heaven Do Empire's team in the top 6 was indeed from the Heaven Do Empire. This team was quite special, as it was a combination of the Shankong Academy and the Tianshui Academy that exploited the rules. Among the 7 members, 3 had spirit power levels above 45, and the only one below 45 was a support type. With such a combination, as long as they weren't up against the 3 main teams, their chances of advancing to the top 3 were quite high. However, not facing the 3 main teams was quite unrealistic. Jin Yi and Long Ming were still watching on the sidelines, and this time, especially in the Star Luo Empire competition, they let 2 teams from the Heaven Do Empire advance to the top 3. As for MuLin's team losing, that was impossible. The last move, the True Dragon Seal, had left a deep impression on them, and the old emperor was now somewhat worried about whether this team could win. Jin Yi was still the same, just watching from the high platform, seemingly there as a mascot. Even the spirit emperors from these teams didn't take action, relying solely on a few spirit masters to achieve victory. Of course, the Star Luo Empire was an exception. Although the Star Luo Empire had the most spirit emperors, they did not have spirit kings, and having 4 spirit masters defeat 7 spirit masters was still a bit challenging for them. So, as expected, Jiang Shuling took action again. This time was the decisive battle among the top 3 teams, with the winning team able to rest for 7 days before directly entering the final. The other 2 teams would have to rest for 3 days before participating in a semi-final to determine which team would face the winner of the current match directly in the finals. At the same time, this battle among the top 3 teams would adopt the format of single challenges from the preliminary rounds. On the high platform, the old emperor stood up to explain the rules of the competition. In the top 3 battle, the 3 teams would each send out 7 members for one-on-one duels, and the order of participation would be decided by the academy itself. The last student standing on the field would lead their academy to victory. The order would be drawn by the team captain. Since there was still a full 7 days until the final match, there was no announcement of championship rewards. After all, this 7-day period was enough for some ill-intentioned individuals to arrive in the Tiger Hall City. Although they weren't afraid of being ambushed, it was still annoying. Of course, whether MuLin or Jinlin or Bai Shangtian could win and take the rewards was uncertain. MuLin, Jinlin, and Jiang Shuling walked towards the high platform to draw lots in front of the 3 Super Douluos. With 3 Super Douluos watching, it was definitely the fairest and most just situation. In fact, the old emperor was also reluctant, but with 197 level Super Douluo and 198 level Super Douluo watching him, he was scared. He couldn't not be cautious. The drawing method was as follows. Among 3 identical slips of paper, one would be randomly selected, with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on them. The number drawn would determine the order of participation. The 3 exchanged glances, and the oldest Jiang Shuling drew first, then handed it to Jinlin, and finally MuLin. The 3 opened their slips. MuLin drew 1, Jinlin drew 2, and Jiang Shuling drew 3. What a coincidence. The first draw was a bye, and the last one was the first to participate. The 3 exchanged glances but didn't mind, as their own strength meant they didn't need to worry about those spirit masters. As for the rest, it was just the vice captain of the Spirit Hall, Bai Shangtian, and the Star Luo Empire, which had 2 spirit emperors who needed to be considered. As for the Heaven Do Empire, it was just that Yuling who had shown in the last competition, might need to be cautious. And the first team of the Heaven Do Empire also had Feng Ling, a flying spirit king, who, if she wanted to, could exhaust some of these spirit emperors' stamina. After all, most of these spirit emperors couldn't fly yet. After the three returned, they discussed the order of participation. Specifically for the Heaven Do Empire, the order of participation was that the Heaven Do Empire would send out the first participant, and then the other academies would come out as per the situation, with the Spirit Hall going second against the Heaven Do Empire, and then the Douluo Empire deciding who would be first, followed by the second from the Heaven Do Empire. Following this order, they would determine the last one standing in the competition. Looking at it this way, the one who had a bye was actually the best. However, MuLin's luck wasn't there. Moreover, the Douluo Empire had the best advantage. They had 3 spirit emperors. And although Dai Ec and Zhu Qinyu might be the weakest among this generation of spirit emperors, could they easily defeat those spirit kings and spirit masters? The Douluo Empire was indeed lucky. Guanxian heard that his side was the first to participate, while the Douluo Empire was last, and he also complained. MuLin shrugged. Well, luck can only decide a small part. Most of it still depends on strength. Has the order been decided? Or am I going first? Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. No, Captain, you have to be the last to go. The Spirit Hall has 2 spirit emperors, and the Douluo Empire has 3 spirit emperors. We are already at a disadvantage here. If you participate first, and they expose your spirit abilities, consuming your spirit power and stamina, Captain, wouldn't you be at a huge disadvantage when facing them? Moreover, those guys all had spirit bones, and it was unknown how many spirit bone skills they had. Even if there was only one, that would still mean 7 spirit abilities. With 7 abilities, 5 people would have at least 35 spirit abilities. Captain, you going first would be too troublesome. Let me do it. Guanxian had just been trying to dissuade MuLin, and now he was volunteering to go first. However, Guanxian was indeed the most suitable to go first. I am currently at level 49, and among these 3 teams, my spirit power level isn't low. I am only lower than you spirit emperors and Miss Ling, and Sister Feng in our team. In fact, I feel that many spirit kings wouldn't be able to defeat me. I can take on a few more opponents without losing anything. Then you can decide who should go next based on how much stamina the person who defeats me has left. We also have our advantages. Miss Ling, and Sister Feng, who could possibly take on anyone except the spirit emperors. Even if they can, it would take a huge amount of effort and energy. So, I go first, and then we can decide the rest based on the situation. That would be great. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It truly was the best approach. Thus, after the discussion time ended, Guanxian was the first to step onto the battle stage. Chapter 188. The Triple Decision One-on-One Competition 2. As Guanxian walked to the duel stage, one of the Spirit Hall members was just about to step in when Lin directly pulled him back. Wait a minute. The first participant from the Heaven Do Empire is named Guanxian, a level 49 Spirit Master, and his strength can be called innate divine strength. If you go on stage, winning 1 TB easy. Lin carefully looked at the 5 people in the team and suddenly noticed a large, muscular man saying, Yin, you go up for this match. Your strength has always been the strongest among your peers, and your soul power has reached level 48. Are you confident? The man named Yin stepped forward and replied, No problem. My martial soul is of the earth attribute, which perfectly counters that Thunderfire dual attribute guy on the high platform. Yin walked up to the high platform and stood opposite Guanxian. Guanxian, your martial soul is the Thunderflame Warhammer, a pretty good martial soul. But unfortunately for you, you've met me. Guanxian looked at this big guy and recalled the information about the other 2 teams he had seen earlier. Yin's martial soul, King Earth Brown Bear, a level 48 powerful assault system soul master. It is known that he has amplification and strong attack soul skills, and seems to have some defensive abilities as well. In terms of combat power, it seems he once solved the Soul King team with his teammates, but the specifics are unknown. King Earth Brown Bear, a top-tier Earth attribute beast martial soul, seems comparable to the white armor Earth Dragon and can even counter the blue electric Tyrannosaurus due to attribute restraint. I hope that layer of Earth skin on you is hard enough and doesn't get shattered by my hammer. The attribute may be restrained, but that doesn't mean my hammer is fake. Moreover, restraint is only relative. As long as my Thunder Flame is stronger, I can break through that layer of Earth skin. Guanxian, Martial Soul, Thunder Flame Warhammer, level 49 powerful assault system battle soul master. Yin, Martial Soul, King Earth Brown Bear, Level 48 Powerful Assault System Battle Soul Master. After the referee left, neither side immediately used their soul skills. Instead, they rushed to face each other and engaged in a contest of strength. Yin immediately activated his martial soul, his muscles bulging all over, recently bursting out of the remaining team uniform. And it was clear to see that some earth block armor appeared on his body, and his claws became sharper. Guanxian simply held the Thunder Flame Warhammer. But due to his deep cultivation of the Thunder Flame attribute, when summoned, it was apparent that his soul power also turned into the color of this attribute, showing that he had cultivated the Thunder Flame attribute deeply. Guanxian and Yin used all their strength to run to the center of the combat field. Guanxian swung his warhammer with all his might, while Yin primarily pressed down on the grip of the hammer. The two pushed against each other, their faces very close, gritting their teeth, neither willing to back down. However, Yin was in a martial soul possession state, so his strength was slightly stronger than Guanxian's. But Guanxian was not without advantages. The point of contact was Guanxian's martial soul, just as Yin was preparing to exert more force. Guanxian suddenly used all his strength to move the Thunder Flame Warhammer slightly, causing Yin to stumble forward. At such a close distance, with both being near Soul King level fighters, it could be imagined how significant the impact of this stumble would be. Guanxian's eyes lit up at this situation. First soul skill, Thunder Flame Roar. A group attack. As the hammer hit the ground, thunder and flames erupted in the area, and opponents within the range had a chance to be paralyzed or burned. Guanxian instantly unleashed his first soul skill without the intention of amplifying himself. This hard-won opportunity must be seized to deal some decent damage, regardless of whether he could defeat his opponent. The thunder and flame on the Thunder Flame Warhammer jumped violently as Guanxian swung it down, like a purple meteor flashing towards Yin. Yin saw the Thunder Flame Warhammer about to hit him, and his pupils contracted. Fourth soul skill, King Earth Shield. A shield armor with exceptional defensive power appeared in a certain area of his body. This armor could absorb most energy damage and a small portion of physical damage. The effect of this armor looked somewhat blurry, but for Yin, the description of this armor was immune to all energy attacks restrained by the Earth attribute, and physical attacks had to break the armor before they could hit him. At most, when the armor was struck, there might be some shock force affecting him. This was the most suitable defensive method Yin could think of at that moment. However, the armor's defense was indeed extraordinary. It was clear that the Thunder Flame Warhammer had only blackened the surface of the armor, and at most the point of impact created some cracks. But the armor did not break. However, as mentioned, there was shock force, so Yin was immediately knocked down, vomiting blood. Guanxian was ready to strike again, but Yin rolled aside. Yes, Yin rolled over. After rolling to a position he felt was safe, he quickly got up, looking at Guanxian, who had already raised his warhammer, gritting his teeth but not saying anything. He felt outmatched and embarrassed on the battlefield. That was his own business. What he needed to do was to use all his strength to make his opponent lose phase 2. First soul skill, King Earth Armor. According to the enhancement of the Soul Ring, he increased a part of his body with a set of armor. Based on Yan's current Soul Master level, armor appeared on both forearms and 4 positions. Third soul skill, Earth Bear Diamond Body. Increase his body's defense by 120, strength by 70, enhance immunity to abnormal states. And simultaneously, soul masters with lower soul power levels than himself would have their control abilities immune. Soul masters of the same level, using soul rings with lower years than his, would also have their control abilities immune. Other control effects would be reduced. Yin used all his amplification soul skills and charged forward again. Seeing this situation, Guanxian felt a bit reluctant to hold back. This guy's attributes originally countered him. Since the opponent had used all amplification soul skills, if he continued to hold back, the possibility of victory would drop to at least 90. Second soul skill, Thunder Flame Power. The thunder and flames on the martial soul increased by 50, and they would continuously enhance the hardness and weight of his martial soul by 1 to 70, based on time. Third soul skill, Thunder Fire Battle Armor. An electric field formed in the area, and he was covered in a fire cloak, preventing enemies from getting close. All energy attacks would be converted into thunder and fire, enhancing the weight and hardness of the martial soul. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Flame Concentration. Increase the hardness of the martial soul and the power of the attributes by 100. Then concentrate the thunder and fire power at 1 point, increasing the attack speed by 100 for the next attack, while the thunder and fire power would instantly explode, damaging the opponent. Guanxian also used all his amplification soul skills, and the two once again stood off against each other. Chapter 189. The tri-decision one-on-one match 3, Guan Xian, wearing the Thunderflame battle armor and holding the Thunderflame Warhammer, relied on the power techniques he had learned from years of forging cultivation, swinging the Warhammer towards Yin like a battle god. Yin looked at the Thunderflame Warhammer attacking him. The Thunder and Fire attributes were both restrained by the Earth attribute. Even though the Fire attribute was not as severely restrained by the Water attribute, it was still a restraint. And the Earth attribute had a stronger restraint on the Thunder attribute. I'm not afraid of you. Second soul skill, Giant Rock Dual Palms. Increase strength by 70. Enhance both palms' power by 100, and enhance the Earth attribute in the palm area by 70. The muscles in Yan's arms bulged as he opened them, transforming into gray-brown bear paws, and directly struck towards the incoming hammer. Yan was still quite brave, going in barehanded to confront the hammer. Although his attributes countered his opponent, the hammer itself was incredibly powerful. He thought that even if he attacked, it would still be quite intimidating. The Thunderfire hammer collided with the gray-brown bear paw. Yin was directly knocked back a few steps, shaking his arms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yin looked down and saw that the gray-brown gauntlet on his bare paw had been broken, and the Thunder and Fire attributes were wreaking havoc in his palm. How could this guy's martial soul be so formidable? He had fought against soul masters with hammer martial souls before, and he had never seen anyone's hammer break through his defenses like this. Even in terms of levels, this guy was only one level above him, which made no sense. Yin was puzzled. He had also fought with hammer soul masters in the Spirit Hall, and after unleashing all his soul skills, most hammer soul masters of the same level couldn't break through his defenses. Could it be that this kid from the Heavens Domain was one of the very few exceptions? What bad luck. Seeing the situation, Yin didn't know what to do next. After all, he originally intended to defeat his opponent by relying on being only one level lower while having an attribute advantage. But now, it seemed he was being countered. His defenses, except for his fourth soul skill, simply couldn't withstand the hammer's heavy hits, and the Thunderfire attribute could directly damage his body. Yin was now somewhat at a loss. Watching from below, MuLin, by Shang Tian, and their teammates also noticed the situation. They didn't expect that the hammer soul master from the Tiando Empire, Guan Xian, had such a decent martial soul. They just didn't know how his hammer compared to the Haotian hammer. MuLin and Bai Shang Tian had grown up hearing the legends of the Haotian hammer, and now seeing such a powerful hammer, MuLin was quite interested. Bai Shang Tian said, I feel it shouldn't be as strong as the Haotian hammer. After all, the Haotian hammer is purely focused on enhancing strength or the hardness of the martial soul. This guy on stage has also incorporated attributes. Without the purity of the Haotian hammer soul, even though he might be slightly stronger now due to being one level higher in the later stages, Haotian hammer soul masters should be able to defeat him. MuLin agreed with this statement. Now we can only hope Yin can exhaust some of his stamina, and then let that guy from the Xinghua Empire defeat him. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage. Although Yin didn't have the intention to hold back his opponent to exhaust his stamina, he also didn't have the thought of admitting defeat. So Yin charged forward again. I don't believe it. Let's go. Guan Xian looked at the attacking Yin with some helplessness. This guy's skin is too thick. No wonder he's said to have one of the top martial souls among Earth attribute beast souls. I can only barely break his defense with my hammer and then deal attribute damage. Forget it. I'll just drag it out. The two continued to exchange blows. But Guan Xian had grown up in the Inn of Intervals, where there were fewer people, so he received more guidance and had stronger soul masters compared to Yin. Soon, the spectators in the duel arena could see that Yin was quickly falling into a disadvantage. It was estimated that in another minute or two, he would have to leave the stage. Bang! Taking advantage of the moment when Yin was pushed back after his defense was broken, Guan Xian suddenly executed a sweeping kick, sending Yin tumbling. In that instant, Guan Xian swung his hammer with all his might towards Yin. He wanted to take this opportunity to defeat Yin directly. He was too tough, and dragging it out would consume too much of his energy, making it troublesome for the next match against the Xinghua Empire. Yin was directly knocked off the stage by this move, lying on the ground without the strength to get up. MuLin pulled him up and patted his shoulder. Are you okay? Come on, take a good rest. Yin lay on a chair and rested. The Xinghua Empire did not give Guan Xian any time to recover his stamina and soul power, and a female soul master immediately took the stage. Lingyu, martial soul, ghost shadow two-tailed cat, level 47 agility attack type battle soul master. As soon as Lingyu took the stage, she immediately introduced herself, not wanting to give Guan Xian any time to rest. Moreover, she knew the best way to win, to drag it out, as this would be the best strategy because the guy from the previous match, Yin, must have consumed a lot of stamina and soul power. All she had to do was slowly drag it out and rely on her speed to attack him. She wouldn't be like that big fool from the Spirit Hall, insisting on taking this guy's hammerhead on. Attacking him will be better, right? The reason why beast martial souls are generally stronger than weapon martial souls in the early stages is that weapon soul masters, without multiple soul rings enhancing their bodies, are far inferior to beast soul masters who can manifest their martial souls. Beast soul masters, I can make multiple mistakes. Weapon soul masters, I can only make one mistake. Ling Yu looked down on that big fool from the previous match. In her eyes, it would be better to expend some effort to use one arm to block his hammer while using the other to attack him. Third soul skill, Ghost Shadow Clone, creates multiple clones that have attacking power and can use all soul skills except for the third soul rings. The clones are also very fast. Disadvantage, once a clone is attacked, it will disappear, and more clones there are, the more soul power the user consumes. Ling Yu directly summoned 2 clones, and the 3 Ling, yes, open their claws. First soul skill, Ghost Shadow Stab. Claws instantly grow longer, speed doubles, and when attacking the opponent, heavy illusions are left behind. Ling Yu had no intention of using her second or fourth soul skills. She only wanted to use the first and third soul skills to drag it out. So the 3 Ling, yes, attacked Guan Xian together, but those higher-level soul masters could clearly see that one of the Ling, yes, was relatively slower, and her attacking power seemed to be reduced compared to the other 2. Chapter 190, 3 versus 1 duel match. 4. The 3 Ling, yes, with their cold yellow cat eyes and the black ghostly patterns enhanced by their martial souls quickly attacked Guan Xian. Guan Xian looked at the agile attack type soul master coming at him. This wave was indeed uncomfortable. Guan Xian had originally prepared for a strong attack or defense type soul master on the opposite side, thinking that he might use his last bit of soul power for a desperate strike, with a high chance of taking them down together. If that happened, at least he wouldn't lose, and if he could hold on, he might even force the Spirit Hall's second contestant out. This way, his team would be in a leading position and hold the initiative. However, a speed-type soul master showed up, making things difficult. Looking at this girl, it seemed she wanted to drag it out with her speed, consuming her soul power and stamina. Even if the second contestant that came on stage defeated Ling Yu, the Tiando Empire team would still be at a disadvantage. He had to at least defeat Ling Yu and try to hold out until the Spirit Hall's second contestant. Guan Xian looked at the 3 attacking Ling, yes, and gritted his teeth. First soul skill, Thunderfire Roar. A group attack, with a hammer strike to the ground. Thunder and flames erupted in the area, giving opponents a chance to suffer paralysis or burn status effects. Guan Xian slammed his hammer into the ground, and thunder and flames surged around the area. 3 Spirit Rain instantly leaped towards Guan Xian's position, extending their claws to attack. Seeing this, Guan Xian did not hesitate. He spread his legs apart, pulled back his right hand holding the war hammer, and, as the 3 Spirit Rains reached a certain position to attack, he executed his battle skill, Whirlwind Hammer. This was a modified Thunder and Justice battle skill, originally designed to maximize the attack speed by harnessing wind attribute soul power. It was altered to utilize strength and his own attributes for a rotational attack, during which he would borrow the wind attribute power from the surroundings. Since Guan Xian did not possess wind attributes, he had practiced this move for a long time, but it suited him well. In situations like this, if there were many enemies and his first soul skill was dodged, it was the perfect time to use this technique when multiple opponents closed in on him. Guan Xian swung his hammer forcefully towards the approaching Spirit Rain. Before they could react, the closest one was smashed to pieces. The second Spirit Rain, though aware of what happened, had no time to react before being crushed by the hammer's downward force. Only the Spirit Rain on the side managed to dodge, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the 2 clones. Using this move took a lot of energy, and the Spirit Rain noticed Guan Xian taking a deep breath. Third soul skill, Ghost Shadow Clone. This time, instead of just producing 2 clones, Spirit Rain reduced their soul power and created 4 clones. These clones could only use 2 or 3 soul skills, and their time in the environment after using those skills was also significantly shorter. But that was enough, as it seemed Guan Xian wouldn't last much longer. With a total of 5 Spirit Rain, this time the main body learned from experience and stayed near the edge of the battlefield, letting the 4 clones engage Guan Xian to exhaust more of his soul power and stamina. Although the clones would shatter upon contact, their attacks still dealt real damage. While their attributes might not match the main body, the energy damage wouldn't be significantly lower, and since the clones were made of energy, their damage might even surpass that of the main body by a slight margin. The 4 clones charged forward as before, and seeing this, Guanxian knew he couldn't delay any longer. Damn it, if I'm exposed, so be it. Second soul skill, Thunder Flame Power. The thunder and flames on his martial soul were enhanced by 50, and simultaneously, his martial soul's hardness and weight would increase by 1 to a maximum of 70 over time. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Flame Convergence. This skill enhanced his martial soul's hardness and its attribute powers by 100, then concentrated the thunder and flame powers at a single point, increasing the attack speed by 100 for the next strike, while the thunder and flame powers would explode to deal damage to the opponent. This time, Guanxian did not use his third soul skill to enhance his defense. Battle skill, Explosive Step. He created this technique to concentrate soul power at his feet, propelling himself to appear beside his opponent. He learned this move from MuLin. Using such a heavy weapon would definitely be a significant weakness in terms of speed. Thus, he learned this technique to enhance his explosiveness and take advantage of the opponent's moment of distraction to land a decisive blow. After all, he planned to focus purely on explosive power, unlike Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who at least had a yin to form a team. So, while Extreme Flow relied heavily on teammates, Tang Chun was balanced. However, Extreme Flow had its advantages. Battle skill, Thunder God Hammer. He channeled all his thunder power into the war hammer and used flames to provide thrust, bursting towards his opponent. Guanxian unleashed most of his remaining soul power through his feet, and in an instant, he was propelled next to the main body of Spirit Rain. As for whether this was a fake or not, he still had a portion of power left to gamble with. The Spirit Rain looked at Guanxian, suddenly appearing beside her, her pupils contracting. However, Guanxian had no thoughts of mercy. He raised his war hammer to strike down. The force on the hammer exploded, and the leading teacher from the Douluo Empire couldn't stand by and watch his student perish. Yes, the leading teacher had a strong premonition that if Spirit Rain took Guanxian's strike head-on, she would definitely die. Stop! The leading teacher from the Douluo Empire rushed towards Spirit Rain beside the battlefield. Thankfully, Spirit Rain was standing closer to the edge of the combat area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save her. The teacher instinctively activated his martial soul as he approached the hammer. He was a member of the Iron family, and his martial soul was the dual arms of a soul sage. However, that was enough, being a primary martial soul. Most at this level had already undergone a second awakening, and being from a family, he was likely a silver-level awakening. In this situation, after doubling his combat power, he should be able to contend with the soul Douluo. Now, to protect his student, he opened his martial soul. Third soul skill, Golden Bull Charge, enhancing his own strength by 100 and attack speed by 100. The Golden Bull Phantom appeared on his arms, greatly increasing his attack penetration. Just as the hammer was about to collide with the Golden Bull Phantom, a figure suddenly appeared, catching both attacks. Chapter 191, 3 versus 1 Duel, 5. As the Thunderfire Hammer was about to strike against the leading teacher from the Douluo Empire, Jinshin suddenly landed between the two, grabbing the Douluo Empire teacher's arm with his left hand while using his right hand to slowly halt the war hammer with his soul skill. Elder Lin, the referee, quickly stepped onto the battlefield, observing the scene. 2 leading teachers and 2 competitors, and it seemed that even these 2 teachers couldn't handle the situation. He recognized the leading teacher from the Douluo Empire, a member of the Iron family, a madman. It was said that he forced himself into the depths of a soul beast gathering area to awaken his martial soul to a higher level. After coming out, although he was only a soul sage, ordinary soul couldn't defeat him at all. The leading teacher from the Dou Empire was even less capable of handling this. The attacks of these 2 hadn't even used soul skills or activated their martial souls, yet they had both been restrained with just their hands. Could he fight against that? Elder Lin looked up at the old emperor on the high platform, who also noticed his gaze but said nothing. Could he not see? The guy from the Tiando Empire was also a Title Douluos. According to Jiang Wanghe, the person on the platform should be called Jinshin, and like him and Bai Yao, they were both 95 level super Douluos. He was only 1 level higher than him, and beside him was someone even 1 level higher, making things difficult. However, fortunately, that leading teacher seemed quite sensible. In this round, our Douluo Empire has lost, so I will take Spirit Rain down. The teacher pulled Spirit Rain down from the platform, but while he was willing, his family might not be, especially seeing Spirit Rain's disheveled appearance. A rather gloomy-looking man stood up. Didn't the leading teacher from the Dou Empire come onto the stage yesterday? He should take that Guanxian down too. It is unlikely that the Heaven Dou Empire will lose its qualification to compete. After all, it was the leading teacher from the Douluo Empire who went on stage first. However, if Guan has to step down, the priority should still be with the Star Luo Empire, right? Jinshin did not respond to this, but looked at the gloomy man. What is your name? Oomph. I'm Ling Yang, so what? Do you dare to say you haven't gone on stage? As he spoke, Ling Yang released his 7 soul rings. Generally speaking, the leading teacher's level should not exceed Soul Sage, while he had already reached level 78, and he looked down on those at his level. Jinshin smiled slightly. All right, why don't you ask your old emperor from the Star Luo Empire, if he is willing? Ling Yang raised his head to look at Gao Tai, ready to say something, but the old emperor directly raised his hand to stop him. Enough, sit down. Upon hearing this, Ling Yang could not just let it go. After all, Ling Yu was his own daughter, and now she was left in such a disoriented state. As a father, how could he tolerate this? He pointed directly at Jinshin and said, Isn't this guy from the Heaven-Do Empire going on stage too? Ling Yang was about to say something else, but Jinshin was not interested in listening to him anymore. He directly released his 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. Since you said that, then I will also say a few words. First, it was your Star Luo Empire's leading teacher who went on stage first. I am just protecting my students from the Heaven-Do Empire. And according to what you said, couldn't your leading teacher from the Star Luo Empire just hold back? Why did you have to use soul skills? Therefore, my student must take a break for a while. Second, who gave you the courage to point at me? A soul sage. After saying this, Jinshin did not give anyone a chance to react and directly opened his palm. He moved at super speed to Ling Yang's side and slapped him directly on the heart. The people from Star Luo Empire saw this situation and all stood up, but Jinshin did not show them any mercy, releasing his aura with soul power at full force, suppressing those guys back into their seats, with some even kneeling on the ground under the pressure. What? Do you want to try it too? Jiang Wanghe, seeing this situation, could only stand up and push back the aura released by Jinshin. Sigh, brother Jinshin, what's the use of making things difficult for these people? Let the guy named Guan on stage take a break for 20 minutes, and then we can start. That should be fine, right? Jinshin nodded in agreement upon hearing Jiang Wanghe's words. After all, a 20-minute rest was sufficient, and Jinshin was not confident he could completely defeat Jiang Wanghe. After all, this guy had been at level 95 for quite some time, and it was possible he was already at level 96. If both sides were to fight, his chances of winning were slim. After Guanxian took a 20-minute break, the Spirit Hall sent out their team member again. A level 47 Assault-type Battle Soul Master with a martial soul of Wind Thunder Tiger. As soon as this Soul Master went on stage, he used his Wind attribute to enhance his speed, while the Lightning attribute increased his damage and also boosted his speed. Although Guanxian had rested for 20 minutes, that time only restored a bit of his physical strength. Recovering soul power did not happen that quickly. Therefore, this battle was quite difficult for Guanxian. Fortunately, he seized the last opportunity to expend all his remaining soul power to unleash his 4th soul skill, in combination with the Thunder God Hammer. Of course, to avoid killing anyone, this move was aimed directly at the ground beside his opponent, sending them flying off the stage. After that, winning against Star Luo became impossible, as he had already exhausted most of his soul power and defeated 2 opponents. Although he had rested for 20 minutes and regained some physical strength, facing a level 47 speed-oriented Soul Master had drained all his remaining soul power. In the battle against the Soul Master from the Star Luo Empire, Guanxian only managed to use the hammer to deplete some of his opponent's physical strength before jumping off the stage, having successfully taken down 3 opponents and brought a significant advantage to his team. The next step depended on his teammates. As for the next 2 members from the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall, they fought back and forth. The levels of the participants were all level 47 Soul Masters, but due to the exhaustion of the Star Luo Empire member, they narrowly lost to the Spirit Hall's contestant. After that, their team sent out He Hao, who only managed to defeat 1 member of the Spirit Hall. Then, the Star Luo Empire sent out a level 49 Control-type Soul Master, who decisively defeated He Hao. Following that, the Spirit Hall seemed to be preparing to conserve strength, so their level 47 ranged attack Soul Master only drained some of the soul power and physical strength from the Star Luo Empire's Control-type Soul Master before stepping down. MuLin looked at his team, thought for a moment, and decided to let Feng Linger go on stage. Chapter 192. The 3 vs 1 Duel Match. 6. Feng Linger. Martial Soul. 4-winged Wind Bellbird. Level 53 Assault-type Battle Soul King. Mo Chung. Martial Soul. Green Cotton Vine. Level 49 Control-type Battle Soul Master. Feng Linger, a member of the top family in Heaven-Do City, the Feng family is the best talent of this generation, even arguably the best in recent generations. The inherited martial soul. Wind bellbird has undergone a beneficial mutation, four-winged wind bellbird. This mutation enhances all aspects, whether it is physical quality, speed, attack power, or comprehension of wind attributes. Significantly more than an ordinary wind bellbird. Even the enhancements after leveling up or absorbing soul rings are stronger than those of an ordinary wind bellbird. The wind bellbird can become the inherited martial soul of a top family in Heaven-Do City, which is certainly not weak and with such high talent. Fenglinger can be said to have the qualifications of a soul duelist. After the beneficial mutation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Fenglinger possesses the potential for a titled soul master. In this match, she is facing a control-type soul master who has already consumed a certain amount of physical and soul power. So it can be said that Fenglinger is almost guaranteed to win. The only thing to consider now is which two teams will send their members next. After all, if we rank the current three teams by their combat power, MuLin, Jinlin, by Shangtian, Jiang Shuling, Dai Isi, and Zhu Qinyu are all at the same level as Soul Emperors. Fenglinger and Yulinger, the two Soul Kings, are at another level. Then there are the remaining Soul Masters. Of course, this is just a rough classification. If we get into more detail, it shows that the higher-tier members of the Heaven-Do Empire are fewer, while the mid-tier combatants from the Heaven-Do Empire are the most numerous. The Douluo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire, conversely, have the most in the higher tiers, but the mid-tier combatants are the least, making one-on-one duels particularly difficult for the Douluo Empire, as they have too few mid-tier fighters and the higher tiers must come out early. Moreover, if we break it down further, the two Soul Emperors from the Douluo Empire, Dai Isi and Zhu Qinyu, should also be categorized into a lower tier, as they are the weakest among the 6 Soul Emperors currently on stage. The other 4 Soul Emperors, whether in terms of martial soul or talent, do not lag behind much compared to them, and they only recently advanced to Soul Emperors. However, if they team up, they might create a new tier, as the martial soul fusion technique of 2 Soul Emperors is still too powerful for the others. At least Jinlin, by Shangtian, and Jiang Shuling do not have confidence in facing their martial soul fusion technique alone. However, they cannot use it in a one-on-one duel, which makes one-on-one competitions particularly difficult for the Douluo Empire. Now, the Douluo Empire has only one participant left, and that will be Jiang Shuling, Dai Isi, and Zhu Qinyu, the 3 Soul Emperors. Even later, the Spirit Hall might send out Jinlin or Bai Shangtian, as they also don't have a Soul King. This is something to consider. However, while MuLin was contemplating who to send out, the battle in the arena had already begun. First Soul Skill, Wing of Wind and Cloud. It enhances the user's wind attribute ability and speed by 50. Second Soul Skill, Transformation of Wind and Cloud. It enhances the control over the surrounding wind by 100 and the user's wind attribute by 75. Fenglinger had no intention of dragging out time. She just wanted to quickly defeat her opponent. As for failure, Fenglinger was confident she would not lose to a Soul Zone who had already consumed some of his soul power and physical strength, even if he was at level 49. Third Soul Skill, Divine Wind Great Moon. It gathers the raging winds around her wings, forming a cyan crescent. The crescent is extremely sharp, and the attack speed is very fast, comparable to an attack from a higher stage. Fenglinger had observed Mo Cheng's martial soul, the Qing Mian tongue, which is very similar to the Tianqing tongue, a control-type martial soul. However, the Qing Mian tongue has a special feature. It has a layer of something resembling cotton on its vines, which absorbs ordinary physical attacks like punches and strikes. The control of this martial soul wraps around the opponent, and the cotton-like substance makes it impossible for them to exert strength, completely enveloping them. So Fenglinger prepared to test if her cotton could counteract sharp attacks like slashes. Mo Chung looked at the attack and smiled slightly. Do you think I don't know my martial soul's weaknesses? I know its weaknesses, and of course, I will find a way to counter it. You're underestimating me. Fourth Soul Skill, Qing Mian Steel. The Qing Mian tongue becomes exceptionally hard. This fourth Soul Skill has only this effect. Although at first glance, this fourth Soul Skill seems weak and not strong at all, with such a simple effect description. One must remember that this is a fourth Soul Skill from a genius Soul Master. Most control-type fourth Soul Skills are group control or other very powerful control skills. So, would the fourth Soul Skill of a genius Soul Master trained by the Douluo Empire be weak? Of course not. The Qing Mian tongue instantly began to glow, and its hard effect made it somewhat reflective. Linger also noticed this situation but made no move, preparing to observe the effect of the soul skill. Suddenly, the divine wind Great Moon quickly struck the hardened Qing Mian tongue. Ding! Ding! The two sharp crescents bounced off the hardened Qing Mian tongue. Seeing this, Linger's eyes narrowed. This guy's fourth soul skill seems very strong, relying on a soul zone. He actually managed to withstand my third soul skill released by a Soul King. One must understand that my third soul skill surpasses most soul masters' fourth soul skills. And even some 10,000-year soul skills cannot compare to my third soul skill. He was blocked like this. Mo Chung smirked, looking at Linger hovering in the sky. Scared, huh? Since you won't take action, then I will. Third soul skill. Evergreen Entanglement. Obtained from the soul ring of the soul beast Changxin Tianlu. Instantly, countless Qing Mian tongues split off and charged towards the opponent to control them. Second soul skill. Swift Entanglement. Obtained from the soul ring of the soul beast Kuangfeng Tengman. It enhances the speed of the Qing Mian tongue when charging at the opponent and slightly increases its sharpness to control the opponent, who will be slowly cut. The Qing Mian tongue in Mo Chang's hands instantly grew taller and split into dozens of Qing Mian tongue. Linger flew in the sky, watching the Qing Mian tongue rushing towards her, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Not bad. A soul zone actually dares to directly attack me, a Soul King. Although I'm only 4 levels higher than you, I will let you know the power of a Soul King. Fourth soul skill, 10,000-mile storm. Linger, relying on the 4-winged wind bellbird, uses the surrounding raging winds to perform a range attack. Utilizing the surrounding winds, she unleashes a vast storm attack on the opponent, while the center of the storm gradually emits a pulling force, drawing the opponent towards it. Linger instantly flew into the sky, her fourth soul ring glowing with purple light. Her 2 pairs of wings seemed to grow larger and more ethereal. The 2 pairs of cyan wings spread out, and when the Qing Mian tongue approached within a certain distance, the wings suddenly flapped vigorously. Before the Qing Mian tongue could get close, it was blown back by this intense storm. At the same time, due to Linger's control, a small storm suddenly appeared a short distance in front of Mo Chung, and it was growing larger. Mo Chung looked at the storm, his pupils constricting. He could sense that although the storm looked insignificant now, it would continue to grow larger and stronger until it resembled a real storm. Mo Chung looked at Linger flying in the sky, gritting his teeth. He felt a bit awkward. His attacks were all control type, and since the opponent had taken to the air, if he attacked her, his plant-like martial soul, which was only vine-like, would easily be blown back by her raging winds. Even if he got lucky and managed to control her, it wouldn't matter. His attacks lacked power, and he wouldn't be able to hit her, while she could endure this attack and continue flying, further increasing the size of the storm. Mo Chung clenched his fists. He had no good methods left. Watching the storm grow larger, he sighed. I admit defeat. Mo Chung raised his right hand to signal Linger that he was conceding, allowing her to recall her attack. Linger, seeing this, made no move but looked towards the referee, Elder Lin, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that Mo Chung had indeed conceded, without any pretense. Linger recalled her storm and landed, taking advantage of a minute or two to rest and regain her strength. Mo Chung also directly left the stage. He had done well. After all, having successfully forced out the third strongest combat power from the Heaven Do Empire, he had done his best. As for continuing to exhaust his strength, Mo Chung had no such intention. He thought it would be better to see how the Spirit Hall would proceed next. Whether they would send out a Soul Zone to push this trouble onto the Star Luo Empire, or send out a Soul Emperor to defeat him, ensuring that his side wouldn't suffer losses. After all, his side still had a Soul Zone, followed by 3 Soul Emperors. The Spirit Hall was also almost in the same situation, only needing 4 more candidates. If the opponent sent out a Soul Zone, he could also send out his own. If the opponent then sent out another Soul Zone, even if he put forth a Soul Emperor, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, his side had 3 Soul Emperors, while the Spirit Hall only lacked 2 Soul Emperor slots at that point. However, the situation for the Heaven Do Empire might be a bit troublesome. They have only sent 3 people so far and still need 4 more. However, for the Soul Emperor, those 2 Soul Masters from the Soul Sect are dispensable, and at most, Linger might cause some trouble. After Mo Chung stepped down, Jiang Shuling, Dai Isi, and Zhu Qingyu didn't say much. They also knew that Mo Chung had less than a 10 chance of defeating Linger within a year. Even at the same level, the possibility of winning would be at most 30. After all, the 2 of them had significant soul compatibility, and even at the same level, the likelihood of winning was very low. On the other side, the members of the Spirit Hall probably realized Mo Cheng's intentions. MuLin tilted his head to look at by Xiang Tian, who should we send next? Or should we just let the Soul Emperor from the Star Luo Empire come out first? Bai Tian nodded. Let's go out last. Even if we expose ourselves, it doesn't matter. And besides, MuLin from the Heaven Do Empire probably won't come out soon. Our goal isn't to win the championship, but to have a fight with MuLin. Upon hearing this, MuLin shrugged and looked at the two Soul Masters in the competition team and the substitutes. You two can decide among yourselves who will go up. We don't expect you to defeat the Soul King on stage. Just need to wear him out a bit. The two Soul Masters didn't deliberate for long and sent the weakest one to the stage. As expected, this Soul Master only lasted 2 minutes before stepping down. Those 2 minutes were primarily spent dodging in the arena, using the speed of his martial soul. After that came the substitute from Star Luo, a 47-level assault-type Soul Master. As soon as this Soul Master came on stage, he directly clashed with Linger using his ice attribute powers. Since he wouldn't be participating in the final team competition, this was likely his only match, so he unleashed his soul power and physical strength without concern for consumption, directly engaging Linger in attribute attacks. Fortunately, ice attributes are not restrained by wind attributes and also have long-range attacks, but still a Soul King is a Soul King, and soon, this substitute was unable to hold on and was knocked off the stage. The Spirit Hall then sent out the only Soul Master they had, who was also an assault type with a fire attribute. He didn't last as long as the ice attribute's Soul Master. Although there is a method of using fire to borrow the wind strength, this fire attribute Soul Master was merely at the Soul Master level. Meanwhile, Linger had reached the Soul King level, relying on a higher level of soul power and quality, along with her martial soul superiority over that fire attribute Soul Master. Thus, in the early stages, the fire attribute Soul Master managed to hold on for a while by consuming his soul power. However, as time went on, the fire attacks he unleashed were directly blown back by Linger's wind and even strengthened by it. After these few battles, Linger was already panting on stage. Although she knew she would soon face a Soul Emperor from the Star Luo Empire, she had no intention of stepping down. She wanted to consume some of that Soul Emperor's soul power to make it easier for Linger, who would come on after her. Therefore, after winning, Linger didn't make any moves, but quickly flew to the edge of the battle arena, closed her eyes, and tried to recover her physical strength and soul power. However little it was, as long as there was some, it was enough. At this moment, in the Star Luo Empire, Jiang Shuling, Dai Isi, and Zhu Qingyu were discussing who should go on stage first. Chapter 194. Speculation about the Soul Emperor in the resting area of the Star Luo Empire team. Jiang Shuling, Dai Isi, and Zhu Qingyu were discussing who would be the best to go on stage. Why don't I just continue? I was the one who fought in the previous match anyway. If I expose a bit, then so be it. You two can continue to hide. Besides, that Linger on stage has a martial soul of the four-winged wind bellbird. If you two go up, she could just fly in the air and wear you out. My martial soul can fly as well, so I'm more suitable to go up first compared to you. Jiang Shuling said to Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu. This was actually quite reasonable, as Jiang Shuling had been the one to fight in previous matches against other academies, while Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu had remained in the second row. So, having Jiang Shuling continue to go on stage was actually good, allowing the other two to remain hidden, whether in the finals or in the match after this defeat, competing for a spot in the finals against another team. It was a team match, and having Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu hidden would slightly increase the chances of winning. Moreover, the Soul King on stage was Linger, who could fly. Among the 3 Soul Emperors remaining, only Jiang Shuling could fly, making her more suitable than Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu. However, Dai Isi disagreed upon hearing this. No, you're mistaken. Hiding is useless. The Spirit Hall still has 2 Soul Emperors, and that MuLin from the Heaven Do Empire likely has the highest soul power level among us 6. After all, he absorbs soul rings with very high age limits. His current soul ring age should not be lower than that of an average soul Douluo. So hiding isn't useful for me and Xiao Wu. You can't expect to take on all 3 Soul Emperors by yourself, right? I think the hope is slim. After all, the forces and training behind the other 3 are not weaker than yours, and they might even be slightly stronger. As for that guy on stage with the flying martial soul, so what? Xiao Wu and I have specifically trained for this. If either of us hits him with one attack, he would definitely be severely injured. Zhu Qingyu nodded upon hearing this. Therefore, I should go this time after all. Among the 3 of us, I am the weakest in one-on-one battles, but I am the fastest, making me better at consuming others' power compared to you. And the Heaven Do Empire still has a Yulinger. You both know her martial soul is of the mental type. After saying this, Zhu Qingyu smiled at the other two. In this regard, I should be more suitable than both of you. Jiang Shuling and Dai Isi fell silent in response. In that case, we're counting on you, Xiao Yu. Zhu Qingyu nodded and walked onto the stage. Zhu Qingyu, martial soul, nether spirit cat. 62 level agility, attack type, soul emperor. After Zhu Qingyu finished speaking, she directly activated her martial soul. Whiskers appeared on her pale face, and her eyes turned into cat-like pupils. Her figure became even slimmer, and her fingernails became sharper and longer. 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black appeared on her body. Fenglinger looked at Zhu Qingyu as she took to the sky again. She didn't expect to win, as she had already consumed most of her soul power in previous battles. Now, she estimated that even facing a soul master would likely lead to her defeat. Being able to last a few minutes against a soul emperor would already be impressive. Moreover, Fenglinger did not expect to wear out most of Zhu Qingyu's strength, because after her, it would be one of the 2 soul emperors from the Spirit Hall who would come on stage. If she consumed most of Zhu Qingyu's strength, the soul emperor would have an easier time and would consume less soul power. Next time, when Yulinger or MuLin is on the field, the soul power consumed will correspondingly increase. So, it will be better to casually unleash 2 moves and then concede, directly letting that soul emperor from the Spirit Hall fight against Zhu Qingyu. After all, these 2 aren't from our side, so we don't care who wins or loses. Zhu Qingyu looked at the flying Fenglinger, his fingers curling into a claw shape. Seeing this, Fenglinger immediately launched an attack. 4th soul skill, 10,000 Mile Storm. Fenglinger relied on the 4-winged wind bellbird, using the surrounding strong winds to execute a ranged attack. Using the surrounding gales, she unleashed a vast storm attack on her opponent, while the center of the storm gradually emitted a pulling force, drawing the opponent toward it. Fenglinger directly used most of her remaining strength on this move. Although it wasn't expected to deplete Zhu Qingyu's strength significantly, she couldn't just concede outright. After all, the Douluo Empire had 3 soul emperors, accounting for half of the participating soul emperors. So she aimed to wear Zhu Qingyu down a bit, allowing the next contestant from the Spirit Hall to secure victory. As for whether this move could consume a significant amount of Zhu Qingyu's power, that was wishful thinking. Zhu Qingyu was a level 9 above Fenglinger, and he was A. This move was only expected to expend some of Zhu Qingyu's stamina. Fenglinger didn't believe that a Soul King using a 1,000-year soul skill could deplete a Soul Emperor's strength significantly. Zhu Qingyu clearly saw Fenglinger's intention. After all, the moment he took the stage, she immediately summoned such a massive storm. Zhu Qingyu did not believe that she was foolish. Very few people who cultivated to the Soul Emperor level at this age were idiots. He could also tell that Fenglinger likely wanted to wear him down a bit, hoping he would end up losing to the Spirit Hall like the previous 2 level 47 Soul Zone battles. However, unfortunately for her, she was mistaken. Zhu Qingyu was very self-aware. His martial spirit was simply not on par with all the participating Soul Emperors. Furthermore, his achievement of becoming a Soul Emperor was due to his family's soul bones, meaning his innate talent was not better than theirs. Of course, they probably relied on soul bones too, but it would come down to who was favored more. Despite being the current head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qingyu did have rivals. He was well aware that his soul bones were likely the weakest among the 6 Soul Emperors present. Moreover, his influence was not comparable to the other 5. As for Dai Isi, her talent was even better than his, being the only daughter of the current emperor and a direct disciple of the old emperor on the high platform. Jiang Shuling, the only son of the current emperor's sworn brother, Duke Shuling, had apparently received immense effort and a long time for his soul bones. It was even said that Duke Shuling slaughtered a certain soul bee species within the Star Do forest for Jiang Shuling's soul bones. Therefore, Jiang Shuling's soul bones should be stronger than his as well. The remaining 3, Lin and MuLin, had elders on the high platform. Lin's grandfather, the golden crocodile Douluo, Zhu Qingyu had seen in books. He was already famous on the main road 100 years ago. After such a long time, if he didn't have any extra soul bones, that was nonsense. As for whether they were good or not, what do you think the Spirit Hall is for? A rank 98 in any force, in any era of the Spirit Hall, is absolutely high-ranking. MuLin, his soul bones must be very good, at least 70,000 years old. MuLin had previously said he was now 14 years old, but had already reached the Soul Emperor level. If he didn't have soul bones, his cultivation speed would be terrifying. As for whether his soul bones were weak soul bones for a true genius are a burden. A fire attribute soul master with full innate soul power, absorbing an ordinary 10,000-year earth attribute soul bone, would have a talent equivalent to at most a level 9 innate fire attribute soul master, because his fire attribute talent would be tainted. Therefore, to suit MuLin's innate talent, his soul bones must be at least 70,000 years old and of high quality in the gold attribute. Chapter 195. The Dignity of the Soul Emperor. Just like by Xingtian, his soul bone quality and age might be comparable to his own. After all, his father still had to consider his teammates, and since his father and the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, seemed unable to come together, he could only borrow a very small portion of the Spirit Hall's power. Looking at it this way, in terms of combat power, he was probably the weakest. Only by Xingtian or Dai Isi were slightly stronger than him. Jin Lin, Jiang Shuling, and MuLin were on the same level. As Zhu Qingyu was still pondering, he felt the pull of the storm. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he looked at the somewhat cold foam linger flying in the sky. Even if I am the weakest Soul Emperor among the 6, I am still at the Soul Emperor level, which is a full 9 levels higher than you. Using a hidden method to win like this is too embarrassing. Zhu Qingyu slightly bent his body, looking at foam linger as the storm slowly approached him. 5th Soul Skill, Nether Shadow Fong. The power of shadows enveloped his entire body, and dark shadow sickles emerged from the backs of his hands. This enhanced his speed and attack speed by 100, and during the shadow power's duration, he would take 20 less damage. The shadow sickles were exceptionally sharp, ignoring 30 of energy defenses. When damaging the enemy's body, the shadow power would gradually erode the opponent's wounds. Zhu Qingyu's first black soul ring instantly lit up, and the chilling shadow power surged from his soul, wrapping around his entire body. When the shadow power dissipated, one could see purple-black patterns appearing on Zhu Qingyu's body. His cat-like pupils covered by purple energy and a purple-black aura surrounding him. The most eye-catching were his arms. One could see that from his elbows to his middle fingers on the backs of both hands were very distinct sickle-shaped shadow powers. Foam linger. Under the gaze of those purple energy pupils, felt a wave of anxiety for some reason, though her exterior remained cold and unresponsive. Inside she was cursing. Is this guy an idiot? He only needed to dodge this move. It was just about consuming some stamina. Did he really need to use his 5th soul skill directly? Isn't the stamina and soul power he wasted even more? Is Zhu Qingyu really the cultivation fanatic? His brain isn't working properly. Although Foam Linger was cursing internally, she was visibly enhancing the power of the storm. After all, given the situation, he had directly used his 5th soul skill, presumably wanting to violently break through this storm and then attack her. Gritting her teeth, Foam Linger thought, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The frequency of her forewings flapping increased, faster and faster. Zhu Qingyu bent down, his legs slightly bent forward and backward, while his hands moved back. Whoosh! Zhu Qingyu instantly disappeared from everyone's view. The Nether Spirit Cat was originally an elite martial spirit, and with this soul skill, his speed was doubled, and while enhancing his attack speed, it also added a bit of extra speed. Moreover, those who could cultivate to the Soul Emperor level at this age certainly had their own talents. Zhu Qingyu's talent was in speed. Perhaps he was the weakest among these 6, but he was definitely the fastest. In an instant, Zhu Qingyu appeared next to the storm, looking at the storm in front of him. 3rd soul skill, Nether Slash. Both hands come together above the head, and the claws on the 10 fingers rapidly merge into a sharp blade about a foot long. After infusing it with soul power, a black light blade condenses in a straight line. When it is brought down, the destructive power is immense. It is a close-range, single-target attack skill. Although Zhu Qingyu obtained his 6th soul skill just before the match began, the 3rd soul skill has been acquired for a long time. This 6th soul skill was something Zhu Qingyu pondered over for a long time, even worrying that the old emperor would find it troublesome and not help him hunt the soul beast. So he specifically called his mother and grandfather to the forest to hunt. It just happened to be able to combine with either the modified 3rd soul skill or this 6th soul skill. Zhu Qingyu did not bring his hands together. Instead, his hands turned black, and the black light blade seemed to merge at the tips of his nails. After completing the soul skill, Zhu Qingyu charged directly into the storm. Wow, young Master Nether, what is he doing? Has he gone mad? This move alone seems to have more power than most Soul King's 5th soul skills. Even if young Master Nether is a Soul Emperor, he is just a Soul Master. How can he charge straight in? Young Master Nether is the title given to Zhu Qingyu by the Xingluo Empire. The spectators, including several Soul Masters, felt confused. The members of the Xinghua team watched as the shadow power surged into the Azure Storm, and a Soul Master from the substitute team cautiously approached. Vice Captain. The opponent Feng Linger used this move. Shouldn't she be able to just consume some stamina to dodge it? After that, the Tiando Empire's Feng Linger should be off the stage. So why is Young Master nether charging directly in? The three teams participating in the competition, apart from the true cultivation fanatics, could see the situation on the field. Feng Linger had already consumed most of her soul power in the previous battles, and her fourth soul skill, just now, had used up most of her remaining soul power. All she needed to do was evade to win. At most, it would be a bit embarrassing. But Zhu Qingyu actually charged straight in. Dai Isi glanced at him. At your age, you are still just a soul master, while Xiao Yu's already reached the soul emperor level. A soul emperor facing a severely weakened soul king still needs to rely on dodging to win? The soul master blushed upon hearing this, but said nothing. After all, the one who said this was the direct disciple of the old emperor, the only daughter of the current emperor. Jiang Shuling also said nothing. He understood that in this battle arena, with so many spectators, even a soul king fighting like this would be embarrassing. The 6 soul emperors participating could not do that. Anyone who has cultivated to the soul emperor level at this age is a true prodigy. So why shouldn't I go up? After all, you are just in the battle arena. After Zhu Qingyu charged into the storm, he did not suffer any damage due to the protective effect here. As he approached Feng Ling, the shadow power surged in his hands, and the shadow scythe became more solid. Slash! Zhu Qingyu directly tore apart the storm. Zhu Qingyu looked at Feng Linger, who showed a shocked expression. Next time, don't be so clever. Before Feng Linger could react to Zhu Qingyu's words, he did not use the scythe, but directly slapped her down. After landing, all the energy on his body slowly returned to his body. Next, it would be time to fight one of the 2 soul emperors from the Spirit Hall. It was a good opportunity to recover some stamina. Passing through the storm was still very exhausting. Chapter 196. Great Sword vs. Spirit Cat. After Feng Linger was defeated, she directly left the stage. At the last moment, she understood what Zhu Qingyu meant. She had overlooked that those who could cultivate to the Soul Emperor level at this age are definitely prodigies for various forces, and in any era, they are truly talented individuals. She was foolish to think that such a prodigy could win by relying on a more cowardly method of dodging against someone 9 levels higher than herself. After returning to the team, Feng Linger nodded to her teammates and sat down to rest. After so many matches, she had just been hit directly by the shadow power, which was quite painful. Meanwhile, on the battle arena, Bai Xingtian had taken the stage. Just as Zhu Qingyu said, Bai Xingtian's true combat power was actually a bit lower than Jin Lin's, and Zhu Qingyu's speed was not slow. Bai Xingtian was still more suitable to fight against. Bai Xingtian, Martial Soul, Gungjin Great Sword, 62nd level strong attack system, Soul Emperor. Since Zhu Qingyu had introduced him before, there was no need for another introduction. The two faced each other from a distance in the battle arena. Suddenly, Bai Xingtian and Zhu Qingyu's first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously. First soul skill, Gungjin's Edge, increases the sharpness of the Gungjin Great Sword by 100, attack range by 50. Second soul skill, Gungjin's Benefit, increases attack speed by 100 when using the Gungjin Great Sword, defense penetration by 50, and Gungjin power by 50. The gray-white Great Sword in Bai Xingtian's hand shone even brighter under the sun. First soul skill, Nether Stab. The claws suddenly extend, doubling in speed, quickly stabbing the opponent. Close-range single target attack skill. Second soul skill, Nether Hunter Claws. Using rapid body rotation and the sharp penetrating power of cat claws, attack the same spot on the enemy over 100 times in an extremely short time, with high speed and strong destructive power. Close-range single target attack skill. After launching Nether Hunter Claws, Zhu Qingyu's attacks carry a piercing effect, as long as he leaves a wound on the opponent, even if the wound is not deep. The soul power will seep in, wildly destroying the opponent's meridians. The two skills Zhu Qingyu used have been slightly modified by him, no longer being true close-range single-target attack soul skills, but rather being transformed into short-duration enhancement soul skills. The first soul skill was roughly modified to enhance a certain attack range, increase speed by 100, and enhance attack speed. The second soul skill was roughly modified to enhance control over the body and increase attack power. At the same time, enhance his intuition, making subsequent attacks easier to hit the opponent's weak points. One could see that the claws on Zhu Qingyu's hands appeared longer, and even their sharpness seemed to rival that of Bai Xingtian's Gungjin Greatsword. But of course, this was just an illusion. Since both were Soul Emperors at the 62nd level, they were just trying to use their first and second soul skills to test each other. Zhu Qingyu and Bai Shengtian charged forward simultaneously. Of course, due to the Gungjin greatsword in by Shengtian's hand, Zhu Qingyu did not foolishly try to block the opponent's Gungjin greatsword with his hands or claws. That would not be bravery. That would be foolishness. It's important to know that Bai Shengtian's Gungjin greatsword belonged to the 95th level Super Douluo Bai Yao, whose martial soul had been transformed from a divine battlesword. It was a favorable mutation that turned its divine attributes into extremely sharp metal attributes. Although it was not the ultimate gold, it was not far behind in sharpness. No one present would have the guts to barehandedly block this greatsword. Bai Shengtian swung the greatsword in his hand, while Zhu Qingyu, in the meantime, dodged while using his claws to scratch the opponent. Both sides exchanged blows, with Bai Shengtian wielding the massive Gungjin greatsword, even forcing out strands of sword energy with its sharpness. The ground where the two fought had been cut with countless cracks. However, the side effects of the great sword were quite evident. Although sharp, its large size indicated that it was relatively heavy. Bai Shengtian was up against Zhu Qingyu, a top-tier agility attack type soul master from one of the continent's leading families, which had produced many Title Douluos. Zhu Qingyu was one of the most talented of recent generations. This led to the fact that Bai Shengtian, despite his flashy style, had not managed to injure Zhu Qingyu at all. In contrast, Zhu Qingyu, who appeared simple and unadorned, was able to make Bai Shengtian appear somewhat disheveled with mere elbow strikes and claw attacks. At this point in the battle, Bai Shengtian realized that getting too close was not advantageous for him. Normally it wouldn't matter, but against an opponent like Zhu Qingyu, a soul master with extraordinary talent, it was quite uncomfortable. When Zhu Qingyu injured Bai Shengtian once again, even attempting to directly claw into Bai Shengtian's body, Bai Shengtian raised his great sword and executed a crescent slash. Zhu Qingyu had to retreat to avoid the attack, but during his retreat, perhaps by accident, he tore Bai Shengtian's clothing. Bai Shengtian's upper body was exposed, revealing numerous scars from battles he had participated in while hunting evil soul masters with MuLin and his father's soul hunting team. His resolute face conveyed the sharpness of the great sword, and his explosively muscular physique, honed through rigorous training since childhood, was marked with scars that testified to his achievements. Unsurprisingly, some of the more bashful female spectators around covered their faces and opened their fingers, pretending to scream. Bai Shengtian had never experienced such a scene, especially not at the elite soul master competition in the Star Luo Empire, where the audience was undoubtedly the largest ever. There were many girls. Bai Shengtian's face turned red, and his body trembled with anger. He raised the Gungjin greatsword, trembling as he pointed it at Zhu Qingyu. You're looking for death. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Howl slash. Using the Gungjin greatsword, he instantly unleashed a powerful slash. The attack transformed into a majestic white tiger made of extreme sharpness, which would intimidate the enemy, causing them to be sluggish in defense or attack for a period of time, depending on the disparity between both sides and the will of the opponent. Upon hitting the enemy, it would unleash triple damage, one from the white tiger's impact energy, one from the extreme sharpness that composed the white tiger, and one from the mental damage of the white tiger's majesty. Bai Shengtian raised the Gungjin greatsword and, with all his strength, delivered a downward white tiger slash. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyu knew he couldn't explain it. He couldn't attack, couldn't defend, and couldn't even dodge. Fourth soul skill, Nether Shadow Pursuit. The power of the Nether enveloped him, doubling his speed in the dark. If there were shadows nearby, he could consume some of his soul power to shift to the shadow. Side effect, during the shift, he had to endure the pressure from the ground, which caused pain to his mental energy. The further the distance, the greater the soul power consumption. In an instant, Zhu Qingyu seemed to be washed over by the power of the Nether, his aura becoming slightly strange. Watching the white tiger howl slash rushing towards him, Zhu Qingyu smirked slightly. You really underestimate me, don't you? My fiancée is Dai Ec, with a white tiger martial soul. Her teacher is a 95th level Super Douluo with a white tiger martial soul. I'm quite familiar with the white tiger, so you can't intimidate me. Without using the special effects of his soul skill, Zhu Qingyu easily dodged the attack, relying only on the power boost from his soul skill. However, it had been mentioned that those who could cultivate to the Soul Emperor at this age, aside from combat fanatics, were not foolish. Even among those who reached Soul Emperor at this age, they were undoubtedly top-tier geniuses with their own special talents. Zhu Qingyu was very fast. Thus, Bai Shengtian, wielding a great sword and having participated in his father's team to hunt evil soul masters, had a good instinct for combat. As Bai Shangtian executed the White Tiger Howl Slash, he focused his mind on Zhu Qingyu's legs, observing how he exerted force and in which direction. The moment Zhu Qingyu dodged the White Tiger Howl Slash, Bai Shangtian's eyes lit up and he charged forward. Fifth soul skill, Golden Soul Slash. It activated the golden power within his martial soul, enhancing its hardness and sharpness by 100, with the golden attribute further boosting sharpness by an additional 50. Furthermore, when hitting the enemy, many would feel excruciating pain, causing slight mental damage. The Gongjin Great Sword in Bai Shangtian's hands transformed from grayish-white to a deep golden color due to the influence of the fifth soul ring. Although Bai Shangtian's idea was good and the boost was high, it did not enhance his speed. While Bai Shangtian had trained his speed intentionally, what could compare to Zhu Qingyu, who specialized in speed? As Bai Shangtian activated his fifth soul ring, Zhu Qingyu instantly noticed him. Seeing Bai Shangtian holding the deep golden greatsword, he knew exactly what he was planning. Fifth soul skill, Nether Shadow Fong. The power of shadows enveloped his entire body, and shadow sickles sprouted from the backs of both hands. This enhanced his speed and attack speed by 100, and during the duration of his shadow power, he took 20 less damage. The shadow sickles were exceptionally sharp, ignoring 30 of energy defenses, and when they inflicted damage on the enemy's flesh, the shadow power would slowly erode the opponent's wounds. With purple-black patterns appearing on him, Zhu Qingyu raised his two shadow sickles and engaged Bai Shangtian in battle. As they approached a certain distance, Bai Shangtian swung the deep golden greatsword. After all, when he had only used the first and second soul skills in battle, it had been evident that close combat was very unfavorable for him. Zhu Qingyu's speed was too effective against the length of the greatsword. Maintaining a certain distance was the best way to utilize the greatsword, which was one of Bai Shangtian's most common strategies against beast martial souls, especially agility-type ones. The deep golden greatsword swung toward Zhu Qingyu in an instant, but Zhu Qingyu did not panic. He immediately raised his hand and countered with the shadow sickle. With a clash, the Gongjin greatsword and the shadow sickle crossed each other. However, if one had keen eyesight, they could still see that there seemed to be a crack on the shadow sickle in Zhu Qingyu's right hand. Zhu Qingyu also noticed the crack on his shadow sickle and lowered his gaze to look at the Gongjin greatsword. Unexpectedly, this sword is so sharp that my shadow scythe has cracked for the first time. I need to be careful from now on. Although the crack on the shadow scythe is not very noticeable, her opponent, Bai Shangtian, quickly spotted it since he was focused on her. Taking advantage of the situation, Bai Shangtian immediately swung the Gongjin great sword his hand toward her. In the audience, Dai Isi, who was particularly concerned about Zhu Qingyu, quickly noticed the crack on her shadow scythe. Xiao Wu is in danger. Jiang Shuling squinted upon hearing this. He prepared to observe closely. After all, from the recent battle, he could only see that Zhu Qingyu was somewhat suppressed, and the danger shouldn't be too severe. On the stage, Zhu Qingyu and Bai Shangtian fought for a while. Jiang Shuling also noticed that every time the shadow scythe on her arms collided with the Gongjin greatsword, a subtle crack appeared. However, a crack is a crack. It cannot be ignored just because it is not very obvious. Having cracks means that Zhu Qingyu's attacks are significantly weaker compared to Bai Shangtian's. It can only be said that it truly is an extremely sharp metal-type martial soul. Although it is not as strong as the Ultimate Gold, at least it is among the extremely sharp variants of Ultimate Gold. Dai Isi frowned beside him and nodded subconsciously after hearing Jiang Shuling's words. Yes. Now we can only hope that the soul bones on her will be weaker. Otherwise, Xiao Yu's chances of winning are less than 20%. Jiang Shuling did not respond because the situation was indeed as Dai Isi said. Currently, Zhu Qingyu was relying solely on her speed, which was why she had a 20% chance of winning. In the audience area of the Tiando Empire, MuLin leaned his right hand against the armrest of his chair, tilting his head against his right fist. Zhu Qingyu is in danger. It is estimated that after a few more moves, the shadow size on her arms will disappear. Qian Rushue showed no expression upon hearing this, but if one looked closely, they could see that his gaze was fixed on Zhu Qingyu's shadow scythe. Indeed, there are quite a few cracks now. On the battlefield, Zhu Qingyu was breathing heavily, standing at the edge of the fighting area. The shadow size on her arms were already covered with numerous cracks, and some soul masters in the audience with a bit of soul power could notice these cracks. Forget it, I never planned to win anyway, and besides, I'm not a single combat soul master. Sixth soul skill, Nether Shadow Connection. Created from the hunting of a mutated three-headed shadow fox. The body transforms into connected afterimages. Each subsequent afterimage's attack power decreases by 10% compared to the previous one, with a total of 10 afterimages. As long as the main body hits, the subsequent afterimage's attacks cannot be avoided. Due to the mutation of the soul beast, the soul ring has a special effect. After the phantom hits the enemy, it will put the enemy into an illusion. Soul bone technique. Shadow Hunter God Slayer. Zhu family's inherited left leg bone. In an instant, it enhances one's explosive power, fully applied to the attack, concentrating all soul power into the left leg, amplified by the soul bone, transforming into a battle blade as thin as a cicada's wing for a linear single-target attack. Chapter 198, Great Sword Victory. Sixth Soul Skill, Nether Shadow Connection. Created from the hunting of a mutated three-headed shadow fox. The body transforms into connected afterimages. Each subsequent afterimage's attack power decreases by 10% compared to the previous one, with a total of 10 afterimages. As long as the main body hits, the subsequent afterimage's attacks cannot be avoided. Due to the mutation of the soul beast, the soul ring has a special effect. After the phantom hits the enemy, it will put the enemy into an illusion. Soul bone technique. Shadow Hunter God Slayer. Zhu family's inherited left leg bone. In an instant, it enhances one's explosive power fully applied to the attack, concentrating all soul power into the left leg, amplified by the soul bone, transforming into a battle blade as thin as a cicada's wing for a linear single-target attack. Having reached this point, to gain a mere 20% chance of victory, I can only fight with all my might. 10 afterimages appear beside Zhu Qingyu, seemingly try to merge together but being separated by some irresistible force. At the same time, a ghostly light emanated from her left leg, as if it were gathering something. Bai Xingtian could sense a threat just from looking at this light. Zhu Qingyu's existing amplification had not yet disappeared, and she instantly surged forward using the explosive power granted by the soul bone technique. Bai Xingtian watched as Zhu Qingyu vanished, feeling an even stronger sense of threat, his eyes flashing with cold light. Sixth Soul Skill, Dragon Breaks Gold. Refining the containers within the sixth soul ring into extremely sharp soul power, merging it with his own metal-type soul power on the great sword, manifesting Soul Ring 1, dragon-shaped golden sword shadows. Once the Gung Jin Great Sword hits the enemy, the sword shadow will directly penetrate the enemy's wound for secondary damage. Bai Xingtian raised the Gung Jin Great Sword in his hand, and it had now turned silver-white, with 6 dragon-shaped golden sword shadows appearing around it. Bai Xingtian wanted to capture Zhu Qingyu's trace, but unfortunately, the amplification from his own power and the explosive force from using the soul bone made it impossible for him to catch her with his eyes. Below the battlefield, MuLin frowned as he saw Bai Xingtian trying to capture Zhu Qingyu's trace. Xiao Bai was anxious. Now, they could only see how the soul bone given by Uncle Bai Yao would perform. Otherwise, no matter how great the power was, it would be useless if it couldn't hit the target. In contrast, Dai Isi from the Xingluo Empire showed a hint of joy upon seeing the situation. There's a chance the one called by Shang Tian can't keep up with Xiao Yu's speed at all, and since he has a weapon martial soul, his defense isn't that high either. Xiao Yu has a chance to win. Jiang Shuling only smiled and nodded after hearing this, without saying anything. However, his gaze remained on the two on stage, still filled with lingering worry. Bai Shangtian, level 95 Super Daw, the only son of Bai Yao, who is the captain of a soul hunting team specifically tasked with hunting evil soul masters. It is rumored that Bai Shangtian has undergone training. He has never faced a situation like this before. Does Bai Yao not know how to help his son? Still, considering that this year's competition has the Zhu family's eldest son, who possesses the Zhu family's inherited soul bone, one cannot be too optimistic and must remain cautious. After using the sixth soul skill, Bai Shangtian's sense of threat grew even stronger. He was about to strike. Bai Shangtian glanced at Daisi, who was showing a hint of joy below, and Jiang Shuling, who was smiling. No, the Xingluo Empire still has 2 soul emperors. If there are trump cards, they should be used. Soul bone technique. Heavenly gold wolf soul. Right leg bone soul skill. Summons a 30,000-year-old heavenly gold wolf king. 3 5,000-year-old heavenly gold wolves. And 5 500-year-old heavenly gold wolves. Soul beasts need at least 3 months to recover after death. Can also be hunted for double the years, or the same year's same type soul beast directly for recovery. Can share 5 senses with a specific soul beast. Heavenly gold wolf. A metal type wolf soul beast with keen senses. due to its metal attribute and soul beast type. Its attack and defense are among the upper tier for soul beasts of the same age, with exceptional speed. Heavenly Gold Wolf King fully enhances the attributes of the Heavenly Gold Wolf. At the same time, the more Heavenly Gold Wolves around, the greater the amplification. This is a soul bone obtained by Yao after leading a team to annihilate a gang led by a soul, Douluo, with the evil spirit of Contra. This soul bone is very suitable for Bai Shangtian, who has slightly weaker perception, so Bai Yao exchanged it for his son. Suddenly, 9 heavenly golden wolves appeared on the battlefield, with the leading one being comparable in size to a rockery. These 9 heavenly golden wolves occupied almost half of the combat area, with the Wolf King occupying nearly 1/3 of the space. The sudden appearance of the heavenly golden wolves disrupted the minds of the surrounding audience. After all, 9 soul beasts appeared at once, one of which was clearly of the 10,000-year level. Who wouldn't be afraid? Zhu Qingyu was also shaken, and as a result, Bai Shangtian directly spotted him. Attack! The 9 soul beasts charged directly at Zhu Qingyu. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyu cursed inwardly. Bai Yao really loves his son. He even gave him this soul bone, which is a trump card at lower levels and can still be a powerful move at higher levels. Moreover, if Zhu Qingyu's perception wasn't wrong, the leading soul beast was at least 30,000 years old. At this level, only a soul sage would have the courage to challenge him, and even then, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. Additionally, Zhu Qingyu noticed that Bai Shangtian and the leading heavenly golden wolf king seemed to be connected by a white line, which surely had a special function. I was wrong. This soul bone must be fantastic. No, if I delay any longer, I'll run out of stamina. The heavenly golden wolf's sense of smell is too constraining for me. No matter how fast I am, they can detect where I am. Zhu Qingyu instantly appeared beside Bai Shangtian and delivered a downward strike. However, unfortunately, the heavenly golden wolf king had already sensed Zhu Qingyu's position. Bai Shangtian, who shared the 5 senses with the heavenly golden wolf king, naturally also discovered Zhu Qingyu's location. Bai Shangtian raised the Gung Jin greatsword in his hand and executed a sideways slash. Upon seeing the silver-white great sword coming toward him, Zhu Qingyu dared not continue. He didn't know if his downward strike could kill Bai Shangtian, but this great sword would certainly cleave him in half. As for whether Bai Shangtian dared to do it with a 98th level golden crocodile Douluo still on the high platform, do you think Bai Shangtian would hesitate? What you said is very familiar. You mentioned putting him under some kind of confinement or punishment, but after returning, he would definitely be rewarded madly. Relying on the explosive power of soul supplementation, he forcibly twisted his waist to dodge this attack. Zhu Qingyu was willing to evade, but Bai Shangtian was not willing to let him escape so easily. However, the Gung Jin great sword couldn't be redirected, but he still had his hands. Bai Shangtian directly reached out and grabbed Zhu Qingyu's right leg, causing Zhu Qingyu's expression to change. Bai Shangtian swung Zhu Qingyu down to the ground as if he were wielding a great sword to cut through the air, and then, taking advantage of Zhu Qingyu's momentary lack of reaction, he threw him off the stage. Chapter 199. Angry soul sound wave. Zhu Qingyu being thrown off the stage by Shangtian already meant he had lost, and next. It was time for the personnel from the Tiando Empire to take the stage. Sitting next to Qian Renshua, MuLin turned to Yulinger beside him and asked, Xiao Linga, are you going to take the stage next? If it's really not possible, I can go after all that guy. Before he could finish his sentence, MuLin swallowed his words back because he saw Yulinger had already prepared to go down. You need to be careful. The last time you fought against those from the Spirit Hall, you defeated 5 soul ancestors and even severely injured 1 soul king at the level of soul ancestor. The person from the Spirit Hall in the audience will definitely have tactics targeting you, so be careful. Yulinger nodded upon hearing this, but it was obvious she didn't believe it, because that guy on the field had already used all 6 soul rings and soul skills, and even his soul bone abilities, unless he had a head soul bone left. But the possibility of that was very low. Most of the soul bones given in advance are for limbs. The head and torso bones are crucial soul bone positions that are usually only given after those individuals have hunted enough soul rings. And only after reaching the Title Douluos level will they receive these 2 soul bones as gifts. This is because soul bones and soul rings drop together, and their combination is even more powerful. The soul skills granted by the soul bones and soul rings might even be combinable. If one were to give a head soul bone or torso bone as a gift, buddy, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the soul bones for these 2 positions are of very high age, and the soul beasts from which they originated are very suitable for this person. If both conditions are met, they would be given these 2 soul bones in advance. The second is that a person can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring level but lacks sufficient spiritual power, in which case there is a certain chance that they will be given a head soul bone. Of course, this is premised on the condition that your family or your elders have surplus head soul bones. Otherwise, generally speaking, once someone obtains a head soul bone, they will absorb it directly because head and torso bones are too important and the chance of them dropping is relatively small. As for Bai Shangtian on the field, he has already been given a leg soul bone by his father. If he were to be given a head soul bone as well, it would be too indulgent. Moreover, head soul bones are extremely important because in this era without any cultivation methods for spiritual power, head soul bones are the only effective way to enhance spiritual power. They can significantly increase a person's ability to resist illusions. Therefore, once a head soul bone is obtained, it is generally absorbed directly and not handed over or reserved for the next generation. After all, it is too important. Unless the next generation's talent is exceptionally good, far exceeding that of their elders, then it is possible to leave the soul bone for them. Yu Ling'er slowly walked onto the battlefield, looking at the 9 soul beasts that had not disappeared, frowning slightly without saying anything. She also knew that in this one-on-one duel, there was no mandatory requirement to clear the field, so it was understandable that the 9 soul beasts had not disappeared. Yu Ling'er, Martial Soul, Illusionary Sound Guqin. Level 58 Control System Battle Soul King. After the introduction, Yu Ling'er quickly used her soul skill because the scene on the field was still quite challenging for her. Who knows if those 9 soul beasts have emotions? If they don't, then it would be difficult for her. Third soul skill, Yearning Magic Sound. Playing the Guqin emits a magic sound that makes the opponent uncontrollably yearn for someone or something upon hearing it. Yu Ling'er quickly played the Illusionary Sound Guqin, releasing waves of magic sound. Bai Shangtian had no intention of blocking it. After all, he couldn't ruin his hearing for the sake of a match. However, he simply had the few hundred-year-old Heavenly Golden Wolves and the 2,000-year-old Heavenly Golden Wolves protect him closely. The leading Heavenly Golden Wolf King and another 1,000-year-old Heavenly Golden Wolf still bared their teeth at Yu Ling'er. Seeing this, Yu Ling'er frowned. Did the summoned soul beasts really lack emotions? Could it be that this soul bone summoned the soul beasts like Kong Lao's summons? No. One of the soul beasts protecting Bai Shangtian seemed to have changed its expression slightly, seeing that these soul beasts made no move. Yu Ling'er stopped using that soul skill. Although this move seemed capable of controlling Bai Shangtian, those 9 soul beasts that couldn't be controlled were still a threat to him. After all, his soul skill is mainly control, which means he has only a few soul skills with just 1 or 2 attacks. How could he possibly defeat him among a 30,000-year soul beast, 35,000-year soul beasts, and 500-year soul beasts? First soul skill, Sadness Sound Blade. Playing the Guqin, he can unleash sound blades to attack opponents, and a single sound blade can evoke the sadness in the opponent's heart. In an instant, Yu Ling'er changed her tactic and played a series of sound blades. Except for the 30,000-year soul beast and the 25,000-year soul beast that followed him, the soul beast protecting Bai Shangtian directly stepped forward to block these sound blades. After receiving this attack, those soul beasts actually changed their expressions, seemingly feeling very uncomfortable. And this discomfort looked very much like it was caused by sadness. This soul beast has emotions, so the previous demonic sound. Because I made them cut off their hearing with soul power, your soul skill has only that direct attack with a trace of control effect for other attacks. I cannot hear them. How can you control me? Bai Shangtian had already broken free from Yu Ling'er's control, opening his eyes to look at Yu Ling'er, who had a pale face. Yu Ling'er, a top-tier mental control soul master, uses Guqin music to induce mental control. As long as I cannot hear it, the control effect you can achieve is minimal. This is also a rare, fatal flaw of your martial soul. Although I cannot cut off my hearing, I can make my summoned beasts cut it off and let them protect me. In this case, for a soul master like you with little offensive power, you are already very dangerous. Seeing this situation, Yu Ling'er was not ready to admit defeat. Even if she failed, she wanted to take a piece of your flesh. Since pure Guqin music cannot control you, then I will attack directly. Fourth soul skill, Rage Soul Soundwave. Playing at a fast pace, consuming a massive amount of her soul power to unleash sound waves that directly hit the opponent. Those covered by the sound waves will slowly have their mental strength worn down by anger. Intense Guqin music surged from the Illusion Sound Guqin, and it was clear to see that red waves resembling musical notes were flowing out and spreading in all directions. Upon seeing this, all the teachers present stood up, using their soul power to isolate these sound waves in the center of the battlefield. When Bai Xiangtian and the 9 heavenly golden wolves were surrounded by these sound waves, they could clearly feel a bit drowsy and slightly angry, and the anger was growing. Bai Xiangtian saw this, and his expression changed. He quickly used all his enhancement soul skills and charged forward with the heavenly golden wolf king and the 8 heavenly golden wolves. Chapter 200, Mysterious Fragments. Bai Xiangtian saw this situation. His expression changed, and he quickly used all his enhancement soul skills, charging forward with the heavenly golden wolf king and the 8 heavenly golden wolves. Yuling, seeing this, also decided to use her attacking soul skills. First soul skill, Sadness Sound Blade. Playing the Guqin, she can unleash sound blades to attack opponents. And a single sound blade can evoke the sadness in the opponent's heart. Yuling used the secret technique she learned in her previous life, using 2 damaging soul skills simultaneously. She consumed all her remaining soul power without regard for the cost. It should be noted that Yuling had just entered the arena, and such a reckless use of all her soul power indicates how high the density and damage of the attack would be. Bai Xiangtian could not dodge at all and could only be attacked by those sound blades and sound waves. Below the stage, MuLin shook his head at this situation. The Spirit Hall has such methods, so the previous ranks behind the Douluo Empire would probably not know how to deal with this. Qianrenxue did not turn her head, but directly said, "It's probably a soul bone. You may not know, but Zhu Qingyu's mother is a survivor of a destroyed clan. The reason her clan was exterminated was likely because they possessed a very high-age head soul bone." MuLin turned to Qianrenxue and said, "According to what you said, this head soul bone should be on the current Ghost King's head. Otherwise, why would this Ghost King marry that troublesome woman? I can't believe they wouldn't know the principle of cutting the grass, but not the roots. Spring wind blows, and it grows again. So it's just a possibility." Qianrenxue continued to observe Bai Xiangtian, who seemed a bit disheveled, and said, "But you should know that Jiang Shuling's father has just risen, and Dai Ec is highly regarded. After 9 soul rings, if there is no head bone, they would try every means to get her a high-age one. So the only one left for the head soul bone is Zhu Qinyu, which might be able to withstand Yuling." After speaking, Qianrenxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, turned to smile at MuLin. "You should know that Yuling's strongest ability is still using her Guqin music, making each of her soul skills a group control, and the Douluo Empire's team, because it has Dai Ec and Zhu Qinyu, is also strongest in team battles, so they cannot neglect her." MuLin shrugged and said, "Defending against Yuling is useless. I'm already at this level. The path I've taken is also similar, and you should know that for me. This kind of team battle is actually not much different from a one-on-one fight, especially when everyone is not as strong as me." Qianrenxue did not refute, knowing that MuLin, due to the quality of his martial soul and his martial soul's second awakening skill, had a physical quality that surpassed many Title Douluos. It was hard for the others to break through his defenses, and she truly didn't know how this 14-year-old guy leveled up so quickly. Could it be that MuLin really is from the Golden God lineage and experienced the divine test early, which is why he levels up so fast and has such strong physical quality? Qianrenxue had learned that the early stages of the divine test seemed to focus on physical quality assessments, while the two were talking below the stage. The winner had already been decided on stage. Yuling had been surrounded by 9 heavenly golden wolves, and Bai Xiangtian had the Gung Jin greatsword pressed against Yuling's neck. Yuling retracted her martial soul and raised her hands to indicate surrender. Surrender. Bai Xiangtian retracted the Gung Jin greatsword, its tip resting on the ground, leaning against the hilt, even sitting on one of the heavenly golden wolves' backs. In this battle, Bai Xiangtian was also drenched in sweat from Yuling's Guqin music, and he could still feel an unusual pain in his head. Yuling looked at the heavenly golden wolves that made way for her to exit the stage and directly walked back. At the same time, Jinlin noticed something was off with Bai Xiangtian, leaning against the sword hilt and even sitting on the back of the heavenly golden wolf. "Bai Xiangtian, you should come down." Bai Xiangtian heard Jinlin's words, looked over, and did not speak, but simply waved his hand. Jinlin insisted and did not continue speaking, but walked over to Bai Yao. "Uncle Bai Yao, let Bai Xiangtian come down. You can see he is not right. There is no need to waste his potential for a match." Bai Yao nodded slightly and instantly appeared next to Bai Xiangtian. "Let us go. Where do you want me to carry you?" Bai Xiangtian saw his father come over, frowned, and said softly, "I can still continue fighting." Bai Yao shook his head. "In your condition, the person coming up one T even move, you have to come down." Hearing this, Bai Xiangtian directly shouted, although due to his discomfort, his shout was quite small, "Don't worry about me. I can still continue fighting." Even the few nearby heavenly gold wolves showed their teeth. Seeing this, Bai Yao squinted his eyes. It seems that the little girl who just left the arena is really excellent at controlling her emotions. Bai Yao could also tell that his son was affected by other soul skills. So he didn't say anything but looked at the referee. Bai Shangtian admits defeat in this match. After saying that, he directly took Bai Shangtian back, wanting to ensure that his son wouldn't suffer any after effect from this match. In a forest elder, a bloodied soul master, missing an arm and with a leg injured, approached an elderly man in a purple robe whose face was covered in wrinkles. The elderly man frowned upon seeing the soul master. Why are you alone? Were you ambushed? The soul master raised his head. It was the flying soul sage who had previously confronted MuLin. Although this soul master was missing a leg, he still knelt directly on the ground. Almost to be said that way. Hearing this, the elderly man's face showed displeasure. What do you mean by almost? Being ambushed means being ambushed. Not being ambushed means not being ambushed. What does almost mean? The soul master trembled at the elderly man's angry voice. Yes, it's because we were ambushed when we were returning. The elderly man showed a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Ambushed on the way back? What were you doing coming back? Weren't you supposed to look for talented martial souls that are highly compatible with us? Did you find one with great talent? The soul master swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and said, you could say that because we discovered a soul master whose power was very similar to what you, Elder, use. Although he is only a soul emperor now, the trace of purple soul power he used gave all of us a strong sense of impending death. After saying this, the soul master raised his head, and I clearly saw that when he used that move, the Title Douluos of the three major powers instinctively frowned. Upon hearing this, the elderly man took out a fragment. Look, is the purple energy you mentioned very similar to the energy on this fragment? Saying this, the elderly man used his soul power to activate the fragment's power. It was clear to see that the fragment emitted bursts of purple light. Under the illumination of this power, everything around seemed to be driven away. Chapter 201. The confused little guy under the illumination of this purple light. The soul master instinctively trembled. He had a feeling that if he were directly harmed by this power, he would definitely die. There was no second possibility. He would definitely die. The soul master suddenly caught a glimpse of the elderly man's dangerously changing expression. His body shook violently, and his head hit the ground. Yes. It's true. In my perception, these two energies are very similar. The elderly man in the purple robe seemed to have heard something happy upon hearing this, and his wrinkled face revealed a terrifying smile. Good, huh? Go and rest. We will set off for the Douluo Empire's Tiger Roar City in 3 days. The soul master didn't dare to say anything and could only return trembling. In the depths of the forest, the elderly man in the purple robe stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down at something. Around him, some individuals who looked rather evil were arriving one after another. For example, one person was eating meat, and the leg he held looked suspiciously like a human leg. Or the person sitting cross-legged meditating outside. He had a large flag behind him. This looked quite ordinary. But the most sinister part was that the flag was inscribed with 9 vividly depicted little babies. The only one who didn't look so evil was a robust man standing at the front, wrapped in animal skins, with his limbs adorned with what looked like beast teeth. No one else appeared to be good. These people gave a bad first impression to the common folk, or normal people. After a while, the elderly man in the purple robe turned his body. Everyone, the main goal this time is just to capture one person, a soul emperor level. After the elderly man in the purple robe finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Everyone present did not believe this old man's nonsense. Capturing just one soul emperor. Why are you calling us? The elderly man in the purple robe obviously knew this reasoning. Of course, there are definitely other reasons. Yinsong, come up and share the information. The flying soul sage jumped from the back to the front, looked at the gathered big shots, swallowed hard, and nervously said, the kid we plan to capture this time should be able to fight a soul sage. He has 2 Title Douluos behind him. One is watching from a high platform with the old emperor of the Tiando Empire, and the other is an ordinary Title Douluo. However, we were ambushed by the Spirit Hall's holy hunting team on our way back, so before he could finish, the soul master eating meat interrupted directly. You didn't collect information, did you? As a participant in the Spirit Hall, there's one called Bai Shangtian. His father is Bai Yao, and you actually dare to go to Douluo City. Moreover, he is only the deputy captain. The captain is the grandson of that old fellow Gene Crocodile from the Spirit Hall's second offering, so that old guy should also be there. How dare you go to Tiger Roar City? After the soul master was interrupted, he didn't dare to speak. They hadn't exposed themselves, and he couldn't gather information. After all, his group was just small fries, not the main leader, and they had no specialized organization for gathering information. How would they know? Seeing this situation, the elderly man in the purple robe waved his hand. All right, I'll just say it directly. This time, our target is a Soul Sage level combatant. He has 2 Title Douluos behind him. The leading teacher at most has a Soul Douluo level power, along with soldiers from the Tindo Empire and other teachers or deans from various academies. The goal is just to capture him. Nothing else is needed. As for the rewards, before he could finish speaking, the elderly man in the purple robe took out a skull resembling that of a soul beast from his soul guide. This is the skull of an 80,000-year-old ghost emperor crocodile that I hunted when I traveled the seas. Whoever can bring this kid to me, this soul bone will belong to them. Of course, I won't let everyone here work for nothing, as the next time you need to split a soul, you can call me and I'll help you hunt. After saying this, the elderly man in the purple robe took out 3 more soul bones from his soul guide. These 3 were a 50,000-year-old gold-eating beast torso bone, a 60,000-year-old ghost shadow illusion fox left arm bone, and a 65,000-year-old diamond violent ape left arm bone. As long as that kid is captured, these 3 soul bones will definitely be given to you 3. The man meditating under the big flag opened his eyes. The one eating meat stopped eating, and the man wrapped in animal skins also opened his eyes. It seems that the kid has a big secret. The old man in the purple robe didn't hide it after hearing this. Indeed, there's a secret, but I'm the only one here who can explain it. The other soul masters present showed greedy expressions towards the 3 soul bones, but they did not take any action. They all knew how big the gap was between themselves and these few people. All right, Wu swear by my martial soul, evil god bad emperor, that once that little guy is captured, these soul bones will be given to you. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A martial soul oath cannot be violated, and if it is not fulfilled, the martial soul would surely shatter. With this foundation, everyone had to say that although they were all evil people, they were really very motivated right now. After all, even if that kid had a huge secret that we couldn't figure out, it was still not as good as the 4 soul bones in that old guy's hands. As for surrounding and killing that old man to snatch the soul bones from his soul guide, perhaps together they could really defeat him. But his martial soul is the bad emperor, and he can run. MuLin, who was sitting in the audience, was already a bit drowsy. There was no way around it. After watching for a while, it would be 2 people, and next would be 2 from the Martial Soul Hall and the Douluo Empire. From watching their battles earlier, MuLin didn't sense any danger at all. MuLin realized that he was currently on a different level compared to the participants present. In terms of basic attributes, he was far superior to those people. So boring. I yawn. He confirmed this and turned to look at MuLin, who was yawning. If you're tired, you can sleep on my shoulder for a while. I guess you've noticed that there is quite a gap between you and these people. I really don't know how you level up so quickly and how you'll fight later. MuLin shrugged upon hearing this, closed his eyes, and leaned his head on the shoulder of Xiao, who was disguised as ShootsHis. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm cultivating so fast. I don't have any goals, at most just that guy. Xiao's eyes flickered upon hearing this. She knew who MuLin was talking about. It was ShootsHis, and because of him, his family was exterminated. However, now she had refrained from taking action for her own career. Otherwise, there would really be no target. Such a confused little guy. Chapter 202, The Battle of Crocodile and Tiger. 1. On the battlefield. Daisi from the Douluo Empire and Lin from the Martial Soul Hall stepped onto the stage. Daisi, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 62nd level Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Lin, Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King, 63rd level Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Daisi's muscles bulged. Her soft golden hair instantly transformed into a black and white mix with white as the main color. A king character pattern appeared on her forehead. Her hands doubled in size. Covered in white fur, with claws protruding like short daggers up to 8 inches long, and her eyes turned into a deep blue. Lin instantly developed some crocodile scales on his body, a tail, and scales emerging from his spine, forming the tail of a crocodile. His mouth revealed exceptionally sharp fangs, and his eyes turned into beast-like pupils, looking very cold and bloody. The 2 stood facing each other. Their teachers or elders watched from the high platform. Both were on the path of beast blood. The White Tiger and the Golden Crocodile King belong to top-tier beast spirits, and their soul power levels are only 1 level apart. Under these conditions, their battle should be evenly matched. However, Daisi, as a female, had foundational conditions not as high as Jinlin's. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience, this battle was actually seen as a slight advantage for Jinlin, possibly even a 3-7 split. However, Daisi's soul ring skills had not been revealed, while Jinlin had revealed 3, and none of them had exposed their soul bones or soul skills. Saying it was evenly matched could barely hold. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fiery Light Wave. A milky white light ball was spewed from her mouth, a long-range attack skill. Daisi knew that her physical quality was likely inferior to Jinlin's, so she planned to use her second soul skill for a long-range attack to wear him down. Even if it didn't work, she was not afraid of close combat. Daisi directly sprayed the light ball to attack, but unfortunately, although the first 3 soul skills were specially selected to be the most suitable for the White Tiger martial soul, this long-range attack soul skill was merely a second soul skill, and its attack power and speed were somewhat inadequate for a battle at the Soul Emperor level. Therefore, even without increased speed, Jinlin could easily dodge it. In fact, while dodging, he also moved forward, slowly approaching Daisi. Seeing this situation, Daisi stopped using her second soul skill. She was still somewhat unable to keep up at the Soul Emperor stage. First soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. It formed a circle of white light around her, a self-enhancement skill. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Her body muscles bulged, and black horizontal stripes appeared on her skin. During the half-hour transformation, her resistance to abnormal states, as well as her attack power, defense, and strength, all increased by 1-fold. When Jinlin approached to a certain distance, Daisi immediately used her first and third soul skills to enhance herself. Third soul skill, Crocodile King Demon Transformation. The phantom of the golden crocodile king roared at the opponent, using willpower to make the opponent pause for a moment while simultaneously increasing his attack power, strength, and defense by 100. Jinlin immediately used his third soul skill, which combined control and self-enhancement. Behind Jinlin, the golden crocodile king roared angrily at Daisi. Roar, roar. Daisi's immediate intention to advance and attack came to a halt. Seeing this, Jinlin revealed a cold smile, taking the opportunity to step forward and claw at her. Smack! Daisi quickly broke free from Jinlin's roar control. Seeing the crocodile claw coming for her, she instinctively extended her right hand to block it with her arm. At the same time, she raised her left arm and swung a punch. Jinlin only instinctively reached out his right hand to block this punch. This was the first time Jinlin had encountered a peer who could so quickly break free from his roar control, so he didn't react in time, merely extending his right hand out of instinct. However, Daisi was not acting on instinct. After her punch was blocked by Jinlin, she twisted her fist, causing the hand Jinlin was holding to loosen slightly. Taking the opportunity, Daisi pulled her hand back. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor. Absorbing power centered on her body, countless white tiger-like light balls shot out from her fist to attack, each meteor possessing 1/10 of her soul power's attack power. A range attack skill. It could also lock onto the opponent, triggering a barrage effect for single target attacks. Once the White Tiger Meteor hit the opponent, it would rely on the inherent White Tiger will of her martial soul to intimidate the opponent. The more hits landed, the higher the intimidation success rate and the longer the duration. If all hit, it would definitely intimidate an opponent of the same level for at least 1 second. Daisi absorbed part of her power, instantly transferring it to her relaxed left fist, and countless white tiger meteors erupted towards Jinlin. The moment Jinlin was awakened by a strong sense of crisis, he looked at the white tiger meteor attacking him, and his pupils constricted. I can't take it head on. Absolutely can't take it head on. This was Jinlin's first impression upon seeing the white tiger meteor. Sixth soul skill, Imperial Crocodile Exploitation. His body transformed into a giant golden light sphere, and wherever the light shone, the targets would continuously have their soul power and strength weakened, while he would recover his stamina and soul power. If he maximized his soul power consumption and used this move, he would slightly absorb the life force of everyone within the light's coverage, except for himself. This was Jinlin's desperate trump card, but he also knew that this was still a match, so there was no need to cause fatalities. Otherwise, he would be in trouble later. Although his grandfather was up there, he knew that if it weren't for the appearance of Douluo, the 99th level limit Da, the Star Luo Empire would have directly destroyed the Heaven Do Empire and wouldn't have cared about the Spear Hall at all. Who knew the Star Luo had no hidden cards, and destruction was always easier than protection. A huge, brilliant golden light radiated from Jinlin, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. even covering parts of the audience area. Ah, why is my soul power disappearing? Mine too. The audience felt their soul power vanishing and instinctively panicked. One of the spectators pointed at Lin. It's him. He is absorbing our soul power. Is he a soul engineer? E, who was on stage, could no longer sit still, but he did nothing, merely releasing his aura to suppress what the audience wanted to say. Enough. This is my grandson's 6th soul skill. He is only absorbing the soul power of enemies within the range to recover himself. You don't need to worry. It's just a battle where soul power has disappeared. Hearing the person on the high platform speak, those in the audience didn't dare to say anything more. Jiang Wanghe and Jin Shun, who were not on the high platform, also understood that they were all Title Douluo and all had 100,000 year soul rings. Therefore, the 3 who could be on the high platform should all be Super Douluo at the same level as the old emperor. What those at this level said was something they only needed to listen to. Chapter 203. Crocodile and Tiger Clash 2. Daisi could also feel his soul power gradually flowing away, and the white tiger meteor attacking Lin was also gradually disappearing under the golden light. Seeing this, Daisi clenched his fist, his lips twitching. You're clearly a defense-type soul master. Why are you so resilient against various attacks? Currently, the known soul skills of Lin include: the 2nd soul skill is damage immunity. The 3rd soul skill is control and self-augmentation, and the 5th soul skill is an attack. Your 6th soul skill is a solid counter to energy attacks. Daisi was also similar, having revealed 4 soul skills, but he had yet to expose his 10,000-year soul skill. Daisi took a deep breath, feeling the speed of soul power loss within him. At this rate, and according to the words of the Douluo on the high platform, the lost soul power would also be absorbed by Lin. It was time to end this quickly. 5th soul skill, Divine Tiger Heaven Gang Transformation. It enhances all attributes by 30, with an additional 100 increase in strength, defense, and speed. It can greatly consume soul power, causing a Divine Tiger Phantom to appear around him, granting 20 damage immunity and immunity to abnormal states and some control. The characteristics of the white tiger became more pronounced on Daisi, with some white fur appearing and his tiger-like eyes becoming increasingly majestic. Even his hands had developed some cushion-like features. Lin knew he couldn't afford to be reckless any longer. 4th soul skill, Divine Crocodile Scale Armor. His entire body was covered in Divine Crocodile Scale Armor, and the more soul rings he had, the greater the defensive and attack power enhancement, as well as agility. The scale armor had a built-in counterattack effect. Although his own scale armor would enhance defense and attack, it would significantly reduce speed. However, the scale armor provided by this soul skill would reduce speed less the more soul rings it had. Wearing the battle armor, Lin's overall attribute increase wasn't as high as Daisi's, but relying on the scale armor and the soul power absorption from his 6th soul skill, he was still barely able to match Daisi. The 2 were exchanging blows in the center of the battlefield, but those teachers leading the team could see that Lin was actually the one taking the hits. It's important to note that both Daisi and Lin were following the path of beast blood, and both were now at the Soul Emperor level. Although their physical qualities differed, they weren't too significant. At most, it was a matter of inclination, with the White Tiger's enhancements being more comprehensive while the Golden Crocodile King was more focused on defensive enhancements, relying on his high enhancement effects. Daisi's defense was similar to Lin's, but his strength and speed were slightly higher. However, Lin's currently used soul skills were not weak either. The 3rd soul skill was enhancing his abilities, lowering the gap between them, while the 4th soul skill provided him a set of armor to strengthen his defense, and the 6th soul skill enhanced his sustainability. Moreover, the feeling of having soul power absorbed was not pleasant. Thus, it seemed that Daisi was not fighting at full capacity. Consequently, both the old emperor and E on the high platform had unsightly expressions. The old emperor noticed that although Daisi appeared to be fighting well, he was actually still lagging behind, with excessive soul power consumption. E was unhappy because it was so obvious that his grandson was taking hits on the stage. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 exchanged fierce blows in the battle arena. Seeing this situation, Daisi's eyes flashed with cold light. It couldn't continue like this. His 6th soul skill provided him too much sustainability. Continuing the stalemate was too disadvantageous for him. Soul Bone skill, White Tiger Howl of Heaven Strike. The White Tiger martial soul instantly appeared behind him, greatly enhancing his left arm. It boosted his strength, defense, and speed by 50, while the strength, defense, and attack speed of his left arm were further enhanced by 150. During the enhancement, Every attack from his left arm would damage the opponent's spirit. Dai Isi's left arm flashed, and a very spirited white tiger tattoo appeared on it. Looking at it, the tiger seemed ready to devour one's spirit. Kill! Dai Isi shouted angrily, attacking with his left arm. Bang! This time, after being hit, MuLin instantly spat out blood. Although the attack was to his abdomen, he didn't know why his head also throbbed in pain. Seeing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Dai Isi's eyes, and he continued to attack with red eyes. Bang! Bang! MuLin was still feeling pain from the previous strike to his head, and he couldn't defend against the next two attacks at all. Even though he consciously tried to block Dai Isi's left arm attack, Dai Isi's right hand was not idle either. The battle on the stage showed a clear change. Due to the use of the left arm soul bone, Dai Isi's attack power could now significantly harm MuLin. After all, boosting the left arm's attack power by 200 and the damage dealt to the opponent's spirit was not something that could be easily defended against. MuLin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Fifth soul skill, Crocodile King Holy Thunder. The phantom of the golden crocodile king roared behind him, and high-density golden thunder swept across the area, causing immense damage to the target. In an instant, rolling thunder surged from the golden scales, attempting to drive Dai Isi away to give itself a moment to breathe. However, Dai Isi was no fool. How could she possibly retreat just because of this bit of thunder power? Therefore, although rolling golden thunder erupted from the golden scales, Dai Isi completely ignored the damage caused by the thunder and swung her fists with all her might toward the golden scales, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to seriously injure him or knock him off his pedestal. Bang! Crack! Dai Isi did not care about the damage caused by the thunder at all. Grabbing the golden scales hair with her right hand, she yanked it upwards, while her left hand formed a fist, gathering all her strength into her left fist and then swinging it out. The golden scales were nearly freed from Dai Isi's grip. But how could Dai Isi given that chance? Her right hand held on tightly, and her left fist struck hard. The people on the high platform saw this situation. Long Ming showed no expression. The old emperor looked quite pleased, while the golden crocodile's face darkened. First soul skill, Crocodile Bite Force. It enhances the hardness and biting power of its teeth by 100. If charged, it can break through most offenses. Although this first soul skill looked stronger than most people's first soul skills, it merely enhanced the hardness and biting power of the teeth. There was no increase in other powers or defenses at all, perhaps a tiny bit, but at most not more than 1 or 2. The first yellow soul ring on the golden scales lit up. Seeing this, Dai Isi charged for another 2 seconds, delivering a straight punch. Just as her next punch was about to land, the golden scales, enduring a splitting headache, opened his mouth and bit down. Hiss! Although Dai Isi's left arm's defense was enhanced by 430, the golden scales used his first soul skill to break through most offenses. And since the strongest attacking part of Crocodile is its teeth, he pierced through the defense. Soul Bone skill, Wrath of the Sea King. The golden scales used his left leg as a pivot, consuming most of his soul power to summon an ocean. Everyone whose soul power was eroded by the ocean had their power consumption increased, and the pressure of the ocean was immense. All soul skills used within this ocean would have their consumption halved, and speed increased by 100. Chapter 204, The Encounter of Gold and Blood. Soul Bone skill, Wrath of the Sea King. The golden scales used his left leg as a pivot, consuming most of his soul power to summon an ocean. Everyone whose soul power was eroded by the ocean had their power consumption increased, and the pressure of the ocean was immense. All soul skills used within this ocean would have their consumption halved, and speed increased by 100. Dai Isi wanted to step forward and grab the golden scales, aiming to defeat him, but suddenly this ocean appeared, submerging her within it. Perhaps due to the special effects of the soul skill, the summoned ocean only submerged both of them to their waists because of the vastness of the battlefield, but Dai Isi still felt the heavy pressure on her legs. When using soul skills, she could feel a slight blockage, as if she needed to use more soul power to use them smoothly. The bruised and swollen golden scales looked at Dai Isi, who stood still and snorted coldly, taking a moment to recover his state. After all, having taken a beating earlier, he had no energy left and could only take this opportunity to restore his physical strength. Otherwise, with his whole body in pain, fighting would truly be a case of more effort for less return. However, unfortunately, there's an old saying, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortunes do not come alone. Dai Isi felt the significant reduction of soul power within her. No, she must use all her strength directly. Otherwise, he could drag her down to death. And this terrain was too unfriendly to her. Sixth soul skill, Hell Tiger's Fall. A group attack skill that creates countless hellfire in the air over a vast area. The hellfire can assimilate surrounding energy, condensing into a giant fire attribute tiger-shaped meteorite that falls from the sky, causing widespread damage. Upon impact, it will break into numerous small energy tigers that tear at the enemy. The sixth soul ring on Dai Isi lit up and shot upward along her arm toward the sky. In an instant, the black soul ring grew immensely, and the deep black transformed into a red-black color, with some surrounding energy turning red, slowly gathering within this ring. The golden scales looked up at the red-black soul ring in the sky. His pupils constricted, and he charged toward Dai Isi. No more resting. He was just low on physical strength, but his soul power was still abundant. Fifth soul skill, Holy Thunder of the Crocodile King. The phantom of the Golden Crocodile King roared behind him, and high-density golden thunder swept across the area, causing immense damage to the target. When the fifth soul ring on the golden scales lit up, it expanded outward, and pieces of thunder surged toward Dai Isi along the ocean created. Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of that giant red-black soul ring, countless small red-black tiger-shaped meteorites flew toward the ground. Boom, roar. The meteorites quickly landed in the ocean created. At the same time, the golden scales charged toward Dai Isi, carrying rolling thunder. Whoosh. When the thunder, ocean meteorites, and energy tigers disappeared, all the spectators around could see that both of them lay motionless on the battlefield. No, they couldn't be said to be completely motionless. Both were lying on the battlefield, breathing but not moving otherwise. MuLin, lying in bed, tilted his head. Your Highness, are you sure this golden scales really used all his strength? I estimate he could at least match Jiang Shuling, and compared to Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu, he should be stronger, yet they ended up in a tie. And this was under the condition that he was at a higher level. Qian Rinxue clicked her tongue, pursed her lips, and said, the golden scales got arrogant, or rather, he was overconfident. He trusted the control effect of his third soul skill too much. Dai Isi, as the only princess of the Star Luo Empire, has been training beside the old emperor, so her willpower is actually very strong. Moreover, her martial spirit is the white tiger, which is the king of beasts. In terms of willpower, she ranks among the top 3 for her age group. So if you observe closely, you can find that when Dai Isi quickly broke free from the roar control of the golden scales third soul skill, he stopped attacking. He was forced to fight back, and the fact that he could still win under such circumstances is a testament to his fundamental strength. In the subsequent team battles, you will see his true power. MuLin nodded. His confusion stemmed from the fact that by Shang Tian, the golden scales, as a being who could partner with the only angel martial spirit of the time, shouldn't be that weak. Bai Sheng Tian had at least defeated Zhu Qingyu and Yulinger, yet this golden scales, who was rumored to be stronger than Bai Sheng Tian, seemed so weak. Fighting Dai Isi ended up in a forced tie. He truly couldn't see where his strength lay, just as MuLin was lost in thought. Both the golden scales and Dai Isi were carried off, and Jiang Shuling stepped onto the stage. MuLin immediately got up and walked onto the stage. Jiang Shuling, Martial Soul, Bloodwing Bat King, a level 63 agility attack system Soul Master, please advise. MuLin, Martial Soul, Heart, a level 68 power attack system Battle Soul Emperor, please advise. The two handsome-looking individuals stood opposite each other, and the female spectators around them were inexplicably smiling like ants. Martial Soul Manifestation 2. Jiang Shuling's bright red hair extended backward, his blood-red eyes, sharp teeth, along with the blood-colored wings spread behind him, earned him the title of Blood Prince. MuLin's appearance was less flamboyant. He simply activated his powers from his heart, and a dazzling golden soul power enveloped his body. Fifth soul skill, Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword. The sharpness and hardness of the summoned Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword are determined by the quantity and quality of the soul power he provides. At the very least, it can easily break through the defenses of soul masters of the same level. Moreover, each attack absorbs a portion of the opponent's soul power and blood to restore his own soul power and condition. Jiang Shuling's right hand suddenly produced something resembling dragon bone, which was then wrapped in blood-colored soul power. Once the soul power dissipated, a blood-colored bone sword appeared. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bone. All attributes increase, 20 soul ring 10, reflexes and toughness increase by an additional 50, damage reduction by 20. Second soul skill, Physical Enhancement, Gold Attribute Enhancement. All attributes increase, 5 soul ring 10, gold attribute ability increases by 100. Third soul skill, indestructible golden flame, can operate the gold attribute to enhance his own golden flame. The stronger and more abundant the gold attribute, the greater the power of the golden flame and the longer the duration. Combat skill, golden flame breaking soul spear. In the battle arena, MuLin, dressed in a white robe, was enveloped in dazzling golden soul power, holding a golden spear that shimmered with flames. Xiao Wu wore a red battle suit, with blood-colored wings and wielding a blood-red bone sword. Chapter 205, The Clash of Spear and Sword. In the battle arena, MuLin, dressed in a white robe, was enveloped in dazzling golden soul power, holding a golden spear that shimmered with flames. Xiao Wu wore a red battle suit, with blood-colored wings and wielding a blood-red bone sword. A gentle breeze flowed between the two, and since this was the final match, neither was holding back their soul power. All the spectators, even the commoners, could observe. The blood-bat dragon bone sword in Xiao Wu's hand was becoming increasingly crimson, and the blood-colored bat sword looked more vibrant. The golden flame of MuLin's golden flame, breaking soul spear, was clearly becoming more vigorous. And even the weaker spectators in the front row could feel beads of sweat forming. There were even visible strands of golden flame appearing on the battle arena floor. When a small golden flame landed, combat skill, blood slaughter, channeling the blood and soul power within him onto the blood-bat dragon bone sword, enhancing its sharpness and hardness, slightly boosting the sword's absorption capability. Xiao Wu instantly empowered the blood-bat dragon bone sword and swooped down with his wings spread wide. The inherent sharpness of the blood-bat dragon bone sword, combined with Xiao Wu's battle skill that provided a second enhancement and the force of the wind from his dive, made for an attack that would make anyone else try to dodge or at least protect their vital spots. However, MuLin showed no intention of dodging as he watched Xiao Wu approach. He flipped the golden flame breaking soul spear, positioning it against his shoulder. Combat skill, Sun Wheel. Using the golden flame breaking soul spear, he launched a powerful downward attack, utilizing a special method combined with the golden flame, which made the attack resemble a sun wheel. Hence the name. The fiery spearhead of the golden flame breaking soul spear clashed violently with the blood-red tip of the blood-bat dragon bone sword. Stab. Both MuLin and Xiao Wu were not surprised by this situation. MuLin knew that Xiao Wu had likely learned sword techniques from his father, Jiang Wanghe. Xiao Wu was aware that his main combat method with his martial soul relied on battle skills, and generally his soul skills were not good for direct confrontation. So he used some enhancement soul skills. Moreover, knowing that his family's swordsmanship was not weak, MuLin still dared to summon the golden flame breaking soul spear, indicating that his spear technique was certainly formidable. After all, even if he were arrogant, in a situation where he bore the record of 6 teammates, anyone with common sense would give their all. Xiao Wu's sword in the air, forcefully flapping his wings to gain momentum. But in the next moment, he suddenly retreated. It turned out that MuLin had significantly drained his gold attribute power into his third soul skill, causing the golden flame on the golden flame breaking soul spear to become even more vigorous, with temperatures that were clearly affecting the surrounding area. Xiao Wu realized that if he continued to engage, the golden flame would surely inflict serious damage on him, although he didn't know what the golden flame was. The intense heat in the small golden flame that had just landed had burned a dark hole in the arena, indicating that this thing was certainly not friendly to him. Bats are known to be ing creatures, and his bat martial soul was of the blood attribute, making it even more powerful in that regard. The intense heat of the golden flame seemed quite restraining to him. Combat skill, Blood Blade Extreme Slash. Using the blood-bat dragon bone sword to slash horizontally, unleashing a blood-red sword energy. Combat skill, Golden Dragon Spear. Utilizing the dragon energy within his martial soul to enhance the golden flame breaking soul spear with his soul power. The golden flame breaking soul spear in MuLin's hand instantly transformed. The spear shaft displayed clear dragon scales, with specific areas showcasing dragon limbs in a special arrangement, enhancing the grip of the spear. The middle of the shaft was wrapped in something resembling the wings of a golden dragon, significantly boosting its defensive capability and the transmission of the gold attribute. The spearhead emerged from the dragon's head, and from a distance, one could easily mistake the spear for a dragon spewing golden flame lasers. This move was one of the rewards from the tasks MuLin had completed over the past few years. In fact, the task rewards were mostly selectable. But after careful consideration, MuLin realized that most of his attack methods were also his own attacks, dealing real damage or possessing deterrent power. Most of the soul ring skills were enhancements, while the attack skills were either group attacks or high in soul power consumption, and required time to charge. Therefore, in terms of task rewards over the years, MuLin mostly chose combat skills that could complement the Golden Flame Breaking Soul Spear. One was to enhance his offensive capabilities, compensating for the lack of enhancement soul skills or group attack skills. The other was that he simply preferred long spears. Defeating enemies with a punch or kick could not compare to the style of using the Golden Flame Breaking Soul Spear. Style is a lifelong matter. Now, the Golden Flame Breaking Soul Spear in his hand could be called the Golden Dragon Breaking Soul Spear, as it took on the shape of a golden dragon, and its attacks could break through the defenses created by the opponent's soul power. As for the Golden Flame, it was merely that, compared to the first two aspects, its presence felt somewhat diminished. Holding the Golden Dragon Soul Breaking Spear, MuLin struck down from above, directly shattering the incoming blood-red sword energy. Due to the excessive force, the spear slammed into the ground of the combat arena, embedding its tip into the surface. Seeing this, Xiao Wuling's eyes lit up. Battle skill, Blood Red Heavy Chop. Relying on his own blood-colored soul power, he mobilized all his strength for a powerful downward chop. Xiao Wuling increased his soul power, which further enhanced his speed. And the battle skill he was using was not at the same level as when he fought against the Heaven Do second team. This time, as he aimed the heavy chop at MuLin, even some Soul Kings wept, realizing their fifth soul skill couldn't match the damage of this attack. Whoosh! The force and soul power Xiao Wuling used in this move were immense, and the sound of the bone sword slicing through the air could be heard. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment, and some soul masters wore expressions of disbelief. How could the gap between MuLin and Xiao Wuling be so vast? Was it possible that MuLin was truly focused on cultivation and neglected battle? However, a closer look revealed that MuLin showed no change in expression upon witnessing the situation. MuLin raised his hands, gripping the tail of the Golden Dragon Soul Breaking Spear with his right hand, while his left hand gripped it further back toward the middle. With both hands raised, he executed battle skill, Sun Wheel. MuLin twisted his waist, simultaneously moving his hands to swing the Golden Dragon Soul Breaking Spear upward. However, this time, the two weapons showed no sign of colliding. And it was important to note that the Golden Dragon Soul Breaking Spear was significantly longer than the Bloodbat Dragonbone Sword. Therefore, when Xiao Wuling saw the spear about to strike his face, his pupils constricted, and he exerted all his strength to flap his wings, swiftly lifting himself out of the combat. Chapter 206. Victory. As Xiao Wuling saw the Golden Dragon Soul Breaking Spear about to hit his face, his pupils constricted, and he used all his strength to flap his wings, quickly retreating from the fight. The saying "an inch longer, an inch stronger" applied here. His Bloodbat Dragonbone Sword was much shorter than the Golden Flame Soul Breaking Spear. The Golden Flame Soul Breaking Spear could pierce through his head, and the Bloodbat Dragonbone Sword might not even reach MuLin. The first round ended, and neither MuLin nor Xiao Wuling had changed much from before the battle. If it weren't for the uneven ground in some places, one might think they hadn't fought at all. First soul skill, Poisonous Bat Shadow. Soul Ring X1. A poisonous bat illusion that upon hitting an enemy, instantly poisons them, causing immense pain. The duration of the poison depends on the opponent's poison resistance. Second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Bat Shadow. Soul Ring X2. A bloodthirsty bat illusion that, each time it hits an enemy, absorbs a certain amount of their blood and soul power, using part of the absorb amount for consumption and the rest to restore itself. Third soul skill, Thunderstorm Bat Shadow. Soul Ring X3. A thunderstorm bat illusion that, upon hitting an enemy, instantly paralyzes them, with the duration of paralysis depending on the opponent's resistance to paralysis. Xiao Wuling held the Bloodbat Dragonbone Sword, wore a red combat suit, and had blood-red wings on his back, surrounded by 36 bats. At a glance, MuLin almost mistook him for the King of Slaughter. Blood-red, battle sword bats. If this kid went to the City of Slaughter and obtained the domain of the God of Slaughter, who knows if he could become a Shura god. But for now, the battle was still ongoing. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. Increases strength and defense by 100. Once activated, it provides a 20 damage immunity and immunity to all control effects. Although he didn't know the effects of Xiao Wuling's 3 soul skills, just from their names, Poison, Bloodthirsty, and the previously used Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm was already known to paralyze enemies. The other two likely weren't good things either. They were probably control type or debuff type skills. Even without knowing the specific effects, using the fourth attack skill was definitely the right choice. The Golden Dragon appeared on MuLin, then instantly merged into his body. Here we go. The second round begins. Jiang Shuling commanded, and 36 bats charged toward MuLin. Even if you're strong, I don't believe you can avoid all 36 bats. At the same time, Jiang Shuling raised the Bloodbat Dragon Bone sword in front of him, clearly showing the blood-colored soul power surging on the sword, as if it was gathering something. Battle skill, Blood Slaughter. Channeling his soul power through the Bloodbat Dragon Bone sword, he unleashed countless sharp blood-colored sword energies. This can be considered an enhanced version of Blood Slaughter, a multi-hit version and a sharper version. In an instant, countless sharper blood-colored sword energies followed the 36 bats as they charged at MuLin. A slight smile appeared on MuLin's lips. With a thud, MuLin stomped down with his left leg. Although he didn't use the soul skill from his left leg soul bone, he could still slightly draw upon the power of the sky from within his left leg. Over the past 6 months, MuLin hadn't just been spending time with Qian Renshua. He had also been diligently cultivating. The basic meaning of sky is heaven. And although this power might be relatively weak compared to other fantasy worlds in the Douluo world, the power of the sky was certainly stronger than soul power. Moreover, as a heavenly power, it must have other effects. Just like now, battle skill, Might of the Sky. By slightly utilizing the power of the sky within the soul bone and interacting with his own soul power, he pushed all attacks surrounding him outward. This move essentially acted as a repulsive attack, somewhat similar to a technique he learned in his previous life, but the Might of the Sky also carried a psychological pressure. Moreover, MuLin felt that this move should have a deeper level, but perhaps due to his current low soul power level, he couldn't perceive it. However, even so, it was enough for now. As the Might of the Sky manifested, all the bats and sword energies around were ground away. Jiang Shuling's face showed uncontrollable shock. Could this be MuLin's soul bone? Did his soul bone skill simply wear down all surrounding attacks? Thinking of this, Jiang Shuling's brow instinctively furrowed. Looking at it this way, close combat was incredibly disadvantageous for him, especially since this move could be executed so quickly that he couldn't defend against it. Jiang Shuling was overthinking it. The power of the sky could only be accumulated by the left leg soul bone, and there weren't many uses available. So he had to conserve it. Since he won't make a move, then it's my turn. 5th soul skill, Destruction Stardust. By condensing a massive energy sphere with his own golden element, the golden sphere carries the destruction attribute of the 5th soul ring, the thunder attribute, and the explosive fire attribute of the 3rd soul ring. It can shrink the massive energy sphere for single target attacks with tremendous power or disperse it for area attacks. The power of this move increases with the enhancement of the golden element, destruction attribute, fire attribute, and thunder attribute. MuLin was too lazy to waste time here. It was better to finish quickly and return to cultivate or have a chat with Sister Qian. One is a stunning beauty chatting. The other is a handsome man who is fighting. And these two choices are not necessarily both good. In an instant, a golden ball appeared in MuLin's left hand, adorned with 3 colors. One is deep purple or even purple-black, another is light purple, and the last one is crimson. The 3 colors repelled each other while also merging, or rather, being devoured by the purple-black to enhance themselves. Jiang Shuling saw MuLin's first black soul ring light up, and a golden sphere appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this sphere, Jiang Shuling suddenly felt a wave of panic. He couldn't let him use it, as doing so would definitely lead to his severe injury or even death. Jiang Shuling tightened his grip on the Bloodbat Dragon Bone sword, and the soul bone on his right arm lit up. However, Jiang Shuling seemed to think of something, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. He retracted the Bloodbat Dragon Bone sword and raised his right hand. I concede. MuLin saw Jiang Shuling's action and heard his words. He looked at the descending referee, who nodded. MuLin also threw the golden ball upwards. After all, the power of destruction couldn't just be used or retracted at will. At least for MuLin at this moment, he still couldn't control it freely. Boom! The explosion of the golden ball created a shockwave, forcing all the spectators around the battlefield to lean back. Those soul masters with lower soul power levels couldn't withstand the shockwave at all, not to mention those who were not soul masters. They were directly knocked unconscious by this shockwave. Chapter 207. After the match, Jiang Shuling directly conceded, but it was understandable. After all, the threat of that previous move was palpable to anyone, not weaker than MuLin's True Dragon Seal used before. In fact, its power might even surpass it. Conceding was reasonable, as there would still be a team battle after losing. Just looking at the visible combat power from the previous matches, the Star Luo Empire was indeed stronger than the Spear Hall. Dai Isi defeated Jin Lin with 1 level higher, and Zhu Qingyo's visible combat power was roughly on par with by Sheng Tian. Both had defeated a Soul King. Although Zhu Qinyu first paid respects to the Soul King and then narrowly lost to Bai Shengtian. Otherwise, Bai Shengtian wouldn't have come down with another Soul Master, Ling. In this way, the Star Luo Empire also had another Soul Emperor-level combat power, Jiang Shuling. At most, it just seemed that Jiang Shuling might not be as strong as the other two, but he was still at the Soul Emperor level. The Spirit Hall only had 2 Soul Emperors and no Soul Kings. Moreover, the most famous aspect of the Star Luo Empire was the collaboration between the Star Luo royal family and the fixed royal family, the Zhu family, using the Nether White Tiger. The 2 Soul Emperors using the Nether White Tiger could definitely defeat him before he unleashed his skills, even if MuLin claimed that his skills power was high. After all, the Nether and the Nether White Tiger was not just for show. The Nether Spirit Cat was one of the top agile attack-type martial souls on the continent, and after merging into the Nether White Tiger, its speed was even further enhanced. Therefore, the spectators from the Star Luo Empire who had not been knocked unconscious by the previous shockwave were not worried. They could see the immense power of the move MuLin had just used. There was no need to waste the potential of their empire's top genius for just one match. Jiang Shuling slowly walked off the stage and saw Dai Isi and Zhu Qinyu with slightly puzzled expressions, giving a bitter smile. This time it's my fault, but you all saw how powerful that move MuLin used was. Although I was confident I could break it, he still hadn't used his 6th soul skill. You know, he absorbed his soul rings over a longer period, and his soul bone, based on the previous detection, should be the left leg bone that can wear down surrounding attacks. Saying this, Jiang Shuling instinctively frowned. But I can't be sure. You should have also noticed that when he stomped the ground, he directly wore down the soul skill I used earlier, as well as my own combat skill. You should have felt that power. It clearly came from his left leg. However, his left leg didn't light up. If it was a combat skill, it can only be said that MuLin's evaluation should be raised even higher. Dai Isi and Zhu Qinyu nodded seriously after hearing this. They had also noticed it before, so they could understand Jiang Shuling's thought of conceding. The strongest aspect of the Star Luo Empire was still in team battles. Whether it was the Nether White Tiger or Jiang Shuling, they were both born for team battles. The 3 basic attributes of the Nether White Tiger, attack, defense, and speed, far surpassed those of others at the same level. And even most Soul Saints martial souls were not as formidable as the Nether White Tiger used by Dai Isi and Zhu Qinyu. In the end, Jiang Shuling was the son of a top battlefield general. He was much stronger in team battles than in one-on-one fights. In fact, the Star Luo Empire support was also born for team battles or the battlefield. One-on-one fights posed some disadvantages for the Star Luo Empire. On the other side, in the Spirit Hall, MuLin, Bai Shengtian, and his teammates clearly knew about the strength of the Star Luo Empire's team battles. They were now solemnly staying in their spectator box. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the box. "Big Brother Gene, open the door, I'm back." Upon hearing this familiar voice, everyone in the box suddenly turned happy. "Xiao Wu, you're back so soon. This is just a match. After all, it's your first 10,000-year soul ring, no need to rush." MuLin stood up directly to open the door, and upon seeing the large, sturdy figure in front of him with a youthful face and a simple smile, he instinctively smiled. However, thinking of what he had done before the match, his expression suddenly became serious. "This is just a match, although it seems important and will be seen by the whole continent. You are a man who aspires to surpass Douluo. There is no need to waste your first 10,000-year soul ring for this match. A 10,000-year soul ring can play a significant role even in battles against Title Douluos." The simple boy scratched the back of his head and waved his hand, saying, "Of course not. This match was personally led by my dad to hunt for me. How could I waste it? Let me tell you, I got really lucky this time. I encountered a dark gold, fearsome claw bear in the 10,000-year zone. Although it was a bit higher in age, I fought hard to absorb it completely. Now my strength can at least defeat 5 of my previous selves." MuLin didn't pay attention to the latter part of that sentence, but noticed the middle part about fighting hard to absorb it completely. "You're crazy. The 5th soul ring is important, but it's not more important than your life. Uncle, what is wrong with him? Why did you let him absorb this soul ring?" Guru grinned and pushed MuLin back into the room. "It's fine, big brother. There's so many people here to give me face, just go in first." Everyone in the room was delighted to see Guru return, because Guru was the one who truly practiced with them every day. If it weren't for the 2 weeks of advancement to Soul King before the match, Guru would have participated instead. On the high platform, Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly looked at Long Ming. "Brother Long, your disciple is impressive. That true dragon seal before, the move used in the match, the might of heaven, and the last one, the destruction stardust, all have immense power." Long Ming squinted his eyes after hearing this and looked at the calm, and collected golden crocodile, Douluo, sitting next to him. He knew that this golden crocodile, Douluo, must have discovered something. Or rather, he might actually be a super Douluo, capable of noticing that the few moves MuLin used contained energies that surpassed the essence of soul power. Moreover, golden crocodile Douluo was from the Spear Hall, a divine force. After MuLin obtained his 5th spirit ring, although MuLin did not say anything, Longming also noticed that the reason for MuLin's activation of his domain was likely not just because of that wingless dragon eagle. Additionally, MuLin was not secretly practicing to create the true dragon seal. Therefore, Longming actually discovered that MuLin possessed a power within him that far exceeded the essence of soul power, a power that he had never seen even in his father. This should be the divine power that is said to be attained after reaching the 100th level. As for how high this divine power ranks among divine powers, Longming believed it must be quite high. Otherwise, such a small ability wouldn't give him such an uncomfortable feeling. Furthermore, after obtaining the left leg bone of the sky-breaking Golden Tiger King, the sky power he possessed, although not as high as that purple energy and sensation, still had an essence that surpassed soul power, which could be easily perceived. Perhaps it could also be called divine power. So, in fact, MuLin had 2 levels of divine power at his disposal. Chapter 208, The Golden Skeleton King. It can be said that MuLin currently possesses 2 levels of divine power. In front of a super Douluo, this power was undoubtedly as conspicuous as a light in the night. At the very least, any super Douluo who carefully sensed it would be able to notice it, much like fireflies in the dark. Moreover, one must understand how difficult it is to cultivate after reaching the super Douluo level. Without any opportunities, such as celestial herbs, divine assessments, or other high-level soul bones, you wouldn't be able to rise even a level in 10 years. Even the top geniuses of the age would need at least 3 or 4 years to advance a level. At this moment, if a person suddenly appeared before you, whose soul power level was merely that of a soul emperor, but whose combat power exceeded that of a soul sage in the eyes of others, and he possessed 2 levels of divine power, would you not want to capture him? Especially the one beside you, who had been stuck at level 98 for countless years. Although he knew that this kid was with his family's young master, the gap between level 98 and 99, or the attraction of level 99 to level 98, made it hard for Longming not to harbor suspicions against the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo could also see what Longming meant, smiled, shook his head, and was about to leave. At this time, Longming turned his gaze towards the old emperor sitting in the middle. The old emperor clearly understood his meaning. Who wouldn't feel wary when their descendants suddenly exhibited 2 levels of divine power, especially when discovered by 2 super Douluos? The old emperor waved his hand and shook his head. Brother Long, don't look at me like that. I'm only level 96, still a long way to go. Longming could also tell that the old emperor was indicating that he was at level 96 for 2 reasons. First, he was not as high as the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and that he should be more wary of the Golden Crocodile Douluo than himself. Second, he was saying that since he was only level 96, he couldn't beat Longming, so there was no need for caution. Longming expressionlessly stood up and left, though what he was thinking inside was unknown. This included the old emperor. With a smiling face, what he was really thinking was something that ordinary people couldn't see. Divine power. How many years had it been since it appeared on the continent? According to records, it seemed to have appeared a millennium ago and hundreds of years ago. Qian Daolu seemed to have had something to do with divine power. Otherwise, the 2 level 98 Title Douluos wouldn't have been defeated so badly when they combined their powers to use the Nether White Tiger. Divine power was indeed very attractive. The old emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light as he watched the disappearing back of Longming and MuLin, who was chatting and leaving with ShootsHis, and snorted, standing up. All right, everyone, this match of the 3 versus 1 single challenge has concluded. The winning team is the Tiando Royal team. Now, I invite the injured audience members to come to the backstage, where Master Lu Tianyuan and his disciples, along with some other healing soul masters, are waiting. I assure you that all injured individuals can receive free treatment backstage. The audience in the stands, upon hearing this, stood up excitedly. After all, receiving treatment from healing soul masters for free was something that could hardly be anticipated in a lifetime. After all, healing soul masters were treasures of various forces, and those with weaker abilities among them had fewer patients due to their less effective healing and lower soul power. Perhaps after receiving treatment from those masters backstage, they might be able to heal some hidden injuries within them. Some uninjured soul masters also pretended to be injured, bumping their heads against the wall, and followed the civilians inside. This was quite rare. 4 days later, MuLin yawned as he stepped out of the prince's carriage. Brother Shui, why does this match have to be so early? Would an afternoon or noon match be better? It's so early in the morning. After all, MuLin was already 14 years old, and in a month or two, he would be 15. Calling the prince brother felt a bit awkward or even shy. After all, brother prince sounded like something only little girls would say. Qian Renxue, disguised as Shui Qinghe, walked out behind him, stretching lazily. Well, I heard that old guy say something like, the plan for the day is in the morning. Finishing the match early allows everyone to go home and cultivate afterward. Isn't that great? Why drag it until noon? It's better to finish the match in the morning, and then one can heal their mood and have a good meal at noon. It seemed he had said something like that. MuLin smacked his lips. All right then, let's go in first. I want to see where the increased chances of the Spirit Hall winning that you mentioned come from. MuLin and Qian Renxue walked to their private viewing box, which they had specially booked. After sitting on the sofa, Qian Renxue said, this time, the team is truly the Spirit Hall's real team. Upon hearing this, MuLin's eyes narrowed as he thought of something. The real team? Are you saying someone went out to hunt spirit rings before the match? Qian Renxue nodded, exactly. Just like the Tiando Empire has you as its #1 genius. And the Xinglua Empire has Jiang Shuling as its #1 genius. The Spirit Hall, besides me, naturally has a true #1 genius. MuLin understood what Qian Renxue meant. As a divine force, the Spirit Hall, apart from the bug that was Qian Renxue, who was a divine heir and a unique case, would certainly have a #1 genius on par with Jiang Shuling. MuLin looked at the two teams entering the arena. Is that the one standing at the front of the Spirit Hall? That silly-looking kid? Qian Renxue shot MuLin a glare upon hearing this. What a kid. He is older than you, just turned 17, and hunted for a soul ring over a month ago. A 17-year-old Soul King is much stronger than that so-called golden generation 5 years later. How did this golden generation come about? Moreover, a 17-year-old Soul King, even in Shrek 5 years later, seems to have less talent than him. However, it can't be said outright. Both should be about the same because MuLin remembers that during the 5-year agreement in Shrek, almost everyone leveled up 2 or 3 levels a year. This newcomer probably can't achieve that. Leveling up 2 levels a year is already quite difficult, let alone 3. Unless he has some celestial grass or absorbs soul bones. Qian Renxue continued. Gu Rui, the cousin of Jin Lin, is the son of Jin Lin's mother's own brother. Martial spirit, golden skeleton king. According to ancient texts, this martial spirit should be the skeleton of a king who is bathed in the blood of purebred Baiman beasts. You should know how powerful Baiman beasts are. The dark old fearsome bear is so formidable precisely because it has some bloodline of the Baiman beast. One can imagine how powerful the king who is bathed in the blood of Baiman beasts must be. However, this is all legend. There are no records of this king in any books, but just having such legends should be enough to prove how formidable the golden skeleton king martial spirit is. From what I understand, everyone in the Spirit Hall refers to him as the undisputed next generation's strongest defense-type soul master, although he himself doesn't particularly like the defense type. Chapter 2092 Teams MuLin looked at Qian Renxue with curiosity. He was quite intrigued by this golden skeleton king martial spirit. After all, in MuLin's impression, only those who rule over an entire region of people can be called kings, and in a world like Douluo, which leans towards fantasy, this king must at least be a level 99 ultimate Douluo, even capable of ruling this continent, perhaps even stronger in terms of combat power. Moreover, bathing in the blood of Baiman beasts, how strong there doesn't need further elaboration. The dark gold fearsome bear, which ranks among the top in super soul beasts, is only formidable because it contains a part of the Baiman beast bloodline. Also, one of the most famous points about Baiman beasts is that they feed on dragons. These legends may have some truth to them, but the mere existence of such legends should prove that the golden skeleton king martial spirit is quite powerful. Qian Renxue noticed MuLin's curious gaze and said indulgently, Gu Rui's status is equivalent to yours in the Tiando Empire and Jiang Shuling's status in the Xinglua Empire. Not only in terms of talent, but both of them have high-level soul masters backing them. Gu Rui's parents are both very strong, both Title Douluos. His father is the second strongest defense-type soul master in the world. Oh, now he should be called the strongest in the world, of course, that's on the surface. His mother is even more formidable, a 95-level super Douluo, equivalent to the guardian of the Spirit Hall, and it is rumored that in terms of energy attacks, most 96-level super Douluo cannot compare to her. Under the guidance of these two, one can imagine Gu Rui's own strength. MuLin clicked his tongue. I really can't underestimate the soul masters of the world. In the original work, Tang Xin only explored a small area. And this Douluo continent is so vast. At least half of the regions are not described in the original work. The original can only be seen as a reference. Previously, it was said that he himself wasn't particularly fond of the defense type, so he belongs to the rare balanced soul masters, at least compared to their family, which consists entirely of extreme, flow soul masters. So I say he actually increases the winning chances of the Spirit Hall quite a bit. MuLin understood why Qianren thought this way. After all, just hearing the legends of the Golden Skeleton King martial spirit makes it clear that this martial spirit is definitely not weak, and even belongs to the very strong category, and is still a balanced type. A balanced type means that in one-on-one combat, they're definitely among the top, although they might be relatively weaker in group battles. Being praised by Qianren like this, he probably is also quite skilled in group battles. However, MuLin still felt that the Xingluo Empire had a greater chance of winning, because MuLin always felt that Jiang Shuling definitely has other trump cards that cannot be underestimated. The two teams from the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire have already taken their positions. In this battle, both teams used their normal formations. The Spirit Hall used a 3-2-2 formation, with the three frontline fighters being Jinlin, Guru Wei, and Yin, who has the martial spirit of the Rock King Brown Bear. The second row consisted of two soul sects, the agility attack type soul sect with the martial spirit of Shadow Twin Daggers, and MuLin, and a long-range strong attack type soul sect, Yinlin, whose martial spirit is the Flame Scale Python, a well-known family member from the Spirit Hall. The Flame Scale Python has two development paths. One is to rely on the dragon blood of the martial spirit to enhance physical strength as a melee strong attack type soul master. The second is to use the physical strength and soul power from the dragon blood, along with the top talent of fire from the martial spirit, to develop into a long-range artillery type strong attack soul master. The two soul masters in the third row are the support type soul master Muhong, whose martial spirit is the light staff, a martial spirit that has won the title of the strongest support type soul master multiple times from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Of course, relying on the auxiliary capabilities of a Title Douluo level. In terms of pure auxiliary abilities, the light staff is not as specialized and diverse as the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 9 support soul skills of the light staff are fixed. The other is Baixing Tian, who is responsible for protection. The Xingluo Empire is in a 2-2-3 formation. The first 2 rows consist of 2 siblings, Dai Isi and Dai Yu, both with a white tiger martial spirit. Dai Yu is the child of a princess from a lower noble family, and because of her high talent and the recent decline of that family, she changed her surname back to Dai. She is currently level 47, cultivating beside the president of the Xingluo Royal Academy. The second row consists of Ling Yu and Zhu Qingyu, 2 agility attack type soul masters, who are there to support the attacking side or to assassinate the opposing support type soul masters, depending on the situation. The third row is responsible for protection by Jiang Shuling, providing control through Mo Cheng and the support type soul master Duan Yu, whose martial spirit is the killing flag. The killing flag is similar to Gu An's battle flag, but Gu An's flag enhances battle intent. Duan Yu's killing flag increases attack power, lowering the recovery of the attacked enemy for every additional soul ring. The recovery rate decreases even more, equivalent to a recovery rate reduction. Killing flag soul ring number 10. The Xingluo Empire is quite conservative, with 3 soul emperors standing in 3 rows, just in case the opposing soul emperors launch a fierce attack on a certain row. Many soul masters in that entire row could quickly lose their combat capabilities. MuLin observed the formations of the 2 teams and began to comment. Qianren took a careful look and indeed agreed. The Xingluo Empire should have placed those 3 soul emperors in the front or at least in the middle, using the Nether White Tiger and Jiang Shuling's full strength to defeat the 7 from the Spirit Hall right from the start. Otherwise, if it drags on, the chances of the Spirit Hall winning become greater. While MuLin was watching the 2 teams, Qianren had already explained Guru Wei's first 4 soul skills, and indeed, if it goes on, Guru Wei alone could battle 2 soul emperors from the other side. However, MuLin also understood the reason behind the Xingluo Empire's actions. Shrugging, he said, they probably want to conserve some of their fighting strength to use in the finals. Qianren could clearly see this, but it was ultimately unpleasant to have her own team looked down upon. During the finals, she wanted to give those people from the Xingluo Empire a good beating for their arrogance. MuLin smiled and nodded. No problem. I'll do my best to take all 7 of them down during the finals to vent your frustration. After hearing this, Qianren turned her head slightly to the side, feeling a bit shy as she said, "What do you mean by venting my frustration? I don't need that. This is you teaching them a lion uses all its strength even when fighting a rabbit, Yes, just like that. Seeing Qian Rinxue's expression, MuLin smiled and said indulgently, "All right, this is me teaching them." Chapter 210. Xinghua versus Wuhuan Jiang Shuling. Wuhuan, Bloodwing Bat King, level 63 agility attacks Soul Emperor. Dai EC, Wuhuan, White Tiger, level 62 strength attacks Soul Emperor. Zhu Qingyu, Wuhuan, Nether Spirit Cat, level 62 agility attacks Soul Emperor. Jin Lin, Wuhuan, Golden Crocodile King, level 63 strength attacks Soul Emperor. Bai Tan, Wuhuan, Gongjin Greatsword, level 62 strength attacks Soul Emperor. Gu Rui Wuhuan, Golden Skeleton King, level 53 balanced Soul King. The remaining members also introduced themselves. The members of the Xinghua Empire looked at the newly appeared Gu Rui. The one holding the battle flag, Duan Yu, flashed his eyes when he heard Gu Rui's words. The Golden Skeleton King is said to be the skeleton Wuhuan transformed from a king who bathed in the blood of the ancient behemoth. You may not know much about the behemoth, but the dark golden terror claw bear is so powerful because it possesses part of the behemoth's bloodline. Of course, the legends mentioned may not be entirely accurate, but any Wuhuan that can give rise to such legends should be considered a top-tier Wuhuan. In any case, they had to pay attention to this little guy named Gu Rui. Seeing that both teams were ready, the referee immediately activated the Wuhuan to fly into the sky. The match began. Wuhuan Possession, 14 First Soul Skill, Killing Aura Rush, Overwhelming Power, grants teammates Soul Ring 10, Strength, and after hitting an enemy, it will reduce the opponent's recovery rate, whether it be soul power, physical strength, or even mental energy recovery, and it can stack. Second Soul Skill, Killing Aura Rush. All defenses, the same enhancement method as above, but for defense. Duan Yu directly provided the remaining 6 teammates with a 40 enhancement in strength, defense, speed, and armor breaking. Since this was her moment of providing all 4 soul skills to her 6 teammates, she was very aware of her own situation and directly stepped off the stage. Mu Hong from the Wuhuan Hall saw this, and was so furious he gritted his teeth. Why step down so early? Forget it, this was indeed the best way. Directly giving the full enhancement to teammates, and not causing chaos on the stage. First Soul Skill, Light of the Sun, Divine Power. Enhances teammates, Soul Power Level 1, Strength, with an additional 10 boost under Light. Second Soul Skill, Light of the Sun Shield, similar to the above, but enhances defense. Mu Hong also used his powers to enhance his teammates, providing 56 increases in strength, defense, speed, and soul power recovery. Then Mu Hong obediently stepped off the stage. He had to be obedient. Staying on stage would just lead to being hit, and dragging down the team would still be somewhat disappointing or even embarrassing. The Xinghua Empire now had 3 Soul Emperors and 3 Soul Sects. The Wuhuan Hall had 2 Soul Emperors, 1 Soul King, and 3 Soul Sects. Additionally, the Wuhuan Hall had an extra 16 attribute enhancement compared to the Xinghua Empire, but the Xinghua Empire's Duan Yu's Wuhuan effect would weaken that 56 recovery speed by 40. One can only say the gap had narrowed a bit, but it still existed. Dai Yu walked forward, belonging to the group of 12 soul masters present. With the lowest soul power level, he immediately stepped forward. Hey, if you don't attack, I'm going in. Second Soul Skill, White Tiger Fiery Light Wave. He spat out a ball of milky white light from his mouth, a long-range attack skill. Although Dai Yu initiated the provocation, he wasn't foolish. He knew that both Jin Lin and Gu Rui were stronger than him, and even Yin, with a higher soul power level, had innate divine strength, so his chances of winning were slim. First Soul Skill, Rock King Armor. According to the Soul Rings enhancement, it adds a set of armor to a part of his body. The Rock King Brown Bear's gauntlets and armor's manifested armor, forged from rock. Although it was made of rock, in terms of defense, it was top-notch. Yin stepped forward, not using any other skills, but relying on the armor on his arms to forcefully destroy the incoming light balls. Of course, the slight damage from the light balls left Yin somewhat flustered. Is this the White Tiger Wuhuan? Not that impressive, huh? Your second soul skill can't even break my first soul skill. Is your White Tiger Wuhuan too weak? Or are you just too weak? Dai Yu heard Yan's trash talk, gritting his teeth, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, Dai Isi blocked Dai Yu's advance. Don't rush. Everyone, ignore what they say, just go all out. Before the match, the Xinghua Empire had also held a small meeting where it was decided that once the match began, they would directly use their hard strength to defeat their opponents. The difference between 3 Soul Emperors and 2 Soul Emperors in a team fight was still significant. Moreover, their 2 Soul Emperors were not far off from the 2 opposing Soul Emperors, and they had an extra Soul Emperor. Even if the opponent suddenly had an extra Soul King, Who do you think that Soul King is? Anyone who could reach the Soul Emperor level at this age. Even Tang Hao wouldn't have the confidence to guarantee victory at the same level. Battling above one's rank has its requirements. Either your soul ring configuration is far superior to the opponent's, or your Wuhuan quality is far superior, or you have an exceptionally strong soul bone, or you possess a very powerful secret technique. Of the above three conditions, you must at least meet one to have even a slight chance of battling above your rank. However, those who reach the Soul Emperor level at this age, which of the above conditions is better? They're all similar. The White Tiger, Nether Spirit Cat, and Bloodwing Bat King are all renowned top-tier ones, with perfectly normal soul ring configurations. And who among them doesn't have a soul bone that suits them very well? So unless Gu Ruwei has a very powerful secret technique, at least not worse than the legendary Haotian Sect's explosive ring, how could he battle above his rank? What makes Gu Ruwei special? The family background and Wuhuan quality of the participants are all about the same. Nobody is significantly higher. As for the soul ring configuration, Gu Ruwei currently has 5 soul rings, while those soul emperors have 6 soul rings and the others only have 4 soul rings. Thus, the people from the Xinghua Empire are still very confident and charge directly at the opponents. Even if they fail, it's no problem, as they have the Nether Spirit White Tiger backing them up. Gu Ruwei saw the movements of the members of the Douluo Empire and stepped forward. First soul skill, Dark Golden Suppression. The Skeleton King possessed him, instantly exerting pressure on the targets within range. Dark elements swept across the field, eroding the target's soul power and causing mental disturbance. Second soul skill, Skeleton Curse. The resentment condensed from the skeletons attacked the target, rapidly absorbing the target's soul power and ultimately causing an explosion. Chapter 211. The Attack of the Spirit Hall. Gu Ruwei watched as the members of the Douluo Empire charged forward and instantly used his 2 soul skills. The dark golden crown made of bones on Gu Ruwei's head became clearly visible as a black mist exploded towards the members of the Douluo Empire. Although the 6 members of the Douluo Empire wanted to dodge, the speed of the mist was simply impossible to avoid. Dai Isi, Zhu Qingyu, and Jiang Shuling felt less of an impact since Gu Ruwei was merely a Soul King level Soul Master and had only used his first soul skill. Therefore, these 3 relied on their nearly 10 level advantage over their opponents and their comparable martial soul quality to force down the black mist. However, even so, this soul skill still had some effect. After all, mental disturbance is easily effective in the absence of mental-type soul skills or skulls. And this effect lasts for a long time. The longer it lasts, the greater the erosion of soul power and the mental disturbance effects become. It must be admitted that the Golden Skeleton King truly possesses a legendary martial soul. Just the first soul skill is already so troublesome. Moreover, there is a second soul skill, which, although it seems to have a short-term reaction, since it explodes after absorbing soul power, Gu Ruwei surely knows the effects of this soul skill. Everyone on the field could see that the soul power absorbed by the skeleton resentments summoned by Gu Ruwei was very minimal compared to the first soul skill. This soul skill resembled a 10-year soul skill. Indeed, this soul skill had been modified by Gu Ruwei, resulting in a very small amount of soul power being absorbed. But the frequency of explosions from the skeleton resentments increased. After all, although the second soul skill has great power, the continuous absorption of the target's soul power and the psychological pressure it exerts are also very effective. At this level, the explosive power of the second soul skill cannot be considered enormous. It merely inflicts a certain amount of damage based on the high quality of his martial soul against soul masters of the same level. For Gu Ruwei, enhancing this psychological pressure is more beneficial. In this situation, it perfectly matched Gu Ruwei's first soul skill, which grows stronger the longer he fights. The 3 soul emperors were affected by this soul skill, let alone the other 3 soul masters. Initially, the debuff for these soul masters should reduce their soul power recovery by about 10, along with the mental disturbance. The soul emperors would face a reduction of 3-5. This would increase over time, which is why MuLin said that the longer the battle goes on, the stronger Gu Ruwei becomes. After all, the soul power consumption of his soul skills is not high. The first soul skill only requires a small amount of soul power to maintain this mini-domain-like effect, while the second soul skill, Skeleton Resentment, absorbs the opponent's soul power. Therefore, the 3 soul emperors from the Douluo Empire still appeared relatively normal. The 3 soul masters, however, were different. Dayu had just used an enhancement soul skill, and, upon contact with Yanni, he fell into a disadvantage due to the pain of his soul power being eroded by mental disturbance. The disadvantage was very evident. His attacks could not break through defenses, and he was further hindered by mental disturbance and the pain of his soul power being eroded. Ling Yu and MuLin from the Spirit Hall, both agility-type soul masters, faced similar situations, with Ling Yu nearly being knocked off the stage. After all, both of them were agility-type soul masters, where response time is key. The two were only slightly different, because one had a beast martial soul, while the other had a weapon martial soul. This led to Ling Yu having slightly better physical attributes than MuLin, but MuLin's attack power was higher. Because of Gu Rui's two soul skills, Ling Yu, while not frequently engaged in battle, was slightly distracted and suffered from the ongoing pain of soul power erosion, leaving her vulnerable to attacks. Dai Isi and Jean Lin clashed again. They both had a history of competing against each other, with Dai Isi having slightly gained the upper hand in their previous one-on-one match, even winning, which is why she approached him. Jean Lin was fueled by anger over his previous overconfidence in their one-on-one battle, leading to their team falling into a disadvantage. So when Dai Isi provoked him to a duel, he immediately used his soul skill and charged forward. Bai Shengtian simultaneously used the Gungjin Greatsword to attack Jiang Shuling. Jiang Shuling had also moved into attack since the support type had already left the scene. However, since there was still the only control-type soul master on the field, Mo Cheng, he did not stray too far, and the battle direction remained nearby. Mo Cheng manipulated the Qingmian vines to control the several soul masters opposite them, while not bothering the two soul emperors. He needed to keep up with the battle against those soul emperors first. However, on the Star Luo Empire side, there was a control-type soul master providing support to his teammates, while the Spirit Hall also had the only long-range attack-type soul master on the field, Yin Lin, the Dragon Blood Python. Fire is recognized as one of the three strongest attack attributes, the other two being thunder and gold. However, gold is also very strong in terms of control, so it is slightly weaker in pure attack compared to the other two attributes. The thunder attribute, due to its speed increase, also has an edge in pure attack, while fire attributes slightly surpass the others. Now, with the combination of fire attributes and dragon blood, the artillery attack soul master stands out. Especially under Gu Rui's protection, everyone present could see why the protectors of the Spirit Hall are always artillery attack soul masters. First soul skill, flame scale 9 arrays. With each additional soul ring, a formation of the same color as the soul ring appears on his body. The yellow formation increases fire attribute power by 10, the purple by 20, the black by 30, but 5 of the damage converts to mental damage, and the red by 50, with 30 of the total damage being undefendable. Second soul skill, 10,000 flames mysterious communication. The soul rings convert into flames of the same color as the soul rings. The yellow increases the chance of burning. The purple increases the stickiness of the flames. The black increases the temperature of the flames, and the red directly burns the opponent's mental power. These are the two soul skills that the Yin family from the Spirit Hall has found to be most suitable for their family after countless years since the establishment of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, the Yin family's origins trace back to the old family that founded the Spirit Hall alongside the Angel God. It is clear that the Yin family's martial soul is incredibly strong, as they have not been exterminated. Furthermore, they have recently decided on a third soul skill. Third soul skill, Blaze of the Sun. It doubles the speed of soul power recovery and increases the power of flames by 1-fold. Under sunlight, the amplification increases by 50-150, depending on sunlight intensity. The 3 soul rings on Yin Lin instantly lit up. Seeing this, Duan Yu on the sidelines hurriedly shouted, "Quickly attack Yin Lin. We can't let him unleash his attack." Fourth soul skill, Red Flame Dragon Breath. He unleashes a dragon breath attack from his mouth using his soul power attribute, which carries a small amount of dragon might and flame stickiness. Chapter 212. The Decline of Xingluo. Fourth soul skill, Crimson Flame Dragon Breath. The user expels a dragon breath attack from their mouth using their own soul power attributes, with a small amount of dragon might and flame adhesion. Standing beside Gu Rui, the fiery scaled Yin Lin, adorned with pieces of red dragon scales, suddenly unleashed his dragon flame breath toward the battlefield of the 3 soul sects. With the enhancement of 4 formations and the fusion of 4 flames from the second soul skill, the 3 soul sects immediately felt a sense of threat as the dragon flame breath approached. Dai directly took a punch to the face from Yin Lin's attack and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. However, Yin Lin had a soul skill effect that allowed for soul power recovery, combined with Mu Heng's amplification soul skill used directly on the field. The recovery effect was incredibly powerful. Noticing Douluo taking advantage of the situation to retreat to the edge of the battlefield, he disregarded his own soul power consumption and unleashed another dragon flame breath. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor. The user absorbs power centered on their body, sending numerous white tiger-shaped light clusters as meteors to attack, each meteor having an attack power equivalent to 1/10 of the user's soul power, functioning as an area attack skill. It can also lock onto opponents for a concentrated single target attack. Seeing the relentless dragon flame breath, Douluo gritted his teeth and directly released his fourth soul skill in response. A milky white light streaked toward the red dragon breath, carrying yellow and purple flames. Boom! Douluo felt he had blocked the attack, but before he could show a smile of relief, he heard the howling of the dragon flame breath. Where the white tiger meteor and dragon flame breath met, a cloud of white smoke erupted. But high-level soul masters could clearly feel that the soul power fluctuations of the dragon flame breath had not disappeared. It had merely been weakened. Furthermore, MuLin, relentless, unleashed another dragon flame breath toward Douluo. Boom! Boom! 2 dragon flame breaths, one small and one large, surged toward Douluo. Douluo instinctively crossed his arms defensively across his chest, but it was useless, and he was directly knocked off the battlefield. The other soul sect members, Ling Yu, disregarding his own consumption, used all his soul skills and successfully dodged the attack with his speed, creating distance between him and MuLin. Mo Chung, whose martial soul was a plant type, could not defend against the attack at all. However, it was previously mentioned that Jiang Shuling was fighting by Shengtian nearby to protect Mo Chung. Thus, the dragon flame breath was somewhat split apart by Jiang Shuling with his sword. Although Jiang Shuling's pose in splitting the dragon flame breath was impressive, Bai Shengtian felt insulted. You may be one level higher than me, but how dare you protect your teammate while fighting me? You underestimate me. Their battle was still relatively even, but it was understandable. Although Jiang Shuling was one level higher than Bai Shengtian, their battle was sword-centric, and Bai Shengtian's martial soul was a sword, while Jiang Shuling's sword was created by a soul skill, inherently making him slightly weaker. Therefore, for them to be evenly matched meant Bai Shengtian was already at a disadvantage. Bai Shengtian was aware of this situation, so seeing Jiang Shuling protect his teammate during their fight sparked a flicker of anger within him. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Roaring Heaven Slash. Using the Gungjin Greatsword, he instantly delivered a powerful slash. The slash transformed into a majestic white tiger made of extremely sharp metal as it traveled, intimidating the enemy and slowing their defenses or attacks for a period, depending on the gap between the two and the opponent's will. Upon hitting the enemy, it would unleash triple damage, one from the white tiger's impact energy, one from the extreme sharpness of the white tiger, and one from the psychological damage of the white tiger's might. Bai Shengtian had previously amplified his first and second soul skills. Seizing the moment Jiang Shuling had just split the dragon flame breath, while his old strength was fading and new strength was yet to come, he immediately executed a heavy slash. Furthermore, this attack was one of the rare instances where Bai Shengtian wielded the Gungjin Greatsword for a close-range weapon slash. Previously, he had been casually slashing, but this time he had enhanced the power with his martial soul, the Gungjin Greatsword. Battle skill, Bloodblade Extreme Slash. Using the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword to deliver a horizontal slash, a blood-red sword energy was unleashed. Jiang Shuling felt a powerful attack approaching from behind, and, flipping his palm, horizontally gripped the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword, immediately executing a Bloodblade Extreme Slash. The sound of the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword clashing with the Gungjin Great Sword echoed throughout the battlefield. Stop, 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 stop. Just as Jiang Shuling and Bai Shengtian collided, Jiang Shuling suddenly sensed an extremely hot attack rushing toward him. Looking to the left, it was MuLin's Dragon Flame Breath, which seemed even more powerful than the previous ones, at least visually appearing twice as large as the earlier Dragon Flame Breaths. One must admit, MuLin had seized the opportunity well, now that Jiang Shuling and Bai Shengtian were engaged in close combat. It was not easy for him to use his defensive battle skills. After all, once he used them, Bai Shengtian could easily find an opportunity to attack him, and even if he successfully defended, he would still fall into a disadvantageous position in the end. However, Jiang Shuling's martial soul was the Bloodwing Bat King. Battle skill, Bloodsword Shield Shadow. He plunged the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword into the ground, using his soul power to create a special large sword shadow in front to block the attack. Jiang Shuling twisted his hand, pulling the Gungjin Great Sword back a distance and inserting it into the ground. One could see that the blood-colored soul power on the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword had increased significantly, as Jiang Shuling transferred his soul power into the sword to enhance the Blood Sword Shield Shadow. Surrounding Jiang Shuling were Blood Sword Shield Shadows. And after the Dragon Flame Breath successfully collided with the Blood Sword Shield Shadow, it was dissolved. However, Jiang Shuling took the opportunity to fly into the sky. First soul skill, Toxic Bat Shadow. After traveling, Soul Ring 1. The Toxic Bat illusion would poison the enemy upon hitting, causing them to feel intense pain throughout their body. The duration of the poison depended on the opponent's poison resistance. Second soul skill, Jiang Shuling directly used 3 soul skills to summon 36 bats surrounding him. Observing the divided battlefield, he frowned. As for the 3 soul sects, it was needless to say that Mo Cheng's martial soul could not withstand Yan Lin's attacks at all. However, fortunately, due to this control, Ling Yu successfully bought some breathing time, allowing them to see that Ling Yu and Mo Cheng had successfully held off Yin and MuLin. But now they were at a disadvantage, and it seemed they would soon be defeated. In the battlefield of Dai Isi and Jin Lin, perhaps due to the disturbances from Yan Lin's attacks, or possibly because Jin Lin did not underestimate the enemy, Dai Isi had also fallen into a disadvantage here, though not too obviously. The only battlefield with some advantage was the one between Zhu Qingyu and Gu Ruwei. Chapter 213, Spirit Cat Eruption. The 6 members of the Xinglua Empire each went to face the 6 members of the Spear Hall. Everyone had already decided on their opponents and decided to let the fastest Zhu Qingyu engage a Soul Sect member alone. After all, Zhu Qingyu is A. After defeating his opponent, he can quickly assist his teammates. Just as Gu Ruwei finished releasing 2 soul skills and cast a group debuff buff, the 2 soul rings on Zhu Qingyu lit up and charged toward him. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. The claws suddenly extended, doubling in speed, and quickly stabbed the opponent. A close-range, single-target attack technique. Second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. Utilizing rapid body rotation and the sharp penetrating attack power of the cat's claws, he unleashed hundreds of attacks at the same spot on the enemy in a very short time, with extremely fast speed and strong destructive power. A close-range, single-target attack technique. Coincidentally, the Soul King from the Spirit Hall and that long-range artillery Soul Master were standing together, so let us deal with them together. Fourth soul skill, Phantom Shadow Chase. The power of the Phantom wraps around him, increasing his speed by 100, which doubles in the dark, if there are shadows nearby. He can consume part of his soul power to teleport to the shadow. Side effect. During the teleportation, he must endure the pressure from the ground, which causes pain to his mental strength. The farther the teleportation distance, the greater the soul power consumption. The shadow power enveloped Zhu Qingyu instantly, and his speed became extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a claw mark appeared next to Gu Ruwei and Yanlin. Third soul skill, Dark Gold King Double Blade. Zhou Shun exuded a kingly aura, greatly enhancing the perception of everyone within a certain distance. 2 dark gold skeleton double blades appeared on his arms, which had a significant destructive effect on defenses, and upon hitting the enemy, it would reduce the vitality of the injured area. A wave-like force suddenly appeared from the dark gold crown on Gu Ruwei's head, causing Zhu Qingyu to pause for an instant. Gu Ruwei was very familiar with this situation and swung the double blades toward Zhu Qingyu. Just as the 2 blades were about to hit, third soul skill, Phantom Slash. He brought his hands together above his head, and the claws on his fingers quickly merged into a sharp blade about a foot long. After infusing soul power, the black light blade condensed in a straight line and, when chopped down, had immense destructive power. A close-range, single-target attack technique. Suddenly, Zhu Qingyu brought his arms together, forming a massive black light blade, and chopped down toward Gu Ruwei and Yanlin. Although Yanlin moved backward, his speed was very slow due to his artillery-type path, comparable to a defensive Soul Master. Gu Ruwei, understanding his teammate well, gritted his teeth upon seeing this situation. Fourth soul skill, Dark Gold Massacre. Countless phantom images of the Skeletal King flew around in the area, with the Skeletal King possessing 50% of its original strength. Using the first 3 soul skills on the target, countless dark gold crowned skeletons emerged behind Gu Ruwei, wielding double blades, and Zhou Shun exhibited a fierce aura, with countless resentful spirits appearing behind him. They all attacked Zhu Qingyu together. Boom! This clash ended in a stalemate. Although it was only a draw, it was clear that Zhu Qingyu's expression was not good. After all, he was a Soul Emperor, while his opponent was just a Soul King today. They had only used the first 4 soul skills to clash, and the result was merely a draw. Seeing this situation, a fierce look flashed in Zhu Qingyu's eyes. Since that was the case, he could no longer hold back. Fifth soul skill, Phantom Shadow Fangs. The shadow power enveloped his entire body, and a dark scythe emerged from the back of his hands. His speed and attack speed increased by 100, and during the shadow power's duration, he would take 20 less damage. The shadow scythe was exceptionally sharp, ignoring 30 of energy defenses, and when it damaged the enemy's flesh, the shadow power would gradually erode the opponent's wounds. Zhu Qingyu's arms instantly manifested 2 scythes, and he rushed toward Gu Rui immediately. Gu Rui, relying on the skeletal remnants behind him, barely managed to block Zhu Qingyu's first wave of attack. At the same time, MuLin was also supporting his other 3 Soul Master teammates and manipulating his second soul skills to attack Zhu Qingyu. After all, Zhu Qingyu and Gu Rui were indeed engaged in close combat. One had a spirit cat, and the other had a skeleton. Yet one conjured scythes while the other conjured double blades. It was really difficult to attack in close combat here, unless these two could hold their ground like Jiang Shuling and Bai Shangtian did before. Otherwise, if he used Dragon Flame Breath and accidentally hit Gu Rui, it would be very uncomfortable. After all, although his martial soul quality was slightly inferior to Gu Rui's Golden Skeletal King, the fire attribute still had a restraining effect on the metal attribute. If this move hit Gu Rui, defeating and heavily injuring him might be difficult, but experiencing some painful damage was certain. Therefore, MuLin used his second soul skills to provide some support to Gu Rui. Just as the 3 of them were fighting together, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The 3 instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. It was Dai Isi. She was sent flying by MuLin and almost fell off the battlefield. Flying in the air, Jiang Shuling was also controlling those bats to attack MuLin, while Bai Shangtian was there too. Thanks to Jiang Shuling, otherwise Dai Isi would have really fallen off the battlefield. Seeing this situation, Zhu Qingyu knew he could no longer hold back. He needed to quickly execute the plan they had made a few days ago, defeat his opponent, and then use his speed advantage to assist his teammates. Zhu Qingyu's 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Link. His body created connected phantoms, with each phantom's attack power decreasing by 10% compared to the previous one, for a total of 10 phantoms. As long as the main body hits, the subsequent phantom attacks cannot be avoided. Due to the mutation of the soul beast, the soul ring had a special effect. If the phantom hits the enemy, it will put the enemy into an illusion. Soul bone skill, Shadow Hunter God Slayer. Zhu family's inherited left leg bone. In an instant, it enhances his explosive power, fully applied to attack, and condenses all his soul power into his left leg, which, augmented by the soul bone, transforms into a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, performing a linear single-target attack. Zhu Qingyu flashed a deep black light. The previously supporting MuLin was instantly kicked into the air. What? Gu Rui didn't even see the person, and MuLin beside him was sent flying. Zhu Qingyu also flew to MuLin's side, looking at the descending MuLin. He raised his left leg. It was evident that Zhu Qingyu's left leg resembled a blade of war. Although it looked thin, its sharpness resonated deeply. Seeing this situation, Gu Rui's 5th soul ring lit up instantly. 5th soul skill, Rage of the Bone King. The Golden Skeletal King Phantom appeared behind him, judging targets in a straight line or within a range ahead. It approached the ultimate darkness, accumulating a metal storm. Ignoring his number of soul rings to opponent's number of soul rings, percent of defense. The Golden Skeletal King Martial Soul appeared behind Gu Rui, targeting Zhu Qingyu, who was about to kick MuLin in the air. A black sphere appeared in the skeletal mouth. Boom! This sphere suddenly erupted into a laser that charged toward Zhu Qingyu. Just as Zhu Qingyu was about to hit MuLin, suddenly his heart thumped violently. Boom, 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 boom. Zhu Qingyu instinctively used his soul bone to forcibly twist his body. A pure black laser shot out instantly from Zhu Qingyu's forehead. The power of the laser forced Zhu Qingyu to the ground. Boom! Huh! Gu Rui gasped for breath as he hugged MuLin, who was about to fall to the ground. Although MuLin was not hit by Zhu Qingyu's kick, he was still sent flying into the air by the effect of Zhu Qingyu's soul bone skill, combined with his 6th soul skill before he left the exam. If it weren't for the dragon blood within his martial soul, he would have been killed by that kick if it had been someone else. So even though MuLin did not die, he was injured and close to being heavily injured, needing to rest for a while before he could continue fighting. Otherwise, he should just step down. Gu Rui took a deep breath and sent the unconscious MuLin off the stage. Although he knew MuLin would wake up in a while, The situation on the field was too dangerous. He was a burden now. Even if he woke up, he would still be a burden. The three Soul Emperors on the opposite side included two offensive-type Soul Masters, making MuLin very dangerous on the field. Zhu Qingyu also stood up, watching as the battle on the field came to a halt, continuing to confront Gu Rui. The current battle situation on the field was Jiang Shuling and Dai Isi were facing off against the Golden Scale and Bai Shangtan from the Spear Hall. However, due to previous circumstances, the two of them were slightly at a disadvantage now. Ling Yu and Mo Cheng were facing off against Yin and Mo Lin, although they were also at a disadvantage, with only Mo Cheng being a level 49 control-type Soul Master. He posed a significant threat to the two Soul Masters he was facing. Thus, this side could barely be considered even in the battle. After all, with Yin Lin from the Spirit Hall off the stage, and without his Dragon Flame Breath, Mo Cheng's Qing Mian Vine control effect was still quite high. The last place of battle was between Gu Rui and Zhu Qingyu. Although it was clear that Gu Rui's attack had forced Zhu Qingyu to the ground, the gap in their soul power levels was still very obvious. Moreover, it seemed that Zhu Qingyu had not sustained any significant damage, at most. It was evident that Gu Rui's fifth soul skill was extremely powerful, similar to MuLin's fifth soul skill and his self-created True Dragon Seal. However, judging purely from this, its power was indeed not as high as the two moves used by MuLin. Additionally, Zhu Qingyu had dodged such a good opportunity earlier. Furthermore, after using that move, Gu Rui was out of breath. Thus, this battle was at a slight advantage for Zhu Qingyu. However, while the three battlefields were at stalemate, Jin Lin and Bai Shangtian could no longer hold back. As Soul Emperors, their combat power was considerable. Although Jin Lin was suppressing Dai Isi in a direct confrontation, Jiang Shuling could quickly suppress Bai Shangtian if he truly exerted himself in battle. Moreover, he was the only flying Soul Master on the field. Additionally, it was a good opportunity. Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu were currently at a distance. It is known that a requirement for using a martial soul fusion skill is that both parties must be in physical contact. Soul Bone Skill, Heavenly Golden Wolf Spirit. Summon a 30,000-year-old Heavenly Golden Wolf King, 35,000-year-old Heavenly Golden Wolves, and 500-year-old Heavenly Golden Wolves. After the Soul Beasts die, they require at least 3 months to recover, or can be hunted in advance for double the age limit or directly recover if the same age and type of soul beast are hunted. Can share 5 senses with a specific soul beast. Bai Shengtian's right leg instantly lit up, and 9 soul beasts appeared on the field. Among these 9 soul beasts, one was at the 30,000-year level, and this one was a king. Perhaps, for high-level soul masters, it might not be much. But in this battle involving the highest talents at the Soul Emperor level and the lowest being only Soul Master level, it was a true trump card. After all, most Soul Emperor soul rings do not exceed 30,000 years. It is known that at the Soul Sage level, before having a martial soul true body, most people hunt soul rings in teams. After all, without a martial soul true body, there's a significant gap in the 3 basic stats of attack, defense, and speed, unless you already possessed an extraordinarily powerful soul skill beforehand. Thus, this was definitely a trump card level combat power in battles of this level. Even later on, it could be considered a high-quality soul skill for clearing the field. So, while it had been used before, now 9 soul beasts appeared on the field again. Who could stop them? At the same time, Jin Lin's left leg instantly lit up, consuming a small portion of his soul power to summon a small area of ocean that was not too large. This ocean just happened to submerge the distance between him and Dai Isi. Jin Lin charged again, wanting to prove himself. He was definitely stronger than this girl with the white tiger martial soul. Dai Isi, seeing the situation, also did not want to tarnish the reputation of the white tiger. Brother Jiang, I'm counting on you. Don't hold back any trump cards. Let us win this battle first. She could sense that the guy fighting Zhu Qingyu was using 2 soul skills that provided continuous debuff effects, and they could not delay any longer. After speaking, Dai Isi's left arm soul bone and all the soul rings with amplification effects on her body lit up simultaneously as she charged forward. Jiang Shuling, with his blood-red wings spread wide, flew in the sky, while Bai Shangtian, holding a silver giant sword, stood above looking down at him. Forget it, let me handle this. Jiang Shuling's cold red eyes stared at everyone on the field. 4th soul skill, Flood Dragon Blood Chain. The blood of the Flood Dragon in his martial soul generates a thin iron chain. One end of this chain is tied to Jiang Shuling's left arm, and the other end can ignore the distance within a certain range to tie to someone's right arm. When Jiang Shuling pursues this person, his speed increases by 100, and when he hits this person, his attack damage increases by 100, while each attack triggers the deterrence of the Flood Dragon blood against the opponent. The duration of the Iron Chain is provided by Jiang Shuling's soul power and his own blood. Soul Bone skill, Flood Dragon Blood Sword. The left arm generates a Flood Dragon Blood Sword, which possesses immense power. Each attack ignores the opponent's defense to absorb a certain amount, restoring Jiang Shuling's soul power and stamina, as well as mental strength. Each attack simultaneously triggers the might of the Flood Dragon, making it easier for the opponent to be a beat slow when attacking. Special effect. This sword can combine with the Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword, stacking the effects. And the effects of both soul skills will also undergo a special fusion for a secondary enhancement. Chapter 215. Jiang Shuling's Strength. 2. Jiang Shuling's fourth soul ring and left arm lit up simultaneously, and the Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword in his hand transformed into a different shape. The bone sword-style longsword became a standard blood-colored longsword without a guard. One side of the sword body was engraved with a roaring flood dragon, while the other side was inscribed with densely packed blood-winged bats. At the same time, an iron chain suddenly appeared in Jiang Shuling's left hand, and an identical iron chain also appeared on by Sheng Tian's right arm, confronting him. By Sheng Tian, feeling the sudden appearance of the iron chain in his hand, was momentarily shocked. There was no time to think about its effects while still in battle. Kill! By Sheng Tian, wielding his Gungjin great sword, pointed at Jiang Shuling, and the 9 soul beasts around him roared and charged at him. 1 person and 9 beasts charged forward, and Jiang Shuling did not hold back. The first 3 soul rings on his body lit up again, and suddenly 36 bats appeared around him. He led the 36 bats downwards with a fierce momentum. The 2 swords clashed once more. Stab, stab, stab. This time the collision was different from before. With the enhancement of the soul bone, the Bloodbat Dragon Bone Sword was now no weaker than the Gungjin Great Sword. And thanks to the high quality and age of the soul bone, it might even be stronger. Bai Yao could see this from the audience below. After all, every time the 2 swords clashed, Bai Sheng Tian would subconsciously employ techniques to avoid damaging the Gungjin Great Sword. Is this the soul bone you sacrificed an entire race for? Delving deep into the Star Dove forest for your son? Bai Yao looked at Jiang Wanghe, who was seated on one side of the audience. You really put a lot of pressure on us sword-wielding spirit masters. Clearly, your martial spirit ISNTA sword, it's even stronger than ours. Bai Yao thought of the ever-elusive Chun Exen, who would never enter the Star Luo territory, and then glanced at Bai Shengtian, who was being pushed back in the arena. However, Bai Shengtian was not as sentimental as his father. After all, he was under immense pressure. Is this the first genius of a new Luo empire? Fully firing on all cylinders? The pressure is truly immense. 6th soul skill, Dragon Refining Break Gold. This technique refines the essence of the 6th soul ring into extremely sharp soul power, which combines with his own metallic soul power on the great sword. Manifesting, Soul Ring 1, Dragon-shaped golden sword shadow. When the Gungjin Great Sword strikes the enemy, the sword shadow will directly penetrate the enemy's wound for secondary damage. The Gungjin Great Sword in Bai Sheng Tian's hand instantly turned silver-white, and the surrounding 6 dragon-shaped golden sword energies were vivid and lifelike. Kill. This time, Bai Sheng Tian did not hold the Gungjin Great Sword with one hand as usual, but instead gripped it with both hands. He sacrificed the agility of a one-handed grip for the power of a two-handed grip. Bai Sheng Tian also realized that his swordsmanship was truly inferior to that of his opponent. After all, his martial spirit was just a sword, while the sword in Jiang Shuling's hand was merely a soul skill he was using. It was easy to imagine how much this situation impacted him. This is the world of Douluo continent, a world of martial spirits. In the same age group, his martial spirit could not compare to even one of his opponent's soul skills. Bai Sheng Tian looked at the graceful and handsome Jiang Shuling in front of him and gritted his teeth. Battle skill, Counter Evil. Originally one of Bai Yao's commonly used battle skills, it activates the holy attribute within the martial spirit, doubling the damage against those with dark attributes or those who are evil soul masters or against evil soul beasts. Bai Sheng Tian altered it to activate the metallic attribute within the martial spirit, causing the Gungjin Great Sword to temporarily transform into an ultimate golden martial spirit. However, this move was not completely modified yet, as it was originally one of the frequently used techniques of Super Douluo by Yao at level 95. This technique could even be considered a legacy battle skill of the Spirit Hall. After all, Activating the holy attribute within the martial spirit was not solely limited to the Bai family's holy sword. The Spirit Hall's god-level martial spirit, Six-Winged Angel, also possessed it. And with so many geniuses entering the Spirit Hall over the years, there were surely other holy attribute martial spirits as well. It was easy to imagine that this technique would activate the holy attribute even more smoothly. However, just because it was smooth for activating the holy attribute did not mean it would be smooth for activating other attributes. There could even be some obstacles, as this technique was primarily designed to activate the holy attribute within the martial spirit. Bai Shengtian, due to the mutation of his martial spirit, had his holy attribute transformed into an ultimate sharp metallic attribute, rendering this technique unusable for him. However, this technique was one of his father's most commonly used moves, and if he didn't learn it, he would feel somewhat strange about it. So Bai Shengtian had a sudden idea. I no longer like the holy attribute within my martial spirit. I will use the ultimate sharp metallic attribute carried by my martial spirit. Is it possible to activate a combination of ultimate hardness and ultimate sharpness, forming ultimate gold? With this thought, Bai Shengtian, along with his father Bai Yao, modified this technique over the years of training and development. A large part of it was changed, while a smaller part had significant side effects. Because the essence of the martial spirit was not ultimate gold, but rather a metallic attribute characterized by extreme sharpness. It was still half a step away, but that half step was like a chasm obstructing the development of this technique. Although it was possible to forcibly develop his martial spirit into an ultimate gold attribute temporarily, afterward, the Gungjin Greatsword in Bai Shengtian's hand would turn into a sword with no attributes at all. An utterly ordinary sword that would at most just be a bit stronger due to his higher level, providing some enhancement to the weapon. If he forcibly used the metallic attribute of the Gungjin Greatsword during the period of side effects, it would mean consuming his future. Therefore, this move was originally not intended for Bai Shengtian to use, or rather he planned to save it for the finals. But now it was not feasible. The three-way battlefield had one advantage, one tie, and one disadvantage. If he lost, it would clearly affect the situation of the three-way battle. If he couldn't even win the semifinals, what was the point of hiding his moves? The soul power within Bai Shengtian erupted from his hand, transmitting through the grip of the Gungjin Greatsword. This caused the Gungjin Greatsword to transform into an outwardly ordinary large sword. However, all the spectators around him and Jiang Shuling, who was battling him, would not consider this outwardly ordinary large sword to be of mediocre effect. Moreover, Jiang Shuling was certain that if he had not misperceived, the sharpness of this sword had increased another level. Yes, the sharpness of the Gungjin Greatsword had indeed risen another level. Although it had already possessed the characteristic of extreme sharpness, it had now transformed into ultimate gold. Perhaps some chemical reaction had occurred, causing the sharpness to rise another level. Bai Shengtian felt the changes in the Gungjin Greatsword in his hand, revealing a faint smile. Come on, let us continue. Chapter 2:16. Jiang Shuling's Strength 3. Jiang Shuling saw the smiling Bai Shengtian, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This is what my father meant. Never underestimate those who truly wield sword martial spirits, because swordsmen move forward bravely. Such people are the easiest to spot your slight flaws and use that flaw to turn the tide. Jiang Shuling's long sword flashed. Battle skill, Blood Dragon Transformation. Relying on his martial spirit and blood, it activates the dragon aura within the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword, making many attacks against the opponent even more potent and easier to intimidate them. The blood-colored long sword in Jiang Shuling's hand, with its side engraved with the image of a dragon roaring towards the sky, instantly transformed into a vivid blood-red true dragon. The tail of the sword handle also manifested a dragon head. The dragon-headed blood sword in Jiang Shuling's hand instantly collided with the seemingly ordinary Gungjin Greatsword. Stab! The moment the two swords collided, sparks flew, and at the same time, as the two fought, the bats surrounding Jiang Shuling and the nine-soul beast beside Bai Shengtian also engaged in battle. Of course, it was clear that the bats around Jiang Shuling were no match for the nine-soul beasts. However, these 36 bats are highly toxic, blood-sucking, and paralyzing, relying on these three negative states to successfully delay the pace of the 9 bats for a short period of time. But this short time is already enough for 2 Soul Emperor-level close combat fighters. Jiang Shuling's 6th soul ring instantly lit up. 6th soul skill, Bloodbat Demon Body. It enhances all of its attributes by 30, increases attack and speed by an additional 100, and increases the attack damage caused by its soul power by 50. Additionally, it creates 2 clones, which possess 70 of the main body S attributes and can use all soul skills. One clone has 150 of the main body S speed, while the other has 150 of the main body S strength. When the Blood Sword and the Gungjin Great Sword were at a standstill, 2 clones of Jiang Shuling suddenly appeared beside him. One was white-haired, and the other was black-haired, perhaps due to the different attributes of the 2 clones. The Bloodbat Dragonbone sword summoned by them was completely different from the Bloodbat Dragonbone sword of the main body, Jiang Shuling. The Bloodbat Dragonbone sword in the hand of the white-haired Jiang Shuling resembled a short sword, while the one in the hand of the black-haired Jiang Shuling was a great sword. Bai Shengtian's pupils shrank at the sight of the 2 suddenly appearing Jiang Shulings, and before he could react, the left arm and body of both Jiang Shulings lit up. An iron chain appeared on Bai Shengtian's right arm, used by the white-haired Jiang Shuling with his 4th soul skill. Bai Shengtian felt a weight on his right arm and realized what was happening just as the white-haired Jiang Shuling's Bloodbat Dragonbone sword stabbed directly into his body. At the same time, the 36 bats surrounding the white-haired Jiang Shuling split into 3 different bats and directly crashed into Bai Shengtian. The other 33 bats joined the 36 bats summoned by the main body, Jiang Shuling, to attack the 9 soul beasts. The black-haired Jiang Shuling did the same, sending 33 bats to support the bat army, while 3 bats followed him to assist other teammates. As Gu Rui was fiercely dueling with Zhu Qingyu, a sudden whoosh sounded from his right side. Gu Rui instinctively turned his body and saw a blood-colored great sword sweeping down in front of him, striking straight into the ground. Seeing this, Gu Rui instantly understood that the person in front of him was definitely an enemy, not a friend. He instantly swung his 2 dark gold double blades, but the black-haired Jiang Shuling, perhaps due to having 70 of the main body Jiang Shuling's attributes as a sensitive attack-type Soul Master, was incredibly fast, ranking among the faster ones even at the Soul Emperor level. That 150 strength also made the black-haired Jiang Shuling no weaker than some strong attack-type Soul Emperors among his peers. After all, Jiang Shuling's clone was the #1 genius of the Star Luo Empire, and even without soul bones, it was very likely to advance to the Soul Emperor level during the tournament, with basic attributes ranked among the top in soul power. The black-haired Jiang Shuling possessed 6 soul skills and 1 soul bone skill, making the pressure he exerted on Gu Rui incredibly strong. Kill. Holding the blood-colored great sword, the black-haired Jiang Shuling made a horizontal slash directly at Gu Rui's dark gold double blades. Gu Rui immediately retreated, almost dropping his dark gold double blades to the ground. What the hell is this clone? Why is its strength so great? Even the 9th soul skill clones of some soul masters only have 100 of their own attributes at most, and there is no reason for a sensitive attack type Soul Emperor's clone to be so powerful. This is even stronger than some Soul Emperors he encountered before in the Spirit Hall. Just as Gu Rui was about to advance and continue battling the black-haired Jiang Shuling, he heard another whoosh by his ear. However, this time, Gu Rui was even less prepared than Bai Shengtian. As soon as he heard the sound, he was already flying into the air. Thud! In an instant, Gu Rui felt as if someone had kicked him hard in the stomach, and as he flew into the sky, he saw a white-haired Jiang Shuling. At the same time, this person attacked along with Zhu Qingyu. It was the white-haired Jiang Shuling, who, relying on his speed attribute of 150 of his main body, came to assist Zhu Qingyu after heavily injuring Bai Shengtian. On the other side, Dai Yixi was dueling with Jinlin, or rather, was being beaten up by Jinlin. Unlike the previous round of duels, this round saw Dai Yixi being unilaterally beaten by Jinlin. However, it was understandable. After all, the gap in martial souls between the two was not significant, and Jinlin's physical quality was somewhat higher than Dai Yixi's. The soul bones used by Jinlin also made him grow stronger with each battle, and there was also the weakening effect of the 2 soul skills used by Gu Rui at the start on Dai Yixi. So, for those soul masters who understood the situation, this scene was not hard to comprehend. However, in the audience, most people or soul masters were unaware of this. Although the old emperor was on the high platform, he could not interrupt the subconscious murmurs of some soul masters in the audience. What's going on with the princess? How come she's the one being beaten now? Has she betrayed her country? Although this statement was baseless. Seeing the once formidable Dai Yixi now being beaten so badly easily led to that concept in their minds. Just as Jinlin was preparing to take advantage of the moment to knock Dai Yixi off the stage, he suddenly felt a sense of threat behind him. A fierce glint flashed in Jinlin's eyes. He directly grabbed Dai Yici's shoulder and hurled her backward. The threat from behind came from Jiang Shuling. Dai Yici, who was thrown away, was directly saved by Jiang Shuling. MuLin looked at Jiang Shuling approaching him and instinctively glanced at the other 3 battle points. Gu Rui was fighting against Zhu Qingyu, and the white-haired Jiang Shuling, or rather, was being unilaterally beaten. After all, these two were far beyond Gu Rui's sensitive attack-type soul masters in terms of level, making it incredibly difficult for Gu Rui to fight back. Bai Shangtianyin and MuLin were all down at the edge of the battle arena. Chapter 217, Qian Rinxue's Thoughts. MuLin's pupils shrank at this sight. He had previously been dueling with Dai Yici, putting all his efforts into it to prove himself, focusing entirely on that duel. He had not noticed that his teammates had almost all been defeated, and there were still 6 opponents left. It's worth noting that the one who went down was one of his own. Seeing this situation, MuLin might have found it hard to believe. But looking at the battlefield, with the white-haired Jiang Shuling, the black-haired Jiang Shuling, and his 6 teammates, along with the 102 bats at the edge battling the 9 soul beasts, this belief no longer mattered. When Gu Rui was kicked off the stage, MuLin shook his head and raised his right hand. He conceded. Upon hearing this, the referee immediately descended to the battlefield, and the gaze towards the Douluo Empire's team became increasingly gentle. After all, this match could be considered a complete victory. 7 people had come on stage. Had it not been for that support type who had enhanced his teammates' abilities from the start and then left the stage, perhaps all 7 would have remained on the stage. Nevertheless, even so, it was a true and complete victory. The referee immediately announced, "This match is won by the first team of the Douluo Royal Academy." Upon hearing this, the people from the Douluo Empire in the audience all stood up and cheered. MuLin teased Qian Rinxue beside him, saying, "So how about that? I won, right?" Qian Rinxue snorted in response. "What does it matter if you won? There was no bet." After the cheers from the audience subsided and they were about to leave, the old emperor on the high platform stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final has concluded, but due to certain matters, the final will be postponed by 2 days. My son, the current ruler of the Douluo Empire, will also attend the finals. I hope everyone is prepared." With that, the old emperor left, leaving the audience stunned. They were indeed taken aback. After all, White Tiger City was not far from Douluo City. However, seeing that the final was postponed by 2 days indicated that the travel time would take at least 4 days, considering they needed a day to rest. Just to watch a match, plus the return journey, it would take at least 9 to 10 days, disregarding national affairs. Were they crazy? However, Qian Rinxue, in the private room, changed her expression upon hearing this. "MuLin, you need to be careful in the upcoming matches." MuLin, slightly puzzled, tilted his head to look at the frowning Qian Rinxue. "What's wrong? It's understandable that the current emperor would come. After all, it's his own daughter participating in the competition, and this year's matches are the most prestigious in history, so it makes sense for him to attend." Qian Rinxue looked at MuLin calmly. "Do you think an emperor would come to watch a match with such a high probability of failure?" MuLin waved his hand. "Just looking at the lineups of the Heaven Do Empire and the Douluo Empire, the Douluo Empire indeed has a greater chance of winning. After all, they have 3 soul emperors, while the Heaven Do Empire only has me. Plus, you saw that Jiang Shuling's 6th soul skill directly summoned 2 avatars that are slightly stronger than the soul emperor level, which means that the Douluo Empire has 5 soul emperor level fighters in this match. They even have 2 soul emperors who can use martial soul fusion skills to summon the Nether White Tiger. The Nether White Tiger is the most famous martial soul fusion skill of the Douluo Empire, ranking among the top martial soul fusions in the entire continent throughout history. 2 soul emperors using it would have a chance to defeat 2 soul saints, so it's understandable." Qian Rinxue looked at MuLin with a wistful gaze. "My silly little brother, if that were the case, what would there be to worry about? But there is a super Douluo on the high platform, and you displayed 2 forms of energy that essentially exceed soul power right under the nose of this super Douluo." Yes, Qian Rinxue understood this matter. In fact, at her soul emperor level, she wouldn't have discovered it. After all, although Qian Rinxue had a divine level martial soul, she hadn't reached the soul saint level yet. She was at most a mid-level soul master. Although she was very close to high level, mid-level was still mid-level. It was still quite difficult to detect unless experienced personally. However, there was her second granduncle, the golden crocodile Douluo, on the high platform, who had a soul power level of 98. When the golden crocodile Douluo first discovered the divine power within MuLin, greed nearly consumed him. After all, only he knew how long he had been stuck at level 98, and how torturous it was to often retreat to reach level 99. In the era after him, 399 level limit Douluos had appeared, while he remained at 98, even having to call someone younger than him Big Brother. Anyone would feel embarrassed. Therefore, when he discovered the divine power within MuLin, he nearly couldn't help but rush down to seize it and interrogate him about the divine information. However, when the golden crocodile, Douluo, felt the serious threat coming from Long Ming, who was at level 97, he realized that this guy could threaten him, and there was a significant chance he could even kill him. In the golden crocodile, Douluo's impression, only that so-called invincible on the earth, Tang Chun, could kill a 98 level with a 97 level, relying on the divine skill of the great subtlety hammer to shatter all his soul rings and achieve an instant, overwhelming, explosive power to kill his opponent. But now, he actually felt a threat from a 97 level kid, and this guy was so young that he could be considered a definite future limit Douluo. A 97 level super Douluo at such a young age, along with MuLin possessing divine power, made the golden crocodile Douluo instinctively think of a divine level force. Besides divine level forces, which other force could have a 97 level super Douluo and a genius with divine power? It seemed this force must have produced a genius with the potential to inherit divinity, which coincidentally was encountered by the young master who was undercover in the Heavendo Empire and successfully developed feelings for him. After knowing this, the golden crocodile Douluo mentioned it to Qian Renshue one night. That is why Qian Renshue felt this way upon learning that the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire would come in 5 days. You have to understand that the emperor would definitely bring many masters with him. After all, an emperor of a nation must be well protected. His mother would invite many powerful experts to protect him. So, it's completely understandable that more and stronger experts would come to protect him. After all, this was the elite soul master competition that the whole continent was watching, requiring more and stronger experts for protection. Thus, these experts could completely find an opportunity to capture MuLin, concerning the secret of reaching level 100 and becoming a deity. As one of the 3 top forces on the continent, the Star Luo Empire would definitely be willing to do so. Chapter 218. 5 days' time seeing MuLin still looking indifferent, Qian Renshue quickly expressed her concerns. Did you not use that true dragon seal and the destruction star dust during the match? Oh, and the might of the heavens. You have completely exposed the fact that you possess divine energy. MuLin, caught off guard, raised his hand. Wait a minute. Divine energy? Where do I get divine energy? Qian Renshue crossed her arms, standing up and looking at MuLin, who was still sitting on the sofa. Are you still trying to deceive me? My second granduncle has already told me that the reason your true dragon seal, destruction star dust, and might of the heavens are so powerful or effective is that they contain divine energy. And my second granduncle suspects that the quality of the divine energy you fused is quite high. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Soul Emperor's technique, mixed with a trace of energy, to have an impact on someone of his level. Upon hearing this, MuLin frowned. With his intellect, he certainly knew how troublesome his life would be if he exposed his divine energy. Are you sure it's divine energy? The true dragon seal and destruction star dust both use the energy of my 5th soul skill, and at most, the true dragon seal is a self-created battle skill. So the energy fused is minimal. That might of the heavens is my application of the energy from my left leg bone's soul skill. After saying this, MuLin even deliberately demonstrated the energy within his left leg bone to Qian Renshue. Because MuLin had only slightly stirred the power of the heavenly force in the Soul Valley, the range was not large. Only Qian Renshue, who was in the same private room as MuLin, suddenly felt as if she saw a vast and magnificent existence. After coming back to her senses, Qian Renshue looked at MuLin, who had a strange expression on his face, and her face turned red. If you're still lying, that soul bone in your left leg clearly has divine energy. You must have received blessings from the divine. Hearing this, MuLin's mouth twitched. This soul bone is called the left leg bone of the celestial breaking Golden Tiger King. One of its soul skills is called celestial. The power I used is the celestial power within the soul bone. This is the power inside the soul bone. What does it have to do with divine blessings? Qian Renshue rolled her eyes at MuLin. Do you think I'll believe that? Really, you can trust me, even if you are a true inheritor of divine power. I won't do anything to you. MuLin felt a bit helpless after hearing this. I really am not the inheritor of divine power. The soul bones on me were obtained when I hunted the 6th spirit ring, and my master, Long Ming, helped me kill it. If you don't believe it, you can ask your second granduncle. I believe you should know about the existence of the celestial breaking Golden Tiger King. After hearing this, Qian Renxue wanted to say something, but seeing MuLin's serious expression, she didn't know what to say. After all, Qian Renxue could tell that MuLin's words and expression were serious. And he should not be lying. Even if MuLin wanted to lie, he couldn't because he really wasn't an inheritor of divine power. As for how he obtained these two things that could be called divine energy, MuLin didn't quite understand either. The celestial power and the destruction divine power were both obtained in a very bewildering way. MuLin didn't know the specific method of obtaining them. And as for being a divine power inheritor, I at least need to know where the inheritance point of this god is, right? If I don't know anything, how can I be an inheritor of divine power? Qian Renxue could only reluctantly nod. Anyway, when you go back today, be careful. Depending on the situation, call those strong people in the inn over. Even if you say you are not the inheritor of divine power, even if the two powers you exhibit are not divine energy, the essence of those two energies definitely exceeds soul power. And the Xingluo Empire will definitely find a way to take you away and torture you to reveal how you obtain these two energies. Calling those strong people over one tea do you any harm? After hearing this, MuLin breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a frown, saying, "Okay, after I go back, I will have Senior Jinshun or my teacher go back once." After the two finished talking and saw that the audience in the stands had all left, they also left accordingly. That night, the old emperor of the Xingluo Empire left his residence, and a golden light flashed past from Huxiao City. A day later, Lan Feng, can you see if you can call a few people from the inn to go with me to the Xingluo Empire? The young master might be in danger. In an inn, Jin Shun found the place where Lan Feng was training and directly asked as he looked at Lan Feng, who had just gotten up, "Are there few people in the inn who can leave now?" After hearing what Jin Shun said, Lan Feng replied, "The people in the inn can go to the Xingluo Empire at any time. After all, the young master is the foundation of everything, and an inn can be closed at any time." Jin Shun clicked his tongue. "Indeed, but there are only 5 days. Are you sure everyone in the inn will have enough time?" Lan Feng frowned after hearing this. "Well, how about this? I'll take Kong Ming and the two of us to follow you directly, and let Baiyu have his subordinates look for the 3 teams of Night Raid, 7 deadly sins, and 6 paths that are active nearby. As for the rest, their strength is too dangerous to go there. They should stay here to guard the place. The main thing is I really can't think of where the young master would be in danger. You know, Yi Tianxing is still there, with his survival ability. I estimate that even Longming Wunti be able to find a way to harm MuLin, right?" After hearing this, Jin Shun slapped his forehead. "Yes, how did I forget about that? Yi Tianxing's presence is really too low." The two shook their heads, but they also knew this was because Yi Tianxing was comprehending the power of his martial soul, so his aura was too deeply concealed. The two began to take action, leading a part of the people to the Xingluo Empire, while Baiyu went to have his subordinates notify the 3 teams in various places of the Tiando Empire to also go to the Xingluo Empire. 3 days later, within the territory of the Xingluo Empire, in a soul-hunting forest some distance from Huxiao City, a group of people dressed in black robes was staying in a cave, led by an elderly man in a purple robe. The old man looked at a piece of paper in his hand. "Everyone, be careful from now on. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire will also arrive at the scene during the finals." Upon hearing this, 3 people dressed in strange attire around the old man opened their eyes. What is Dai Haojia coming here for? At his speed, a round trip would take at least 10 days to handle national affairs. Has he gone mad? Chapter 219 before the start. The elderly man, named Wu Yin, pondered for a moment after hearing this. "I don't know, but it's estimated that Dai Haojia must have his own plans. We just need to focus on that kid named MuLin. As for Dai Haojia, as long as he doesn't obstruct us from capturing MuLin, he can do whatever he wants." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, no matter what this guy is here for, as long as he doesn't obstruct us from obtaining the soul bones, he can do whatever he wants. As for obstruction, then let them see the true power of the evil soul master. After all, evil soul masters rank at the forefront in combat power among peers, and that is all earned through blood. Would they be afraid of a mere imperial emperor? Impossible. 5 days later, as soon as the door to the Huxiao arena opened, all the spectators who had purchased tickets for this match surged in crazily. This included many sect masters as well. Is that the sect master of the Wind Sword? Not only that, look there. The sect master of the Holy Dragon sect has also come. The sect masters of the 4 lower sects have all arrived. Look at that guy from the Tiando Empire. Hu Yin Jun, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, has come too. Who said that? The sect master of the White Tiger sect didn't he come, right? The spectator who spoke earlier looked at the one who made that statement, as if he were foolish. The sect master of the White Tiger sect is the younger brother of the current emperor. If the elder brother is here to watch the match, Do you think the younger brother wouldn't he come back? Moreover, this city is led by the White Tiger Sect. How could he not come? What were you thinking? After hearing this, the spectator scratched his head, realizing he had said something particularly foolish. After all the spectators entered, they could see that in the Xiao Duel arena, the high platform had been expanded from the previous 3 seats to now 8 seats. At the same time, the number of private rooms has also increased significantly. Previously, only people from the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire could sit in them. But now a few more seats have been added for the leaders of the 4 lower sects, as well as for some lesser-known but powerful leaders within the 2 countries. For example, the Fire Leopard sect, which can be compared to the 4 lower sects, and other sects that, although not as deep-rooted as the 4 lower sects, are strong enough to be on par with them in terms of surface strength. After arriving here, MuLin noticed the increase in private rooms and looked at Xianrenxue, asking, is it really okay to have so many people here? And there are so many leaders from the Tiando Empire. Xianrenxue glanced at MuLin and replied, I arranged this. And let me tell you, these leaders do not belong to the Tiando Empire. They belong to the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, MuLin looked at Xianrenxue in surprise. They belong to the Spirit Hall? I remember your relationship with the current leader of the Spirit Hall doesn't seem too good, does it? Xianrenxue sneered at this. The true leader of the Spirit Hall will always be our Angel Clan. Whatever we, the Angel Clan, want to do, outsiders cannot interfere, so you don't need to worry. MuLin smacked his lips in response. That's true. In the original story, Bibi Dong was able to act recklessly because Xianrenxue still had feelings for her, and also because Qian Daolu knew what his son had done to her, so he tolerated her. However, no matter what, if Xianrenxue insists on doing something, Bibi Dong cannot stop her. The gap in foundation is too great. Even in terms of strength, Qian Daolu can borrow divine power, unlike Bibi Dong, who is burdened by divine power. In the later stages, even though she reached level 99, she could only exert the strength of level 98. Even if she tried her best, she probably wouldn't be able to defeat Qian Daolu. Her combat experience and soul power level simply do not match. At most, she might be able to hold Qian Daolu back with her twin martial souls. But in terms of true strength, she probably still falls short. After everyone stayed in the private room for a while, once the audience seats were filled, several people suddenly appeared below the high platform. Standing in the middle was a very imposing middle-aged man, whose every move not only exuded grandeur, but also hinted at a kingly aura. This man should be the current ruler of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Haojie. Dai Haojie, as his name suggests, made a name for himself in the soul world during his youth, and now he commands many powerful soul masters under the Star Luo Empire, a significant portion of whom he has befriended. Although he hasn't made sworn brothers like Jiang Wanghe, their relationship is still quite good. It is said that they even refer to each other as brothers privately. Furthermore, their strengths are all top tier, but this is understandable, as the competition for the crown prince position in the Star Luo Empire is extremely bloody. Without strength, one cannot seize it. He should now have the strength of a soul Douluo. Then, slowly appearing on either side of him were 8 people. From left to right, they were Bai Yao, Jin Shun, Long Ming, and Jin Yi, a woman dressed in magnificent clothing with a phoenix crown, an old emperor, Jiang Wanghe, and a very robust elderly man. Xianrenxue also very tactfully introduced them to MuLin. You probably know the others, but let me introduce the woman in the middle and the elderly man on the far right. Tai Zhan, the ancestor of the Tai family in the Star Luo Empire, is of the same generation as the old emperor. His current strength should be at level 94 as a Title Douluo. MuLin was somewhat puzzled. Just a level 94 Title Douluo? I remember that even Ning Fengji would always have a level 95 Super Douluo by his side, and sometimes even a level 96 Sword Douluo. Xianrenxue thought MuLin had some doubts, so she immediately replied, you have to know that the strength gap between Dai Haojie and Ning Fengji is not small, and don't forget, the old emperor is also nearby, plus the various leaders from the Star Luo Empire who have come together. This is already a very strong force. Moreover, seeing that woman as Phoenix Crown, you should know who she is, right? MuLin nodded, the current empress, Zhulin. That's right. Do you think such a strong force would come for no reason? MuLin shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. When it comes to self-preservation, I'm definitely top-notch. And besides, I have Tianxing behind me, right, Tianxing? After saying this, MuLin turned his head to one side, and Xianrenxue followed his gaze. Suddenly, a blue ripple-like thing appeared in the shadows of the private room. Within the ripple, a figure emerged, confirming that it was Yi Tianxing, who usually protected MuLin closely. Xianrenxue saw this, and her pupils constricted. Such a profound space power. Chapter 220. Finals battle, 7,000 words. This is over 7,000 words, unlike the previous 2,000 words, so the point fee may be a bit higher, or maybe not. I want to adjust the point fee, just mentioning it here. Qian Renshua looked at Yi Tianxing, who was protecting MuLin, and felt relieved seeing his strong space power. After all, space power is one of the top abilities for self-preservation, possibly even the best. Long ago, she knew that Yi Tianxing's martial soul was closely related to space. Now that he is so powerful, he should have reached the level of a soul Douluo, right? With his extreme martial soul, he is likely at the level of a limit Douluo, and even if his second grandfather personally intervened, there's a good chance they could escape with MuLin. Of course, the premise is that Yi Tianxing can react in time. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing. After waiting in the private room for a while, Qian Renshua and MuLin heard a knock on the door. Is MuLin, the captain of the Tiendo Royal Academy team, in this room? If so, please proceed to the battle arena immediately. The match is about to begin. The two exchanged glances, and MuLin immediately stood up and headed for the battle arena. At this time, the teams from the Douluo Royal Academy and the Tiendo Royal Academy had taken their positions in the battle arena. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire suddenly stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Elite Soul Master Tournament hosted by the New Star Empire is the strongest one yet. This year, we have 3 Soul Emperors and 5 Soul Kings participating, and a significant portion of the teams in the finals are composed entirely of Soul Sect members. Therefore, our championship reward must also rank first among the rewards of all previous Elite Soul Master Tournaments. This time, the winning team will receive 3 Soul Bones, 2 of which are over 50,000 years old left and right arm bones, and the last one is a torso bone over 70,000 years old. The 250,000-year-old left and right arm bones are the top-level Soul Beast Bone, the left arm bone of the Nethermoon Shadow Wolf, and the top-level Soul Beast Bone, the right arm bone of the Ghost Shadowbat King. The last Soul Bone is the torso bone of the Gungjin Winged Tiger, which is a bone over 80,000 years old, belonging to a level of soul bones that are considered heritage soul bones among the top 3 sections. Hearing that the championship reward was so generous, the audience instinctively stood up and cheered. Although it wasn't them in the last match, upon hearing such abundant championship rewards this time, everyone instinctively stood up and cheered. The 2 teams in the battle arena also felt their bodies tense up instinctively upon hearing these rewards, preparing for combat. Both teams were arranged in a 2-2-3 formation. However, the formation of the Douluo Empire team had some personnel changes compared to the previous match against the Spear Hall. The first 2 positions were occupied by the 2 members with the least impact in the last match, Dai Yu and Ling Yu. The second row consisted of Zhu Qingyu and Dai Yixi. The remaining 3 members were Jiang Shuling, Mo Cheng, and Duan Yu, who had the same roles as in the previous match. On the side of the Heavendo Empire, the first 2 positions were occupied by Guan Xian and He Hao, similar to the opposing team, one being a strong attacker and the other a sensitive attacker. The second row featured the only 2 Soul Kings on the team, Feng Linger and Yu Linger. The third row had the same lineup as the opposing team, with MuLin responsible for protection, Yuan Han for control, and Guan for providing assistance. Upon seeing such a similar formation, both teams exchanged glances. But since the Emperor of the Douluo Empire was still speaking, neither side said anything, silently resolving to teach the opposing team a lesson. After the Emperor finished speaking, seeing that both teams were ready in the battle arena, he cheerfully returned to his seat, signaling that the referee could start. The match began. First Soul Skill, Demonic Energy Surge, Unmatched Strength, grants allies, Soul Ring 10, additional strength, and upon hitting an enemy, it will reduce the opponent's recovery rate, whether it be soul power, physical strength, or even mental recovery, and can stack. Second Soul Skill, Demonic Energy Surge, Unyielding Defense. Similar enhancement method as above, but for defense. In an instant, Duan Yu, just like in the previous match, raised the demonic flag in his hand, granting the opponent a 40 increase in strength, defense, speed, and armor penetration, and, of course, a 40 reduction in the opponent's recovery. However, this time Duan Yu did not immediately leave the stage. After all, it was the finals. Although it had been decided that the team would directly use their full power to attack the opponent, who knew if the opposing MuLin, a contemporary prodigy close to Soul Sage level, would successfully hold back their team members and engage in a tug-of-war. Therefore, Duan Yu did not directly leave the stage, but instead found a spot at the edge of the battle arena, sitting down to recover soul power. This way, Whether he was attacked and could take the opportunity to leave the stage or waited until the enhancement on his teammates disappeared before continuing to enhance again, it was beneficial. Guan shared the same idea as him. First soul skill, Eternal Battle's Soul, Power. Enhances the strength attribute of allies within a certain range, Soul Ring 10, and boosts his own morale. Second soul skill, Eternal Battle's Soul, Defense. Enhances the defense attribute of allies within a certain range, Soul Ring 10, and boosts his own morale. Guan also directly unleashed all his soul skills, providing allies with a 40 increase in strength, defense, speed, and recovery speed for both physical strength and mental power, as well as the battle intent granted by his martial soul. However, unfortunately, Guan's martial soul enhancement was somewhat countered by Douluo's abilities. Nevertheless, the members of the Heaven Do side did not mind. They believed in their teammates, and the enhancement of battle intent was not without effect. Standing at the front, Guanxian and He Hao had their first 4 soul rings light up simultaneously. They were not planning to engage in a war of attrition. They were aware that the auxiliary soul master Douluo could reduce the opponent's recovery rate based on the number of soul rings. Moreover, seeing that guy sitting at the edge of the battle arena recovering soul power, it was likely he wanted to show himself and also provide enhancements during the battle to reduce the opponent's recovery rate if they engaged in a tug-of-war. So they prepared to go head-to-head with the opponent. Although their side had 2 fewer Soul Emperors than the opposing team, they had 2 more Soul Kings. Furthermore, everyone understood MuLin's soul skills. His defense was undoubtedly top-notch. At the start of the Elite Soul Master competition, their teacher, Guilin, had publicly sparred with MuLin. The result was a loss. MuLin's defense was too strong, making it very difficult to break through for a Soul Sage, let alone for someone like Guilin with a Dragon-type martial soul at a high Soul Sage level. It was easy to imagine how formidable MuLin's remaining defense was. One person could definitely hold back 3. As for winning, no one had thought about that, as the Wai Ming White Tiger was not to be underestimated. Guanxian, wielding the Thunderfire Warhammer, instantly clashed with Dayu, the strong attacker at the forefront of the Star Luo Empire team. Upon seeing Guanxian's 4 soul rings light up, Dayu only lit up his first, third, and 4th soul rings, as his second soul skill was a ranged attack. With purple light flashing and hot flames erupting, the Thunderfire Warhammer collided with the condensed White Tiger meteor. Boom! Guanxian was instantly pushed back by the explosive force of the collision of the 2 energies, and thankfully, the school uniform of the Heaven Do Royal Academy was quite good. Although they were also wearing their uniforms during battle, the Heaven Do Royal Academy had likely experienced certain events, so their uniforms were very effective even in combat. The materials used were forged from the corpses of century-old soul beasts. Even the shoes were made from the leather of century-old horse-type soul beasts. Therefore, even though these 2 energies caused Guanxian to scrape against the ground and slide back, resulting in 2 black marks on the ground, his shoes remained intact. Simultaneously, the agile attack type Soul Master beside them also engaged in battle. Third soul skill, Shadow Clone, splits into 2 clones with 50 of the original attributes. When the clones are shattered, they can stack a layer of Shadow Mark on the enemy. For each layer of Shadow Mark, the shadow damage received increases by 10. First soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw. Utilizing the dragon power within his martial soul, his claws are enhanced by double, and the attack power is increased by 100. Each time he attacks, the dragon might within the dragon horns will slightly intimidate the opponent, causing a brief pause in their actions. Second soul skill, Dragon Shadow. He Hao transforms into 2 afterimages connected to himself. Every time he attacks the enemy, the 2 clones must also attack the enemy. The damage caused by the afterimages is guaranteed to be 30 of the damage dealt by the main body, and every time the afterimages attack the enemy, they will stack a layer of Shadow Mark, with the effects similar to the third soul skill. He Hao instantly split into 2 clones, and both clones manifested 2 afterimages, with claws like the Shadow Dragon Claw, possessing intimidation and a sharpness that was evident just by looking at them. As this was the finals, He Hao naturally had to use his full power. 4th soul skill, Shadow Dragon 100 Slashes. He Hao's Shadow Dragon Tail Wolf Martial Soul flashed behind him, and a Shadow Dragon Tail Wolf Gauntlet appeared on his forearm, with the wolf's head fitting his 5 fingers. Every attack on the enemy would leave 5 wolf head marks on them, and after accumulating 10 layers, the marks would explode, causing explosive damage as well as further erupting and eroding any previous damage the enemy had sustained. A gauntlet in the shape of his martial soul instantly appeared on He Hao's hand, his emerald green eyes gazing at Lingyu like a predator. Third soul skill, Ghost Shadow Clone. It creates multiple clones, each with its own attack power and capable of using all soul skills except for those from the third soul ring. And the clones move quickly. The downside is that once a clone is attacked, it disappears, and the more clones there are, the more soul power the original consumes. Second soul skill, Ghost Shadow Blade. Utilizing his Ghost Shadow power, Hao forms a soul blade in both hands using his soul power, which ignores 50 of the opponent's resistance and increases his attack speed by 100. Fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Instant Slash. The Ghost Shadow power envelopes his entire body, temporarily enhancing his speed and attack power, with an attack speed of 150. The next 3 attacks cannot be healed and will gradually cause the opponent increasing pain. The first attack will temporarily increase all of Hao's buffs by 50. Ling Yu instantly used all his amplifications together with his attack soul skills, targeting the agile attack type, Soul Master, Hao from the Tiando Empire. He quickly created 2 clones, making a total of 3 Ling Yes, each holding a black but slightly transparent blade. After using the 4th soul skill, the 3 appeared like phantoms, their black eyes staring at Hao, with all their joints wrapped in black soul power, making Ling Yu extremely agile and significantly increasing his attack speed. It's worth noting that these 2 had a connection, both possessing soul skills that allowed them to create 2 clones. The 2, or rather 6 individuals, instantly engaged in battle. Ling Yu wielded the Ghost Shadow Twin Blades, while Hao had his wolf head gauntlet, which fit his 5 fingers. In fact, calling it a wolf head was misleading, as it also had dragon horns. The wolf head's eyes were also dragon-like. Furthermore, the gauntlet had exceptionally strong defense, with the twin blades leaving no trace upon striking it. Thus, although Ling Yu had the advantage of weaponry, he still couldn't overpower Hao due to having used 2 amplification soul skills. After all, Hao belonged to the more he fights, the braver he becomes category. Once he used his soul skills, enemies would be marked. Whether it was the wolf head marks that would explode after reaching a certain quantity, or the shadow marks that would increase shadow damage by 10 with each layer. The longer the battle went on, the braver Hao became, and his combat power grew stronger, relying on his martial soul ability. Hao would likely have a higher chance of winning against the defensive Soul King. Although he was not fighting a defensive type this time, battling an agile attack type was still feasible. The 2 continued to fight fiercely. After experiencing the effect of a shadow mark, the battlefield immediately turned to despair for Ling Yu. After all, with each passing day, the layer of marks increased, and the damage he sustained became greater. Who would dare to be attacked by the opponent? Even defense types couldn't withstand it. Once the 2 in the front row clashed, several from the second row also stepped in. Yu Ling'er's soul rings lit up as she played her illusory sound guqin. At the same time, Feng Ling'er spread her martial soul into the sky. In truth, Yu Ling'er was not suited for group battles since her only true attack soul skill was the first one, the Sound Blade. The other skills were all sound wave type abilities, and she couldn't expect her teammates to be deaf. Therefore, her control effects were indiscriminate. Even so, Yu Ling'er was considered a trump card in her team. If it weren't for her insistence on standing in the second row, saying that she was only effective when her teammates were fewer or absent, unless in previous internal battles, where she could just let her teammates block their ears. She would only need to react based on the situation against a single MuLin. In this team battle, if ears were blocked, they could only focus on that aspect. Unable to hear teammates' warnings was like having a wall between them, making it impossible for them to have the same level of coordination as the 7 opponents. Of course, Yu Ling'er couldn't provide control at the moment, but her original soul could. First soul skill, Dream Invasion. She releases a dream bubble. Anyone hit by it feels deep drowsiness and an unconscious urge to sleep. Second soul skill, Joyful Dream. In the opponent's dream, based on their memories and emotions, it enhances things that would make them happy. Third soul skill, Sad Dream. It has the same effect as the previous one, but enhances sad things. The 4th skill enhances anger-inducing things. Since Yu Ling'er was only a soul master at this point, her dream abilities were not very complete. However, entering dreams was still a form of entry. Instantly, 4 soul masters from the Star Luo Empire fell into a dream. Realizing this, Guanxian immediately raised his Thunder Fire Warhammer. Battle skill, Whirlwind Hammer. Guanxian directly slammed the hammer down on Daiyu, while Ling Yu was perhaps directly hit by 10 layers of shadow and wolf head marks from Hao. As for the control type, Mo Chung on the opposite side, he suffered no damage due to the protection of Jiang Shuling, who had not yet fallen into the dream. When Ling Yu woke up, he heard Guanxian say, "Hey, the one called Ling Yu over there Take a look at how many marks you have. Just give up. You know the effects of those 2 marks. I don't believe you can endure that kind of pain. Ling Yu looked at the wolf head and shadow marks left on him after being attacked, biting his lip. He could only walk off the stage in frustration. He had never thought of continuing the fight, as that kind of pain was unbearable. The explosive damage combined with the enhancement and erosion of previous damage meant that, as a soul master, he wasn't strong enough to survive. It was possible he could die from the pain. In an instant, the Douluo Empire lost 2 members. Although there had been much talk, the actual battle time had not exceeded half a minute, and their soul skills had been used up instantly. Zhu Qinyu and Dai Isi exchanged glances and immediately embraced each other. With the 2 as the center, a blinding white light illuminated the entire arena. When the white light faded, a towering 6 to 7 meter tall, ghostly white tiger appeared before everyone. The Tiendo side had also considered attacking, but it was futile. Jiang Shuling was still on the stage, and Mo Cheng was present to use his martial soul to block. Seeing the ghostly white tiger appear, He Hao and Guan Xian want to test it. Their soul skills lit up once more, though it wasn't an entirely new activation. The previous effects were still active, just reactivated for offense. Guan Xian's Thunder Fire Warhammer and He Hao's dual claws instantly struck at the legs of the ghostly white tiger. Bang! Stab! Stab! After the Thunder Fire Warhammer struck, it rebounded back. He Hao was worse off. His claws couldn't break through the defense at all, and when they clawed at a hard object, his hand was shaken back behind him, trembling. The Yomi white tiger looked at the remaining 2 people. A sphere of light gathered in its mouth, very similar to Dai Isi's 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor. Roar! The white tiger meteor rushed toward the people of the Heaven-Do Empire in an instant. Everyone felt the might of this attack and dared not approach. They knew they couldn't withstand it. This was not a skill that a group of soul masters could block. MuLin also understood his teammates' thoughts. I will deal with this Yomi white tiger. The remaining 3 on the opposite side will depend on you. After MuLin finished speaking, his soul rings lit up. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bone. All attributes increase, 20 soul ring 10, with reaction and toughness additionally increasing by 50 and damage reduction by 20. Second soul skill, Physical Enhancement, Metal Attribute Boost. All attributes increase, 5 soul ring 10, with metal attribute abilities increasing by 100. Third soul skill, Indestructible Golden Flame. Can operate the metal attribute to enhance oneself with golden flames. The stronger the metal attribute, the greater the power of the golden flames and the longer the duration. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Dominance. Increases strength and defense by 100, during which damage is reduced by 20 and immunity to all control effects is granted. Battle skill, Golden Flame Soul Piercing Spear. MuLin, dressed in the white uniform of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, held a golden spear engulfed in brilliant golden flames. Like a hero from a story, he charged directly at the ferocious giant Yomi white tiger. Battle skill, Sun Wheel. Using his golden flame soul piercing spear, he attacked the opponent from above, utilizing a special method in conjunction with the golden flames, making the attack momentarily resemble a sun wheel. Hence the name of this battle skill. Battle skill, Explosive Step. Condensing his soul power at the soles of his feet, he increased his propulsion, allowing himself to quickly reach the enemy's side. When MuLin approached a certain distance from the Yomi white tiger, he jumped high. Using the golden flame soul piercing spear, he slammed down directly. With the huge body of the Yomi white tiger, it was truly hard to dodge. After all, MuLin's speed was not slow, especially with the use of a battle skill. Boom! The golden flame soul piercing spear struck directly at the head of the Yomi white tiger, pushing its massive body back 2 steps. After all, the Yomi white tiger was a martial soul fusion technique used by Zhu Qinyu and Dai Isi, and with their pride. How could they endure this? The Yomi white tiger let out a furious roar and charged straight at MuLin. However, MuLin looked at the somewhat clumsy Yomi white tiger with disdain. The golden flame soul piercing spear in his hand flashed with golden light. Battle skill, Golden Dragon Spear. Utilizing the dragon energy within his martial soul, he enhanced the golden flame soul piercing spear with his soul power. Instantly, the spear was wrapped in dragon scales, and a dragon appeared on the spear body, with a majestic dragon head appearing between the spear shaft and tip. MuLin's golden dragon soul piercing spear, seeing the Yomi white tiger charging at him, thrust forward. However, the Yomi white tiger was not truly clumsy. Upon seeing the spear thrusting toward it, it instinctively halted, twisting its body to the side to evade. How could MuLin allow such a creature, which he viewed as huge and clumsy, to evade his attack? Battle skill, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. Concentrating his dragon power and metal attribute soul power onto the spear, he unleashed a sweeping strike. The golden dragon soul piercing spear in MuLin's hand instantly transformed into a horizontal sweep. Slash. The golden dragon soul piercing spear directly sliced into the leg of the Yomi white tiger. Let me give you a piece of advice. Just because a body is larger doesn't mean it's stronger. This was indeed true, especially in the eyes of someone like MuLin. The larger the area, the easier it is to hit with attacks. However, regrettably, the most famous move of the Douluo Empire was this martial soul fusion technique, the Yomi white tiger. Zhu Qingyu and Dai Isi did not listen at all and continued to maintain the form of the Yomi white tiger as they pounced toward MuLin. MuLin shook his head at the Yomi white tiger, which was oblivious. Sixth soul skill, Golden Dragon Starbreak, greatly enhances and activates his metal attributes and dragon power. Strength and defense increase by 100, and each of his moves will deal, number of soul rings 10, true damage. The dragon head on the golden dragon soul piercing spear in MuLin's hand became increasingly lifelike. With the current might of this dragon head, an ordinary person or a weaker soul master would probably think a real golden dragon was staring at them. Battle skill, Dragon Shadow Assassination, relying on his dragon power. The spear in his hand appeared to create illusions. Each time it attacked the opponent, the illusions would also strike the same wound on the opponent. And the dragon power wrapped around the spear tip made it easier to break through defenses. MuLin had enhanced his attributes so significantly, particularly in strength and defense. Coupled with the true damage from this sixth soul skill, the golden dragon soul piercing spear pierced directly through the Yomi white tiger's body. Stab! Zhu Qingyu and Dai Isi within the Yomi white tiger clearly did not expect the Yomi white tiger to be so easily broken through by the enemy, or rather penetrated. Roar! The Yomi white tiger let out a furious roar, seemingly unwilling, but it was clear that this unwillingness could not heal its body. The Yomi white tiger collapsed directly to the ground. Boom! After the disappearance of the Yomi white tiger, Dai Isi and Zhu Qingyu also fell to the ground. Looking at MuLin standing in front of them, they temporarily could not get up and could only look at him with expressions of anger and unwillingness. The martial soul fusion skill had been forcefully broken by the opponent, and one could imagine how great the damage was to the two of them. MuLin looked at the two in front of him and shook his head. I warned you. Such a huge and heavy Yomi white tiger is merely a target in front of me. Be more careful next time. In fact, the Yomi white tiger was more suited for the battlefield. Relying on its powerful body, speed, and immense strength, it could dominate the battlefield. The Douluo Empire was also aware of this. In one-on-one combat, this martial soul fusion technique was not the strongest. Only in group battles, or when strong preyed on the weak, was this martial soul fusion technique the most suitable. In team competitions, it was actually quite good, but unfortunately, they encountered MuLin, whose attack power, defense, and speed far exceeded theirs, especially with his soul skills and true damage. One could imagine how severely it countered them. However, MuLin had warned them. It was their arrogance. If two soul emperors were to battle MuLin, they might have been able to buy some more time or even have a chance to injure MuLin. Those soul bones combined with their soul skills actually had considerable power. Chapter 221 end after MuLin, Zhu Qingyu, and Dai Isi broke the Yomi white tiger. They looked to the other side. A type of plant, what's going on? A national treasure from MuLin's previous life slipped out. What lay before him were several of his teammates. Aside from the support-type soul master Goen, who did not keep up, everyone else had already fallen to the ground. Yes, except for the auxiliary soul master who didn't keep up, the other 5 soul masters all fell to the ground. This includes the 2 soul kings, Fenglinger and Yulinger. On the opposite side, the Xingluo Empire, while the auxiliary soul master and control soul master were also down, looking quite tragic. The remaining soul emperor, Jiang Shuling, was unharmed. MuLin was truly puzzled to know it was 5 of you against 3 of them, and one of the remaining 3 soul masters had already lost all soul power, meaning you were actually fighting against 2 soul masters, and those 2 were burdened with a dead weight. How could you fall so quickly? Even actors shouldn't be so obvious. However, MuLin was still quite confused, carefully looking at the 3 Jiang Shuling in the sky who seemed to be barely out of breath. Suddenly, MuLin noticed that the left leg of these 3 Jiang Shuling seemed to be glowing. Did you manage to absorb another soul bone during these days? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuling didn't speak, as he didn't expect to hide it from MuLin, shaking his head. Not just me, those 2 also absorbed one. Upon hearing this, MuLin raised an eyebrow, looking at the 2 still lying on the ground, Zhu Qingyu and Dai Yixi. Are you sure? Those two absorbed a soul bone and still insisted on using a martial soul fusion skill to fight me? Don't they know? In a one-on-one fight, the Netherworld White Tiger is just a target, right? Jiang Shuling smiled bitterly and shook his head, not speaking. What target? That only applies to you. For other ordinary soul emperors, even for most of them, they're opponents that require full effort to deal with. Jiang Shuling had realized that if this MuLin were to unleash his full power, even an ordinary soul, Douluo, might not be his opponent. His basic attributes were simply too high, with 6 soul rings, and the years of those rings were definitely not low. If it weren't for the fact that the colors of the soul rings couldn't change, Jiang Shuling would have thought MuLin had 10,000-year soul rings. His physical quality was too strong. Combined with those enhancement soul skills, it was very possible for him to challenge Soul to one-on-one. The three Jiang Shuling exchanged glances and raised their Bloodwing Bat King. Come on, MuLin, let's continue the battle that we didn't truly finish before. MuLin looked at Jiang Shuling, who suddenly raised his fighting spirit, and after hearing his words, he raised his Golden Dragon soul-crushing spear. In that case, come on, let me see your true strength. 4th soul skill, Dragon Blood Chain. The blood of the dragon in the martial soul generates a slender iron chain. One end of this chain is tied to Jiang Shuling's left arm, while the other end can ignore the distance within a certain range and tie to someone's right arm. When Jiang Shuling chases this person, his speed increases by 100, and when he hits this person, the attack damage also increases by 100. Additionally, every attack will trigger the dragon blood intimidation on the opponent. The duration of the chain is provided by Jiang Shuling's soul power and his own blood. The three Jiang Shuling in the sky suddenly had a bright red iron chain appear on their left arms. Meanwhile, MuLin, who was still standing on the ground, suddenly felt a weight on his right arm. Looking down, 3 iron chains instantly appeared on his right arm. These chains had actual weight. Although they might not be as heavy as normal iron chains due to being forged with blood and soul power, there were still 3 chains, and the soul power and blood used to forge them belonged to the opponent. Perhaps these chains could even be manipulated by the opponent. The 3 Jiang Shuling didn't give MuLin any time to react, raising their various bloodbat dragonbone swords and diving down. Seeing this situation, MuLin rushed forward expressionlessly. The 3 Jiang Shuling descending. The white-haired Jiang Shuling vanished from sight in an instant due to his speed. Of course, he was just bullying some not-so-strong soul masters. In fact, among those Title Douluos on the platform, or even the lower-ranked soul Douluo in MuLin's eyes, the white-haired Jiang Shuling relied on his speed to reach the ground instantly, using some special techniques to silently approach MuLin from behind. However, although MuLin sensed the position of the white-haired Jiang Shuling, he still pretended to frown slightly, staring intently at the 2 Jiang Shuling in front of him. He also acted calm, seemingly very worried about the white-haired Jiang Shuling launching a sneak attack on him. Just as the 2 Jiang Shuling raised their bloodbat dragonbone swords to strike down, the white-haired Jiang Shuling behind MuLin also raised his bloodbat dragonbone sword to stab at his back. Combat skill, Golden Flame, Mixed Sky. Harnessing the golden flames in the long spear, making it spin around like a whirlwind, defending against attacks from all around. MuLin raised the golden dragon soul-crushing spear against the ground, and the golden flames instantly erupted. When the 3 Jiang Shuling's attacks reached a certain distance, the golden flames suddenly expanded and spun wildly around MuLin. The ultra-high temperature golden flames instantly burned a hole in the ground of the battlefield, also causing the 3 Jiang Shuling, who were about to hit their attacks, to instinctively take a step back. However, MuLin was someone who wouldn't let up when he had the advantage. Combat skill, Flying Feather Meteor. Launching the golden flames from the long spear like a meteor towards the opponent, MuLin spun the golden dragon spear. Relying on his high recovery ability and the massive soul power within him, crazily activating his 3rd soul skill, converting his internal metal attribute into golden flames. Then using the golden dragon soul-crushing spear to fling it at the 3 Jiang Shuling like a meteor. The 3 Jiang Shuling, still disoriented from the earlier golden flame whirlwind, suddenly saw a bunch of meteors appear within that whirlwind. Fortunately, since all 3 could be considered agile attack-type soul masters, they barely managed to dodge those attacks. Just as they were about to activate the soul bone soul skill they had absorbed a few days ago, Jiang Shuling suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Combat skill, Golden Flame Divine Wheel. Combining the golden dragon soul-crushing spear with his external soul bone, the golden flame Divine Ring, to form a divine wheel to attack the opponent. This combination would greatly enhance the properties of both Golden Flames and Soul Crushing. Jiang Shuling suddenly felt a rush of air flying past him, bringing a chill. But within just a few seconds, he suddenly felt an intense heat. You lost. Chapter 222, Soul Bone Acquired. The blood-haired Jiang Shuling, black-haired Jiang Shuling, and white-haired Jiang Shuling stood scattered around MuLin. This was a great opportunity. At least in the eyes of most people present, this was a very good opportunity. Just after learning the ultimate move, MuLin stood in place. And such a damaging move would definitely have a large consumption. However, for Jiang Shuling on the field, it was different. Not to mention that last move, which would have directly led to victory if it hit the main body. Just looking at MuLin, he was standing in place without even breathing heavily, clearly not looking like he had a large consumption. Moreover, his strongest aspect was that his basic attributes were particularly high. Unlike other soul masters who heavily relied on their soul skills, he didn't depend on them, at least not in the way we think soul masters do. Just based on his physical attributes, he could probably take on a soul emperor one-on-one, or perhaps the enhancement of soul power recovery on him was still active, and the chance of him surviving was truly slim. Additionally, there was the golden flame god ring floating at the back of his head. Jiang Shuling looked at this thing and felt a bit jealous of MuLin. External soul bones, at present, among the entire soul master world, only 3 people were known to possess them. Including MuLin on the field, he would only be the 4th. Even if you counted the unknown ones, it probably wouldn't exceed 10. In the entire soul master world, or even the whole continent, the owners of external soul bones were pitifully few. Yet there was one right in front of him. He had to admit that he was indeed jealous. Other soul bones were fine, and even if they were those old torso bones or skull bones, he wouldn't be jealous. After all, his father was a level 95 super Douluo. But to have an external soul bone that grew alongside him, which could be considered extremely special from ancient times to the present, combined with his father's martial soul, which was a royal martial soul, and his father's power, what did these 2 conditions represent? Strength and influence. Influence could find those who possessed these high-age soul bones. Strength could directly kill that person and seize the soul bones from him. So, in fact, those who truly had power were not lacking in those few soul bones, because he knew who owned those soul bones, and he could use his power to find them anytime and anywhere. As long as he had strength, he could completely kill him and seize the soul bones. As for the soul bones obtained through robbery, not having absorbed soul rings, whether it's better to obtain them together or not, the question is it better to have a soul bone that doesn't fit well, or one that doesn't fit at all? Of course, it's the latter option. So Jiang Shuling was a bit jealous of MuLin. Good talent, good family background. And it turned out that luck was also so good. One should know that in an era, one might not even see 3 external soul bones. And this era might be some kind of golden age or for some other reason. Anyway, when geniuses appear, there are many. In the previous era of this time, 3 invincibles emerged. In this era, there was the current Pope of the Spirit Hall who personally solved the dual martial soul crisis. And although it was a beast martial soul, it directly matched swords with a sword-type martial soul master of the same level thanks to his external soul bone and won, making that person dare not enter the empire for the rest of his life. There was even the Haotian Sect who refreshed the age record for becoming a Title Douluos. And now, in the younger generation, the 3 major top forces of the continent had geniuses that surpassed the usual top-tier level. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuling narrowed his eyes. He thought of a dossier he had once seen, which seemed to describe a young master of the Spirit Hall with exceptional talent. However, it was said that he died young for some reason. Jiang Shuling didn't believe this, after all. The young master of the Spirit Hall meant that his martial soul should be an angel. If he died, wouldn't the Spirit Hall go crazy? After all, who didn't he know that the true powers in this path had always been the Angel Clan? The Angel Clan had become extinct? Who would believe it? If the Angel Clan became extinct, the Spirit Hall would definitely go mad. Those who believed it would be fools. Jiang Shuling shook his head at this thought. Forget it. I won't think about this anymore. I concede. As soon as Jiang Shuling said this, most of the audience around him gasped and stood up. What's going on? Are you throwing the match? Clearly, you have such a good advantage. Why are you conceding? Yes. Why are you conceding? You can't be a traitor, right? That's right. You must give an explanation. With such a big advantage, why are you conceding? All the surrounding audience stood up, because most of the audience for this match were from the Star Luo Empire. They certainly couldn't accept their countrymen conceding without such a huge advantage. You can't be a traitor, right? This is what the audience was thinking. However, among these spectators, there were also experts. Some of them could see the situation on the field. With MuLin having an external soul bone, Jiang Shuling's chance of winning was minuscule. After all, his soul skills couldn't compare, his physical quality couldn't compare, and now that they were comparing soul bones, it seemed he couldn't compare there either. How could he win? By hitting his head? However, a certain person on the high platform would not allow the audience to say such things about his son. Sit down. Jiang Wanghe on the high platform directly activated his martial soul, releasing his aura. All the spectators in the Tiger Roar Duel Arena were stunned and sat back down in their seats under this pressure. Dai Haojia also took the opportunity to stand up. All right, everyone, the winner of this match is the Tiando Empire. Those present should not make things difficult for our Jiang Shuling. He has done his best, but unfortunately, luck is not on our side. After saying this, Dai Haojia was a bit exasperated and glanced at Zhu Qingyu and Dai Isi, who had just stood up. But after taking a glance, he didn't say anything more. It was not their fault. After all, he hadn't expected it either. That MuLin fellow had become so powerful. If he could barely contend against some weaker opponents, then the Nether White Tiger could still hold on for a while. But the opponent's true combat power was already capable of fighting against a soul Douluo. The Nether White Tiger would just be a target. It couldn't be blamed on these two. No one had told them that MuLin's strength had actually reached this level. Then, these 3 soul bones would be awarded to the Tiando Royal Academy team. After saying this, the attendant directly brought the plate containing the 3 soul bones to Qianrenxue. After all, Qianrenxue was still disguised as Shui Qinghe, and as the highest-ranking person in the Tiando Empire within the Star Luo Empire. The soul bones were just right for her. After finishing, Dai Haojia glanced at MuLin and then turned to leave. Chapter 223. The journey back, Dai Haojia saw that the Tiando Empire's group had already obtained the soul bones and left directly. After all, it was quite painful. After all, there were 2 soul bones over 50,000 years old. The main point was that torso bone of over 80,000 years. That was one of the most important soul bone parts for a person, and only a similarly high-age skull bone could match it. In fact, those not-so-rare skull bones were nowhere near as important as torso bones, or rather, most skull bones were not as important as torso bones. Because there were too few soul masters concerning the spiritual aspect, there were not many in the entire soul master world, and the well-known ones were even fewer. So the torso bone was actually the most important part among all soul bone parts. As a result, losing an 80,000-year torso bone at once was even more painful, especially since this torso bone was specifically chosen by Dai Haojia for his daughter. However, as soon as Dai Haojia thought of this, he couldn't help but glare at Zhu Qingyu and Dai Isi. After all, most of the reasons for the failure actually lie with these 2 individuals. Even if they knew, they did not understand the specific information about MuLin, which largely led to this battle's failure. However, Dai Haojia is still a person. He will subconsciously blame the most obvious person for this incident, rather than the root cause. Just like in a previous life, there were neighborhoods that did not allow delivery workers to enter, and the security guard would stop them, leading to various consequences for the delivery workers. When people learned of this, who did they blame? They blamed the security guard and absolutely did not blame those who set the neighborhood conditions. But the security guard was also maintaining the neighborhood's conditions. After all, he was working for his job, yet no one cares. Even if they knew, so what? The most obvious person in this incident is still the security guard. This is human nature, and Dai Haojia cannot escape it. On the other hand, after Qianrenxue obtained the soul bone, she stored away. Let's discuss these soul bones when we return to Tiando City. After all, we are still within the territory of the Star Luo Empire. There aren't many fools present. After all, they are all direct descendants of various families from Tiando City. Even if they did not know why Dai Haojia suddenly came here. Hearing Qianrenxue speak in this tone and considering the sudden arrival of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, they realized that Dai Haojia had ulterior motives. A few exchanged glances, agreeing, as they had also come up through the ranks. They could do without their share of the soul bones. At most, they would feel a bit upset and heartbroken, and perhaps some jealousy would arise. As for hatred, everyone present agreed that there were no fools. MuLin could single-handedly win the championship in this elite soul master competition. They were essentially just trying to get by, gaining this fame to make it easier for them to inherit the position of family head later on. That afternoon, a group from the Tiando Empire rode their carriages back to the Tiando Empire. Along the way, everyone was chatting and laughing. It was indeed worth celebrating. As the champion of this elite soul master competition belonged to their country, they were quite happy, and while they were chatting joyfully about the future, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. The soldiers responsible for their protection also stopped in place. Their horses were restless. Yes, these horses were a bit agitated. It seemed they sensed something that could threaten their lives, making them remain in place, feeling very uneasy. Even those soul masters who did not understand horses could feel that the horse's restlessness definitely stemmed from something that posed a threat to them. Some people quickly got off the carriage. Meanwhile, some experienced elders, such as their leading teacher, looked around. What kind of terrain is this? Hey, General Ling, why did you bring us to this place? This place is obviously a good spot for an ambush. Upon saying this, the soul master speaking seemed to understand General Ling's meaning. You dare to betray the Tiando Empire? After saying this, a chilling voice echoed around the dozen or so carriages and the 1,000 soldiers. Crackle, crackle. Ha ha. These two eerie laughs instantly rang in everyone's ears. The leading teachers from the 11 academies, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and went outside the carriage. Get out. All of you get out. The people from the Tiando Royal Academy were no exception. Their leading teacher, MuLin, directly walked outside to confront the other academy's leading teachers. As for concerns, MuLin from the Tiando Royal Academy still had Long Ming and Jin Shun behind him. During this competition, these two had already revealed their presence. Jin Shun, no need to say much, was a super Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, and he had already become quite famous back in Tiando City, as he had directly eliminated the main forces of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Long Ming, though not well known, one only needed to know that at the beginning. Jin Shun did not go up to the high platform, but Long Ming was on the high platform. MuLin did not worship Jin Shun as a master, but did take Long Ming as a master, which should indicate that Long Ming was definitely stronger than Jin Shun. Jin Shun had already been a super Douluo for several years, so one could imagine Long Ming's soul power level. Therefore, everyone was actually not worried, and perhaps they were even hoping to show their faces in front of these two big shots. After all, these two were among the only 4 Title Douluos known after the annihilation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. There was even one summoning type, Soul Douluo, that was only recorded in books, whose combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary Title Douluo. So, showing their faces in front of such forces was not shameful. In fact, they were quite happy about it. However, unfortunately this time, they had picked the wrong person to provoke. Oh, with just a few soul sages and a handful of soul Douluos? After hearing this, the leading teachers did not react in time, and the few standing at the front revealed their 7 soul rings as soul sages, along with one who revealed 8 soul rings as a soul Douluo. Instantly, they felt a terrifying pressure. Then I will satisfy you. 8th soul skill, Blood Axe unleashes heaven and earth. Utilizing the power of heaven and earth, the force is fierce and domineering. When attacking, it is like the collapse of heaven and earth, causing immense damage to the target while also inflicting mental shock. Special effect. The farther the attack distance, the larger the attack range. Chapter 224, Evil Soul Master. 8th soul skill, Blood Axe unleashes heaven and earth. Utilizing the power of heaven and earth, the force is fierce and domineering. When attacking, it is like the collapse of heaven and earth, causing immense damage to the target while also inflicting mental shock. Instantly, a blood-red trace that could cover the entire sky appeared before everyone's eyes. That trace rushed rapidly toward the previously shouting soul, Douluo. No, it shouldn't be said to be toward him. It should be said to the surrounding area, because that trace was enormous, and as it flew over, it seemed to absorb all the soul power around it, making the cutting trace grow larger and its power not diminish in the slightest. Boom! This trace directly overwhelmed the few soul sages standing in front, and that one soul Douluo, and even some of the thousands of soldiers guarding everyone around were affected. In an instant, they were knocked over by the blast from the trace, colliding with the ground and slammed into the surrounding rocks. MuLin heard the attack launched by the incoming person. 8th soul skill. Could it be that the people from the Douluo Empire couldn't wait any longer? But it was about time. This location was indeed a good spot for an ambush. Round Moon Valley. This place is named after a very famous round moon lake, but it is also a good spot for an ambush. The two sides are winding mountain walls, and at every curve, several people can hide. If not flying in the sky, it would be impossible to spot them from above. However, what MuLin was curious about was why the general brought his own people here. He couldn't possibly not know that this place was dangerous, right? He didn't pass through this area on his previous visit. The enchantress seems to be somewhat useful after all. The voice of the 8th soul skill was heard again. However, this time, everyone had already noticed him. Or rather, the owner of this voice had no intention of hiding at all. He walked directly out from the place he was hiding and jumped right in front of everyone. At the same time, Those who were hiding in the surrounding cliffs also came out. The person referred to as the enchantress walked out with something like a pipe in her hand, swaying her hips. Where it's all thanks to Lord Wu. Otherwise, how could I easily control this little general? Saying this, the leader of the soldiers, the general, dismounted and hurriedly walked to the enchantress like a dog, kneeling down directly. Master, all the people from the Tiando Empire have been brought here. Your task has been completed. Upon hearing these words, the enchantress, especially pleased, perhaps due to the first two words, even showed a hint of arrogance. Good, well done. After saying this, a yellow soul ring on the enchantress lit up, and the pipe in her hand instantly released a thick fog, enveloping the kneeling little general in front of her. Ah, thank you, master. From the previous voice, it seemed that the little general was in great pain, but from the latter words, why did it seem that he was quite happy? MuLin looked slightly puzzled at what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, one of the teachers leading the group showed a look of horror, pointing ahead. It's Blood Axe Wuxia, a sinister soul master soul Douluo from 5 years ago. He actually didn't die. Not to mention the woman next to him with the pipe, Meng Xia, a sinister soul master soul Douluo, and that one is a sinister soul master who reached the soul saint level 3 years ago. Everyone spoke in a rush, quickly recognizing that all the people surrounding them were sinister soul masters. What is going on? They hadn't provoked any sinister soul masters, so why were they surrounded? It should be known that sinister soul masters are treated like rats under the suppression of the Wuhuan Temple. It was only because these people were the leading teachers or even high-ranking officials of those academies that most people didn't even know the concept of sinister soul masters, let alone recognize these individuals. Soon, those sinister soul masters directly surrounded everyone, and 4 apparent leaders walked out in front of them. An elderly man in a purple robe, a middle-aged man wrapped in animal skins, a black-robed man carrying a strange banner, and the one known as Blood Axe Wuxia. Upon seeing these 4, an exceptionally old soul Douluo in the team suddenly pointed at the purple-robed man and said, "It's Wu Yan. It's Wu Yan." The elderly soul Douluo who said this could not help but tremble, and his face suddenly turned pale. The purple-robed elderly man also seemed puzzled. He couldn't believe someone in this team actually recognized him. The elderly soul Douluo, as companion, asked in confusion, "What is wrong with Wu Yan? Is he that famous? I've never heard of him." The elderly soul Douluo, whose face had turned as white as if he had fallen severely ill, said tremblingly, "Wu Yan was a titled Douluo 50 years ago. He was a well-known sinister soul master 50 years ago. 50 years ago." Upon hearing this, everyone around was equally shocked by what he said. A titled Douluo from 50 years ago. It should be known that the sword Douluo, Chan Xin, took only 19 years to upgrade from level 92 to level 96, and at a low probability, he was level 95. In 2625, Sword Douluo was level 92. In 2644, he became friends with Tang San, and at that time, he should have been level 95, even level 96, but most likely level 96. This information can be found on Baidu Encyclopedia. The title Douluo Realm. Sword Douluo Chan Xin could upgrade 4 levels in 19 years, including 1 level from 95 to 96, which is a significant upgrade among Super Douluos. Not to mention Wu Yan, a title Douluo from 50 years ago, and he is a sinister soul master. One can imagine what level and strength he has now. Moreover, it should be known that sinister soul masters rank among the top in battle power among soul masters of the same level, which is recognized by all. They have fought their way up to be acknowledged as sinister soul masters, and their battle power among soul masters of the same level is absolutely ranked at the top. Now, their group was encountering so many sinister soul masters, and there were even 4 titled Douluos. As for the other 2 among those 4 not being titled Douluos, don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. They must be titled Douluos. One should know that the term sinister indicates their character. 2 individuals weaker than themselves actually dare to be with them? Who are you? Even if your father is a titled Douluo, it doesn't help. Sinister soul masters are people who put their heads on the line. They don't care about backgrounds. If they kill you, they can just wander the earth. Therefore, those who can stand with them must be of the same level in terms of strength. Seeing this situation, the faces of the people from the Tiando Empire instantly turned as pale as that elderly soul Douluo. There was no way around it. The 4 sinister soul master titled Douluos opposite had only 2 on their side. Moreover, there were even close to 100 sinister soul masters, the weakest of whom were soul saints. They couldn't fight back. Chapter 225. Three major titled Sinister Soul Masters, the Sinister Soul Masters surrounding this group, looked at their pale faces and instinctively revealed mocking expressions. Most of them even laughed out loud. Hee hee. Some Sinister Soul Masters even showed a green lustful light in their eyes, looking at all the students and some of the beautiful leading teachers who had walked out of the carriage. Senior Wu, all you need is a Soul Master of the Soul Emperor level. We can divide the others. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Wu Yin waved his hand. Do as you like. I only need that kid. You can divide the others as you wish. Saying this, Wu Yin directed his murky gaze towards MuLin. Everyone followed Wu Yin's gaze. MuLin, is this kid the one who attracted so many Sinister Soul Masters? This kid has harmed us. These people did not feel happy because MuLin was being eyed by the other side. After all, he only had two Title Douluos behind him. Even if those two Title Douluos were strong and reached level 95, there was still Wu Yin on the opposite side, a Title Douluo from 50 years ago. 50 years is a long time. The Sword Douluo took just over 20 years to advance from level 92 to level 96. With double the time, Wu Yin may not have as high a talent as the Sword Douluo, but he is twice the time. Moreover, Wu Yin is a Sinister Soul Master. Who knows if this guy has secretly slaughtered any towns or certain soul beast species to cultivate. Additionally, the battle power of Sinister Soul Masters is recognized as among the top among Soul Masters of the same level. Except for those Soul Masters whose martial soul attributes can restrain them, the vast majority cannot win in one-on-one battles and only have a chance in two-on-one situations. However, the number of enemies is currently double that of their side. This means that, according to the requirements for evil Soul Masters, the conditions for a regular Soul Master to win in a two-on-one situation are that their two Title Douluos would have to face the 8 Title Douluos on the opposite side. Adding in Wu Yan's soul power level and strength, it's estimated that he alone could take down both of their Title Douluos. The remaining 3 evil Soul Master Title Douluos would then easily slaughter their group. Therefore, everyone from the Heaven Do Empire despised him. Sir, how about we let this kid and the 2 Title Douluos behind him go, and we won't make a move to cause trouble? How about that? Moreover, the 2 Title Douluos behind him both have 100,000 year soul rings. In fact, everyone hasn't seen Longming's soul rings, but seeing that Jin Shun, who is weaker than him but older, has a 100,000 year soul ring. Longming must have one too, right? The evil soul masters surrounding them couldn't help but cast greedy glances at Jin Shun and Longming behind MuLin when they heard him say this. However, before they could look for long, the 3 people beside Wu Yin directly and unreservedly released their martial souls, showcasing their soul rings and relinquishing their imposing presence. The middle-aged man wrapped in animal skin suddenly manifested a blood-red silhouette, and 9 soul rings appeared on him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The blood axe martial soul of Wu Xia also displayed the 9 soul rings that everyone deemed the best ratio, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. However, the black-robed man with an eerie flag on his back revealed that the flag displayed 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 1 red. This black-robed man carrying the eerie flag actually has a 100,000 year soul ring. Qianren Xue, who was next to MuLin, saw these people calmly walk up to MuLin. The blood axe martial soul of Wu Xia is a blood-red axe, which is actually a very ordinary martial soul. However, this person has a problem in his mind. He believes that the blood color on the martial soul is a reminder that the martial soul master needs the blood of people or soul beasts to cleanse the martial soul, making it sharper and stronger. Although this claim is quite peculiar, one cannot deny that this guy has reached the Title Douluo level with such an apparently ordinary martial soul. MOD, martial soul, slaughtering blood shadow. This martial soul is very special. Its first special point is that its innate soul power is fixed at level 5 throughout history. Everyone with this martial soul has had soul power that is exactly level 5 without any deviation. Its second special point is that it can enhance the martial soul by using the blood of humans or soul beasts. It is speculated that this may be because the blood energy or the evil energy during the slaughtering of the martial soul shares the same attribute as the slaughtering blood shadow. So this martial soul needs to absorb these 2 elements to evolve. The third point is the most troublesome. This martial soul can store excess blood energy, meaning it can store it without absorbing it and then use that blood energy to heal its injuries. This person was once hunted down by my father. He seems to have been injured in 1 arm and 1 leg, yet he still escaped. Given the current situation, he likely went overseas to slaughter many soul beast species to restore himself. After saying this, Qian Rinxue looked at the black-robed man with the eerie flag and the exposed 100,000-year soul ring, frowning and feeling somewhat uncertain. As for the other one, caution is required. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Tang Xian. He was once a member of the Haotian Sect, from the same generation as the current Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, and is an indelible stain on the Haotian Sect. Martial Soul, 9 evil flag, where the Een can also be replaced by infant. It shares a very similar characteristic with the slaughtering blood shadow. It can evolve on its own, but requires an infant. For each additional soul ring, it can slightly evolve once, but each evolution requires corresponding number of soul rings 1 level of innate soul power. And the infant must not be older than 1 day. Moreover, as you know, innate soul power is uncontrollable, so one can imagine how many infants Tang Xian has killed. After listening, MuLin was somewhat taken aback, as he had never heard of these people or events. However, it is understandable. Evil soul masters were not described at all in the Douluo, Continent 1. And there is even a saying that the beginning of Bibi Dong obtaining the Rakshasa God examination was using her second martial soul, devouring Spider Emperor, to devour Qian Xuanji's angel martial soul. This is undoubtedly an evil soul master, but she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This also shows that while the Spirit Hall suppresses evil soul masters, there should also be some tolerance towards them. After all, they didn't just kill her as soon as this martial soul came out. In this situation, coupled with the rivalry between the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall, it is understandable that a few residual evil soul master geniuses exist. Moreover, these evil soul masters were not initially geniuses. For example, Wu Xie was purely a brainless person. He was originally supposed to be an ordinary Title Douluo, but forced himself to become an evil soul master Title Douluo. The other 2, MOD and Tang Xian, initially had mediocre talents, or perhaps they were okay, but they wouldn't attract most people's attention. Later, they used the characteristics of their martial souls to greatly enhance their talents, resulting in their current status. Chapter 226, Battle Against Soul Douluo. What about that old man in the purple robe standing at the front? I heard he became a Title Douluo 50 years ago. Do you know him? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue looked at Wu Yin, who was standing at the very front. Wu Yin, martial soul, evil god bad emperor. 50 years ago, he was the most evil soul master. When he was captured, the Spirit Hall sent out 3 super Douluos, but he still escaped from Wu Yin, who had just recently advanced to the Title Douluo level at that time. Later, my grandfather personally went to capture him. My grandfather had roamed the seas, and one of his goals was to capture Wu Yin, but as you know, the sea is unpredictable, so he failed. However, my grandfather brought back some information about Wu Yin when he was still a Title Douluo. One of his 10,000 year soul rings is from the legendary soul beast, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and he even obtained a little-known external soul bone, Evil God Hook. This allows him to absorb the soul power of soul beasts and soul masters for himself. Of course, there is also a downside. The soul power absorbed is too mixed. Wanting to break through in rank is thousands of times more difficult than before. Evil soul masters inherently face difficulties in breaking through high ranks because their soul power is not cultivated by themselves. Moreover, using the evil God Hook in conjunction with his martial soul to absorb the soul power of those soul beasts and soul masters makes his own soul power even more chaotic. So, despite what is said about him being a Title Douluo 50 years ago, reaching level 96 now is already a stroke of luck. It is speculated that the difficulty of him breaking through from level 95 to level 96 is comparable to that of breaking through from level 97 to level 98, or even slightly higher than that level, making it second only to the difficulty of breaking through to limit Douluo. After finishing this, Qian Rinxue gave MuLin a reassuring look. However, MuLin remained silent, as he saw the black-winged soul sage that had confronted him earlier in the Tiger Roar battlefield. Considering that he had used destructive divine power in that battle, MuLin felt that this Wu Yin must have come for the destructive divine power. Otherwise, claiming to be here for a certain soul emperor was either for him or for Qian Rinxue beside him. However, Qian Rinxue had hidden in the original story until she was over 20 years old, even close to 30. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was only 19, not even 20 yet. It was impossible for her to be discovered. Moreover, in the original story, Qian Rinxue would not come without a Title Douluo accompanying her. Qian Rinxue would not come. Qian Rinxue would not come. Thinking of this, MuLin suddenly looked at Qian Rinxue beside him. Could it be that my arrival triggered a butterfly effect? After all, the evil soul masters and the spirit hall had been fighting for so many years. Who knows if there's an evil soul master who could discover the angel spirit? That guy with the black wings. Could he be one of those who can discover the angel spirit? Qian Renshue looked at MuLin, who was staring at her in shock, and then at one of the evil soul masters surrounding her. Huh? The soul sage that confronted MuLin earlier? Is it because of him? But a soul sage can't discover the divine power within MuLin, right? Could it be because of me? Qian Renshue wasn't foolish. She certainly thought that after years of struggle between the evil soul masters and the spirit hall, perhaps there were some special spirits that could detect hidden angel spirits. That would be unlucky, right? Just coming out to participate in an elite soul master competition with her brother, and she encountered an evil soul master? Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a hoarse voice came from Wu Yan's mouth. Hee, apart from that kid, you can divide the rest as you wish. All of you attack me. Wu Yan didn't want to delay here. After all, so many evil soul masters were gathered, and someone might discover a spirit hall member. Given the spirit hall's nature, if they discovered the position of the evil soul masters, a group of dead cats smelling a rat would definitely come chasing after them. Wu Yan instantly called upon his spirit and flew towards MuLin. The three people beside him immediately used their soul skills to attack the surrounding people. Fourth soul skill, Blood Axe Destruction. The Blood Axe could directly break through the defenses of targets below level 5 with immense power. Wu Xie raised the blood-colored giant axe in his hand and swung it down fiercely, causing a blood-red axe mark to rush towards everyone. The ground beneath the camel was directly cut open. Fourth soul skill, Blood Shadow Grip. A giant hand extended from the slaughtering blood shadow behind him, ignoring 90 of attacks from soul masters below 10 levels lower than himself, 70 from 5 levels lower, 50 from those lower than him but not below 5 levels, 30 from those at the same level, and 10 from those higher than him. The blood shadow behind MOD extended its right hand, instantly becoming exceptionally huge, and slammed down towards everyone. Although the axe mark rushing towards everyone was also very powerful, how could it compare to the imposing giant hand coming towards them? Therefore, those who immediately unleashed their spirits used all enhancement soul skills without considering soul power consumption. After all, as an evil soul master at the Title Douluo level, the skills used didn't matter in terms of consumption. First, they needed to block this attack. Then they immediately used their most powerful soul skills to strike at that giant hand. However, these people's attacks, which were merely the 8th soul skills of some soul Douluo, could only have a slight impact on that massive blood-red hand. But MOD could continuously supply soul power to repair that giant hand, leading to the perception among everyone that their attacks had no effect on it at all. At the same time, Tang Xian, who had remained silent, raised the 9-in evil flag in his hand. Fourth soul skill, 9-in soul capture. It would cause all who gaze at the 9-in evil flag to feel the mental disparity between both sides, delivering a mental shock to all those who focused on the flag. Once this move was used, not only did some people from the Heaven Do Empire experience a headache and nearly fall to the ground, but some evil soul masters also directly fell from the nearby cliffs. Seeing what Tang Xian had done, everyone said nothing. After all, they were all evil soul masters, and if they couldn't block the attack, it was just bad luck to be accidentally harmed. Just as these attacks were about to hit the Heaven Do Empire side, an old voice called out, "Let this old man have a go at you." Jin Shun and Long Ming instantly summoned their spirits. Jin Shun, covered in dragon scales, raised his hand and directly struck upwards at the massive blood-red hand descending from the sky. At the same time, his third soul skill lit up, and an energy cannon appeared in his other hand, firing at the incoming axe mark. Meanwhile, Long Ming charged towards Wu Yan. As for Tang Xian, who remained in place. 8th soul skill, Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Chapter 227, Battle Against Soul Douluo 2. 8th soul skill, Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Boom! A massive dark gold giant bear appeared on the battlefield in an instant. Roar! Simultaneously, a blue dragon shot out, a phoenix spiraled in the sky, and an evergreen giant tree burst forth from the ground, as other soul beasts jumped out from the surroundings. The appearance of these soul beasts instantly attracted the attention of the evil soul masters and the oppressed Heaven Do Empire group. Islan Feng. When they saw these soul beasts attacking the evil soul masters, the Heaven Do Empire group immediately thought of a name. The summoning type Soul Douluo who had showcased his strength in Heaven Do City, Lan Feng. The soul beast that appeared now seemed to be the summoning beast he had shown in Heaven Do City. Moreover, They attacked the evil soul masters without even glancing at the group from the Heaven Do Empire or the soldiers, indicating that they were most likely the soul beasts summoned by Lan Feng. Seeing these summoned beasts, everyone felt a flicker of hope. After all, it was certain that soul beasts were stronger than soul masters of the same level. Moreover, everyone knew that those 10,000-year soul beasts that just appeared, along with those 10,000-year soul beasts, would make it easy to fight against those evil soul masters. As for where Lan Feng's main body was, it was normal for summoning-type soul masters to hide since their main body was relatively weak. The evil soul masters also saw the soul beasts that immediately attacked them. Several soul Douluo charged towards those 10,000-year soul beasts, while as for the 100,000-year soul beasts, I haven't encountered many 100,000-year soul beasts active on the main road. So let me see the strength of these 100,000-year soul beasts. Fifth soul skill, Blood Axe Shockwave. When the Blood Axe attacked, it shook the space, creating powerful soul and mental waves that could interrupt the target's soul skills. Wu Xia, wielding the blood-colored giant axe, bent his legs and charged towards those 100,000-year soul beasts, primarily aiming at the azure sun holy tree that was emerging from the ground. The giant axe in hand, even as it was about to swing down, the axe head was still emitting a very noticeable tremor, which seemed to carry a hint of spatial power in the perception of the crowd. True Phoenix Flame. The phoenix soaring in the sky saw its teammate, the Qingyang sacred tree, being attacked with such a powerful strike. This move, enhanced with spatial power, had a certain ignoring effect on most offenses. Therefore, the Tianqing Jiao Long did not immediately use its physical body to defend against this attack, but instead entrusted it to the phoenix above, using energy flames to attack the opponent. After all, offense is the best defense. Sure enough, just as Wu Xia was about to be hit, he instantly took a step back. After all, Wu Xia was still a person. Although his physical strength was very high due to being an evil soul master, he was still human, being struck by the flames of a 100,000-year soul beast would leave him severely injured, even if he did not die. Tang Xian stepped forward with the 9-yin evil flag, and 5 soul rings instantly lit up. 9-yin infant curved blade. The infant from a miracle instantly transformed into a black curved blade, which had the characteristic of mental damage, causing the opponent to hear the terrifying cries of the infant with every hit. The 9 infants on the 9-yin evil flag in Tang Xian's hand instantly transformed into 9 black curved blades, attacking those soul beasts. Thus, Wu Xia, Tang Xian, and MOD fought against the soul beasts summoned by Jin Shun and Lan Feng. Of course, the evil soul masters were not just standing there. After all, it had been mentioned that the combat power of evil soul masters was generally higher than that of ordinary soul masters, so 1 against 2 was completely fine, and if a certain evil soul master was exceptionally talented, 1 could even take on 3. Moreover, the minimum rank of evil soul masters deployed was Soul Sage, and only a few teams had multiple Soul Sages among their leading teachers. Many academies in the Tiando Empire had teachers who were just at the Soul Sage level. In terms of numbers, they could not compete with the group of evil soul masters, and since an evil soul master could take on multiple opponents, this led to only half of the evil soul masters being deployed to confront the Tiando Empire, the teachers of those academies, and the thousands of soldiers. Even if the students from those academies in the Tiando Empire intervened, a soul sage could contend with precisely 2 academy members. As for the remaining evil soul masters, although Wu Xia and MOD were evil soul masters, they were merely ordinary Title Douluo level, with 1 at level 92 and the other at level 94. Tang Xian was surprisingly at level 95. It was thanks to Tang Xian. Otherwise, the dark gold Terraclaw bear, which reached a limit of 170,000 years after using its 7th soul skill, would not be something these 3 could withstand, especially with Jinshen support. Among the remaining evil soul masters, apart from 1 soul Douluo, there were about 3 or 4 soul sages, along with the soul Douluo, surrounding those soul beasts. It must be acknowledged that the people Wu Yin summoned had their own roles. Among these evil soul masters, there were even high-level support type evil soul masters. High-level support soul masters are quite rare across the continent, especially among evil soul masters who embody the law of the jungle. To reach this level as a support type is a testament to their own abilities. Therefore, this group was at a standstill. However, it was previously mentioned that there was 1 soul Douluo present. What was that soul Douluo going to do? Of course, it was to capture MuLin. After all, the only target this time was to capture the only soul emperor of the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. If the situation were as it was before, With only 2 Title Douluo on the opposite side and 4 on their own, it would definitely be a group effort to see who could capture MuLin first. But given the current situation, it would be best to let the most capable evil soul master handle the capture. The sooner it was resolved, the sooner they could return. This summoning type soul master could actually summon a dark gold terror claw bear of over 100,000 years. This was already capable of killing level 95, or even most level 96 Super Douluo. I remember the Bear Lord was over 400,000 years old, comparable to level 98, or rather stronger than an ordinary level 98, but weaker than level 99. However, this one was more than half that age and had not reached the fierce beast realm, nor had it experienced a lightning tribulation. So level 95 or 96 was already its limit, with a gap of 200,000 to 300,000 years between realms. Hee, kid, if you obediently come with me, you might suffer less pain. Otherwise, those good teammates of yours next to you might also get accidentally hurt. A tall, sturdy man with 2 scars across his face approached with a sinister grin. Chapter 228, Battle Against Douluo 3. A man with a strong build and 2 very prominent scars crossing his cheeks approached the convoy of the Tiendo Royal Academy with a sinister smile. Kid, I advise you to come with me obediently. Otherwise, if your good teammates get hurt, it won't be good. As he spoke, he activated his martial soul. Instantly, black-red stripes covered his body, and his hair rapidly grew, covering his entire head. From a distance, he looked like a lion's head with black and red stripes. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded, tearing his clothes apart, not to mention the scars on his body. His hands also sprouted claws resembling those of a lion, which grew rapidly and became exceptionally sharp. MuLin glanced at this guy and then looked at Qian Rinxue beside him, hoping to gather some information about this man. After all, he was a soul Douluo and had never seriously fought him one-on-one. Moreover, judging by his martial soul, it should also be a lion type, which was quite rare. At least so far, MuLin had only seen a few and even heard of them less. Most were tiger martial souls, with lion martial souls recorded in books as variations of tiger martial souls. Qian Rinxue shot him a glance. You should be grateful because of you. I summoned quite a few people to Tiendo City, and I also called some extra people to help me review unnecessary documents. It gave me time to observe the information on those evil soul masters. And Shun, martial soul, bloodthirsty dark blood lion, a powerful attack type, soul Douluo. As for his soul power level, it can only be said that it was still level 83 a year ago. His soul skill effects are similar to the white tiger martial soul of the Xing Luo Empire. Most of his soul skills are self-augmentation types, with few being ranged attack skills, and he has no close combat attack skills. Hearing this, MuLin's eyes lit up. After all, he had relatively few ranged attack soul skills, and he preferred close combat. Moreover, his strongest aspect was still his physical strength. In this regard, the incoming soul Douluo presented him with a significant opportunity. After all, he could autonomously absorb 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones, and thereafter he absorbed another 100,000 year soul ring and 3 pieces of 100,000 year soul bones, which meant his physical attributes had absolutely skyrocketed. If it weren't for my relatively young age and the fact that those few soul bones aren't particularly important, my physical strength could definitely reach a level above Super Douluo. As for now, it's just right. My physical fitness should be stronger than his usual state, but he has a beast martial soul, which allows him to use martial soul possession, so relatively speaking, it should be about the same. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bone. All attributes increase, 20 soul, ring 10. Reflexes and toughness additionally increase by 50, and damage reduction is 20. Second soul skill, Physique Enhancement, Gold Attribute Boost. All attributes increase, 5 soul, ring 10. And gold attribute ability increases by 100. Third soul skill, Immortal Golden Flame. Can operate the gold attribute to enhance one's own golden flame. The stronger and more abundant the gold attribute, the greater the power of the golden flame and the longer its duration. Battle skill, Golden Flame, Soul, Piercing Spear. Battle skill, Golden Dragon Spear. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Domination. Increases strength and defense by 100. Once activated, it provides 20 damage immunity and immunity to all control effects. In an instant, MuLin, dressed in the white uniform of the Tiendo Royal Academy, had a golden dragon phantom appear behind him. Although it appeared for a very short time, it still manifested once. At the same time, he quickly gathered the golden dragon phantom into his right hand. forming a 3-meter-long spear carved with a golden dragon and emanating strands of golden flame. I didn't feel satisfied with the previous Elite Soul Master competition. I hope your strength lives up to your earlier words. The already possessed Dark Dust heard MuLin's arrogant tone and grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. I hope your strength lives up to your earlier words too. The first, third, and second soul rings on Dark Dust lit up in that order. First soul skill, Dark Lion Armor, gradually increases the shadow armor covering his body according to his soul ring number, enhancing his strength, attack power, defense, and attack speed. As his strength increases, the areas covered by the armor will increase until full coverage is achieved. In an instant, armor that wrapped around his torso appeared on Dark Dust, although the helmet did not manifest. Third soul skill, Dark Blood Fury. Blood within the body erupts, enhancing his explosive power by 150. After taking damage, pain is reduced by 70. This move looks somewhat ordinary, but it enhances explosive power by 150, meaning both attack and evasion capabilities are significantly increased, along with pain reduction after taking damage. Second soul skill, Killing Chi Wave, forms a missile-like attack from his palm, targeting the opponent. The missile contains the killing energy from his body, which can reduce the opponent's defense and recovery abilities. After using the two enhancement soul skills, countless gray missiles instantly appeared in Dark Dust's hands. Boom, boom, boom. Dark Dust instantly consumed some soul power and threw countless second soul skills towards MuLin's location. MuLin looked at the gray wave missiles and realized he couldn't dodge them, as Qianrenqiu was right next to him and his teammates were behind him. Given the soul rank of his teammates, he couldn't guarantee they could dodge. If they couldn't, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand these attacks. With a smirk, MuLin looked at the particularly slow Killing Chi waves. He directly used Explosive Step, moving forward after closing the distance. Battle skill, Might of the Heavens, slightly uses the power of the heavens from the soul bone in conjunction with his own soul power, pushing all surrounding attacks away. MuLin stepped forward with his left leg and stomped the ground fiercely. A massive repulsive force exploded outward. Boom! The ground was violently uplifted, creating a fierce sandstorm. Of course, the incoming Killing Chi waves were also directly repelled, with most of them dissipating. Naturally, the Tiando Royal Academy's convoy in the back was also overturned by this move. But it couldn't be helped. The distance was too close. And the incoming attack was from a Soul Douluo who had enhanced his final attack. One must not underestimate the opponent. MuLin looked at Dark Dust across from him and raised the Golden Dragon's soul-piercing spear in his hand. Battle skill, Sun Wheel. Using his Golden Flame soul-piercing spear, he attacked the opponent with great force from above to below, using special methods in conjunction with the Golden Flame. Hence the name Sun Wheel. Holding the Golden Dragon's soul-piercing spear. When using this move, Sun Wheel, a Golden Dragon Phantom even appeared, following the spear tip to attack the opponent. The explosive step was instantly completed, and dazzling golden soul power erupted from MuLin's feet. Boom! With the lower part of the Golden Dragon's soul-piercing spear in hand, his right hand raised high, the semi-visible Golden Dragon, under the sunlight, seemed to solidify significantly. Crack! The solidified Golden Dragon instantly lunged at Dark Dust with the spear tip. Dark Dust hadn't reacted, yet when his second soul skill was surprisingly broken so easily by a Soul Emperor. He was caught off guard as MuLin closed in on him. The golden spear tip became even sharper under the sunlight, and the property of the Golden Flame did not diminish. Rather, it felt even more powerful under the dual enhancement of sunlight and soul power. Dark Dust had never expected that a Soul Emperor could so easily break his second soul skill, especially after the enhancements from his first and third soul skills. He was already at level 84, having reached the level of Soul Douluo, and even a Soul Sage wouldn't be able to break his second soul skill so effortlessly. Yet under such circumstances, his move was completely shattered by a Soul Emperor without any harm. Dark Dust felt he had truly gained some insight. Just as Dark Dust was still in shock about this, MuLin had instantly arrived next to him, the Golden Dragon soul-piercing spear slashing down with unstoppable force. Dark Dust had no time to react and instinctively raised his hand to defend against the strike. Stop, stop, stop. The armor on Dark Dust's arm was directly penetrated by the Golden Dragon soul-piercing spear. Seeing this, MuLin increased his strength even more, and the transmission of soul power also sped up. Crack! Dark Dust's left arm armor was directly pierced by the Golden Dragon soul-piercing spear. You're asking for death. Fifth soul skill, Dark Blood Heavenly Evil, enhances his strength, defense, and speed by 70, while his blood boils, enhancing explosive power by 100. And the killing energy of his martial soul increases by 100, spreading throughout his body. Any enemy that comes into contact with this killing energy will feel double pain, and their soul power operation slows down, significantly reducing recovery. The black-red demonic patterns on dark dust became increasingly clear, and his eyes turned pure black, giving a chilling feeling. At the same time, visible gray air currents appeared around dark dust's body. This air current is the evil aura, which has a significant restraining effect on soul masters. Any soul master who comes into contact with the evil aura will experience a decrease in the speed of their soul power operation, as well as a decline in their recovery ability. Additionally, if they are attacked or already have injuries, the evil aura will seep through the wounds, causing the soul master to feel secondary pain. Generally speaking, even in an entire era, encountering a soul master who uses evil aura is rare. This is because the evil aura most commonly appears on battlefields, where deaths occur constantly, and as the number of deaths increases, the evil aura becomes more prevalent. As mentioned earlier, the damage caused by the evil aura to soul masters is too great, so typically, soul masters will take measures to prevent its appearance. Even in large-scale wars that are unavoidable, there will be very few soul masters who go to the battlefield in the years following, as no one wants to seek suffering. This is also the reason why Chun became an evil soul master. In fact, the evil aura dark bloodline itself is considered a top-tier beast martial soul. If it were to join the two great empires, they would definitely strive to cultivate him into a martial-level figure for the nation. This is because the evil aura dark bloodline was born for the battlefield. It is recorded that the founding marshal of the Tindo Empire had the evil aura dark bloodline as his martial soul. As for how strong he was, he once teamed up with a few good brothers to besiege a 99-level limit Douluo on the battlefield. As for the outcome, it is not recorded in the books, but it is noted that the founding marshal of the Tindo Empire lived to be 70 or 80 years old, although this age is somewhat lesser compared to his level. MuLin just remembered that the evil aura dark bloodline was also the martial soul of the founding marshal of the Tindo Empire. If this guy had joined the Tindo Empire, perhaps the current marshal would not be go long. And Shin looked at MuLin, who suddenly distanced himself, narrowing his eyes. Does this guy know my martial soul? He knows the effects of the evil aura. Seeing In Chen's lack of reaction, MuLin said, Mr. In Chun, I actually want to know one thing, which is why you didn't join the Tindo Empire. After all, your martial soul. Before he could finish, In Chun coldly snorted and interrupted. What I do is none of your business. Let us continue. 7th soul skill, Dark Lion True Body. In an instant, In Chun transformed into a massive evil aura dark blood lion, enhancing all attributes by 150 and increasing strength and explosiveness by 200. The first 6 skills have no cooldown. At the same time, his evil aura began to scatter in all directions. In an instant, a massive evil aura dark blood lion appeared in front of the carriage near the Tindo Empire. The appearance of this dark blood lion immediately attracted the attention of the Tindo Empire's side. It's In Chun. Impossible. Wasn't he being hunted down by the Tindo imperial family? Why is he still alive? What is going on with the Shui family? What does Emperor Shui Yi want to do? Why is he still keeping this disaster? Shui Yi, you're seeking death. Upon seeing the emergence of this dark blood lion, the leading teacher from the Tindo Empire, or rather, one of the older leading teachers, immediately began to curse at the current emperor, Shui Yi. Even knowing that there were thousands of soldiers and Prince Shui Qinghe nearby, he continued to curse. It seemed that as long as In Chun was alive, there would be no good news for them. MuLin was also drawn in by their shouting. He was genuinely curious. What had this guy done to make these soul saints, and even the soul Douluo, so furious? Even knowing that Prince Shui Qinghe was nearby, they still dared to curse his father like that. The evil aura dark blood lion standing in front of MuLin also heard the angry words of these people. Watching their resentful eyes, although it still looked like a lion, it revealed a very human-like, disdainful expression, glancing at them sideways and ignoring them. Kid, I won't hold back anymore. Chapter 230, Battle with the Soul, Douluo 5. Looking at the disdainful expression of the evil aura dark blood lion, MuLin raised the golden dragon breaking soul spear in his hand. The spear tip pointed directly at the lion's head. Then let me see how powerful a soul Douluo is after using the martial soul true body. I hope you don't disappoint me, as you're the first enemy I have encountered who uses the martial soul true body. After speaking, the tip of the golden dragon breaking soul spear instantly emitted a glimmer of light. At the same time, his 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Golden Dragon Star Shatter. It greatly enhances and activates his golden attribute and dragon power. Strength and defense are increased by 100, and each of his moves will deal Soul Ring number 10, true damage. Combat skill, Golden Dragon Fury Soul. It condenses his soul power and dragon energy at the spear tip, and upon hitting the enemy, it will explode, dealing heavy damage to the enemy. The tip of the Golden Dragon Breaking Soul Spear was instantly condensed into a pure golden color, and the dragon head at the tip seemed to come alive, vividly animated. A glimmer of golden light appeared beneath MuLin's feet. That's right, this is a combat skill that MuLin had almost trained to instinct. Explosive Step. In an instant, MuLin appeared beneath the evil Aura Dark Bloodlion and immediately raised the Golden Dragon Breaking Soul Spear, stabbing forward. However, he was ultimately facing Inshun, who attacked as an evil soul master against the Soul Douluo. Moreover, from the previous situation, it was clear that Inshun definitely had connections with the Tiendo Imperial family and those academies. Looking at the Tiendo Imperial family, it seemed they had chased him down, along with the hatred of those leading teachers from the academies. It was likely that Inshun was also a former werewolf, having a bit more ruthlessness than the average person. Sixth soul skill, Heavenly Demon Lion King. This time, a Heavenly Demon Lion King Phantom appeared behind him, which can enhance all attributes and block some energy attacks while reflecting a portion of physical attacks. Every attack from the Phantom will inflict a certain amount of mental damage on the enemy. Inshun used the sixth soul skill in the form of a martial soul true body. In an instant, a huge Heavenly Demon Lion King Phantom appeared around the evil Aura Dark Bloodlion. Its entire body was covered in black fur, adorned with red demonic patterns. Surrounded by great air currents, it roared towards the sky, and a blue-black Lion King Phantom appeared around it, slowly merging with itself. Boom! Roar! As the Phantom merged with the body, a furious roar directly exploded the battlefield. What appeared in MuLin's eyes was a deep blue lion, or perhaps blue-black would be more accurate, as the lion's fur seemed blue at first glance, but appeared black upon closer inspection. Meanwhile, the lion's red eyes stared at him, and its 20 sharp claws turned gray. This Lion King charged towards MuLin at a speed that was not at all commensurate with its body height. Roar! A flash of golden light appeared beneath MuLin's feet, instantly leaving his original position. The deep gray claws directly struck the ground where MuLin had just stood. MuLin looked at the lion, which had lost its rationality. You dead mangy dog, if you have the ability, come chase me. Don't let me look down on you. After speaking, MuLin's feet flickered with golden light as he activated the combat skill, Explosive Step, and moved away into the distance. Or rather, MuLin simply wanted to lure Inshun over. Although some of his techniques could be used openly, it was too difficult to defeat this evil soul master, the Soul Douluo, with just those techniques. After all, he wasn't using his full strength and wanted to defeat an evil soul master who ranked among the top in combat power at the same level. What a joke. As for whether Inshun would come over, MuLin could see that after merging with that shadow, his own rationality had definitely been greatly reduced. Just because he could manipulate the evil spirit due to his martial soul didn't mean he could integrate it into himself. That's not how one seeks death. For some unknown reason, the evil spirit has a mutually restraining relationship with martial souls, akin to water and fire being incompatible. Except for a few martial souls, they would always keep their distance from evil spirits. This was the first time MuLin had seen a soul master directly absorb the evil spirit into their body. Sure enough, he saw Inshun move away while cursing at him. The remaining rationality of Inshun was directly controlling his body to rush forward. A mere six-ring soul emperor, this is courting death. The evil spirit Dark Bloodlion chased after MuLin. When those evil soul masters saw this situation, a few of them with some brains wanted to hold back the Dark Bloodlion. However, as soon as a few evil soul masters tried to leave the battlefield, those soul beasts would desperately attack them. As for the other Title Douluos, they were in the heat of battle and didn't care at all because they could also feel if they weren't careful, they would definitely die. Finally, after running for nearly 5 or 6 minutes, MuLin stopped at a deserted open space. He looked at the giant lion with red eyes, even drooling. MuLin glanced disdainfully. Without rationality, it was just bullying small soldiers or the weak. In the eyes of those at the same level, or even just slightly weaker than you, without rationality, you are nothing but a lamb to be slaughtered. A flash of purple energy passed through MuLin's heart, and this purple energy instantly merged with his soul power, spreading outwards. Destruction Dragon Domain. Centered on his dragon power and destruction divine power, It awakened a greatly suppressive domain against opponents. It could suppress opponents whose martial soul quality was inferior to his own, reducing attack, defense, and speed by 30, beast martial souls by 50, dragon martial souls by 70. At the same time, the destruction attribute would slowly reduce the opponent's defense and recovery rate, and gradually increase the damage to the enemy's injuries. If the quality is the same as his own, the reduction is halved. If higher, non-beast martial souls and dragon martial souls become 10, beast martial souls 15, and dragon martial souls 20. MuLin's domain directly enveloped both of them, and even the ground showed hints of purple. The giant lion, whose rationality was greatly reduced, sensed a hint of danger. It stopped at a certain distance from MuLin and began to slowly circle around him. Roar! MuLin saw that this guy had no intention of confronting him. After all, he had lured him over to defeat him, not to waste time in standoff. MuLin's left arm suddenly lit up. Soul Bone Technique, Metal Domain. It could add a bit of metal attribute to all tangible, visible substances within the domain, along with his own domain. The sixth soul ring on MuLin's body lit up again, Golden Dragon Shattering Star. He raised the Golden Dragon Breaking Spear in his hand. Looking at Inchun, who was suppressed by his domain, he charged directly at him. Combat Technique, Light of No Radiance. All his energy was condensed at a single point, becoming plain and unadorned, and when attacking, all the energy erupted. Ultimately, it could be called an upgraded version of Golden Dragon Fury Soul. After all, this move could withstand his internal divine power and celestial power. Chapter 231. Using full strength, the dark golden dragon breaking spear and the dark gray claws of the evil spirit collided in this battlefield. Boom! With the combat technique, Light of No Radiance that he had used earlier, MuLin directly unleashed the dragon aura, soul power, golden flames, and even the small bit of destruction divine power stored in his heart that was hidden within the spear. It erupted at the moment of contact. This led to the next scene. Roar. Using his martial soul, true body, and after the enhancement of his sixth soul skill, the giant lion, having lost most of its rationality, was directly bounced back. The claw on the left hand that had previously touched was directly blown apart. From a distance, this lion looked crippled, bending its left front paw. The strongest claw, or rather the arm, was broken, although Inchun had lost a large part of his rationality. Losing rationality didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. Seeing the golden dragon breaking spear in MuLin's hand, which had changed from brilliant golden to dark golden, the blue-black lion slowly retreated. He wasn't prepared to continue to clash head-on. The second yellow soul ring on Inchun's body lit up again. Second soul skill, Evil Spirit Wave. It formed an attack similar to a missile from his palm, containing the evil spirit within him to reduce the opponent's defense and recovery. Since Inchun had transformed into his martial soul true body, this move was no longer a missile skill launched from his palm. Instead, it was a wave missile that he roared out from his mouth. The deep blue lion opened its giant mouth, and the evil spirit condensed within it, forming an attack like a missile launched towards MuLin. Moreover, Inchun relied on the second soul skill having no cooldown, disregarding the consumption to condense his soul power and the evil spirit. He frantically used the second soul skill, seemingly wanting to exhaust MuLin with ranged attacks. However, this thought was normal. In Inchun's case, having lost most of his rationality, he realized that close combat against the opponent would result in too much damage to himself, so he could only rely on ranged attacks. Coincidentally, the only ranged attack Inchun had was this one and the 8th soul skill, but the soul power required for the 8th soul skill was too great. It was better to use the second soul skill after all, as it had no cooldown. Furthermore, MuLin was just a soul emperor level soul master, and evil spirit itself was very restraining against soul masters. Using the second soul skill was sufficient. After all, this was a skill enhanced under the martial soul true body. Inchun was lucky if he had other stronger ranged attack soul skills among his first 6. There was a good chance he would have used that instead of this slightly powerful skill that could injure or even kill MuLin while consuming relatively little. In an instant, this blue-black giant lion sprayed out countless huge gray wave missiles. Boom, boom, boom. MuLin wasn't foolish. He would never take this move head-on. His body had high strength, but the evil spirit, which was somehow incompatible with the soul master system, was not something a mere soul emperor could withstand head-on. After all, this move was used by an evil soul master who was a soul Douluo. Perhaps it would be safer to take it head-on if he reached the Title Douluo realm. The golden light under MuLin's feet flickered occasionally, using the explosive step to evade. based on the quality and quantity of soul power within MuLins. Along with the extremely low soul power consumption required to use this move, MuLin is not afraid to engage in a war of attrition with Dark Dust. After all, anyone with clear eyes could see that the evil Soul Master was being suppressed in the previous battlefield. Those few Title Douluos had been held up, and it's believed that those Soul Douluos were also being restrained. Moreover, MuLin, Qianrenxue, Long Ming, and Jin Shen all knew that there were still people who had not appeared, such as Kong Ming and Yi Tianqing. After all, since Lan Feng had come, it was impossible for these two not to show up, or rather, Yi Tianqing was definitely still around. The sudden emergence of a Soul Douluo with extreme spatial attributes would significantly tilt the battlefield. It is known that space itself ranks among the top attributes in terms of combat power in the same level. In terms of attack, with spatial power, you cannot defend against it at all. I can directly carve a space through you. How can you defend? As for defense, if a spatial attribute at this level can still be hit, then you might as well give up. You would have likely become a fool in your cultivation. In terms of speed, this level of spatial attribute would surpass most limit Douluos. As someone who has followed MuLin for nearly 9 years, MuLin has a deep understanding of him. Coupled with the system providing MuLin with an introduction about him, MuLin's knowledge of Yi Tianqing is quite profound. He knows Yi Tianqing's strength. As for why he has T come out now, it's obviously to let MuLin test his strength. After all, he had hardly ever fought with his life on the line since childhood. This is not good for his growth. Training daily with Long Ming or Jin Shen, once he grows up, his control over his own combat power would probably only be slightly above Qianrenxue in the original story. This is not beneficial for his future mastery of his own strength, just as a level soul master appears now. Although his strength may be relatively high. As mentioned earlier, Yi Tianqing has never come out. What he needs to do is protect MuLin. Of course, MuLin does not want to disappoint them. If he can defeat them, why does he still need others to protect him? He has grown up and is no longer the little soul master who needs protection behind others. The sixth soul ring on MuLin's body instantly lit up, and at the same time, the soul bone device that concealed the color of the soul rings was turned off by MuLin. Red, purple, purple, black, black, red. 6 soul rings instantly appeared before Dark Dust's eyes. Dark Dust is indeed rational, greatly reduced, but the remaining rationality is still useful. Dark Dust instantly dispelled the effect of his 6th soul skill, transforming back into a black-red giant lion. 100,000-year soul ring. Still 200,000-year soul rings. I can't believe it. Dark Dust could hardly believe that he was facing a soul emperor with 200,000-year soul rings. After all, 100,000-year soul ring is something that even most Title Douluos might not possess. Yet this soul emperor has 2. However, MuLin does not care about your emotions. 6th soul skill, Metal Origin Soul. This greatly increases his affinity and control over metal attributes, allowing him to control all gold attribute-related objects and energy within a certain area based on his level and soul power output. Chapter 232 ends. 6th soul skill, Metal Origin Soul. This greatly increases his affinity and control over metal attributes, allowing him to control all gold attribute-related objects and energy within a certain area based on his level and soul power output. MuLin used the 2nd soul skill of his 100,000-year 6 soul ring. This move seems very ordinary, only able to control some objects containing metal attributes. However, it is essential to know that before the two truly began fighting, MuLin had already used the soul skill of the left arm bone. Metal Domain. This allows all tangible, visible materials within the domain to gain some metal attributes. This move caused Dark Dust, who had been fighting with MuLin for a long time, to be infused with many metal attribute materials. This move combined with the previous 6 soul skill, damn it, why can't I move? The red-black giant lion lay motionless on the ground, like a great hunter watching a certain prey. But upon closer inspection, seeing its irregularly rotating eyeballs and hearing its recent words, Dark Dust had already been controlled by the combination of these 2 moves and couldn't move at all. MuLin looked at Dark Dust, who was crazily rotating its eyeballs while standing still. The first red soul ring on his body instantly lit up. Invincible golden body, for a number of soul rings 1 second, time, absolute defense against anything below divine level. Strength doubled, and for every 10 levels, an additional minute is added. MuLin's heart instantly burst forth with a rich golden light, causing Dark Dust to squint his eyes. At the same time, the tip of MuLin's dark golden dragon breaking spear was almost condensed into a real golden dragon. Battle skill, Golden Dragon Spear. All of his dragon energy is concentrated into a long spear, delivering a fatal blow. The golden dragon spear will definitely target the enemy's vital points. And unless the energy dissipates, it will inevitably hit. Although the power of this move primarily depends on dragon energy and the extreme gold attribute damage, it must be thrown by hand. Thus, the more force he uses, the more powerful it will naturally be. Whoosh! The golden dragon spear instantly flew before the three of them, or rather, three people, because after MuLin revealed his soul rings, Qianxing also appeared, wanting to prevent others from discovering the true colors of the young master's soul rings before the young master grows. The golden dragon spear shot like a shooting star directly at the red-black lion. Roar! The golden dragon spear pierced through Dark Dust's heart, and the golden flames attached to the dragon-breaking spear began to burn on Dark Dust. Roar! How could Dark Dust endure the burning of the golden flames on his body, watching his body burn away bit by bit? Even as an evil soul master who reached the Soul Douluo level, Dark Dust could not bear it. This caused Dark Dust to roar madly, trying to break free, as if looking up to the sky and roaring could reduce the pain on his body. However, although this roar could not alleviate the pain, it served as a reminder to the evil soul masters on another battlefield. Dark Dust had failed, and they could hear that Dark Dust was definitely suffering. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making such a miserable sound. The dozens of evil soul masters then looked towards the four evil soul masters still fighting with Long Ming, Jin Shun, and Lan Feng. Wu Yan, Wu Xia, Mod, and Tang Xian also noticed the gazes around them. Wu Yan's eyes flickered with a ruthless light, and just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard several sounds. A mechanical white tiger suddenly descended from the sky and charged towards the relatively dense group of evil soul masters. Just as those evil soul masters were about to take action, they suddenly felt the pressure around their bodies increase dramatically. A sharp-eyed evil soul master suddenly spotted a massive tortoise snake soul beast appearing in a certain area of the mountains. At the same time, a cry echoed from the sky. It was a mechanical phoenix soaring above. Wu Xia, Mod, and Tang Xian instantly realized that reinforcements had arrived for the enemy. Wu Yan gritted his teeth tightly, having no choice but to abandon his current move. After all, these four individuals were not fools. Although it was sudden, the three attacking soul beasts were all of the mechanical type. However, they could sense that the strength of these three mixed soul beasts was likely around 100,000 years. Their perception was indeed correct. Over the past few years, due to the significant enhancement of Kong Ming's soul guidance technology, combined with Kong Ming's already formidable mechanical skills and certain blacksmithing techniques from this world, the original White Tiger and Xuanwu had undergone some enhancements. After all, they were originally summoned beings of the mechanical type, which could be refined and enhanced by their creator. However, the main enhancement this time came from the 100,000-year soul ring absorbed, with its second soul skill based on a very special mineral. This mineral could be directly used to refine the other mechanical summoned beings, so although the soul rings of the White Tiger and Xuanwu were still black, their strength was already capable of withstanding a 100,000-year soul beast. Although the blacksmithing technology in the Douluo world is not particularly strong, it is still a technology from another world, opening a door for breakthrough from 0 to 1, which is sufficient. The reason Kong Ming came this time was not only to prevent MuLin from being harmed, but also to test the strength of his three summoned beings to see if they needed reworking. Instantly, the newly appeared three 100,000-year mechanical soul beasts broke the balance, and the evil soul master group that had gathered due to the previous cries of Dark Dust was directly wiped out by a combined attack from these three 100,000-year soul beasts. Wu Yan and the other three instinctively wanted to leave, facing more than 5 100,000-year soul beasts, and with the battle strength of these two Title Douluos being exceptionally strong. Even though their group ranked among the top in battle power among their peers, they were still suppressed in a 2-on-1 situation. Even Wu Yan, whose soul power level reached 98 due to the fragments in his hand, could only slightly suppress Long Ming when the two did not use their martial soul true forms. However, Wu Yan could see that Long Ming was not using his full strength. At least, he had not used the secret technique from his martial soul's second awakening. So Wu Yan ran. He directly abandoned his group of evil soul masters and left without hesitation, even using his martial soul true form to leave instantly, something he had not done so decisively during the previous battle. The other three, seeing the situation, also wanted to leave immediately. The ninth soul ring on Tang Xian's banner lit up instantly, and MOD and Wu Xia also did the same upon seeing this. However, after Tang Xian's ninth soul ring emitted a red light, he was directly teleported away. He was teleported away, leaving only Wu Xia and MOD, whose soul power levels were just ordinary Title Douluo, facing 2 Super Douluo and 6 100,000-year soul beast-level summon beings. Chapter 233. Travel Experience. Blue Sea City. The city closest to Sea God Island. Vast Sea City, separated only by a mountain range. Meanwhile, Blue Sea City is more magnificent and beautiful compared to Vast Sea City, as Vast Sea City is too close to the ocean. Moreover, due to the limited exploration of the ocean by humans, the city closest to the sea, Vast Sea City, is actually very dangerous. At least, Vast Sea City has been destroyed several times by the beast tide of the Sea Hunyuan beast. As for Blue Sea City, it is surrounded by mountain ranges on both sides, and behind it is the main hall of the Spirit Hall, which not only houses many soul saints, but also has more than 3 soul Douluo stationed there. It is even rumored that it seems to have a connection with Title Douluo, making Blue Sea City more magnificent and safer compared to Vast Sea City. Now, a man is walking into Blue Sea City. His golden hair shines brilliantly under the sunlight, and he is dressed in white garments embroidered with golden dragon patterns. His golden eyes gazing at this beautiful city. This is MuLin, who, after experiencing the siege of evil soul masters and resting for 2 months, has now turned 15 years old. During these 2 months, MuLin spent his time dressing up while accompanying Qian Renxue, and as for training, he can only say that he feels he will soon break through to level 69. After all, he has already reached the Soul Emperor realm, and it is important to note that MuLin's martial soul is already the ultimate gold martial soul. Martial souls with ultimate attributes are notoriously slow in their cultivation speed before reaching the Soul Saint realm, especially in the current state of nearing full body level cultivation speed. MuLin estimates that he should be able to reach level 69 within 2 weeks. After that, if he focuses on training, even in the Eye of Ice and Fire, it would still take at least 4 months to reach the Soul Saint level. If this were heard by other soul masters, MuLin would definitely get beaten up. After all, reaching the Soul Saint level with an ultimate attribute martial soul in just 4 months to level up is quite a complaint. It is known that while the ultimate attribute martial souls cultivate slowly before reaching the Soul Saint realm, their cultivation speed becomes faster than that of ordinary soul masters once they reach that realm. The current situation is already much faster than most soul saints' cultivation speed. As for why MuLin is here, it is entirely because a few days ago, when he was preparing to go out for travel and experience, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system observed that the host is preparing to set out for travel, officially starting the travel task. Ding! As someone who will become the #1 sect master of the Douluo continent in the future, it is impossible to leave the future left and right arms to the system to complete. Please recruit a few geniuses during this experience to serve as the host's future left and right arms. Rewards. The number of soul beast summoning fragments will be awarded based on the level of geniuses recruited, and the system will also provide the specific locations of the next 2 soul rings and soul beasts for few geniuses. Ding! Since the host is in the process of starting a travel task, subsequent task rewards will be increased based on the host's wishes. Ding! Special reminder. Since this travel is for experience, rewards will be reduced to a certain extent if the host uses the background and protectors unnecessarily during this period. The people recruited during the experience will not count. Additionally, if the task is completed by the host alone, the rewards will be increased to a certain extent. Ding! The system specifically reminds, the host can go to Blue Sea City next to Vast Sea City. This information was what MuLin received from the system right before he was about to set out for travel and experience. In other words, this trip has been implicitly recognized by the system as an experience, and during the experience, unless in special circumstances, such as being bullied by high-level soul masters or being outnumbered, if he lets his teacher or protector intervene, the rewards will be reduced to a certain extent. However, it can be understood, after all, this is a travel experience task. If you let the people behind you take action, then what are you practicing for? So, the reduction in rewards is understandable. After all, you let the people behind you take action. This is just a journey for you, and you're not actually practicing, which goes against the reward mechanism. It would be better if there were no deductions, but merely a reduction. Moreover, during this time, it's not impossible to recruit some families or those loose soul masters. However, if you complete the task alone after recruiting them, the reward will be increased. Isn't this the system encouraging MuLin to recruit other forces? But it should be about time. he is already close to the Soul Sage level, which means he can truly become the Sect Master. Currently, the composition of MuLin's forces is still mainly people summoned by the system, which contradicts the system's purpose. After all, the system is here to help MuLin become the first Sect Master of Douluo, not to let the system take action to make MuLin the first Sect Master of Douluo. The difference between the two is quite significant. One represents MuLin's capability, while the other represents whether MuLin exists or not. MuLin does not want to be a person who just eats and waits for death. Right now, he only has Yi Tianqing by his side. Yi Tianqing's presence is to prevent MuLin from being captured by Wu Yan. After all, the last capture activity has already exposed the fact that Wu Yan's target is MuLin. Moreover, he actually reached level 98. It is probably related to divine power. After all, the evil soul master, combined with the external soul bone of the dark demon evil god tiger, absorbs other soul power, causing the soul power within Wu Yan to be too chaotic to actually break through to level 98 in such a short time. It's hard to believe that Wu Yan has no connection to the divine. So, although Long Ming and Jin Chun did not follow MuLin, having Yi Tianqing with him is enough. It doesn't have to be that they are once again surrounded. Yi Tianqing can help MuLin escape even faster. Long Ming and Jin Chun have a significant gap in soul power compared to Yi Tianqing. So trying to take both of them for spatial transfer would consume too much soul power for Yi Tianqing. It's better to just take MuLin. It's safe, convenient, and aligns with the system's expectations. How good is that? Therefore, MuLin prepared some clothes and food and set off. After arriving in Blue Sea City, MuLin felt a bit lost. After all, his understanding of Blue Sea City was limited to what he had read in books. He hadn't come here during his previous travels in the Heaven Do Empire, although he had visited Ocean City once. MuLin looked at the city and seemed to come up with something. He stood up in the city and eventually stopped in front of it, and that was very crowded. Chapter 234 Information. MuLin wandered around Blue Sea City until he saw an inn that was very crowded. Although MuLin had no particular thoughts about the system's reminders. Or perhaps the system knew that a genius might appear in this place, and that genius could likely be recruited by him. However, he currently had no information about this genius. Therefore, the best situation would be to go to the place in the city where the most people gather and where news is often discussed. The inn. The people in the inn often eat, drink, and talk about the news they know. Or they boast about their knowledge, sharing information that others might not know. But regardless of how they boast about the news they know, one thing is certain. This news definitely has a source. After all, in such a crowded inn, if you boast about fabricated stories, it's easy for others to see through you publicly. In that case, you would definitely become socially dead on the spot. Even social butterflies wouldn't dare to brag about their made-up news in front of so many people. Isn't that embarrassing? Young master. As soon as MuLin walked in, a plain-dressed waiter approached him. What signature dishes do you have? The waiter immediately nodded. We do have them. Here, young master. This lists some of the famous dishes in our inn, and some dishes have even been tasted by soul sages. As the waiter spoke, he took out a stack of papers from the nearby counter. This stack of papers listed the dishes in the inn. MuLin looked at the dishes on the papers and ordered the most famous one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and one soup, then found a seat by the window. Just as MuLin sat down, he heard people at a nearby table boasting to each other. What do you know? I've seen it with my own eyes at the Great Soul Arena in Ocean City. That guy truly fought against two soul kings of the same level by himself. You don't know, when a certain black soul ring on him lit up, that scene was truly astonishing. Even the water in the pool was under his control. It was clear that the people at the table beside MuLin had previously gone to watch a match at the Great Soul Arena in Ocean City, and they had seen a Soul King level doubles match. Although one of the Soul Kings seemed to have no movement from his teammate, it's also possible that this Soul King simply wanted to fight two opponents alone. That is not impossible, but it requires that the Soul King is very strong. Otherwise, no one likes to watch such a one-sided match, or the Great Soul Arena wouldn't want to see such a match either. One source of income for the Great Soul Arena is the audience's betting. In such a one-sided match, the arena would end up losing its pants. Could it be that the teammate I'm looking for is this guy? Is he that strong? What does this person look like? Tell me. I also want to go to Ocean City to repair a ship, and I want to see if I can bet on him winning. The companion of the victorious person, while drinking, inquire about the appearance of the winning person. After all, winning a bet at the Great Soul Arena would yield considerable economic gain, enough to enjoy a few meals of high-end wine. That person, his hair is somewhat gray, and his teeth seem quite sharp. His gray-black pupils make people feel a shiver. Oh, and he has a very thick white beard. MuLin nodded slightly upon hearing this description, but when he heard the latter part, he exclaimed, "White beard, is that you? Have you come to Douluo continent to collect a son? Forget it. Let us treat this person as a backup target for now. If I have the chance to meet him, I'll take a look then." Just then, the food also started to arrive. MuLin sat there leisurely, tasting the food, while also listening in on the conversations of the people in the inn. During this time, he also gained some insights. For example, pirate ships began to appear around Blue Sea City, and these pirate ships seemed to belong to the Ghost Snake Pirate Group. The Ghost Snake Pirate Group is a top-tier pirate group in the area, essentially a soul hunting team on the sea. The leader of this pirate group is a soul sage-level individual, and he is an old-school soul sage. At this level, it's actually possible to enter some forces to wash white, but this Ghost Snake Pirate Group's leader often claims to believe in freedom, so he would join other forces. The members of this pirate group also have the freedom to come and go, but of course, this freedom is relative and comes with tests. If you complete them, then you have the freedom to enter and exit. If you don't, you still have that freedom. However, how you leave depends on the captain's mood. It could be a walk, a flight, or even a lying down exit. Moreover, MuLin heard some information that piqued his interest. A group of strange people had arrived around Haotian City. They were considered strange because their clothing was noticeably different from that of ordinary people. Their outfits were quite pure, but they might be adorned with some sea soul beasts. Leading them was a person in purple clothing, with a sea snake pattern on his attire. He was accompanied by two others in yellow clothing, one with a seahorse pattern and the other with a sea spear pattern. Additionally, there seemed to be several individuals in white clothing nearby, each adorned with their own sea soul beasts. These individuals appeared to belong to the same organization, seemingly searching for something in Haotian City. The colors white, yellow, and purple, when viewed separately, seemed normal, but together they were different. According to MuLin, the clothing on Sea God Island is categorized into 5 levels: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Among them, only the High Priest Poseidon is allowed to wear red clothing, and the black level is only worn by a few guardians of Sea God Island. Of course, that is not entirely accurate. One must pass the corresponding color test to wear that level of clothing. The red level corresponds to the High Priest, while the black level corresponds to the Holy Pillar Guardians. And now, a person who has passed the purple level test had appeared on the island. Such a person must have considerable talent. It seems they have passed the test and can leave Sea God Island. They must have reached the level of Soul Douluo by now, and MuLin was quite interested in what someone from Sea God Island would do after leaving. For some reason, the figure of the previous white-bearded man flashed through MuLin's mind. Chapter 235. Evil Demon Orca. As MuLin ate, he reflected on the information he had heard. He decided to stay here a little longer. After all, he had only been there a short time and had already received 2 significant pieces of news. If that was the case, staying a bit longer would likely yield even more valuable information. Given that he was the only one eating, it was understandable that he was slow. MuLin stayed alone for a while before leaving. During this time, he also gathered some news, such as the family head of a certain city being killed while hunting souls, and a young lord from another city gathering high-level soul masters for soul hunting. Among many such pieces of information, although he wasn't sure of their accuracy, it was good to know. Perhaps one of them might be true. MuLin wiped his mouth clean and left. At this moment, on the sea a distance from Blue Sea City, "Xiao, you can't escape. Just come with me to my employer. When the time comes, you can run if you want, unless my employer keeps paying. Otherwise, I won't continue to help them. If you come with us now, you can still escape in full form, right?" Hith. On the ocean, a flamboyant pirate ship sailed. The entire ship was deep purple, but it was covered with countless carvings resembling images, ghost snakes, sea blades, and crocodiles, akin to patterns of martial souls. At the bow stood a massive python, and on its head stood a cold man. This man had eyes like a snake, exuding cold-blooded cunning, and his exceptionally pale skin made him look like he was suffering from a severe illness. He appeared lean, but those behind him often revealed expressions of terror when looking at him. "You don't need to say that, Johan. If your elder brother were here, I might consider giving you 3 points, or even follow you as you say. But with you, a mere soul emperor, what do you count for?" Standing opposite this ship was a stern-looking man on a large rock. His grayish hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and his cold, gray-black gaze fixed on the man named Johan at the bow of the ship, as if looking at a corpse. Hearing these arrogant words, Johan smirked coldly. "Kill him." Johan didn't want to kill Xiao. After all, their employer had said earlier, if possible, they hoped to capture him alive, with a reward tripled for doing so. Unfortunately, despite Xiao looking young, he had already reached the level of a 60th level soul emperor, just lacking a soul ring. Yuan was only a 68th level Soul Emperor himself, and most of those behind him were merely Soul Masters, with only 4 or 5 having reached the Soul Sect level. Although he did have a deputy who had reached the Soul King level. Given the not-so-great disparity in combat strength between the two sides, capturing him alive would be very difficult. Moreover, his martial soul was not easy to use at sea, even with a high soul power of 68. He could only rely on his poison attribute to contend with some newly ascended Soul Emperors. For a genius Soul Master like Douluo, it was better to kill him directly. Capturing him alive would be too hard. Hearing Yuhan's orders, all the crew members behind him activated their martial souls. The weakest among them revealed 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and yellow, while several soul sects displayed 4 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and purple. The Soul King's rings, however, were the optimal combination of yellow, yellow, purple, and black. Yuan himself also exhibited the 6 optimal combination rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. Douluo looked at them and scoffed. He also immediately completed his martial soul activation. Scales resembling those of a fish appeared all over his body, tightly adhering to him, clearly indicating strong defense. And claws materialized on his hands. Fish scales appeared on Douluo's face, and his teeth became sharper, while his eyes turned into cold red pupils. Douluo, my martial soul is the evil demon Orca. I wonder if your strength can match that of the evil demon Orca clan in the sea. Attack! After Yuan finished speaking, the soul rings on his body instantly lit up. First soul skill, Mandala Poison Fawn. Behind him, the phantom of a mandala snake flashed, its sharp poison fangs swiftly attacking the target, causing it to be poisoned, dissipating soul power, and making it easier for the opponent to fall into a coma. Yuhan's martial soul was indeed the mandala snake, a fairly decent martial soul on the mainstream, having barely reached the level of a high-tier martial soul, as its toxins were quite powerful. However, being at sea, the mandala snake could only rely on the power of its poison, unable to compete with other sea soul, beast martial souls. Additionally, having learned that Douluo's martial soul was the evil demon Orca, a dominator of the sea, one could imagine how formidable Douluo's power would be in the ocean. Because of the generous rewards given by the employers behind him, he had enough to cultivate to the Soul Sage realm, and even had time to train a bit longer. Moreover, he had a few crew members, otherwise, he would never have touched this task. Suddenly, the mandala snake behind Yuan appeared and then instantly disappeared, reappearing next to Douluo to bite him. Douluo remained motionless, probably not reacting in the eyes of the crew. What? Is this it? This is worthy of the evil spirit Orca, martial soul? This martial soul would be better off with me. It's useless. Originally, I thought someone with the evil spirit Orca martial soul would be incredibly powerful, but this is it? Such poor reaction speed. It's a miracle that he has survived until now. The people on the ship didn't consider it an attack, as they all knew the power of their captain's martial soul. Since they had always been at sea, for some reason their captain had never returned to land. This led to the fact that the captain could only specialize in poison, while in other areas, the mandala snake was no match for any sea spirit beast. Like the captain, a poison master who was close to reaching the Soul Sage realm. If his poison hit a soul master who had just reached the Soul Emperor realm and hadn't even hunted the 6th spirit ring yet, would that soul master even be able to move? Taking advantage of this situation, they quickly captured this guy alive for the employer, and wouldn't the rewards come pouring in? Everyone thought of the lavish rewards, and then imagined that their captain would become a soul sage, and along with her brother, become the only 2 soul sage pirates in the region. Thinking of the wonderful life ahead, the crew on the ship unconsciously smiled. However, before their laughter could be heard, there was a sudden crack. Chapter 236, Battle Crack. The mandala snake's phantom behind Douluo seemed to bite into something hard, and a piece of its teeth broke off. It turned out that this soul skill transformed the martial soul into a phantom, instantly teleporting behind the opponent, and then briefly turning into a real mandala snake to bite the opponent, inflicting a poisoning effect. Douluo's scales directly broke the fangs of the mandala snake, which contained immense poison. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are merely a 5-ring Soul Emperor. Your defense cannot be this strong. Absolutely impossible. Yuan, already a level 68 Soul Emperor, couldn't believe that his first soul skill attack didn't break through the defenses of his opponent, especially considering that his opponent hadn't even used a soul skill and was at a lower level. Under such circumstances, his teeth actually broke. No wonder Yuan couldn't believe it. After all, it was indeed absurd. However, Yuan had been in this sea for a long time and had seen many things in such situations, although it felt somewhat unbelievable. Once he thought about his martial soul being the dominant soul beast of the sea, the evil spirit orca, it could be somewhat understood. Everyone attacked together. Seeing the situation, Yuan knew that his chances of defeating Tao Shu alone were pitifully low. Since that was the case, it was time for the crew behind him to act. First soul skill, Sea Poison Fong. Coating the blade of the spear with poison, hitting the opponent would cause them to be poisoned. First soul skill, Water Bullet. Condensing some water bullets to quickly attack the opponent. In the sea, consumption is reduced and power is doubled. First soul skill, Sea Blade. Gathering a blade from the sea to swiftly attack the opponent. Consumption is reduced and power is doubled. Second soul skill. Everyone behind Yuan immediately used their soul skills and bombarded Tao Shu. The previous situation had clearly indicated to everyone, my defense is solid, feel free to attack. However, even though Tao Shu's defense was strong, seeing countless attacks about to hit him, it was impossible to take them head-on. Second soul skill, Evil Spirit Stealth. Reducing most of his aura, decreasing the chance of being detected by the opponent, and increasing his speed by 100. The first attack on the opponent will definitely hit their vital points. Tao Shu's second yellow soul ring instantly lit up, then expanded and swept over his entire body. In an instant, during the attack, the crew subconsciously paused as they saw that Tao Shu had disappeared. Tao Shu had actually vanished. However, they also knew that stopping their attacks was not good, and they realized that Tao Shu had only used the soul skill of the yellow soul ring. A century-old soul ring couldn't possibly have a teleportation soul skill. It was probably just a stealth-type soul skill that reduced his aura. Since that was the case, they decided to activate their attack soul skills right away. As long as the attack range was large enough, they would definitely hit him. With that thought, they immediately targeted the area where Tao Shu had been standing and launched their attacks. First soul skill, Evil Spirit Water Iron Cannon. Using soul power to attract all water-related elements around, forming a water cannon to attack the opponent. The water cannon would directly strike the opponent, causing impact damage, and then immediately explode, resulting in secondary explosive damage. Suddenly, the Demon Eagle's attack sounded from the left of the crowd. Before most people could react, they were hit by a powerful water iron cannon. Because the first attack of the water iron cannon directly collided with the opponent when it hit the first person, it continued to strike those beside them. Moreover, it was possibly calculated by Tao Shu, or just a coincidence that when the water iron cannon struck the crowd and reached the center of the ship, it exploded. Boom! Instantly, the soul masters on the ship fell around the large ship. And some soul masters at the edge of the ship were even forced off the ship and into the sea by the shockwave of the attack. Seeing this situation, Tao Shu smirked. This move was good. No one had used it against me before, and it truly lived up to the soul skill provided by the evil spirit, Great White Shark. Seeing the crew in such a miserable state, Yuan instinctively began to retreat. However, when he suddenly saw Tao Shu revealing a twisted smile, he realized it was not going to work. This guy was a freak. Judging by the looks of it, they would have to leave, and he would likely try to stop them. While thinking this, Yuhan's remaining soul rings also lit up. Fifth soul skill, Wrath of the Wild Serpents. The fifth soul ring instantly expanded, directly summoning countless mandala snakes. These mandala snakes had normal speed and poison, but their strength and defense were extremely weak. The fifth soul ring on Yuan lit up and expanded, and in that instant, countless small mandala snakes surged towards Tao Shu. At the same time, the remaining crew members also empowered themselves and immediately unleashed their most powerful soul skill to attack. Taking advantage of the effect of his second soul skill still being active, Tao Shu directly dove into the sea, once again evading. That's right. The previous evasion was achieved by plunging into the sea. Because of his martial soul, not many people on the island liked him, so he enjoyed swimming alone. Perhaps due to his martial soul, his swimming talent was exceptionally high. In the water, his swimming speed was no worse than some sea spirit beasts. With the effects of the martial soul possession and the amplification from the second soul skill still active, his swimming speed in the sea has become exceptionally fast. Third soul skill, Evil Demon Transformation. This soul skill was obtained from the 3,000-year-old evil demon orca, and its bloodline is likely quite impressive, as the effect of this soul skill is truly remarkable. It directly amplifies all of his attributes by 30, which includes not only strength, defense, and speed, but also elemental power, reaction speed, and armor-piercing ability, among all attributes. And that's not all. Possibly due to the fact that he is using the evil demon orca, combined with his own martial soul, the evil demon Orca King. That's right, Tao Shua's martial soul is the evil demon Orca King, not just any evil demon Orca. His martial soul is a king. Therefore, his third soul skill has an additional effect. It reduces all attributes of his enemies by 10. After using his third soul skill, everyone on the ship felt a weakening sensation. It's that kid, he is not dead. Tao Shuo watched as everyone on the ship anxiously searched for him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Let me show you why I know so many resources to capture myself. Fifth soul skill, Infinite Ocean. Summoning a sea that he can control according to his soul power. Within this sea, the power of all his soul skills will be amplified, soul power level 1. If it's above the sea, it will consume a certain amount of soul power to erode the sea, amplifying, as mentioned above, but it will also reduce the consumption of all soul skills by half, including the fifth soul skill. In Chapter 237, Eliminate the Cold, the fifth soul skill, Infinite Ocean. Summoning a sea that he can control according to his soul power. Within this sea, the power of all his soul skills will be amplified, soul power level 1. If it's above the sea, it will consume a certain amount of soul power to erode the sea, amplifying, as mentioned above, but it will also reduce the consumption of all soul skills by half, including the fifth soul skill. Tao Shuo used his fifth soul skill beneath the pirate ship of the Ghost Snake pirate group. Instantly, a black light erupted from Tao Shuo and spread around. Boss, look underwater. Upon hearing the words of the crew behind him, Yuhan immediately walked to the railing. A deep blackness spread from beneath their pirate ship. For some reason, looking at this deep black light, Yuhan suddenly felt a surge of panic. He is beneath the pirate ship. Yuhan quickly realized that Tao Shuo must be right under their pirate ship. Thinking of this, Yuhan's mouth curled into a cold smirk. This fool, does he really think that by breaking through the bottom of our pirate ship, we will be doomed? As a well-known pirate group that has adventured on the sea for many years, do we not know what happens when the bottom of a pirate ship is breached? Zhang San, let our little cuties out. That fool is under our ship. Hearing their boss's words, the crew behind Yuhan instinctively froze, as they had never seen someone so foolish. Could anyone just go beneath a pirate ship? In this sea, countless pirates attack one another. Today you attack this. Tomorrow I attack that. And the day after we both go to eliminate another place. In a place where battles happen every day, the bottom of a pirate ship will certainly have real defenses. One of those methods is the little cuties that Yuhan mentioned, the ironmouth sharks. Capturing a group of sea spirit beasts and raising them at the bottom of their pirate ship. Without water, this group of sea spirit beasts would be useless. Normally, they only need to be fed enough to stay half full, and even that can be done once every 10 days to half a month. In such a situation, if enemies come to the bottom of the pirate ship, what would happen if they released these trained sea spirit beasts? Of course, they would die. A group of starving sea spirit beasts fighting against enemies in the ocean would have a greatly increased chance of winning. Even if the Sea Soul Masters have 120 combat power in the sea, they still need to breathe, and the pressure underwater is completely different from that above water. This leads to the fact that most Sea Soul Masters have similar combat power in the sea and on land, unless they are specially trained for underwater combat. Otherwise, this method is foolproof. There is actually another method, but the ship that Yuhan is currently on is not qualified to use it, or rather, does not have the resources. At this moment, a space suddenly opened at the bottom of the Ghost Snake pirate ship, and in an instant, as the seawater had not yet rushed in too much, a dozen ironmouth sharks surged out from within this space. The starving ironmouth sharks, seeing Tao Shuo not far away, instantly turned their eyes red. Roar! These sharks rushed towards Tao Shuo, who was too hungry, having only been half-fed every 10 days to half a month. They were alive only because their bodies as spirit beasts were quite tough. Although they weren't deprived of water entirely, they could only barely survive. Normally, one would expect these sharks, which could only be half-fed, to be weaker than usual. But there was no way, they were too hungry, and these dozen sharks charged at him as if they had encountered the enemy who killed their father. Not far away, Tao Shuo seemed to have anticipated this situation, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Fifth soul skill, Infinite Ocean. Tao Shuo instantly began to control the eroded sea. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his muscles bulged. In an instant, the water surrounding the Ghost Snake pirate group became extremely chaotic. What is happening? We are so close to land. How could this happen? The sea surface is becoming so chaotic. This is impossible. Yuhan saw the suddenly chaotic waters and felt a sense of crisis, but she still slapped the railing, shouting that it couldn't be true. Because they were too close to land, this area could be described as a shallow zone. and to allow those dozen sharks to come out would mean that the underwater space was nearly full. However, soul skills do not care about reason. Instantly, all the waters beneath the ghost snake pirate ship seemed to obey someone's command, directly flipping over a deep purple pirate ship. Boom! As the pirate ship turned over, everyone on board instantly fell to the seafloor. What is on the seafloor? The seafloor is filled with their starving ironmouth sharks. Upon seeing the members of the ghost snake pirate group, the eyes of the ironmouth sharks turned even redder, looking as if they were about to shed blood tears. Roar! The ironmouth sharks charged upwards, starving half to death, suddenly faced with a dozen food sources. And these food sources were the very ones that had left them half-starved. The ironmouth sharks felt invigorated and opened their iron jaws to attack. No, don't. These people could not withstand the onslaught of the ironmouth sharks, as they were unable to exert their full strength in the water. The surrounding pressure prevented these sea soul masters from unleashing their full power, but the ironmouth sharks were different. They are soul beasts that grow in the sea, and their strength can be fully unleashed. Even when encountering enemies, they can exert 110 or even 120 of their power. Even the chill of the cold cannot stop them. The martial soul itself is not a sea soul beast, and coupled with the fact that the opponent they face is their enemy and has been starving, they are not afraid of the deadly poison of the cold. After all, they are already half-starved. Why should they fear your poison? On the shore, Tao Shuo has already retracted his martial soul state. Looking at the sea surface stained red with blood, he shook his head and left directly. Sea God Island. As Tao Shuo left, he thought about what the cold had said earlier about the employer. Who is this employer? Of course, Tao Shuo knows. After all, he had just come out of that cursed place, Sea God Island, and had not offended anyone. The most he had done was fight 2 against 1 at the Great Soul Arena, making those 2 Soul Kings a bit embarrassed. Tao Shuo did not believe that those 2 Soul Kings, who did not even have the optimal soul ring configuration, could hire the top pirate group in the area, the Ghost Snake Pirate Group, to hunt him down. It seems this place is no longer safe. Forget it. Even if he can't unleash his full power on the main road, he can still manage about 90. After relaxing his clenched fists, Tao Shuo prepared to leave for the center of the main road. After all, that is where he could ensure his safety. Tao Shuo, we finally meet. A man in a yellow robe, adorned with a vivid seahorse pattern, stood at the mountain peak, looking down at Tao Shuo. Chapter 238. Meeting Tao Shuo, we finally meet. A familiar voice reached Tao Shuo's ears, causing him to stop in shock and look towards the mountain peak. A majestic man in a yellow robe with a seahorse pattern stood there, gazing down at Tao Shuo. His deep blue hair flowed behind him, and his deep blue eyes resembled the vast ocean, captivating anyone who looked into them. Yes, teacher. Ma Ming's previously expressionless face changed dramatically upon hearing Tao Shuo's words, turning eerily shocking. Shut up, teacher. How dare you call me teacher? Tao Shuo directly ignored Ma Ming's angry tone, placing his left hand on his right shoulder and slightly bending forward. No matter what, you are ultimately my teacher. The way I fight and my rhythm are all learned from you, teacher. You learned my fighting style and rhythm, then killed my only son. Is that so? Tao Shuo lowered his hand and looked at his teacher on the mountain peak. At this moment, Ma Ming had already entered the martial soul possession state. Seeing this, Tao Shuo also directly entered his martial soul possession. Teacher, I am grateful to you for teaching me how to fight, but I'm only grateful for that. Moreover, I remember that I should have returned this favor to you. During the last Sea God Festival, I publicly admitted defeat to your son. Ma Yu did not make it to the top 3. That was Ma Yu's own incompetence. He could only reach the top 5 because I cleared his enemies for him. So, teacher, I have already returned the favor to you on Sea God Island. Ma Ming's face turned cold upon hearing this. So what? Since you killed my son, you are destined to meet your death. Third soul skill, Seahorse Glory, enhances one's strength and speed by 100. And when attacking what one perceives as an enemy, the damage is additionally enhanced by 100. Fifth soul skill, Furious Sea Punch. Fists attack the enemy like they are possessed by a furious sea, with each attack being stronger than the last. I don't watch anime, so I don't know what this soul skill's effects are like, so I just made something up. Kill. Third soul skill, Evil Demon Transformation. I can upgrade my martial soul. The evil demon Orca King grows larger and roars at the sky. Enhances all attributes by 30 and reduces the opponent's all attributes by 10. Second soul skill, Evil Demon Ambush. Reduces most of one's aura, decreasing the opponent's chance of detecting oneself, while enhancing one's speed by 100. The first attack on the opponent will definitely hit their vital points. First soul skill, Evil Demon Water Cannon. uses soul power to attract all water-related elements around, forming a water cannon to attack the opponent. The water cannon will directly strike the opponent, causing impact damage, then immediately explode, causing secondary explosion damage. Tao Shua's enhancements were instantly activated, and relying on the speed from the second soul skill, he distanced himself from Ma Ming. At the same time, he used the first soul skill to start long-range attrition against Ma Ming, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. As for winning, Tao Shua had never thought of that. After all, his battle experience was not rich. Sea God Island did not give him the chance to accumulate battle experience, so his only battle experience and rhythm were almost entirely guided by Ma Ming. He was at a disadvantage in soul power level, soul skill quantity, and battle experience. Aside from the quality of his martial soul being a level higher than Ma Ming's, he had no other advantages. Tao Shua was not foolish. In a situation where there was no chance of victory, it was best to find a chance to escape. Kill. The next day, MuLin began to wander around Blue Sea City, preparing to see if he could find the white-bearded man he had heard about in the inn. After all, this place was where the system had prompted MuLin to come, so it was highly likely that there would be the first potential teammate to recruit. Yesterday, while strolling around the city and eating something, he also searched for that white-bearded man, but did not find him. Therefore, MuLin planned to explore the surrounding area this morning. If he still couldn't find him, he would go to the Great Soul Arena in Hanhai City in the afternoon. As for that person, if he had left the Great Soul Arena, then it just meant there was no fate, and he could look for someone else. MuLin continued to snack as he wandered around, searching for any potential talents. Suddenly, MuLin seemed to smell something. He tore open a large hole in the snack in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. It was the smell of blood. After finishing his snacks, MuLin slowly made his way towards the area where the bloody scent was coming from. He peeked out from behind a small tree. Wow, there was quite a battle here. The sea was stained red. At this moment, MuLin arrived at the edge of a large sea. However, this sea seemed to be dyed red with fresh blood, and near the land, he also discovered a pirate ship that had been turned over. As for how he knew it was a pirate ship, it was because the pirate flag was fluttering beside the overturned ship. MuLin felt that he might have discovered a potential talent. Just as MuLin was about to walk over, he suddenly noticed a fist mark on a cliff to his left. Moreover, there was still a trace of soul power residue. MuLin slowly approached the fist mark and could see some scattered fish scales nearby. It seemed the owner of these fish scales had been severely injured. As they followed a set of footprints into a nearby forest, MuLin raised his eyebrows upon seeing the situation. Is the heavens helping me? Just as MuLin was speculating whether he might not have a chance to meet that genius, he saw this patch of fish scales. Indeed, the system still loves me. Coming to this Blue Sea City must yield some rewards. MuLin headed straight into the forest. As for the possibility of ambushes in this forest, let us not forget that MuLin had previously defeated a soul Douluo who was an evil soul master with overwhelming strength. Moreover, MuLin had received the sacrifice of a 100,000-year-old soft-bone charming rabbit. The top-notch life-saving soul skills he possessed, instant teleportation, invincible body, and void were not mere decorations. And he also had Yi Tianqing behind him. Therefore, MuLin, confident in his skills, entered the woods without hesitation. It seemed this guy was indeed seriously injured. Didn't he know to cover up his traces? MuLin walked to a cave and looked at the cave covered by rocks, as well as the fish scales stained with blood left beside the rocks. Didn't he even think to sweep away some traces? Let me help you, MuLin thought to himself, then grinned and gripped the massive rock tightly with both hands. He directly moved it away from the cave. At a glance, a dark cave appeared, and at this moment, a blood-soaked man with deep black hair was lying on a severely injured bear-type soul beast. Chapter 239. Temporarily follow after MuLin moved the boulder blocking the cave. He walked in and discovered a seriously injured man with deep gray hair lying on top of the bear's corpse. MuLin, being bold, walked right over. He saw the deep gray-haired man lying on the giant bear's corpse, except that this giant bear was mutilated, and it seemed the man had eaten part of its paw. The man lying on the corpse had a pale face, and it was evident that his left arm appeared to have been smashed by a heavy weapon, seemingly cracked. This guy was seriously injured, yet he was still alive. MuLin kicked the man's leg. Hey, wake up, are you still interested? The man was kicked a few times, but he showed no reaction, still lying on the corpse with a pale face, occasionally frowning. MuLin watched for a while and sighed. Lucky for you, you met me. I'll save your life. MuLin shook his head and took out some hemostatic cloth and herbs specifically for treating fractures and significant blood loss from his soul guide. That night, MuLin was preparing to taste the flavor of roasted bear paw when he suddenly heard the seriously injured man beside him seem to be waking up. The deep gray-haired man opened his eyes, feeling dazed, and saw it was still this cave, instinctively exhaling. But suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Why is there still fire here? He immediately tried to get up but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Hiss! MuLin was still watching the roasting bear paw when he suddenly noticed the man beside him had actually gotten up. This guy is brave, despite being so severely injured. He wants to get up immediately instead of slowly easing the pain. He must be a warrior. However, after hearing his hissing sound, MuLin said, "Don't get up so quickly, take it slow. Otherwise, you might reopen the wounds I just bandaged. I can tell you, I didn't prepare that much hemostatic cloth. What you have on you is most of what I have." After hearing MuLin's words, the man was stunned for a moment, but still obeyed MuLin, slowly getting up while leaning against the wall. Phew! He looked at MuLin, who was focused on the fire in front of him. "Thank you." MuLin waved his hand. "It's nothing. The hemostatic cloth doesn't cost much, but the herbs for treating your fractures and significant blood loss might be quite valuable. How do you plan to compensate? With gold soul coins or by barter?" The man's expression was somewhat awkward upon hearing MuLin's words. He had escaped from Sea God Island, and his martial soul was the evil demon tiger whale king, which was a natural enemy of the guardian spirit beast of Sea God Island, the soul demon great white shark. This led to a particularly miserable life on Sea God Island, barely surviving by catching fish and some fruits. Before awakening his martial soul, his life might have been decent, but after awakening, it was a drastic decline. Even though he possessed exceptionally high innate soul power, no one was willing to take him hunting for soul rings. This was his status on Sea God Island. After coming to the mainland, he was only relying on the Great Soul Arena to earn some gold soul coins, but the amount was minimal, all spent on food. He mainly hadn't tasted any good food, having eaten mostly soul beast meat, and even though he was a soul king level contestant, he had very few gold soul coins because he had just arrived on the mainland. The man opened his mouth, shook his head, and took out 2 gold soul coins from his pocket. "Sorry, this is all I have." After saying that, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, someone had saved him, but he had nothing to repay. He lowered his head in shame. MuLin looked at the man who had lowered his head and squinted his eyes. In fact, MuLin was already prepared for the possibility that the man had no resources to compensate. After all, he had already taken care of him when he wrapped the hemostatic cloth. He had less than 200 gold soul coins in total. "I noticed that you mentioned lying on that bear, which is called the tiger claw black bear. Based on my understanding, that black bear is around 500 years old. Given your severe injuries, you were still able to kill it. Your strength is quite impressive. Are you looking to hire me? I'm very cheap." The man instinctively blurted out this sentence, but there was no other way. He was simply too poor. With just these few gold soul coins, not even enough to fill his stomach. Moreover, he genuinely needed to learn about some information regarding this continent, and this benefactor in front of him seemed like a good source. The main issue was that he had been living on Sea God Island, a hidden place, for too long and was somewhat too naive. MuLin looked at him. "According to my training speed, I'll need to hunt for soul rings in about 3 to 4 months. I'm here to scout the area. What is your strength?" Upon hearing that he might have to follow MuLin for 3 to 4 months, the man was somewhat reluctant, as that was nearly half a year. However, seeing MuLin's smiling face, he gritted his teeth. "I'm currently a level 60 5-ring soul emperor. The injury I sustained was for being ambushed by another soul master while hunting for my 6th soul ring. If you are willing to treat my injuries, then after I finish hunting for the 6th soul ring, I'm willing to follow you until you finish hunting all your soul rings." MuLin squinted his eyes after hearing this, not wanting the young man to see the teasing expression in his eyes. A level 60 soul king wanted to hunt a 100,000 year soul beast, and he was indeed brave. "As for hunting soul rings, my family elders will come to help. Mainly it's about finding soul beasts. As for your injuries, I have some herbs here." After saying that, MuLin took out some herbs for treating fractures from his soul guiding device, including some top quality herbs with particularly good effects, specifically taken from the ice and fire yin-yang well. I don't know if you recognize the names and effects of these herbs, but I can say that these herbs can completely allow a soul sage to follow my family. MuLin was not exaggerating with this statement, because among them, one particular top-quality herb, after healing someone else's fractures, would provide excess soul power to strengthen their bones, meaning this herb would increase a person's physical strength. And there is not just one of them, so it is very likely for a soul sage to follow MuLin. Even if Tao Shuo was a bit slow, he could see that this guy in front of him seemed to want him to follow him. Tao Shuo squinted his eyes. "We're still not very familiar. so I can follow you for now, and after we hunt the soul rings, we can see how our interaction goes. If it's good, then I'm willing to follow you. MuLin nodded. Okay, no problem. Chapter 240. Decision to hunt souls. After Tao Shuo agreed to temporarily follow MuLin, the two stopped talking. MuLin was observing the roasted bear paw in front of them, while Tao Shuo was observing MuLin. By the way, I still don't know your name? I'm Tao Shuo. I'm MuLin. The roasted bear paw is ready. Here, try my cooking. Tao Shuo looked at the roasted bear paw skewered on a branch, which still had some seasoning and honey on it. Plus, Tao Shuo hadn't eaten for almost a day. Instinctively, his stomach seemed to growl. Tao Shuo's face turned slightly red as he took the roasted bear paw in front of him and began to taste it. 2 days later, MuLin was practicing at the mountaintop under the sunlight. Tao Shuo walked out of the forest, dragging a huge wild boar. MuLin, are you ready? If you are, I'll leave this wild boar to you. MuLin opened his eyes and looked at Tao Shuo, who was dragging a 500-year-old dragon horn wild boar. Just put it down, prepare the tools, and I'll come roast it later. Tao Shuo nodded with a grin and began to prepare the barbecue tools. Actually, Tao Shuo's barbecue skills were also quite good, but he usually grilled fish. He had never dealt with large soul beasts like this. Roasting like this could only rely on feeling, and in the past 2 days, Tao Shuo had tried barbecuing twice. But it was clear that the taste was nowhere near MuLin's. After all, MuLin had specially learned a few techniques from Dongxiang before setting off on his journey, especially since he often traveled, so he had learned the most about barbecuing. After a while, MuLin and Tao Shuo stood at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the spring breeze and sunshine while tasting the roasted suckling pig they had made, along with a box of wine from the ghost snake pirate ship. The two ate and drank together. This life is really nice. Tao Shuo looked at MuLin, who was eating slowly, and then looked at the blue sky. This life is much more comfortable than before on Sea God Island, with meat, wine, and friends to eat with. Tao Shuo suddenly shook his head. Recalling the past was pointless. He should look to the future. The two finished the roasted suckling pig in a simple manner, and they also drank the box of wine over the next few days, each bottle in turn. After both were full and satisfied, MuLin looked at Tao Shuo. How do you plan to hunt your 6th soul ring? Is there a specific location? Tao Shuo nodded upon hearing this. Yes, I've inquired before. And there's south an island relatively close to here, where a rampaging 30,000 to 40,000 year evil demon whale is. I plan to hunt it as my 6th soul ring. MuLin nodded upon hearing this. After spending the last couple of days together, he also learned that Tao Shuo's martial soul was one of the 3 dominant soul beasts of the sea, the evil demon whale king. His 2nd and 3rd soul rings were from the evil demon whale, and the amplification effects of these 2 soul skills seemed quite good in MuLin's eyes, even ranking among the best of all the 3rd soul skills he knew. As for the other soul skills, they were decent at best. The 1st soul skill was obtained when Tao Shuo secretly killed a magic soul great white shark that was injured by an evil demon whale and was recuperating in an area on Sea God Island. After killing it, he returned to Sea God Island after waiting for a month. Then, Tao Shuo's 4th soul skill was obtained in an area close to Sea God Island, which was under the jurisdiction of one of the sacred pillar guardians, the sea dragon Douluo, where he hunted a sea serpent. The obtained soul skill was Dragoness Walk. It enhances strength and speed by 80 and allows for infinite leverage movement in the air. This soul skill may not seem impressive at first glance, but one must remember that Tao Shuo is a sea soul master. With this soul skill, he could fly. He could fly over the sea, which is absolutely top-notch for survival, and even on land, it would be quite advantageous for survival. The 5th soul skill is a soul skill that controls the sea. When MuLin first heard about this soul skill, he found it a bit strange. This soul skill must give Tao Shuo a chance to inherit the sea god's position. Moreover, it seemed that his talent was quite good, probably with innate full soul power. His talent seemed to be even higher than Jiang Shuling's. At just 20 years old this year, and if considering months, he was still 3 months short, but relying solely on himself. He had reached the Soul Emperor realm without much help from Sea God Island's resources. If he had resources, wouldn't he be like Do Eres Ma Xiao Tao? Could it be that because I traveled here, it has strengthened this continent? I encounter top-tier geniuses that never appeared in the original work every day. If such geniuses appeared on the continent, one would think about what the term Golden Generation means. Isn't that shameless? MuLin suddenly thought of something. But are you sure that the evil demon whale is still there? Didn't you say before that you were ambushed by other soul masters when you went to hunt it? Tao Shuo suddenly stopped upon hearing this. Right? They know that my martial soul is the evil demon whale, and there's a particular evil demon whale in this area that is suitable for my 6th soul ring. My master, Ma Ming, would likely go to that place to wait for me after not chasing me. This. MuLin looked at the silent Tao Shua. Do you need help? Your talent is good. I can have my protector help out. MuLin did not show his full power now. After all, just talking without action wouldn't be convincing. Tao Shua felt somewhat tempted upon hearing this, because the evil demon whale was indeed very suitable for his soul ring, and he didn't want to give up. MuLin noticed this as well. Tianxing, are you not going to show yourself? Yixinzing could also see what MuLin was thinking. He shot him a glance, but didn't step out. I won't make a move unless it's a soul Douluo. At most, I'll just protect your lives. After saying this, Yixinzing hit again. However, his words gave Tao Shua a lot of confidence. It was very likely that a soul Douluo would come to Haotian Island. After all, Tao Shua knew that he had killed the grandson of the current sacred pillar guardian, the seahorse Douluo. I also forgot whether the sacred pillar guardians in the original work had descendants, and I'm too lazy to rewatch, so let us assume they do. Therefore, it was understandable for soul Douluo to show up. So, MuLin's temptation, Yixinzing's assurance, the fact that the demonic orca was indeed very suitable for his soul ring, made Tao Shua decide to take a look. If the demonic orca was still around, he would try to kill it and absorb its soul ring. However, if those guys were still lurking around, Tao Shua would have to find another soul beast. The two decided to set off immediately, as they still needed to prepare the boat and the person to sail it. Although they were nearby, this implied only within this sea area. How could a dominant soul beast like the demonic orca stay in shallow waters? Chapter 241. The more chaotic, the better. On the far west side of Blue Sea City, this was the closest point to the shore, where several small wooden boats and a few larger ships were docked. Next to these boats were some robust-looking middle-aged men who seemed to be soliciting customers. MuLin and Tao Shua arrived in this area and completely ignored the small wooden boats, heading straight for a larger ship instead. How much to the island between the Hanhai Sea and the Jinsan Sea? After arriving here, they directly asked for the price. As for whether they would go, they had already stated their destination, so if they were not going, they could just say so. The middle-aged man by the sea spring was taken aback upon hearing their destination. Kid, seeing how straightforward you are, you should know that there's a rampaging demonic orca in that area, right? Do you still dare to go? Tao Shua didn't bother explaining the reasons and directly released his martial spirit and soul rings. In an instant, his body was wrapped in numerous fish scales and 5 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black appeared. MuLin stood next to him, having no intention of revealing his soul rings. Some people have already been to that island, so you don't need to worry about safety. Tao Shua didn't say this lightly. Although the demonic orca was one of the 3 dominant soul beasts of the sea, this also indicated one thing. The quality of the demonic orca soul beast was exceptionally high. A soul beast of such a high caliber was rampaging in a sea area. What did that represent? It indicated that those who needed soul rings had a specific destination, and that island had definitely been visited by some people. Given the considerable number of sea soul masters, Tao Shua suspected that if they waited a few more days, the demonic orca would likely be killed. However, the crew member didn't catch on to this. He thought that the Soul King in front of him must have had family members who had already scouted the area. The middle-aged man scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "You know that area is too dangerous. I need to talk to the captain. Please wait here." After saying this, he smiled apologetically and turned to head onto the ship. MuLin and Tao Shua waited under the ship for a while. And soon the middle-aged man returned with an elderly man in a white robe and white hair. The elderly man looked at Tao Shua. "So, you want to go to that place?" Tao Shua nodded. "Okay, but you also know how dangerous that area is, and it's not far either. I need 10,000 gold soul coins." After saying this, 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, appeared on the old man. This old guy was actually a soul emperor. However, it made sense. Anyone daring to sail in these vast seas needed to be a soul master, but having the strength of a soul emperor was still hard to believe. This old man was likely a well-known navigator in the area. Upon hearing this, Tao Shua glanced at MuLin, as he was currently quite poor. He originally thought that taking a boat to that area would only cost 100 or 200 gold soul coins. Was there any possibility of a discount for the 10,000 gold soul coins? Just looking at the soul emperor in front of him, Tao Shua realized that paying 10,000 gold soul coins to have a soul emperor escort him was actually a good deal. He wasn't that foolish. MuLin sighed and took out a black card from his soul guide. "Here, this card is exactly 10,000 gold soul coins." The old man's eyes flickered at the sight of the black card. He recognized it. It was a card given after earning 10,000 gold soul coins through betting in the Great Soul Arena. After hearing this, The old man took the card without checking it. No problem. Then please board the ship, and we will set sail in 2 hours. He nodded in agreement. After all, a single ship couldn't possibly just serve 2 people. Moreover, the destination they were heading to was at the edge of this sea area, bordering another sea area. During the journey, they could also pick up some passengers. Perhaps there would be others heading to the same destination as MuLin and Taoxiao. After sailing for about half a day, plus the waiting time, they arrived at their destination, Douluo Island, when it was already quite dark. After disembarking, they found that there were actually 3 other passengers who got off the ship with them. The 2 exchanged glances but said nothing, leaving the ship one on the left and one on the right. As they got off the ship, they noticed that there were many more boats around, some even flying pirate flags. They arrived at the center of Douluo Island, a small town. Upon entering, they found that the hustle and bustle here was much greater than in many of the cities MuLin had visited in the Tiando Empire. It seemed that the demonic orca had not been killed yet. Otherwise, these profit-driven individuals would have left. MuLin led Taoxiao to the most bustling inn, as usual, finding a window seat and calling the waiter. Before Taoxiao could react, he was directly pushed down into a chair, watching MuLin order dishes. This time, he ordered 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 2 soups, and 2 main courses. Taoxiao thought that with so many people around, should the main priority be to book a room? Why were they eating here? Didn't those inns serve meals? Taoxiao looked at MuLin with some confusion. MuLin gave him a reassuring look. After waiting a while, the food was served. During this time, Taoxiao understood why MuLin wanted to come here first. They had also gathered some information in the meantime. For example, the White Shark pirates had all arrived on this island. They seemed to be looking for their captain, as that guy had already reached the level of a level 76 ring soul emperor. This was a significant obstacle for 2 people hunting for soul beasts. Also, the Ghost Snake pirate group and the Tiger Crocodile pirate group have arrived. These 2 pirate groups are among the strongest in the Han Sea and Golden Sand Sea regions. Their captains are at the Soul Sage level, and even their crew members are not weak. There might even be multiple soul emperors among them. Upon hearing this, Taoxiao instinctively tightened his grip on the food in his hand. The Ghost Snake pirate group. This was the same pirate group his master had previously hired. Now that they have arrived, there's a high possibility that Mom Ming is also here. Although MuLin didn't fully understand the significance of these 2 pirate groups, to Taoxiao, he noticed that Taoxiao's food was instinctively crushed upon hearing the name Ghost Snake Pirate Group. MuLin also advised, it's fine with so many people here. We can just take advantage of the chaos. The more chaotic it is, the better it is for us, who are not at the top level. Hearing MuLin's confident tone, Taoxiao took a deep breath and continued eating, as MuLin was right. The more chaotic it was, the better it would be for Taoxiao. Chapter 242. Departure the next day, after MuLin and Taoxiao got up. They walked down to the village and had just bought breakfast when they noticed a crowd suddenly rushing towards the entrance. MuLin and Taoxiao exchanged glances, quickly finished their buns, and followed the crowd outside. They didn't bother to ask anyone what was happening, as the people were moving so hurriedly that anyone they stopped would probably ignore them. It was better to follow and see. Taoxiao instinctively thought that this group might be heading out to hunt the evil demon orca or something. MuLin, being bold and unafraid, directly followed the large group to see what was going on. They suddenly arrived at the shore with the crowd. It turned out that the White Shark pirate group was preparing to set sail to hunt the evil demon orca. Before MuLin and Taoxiao could say anything, they heard a group of people chatting nearby. Isn't this the 4th time this week that this group is setting out? They really have perseverance and money. It seems like the Sea Sting and Sea Seal pirate groups have sailed once, didn't find anything, and just stayed here. The White Shark can only be said to be really wealthy. MuLin and Taoxiao understood why this group said the White Shark was wealthy. Although sailing seems free, the food, water, and necessary fruits needed for the journey must be carried. Moreover, this time they were going to hunt the evil demon orca, which could easily lead to shipwrecks and casualties, forcing those who set out to use backup ships. These ships are fast, and their hardness and comfort take a back seat, even ranking last. The food prepared on the ship is only for 1 or 2 days. After all, if they encounter the evil demon orca, they could easily lose everything, which would be too damaging. As for how to return after hunting the soul beasts, all soul masters know that once they know the destination, they can return using a wooden plank. And what if they can't return on the plank? This group isn't stupid. They wouldn't go to places where they couldn't return. However, someone nearby suddenly spoke again. Wait, that's not right. The White Shark is actually using their main ship. They even have a large crossbow installed on it. After hearing this, MuLin carefully observed the large ship. Indeed, there were several very large crossbows on both sides of the ship, glistening in the sunlight. Then everyone noticed a middle-aged man suddenly walk to the bow of the ship. This middle-aged man had white hair and 3 scars on his right eye, which looked like they were torn by a soul beast or a soul master. Standing at the bow, the one-eyed, white-haired middle-aged man directly said, "I know some of you are here for the evil demon Orca. This time, I'm giving you a chance. Our White Shark pirate group has located the evil demon Orca. Those who are willing to go, please come forward, and we will take you to that location." After finishing, the middle-aged man didn't bother to explain why he was willing to take people and simply walked back onto the ship. The surrounding people suddenly became chaotic upon hearing this. The White Shark, the pirate group that goes to see the most, suddenly claimed they had found the location of the evil demon Orca. The credibility of this statement was quite high. However, the chaos arose because some in the group were afraid to go, while others wanted to take a gamble. Among them, some shared both thoughts within the same team, leading to a noisy argument. "You can't go. You should know what kind of people the White Shark are. Even if you don't know, anyone who can make such a big name for themselves at sea is definitely not a good person." Someone nearby directly retorted, "What do you mean by not a good person? It's all about the same. But I have to say this. You should know what kind of existence the evil demon Orca is. Taking a gamble is necessary. Life isn't always smooth sailing. And taking a risk is essential." The two continued to argue. However, MuLin and Tao Shua had no thoughts about it and directly walked to the White Shark pirate group and boarded the ship. After all, neither of them was afraid of the White Shark. Tao Shua, due to his martial soul suppression, was not afraid of the White Shark even if he had 1 less soul ring. In terms of combat power, he wasn't worried. MuLin simply wanted to see what the White Shark was planning to do. After a while of noise, the group split up. About a quarter of the people were willing to board the ship and take a gamble, which was understandable. In fact, from MuLin's perspective, even this quarter seemed a bit too much. The quality of the evil demon Orca is good, but you need to have a life to enjoy it. Otherwise, no matter how good it is, it's useless if you can't enjoy it. After more than 10 minutes, this group had dispersed onto the 3 warships of the White Shark pirate group. Once ready, the 3 warships set off towards a specific area. In the captain's cabin of the White Shark pirate group, the captain was chatting with his first mate. "Captain, are you sure these people will really do it once they reach the destination?" The White Shark took a puff of smoke. "Whether they want to do it or not is none of our business. What we need is just to create an area for me to duel with the evil demon Orca. If it weren't for the fact that the evil demon Orca somehow gathered a bunch of soul beast minions, I wouldn't even bother to gather these guys." The first mate sighed and shook his head. "We can't avoid gathering them. Who knew that the evil demon Orca would gather such a large group of minions in less than a month of rampaging here? It's really impressive for a dominant species among soul beasts." The White Shark nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that a mere evil demon Orca, which was only about 30,000 years old, at most 40,000 years, could gather such a large gang in the middle of these 2 sea regions? According to what the White Shark could see, there were at least 5 soul beasts at the 10,000-year level among them, which really shows how impressive the evil demon Orca is. However, when the White Shark thought about the fact that his 7th soul ring was this kind of existence, he felt a rush of excitement. After all, the White Shark's martial soul is the White Shark. Although the evil demon Orca and the White Shark are not of the same species, the quality of the evil demon Orca can completely offset the gap during this period. Moreover, the White Shark estimates that its 7th spirit ring can absorb at most 40,000 years, and the evil demon Orca, which is rampant in this area, fits that age perfectly. A spirit beast with a perfect age and outstanding quality doesn't need to worry about the differences in species between both sides. On the ship, MuLin and Tao Shua were discussing in a room. Chapter 243, Confrontation in a room on the White Shark pirate ship. MuLin and Tao Shua sat opposite each other. MuLin said, "That guy called White Shark is not trustworthy. I suspect the evil demon Orca has some discrepancies with the information we have." MuLin nodded, "That's for sure. I estimate that the evil demon Orca must have gathered some subordinates somewhere. Otherwise, there's no reason for such a large group as the White Shark pirate group to not dare to hunt it. Of course, it could also be because the evil demon Orca is too powerful. However, with so many people in the White Shark pirate group, it indicates that they have not yet encountered the evil demon Orca." After discussing for a while on the ship, they couldn't come up with anything, so they returned to their rooms to rest. Several hours later, MuLin suddenly heard a voice from outside the window. "Everyone can wake up now. We have arrived at the territory of the evil demon Orca and are very close. Please wake up quickly and get ready. There won't be any protection during the battle. The sailor outside shouted this 3 times. MuLin stretched lazily and went outside. He hadn't really slept, after all. He was still on someone else's ship and wouldn't dare to sleep. He just lay on the bed and dozed off a bit, needing only a little noise to get him up. MuLin opened the door and walked to the deck. The spirit masters and sailors on the ship had already gathered. At this moment, the smiling white shark approached. Everyone, the evil demon orca is over there. You can go hunt it. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked in the direction White Shark was pointing. FKU, because the place he pointed to had at least 100 spirit beast groups. Common sea creatures like seahorses, sea hares, sea lions, etc. were all present. There were even some rarer ones like ice-cold crocodiles, ice-congealed swordfish, and deep-sea fish dragons. Even these top-tier spirit beasts were present. Of course, the most conspicuous was the giant dark gray beast at the forefront, which had an enormous head and occasionally opened its mouth, revealing massive teeth like swords, with dark red eyes fixed intently on the 3 approaching ships. This was one of the 3 top dominator spirit beasts of the sea, the evil demon orca. MuLin walked next to Douluo and quietly asked his doubts. I remember the evil demon orca is supposed to be a gregarious spirit beast. Why is there a solitary one? Douluo replied quietly. You should know that in every group, there are always some failures. Although most of these failures are eaten by the winners, the sea is so vast. And with so many groups of evil demon orcas, there will always be some exceptions that manage to escape. Moreover, after a failed challenge for the position of leader, the injured evil demon orcas are often hunted down by others who wish to supplement their spirit rings. MuLin nodded upon hearing this. As for Douluo's further explanation about why so many people pursue the evil demon orca's spirit ring, MuLin understood that too. Just like Bai Dong, a genius with twin martial souls, who would even hunt a rabbit for a 100,000-year spirit ring, despite it being vastly different in both attribute and species from her martial soul. Moreover, Qian Xuanji even sought a blue-silver emperor spirit beast for Bai Dong, knowing that its attributes are almost opposite to her death spider emperor. After all, one is full of vitality, while the other has death in its name. It is conceivable that in the later stages, apart from species, as long as the years and quality of the spirit ring meet one's requirements, one can overlook the other. As for whether the attributes might lead to an explosion, as long as one doesn't become foolish enough to absorb a water attribute spirit ring while clearly having a fire attribute, then that danger is far away. Returning to the scene, when the crowd heard White Shark's words, their faces turned green. Are you trying to get us killed? Yes, you have ill intentions. A group of people began to denounce White Shark. However, they seemed to forget that White Shark was a notorious pirate captain. Would he just stand by and watch their denunciation? Of course not. White Shark instantly activated his martial soul, revealing 6 spirit rings in the optimal yellow, purple, and black ratio. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. 3rd spirit skill, Seas Gathering, enhances the power of his water attribute by 100 while simultaneously increasing strength, defense, and speed by 50. In the sea, all boosts are increased by half, and all spirit skill consumption is reduced by half. 2nd spirit skill, Water Iron Cannon, concentrates water attribute spirit power on his fingertip to form an iron cannon to attack the opponent. The cannon causes both impact and water attribute explosion damage, and its gathering speed doubles in the sea. White Shark instantly condensed a huge water iron cannon on his fingertip and aimed it at the 2 people who were denouncing him the most and some others around them. With just those 2, their surrounding people were making noise. Boom! The expressions of those people hardened. It should be known that those who dare to hunt the evil demon orca are either foolish or truly capable individuals, and many among them are here specifically to hunt it for spirit rings. Many of them revealed their 6 spirit rings and casually used a few spirit skills to block the attack. White Shark, we appreciate you bringing us here, but if you see us as mere tools, then you need to prove your worth. These people directly confronted White Shark on the ship. Suddenly, a voice came from the side of both parties. Everyone, if I'm not mistaken, the evil demon orca leading that group of spirit beasts seems to be charging towards us. Why don't we defeat the spirit beasts first before dealing with our human matters? Both parties looked towards the source of the voice. It was a handsome young man with golden hair. The young man casually spread his arms. I'm just going to take a look. After all, the evil spirit whale is quite rare. Come on, Douluo, show your soul rings to the 2 of them. We're not interested in this evil spirit whale, but if possible, it would be best to leave us a soul beast around 20,000 years old. Chapter 244. Battle Douluo is not a fool. Looking at the group confronting him, he noticed several soul emperors emerging. He immediately released the 5 soul rings on his body. Before boarding the ship, MuLin had specifically given Tao Shuo a very realistic beard model. Tao Shuo understood why. At his age, having reached the Soul King level meant he was undoubtedly a top-notch genius. Although it might seem a bit narcissistic, it was a fact. A very young Soul King represented exceptionally high talent. In such situations, it is common for geniuses to absorb higher-level soul rings as they progress, and with combat power. Fighting above their level is very easy for them. However, fighting above one's level is only feasible in one-on-one situations. Even if facing many opponents, one cannot fight too many. Just by looking at a ship, the two sides confronting each other revealed more than 4 soul emperors. Some individuals hadn't even revealed their soul rings. And there were also people from the other 2 ships. If the other 2 ships had a considerable number of soul emperors, it meant that there were definitely no fewer than 10 soul emperors here to hunt the evil spirit whale. How could a single soul king compete with them? After all, for them, a genius is a nuisance. Once they grow up, causing trouble for them is not good. Therefore, when encountering a genius, they have already offended. The best way is to kill him. Before leaving, Tao Shuo carefully applied the tiger whiskers and checked himself in the mirror. He now looked like a young man in his 30s. As for why he didn't say he looked middle-aged, it was because his face looked too fair and still somewhat youthful, lacking that mature feel. It was previously mentioned that such geniuses should be killed after offending them. But there is a prerequisite. If they can avoid offending them, they should. The group on the ship could also see that someone who could be closely protected by a Soul King in his 30s definitely had a solid background. And his talent was probably not bad. The 2 sides instantly exchanged smiles. Then this young master will observe well on the ship. As for those soul beasts, just leave them to us. This group of soul masters was determined to perform well. After all, it was quite common for families to recruit outsiders for absorption. If they performed well, perhaps they could be taken to this young masteress family. There is a significant gap between a soul master with a family and one without. At least in terms of hunting souls, we are a group, while you are just a few individuals. Do you dare to compete for it? The white shark is not a fool either. Seeing that the group across had given up their standoff, his group naturally had to follow suit. He immediately instructed others to notify the other 2 ships to prepare for battle. MuLin led Tao Shuo to a higher place on the ship, looking down at their battle. Thank you. MuLin waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. After all, these soul emperors are quite dangerous. If the white shark can find this group of soul beasts, do you think the 2 strongest pirate groups in the sea, the ghost snake and the tiger crocodile, would not be able to find them? Anyway, we must be careful during this soul hunting. But don't worry. I guarantee that as long as the Title Douluos doesn't intervene, the evil spirit whale will definitely be yours." After hearing this, Tao Shuo clenched his fists. "Thank you. I will repay your kindness." MuLin waved his hand and did not speak further. The 2 reached a high point, and the evil spirit whale, along with its soul beasts, was nearing the 3 ships. The people on the ship immediately activated their martial souls. Among them, only a portion went to the bow of the ship, as only they had long-range attack soul skills. The others could only wait until the soul beasts approached a certain area before engaging in battle. However, those without long-range attack soul masters were still in the minority. After all, on the sea, if you don't have long-range attack soul skills, it's too disadvantageous to engage in close combat with those soul beasts. Second soul skill, water iron cannon. First soul skill, water arrow, condensing water elements to form arrows to attack the opponent. Third soul skill, water flow wave, condensing water elements into a point and throwing it beside the enemy. During this process, it will absorb water elements and some seawater to create a wave to attack the opponent, causing dizziness within the range. All soul masters with long-range attack soul skills among the first 3 soul skills immediately stepped forward and began using their long-range attack soul skills to deplete those soul beasts. As for why only the first 3 soul skills were used, it's because everyone around was a stranger who would dare to start with ultimate level skills. I admire your bravery. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from this group had some effect. At least some of the attacking soul beasts disappeared, particularly those on the periphery. Everyone, be cautious. We are about to engage in close combat in the sea. Those with enhancement skills, use them immediately. Don't wait until you are in the water and miss the opportunity. Some experienced old sailors began urging everyone to use their enhancement skills quickly. After all, at this moment, in a chaotic battle among a group, there are not many chances to use personal enhancements. Third soul skill. The people on the ship were not fools. This was not the time to hide their strength. They had already noticed that among the soul beasts led by the evil spirit whale, there were actually 7 soul beasts at the 10,000-year level. One of them was even a 30,000-year level dragonhorn swordfish. Just from the name, it's clear that this is a soul beast with dragon blood. Such a beast is at least of high quality. It can even be considered a top-tier quality soul beast. Moreover, it is at the 30,000-year level. Soul beasts of this level require at least 3 or 4 soul emperors to have confidence in defeating or even just holding them off. The white shark immediately took the lead, and some soul masters on the ship jumped down with the captain. "Everyone, I will help hold off the most formidable evil spirit whale. The rest is up to you." As the white shark jumped down, a 5-ring soul king holding a treasure orb appeared at the side of the ship. This was a crew member of the white shark. This soul king had 5 soul rings: white, yellow, purple, and black. "Captain, go for it." First soul skill, Ocean Star, Strength. Enhances the strength of those soul masters, 5 number of soul rings, doubling the enhancement at sea. Second soul skill, Ocean Star, Defense. Similar to the above effect, but enhances defense. In an instant, this soul king enhanced the white shark's strength, defense, speed, water attribute power, and armor piercing in 5 aspects. With a 50 boost. Of course, other soul emperors also had some enhancements, but not all of them. After all, the soul king's soul power was limited. Being able to enhance 4 soul emperors at once was already quite difficult. "Haha, good. Brothers, follow me to kill." The other side on the ship saw this situation and had no choice. After all, their ship was still surrounded by those soul beasts, making it really difficult to compete for the evil spirit whale. Now we can only rely on fate. After defeating those soul beasts, the white shark has not yet killed the evil demon orca. Chapter 245, 4 Soul Emperors. White shark led his crew, charging headfirst into the oncoming evil demon orca. Among these people, besides white shark, only one had the best soul ring ratio and was a soul emperor. This soul emperor's martial soul was a purple jellyfish. 2 other ships had 1 soul emperor each, one with a crab martial soul and the other holding something resembling aquatic grass. The soul ring ratios for these 2 soul emperors were the same: white, yellow, purple, black. Wow, the 4 brothers of the white shark pirates. I didn't expect all 4 of them to have advanced to soul emperor. I originally thought this white shark pirates would have at most 3 soul emperors. A certain sea soul master on the same ship as MuLin was surprised to see that the white shark pirates suddenly had 4 soul emperors. Another soul master nearby responded to Kana's surprised words. Indeed, this white shark is truly fortunate. When he was young, he led his 3 brothers to venture into the sea, and unexpectedly, all 4 brothers broke through to the soul emperor level together. Even the soul ring ratios, aside from those 2, were all the best ratios. Even for those 2 soul rings, it was just because they didn't encounter him at the beginning, so the first soul ring was 10 years. MuLin understood this after hearing it. He was curious why the soul masters of his pirate group with exposed soul rings all started with 10 years. And even the first 3 soul rings might not be the best ratio, but the later soul rings were all aimed as high as possible. It seems that the white shark pirates are quite humane towards their crew, at least when MuLin was in Blue Sea City. He had heard many rumors about soul masters saying some pirate groups are very harsh on their crew, not even letting them hunt souls when it's time to hunt, making them just muddle through. Or some pirate groups simply can't be bothered to put in much effort to find suitable soul rings. Once they find a type or a suitable age, they just pick that one without wasting time searching further. MuLin was still puzzled about how such pirate groups could exist. Do they have any support? It feels bad to go solo on the sea. In fact, what MuLin thought was correct. Normally, pirate groups only have a few soul rings at the beginning, and if your 2 or 3 aren't the best ratios, then later on, they will do their utmost to find the most suitable soul rings for you. After all, those large pirate groups are not unaware of human sentiments. I give you good treatment, and you work hard for me. This is very reasonable. At this moment, the 4 of them had already collided with the evil demon orca. Since the enhancement soul skills on the 4 of them had already been used before the battle, they immediately unleashed their attack soul skills against the evil demon orca. The second yellow soul ring on the jellyfish soul emperor lit up instantly, and the water around him, guided by his soul power, formed countless water needles. But these needles glimmered with a hint of purple. Second soul skill, Poison Water Needle, using soul power and surrounding water to condense into needles. The needles contain toxins from his body. The effectiveness and duration of the poison depend on the opponent's poison resistance. These purple poison needles rapidly rushed toward the evil demon orca. But it seemed the orca did not notice these tiny needles at all and charged toward the 4 of them. Bang, bang, bang. These poison needles couldn't penetrate the evil demon orca's body at all. The orca's defensive capabilities were simply too strong. As the captain, White Shark immediately launched an attack on the evil demon orca, pointing his finger like a gun at it. At the same time, the red soul ring on his finger appeared, condensing the surrounding water and soul power to form a water cannon. Second soul skill, Water Iron Cannon. Condensing water attributes soul power on his finger to form a cannon to attack the opponent. The cannon has twofold damage, impact and water attribute explosion, doubling the speed of condensation in the sea. The evil demon orca could not have missed this, considering its size, but still ignored him. However, one could see gray air currents starting to swirl around the evil demon orca, clearly indicating that its speed had increased and its momentum had become even more ferocious. As for the water iron cannon used by White Shark, it was undoubtedly blocked by the gray air currents. The Crab Soul Emperor charged directly at the evil demon orca, his claws shimmering with silver light, enveloped by a purple soul ring. Fourth soul skill, Mighty Water Blade. A fierce attack from above to below. It absorbs surrounding soul power and water attributes to form a water blade, temporarily doubling its strength and sharpness. The Crab Soul Emperor swung his right claw fiercely toward the evil demon orca. Stop, stop, stop. This move merely created sparks from rubbing against the evil demon orca. However, the evil demon orca seemed to find the Crab Soul Emperor too bothersome, or perhaps he was genuinely injured. It opened its massive mouth wide, and one could see its enormous teeth, sharp as swords, instantly turning red. Seeing this, the Crab Soul Emperor dared not continue to expend energy. Sixth soul skill, Crab Claw Giant Hammer. The two claws of the Crab Soul Emperor, under the enhancement of soul power and water attributes, instantly formed a gigantic war hammer. This hammer has a breaking effect against defenses. Even if it can withstand a certain amount of damage, it will still cause secondary damage in a vibrating pattern to harm the opponent. These two hammer strikes directly hit the evil demon orca's teeth. Boom, boom, useless. At most, it only delayed the speed of the evil demon orca's attempt to devour it. At the same time, the other three saw that they were about to lose one of their own. So they dared not continue to expend energy and immediately unleash their most powerful soul skill. The Jellyfish Soul Emperor's fifth soul ring lit up instantly, absorbing the surrounding ocean and the soul power in the air, including the soul power of the Soul Emperor himself, releasing a purple wave that surged toward the evil demon orca. Fifth soul skill, Toxic Shockwave. The opponent hit by this move will inevitably fall into a state of mental chaos and will also be poisoned. White Shark could not hold back either. His sixth soul skill lit up instantly. Sixth soul skill, White Shark's Sky-Cleaving Bite. The White Shark martial soul behind him solidified instantly, and its massive mouth was enveloped by soul, power, and ocean water, forming exceptionally sharp giant teeth that aimed to bite the opponent, simultaneously enhancing the sharpness of the White Shark's teeth by 300. A gigantic white shark surged toward the evil demon orca, opening its massive jaws to bite down. At the same time, the Soul Emperor holding the aquatic grass-like object had his first, second, fourth, and sixth soul rings light up. As for the other two, they were the enhancement soul skills he used before coming down. After using these 4 soul skills, countless water grasses surged up from the water surface, entangling around the evil demon orca. Simultaneously, the purple sound wave and the gigantic white shark also directly hit the evil demon orca. Chapter 246. The Ferocity of the Evil Demon Orca. Endless water grasses surged up toward the evil demon orca, which was about to be bitten. At the same time, on either side of him, purple light waves and a gigantic white shark charged towards his massive body. Boom! Roar! It was clear that the full-force attack from these 3 individuals had dealt significant damage to the evil demon orca. Even the sailors on the ship instinctively gasped at the sight. On the other side, the team entangled with the soul beasts paused upon hearing the commotion, as their goal was the evil demon orca's soul ring. And now it seemed the orca might be finished. Leaning against the railing, MuLin furrowed his brows and looked at Tao Shu. Hey, aren't you worried that the evil demon orca will be killed by those guys? You know, a lone evil demon orca is hard to find. Tao Shu remained expressionless. The soul-devouring great white shark, evil demon orca, and deep-sea demon whale were recognized as the 3 dominant soul beasts of the ocean. Among them, the soul-devouring great white shark was the mount of the sea god, while the deep-sea demon whale was renowned as the strongest soul beast in the ocean, with rumors suggesting that even the high priests of Sea God Island were no match for it. The evil demon orca could stand alongside them, and was even stronger than the soul-devouring great white shark. Do you think it would be weak? Those guys could probably only reach the orca's previous wound with that attack from the one called Tao Shu. Otherwise, breaking through its defenses would be difficult. Just as Tao Shu finished speaking, a gentle breeze swept across the sea, dispersing the fog of the attack. No way. This is impossible. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a red-eyed, deep-sea demon whale king, with only 2 arms left in its mouth. At most, there was a wound on the side of the evil demon orca, facing the great white shark. The evil demon orca quickly digested the crab, Soul Emperor, in its mouth. Its blood-red eyes fixed on the great white shark. It could sense that aside from this guy, its injuries would surely recover significantly. The gray mist surrounding the evil demon orca became increasingly prominent, and its eyes turned redder, with its teeth becoming sharper. Soul power and the ocean enveloped the evil demon orca completely. Roar! The evil demon orca let out a furious roar and charged towards the great white shark. The soul grass, Soul Emperor, immediately exerted all his soul power to manipulate the underwater vegetation, attempting to halt the evil demon orca's actions. Meanwhile, the other son, Wu Soul Emperor, continued to use his 5th soul skill against the evil demon orca. The great white shark did not continue using its 6th soul skill. 4th soul skill, Raging Waves. Utilizing its own soul power, it made the surrounding ocean unusually violent, pushing away any opponents trying to approach while pulling closer those attempting to escape. The evil demon orca immediately felt a pressure trying to impede its advance. However, the evil demon orca was one of the recognized 3 dominant soul beast races of the ocean. The gray mist on the evil demon orca was about to turn black, and the brutality hidden in its blood-red gaze could no longer be concealed. Roar! With a roar, the evil demon orca immediately broke free from the underwater vegetation, completely ignoring the attack that hit it. As for the thrust of the seawater, how could that possibly affect a dominant soul beast of the ocean? Thus, although the people on the ship had good intentions, they could only watch helplessly as the evil demon orca devoured Captain White Shark. Soon, the evil demon orca began charging towards the other 2 soul emperors, its mouth stained with blood, displaying an extraordinary ferocity. Any attacks or control from the 2 soul emperors were directly ignored or easily shrugged off by the evil demon orca, making it seem as if it wasted no effort in breaking free. No. The 2 soul emperors were soon swallowed by the evil demon orca. After all, they were still in the ocean, and their speed was simply too slow, at least compared to the evil demon orca. They were like turtles. As for the people on the ship, with 4 soul emperors dying so easily, who would dare to continue? Even the other soul emperors on the other side were unusually worried, slowly approaching the 3 ships, wanting to board. Seeing this situation, Tao Shu wanted to step forward and challenge the evil demon orca alone, but after taking 2 steps, MuLin held him back. Hey, don't be hasty. Did you forget what I told you before? If the great white shark can locate the evil demon orca, do you think the 2 pirate crews, the ghost snake and the tiger crocodile, wouldn't have noticed? Tao Shu retorted, of course I remember. But how can you be certain these 2 pirate crews will hunt the evil demon orca before attacking these 3 ships? MuLin smiled and said, did you forget how pirate crews develop? When 2 pirate crews come into contact, they kill some members, or just the captain and a few loyalists from the opposing crew, then absorb the remaining crew members to grow their own strength. There are still at least 5 soul emperors on this ship. The other 2 pirate crews will definitely want to absorb them, as soul emperors are considered top-tier combat power at sea. Tao Shu felt a bit uneasy. What if they don't come? If they don't come, then we can only go up. But don't worry, the evil demon orca will definitely be yours. MuLin shrugged his shoulders, seemingly unconcerned. After all, MuLin had previously unleashed full power to kill a soul Douluo of the evil soul master, and now his own combat power was considered top tier on the Douluo continent. In fact, he hadn't even fully unleashed his power yet, as many of his soul bone abilities had not been used. MuLin was now in an inflated mindset. Sure enough, as the group of soul beasts approached the 3 ships, suddenly, more than a dozen pirate ships surged up from all around. However, these dozen or so pirate ships were distinctly divided into 2 factions, one marked with deep purple ghost snakes, and the other adorned with tiger-striped crocodiles. These 2 pirate crews were the 2 most formidable pirate crews in this sea area, Ghost Snake and Tiger Crocodile. To become the top pirate crew in the ocean, one must have a soul saint-level combat power. Moreover, this was just the coastal sea area. It was said that in the inner sea, to navigate the ocean, at least a soul Douluo had to be stationed, even a Title Douluos. However, given the dangers of the ocean, a Title Douluo would probably be reluctant to get involved. The people on the 3 ships heard this and received a warning. Now, you have been captured by our ghost snake, tiger crocodile, pirate crew. After we deal with this group of soul beasts, we hope you are mentally prepared. After that, 2 of the most luxurious pirate ships even launched some crossbow bolts to kill the group of soul beasts. At the same time, from each of the 2 ships, a top-matching 7-ring soul saint jumped down. Chapter 247, Internal Strife. As these 2 soul saints descended, their deepest black soul rings instantly lit up. Boom! 2 to the left of the evil demon Orca, a deep purple giant snake, at least 10 meters long, appeared on the sea. This deep purple giant snake was covered in scales that reflected a purple ghostly light under the sun. On the right side of the evil spirit Orca, a golden crocodile covered in black stripes appeared before everyone. This crocodile was at least 7 meters long, with a mouth large enough to rival the evil spirit Orca. The arrangement of its scales and stripes made it look like a fierce tiger emerging from the sea. The 2 distinct ships on either side quickly enveloped the 3 giant beasts in the water. The white shark attacking 3 pirate ships was also trapped inside. Classmate MuLin directly pulled Ma Ming to find a more concealed spot, watching the battle unfold before them. As he remembered how Xiao Wu reacted when he heard the words Ghost Snake Pirate Group, the 2 hid in a corner of the ship, observing the fierce battle between the 3 giant beasts. Of course, it couldn't just be 3 beasts. If only these 3 were fighting, the chances of the evil spirit Orca winning were not small. After all, this creature had already reached an age of 40,000 years, surpassing the ages of many soul saints' 7th spirit rings. It is important to note that before the 7th spirit ring, most soul hunters would go hunting with friends. In solo battles, most soul masters could only rely on their brief martial spirit forms to have a greater chance of winning. Otherwise, if you were touched by a soul beast, you could die. What is the use of training your soul? Given the time limitation of the martial spirit form, if the soul beast quality was high, you would still need to call friends to help. Otherwise, once your martial spirit form expired, you would be left to be slaughtered. Moreover, one should know that the soul beast on the field was the evil spirit Orca, one of the 3 recognized dominant soul beast species of the ocean. The other 2 species of equal fame include one that is a mount of a sea god, which can be taken as a mount by a deity. How could that species be inferior? However, this species was completely suppressed by the evil spirit Orca. The other, the deep-sea demon whale, is recognized as the strongest soul beast in the ocean, and it might even be the strongest soul beast on the continent, having reached an age of 990,000 years. If these 3 species were converted into land soul beasts, the evil spirit Orca would at least be at the level of the dark gold fearsome claw bear. Of course, in a one-on-one battle, it might be slightly weaker, but in a team battle, the evil spirit Orca should have the upper hand. Therefore, although there was only one evil spirit Orca on the field, its quality and age were undeniable. Relying solely on that big snake and crocodile to win would be difficult. Just like now, the scales on the ghost snake shimmered as it entangled itself around the evil spirit Orca, using its purple scales to scrape against the Orca's body. After the last time it used its 5th spirit skill, some phantoms even appeared on its scales, and wherever the evil spirit Orca was touched by these phantoms, sparks flew. Some areas even bled due to excessive friction. Meanwhile, the Tiger King sea crocodile dashed to the back of the evil spirit Orca and opened its massive mouth to bite down. However, it hadn't exerted enough force to bite through the tail. Suddenly, the evil spirit Orca's tail was enveloped in a black air current, and its pitch-black tail swung violently. Crack! That black tail directly smashed one of the Tiger King sea crocodile's teeth. At the same time, the evil spirit Orca hardened its heart and disregarded the ghost snake entangled around it. The black air current instantly enveloped the entire evil spirit Orca. Of course, as it wrapped around, the black air current also violently scraped against the ghost snake's body, directly stripping off large patches of its scales. Hiss! Hiss! The scales on the ghost snake were instantly scraped off, and the pain felt like someone forcibly pulling out a large patch of leg hair with bare hands, multiplied. Moreover, the black air current of the evil spirit Orca had special effects. For example now, several healing-type soul masters from the Ghost Snake Pirate Group were doing their utmost to heal the ghost snake wrapped around the evil spirit Orca. However, when a healing light shone on the ghost snake, there were no signs of regrowth on the scales that had been scraped off by the black air current. Not even a little. On the other side, the evil spirit Orca, enveloped in black air, stared at the Tiger King sea crocodile with its blood-red eyes. The Tiger King sea crocodile in its martial spirit form instinctively shivered and took 2 steps back. Roar! The evil spirit orca opened its mouth to bite down. Damn it, come with me and protect the boss. Several soul emperors jumped down from the tiger crocodile pirate ship. Their bodies immediately lit up with several spirit rings, which are their respective amplification spirit skills. At the same time, their 5th or 6th spirit skills also lit up. However, this group of people had a common characteristic. A group had purely water attribute attack spirit skills, while another part had purely ice attribute attack spirit skills. This was the most famous ultimate move of the Tiger Crocodile Pirate group, Extreme Cold Ray. A group used spirit skills similar to water flow lasers to quickly approach the opponent, while another part used skills akin to Absolute Zero, making the coldness of the water flow lasers reach near the ultimate ice. If too many people used it, this move could even turn into a cold attack containing the ultimate ice. The Soul Emperors on the Tiger Crocodile pirate ship instantly unleashed this combined skill towards the evil spirit orca. Even some Soul Kings with similar spirit skills joined in. On the sea, if their boss could survive, they would do everything possible. Otherwise, once chaos erupted, their status would drop, meaning their resources would also decrease. Therefore, this group of people utilized their full strength. The ghost snake on the evil spirit orca saw this move and narrowed its pupils, cursing inwardly. As expected, the tiger crocodile cannot be trusted. Anger flashed in its eyes, but it quickly detached itself from the evil spirit orca. However, as it left, a hint of cunning flashed in the ghost snake's eyes, just as its tail was about to detach, in a place unseen by the tiger crocodile crew. The ghost snake used its soul power to push forcefully. The evil spirit orca immediately advanced a step closer to the Tiger King sea crocodile. The crew of the Tiger Crocodile Pirate Group saw this situation. Ghost Snake, you're dead. However, the Ghost Snake Pirate Group was also present. Just as they were about to curse back, their vice captain raised a hand to stop them. No need. After the evil spirit orca is dead, we will let that group without a captain experience the taste of enslavement. Chapter 248. Killing the orca due to the ghost snake's push. The evil spirit orca, covered in black air, opened its jaws to bite the Tiger King sea crocodile. The spirit rings on the Tiger King sea crocodile lit up one after another, and even its left arm began to glow. The Tiger King sea crocodile transformed into a golden hue, and a gigantic silver crocodile phantom appeared alongside its left arm. However, the evil spirit orca, relying on the quality of these dominant soul beasts, forcefully bit through the crocodile phantom. The evil spirit orca bit the Tiger King sea crocodile in half, with its mouth filled with blood. The evil spirit orca hadn't even turned around when a water column imbued with extreme coldness struck its body. The chilling aura contained in this water column even froze the surface of the water along its path into solid ice. The evil demon orca was also directly frozen in place by this move. Logically speaking, seeing this situation should make the members of the Tiger Crocodile Pirate Group very happy. However, they needed to isolate the Tiger King sea crocodile, which had been bitten in half earlier. Otherwise, their captain, Soul Saint, was already dead, and this super soul beast was also frozen. And to make matters worse, the opposing captain, Soul Saint, was still alive. Could there be anything worse than this? The members of the Tiger Crocodile pirate ship could already foresee their tragic fate, especially since they had directly told that ghost snake earlier, "You should die." How many pirates on the sea are magnanimous people? If they were truly magnanimous, they wouldn't be pirates. Even if they might be magnanimous, it would only be towards their crew or subordinates. The members of the Tiger Crocodile pirate ship were already feeling hopeless, with resources severely depleted and the risk of being enslaved by the opposing group. As for escaping, that Soul Saint level ghost snake was still present, and the dozen or so pirate ships opposite them were not idle either. It would indeed be very difficult to run away. Of course, those dozen soul emperors had already returned to their ship, calling the sailors to prepare to set sail. Escaping was hard, but just because it was difficult didn't mean they shouldn't try to escape. After all, death is the worst outcome. What's there to fear? Moreover, because Ghost Snake helped the evil demon orca with that push when these people launched their attack, they subconsciously reduced the power of the water column due to some individuals' deliberate efforts. Therefore, although the evil demon orca was frozen, it wouldn't be for long. While Ghost Snake and the evil demon orca were in a stalemate, the others could try to escape. At worst, they could leave this sea area and go to another to become local landlords. At the same time, just as Ghost Snake was crazily approaching the evil demon orca, a shadow suddenly appeared beside the frozen evil demon orca's corpse. This shadow had brilliant golden hair, and the clothing was undoubtedly very luxurious. Relying on his keen eyesight, Ghost Snake could tell that the stitching of the clothes came from at least medium-quality soul beasts. When this shadow instantly moved to the corpse of the Tiger King sea crocodile, he looked at the crazed Ghost Snake and even smiled at him. Sorry. Ghost Snake hadn't reacted yet, not understanding why this person was apologizing. Suddenly, this shadow lifted the frozen evil demon Orca with his right hand and threw it towards the middle of the 3 white shark pirate ships. Upon seeing this scene, Ghost Snake's eyes flared with anger, but he instinctively followed the movement of the evil demon Orca. The people on the white shark ship, seeing the thrown, evil demon Orca, hadn't reacted yet when they suddenly felt a whoosh. A figure with gray scales approached the evil demon Orca, simultaneously raising his right fist. Boom! The frozen evil demon Orca was instantly smashed into pieces by this shadow, which was covered in gray energy. Ghost Snake's black pupils almost turned blood red as he watched the fragments falling from the sky. I want you dead. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Ghost Snake charged towards the golden-haired figure on the Tiger King sea crocodile's body. However, the first 4 soul rings on the figure lit up simultaneously. A long spear made of golden flames appeared in his hand, and then a flash of light transformed it into a dragon-headed spear. The figure, holding the dragon-headed spear, swung it forward, gripping the rear part of the spear, sweeping from left to right. The golden shockwave instantly spread outwards. Ghost Snake hadn't reacted yet when another layer of scales was scraped off his body. At the same time, the dozen or so pirate ships behind him, preparing to attack the gray figure, were also sliced open. Sorry, everyone. If possible, please wait a few hours or leave immediately. Otherwise, the long spear in my hand hasn't drunk blood for a long time. This golden-haired figure was indeed MuLin, and the shadow covered in gray energy was Tao Shua. They had decided to act immediately upon seeing the evil demon Orca frozen. MuLin threw the evil demon Orca, while Tao Shua took advantage of the fact that most people hadn't reacted yet to smash it. This way, only Tao Shua could absorb that soul ring, and the remaining majority wouldn't cause trouble anymore. As for their possible jealousy, with Ghost Snake still around, a soul saint was enough to suppress their jealous feelings and force them to unite against Ghost Snake. Originally, Tao Shua was unwilling, but MuLin told him, "You probably haven't seen my strength yet. Let me show you. You have 2 seconds to react, and then I'll throw this evil demon Orca over." In fact, if it weren't for Tao Shua suddenly feeling someone pat his shoulder, he might have been frozen in place like the others. The 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black were too shocking, and moreover, if Tao Shua wasn't mistaken, this move of instant teleportation should be his soul bone skill. Is this what it's like to be a rich second generation? Thus, the evil demon Orca was killed by Tao Shua. At the same time, Ghost Snake squinted at MuLin in front of him. Such a young face, combined with those special soul rings, suddenly reminded Ghost Snake of a piece of information he had collected about a discovery on the main road. One of the candidates in that information perfectly matched the person in front of him. Golden hair, young, a soul ring absorbed over the years, with one of the skills being to conjure a long spear made of golden flames. You are MuLin from the Tiando Empire? MuLin was slightly surprised to hear this, thinking that people at sea were generally unconcerned with those on the continent. However, upon hearing him say this, he nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that the person in front of him was indeed MuLin, Ghost Snake felt a bit awkward, as his previously collected information indicated that MuLin's combat power should exceed that of most soul saints. Ghost Snake thought that while he might not be able to defeat MuLin at sea, he had someone backing him. Ghost Snake wasn't foolish. With such a genius, there must be someone protecting him. However, giving up just like that made Ghost Snake feel somewhat unwilling. Just when Ghost Snake was feeling conflicted, 3 people suddenly descended from the sky. One was dressed in purple robes, while the other 2 were always in yellow robes. One of the yellow-robed men looked at Tao Shua, who was about to absorb the soul ring, with an expression of unabashed hatred. Tao Shua, we meet again. Chapter 249, Battle at Sea God Island. Tao Shua, we meet again. One of the yellow-robed men, a middle-aged man with a vividly carved seahorse on his yellow robe, gritted his teeth as he looked at Tao Shua. Tao Shua noticed the flicker of light in his eyes. It seemed he was now in a dire situation. The evil demon Orca he needed had already been killed by himself, but was indeed shattered into pieces floating on the ocean. In front of these 3 people, the chances of him being robbed are almost negligible. If he were purely a sensitive attack type, there might be a slim possibility, but unfortunately, this extreme style does not suit him. Just as Tao Shua was contemplating strategies, MuLin raised the golden dragon's soul-breaking spear in his hand and pointed it at the purple-robed man at the forefront. "Hey, you in the purple robe. What's your name?" The purple-robed man looked expressionless at MuLin, but although his face showed no emotion, his heart was already turbulent. A soul emperor at such a young age. And did he also undergo the divine test for this soul ring? "Kid, considering you have already reached the soul emperor realm at such a young age, I'll give you a chance. Leave here now, or I will make you understand who rules the sea." As soon as the man's voice fell, the seahorse engraved on his robe seemed to appear directly behind him. Merging with him, a large area of blue scales appeared all over the man's body, and his eyes became more slender, giving the first impression of being sinister. His teeth also became sharper. "Kid, what is your choice?" MuLin narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and raised the golden dragon soul-breaking spear behind him. Just as the man's expression slightly improved, he saw the spear tip point at the ocean. Boom! The blazing golden flames instantly turned the surrounding ocean into water vapor. "In that case, let me see how powerful the people from the rumored Sea God Island are." At the same time, Ma Ming, who was watching Tao Shuo, suddenly glared at MuLin with wide eyes. "Are you looking for death?" It turned out that the golden flames ignited by the spear tip had mostly wrapped around Tao Shuo and the 10,000-year soul ring in front of him. Moreover, the extremely high temperature of the golden flames made many soul masters from Sea Soul Island not dare to approach easily. After all, it was just the spear tip that touched the ocean, and yet the golden flames released from it directly burned a large area of the surrounding ocean. On the other side, the Yushi was also nearly burned by these golden flames. Looking at the flames that exceeded its own body, the cold snake eyes stared at MuLin, then turned to the three soul masters from Sea God Island. "Masters, why not join me in killing this kid in front of us?" The sea snake's soul, Douluo, nodded. "The most important thing now is to kill the kid using the spear in front of them immediately, and then work together to capture the traitor from Sea Cucumber Island. There is no need to waste time for the sake of face. Let's work together to kill this kid as soon as possible and return. No need to waste time outside." After saying this, the sea snake Soul Douluo's seventh soul ring instantly lit up. After hearing this, the other two could only shift their unwilling expressions from Tao Shuo, who was enveloped by golden flames, to this arrogant kid. However, the guy did not use his seventh soul skill. After all, they were still outside Sea God Island, and they had to be somewhat cautious. Plus, he had just used it a few days ago, so now he would stay here and use some ranged attacks for support. The other person holding a sea spear also used his seventh soul skill upon seeing the situation. Instantly, as Yushi approached them, a blue giant snake, at least 15 meters long, appeared beside them. The scales on this snake seemed to show some draconic characteristics, and its cold snake eyes gazed at MuLin. To the left of this blue sea snake, the soul saint holding the sea spear had a gigantic shadow appear behind him, and this giant spear had transformed into at least a 12-meter long sea spear. At the same time, both of them had the optimal ratio of 7 soul rings. However, the sea snake Soul Douluo was slightly different. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. I also forgot whether the purple test in the original work increased the soul ring age reward. Too lazy to search. If anyone knows, please tell me, and I will modify it. The three massive creatures looked at MuLin, who was merely a small bug at 1.80 meters. The two cold sea snakes revealed sinister smiles. The first 4 soul rings on MuLin's body and the 6th soul ring lit up directly. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bone. All attributes increase. 20 soul ring 10. Reaction speed and resilience increase by an additional 50 and damage reduction by 20. Second soul skill, Physical Enhancement Golden Attribute Enhancement. All attributes increase. 5 soul ring 10. Golden attribute ability increases by 100. Third soul skill, Indestructible Golden Flame. Can operate the golden attribute to enhance oneself with golden flames. The stronger and more abundant the golden attribute, the greater the power of the golden flames and the longer the duration. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Overlord Body. Increases strength and defense by 100. When activated, damage reduction is 20 and immunity to all control effects. Sixth soul skill, Golden Dragon Star Shatter. Greatly increases and activates one's own golden attribute and dragon power. Strength and defense increase by 100, and every move will deal, soul ring number 10, true damage. This series of enhancements made MuLin's golden flames even more abundant as he looked at the 3 giant beasts in front of him. Suddenly, a divine ring appeared behind MuLin. This is MuLin's external spirit bone, golden flame divine ring. Its effect is to provide strong protection. It can enlarge to protect and counterattack the opponent. Physical skills, soul power, and mental power can all provide protection. And counterattack using golden flames. It cannot be completely destroyed, can slowly recover under the sun, and can use the golden attribute to speed up recovery. Come on. I have also heard the story of the sea god. Let me see how strong you believers of the sea god are. As he spoke, MuLin raised the golden dragon's soul-breaking spear with his right arm, pointing it at the three giant beasts in front of him. His left arm slightly retracted, but if one looked closely, they could see that MuLin's left arm was slightly shining. Soul Bone Skill, Domain of Gingjin. It can add some golden attributes to all tangible, visible substances within the domain along with oneself. Chapter 250. Taking the first move, MuLin, after using the left arm bone soul skill, had no intention of dragging out time with these three guys. After all, the marks on him were not for show. He had used both the first soul skill and the sixth soul skill, these 200,000-year soul skills, as well as the 100,000-year left arm bone soul skill. The other several 10,000-year soul skills and the golden dragon soul breaking spear in his hand were not something that could be used permanently. He needed soul power to maintain them. A flash of golden light appeared under his feet. MuLin instantly appeared above the Yushi. He swung the golden dragon soul breaking spear and directly smashed it onto the nearby sea snake. The sea snake's soul Douluo next to Yushi, upon seeing the situation, almost cursed. "You brat, you're not playing by the rules. Shouldn't you be hitting the weaker ones first before coming for me?" However, the sea snake soul Douluo had 8 soul rings on him. His third soul ring lit up. Third soul skill, Circle of Resistance. A ring made of seawater appeared around the body, and after solidifying, it instantly expanded outward, knocking back enemies within its range. A blue ring suddenly appeared around the neck of the sea serpent and expanded at an incredible speed, reaching its maximum size in less than a second. The soul saint beside it, who was holding a sea spear, knew about its soul skill, so as soon as he saw its third soul ring light up, he quickly retreated to the side. Ma Ming did the same, but the foolishly dazed ghost snake didn't react in time and was directly pushed back by the blue ring. Due to its height, the ring struck right on top of her head. The ghost snake's cold, serpentine eyes went blank for a moment, but soon she realized that the creature in front of her had ill intentions. Seeing the 8 soul rings she had absorbed over the years, she gritted her teeth, and her expression of anger slowly faded. However, her earlier expression was still noticed by the sea serpent and MuLin. But the soul Douluo didn't care. After all, a mere soul saint might not even have a spirit quality higher than his own. At the same time, although MuLin noticed her angry expression, he knew that someone who could cultivate to the soul saint level on the ocean and become the captain of a top pirate crew in a vast sea area would definitely not be swayed by emotions. This angry expression would, at most, serve as a slight hindrance to the three after the battle ended. So, taking advantage of the ghost snake's moment of inattention, MuLin activated all of his leg soul skills. Soul Bone Skill, Teleportation. The range is 100 meters, and it requires no buffer time, allowing for continuous use. Each use costs 1 of maximum soul power. Soul Bone Skill, Sky. No soul power is needed. It only requires the operation of the power within the soul bone. And a single step creates a massive, terrifying left leg that attacks all around the enemy. MuLin instantly used the Soft Bone Charming Rabbit, dropping the Soul Bone skill and teleporting directly above the ghost snake. Due to the earlier impact from the sea serpent's third soul skill, the ghost snake's head still throbbed with pain. As MuLin appeared above her head, she felt as if someone was standing on her wound. Just as the ghost snake was about to do something in response, she suddenly felt a wave of dread. The sea spear, sea serpent, and Ma Ming beside her quickly stepped back 2 paces because they sensed something particularly eerie above the ghost snake's head. A huge illusion of a thigh appeared before everyone's eyes. The 3 from Sea God Island, just about to say something, saw the thigh stomp down towards the ghost snake. Boom! No! The thigh crushed the ghost snake into the sea. As for MuLin, who was above her head, since this was a skill he used himself, could he be injured? Meanwhile, the 3 from Sea God Island exchanged nervous glances. They felt that the energy quality used in the skill just now seemed to surpass soul power. However, looking at the quality, it resembled the power from the statue of the sea god on Sea God Island. But no, it was even more formidable than that power. It felt more precise than the power of the divine granted soul rings. Yes, it was precise like the power of the sea god statue being more dispersed, while the divine granted soul rings concentrated the essence. The power used by this guy in front of them was even more accurate, directly transforming into a leg to attack. The 3 of them were now somewhat uncertain. They previously thought MuLin was merely lucky to encounter a divine examination. But now it seemed that this kid in front of them might be a child of the gods. Just as the three from Sea God Island began to worry, MuLin did not give them a chance to continue thinking. A purple power surged from his heart, wrapping everyone around him like a ring. Destruction Dragon Domain, centered on his own dragon power and Destruction Divine Power. It awakened a domain that greatly suppressed his opponents. It could suppress the quality of spirit souls that were inferior to his own, reducing attack, defense, and speed by 30. 50 for beast spirit souls, and 70 for dragon spirit souls. At the same time, the destruction attribute would gradually lower the opponent's defense and recovery speed, while also accelerating the damage to the enemy's injuries. For those with the same quality, the reduction was halved. For those with higher quality, non-beast spirit souls and dragon spirit souls were reduced to 10, beast spirit souls to 15, and dragon spirit souls to 20. The three in front of him were all reduced to just 50 of their overall attributes. Moreover, because the sea serpent had previously yearned for dragons, all the soul rings he hunted were either dragon type or related to dragons. This led to him having dragon blood within his sea serpent spirit soul, even though his spirit soul was still a sea serpent. Normally, this should have been a good thing, but unfortunately, he encountered MuLin. MuLin and his disciples seemed to be dragon-slaying warriors or perhaps dragon tribe traders since their spirit souls were all related to dragons. No, it shouldn't just be Long Ming. It should be another Jin Shun. The sea serpent, as a soul Douluo, was forcibly reduced by 70 of all attributes, while the other two soul saints, although only suppressed by 50, were still unable to defeat MuLin at their peak, let alone with half their strength suppressed. Ma Ming was worse off. He had already used his martial soul true body earlier, so his strength was already diminished. And now being suppressed by 50 meant he was in a dire state. What on earth was this kid in front of him? This domain might not even be broken by the demon-breaking domain of the senior sea dragon. Chapter 251 in the soul Douluo, transformed into a giant sea serpent, felt completely powerless, unable to float on the sea. He could clearly sense that if he wanted to use the soul power within him, he would need to expend several times the previous amount of time to mobilize it. The soul power in his body felt as if it was being suppressed by something very sluggish and difficult to mobilize. The soul saint beside him, holding the sea spear, was in a similar situation when suppressed. He nearly broke his martial soul true body due to the sudden 50 reduction in all attributes. As for Ma Ming, he was desperately wanting to leave this area. He had already used his martial soul true body when ambushing Tao Shua, which meant he could only exert 70 of his strength. And now being suppressed by 50 meant he was likely in the range of a 50 to 70 reduction in strength. With such suppression, Ma Ming's strength was probably at a level where even a soul zone could defeat him. After all, this was an all-attribute suppression, including soul power quality, physical attributes, mental strength, and other detailed aspects of suppression. Goodbye, everyone. MuLin's deep black 6th soul ring lit up once again. 6th soul skill, Metal Origin Soul. It greatly increases his affinity and control over metal attributes, allowing him to control all items and energies containing metal attributes in a certain area based on his level and soul power output. Combining the previously used left arm bone spirit ability, the sea spear, and the sea snake, the three of them, including Ma Ming, were forcibly pinned in place. Sea spear and sea snake were cautiously watching for MuLin's surprise attack, only to see his 6th spirit ring light up again. They thought it was just the amplification of his 6th spirit ability wearing off, but it turned out to be a binding ability. This is impossible. During their previous battle, they had clearly seen that the first 4 spirit abilities he possessed were 3 amplification abilities plus Jin Yen, and that his 6th spirit ability was also an amplification ability. Now you tell me that the amplification ability has turned into a control ability. When the sea snake spirit Douluo was pierced through the 7-inch point by MuLin, he seemed to realize something. 100,000 years, spirit, ring? Upon hearing this, MuLin glanced at him but ignored him, swinging his spear and directly pinning Ma Ming, who had swum a distance away, to the sea. As for the remaining sea spear, MuLin simply relied on the Jin Yen in his hand to suppress him, and soon, in just a minute or two, he killed him with the high temperature of Jin Yen. MuLin slowly retracted the Jin Yen around him, and the final outcome of this battle was revealed to the pirates on more than a dozen pirate ships. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This kid is just a spirit emperor today. How could he defeat a combination of 3 adults and the captain working together? The people on the Ghost Snake pirate ship knew that a big figure had come to their pirate ship in recent days, hiring them. And it was even possible to hire them because one of the big figures had directly attacked them with his strong power. Now you tell me that these three were at least Spirit Saint level experts, plus their own captain. And a total of 4 Spirit Saints died at the hands of Spirit Emperor. Are you kidding me? But now, this ridiculous thing was directly unfolding before their eyes. They had heard of such battles across levels before, such as the Haotian Twin Stars, which enjoyed great fame on the continent more than a decade ago, where the Haotian often fought across levels. Other individuals also had records of fighting across levels. However, their battles across levels had certain advantages. Just like that Haotian, he could fight across levels because he always had a royal martial soul by his side along with his brother, 3 people working together. One was an extreme power type spirit master, one was a control type spirit master, and one was a balance type spirit master. Their combination allowed each of them to fight across levels. Just that they did not do it as often as the Haotian Douluo. After all, at that time, the Haotian Douluo's level was not higher than the other. Therefore, he was more shocking. Other individuals who had reached the Title Douluo level had also had several records of fighting across levels. However, they might have had some geographical advantages, like a water-type spirit master near the ocean fighting against a higher-level non-water-type spirit master, or a wood-type control spirit master battling a higher-level agile attack spirit master in the forest. Most cases were like this, having geographical advantages or human support. As for the weather, what is that? Or perhaps, in the past, some individuals from the Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus clan could use the weather to fight across levels. But now, that definitely does not exist. Weather, geographical advantages, and human support, they found it hard to see any advantage this guy in front of them had. They could still see that this little guy, when he first appeared, had a shining heart, which meant that his martial soul was likely the legendary core martial soul. The heart martial soul, shining brightly, was not shining with blue light. What kind of connection did it have with the ocean or the bright sky? No geographical advantage, no weather advantage, and facing 4 higher-level individuals, while here was a lower-level individual. The human support was also occupied by the other side. Under such circumstances, to be able to counterattack, they felt they should be witnessing the emergence of a future genius in the Spirit Master world. Some people had already prepared to leave, especially the members of the White Shark pirate group, because they still vividly remembered what the previous 2 pirate groups had said. Now that the captain was gone, even the Spirit Emperor level combat power on the ship was gone. They needed to leave quickly, or they would be swallowed up later. Additionally, seeing this situation, some of the more than a dozen ships were also preparing to leave, but some remained in place. It was not every day they encountered a genius of this level, who might become the most dazzling figure in the Spirit Master world in the future. They wanted to try to ride on his coattails. Among these more than a dozen ships, a few individuals controlling the ship stayed behind, letting those who did not want to try to ride on coattails leave with the other ships first. They would stay here and see if they could succeed. If they did, it would be a huge gain. Thus, only one ship remained among the dozens of ships, and that was because too many people had left, allowing those willing to take a gamble to stay on that one ship. They were also worried that the guy still out on the ocean would see everyone leave, not leaving him a ship, and if he couldn't return, what would happen if he just casually captured a ship? So it was better to leave one ship. And since there were still people who could operate it, this guy probably wouldn't stop them. By the time night fell, MuLin sat at the bow of the ship, watching the waves absorbing the spirit rings. Thank you. Chapter 252, Current Situation. Xiefeng City, at the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Yes, this is the true border. Once inside, you can see a clear straight red line drawn from the city gates on the south and north sides. They say the east side belongs to the Tiando Empire, while the west side belongs to the Xingluo Empire. But what is the use of this line here? It's just for show, and some conspirators even say it's an excuse to invade another empire. They directly state, someone from your empire has invaded us. We must fight you. But that's just one way of saying it. In any case, this place is genuinely a no man's land. Even the Spirit Hall is too lazy to manage it. Here, the Spirit Hall is merely a main hall, but it can also be said not to be a main hall. Calling it a sub-hall is also acceptable. Because the leader of the Spirit Hall in this city is merely a Spirit Emperor, there's no way. Of course, there are also claims that there's actually a Spirit Saint in this Spirit Hall. But this Spirit Saint loves to cultivate and has put a Spirit Emperor in the limelight. Of course, Xiefeng City also has its own characteristics. That is, next to this city, there's a mine. Yes, that's right, a mine. This mine produces a lot of gold and a special, or Xiefeng stone, Weapons made from Chiefing Stone can easily break your weapon martial soul, unless you are at the level of a weapon martial soul spirit master. The supply of Chiefing Stone is extremely rare. Otherwise, those weapon martial soul spirit masters would be furious. After all, they originally couldn't compete with beast martial soul spirit masters, and now you come up with a weapon made from, or that can easily crush us. Who can take that? However, the most important thing is not the Chiefing Stone itself, but the soul beast that accompanies the Chiefing Stone, or rather, the soul beast that protects it. Inside an inn in Chiefing City, a blonde man and a gray-haired man are sitting in chairs, chatting with each other. These two are Douluo, who has just absorbed his 6th soul ring, and the other blonde man is naturally MuLin. Douluo is somewhat confused, wondering if a soul beast associated with a mineral is really that strong. After all, it's just a mineral. If it were a top-quality herb, that might be possible, but he finds it hard to believe when it comes to minerals. Is what you said true? A guardian soul beast from a mineral is more important? MuLin nods. That's right, that soul beast is very useful to one of my elders in the future. It can be used to make a stronger tier of weapons. But actually, saying it's a mineral, well, that's not entirely accurate. It should be called an herb. The Chiefing Stone is actually the toxins washed out from this herb. So, you should understand the power of this herb now, right? After hearing this, Douluo looks at MuLin, trying to see if he is telling the truth. It's important to note that weapons made from Chiefing Stones can directly clash with weapons from Soul Masters of the 4th Ring. Soul Masters are already quite rare, and this is because the people making those weapons aren't very famous. If a true master were to use Chiefing Stones to create weapons, there might be a chance to clash with weapon souls of the Soul King level. At least, when Douluo previously looked at the information about Chiefing Stones that MuLin had, the weapons made from them were standardized weapons, not individually crafted. It's known that standardized weapons are generally weaker than those used by ordinary individuals, and one could even say they are a tier weaker. Now you're telling me that this world-famous mineral is actually a toxin washed out from an herb? In other words, it's an impurity. Douluo is somewhat shocked and exclaims, "What herb?" MuLin points to the edge of the table. Shinfeng Yuan Shu, it's no longer just an herb. It belongs to the category of celestial herbs. Celestial herb? That's right, it belongs to celestial herbs. You probably don't know what the concept of celestial herbs is. A soul master with full, innate soul power who consumes a celestial herb that matches their attributes, as long as they can find a corresponding divine position. If that deity isn't foolish, then they will definitely be able to ascend to godhood, even if their attributes aren't perfectly aligned, as long as they don't repel each other. The deity might still consume resources to enhance their compatibility, allowing them to become a god. After speaking, MuLin doesn't care about Douluo's shocked expression. This is the power of celestial herbs. He knows that Douluo is from Sea God Island, having grown up listening to the legends of the sea god. So there's no need to say much. He just needs to inform him that consuming celestial herbs can significantly increase the chance of becoming a deity. However, celestial herbs indeed have a high probability of leading to godhood. From what MuLin knows, several individuals who have consumed celestial herbs indeed have all become gods, except for a minor one, and it seems Tang San transmitted the Xintian Gong to him. As for the WNNI and SH and Wing, he doesn't know what happened to him afterward. Regarding Der, MuLin only knows that Hu Hao once plundered celestial herb from the ice and fire duality eye, but he doesn't know who he gave them to, as he hasn't finished watching. He really hasn't watched it, and he only found out about celestial herbs because he wanted to understand what it was like for a martial soul to advance after consuming celestial herbs. Speaking of this, I have to complain, I didn't watch the earlier parts and only saw that segment, and I felt that Hu Hao wasn't a good person. So, the probability of increasing the chance of becoming a god by consuming celestial herbs should be certain. This is also why he suddenly came to this lawless zone. The Chiefing Stone is the impurity that the Shinfeng Yuan Shu has washed out from itself. Just by the name, you can tell that it is a celestial herb specifically enhancing sharpness. Sharpness is a significant characteristic within the metal attribute, and this celestial herb's effect is particularly suitable for him. Therefore, MuLin came here on purpose, and when he arrived, he also called a few other teams just in case. Among them, the Six Paths Reincarnation Team is closer to here. He plans to wait for the Six Paths Reincarnation Team to arrive before he goes in to investigate. After chatting for a while, MuLin and Douluo part ways. Since Douluo has never been to the mainland, he wants to explore the city as soon as he arrives. It's just the right time now, while MuLin is still contemplating how to establish a sect after becoming a soul saint. Top-tier combat power: Long Ming, Jin Shun, Lan Feng, Yi Qianxing, Dugabo, Kong Ming, mainly counted as logistics. Mid-tier: the people from the inn, some personnel from the 7 treasure team, and several small teams. Bottom tier, the pirates recruited earlier. Looking at it this way, they are still lacking in bottom tier personnel. Therefore, the travel goals in the future will mainly depend on the situation to recruit some bottom tier personnel. However, bottom tier personnel can be widely recruited after the sect is established. No, what's missing should be the young disciples of the sect in the future. Chapter 253. The difficulties of the beast path. MuLin is sitting in a chair inside a room, contemplating how to establish a sect after he becomes a soul saint. Top-tier combat power and the pillars of the sect are not lacking. One could even say they have surpassed this era to some extent. After all, during the most famous times of the 3 upper sects, there were only 2 Title Douluos on the surface. At most, there were 7 Title Douluos from the Haotian Sect in secret. Now, if he were to establish a sect, they would have 2 Super Douluos and a Douluo, who is the strongest Title Douluo in group battles. Moreover, there are Lan Feng and Yi Tianxing, who, although they are only Soul Douluos, can completely challenge Title Douluos and even top talents among Super Douluos. Kong Ming is similar to Lan Feng, although he is currently only at the Soul Douluo level. His combat power is more than enough to match a Title Douluo. Furthermore, Kong Ming's most important role is to research soul guiding devices. Theoretically, the most suitable position for him should still be logistics. The core strength, the people from the inn, are currently all soul saints. Baiyu has also established a not overly large, but at least somewhat functional information gathering organization. Lei Yi and Dongxiang also have their respective roles. Lei Yi has set up a soul hunting team with quite a reputation, as the team leader is at the soul saint level. Dongxiang, not to mention, is a food system soul master at the soul saint level, with a strong reputation and a thick network of relationships. There are also 3 teams: the Night Raid team, the 7 Deadly Sins combination, and the Pain 6 Paths. Among these 3 organizations, apart from the Night Raid team, which has a few members at the Soul Emperor level, the other 2 combinations are at least at the Soul Saint level, and the 7 Deadly Sins combination has 2 members who have already reached the Soul Douluo level. Moreover, they have absorbed the remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. When they absorbed them, MuLin's side took the bulk, which means that in terms of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda and Soul Douluo, they were evenly split, while most of the resources went to MuLin. After all, Qianren Xue is currently disguised as Xue Qinghe and is set to inherit the Tiando Empire, but the Tiando Empire is not her goal, so she doesn't care about these resources. In fact, at times, she even uses the resources of the Tiando Empire to give to MuLin. What is currently missing are characters similar to the future of the sect. At the moment, the only ones that can be considered as potential future leaders of the sect are MuLin, Yulinger, Oscar, and Guanxian can also be counted this way, even though his family is based in Heavendo City and is quite famous. There are also a few individual food-type soul masters recruited by Dongxiang, as well as some civilian soul masters reportedly trained within Baiyu's organization. So, what should we do in the future? MuLin rested his chin on one hand, carefully contemplating how to establish the sect after becoming a soul sage. Just as MuLin was still pondering what to do, he suddenly heard a knocking sound. "Young master, it's us." Upon hearing this, MuLin turned his gaze to the door. "The door is unlocked. Come in." 6 individuals with orange hair and reincarnation-like eyes walked in. However, there was an exception, as one of them, the Shuropath, was bald. It was apparent that Nagato had true feelings for Yahiko. Initially, the other individuals had various hair colors, such as the human path, who had white hair before Jiraiya's destruction, and eventually turned to orange hair. After the 6 entered, they nodded at MuLin, and Tiandao stepped forward. "I wonder what task the young master has for us this time." MuLin nodded. "There's a task, but I remember it could be considered a simple task for you. Next, I plan to venture into the mine next to Chiefeng City with the teammates I found earlier to search for a type of celestial herb. I remember that among the soul beasts chosen by the beast path before, there seems to be a 10,000-year soul beast called the sword-toothed earth dragon, which resembles a saber-toothed tiger but is covered in dragon scales, with 2 massive teeth that have dragon patterns. A very rare, top-tier soul beast." Upon hearing this, he looked at the beast path standing beside him, who was a relatively short woman, and she nodded. "That's right. My 6th soul skill is the sword-toothed earth dragon. Could it be that there are such soul beasts in the nearby mine? I can't guarantee it. I can only say there's a 30% chance of having the soul beast. Because the celestial herb we are going to search for is called the Divine Edge Yuan Tree, which gathers power every moment to cleanse its impurities. If these impurities merge with stone-like substances, they will turn into Chief Feng stones, which which are favored and most suitable food for two types of soul beasts. These two soul beasts are the Dragonhorn Earth Rock Horse and the previously needed Sword-Toothed Earth Dragon. So, I say there's a 40% chance of having such soul beasts. There's a 10% chance there are no soul beasts guarding this place. A 10% chance both soul beasts are present. And the remaining 80% chance is split evenly between these two soul beasts. Upon hearing this, the six paths looked instinctively at the somewhat excited beast path. They knew that after realizing the Sword-Toothed Earth Dragon had become particularly rare in this era, the beast path's sixth soul skill was almost rendered useless. Had it not been for the system granting her an additional soul beast along with her soul skill, she would have at least had 3 useless soul skills. Over the past 6 months, they had spent at least 3/4 of their time searching for soul beasts for her. Even so, such a long period had only filled a 1,000-year soul ring and provided another 10,000-year soul ring with a soul beast. After all, the soul beast they needed not only had to be of the same type, but also the age couldn't be lower. They had even prepared for the possibility that the incomplete soul rings wouldn't be filled, considering there was another missing soul beast for the 10,000-year soul ring, the Cold Blade Spider Emperor, a top-tier control-type soul beast that could even take on super soul beasts on particularly cold, snowy mountains. It was thanks to the previous help from MuLin's group in finding a 100,000-year soul beast that they accidentally discovered and did not kill it. Otherwise, the Beast Path Soul Ring would only be able to summon one such soul beast. There were only 2 10,000-year soul rings available to summon soul beasts. Yet she chose such a hard-to-find one. Women are indeed troublesome. The 7th soul ring is the true body of the martial soul. So, young master, when we set off? Upon hearing this, MuLin looked at the sky, which was slightly darkening. Tomorrow, just in time for me to introduce the person who will set off with us to you all. Let us get acquainted. Plus, the sky is getting darker. So we'll set off tomorrow. Chapter 254. The Soul Beasts in the Cave. The mine next to Chiefeng City is named after its abundant production of Chiefeng stones. Every day, most blacksmiths hire soul masters to try their luck at mining Chiefeng stones. Today, 8 people arrived here. A handsome boy with golden hair, a cold-faced young man with gray hair, and a combination of 5 individuals with orange hair, plus 1 bald person, who were easy to identify due to their identical purple-ringed glasses. The group arrived at the entrance of a cave in the mine, and the Beast Path stepped out first. 3rd soul skill, Summon. Ice Fire Butterfly. This skill can summon 2 Ice Fire Butterflies of the 2,000-year level. The Ice Fire Butterfly has a shiny small orb on its head, with 1 red and 1 blue wing. It can shoot flames or spray water jets. It can also explode the small orb on its head, delivering a devastating blow that evaporates the opponent's moisture. Suddenly, a yellow, circular magic array appeared in front of everyone, slowly revealing 2 exceptionally stunning butterflies. Ice Fire Butterfly. These butterflies mostly inhabit rivers near volcanic regions and are exceptionally rare soul beasts, as they possess both ice and fire attributes. Both ice and fire soul masters can absorb them, thus providing decent resistance against the opposing attribute. Let the Ice Fire Butterfly scout ahead. Its light is quite useful in this dark cave. Upon hearing this, MuLin and Tao Shuo looked at the suddenly brightening cave and nodded in agreement. As for the other 6, they had been wandering in the soul world together for over half a year, so they were used to letting the Ice Fire Butterfly scout in dark caves. Although Ice Fire Butterflies are rare, it doesn't mean they are non-existent. As long as time is spent, suitable ones can still be found. At worst, they could look for some around 1,000 years old Ice Fire Butterflies. After all, what they needed was not its combat power, but its scouting ability. Moreover, within the magic array, those soul beasts grow very quickly, and it only takes a few months to reach the array's limit. The Ice Fire Butterfly flew ahead, fluttering up and down to scout. Following behind were Tian Dao and MuLin, with Tao Shuo, and finally the other 6. In this dark cave, what happens when 2 exceptionally bright light sources suddenly appear? Of course, something happens. Roar. As they walked through the cave, a roar suddenly echoed ahead. Everyone turned their gaze over. They saw a black figure swaying towards them. Although they knew the figure was swaying, its speed was not slow. In less than 10 seconds, it was already close to the Ice Fire Butterfly, fluttering above. It's the Earth Rock Bear. MuLin recognized this soul beast at a glance. The Earth Rock Bear, a high-level soul beast of the Earth attribute, possesses defensive capabilities that are no weaker than those of typical top-level soul beasts. Its attack power can also be enhanced by the nearby rocks or the strength of the embankment to attack or control enemies. However, its speed is significantly slow compared to others of the same level. Looking at this creature, it managed to arrive so quickly, indicating that it must be at least 5,000 years old. After saying this, the Earth Rock Bear was about to slam down its paws on the two ice fire butterflies. However, Tian Dao, who stood between MuLin and Tao Shuo, intervened. Although ice fire butterflies can be found, they did not want to waste time looking for them again, especially since they also needed to search for the saber-toothed earth dragon within this cave. If they killed the ice fire butterflies, how would they find their way in this dark cave? Third soul skill, power absorb. The third soul ring suddenly enveloped the target, and a massive attracting force emanated from his palm, capable of drawing in any creature caught within the soul ring's coverage. The more creatures attracted, the stronger the soul power consumed, and the higher the quality of the soul power. The suction force from Tian Dao's right hand suddenly intensified, pulling the Earth Rock Bear, which was about to slam down towards him. The Earth Rock Bear clearly had never experienced such a thing before. For a moment, it wildly flailed its limbs in panic. Second soul skill, power repel. This skill can expel everything or any creature surrounding the user, and it can also target a creature with the soul ring for a focused repulsion. The latter effect requires more soul power, but it has a stronger repelling force. The second soul ring on Tian Dao enveloped the Earth Rock Bear, which hadn't yet reacted when it suddenly felt a significant repelling force rushing towards it. Boom! It was evident that Tian Dao did not hold back. The massive Earth Rock Bear, at least 5,000 years old, was directly slammed into the mountainside by the repulsion, creating a hole. The Earth Rock Bear staggered out of the hole, shaking its head as it looked at the 8 people in front of it. Tian Dao glanced at the creature. Is this really the Earth Rock Bear that the young master mentioned, with defensive capabilities comparable to a top-level soul beast? Having taken my 2 attacks, it's still not dead. Its defense is indeed impressive. Just as Tian Dao was preparing to continue his assault, the Azura Dao beside him reached out to stop him. Let me handle it. Your powerful moves consume too much soul power and have a wide range. We need to kill it quickly. We still have to help the young master find the celestial herbs and assist the Beast Dao in capturing at least 2 top-level soul beasts that are 20,000 years old. Besides, do you really think celestial herbs would be unguarded by top-level soul beasts? Those soul beasts that can drive away others and keep a close watch on the celestial herbs. Do you think they're weak? Save some strength and wait until you encounter the soul beast to attack. After hearing this, Tian Dao pondered expressionlessly for 3 seconds before slowly taking 2 steps back. After all, what the Azura Dao said made sense. His previous attacks were all about control and self-enhancement. Although the later moves were powerful, they had too wide a range. And as for consumption, the Hell Dao was still here. The Azura Dao slowly walked up to the swaying Earth Rock Bear, trying to wake it up. His third soul skill suddenly lit up. The Azura Dao's right hand transformed into a pistol, resembling a revolver. He suddenly aimed the gun at a specific spot on the Earth Rock Bear's neck. The Earth Rock Bear suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Bang! 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 5 the Earth Rock Bear fell straight down. Seeing this, a few of them remarked on the Azura Dao's sharp eyesight. He shrugged, what can I say? These soul beasts have tough skin and flesh. If you don't have keen eyes to find their weaknesses, trying to breach their defenses with bullets is too troublesome, especially for bear-like creatures whose skin is thicker than steel. Upon hearing this, the group looked at the downed Earth Rock Bear and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 255, People in the Mine. The group of 8 slowly advanced through the dark cave of the mine. Suddenly, they stopped as the Azura Dao, who was at the back, halted. Wait a moment, don't move. I think I hear a battle happening somewhere. After hearing this, everyone stopped, preparing to see what he would discover. The Azura Dao stood still, slightly lowering his head, occasionally moving as if testing which position sounded the clearest. However, he could not hear anything clearly, perhaps due to the thickness of the walls. First soul skill, mechanization. The first soul ring made his body transparent, and the remaining soul rings enveloped him, allowing for a brief secondary mechanical transformation based on the number of subsequent soul rings. This soul skill was very suitable for the Azura Dao. As long as he had enough soul rings behind him, he could transform into a mechanical being, perfectly matching all his subsequent soul skills with his body. Such a combination could unleash combat power that might reach 120, 150, or even 170. However, since there was no battle yet, the Azura Dao did not fully transform. Instead, he specifically transferred 2 soul rings to his ears, turning them into mechanical ears to facilitate more convenient and agile information collection. The Azura Dao closed his eyes, quietly resting one hand against the wall. concentrating on listening and gathering information with his mechanical ears. At that moment, the mine appeared to him as a black world, but in this dark world, sound waves occasionally emanated from certain places, entering his ears. In a deeper part of the mine, for people were battling 3 soul beasts. Should we go over? After hearing this, the others turned their gaze to MuLin. MuLin smacked his lips. Let us go take a look. Perhaps they have some useful information. Besides, it's quite boring to keep walking here. Who knows, maybe those 3 soul beasts are the saber-toothed earth dragons that the Hell Down needs. After hearing this, the group quickly prepared to accelerate towards that direction. Their speed was significantly faster than before, as they now had a destination. Previously, they had been moving slowly without a goal, carefully observing their surroundings for any information they might need. Now, with a purpose, their enthusiasm increased, and they didn't need to be as meticulous in their observations. A few hours earlier, Big Brother, are you sure there are soul beasts in this mine? I remember this mine is rich in cutting-edge stones. If there were soul beasts, the miners would have reported it. How come I haven't heard any news about soul beasts? This group consisted of 4 people, one of whom was a handsome man with relatively long arms, speaking to a robust man holding a golden shield. The robust man, while stabilizing his shield and moving slowly, replied, "No, there's always been information about soul beasts here. It's just that the quality of the soul beasts in this mountain has always been very high. So those forces have intentionally kept it under wraps. On our way forward, you should have seen those soul beasts: Earth Rock Bear, Earth Rock Elephant, and Golden Scale Pangolin. These 3 are all high-level soul beasts, and the Golden Scale Pangolin is even a top-tier soul beast. The top forces in this city are actually aware that there are Earth attribute soul beasts in this mine. Over the past few decades, the lowest quality soul beasts they have encountered here are high-level, and there are quite a few top-tier ones as well. Therefore, both empires and the Spirit Hall have sent people here, but those individuals have returned empty-handed. They only know that the unique cutting-edge stone found in this mine seems to be the food for those soul beasts. Moreover, you wouldn't think that a mine would only produce gold and cutting-edge stones, right? There must be other ores as well. So, don't underestimate this mine. I estimate that my soul rings will be sought after inside this mine. As for you, it's not certain, but you might encounter a high-year soul golden-scaled pangolin, as this soul beast is very suitable for you." Hearing what these 2 brothers said, the other 2 accompanying them also spoke up. Zhang Sheng, you said that most of the soul beasts in this mine are Earth attribute. If that's the case, wouldn't it be suitable for me too? After all, my martial soul is a hammer, which seems to fit well with Earth attributes. You know that later on, the quality and years of these soul beasts can be judged by one factor alone. And as you mentioned, the quality here seems to be quite high. So I don't care about the attributes. I just need sufficient years. The robust man is named Zhang Sheng, and he nodded after hearing this person speak. This is definitely possible. After all, most Earth attribute soul beasts are quite strong, so your compatibility with them should not be bad. Hey, it seems that this mine is quite suitable for the 3 of us. Before he could finish, another man following them interjected, "Did you forget that my martial soul is a chain? Earth attribute soul beasts are best known for their defense, which is their hardness. Honestly, saying this mine is simply a blessed land for the 4 of us." After this person finished speaking, the 4 of them exchanged glances and laughed. Indeed, this place can be considered a blessing for each of them. After all, this place has already been confirmed by several forces over several decades to have soul beasts of at least high quality, meaning that in the future, those coming here to find soul beasts only need to determine their years. This is much better than in the Stardow Forest, where there are simply too many types of soul beasts, making it impossible to recognize them all. Compared to this place, where both attributes and quality can be confirmed, it's much better for exploring. In that case, the 4 of us can completely establish an Earth attribute soul hunting team. And we can also try to compete for the title of the strongest soul hunting organization. Haha, of course, Zhang Sheng. You and your brother Zhang Ming have talents that far exceed those of us 2 old guys. The possibility of you becoming a soul Douluo in the future is definitely not small. The 4 of them chatted and talked here. Zhang Sheng is the robust man holding the shield at the front. Zhang Ming stands second to last, a man with relatively long arms, holding a bow and arrow. Mengda, the second one, is a middle-aged man with a hammer, looking at least over 40 years old. Wu Bo, the last one, is a younger middle-aged man with iron chains tied to his arms, looking at most 37 or 38 years old. Chapter 256. Encountering 3 major soul beasts. This team of 4, Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming, are brothers from another city. both of whom are considered geniuses with opportunities to inherit the family head position. As for why these two brothers have different martial souls, it's because one inherited from their father and the other from their mother. Moreover, both of them have excellent talents. At only 28 years old this year, their soul power level has already reached level 55. They have a good chance of reaching the Soul Emperor realm around the age of 31 or 32. As for the two accompanying them, one is named Mengda, whose martial soul is the Rocking Hammer. The reason for this strange name is entirely due to the attributes of this martial soul, which seems to be related to rocks. But the color of the hammer is actually black, so it's called the Rocking Hammer. At the same time, this person is also a blacksmith, and his level is not low, having reached the level of a master blacksmith. Above him, there are only forging grandmasters and the 3 divine craftsmen in the world. Lastly, the remaining person is named Wu Bo. His martial soul is a chain, a control-type soul master, compared to his teammates, who are family geniuses and a rare forging master. He is relatively ordinary. He graduated from a junior soul master school, then entered a senior soul master school, and participated in an elite soul master competition. However, due to his teammates at the time, he did not make it into the main event and failed in the preliminaries. After that, he came out alone to train, as his low ranking in the elite soul master competition led families or sects to offer him very little in terms of treatment. So he has been training alone until recently when he joined Mengda, Zhang Sheng, and Zhang Ming. The purpose of coming here this time is to help Mengda find his 6th soul ring and search for cutting-edge stones. The 4 of them slowly search within the mine, and suddenly, Zhang Sheng raised a shield, and the first 3 soul rings on his body lit up. First soul skill, Shockwave Shield, activates the shockwave power within the shield, enhancing the shield's defense, and when attacked up close, it will rebound the shockwave to harm the opponent. Second soul skill, Giant Rock Shield, utilizes his Earth attribute ability to make the Earth Wave Shield become huge and hard, enhancing defense by 150 and defense range by 50, but reducing speed by 20. Third soul skill, Unmoved as a Mountain. This environment requires being in an area rich in Earth attributes to use. After activation, it absorbs the surrounding Earth attributes, enhancing his defense by 200 and reducing damage by 20, during which speed is reduced by 50. If he remains still for a long time, the absorbed Earth attributes will further increase defense and damage reduction by half. The Earth Wave Shield in Zhang Sheng's hand instantly became gigantic, and at the same time, it absorbed the surrounding ores in the mine, enveloping the 4 of them behind him. He stood firmly with his legs apart, as if in a horse stance, holding the shield out in front. Before the 3 behind him could react, they heard a series of footsteps approaching in front of the Earthwave Shield. They hadn't spoken yet when suddenly a rumbling sound rang in their ears. Boom! It was the Earthwave Shield. There was an attack. It was just blocked by the Earthwave Shield, quickly spread out. The other 3 didn't think much and immediately scattered around, as he was in front defending against the attack, and his words could be trusted to some extent. After the 3 behind him spread out, Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Zhang Sheng used the Earth Wave Shield to deflect 3 incoming attacks, and at the same time, he took a big step back, nearly falling to the ground. For people looked at the soul beast walking towards them. Manda took a mineral from the soul guide device, threw it directly above his head, which smashed against the mountain wall and fell back down, suddenly lighting up. The soul beast that came over was directly exposed to everyone's eyes. Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, Manda, and Yubo were all shocked and stood frozen in place. Even the fact that Manda had a light source was no longer mentioned, because in front of them were 3 soul beasts: the saber-toothed earth dragon, the golden-scaled pangolin, and the earth-veined turtle. Without exception, all of them were top-level soul beasts. The saber-toothed earth dragon was recorded only in ancient texts as a top-level earth, a tribute soul beast, resembling the body and head of a saber-toothed tiger but having the tail and limbs of a dragon, and its back and 4 claws, as well as their 4 limbs, were covered in hard-looking dragon scales. Its tail actually had 4 segments. 40,000 years, saber-toothed earth dragon. Next to it was a pangolin covered in golden scales. Unlike the saber-toothed earth dragon, which stood 4 meters tall, this golden-scaled pangolin was only 5 meters tall, but the 4 people did not dare to underestimate it. In fact, they were even more fearful of this soul beast. 50,000 years, golden-scaled pangolin. As for the earth-veined turtle, it had a color, and its shell was pockmarked, resembling a run-down piece of ground, while its head looked surprisingly like a dragon. The Earth Vein turtle glanced at them and seemed unwilling to move. The four were all soul kings, and it didn't need to take action itself. The Earth Vein turtle yawned and walked to the side, retracting its body into its shell as if it were sleeping. Seeing it sit aside, they didn't dare to underestimate the other two soul beasts. One was 40,000 years old, and the other was 50,000 years old. It's important to note that both of these soul beasts were top-level soul beasts. If they became martial souls, they would be at least innate level 9 top martial souls. In fact, the greatest possibility was that they had full innate soul power, with the level 9 being due to insufficient nutrition in their first 6 years or something similar. Seeing the dragon in the name of the saber-toothed earth dragon, one could tell it was definitely not weak. The golden-scaled pangolin was relatively the most ordinary among the three soul beasts, simply an ordinary pangolin covered in golden scales. But how hard were those golden scales? Zhang Sheng remembered reading in a book during a past beast tide. A 50,000-year-old golden-scaled pangolin held off a Title Douluo wielding spear. Although it eventually died, the fact that it could delay a Title Douluo for that long at 50,000 years shows just how tough it was. To put in perspective, 50,000 years roughly equates to the level of a soul sage to a soul Douluo. Observing the situation, Zhang Sheng shook his head. All four of them were soul masters with 5 soul rings. How could they fight? Even just a saber-toothed earth dragon would be unbeatable. Chapter 257, 4 verses. 1 Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, Manda, and Yubo were in a standoff against the 3 soul beasts. However, it wasn't really a standoff. The 4 were simply too scared to move. While if one observed closely, the 3 soul beasts showed a mocking disdain in their eyes. The golden-scaled pangolin looked at the 5 soul rings on the 4 of them, shook its head to itself, and walked off to another side. Although it seemed to be resting, one could see that its soul power was constantly in motion. If the 4 tried to escape, the golden-scaled pangolin would undoubtedly demonstrate the digging speed of a 50,000-year-old pangolin soul beast. Watching the departing golden-scaled pangolin and the saber-toothed earth dragon, which seemed to wear a contemptuous smile, the 4 couldn't shake the feeling that these soul beasts possessed unusually high intelligence. Zhang Sheng held the earth wave shield, though he was still afraid. He was the only defensive type in the group. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground, watching the saber-toothed earth dragon. The saber-toothed earth dragon looked at their stance, and the disdain in its eyes became even more evident. Oomph. This sound almost made the 4 think they were in the human world. After all, they had never heard a soul beast make a sound like a snort. Before they could react, the saber-toothed earth dragon grew tired of standing there like fools and began to act. The areas of its body covered in dragon scales began to emit yellow energy waves. Roar! The saber-toothed earth dragon dug its claws into the ground and charged towards Zhang Sheng, who held the earth wave shield, raising its right forepaw. Boom! Zhang Sheng, standing in the front, was directly sent crashing into the wall beside him by a single paw. The other 3 immediately launched their attacks. First soul skill, explosive arrow. The arrow shot from the sharp gold longbow carried an explosive effect, exploding upon hitting the target. Second soul skill, shockwave arrow. The arrow shot from the sharp gold longbow produced a shockwave effect, causing secondary damage to the enemy's internal organs upon impact. Zhang Ming did not hold back at all, and all 5 of his soul rings lit up. Consuming most of his soul power, he gathered countless arrows infused with the effects of explosion, shockwave, duplication, paralysis, and immobilization. A sharp gold longbow, over half a person tall, was fully drawn by Zhang Ming, and countless arrows condensed with soul power flew out. At the same time, Manda raised a rock ink iron hammer in his hand. First soul skill, righteous long rainbow. Abandoning his distractions, he activated his righteous energy to become immune to some mental soul skills. At the same time, his attacks against the enemy became smoother. This was Manda's core skill. With it, he could use any moves perfectly without fearing pain or fatigue, swinging his warhammer freely. Second soul skill, heavy strike, temporarily increases the rock attribute of the rock ink iron hammer by 100. The weight of the hammer's attack from above to below is temporarily increased by 100. Third soul skill, shadowless hammer. When attacking the enemy, it can create number of soul rings 1, duplicate war hammers to attack the opponent, with each duplicate possessing 70 of the original hammer's weight, disappearing immediately after hitting the target. Fifth soul skill, sky-shattering roar. When attacking the opponent with a war hammer, the higher the enemy's defense, the greater the attack's power, and it will also convert a portion of damage into sound wave attack damage against the enemy's spirit. Manda wasted no time, raising both hands with the rock ink iron hammer and striking directly. After all, if they were to run, they would still die. Since that was the case, it was better to fight desperately against the soul beasts. With these two fighting fiercely, the remaining Yubo, certainly Wu and Ti, fall behind. Third soul skill, true iron refinement, increases the hardness and weight of the iron chain in hand, enhancing the speed of impact when wrapping around the opponent by 100. For each additional soul ring, the hardness and weight of the iron chain are permanently increased by 10. First soul skill, frozen iron chain. The iron chain in hand rapidly extends to wrap around the opponent, while the chain activates freezing powers to injure the opponent, slowing their soul power's operation speed. Second soul skill, gravity iron chain. The iron chain in hand rapidly extends to wrap around the opponent, while the chain generates a special force that enhances the surrounding gravity. Fourth soul skill, chain blade waltz. Rush out to control the opponent's iron chain, which can immediately grow sharp blades to damage the opponent. The power of the blades is proportional to the weight and hardness of the iron chain. Fifth soul skill, coiling dragon iron chain. The iron chain in hand quickly extends to wrap around the opponent, and at the same time, the chain transforms into one that can entangle a true dragon. For beast-type enemies, the control effect is doubled, and if the enemy has dragon blood in their body, all control effects will be enhanced again. The iron chain in Yubo's hand has been brushed by the third soul ring, and it is evident that the color has changed, but at first glance, this chain must be very sturdy. At the same time, after being brushed by the traces of the first, second, fourth, and fifth soul skills, this chain infused with blades rapidly spreads an unusually cold ice. Upon closer inspection, it seems that the ice chain is carved with images of entangled true dragons. Yubo's manual chain swiftly moves forward, wrapping around one leg of the saber-toothed earth dragon, and then continues to spread upward, gradually enveloping its entire body. Of course, it cannot fully wrap it up. There are still some gaps left for attacking, and these gaps happen to be between some dragon scales and possible weaknesses, such as the top of the head and the neck. Moreover, the blades atop the chain also start to scrape against the belly of the saber-toothed earth dragon. After all, that area has no dragon scales. The rock ink hammer then directly strikes down on its head from above. Boom, 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 boom. The first sound is from the rock ink hammer, smashing the saber-toothed earth dragon's head into the ground. The subsequent sounds are from countless arrows striking the body of the saber-toothed earth dragon. Instantly, smoke fills the air around everyone. Although these attacks and controls have hit the target, the group does not dare to underestimate the opponent. After all, this is a 40,000-year-old top-tier soul beast, and the previous control and attacks seem deliberate on its part. The three slowly huddle closer together, hoping that this group behavior can provide them with a slight sense of security. Suddenly, Manda's eyes widen as if they might pop out. No, Manda is directly knocked away by a heavy blow and crashes into the wall. Zhang Ming and Yubo, without any action yet, suddenly feel a gravitational force pressing down on them. The saber-toothed earth dragon also swings its tail, sending the two flying backward. Chapter 258, Encirclement. Inside the mine, next to Chiefeng City, in a relatively open area, stand a saber-toothed earth dragon in the center, surrounded by a tragic-looking group of humans. Zhang Sheng and Manda are almost embedded in the wall, while Zhang Ming and Yubo are also lying on the ground, gasping for breath after being hit by the tail of the saber-toothed earth dragon, which is very sharp, causing their bellies to be cut open. The two lie on the ground, moaning. The saber-toothed earth dragon stands still, looking at the four of them. You four, Soul Kings of the Fifth Ring, are not bad. You can actually hurt me. Hearing this, the two lying on the ground and the other two who are half-conscious almost snap back to their senses. Because the Soul Beast spoke. The Soul Beast actually spoke. Soul Beasts can only speak after 100,000 years. They believe that a 10,000-year Soul Beast has gained intelligence. So in these 40,000 to 50,000 year Soul Beasts showed disdain earlier. They felt some confusion but had no other thoughts. After all, this place has at least high-level Soul Beasts, so it is understandable that these top-tier Soul Beasts have obvious intelligence after 40,000 to 50,000 years. But now, speaking is different. Speaking has always been something only 100,000 year Soul Beasts can do. However, the age of the saber-toothed earth dragon is determined by the tail behind it, as its body may grow or shrink according to the surrounding environment. For every additional 10,000 years, an extra segment appears on its tail. Before the battle, They clearly saw that the tail of this saber-toothed earth dragon only had 4 segments, and now you tell me it is a 100,000 year soul beast. They can still tell the difference between 4 and 10. The saber-toothed earth dragon wants to continue mocking, but the earth-veined tortoise beast speaks up. Don't waste time. I can already sense another group of people approaching here. Hurry up and deal with them, or we'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the saber-toothed earth dragon humanizes and shrugs its lips, beginning to gather earth attribute soul power in its mouth. Boom! Suddenly, it explodes, launching earth bullets in all directions. Third soul skill, power absorb. The third soul ring suddenly envelopes the target, and a massive attraction force emanates from the palm, capable of drawing in any creature covered by the soul ring. The more creatures attracted, the stronger the consumed soul power will be, and the higher the quality of the soul power. A sudden attraction force bursts forth from the saber-toothed earth dragon's body and the earth bullets, and the saber-toothed earth dragon, not having reacted in time, is pulled off the ground towards the source of the attraction. The saber-toothed earth dragon turns its head to look at the source of the attraction, which is a man with orange hair and purple ringed eyes. This man's right hand is pointing at it, and suddenly his right hand shrinks back and then pushes forward. Second soul skill, power repel. It can repel everything or any creature around itself, or can cover a target with a soul ring and repel it at a single point. The latter effect requires more soul power, but the repelling force is stronger. In an instant, the saber-toothed earth dragon is covered by a yellow soul ring, and then it suddenly feels a strong repelling force attacking it. Boom! This guy hasn't reacted yet, and like Zhang Sheng and Manda before, a small part of its body is directly embedded into the wall. The golden-scaled armadillo sees this situation and immediately starts to clear away that section of the wall. At the same time, the earth-veined tortoise beast is no longer looking docile, but walks to the center, while the golden-scaled armadillo and the saber-toothed earth dragon move to its sides. They look at the place that emitted the attraction and then the repelling force. 8 people walk out from that area. Among them, there are 2 soul emperors and 6 soul saints. Hey, the golden-scaled armadillo. One of the only 2 top-tier soul beasts among armadillo-type soul beasts. Unlike other armadillos, the golden-scaled armadillo's greatest strengths are its power and defense. Its power relies on its gold attribute and the sharpness of its claws, so its strength is not complete. It should be said that its attack capability is very formidable. Its defense is the greatest characteristic of this type of soul beast. If it weren't for its low base race, it might have reached the level of super soul beasts in terms of defense. After MuLin finishes speaking, he looks at the relatively ordinary-looking soul beast standing among them. Although its head looks somewhat like a dragon's, its shell is pockmarked, and it is not the tallest and does not exude any imposing aura. Therefore, they did not recognize it at first. It's really hard to imagine seeing an earth-veined tortoise beast. Once this type of soul beast appears, the soul beasts in the mountains it occupies will become stronger. Actually, it's not quite right to say that. It should be said that stronger creatures or treasures born from this mountain range will give rise to such soul beasts. A top-tier guardian soul beast, the earth-veined tortoise beast. In front of the treasure, it is meant to protect. Its combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary super soul beast. At this point, MuLin looked at this creature and said, "The previous Title Douluos didn't discover you. Did they rely on your abilities? After all, your duty is to protect the treasure you need to safeguard. So you not only possess formidable combat strength, but also have an ancient and highly ranked stealth technique. Of course, the most crucial aspect of this stealth technique is that it requires the treasure you need to protect to be nearby. It seems that the Divine Edge Yuan tree is in this vicinity." Hearing what was said earlier, the earth-veined tortoise beast showed no reaction. After all, there are quite a few records about its race, and perhaps this guy in front of it had read them. However, upon hearing the latter part of MuLin's statement, it couldn't help but react. How do you know that? The earth-veined tortoise beast, like a waking giant dragon, looked at MuLin, its massive red scales shimmering as its aura surged. MuLin smiled at the excited soul beast. You don't need to know. After saying that, MuLin glanced at the 6 paths of pain behind him and the hidden Tianxing. Tianxing, you should also join in. You should know how troublesome it is when this type of soul beast combines with its treasure to activate its stealth techniques. If it were any other combatant, I wouldn't bother you, but for this kind of precaution against potential escape, I need you to step in. Tianxing slowly emerged from the spatial realm. No problem. The 6 paths of pain behind MuLin activated their soul skills and charged towards the 3 soul beasts. At the same time, Tianxing had already opened the spatial seal, and in this area, spatial abilities had been arranged, preventing everyone within from escaping. He was also focusing on the Earth Vein Tortoise Beast, as who knows if this creature had some special way to escape. Chapter 259. Finding the Yuan Tree, a soul beast with a lifespan of 40,000 years can already match a normal soul sage, and the quality of the soul beasts in front of them is top tier. Therefore, the 6 paths of pain directly activated their martial souls without hesitation, first testing the waters to see if they should go all out. After all, Yi Tianxing was behind them. With her there, their survival capability was top-notch. Aside from the animal path, since this area was still inside the cave, he was not allowed to summon large soul beasts. So, he summoned a 10,000-year soul guardian and several thousand-year soul guardians to protect the 4 injured individuals closely. As for MuLin and Tao Shuo, these two didn't need protection at all. Their combat strength was already not weaker than a single soul beast on the opposite side. At most, Tao Shuo was relatively weaker, only able to protect himself against these soul beasts, while killing them would be too difficult. However, even if that were the case, close protection wasn't necessary. The Hell Path was the same. He himself was a support-type soul master and could just stand behind. The Heaven Path unleashed his martial soul's true form, with a massive shadow of his main body appearing, and the soul rings materialized. Then he opened his palm directly towards the 3 soul beasts. First soul skill, power enhancement. His subsequent power would receive a certain boost. Enhancement, number of soul rings 10. Fourth soul skill, gravitational field. The area covered by his 4th soul ring, with his will and soul power, would increase or decrease gravity accordingly. The 4th soul ring on Heaven Path's body instantly vanished and transferred to the heads of the 3 soul beasts. The saber-toothed earth dragon, golden-scaled armadillo, and Earth Vein Tortoise Beast may not have known what Heaven Path's soul skills were, but they understood that the purple circular ring above them was definitely not a good thing. The saber-toothed earth dragon gathered its own power in its mouth, trying to break the circular ring. The golden-scaled armadillo concentrated its power on its claws, forming shadowy claws, and suddenly clawed upwards. The Earth Vein Tortoise Beast was gathering the power from within the mine. If the 2 soul beasts beside it broke the circular ring, that power would strike the 6 purple circles. However, if those 2 couldn't break the ring, it would have to act itself. But before they could launch their attacks, Heaven Path disregarded the consumption and activated the 4th soul skill. After all, he could see that the 3 soul beasts were gathering power to break the 4th soul ring. There was no way he would give them that opportunity. A sudden surge of gravity descended upon the 3 soul beasts. In fact, these 3 soul beasts were not afraid of an unexpected increase in weight, but the gravity came so suddenly that they were completely unprepared. The saber-toothed earth dragon fell flat on the ground, and the power it had gathered in its mouth exploded within its own mouth. The golden-scaled armadillo, having just raised its claws, suddenly halted because the circular ring's sudden activation caused its attack to only reach the mountaintop. The Earth Vein Tortoise Beast, already lying on the ground, merely felt that its speed would likely be even slower. As a result of this attack, only the saber-toothed earth dragon was injured, while the other 2 relied on their strong physical qualities to completely withstand the gravity. However, the 6 paths of pain were not just made up of Heaven Path alone. The Azura Path raised its hands. 5th soul skill, fire energy machine gun. Transforming its hands into machine guns, it fired fiery stones, constantly attacking the opponent. The human path also concentrated its soul power in its palms, with a massive white figure behind it, slamming towards the 3 soul beasts. 5th soul skill, soul suppression palm. Gathering soul-suppressing power in its palms, upon hitting the enemy, it would suppress the opponent's soul based on the difference in mental strength. The more times it hit, the greater the chance of suppression, even if the opponent had a higher soul power. As long as it hit multiple times, it could still increase the chances of soul suppression. Soul suppression. The enemy's 5 senses would be plunged into darkness, and their body would be uncontrollable, effectively turning them into a vegetative state, but they would not die. The Hungry Ghost Path activated its soul skill and charged towards the 3 soul beasts. After all, its soul skills were of the type that absorbed the opponent's attacks to restore its own strength. The most it could do was absorb soul power and some of the strength, but those soul beast attacks were still quite powerful. However, at this moment, it depended on the Hell Path. Originally, the Hell Path skill was to revive the other 5 people. After coming to Douluo, the revival skill was transformed into healing and support skills. This meant that when the Hell Path assisted the other 5, even though it was still only at the Soul Sage level, Its support effect was comparable to that of a full-powered support type, Title Douluo, aiding the other 5. I won't describe the battle process here, as there are plenty of battles between soul masters and soul beasts during the journey, and I won't elaborate further. 3 soul beasts, the golden-scaled armadillo and the earth-veined turtle-shell beast, were taken away by the crowd, as these top-tier soul beasts had a really pleasant scent. The saber-toothed earth dragon was summoned into the beast realm by Tao Shu. After everything was settled, everyone began to advance inside. As for the 4 individuals, saving their lives was already a great act. They had no interest in being altruistic to the end, or rather they could do so, but MuLin and his group were going into search for the celestial herbs, and such things couldn't be shown outsiders. Tao Shu could enter because Yi Tianqing had secretly placed a mark on him. If he dared to betray them, he would experience a combined attack from a level 97 and a level 95 soul beast, along with countless other 10,000-year soul beasts. And there would be spatial barriers to prevent him from escaping. As for the remaining members of the Pain's 6 Paths and Yi Tianqing, they were truly their own people. The group moved through the cave and soon arrived at a place glowing with a faint blue light. Upon seeing it, MuLin's eyes flashed with worry. Blue? Wasn't the divine blade origin tree golden? MuLin quickly approached, while the other members of Pain's 6 Paths and Yi Tianqing, upon seeing its appearance, thought he was anxious for the celestial herbs. After all, celestial herbs were not only hard to seek, but even harder to encounter. Even though he possessed the ice and fire dual pupils, who would ever dislike having more celestial herbs? As they entered, the first sight was an ancient blue tree surrounded by small, arc-shaped lakes. The leaves on this fruit tree resembled sword blades, and the edges of the surrounding small lakes bore marks. Was this the divine blade origin tree? Tao Shu was somewhat curious, as it was his first time hearing about celestial herbs. Upon seeing it, Yi Tianqing was also puzzled, for in his perception, the vitality of this ancient tree seemed weaker than those celestial herbs. This was indeed the divine blade origin tree, but it still needed 50 years to fully grow. Chapter 260, again meeting Qianren Shui. This was indeed the divine blade origin tree, but it still needed 50 years to fully grow. MuLin looked at the ancient blue tree before him, smacked his lips, feeling quite regretful. After all, this ancient tree was also very suitable for him. Just from a name, one could tell, divine blade origin tree. Divine indicated its efficacy comparable to divine herbs. Blade represented its appearance and its effect of enhancing others' attack sharpness. In that regard, it was most suitable for weapon spirit users or those with a metal attribute in their martial spirits. The third character, origin, represented a beginning. It represented the second effect of the divine blade origin tree, enhancing a person's vitality and talent. For example, if a 20-year-old absorbed this divine blade origin tree, their future cultivation talent would be as if they were 6 or 7 years old. What did this represent? It represented an additional decade or so of rapid cultivation time. Thus, it led to the conclusion that this divine blade origin tree had no means of accelerating its development. Even the ice and fire dual pupils did not have this effect, even if there were a place that could barely hasten its growth. Its second effect would definitely be significantly reduced. According to the core technique Golden Body Secret Canon that MuLin possessed, the origin of the second effect of the divine blade origin tree was likely due to it absorbing a bit of time's power during its growth, allowing it to make a person's cultivation speed akin to when they first began cultivating. Of course, it was said to be very likely, so there was another reason. During its growth, it both enhanced itself and used part of its power to condense a bit of spiritual light, which was beneficial for enhancing a person's talent. Regardless, if the divine blade origin tree wanted to exert its second effect, it had to grow normally until it matured. But now, looking at the time remaining for it to mature, there was still a full 50 years left. Although it was true that his age would definitely exceed 50 afterward, even possibly exceeding 500. But what use would that be? By then, according to his plans, he would at least have divine-level combat power. What would be the use of absorbing this celestial herb? The other people here were also somewhat puzzled, but did not disturb him. Yi Tianqing stepped forward. Young master, I remember you said that one effect of the ice and fire dual pupils is to reduce the growth speed of celestial herbs by several tens of times. Since this celestial herb still needs 50 years to fully grow, if it is transferred to the ice and fire dual pupils, ShootsHis, it only take 5 years then? In that case, it should be worth the wait. Upon hearing this, MuLin shook his head and shared the records about the divine blade origin tree with him. After understanding, Yi Tianqing realized why his young master sighed. After all, the two effects of this celestial herb were indeed powerful. The first effect perfectly matched the young master's metal attribute, while the second effect significantly enhanced the young master's cultivation speed without any side effects. Although the young master's current cultivation speed was already very fast, who would ever complain about having lower talent? MuLin stood in place, with his hands behind his back, occasionally clenching and loosening. After a while, MuLin took a deep breath. Forget it. Let us leave this divine blade origin tree here for now. 6 paths, I'll trouble you to guard for a while. I'll return to Tindo City to fetch several top-notch herbs and combine them with this divine blade origin tree to create a medicinal bath. I'll also call over 5 people under the age of 25 from the inn, along with myself and Tao Shu. That should be enough to perfectly absorb the energy of this medicinal bath and enhance our talents. The 5 members will mainly be chosen based on good talent, preferably related to sharpness, mainly focusing on these 2 criteria. After speaking, MuLin glanced at the Pain's 6 paths and Tianxing. After you finish, you can go to the inn and ask Douluo for a suitable top-notch herb. I have already passed on the knowledge of those top-notch herbs related to the ice and fire dual pupils to him. He will select them carefully. Upon hearing this, the Pain's 6 paths had no objections, as they could choose a suitable top-notch herb afterward, so there was nothing to disagree about. Tianxing had great trust in MuLin, so he also had no objections. Tao Shu, who had just joined MuLin, although he didn't know the connection between the ice and fire dual pupils and top-notch herbs, he knew that he seemed to have a part in the upcoming medicinal bath. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? He would just follow and do his job well. Tianxing, MuLin, and Tao Shu left first to speedily return to Tindo City. 2 days later, the group arrived at Tindo City, and MuLin looked at Tianxing. You take Tao Shu to a certain inn first to familiarize yourselves, then discuss and select 4 candidates. The 5th candidate will likely be that Qianren Shui. Upon hearing this, Tianxing cast a deep glance at MuLin. With his wisdom, he could certainly guess that this 5th candidate would most likely be Qianren Shui. However, there is no reason to dispute this, after all. The martial soul is a divine-level martial soul, 6-winged angel, and the talent absolutely belongs to the top tier. Coupled with the relationship with the young master of their family, it is quite reasonable to give a chance to the future sect master's wife. Tianxing nodded and looked at Tao Shu. Let us go. I'll take you to meet some people. Tao Shu nodded and followed Tianxing. MuLin arrived at the entrance of the prince's mansion, smiled at the guards at the door, and walked straight in. The 2 guards recognized MuLin, the #1 genius of the Tindo Empire, and were very familiar with him due to his close relationship with their young master. MuLin sneaked into the prince's mansion and quietly slipped to the side of the study, peering inside through the window. Not inside. It seems I must be in their room, cultivating. MuLin stealthily approached the door of the room, but both the door and windows were tightly closed, making it impossible to see inside. Forget it. It seems this surprise can't be given anymore. MuLin knocked 3 times on the door. Brother Shui, I'm back. Open the door. Inside the room, a stunning beauty who looked to be around 20 years old was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and an astonishingly beautiful face with a touch of authority. Upon hearing the knocking, she immediately opened her eyes, her cold and authoritative gaze directed at the door. However, upon hearing the familiar tone and voice, her expression softened instantly, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She got up without any intention of using her soul bone to disguise herself, directly opened the door, and embraced MuLin, who stood outside. As soon as MuLin saw the door open, he was greeted by Qianren Shui's unmasked stunning beauty. Before he could react, he was pulled into an embrace by Qianren Shui. At that moment, MuLin had only one thought. What a massive evil. Chapter 261. Candidates for the medicinal bath. Just as MuLin broke free from this massive evil, he was pulled by Qianren Shui into the room. Didn't I say to call me Shui, from now on? Why are you still calling me Brother Shui? As she spoke, Qianren Shui gave MuLin's shoulder a light pat. MuLin scratched his head. I was just worried that it might expose your identity. It's better to be cautious in our actions. Qianren Shui snorted coldly upon hearing this. If it gets exposed, then so be it. I've already thought it through. What I need to do now is to cultivate hard, reach a certain level, then return to the spirit hall to participate in the divine assessment, and after becoming a god, conquer the entire continent. By then, you will be the most esteemed man on the continent. As she spoke, a scene suddenly appeared in Qianren Shui's mind. MuLin, dressed in red, waiting for her in the room, with a slight adornment on his face, calling out to her, Sister Shui. Just thinking of this scene made Qianren Shui's face flush. But she glanced at MuLin, who was looking around the room, and thought My good MuLin is still so handsome. Just as MuLin was about to turn his head, Qian Renxue immediately retracted her gaze, and her flushed cheeks gradually returned to normal. So, what brings you back this time? MuLin, grinning, grabbed Qian Renshue's hand. Isn't it because I missed you? So I came to find you the moment I got the chance. Qian Renxue felt a sweetness in her heart upon hearing this. All right, I still don't know you well enough. Tell me, what happened during your training? I'll help you sort out. MuLin smacked his lips. Actually, it's a good thing. I discovered an incomplete immortal herb, the Divine Edge Source Tree, in Xiefeng City. You should know what an immortal herb is. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower I gave you when I was 9 is one. However, the one found in Xiefeng City hasn't fully grown yet. If we want to wait for it to grow completely, it will take at least 50 years, but by then, our strengths might not even need this immortal herb. So, I plan to return and prepare some top-grade herbs to combine with the Divine Edge Source Tree for a medicinal bath. To fully utilize the medicinal power of this bath, it should require exactly 7 people. After saying this, MuLin sat down next to Qian Renxue. That is why I came to find you, Sister Shui. After absorbing this medicinal bath, according to my calculations, your soul power level can definitely reach around level 75, and it will also increase your talent for 3 years. It's equivalent to your cultivation speed for the next 3 years, being comparable to that of ages 15 to 20. MuLin inched closer to Qian Renxue. I'm good as Sister Shui, right? Qian Renxue, of course, was happy to hear this. Looking at MuLin, who was getting closer, she pinched his handsome face. Of course I'm happy, but if you want a reward, you'll have to wait a few more years. After saying this, Qian Renxue left directly, and MuLin sat on the bed, completely unresponsive. What reward will I have to wait a few years for? Is it that when she returns to the Spirit Hall to participate in the Divine Assessment, she will give me the throne of the Tiando Empire? I don't want to be a king. I want to be the sect master. These two seem to have some differences. Even in most novels, kings and sect masters are often opposing figures, or rather, represent empires and sections. MuLin sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while, but could not come up with anything. Shaking his head, he got up. At the door, Qian Renxue was not disguised as ShootsHis, but rather wore a golden long dress and platinum high heels, looking at MuLin as he walked out. Let us go. MuLin realized why he would have to wait a few years for a reward. The two exited through another door. As if they walked out together from the main entrance, the probability of exposure would significantly increase. Although they claimed not to care about being exposed, it was better to avoid it if possible. They quickly arrived at an inn, walking familiar paths to the innermost room. After opening the door, there were not many people inside. Yi Qianxing, Kong Ming, and Lan Feng, 3 elder figures, along with those who would accompany him to absorb the medicinal bath, Tao Sha, as originally planned, and the selected Yu Ling, Oscar, as well as Duge Yin and Yi Lingling from the inn. MuLin was slightly surprised to see these 4 people. To be honest, he had been so focused on cultivation these past few years that he almost forgot about Duge Yin. Yu Ling was also a teammate from the Elite Soul Master competition, and in terms of talent, she belonged to the top tier in the inn. Yi Lingling, having already become a disciple of MuLin, often followed him to treat some injured people in the inn, and MuLin still had some impressions of her. Her talent was also quite good in the inn. As for Oscar, that goes without saying. This medicinal bath had already been decided to call him. Being a food system soul master with innate full soul power, he would probably rank among the top 3 in terms of talent in this inn. Even without considering other immortal herbs and opportunities, Oscar was actually the one from their generation with the most chance of becoming a god. As for the claim that he wouldn't reach level 40 to become a Title Douluos without immortal herbs and Tang San, that was another matter. However, in the original work, one could achieve Title Douluos at the age of 40, and after that, as long as they worked hard to reach level 99, they could directly inherit the divine position. But now, it is impossible to reach Title Douluos at level 40. However, assessments can still be given afterward, and direct inheritance is not allowed. Instead, assessments will be conducted. Moreover, there is something that should be known. For some unknown reason, the gods in the divine realm want to leave it, which has once again increased Oscar's chances of becoming a god. The only thing to consider is that the god of food's wife, the 9-color goddess, also wants a successor. Therefore, if Oscar can find a talented wife in the future, it is very likely that they will inherit the divine position together. After all, a talented wife, one of whom has a significant relationship with the god of food, and regarding the 9-color goddess, it is hard to tell what her role is just by the name. However, since soul masters have 9 soul rings, there must be some connection there. So, looking at it this way, Oscar has the highest probability of maturing among them, although he is just an auxiliary system god. If he can cultivate a god, the fame of the sect he establishes in the future will definitely increase significantly. Finally, MuLin looked at Du Guyan. Du Guyan's talent only belongs to the upper tier within an era, but seeing that she was chosen by the people in the end to absorb the medicinal bath, I estimate that the immortal herb should have been given to her. Du Gubo did not take it. However, this aligns well with Du Gubo's character. Since everyone is present, let's prepare to set off and not wait too long. The 6 paths are still waiting. Chapter 262, Cooking People. MuLin looked at the people in the room. Is Mr. Kongming also going? MuLin was slightly puzzled to see Kongming here. After all, he remembered that Mr. Kongming had been focusing on the study of soul-guiding devices since reaching the Soul Douluo level after upgrading the previous White Tiger and Black Tortoise. While the upgrade of White Tiger and Black Tortoise involves some mechanism techniques, this is still the world of Douluo continent, the world of martial spirits. Mechanism techniques can only account for a part, and even being able to account for this part is because Kongming's mechanism techniques are strong enough. Therefore, the other part consists of materials and soul-guiding device technology. After all, these two are the local resources and technologies of Douluo continent. The materials are okay. Kongming advanced to the Soul Douluo level and obtained 2 soul skills. One is the same as before, summoning mechanism objects, and the other is materials. This material can be used to upgrade all previous mechanism objects, but merely upgrading with this type of material is not strong enough. Only the White Tiger and Black Tortoise, after being enhanced by the 7 Soul Ring and approaching the 100,000 year level, can achieve 100,000 level combat power when combined with this material and soul-guiding device. And technology, in Douluo, of course, refers to soul-guiding devices. Hence, Kongming has been focusing on researching soul-guiding device technology since then. In fact, Kongming successfully innovated and derived a level 7 soul-guiding device of the Soul Sage level based on the soul-guiding device technology obtained by MuLin. The protagonist is currently at the purple gold level, having obtained levels 1 to 4 in iron, copper, silver, gold, and levels 5 and 6 in purple gold. Moreover, it should be noted that all of this was researched by Kongming alone, without the help of others. Although Kongming has a high talent for soul-guiding devices, it is also evident that he's been obsessed with soul-guiding devices in recent years. Previously, MuLin had asked Yi Tianxing to inform the people in the inn. Only 4 candidates and 1 person responsible for protecting them were needed. It was not surprising that Lan Feng was here. Jin Shun and Long Ming were generally in closed-door training. One in Tiando City and the other in a relatively quiet small courtyard, while the other was in the prince's mansion. Only Lan Feng was responsible for overseeing the inn. And now, with 4 top talents go to another place to absorb the medicinal bath, it was very likely that Lan Feng would be dispatched. After all, MuLin had left the left arm bone of the 100,000 year Titan giant ape for him. Keeping this 100,000 year soul bone on him was somewhat wasteful. It was better to use it. Otherwise, if it remained on him, it would just be a useless bone. However, Lan Feng also suffered some setbacks because of this. After all, it originally had a left arm bone, albeit only at the 10,000 year level, but removing the soul bone was equivalent to severing an arm. It was only because of the ice and fire yin-yang, I, and the wood spirit that Lan Feng would not have done this. However, after just losing an arm and then recovering, along with several years of training, he would often go to the ice and fire yin-yang to train. Therefore, his soul power level has now reached level 89. This should be about right, as it has been almost 6 years since he first absorbed the immortal herb, during which he reached level 86. There have been 6 years of training, along with the severed arm and its subsequent recovery. Tang Hao directly went from 96 to 97, and the Titan giant ape's soul bone. Additionally, over the past 6 years, some top-grade herbs have undoubtedly been given to him, so it should be understandable. After reaching level 89, Lan Feng should enter closed-door training to strive for a breakthrough to level 90. However, just after breaking through level 89, he decided to stabilize for a while and went out for a stroll. After all, staying in closed-door training all the time is not very meaningful. Just after breaking through level 89, if he were to remain in closed-door training trying to break through to level 90, it would take at least 10 years. After all, this is a significant hurdle, and who knows how many people have been stuck at level 89 for so long. Among those families in Tiando City, the strongest 4 family experts are also at level 89, but how many years have they been stuck at level 89 without a breakthrough? Therefore, this hurdle is considerable, and it would be better to take this time to stroll around. Who knows when an opportunity might arise for a breakthrough? Returning to the topic, MuLin was still quite puzzled about Kong Ming's presence here. Kong Ming clearly knew what MuLin's doubts were. I'm also interested in the specialty of Chiefeng City, the Chiefeng Stone, so I plan to go take a look. Moreover, staying here, closing the door is not a good thing. Just right. These 4 little ones are going out, and I will go with lawn foam to protect them, and I can also go out for a stroll. Hearing this, MuLin nodded. Since that's the case, let's go and not keep the 6 paths waiting. The group stood up, rented a carriage, and set off for Chiefeng City. After all, with 4 little ones following behind, they can't be called little ones anymore. Oscar is already 11 years old. However, their soul power levels are still too low. Oscar is currently only at level 29. If an 11-year-old has reached level 29, that is indeed impressive, especially considering he is a food-type soul master. It is worth noting that this level is equivalent to what he would have achieved 2 years later in the original work. However, this is understandable, as the resources in the inn are available for him to use, and, at the very least, with his current level and talent, he lacks no resources. 3 days later, MuLin and the others returned to the cave. Upon seeing the newcomers, Pain's 6 paths instantly appeared before them. Seeing MuLin, he also withdrew his aura. In recent days, not many people had come to this place. MuLin wasn't surprised after hearing this. After all, if there are people in this place, there must be ghosts, who would come to the deepest part of mine without a reason. MuLin crossed over the arc-shaped small lake, looked at the Shinfeng Yuan shoe, and touched its trunk. Sigh, still 50 years short. Forget it, I'll just absorb it directly. I don't have any thoughts of leaving chances for future generations. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. He decided to cut down the tree, split it into firewood for burning, and put its leaves in the medicinal bath. After speaking, MuLin took out a very large medicinal cauldron from his soul guide, which was one of the gift packages sent by the system over the past few years. Some were good, some were bad, and he originally thought this cauldron would just improve the quality of the medicinal soup. Upon hearing his words and seeing the cauldron he brought out, everyone wondered if the medicinal bath he mentioned was actually boiling people. MuLin noticed they were frozen in place and heard their words. This has a basis. The transmission of fire and flame, using the Shinfeng Yuan Shu as firewood, can concentrate the medicinal power into the medicinal soup and combine with the top-grade herbs I placed. The medicinal power can be perfectly utilized. So everyone get ready. Chapter 263. The Harvest of the Medicinal Bath. The origin of this medicinal bath was created by a person based on the 4 characters, transmission of fire and flame. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. In that case, how can we force all this medicinal power into the medicinal soup? Won't it dissipate with the smoke? Just as some were preparing to chop down the tree, Qianrenxue walked over to MuLin and asked. MuLin immediately pointed to the cauldron he had taken out. At this moment, we rely on this cauldron. This cauldron can release a barrier that gathers the smoke under the cauldron, so the medicinal power will enter the medicinal soup along with it. Qianrenxue looked at the cauldron after hearing this. It was an enormous medicinal cauldron, and from its appearance, it seemed to be specially made for medicinal baths. Otherwise, ordinary cauldrons wouldn't be this large. After waiting for a while, everyone finally chopped down the Shinfeng Yuan Shu. After splitting it into firewood, they placed it under the cauldron. MuLin poured some hot spring water from the ice and fire duality, and some divine water he drew from the system into the cauldron. The 3 elements merged into one. Although the temperature of this medicinal water was still very high, he could easily gather the medicinal power beneath the surface of the water. MuLin took out some top-grade herbs from his soul guide, such as ice spirit coldflower, imu, xianhua, blood spirit ginseng, and so on, putting in at least a dozen top-grade herbs. Finally, he activated his 3rd soul skill, Golden Flame, igniting the Shinfeng Yuan Shu. Not long after, the medicinal bath was ready. MuLin directly took out a long steel plate from his soul guide, placing it in the middle of the cauldron to divide it into 2 parts, one for the men and one for the women. Don't blame me for insisting on a mixed bathing arrangement. It's because this medicinal bath can only be absorbed once. No one can absorb the medicinal power a second time. I've already separated the middle, and this steel plate is specially made to isolate soul power and mental power, making it very safe. Upon hearing this, everyone could only agree. After all, just looking at the herbs placed earlier and the divine herb underneath, they knew the effect of this medicinal bath was absolutely top-notch in the world. They originally thought about who would go first, but it turned out this medicinal bath could only be absorbed once. Fortunately, they had this steel plate. Otherwise, it would likely only allow 2 people to absorb it. That would be MuLin and Qianrenxue. After everyone was ready, they entered the cauldron one after another. Hiss! So hot. Taoshu and Oscar nearly got burned out by this medicinal bath. They hadn't expected the temperature of the medicinal soup to be so high. Even with their soul master physiques, they couldn't hold on. However, MuLin quickly entered, as he had absorbed ice and fire immortal grass, and had cultivated the ice and fire golden body. For him, this particularly hot temperature was like water. On the other side, Douluo had it worse. Because of the immortal grass, he had already transformed into a cold poison type, dragon, martial soul. Entering this incredibly hot medicinal bath nearly caused him to explode with soul power and disperse the medicinal soup. The others were also struggling. Yiling's martial soul was of the healing type. She was just a support type soul master, and her physical quality was far inferior to Douluo and Yuling, who had absorbed immortal grass. Thus, her performance was similar to Douluo's. Yuling barely managed to get in. The last one, Xiao, was similar to MuLin and showed no fear of this highest temperature medicinal water. After all, she had also absorbed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and combined with her martial soul, the six-winged angel, which possessed both the ultimate light and ultimate fire dual extreme martial souls. 2 days later, the 7 of them absorbed the medicinal bath for a full 2 days and nights. The first to open her eyes was Douluo. The moment she opened her eyes, she immediately felt the power within her body. Level 40. At this age, this level should be acceptable. She absorbed immortal grass at 9 years old, successfully evolved her martial soul, and during this time, she had also entered the inn. Plus, her grandfather, Douluo, had already removed the toxin threat. After absorbing this medicinal bath, this level feels very normal. Excitement flashed in Douluo's eyes. She knew she was only 15 years old now. During this time, reaching level 40 was something only a few Soul Emperors from the last Soul Master competition had achieved, including her companion Yuling. It also seemed that Xiao, who occupied a third of the territory on the other side, should have reached this level at her age. Nonetheless, Douluo was very happy. These few were indeed freaks. In previous eras, a 15-year-old soul sect was considered the top genius in the world, and it still is now. After absorbing the medicinal bath, Douluo stood up to leave but looked at the others still absorbing and revealed a hint of envy. She didn't expect to be the first to finish absorbing. Could it be that her talent is even lower than the others? Just as Douluo finished putting on her clothes, she looked at the people inside the cauldron from outside. Yuling, and Oscar, who was on the opposite side of the steel plate, also opened their eyes. After the two got up, they didn't to stir the others who were still absorbing and quickly got dressed and walked outside. However, soon, Yuling didn't have to wait long before Yuling opened her eyes as well. Upon opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was Yuling getting up. Yuling nodded at her and also stood up. Lingling, how was your harvest? Douluo was still very curious about her friend's gains, especially since she heard that her master was the most powerful healing soul master in the inn, so she wouldn't lack those top-grade herbs. This also led to her friend's cultivation level being only slightly lower than her own. This difference is still because Douluo is a battle soul master, while Yuling is an auxiliary soul master. Yuling and Oscar, who were on the opposite side, also looked at Yuling. They were also very concerned because they could feel that Yuling seemed to have a special thought about their young master. After hearing this, Yuling carefully sensed herself and suddenly opened her eyes. I'm level 40. What? 3 Yuling, Oscar, and Douluo were all extremely shocked. It should be noted that Yiling's soul power level had only reached level 37 a week ago before absorbing this medicinal bath. This means that this medicinal bath actually raised her by 3 levels. This should be because Yiling's martial soul is very compatible with the Divine Blade Tree. One of the effects of the Divine Blade Tree is to enhance a person's vitality, and coincidentally, Yiling's martial soul is somewhat related to vitality. So it is not surprising that it directly raised her by 3 levels. It is even estimated that after absorbing the soul ring, her soul power level will increase further. Chapter 264 ends. When everyone heard this voice, they looked towards the sound, and it was MuLin who had finished absorbing the medicinal bath and put on his clothes. MuLin looked at the gazes of the few people and slowly said, "The yuan in the Divine Blade Tree represents one of its effects, which is to enhance a person's vitality. Coincidentally, Yiling's martial soul, the 9-heart begonia, is the #1 healing martial soul in the world, and all of its 9 soul skills are healing. Healing requires vitality as a foundation. Without sufficient vitality, how can you heal others? So I guess Yiling's gains are definitely at the forefront. It's likely that not only has her soul power level increased, but her martial soul has also become stronger." After hearing this, everyone looked at Yuling. Yi Lingling also knew what they wanted to see and immediately summoned her martial soul. Wow, Lingling, your martial soul has really evolved. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a begonia flower that shimmered in white, pink, and blue. Previously, Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia was a combination of white and pink, without any blue color. Does it have any special effects? MuLin was still very curious about the upgraded 9-heart begonia. The original effect of a 9-heart begonia was that all 9 soul skills healed those around her. It was unknown what enhancements would come after increasing vitality. Could it be that the healing effect was even stronger? Yi Lingling slowly replied after hearing this. There are no special effects, just that the healing effect on others has become more powerful. If the previous healing effect was 10, now it is 15. However, if I must mention a special effect, it is that in a short period, the life recovery of others will be enhanced by 50. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Lingling. She is the healer, and the top-tier healer at that. With her around, it will be hard to die. At this moment, MuLin turned to the other two, Yulinger and Oscar. What about your gains, Yulinger and Oscar? My gains are relatively ordinary. I have successfully reached level 60. After participating in the Elite Soul Master competition, Yulinger obtained a ghostly Bat King's right arm bone, which fits her skills quite well. She can summon a clone and then swap positions with this clone, depending on the distance, determining the soul power consumption and the degree of shadow power erosion endured during the swap. It is essentially an erosion of mental power. But Yulinger's mental power is second only to MuLin, who has practiced ancient soul secret techniques of a higher world level among her peers. Thus, this soul skill is very suitable for her, providing top-notch life-saving capabilities. Plus, she reached level 58 during the competition, so after absorbing this 50,000-year-old right arm bone soul ring, she has already reached level 59 and could even reach level 60. However, it seems Yulinger does not want to cultivate that quickly. I don't know what she is thinking. According to her, she wants her mental power to always exceed her soul power level, as it seems beneficial for her future. MuLin didn't worry too much about that. Since she said it was beneficial for her, he didn't interfere. However, now that she has absorbed this medicinal bath, reaching the Soul Emperor level in advance should be possible. As for Oscar, when he saw MuLin looking at him, he scratched the back of his head and said, I have now reached level 30, but as for special effects, it seems there are none for me. That's normal. After all, your martial soul is a food-type sausage, which has very little relationship with vitality. However, after absorbing the soul ring, you should experience an additional increase in level. Just as they were chatting, Tao Shuo from the medicinal cauldron stood up. After putting on his clothes and walking out, he saw MuLin and immediately smiled. Thank you, Captain. I have now reached level 63, and I feel completely stable. It seems I will soon break through to level 64. Upon hearing this, MuLin raised an eyebrow. Congratulations. After absorbing the 40,000-year-old evil demon tiger whale, Tao Shuo's soul power level had already reached 62. Now, after absorbing this medicinal bath, he had reached level 63 and stabilized completely, which is quite normal, as the celestial herbs below were all incomplete. The medicinal effect was at least halved. Tao Shuo walked over to the others and started talking to Oscar. Tao Shuo was quite curious about the situation in the inn, while Oscar simply wanted to try to ride on his coattails, as Tao Shuo had already reached the Soul Emperor level at such a young age, which in Oscar's impression seemed only second to their young master and Qian Renshua, who was still absorbing the medicinal energy in the cauldron. MuLin looked at the medicinal cauldron. It seemed this medicinal bath was very suitable for Qian Renshua. But then again, it was worth it for me to specifically select those top-notch medicinal herbs: Holy Spirit Wood, Sunfire Sunflower, and Spirit Flame Bamboo. Among the celestial herbs paired with this medicinal bath, 1-4 was suitable for Qian Renshua, although it might also be due to MuLin's selfish reasons. Almost all combinations of medicinal baths that could use the Divine Blade tree contained a lot of holy and flame-type herbs. However, MuLin chose the one that was most suitable for Qian Renshua. After a while, Qian Renshua also stood up, having completely absorbed the medicinal power from the cauldron. After dressing, Qian Renshua walked out. Everyone instinctively froze for a moment at the sight of Qian Renshua. Perhaps she truly is the most beautiful woman in the world. It must be admitted that after absorbing the medicinal bath in the cauldron, Qian Renshua appeared even more alluring. Not only was she beautiful, deserving the title of the world's #1 beauty, but the fragrance of the medicine also lingered around her. Qian Renshua walked over to MuLin. Thank you, my dear brother. My soul power level has now reached level 75. However, that is not the most important thing. I can feel that my cultivation talent seems to have increased, and my martial soul-s essence also seems to have improved a bit. Thinking of this, Qian Rinxue became even happier. After all, while enhancing her talent, she also strengthened the essence of her martial soul. Both of these things are enough to make any soul master go crazy, but now she wanted to have them all. All of this is thanks to her brother. Qian Rinxue thought of this, narrowed her eyes, and saw MuLin, who also looked happy. Just like a dragonfly touching the water. She took a step forward and then turned back. MuLin felt a chill on his face and saw Qian Rinxue walking back. He looked in the direction Qian Rinxue was leaving. Sigh. Good sister, come back for a moment. I didn't dare to explain clearly. After putting away the medicine cauldron, MuLin immediately chased after her. This led to MuLin not noticing that Yilingling, who wanted to talk to him, was now standing there somewhat at a loss. Chapter 265. The first soul-hunting mission outside the Star-Do Great Forest. An 8-person team arrived. These 8 people were MuLin, Taoxuo, Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming Oscar, Yilingling, De Yin, and Yulinger, who had just finished their medicinal bath. The reason this group joined Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming was entirely due to their talent, which seemed quite good at 28 years old, with their soul power level reaching level 55 in just 2 months. This indicates that their innate soul power level is at least level 7, and it is very likely to be level 8 or 9. However, the more likely scenario is level 9 because in the original work, both Xiao Wu and Yin were around level 52 when they first appeared, and their ages were estimated to be around 25. In comparison, Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming's talent seems to be similar to Xiao Wu, so their innate soul power is likely to have reached level 9. At the same time, these two are clearly family-type soul masters, which means they generally wouldn't participate in elite soul master competitions unless there were exceptions, as such honors don't really benefit their family. In fact, when recruiting others, showing off those honors isn't very appealing. It's much more practical to focus on benefits. Therefore, these two are relatively unknown outside their family. Coincidentally, MuLin's previous task was to form a soul-hunting team, which required high innate soul power. With their innate soul power reaching level 9, it was a no-brainer to recruit them if the opportunity arose. After MuLin and the others finished their medicinal bath, they noticed that the 4 of them had not left Chiefing City yet, so MuLin specifically invited these two. Although these two do not participate in elite soul master competitions, it doesn't mean they don't pay attention to or understand these competitions. MuLin, a 15-year-old prodigy who has already reached the Soul Emperor realm, has a well-known reputation. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming have certainly heard of MuLin. This is a prodigy with a good chance of reaching the legendary 3 invincible realms. It's a personal invitation from such a genius to join his soul-hunting team, and anyone would agree. Thus, after receiving the invitation, Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming immediately agreed. As for their family, not many in power are fools. Someone of MuLin's caliber, if he announced he was recruiting teammates to form a soul-hunting team, various forces and families across the continent would definitely want to join. 2 Title Douluos, MuLin as a prodigy, and a close relationship with the royal family of the Tiando Empire. Any one of these conditions is very attractive, except for some families where the last condition might not apply. However, the first 2 are truly top-tier combat powers in any era. Most families would be willing to build good relations with the descendants of these 2 Title Douluos, especially since this descendant is a true prodigy, not one packaged by other means. This is a prodigy born from achievements in the elite soul master competition. Given these conditions, 99 of families on the continent would be willing to establish a good relationship with him. Now, that such a genius wants to form a team, isn't this a great way to build relationships? Therefore, with MuLin inviting Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming, their families would definitely support it wholeheartedly. As for the 2 who were previously with them, Mengda and Wu Bo, it depends on whether they are willing to join the innkeeper. Wu Bo has decent talent, so his joining is completely acceptable. As for Mengda, his forging skills are renowned across the continent. Moreover, he hasn't reached his own limits yet, and joining the innkeeper now can provide him knowledge about soul tools and some guidance from Kongming. In the future, he may become a divine craftsman. Thus MuLin, Taoxuo, Zhang Sheng, and Zhang Ming formed a soul-hunting team, ready to venture out. However, coincidentally, Yilingling, Yulinger, De Yin, and Oscar all needed soul rings. So, the 4 decided to help their 3 companions hunt souls for the first time. 2 soul emperors and 2 soul kings would help others hunt for a 3rd soul ring. 2 4 soul rings and 1 6 soul ring. The group arrived outside the Star-Do Great Forest, prepared some supplies, and then entered. Phew, every time they come here, They can feel their bodies filled with power. They have to admit that the air here is much better than outside. As soon as they entered this place, everyone felt that the air was completely different from the outside. However, this is understandable. After all, this area is a forest, and it's normal for the air to be better than outside. Zhang Sheng and Tao Shuo walked at the front. One is a defensive soul master, and the other is a strong attack soul master. Although Tao Shuo's martial soul is the sea soul beast, evil demon killer whale king. The evil demon killer whale king is a super soul beast, and its combat power on land is not weaker than that of ordinary top soul beasts. It may even be slightly higher. After all, Tao Shuo's fifth soul skill is quite restraining against those land soul masters. Yi Lingling, Oscar, and Du Yin walked in the middle, as their soul power levels are the lowest, so they were responsible for being protected. Zhang Ming and Yu Linger stood on either side. One focuses on ranged attacks, while the other is in charge of mental control, so they stood on both sides, which can also be considered as standing in the middle. MuLin, the strongest member of the team, stood at the back, responsible for covering the rear in case of danger. The 8-person team set off in this formation. Soon, they passed through the area inhabited by century-old soul beasts and entered the range of thousand-year soul beasts. Zhang Sheng raised his wave shield and slowly moved forward, standing at the front. After all, the attacks of thousand-year soul beasts could also harm the 3 people behind them. So caution was necessary, although it's highly unlikely that they could break through their formation. But who knows if those soul beasts have any special skills? It's better to be safe than sorry. As Zhang Sheng held the wave shield and was slowly walking forward, MuLin suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. It seems a soul beast is flying towards us. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. Zhang Ming jumped onto a tree to observe, relying on his strong eyesight developed through training. In the southeast direction of this group, countless black dots seemed to be flying towards them. Zhang Ming used a special technique learned from his mother to condense his soul power in his eyes, making them increasingly bright. Bright eye technique. By concentrating soul power in his eyes using this special technique, he could temporarily maximize attention and vision. With this skill, Zhang Ming quickly discovered that the black dots approaching his group were 2 batches of soul beasts. No, it should be said that one batch of soul beasts was pursuing another soul beast. After realizing this, Zhang Ming immediately left the tree to report the situation. The group approaching us consists of one wave of soul beasts chasing after another soul beast. I couldn't see the specifics, but I estimate we will be able to see them in a few dozen seconds. Everyone, summon your martial souls and get ready. MuLin heard that the wave of soul beasts was about to approach, and immediately, the others summoned their martial souls just in case. Yu Lingler summoned her martial soul, the ancient Qin of illusion. Yi Lingling conjured a 3-colored begonia flower with both hands. Du Guyan's body became increasingly slender, her hair turned bright blue, and a dragon tooth appeared at the corner of her mouth, giving her an exceptionally cold, dragon-like gaze. Oscar also produced a sausage in his hand. Tao Shuo was enveloped in shimmering fish scales. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming both held a shockwave shield and a sharp gold longbow, respectively. MuLin also summoned his martial soul. A brilliant golden light erupted from his heart, spreading slowly throughout his body, while a majestic golden dragon appeared faintly around him. The 8 of them all activated their martial souls and prepared for battle. My name is Dragon Wing Flying Snake, just an ordinary snake, but with a magnificent dragon wing on my back. Relying on the dragon wing behind me, I can say I walk sideways around the outskirts of the Douluo forest. After all, if I can't beat him, he can't catch me. If I can't run away, he might not necessarily be able to defeat me. Of course, I haven't encountered anyone I couldn't outrun yet. But now it seems I've met my match. A soul beast resembling a dragonfly, a very large dragonfly, has 4 distinctly clear wings. At the same time, its tail resembles a dragon's tail. In a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't be afraid of this soul beast, but unfortunately, this soul beast doesn't play fair. It comes with a whole group. I disdain you, dragon-tailed dragonfly. The dragon wing flying snake spread its dragon wings and flew into the depths of the Douluo forest. I'm all alone. I don't believe you as a race dare to chase me into the inner circle. Suddenly, just as the dragon wing flying snake was about to fly out of the ordinary thousand-year soul beast area, it felt a sudden sense of crisis in front of it. The dragon wing flying snake instinctively wanted to stop, but before it could act, the dragon-tailed dragonflies behind it seemed to sense something and all flew towards the ground as if they had gone mad. They would definitely come close to the dragon wing flying snake on their way down. Without thinking, the dragon wing flying snake flew towards that spot. All martial souls had been activated, and the 8 of them were still waiting. Suddenly, Tao Shuo raised his right hand, forming a pistol shape, with his index finger pointing at the sky, and his first yellow soul ring condensed around his fingertip. First soul skill, Evil Water Iron Cannon. Using soul power to attract all water-related elements nearby, it forms a water cannon to attack the opponent. The water cannon will directly strike the opponent, causing impact damage, and then immediately explode, resulting in secondary explosion damage. A strong water cannon formed from the condensation of soul power and moisture shot from Tao Shuo's fingertip. Boom! This powerful water iron cannon directly blasted towards the group of dragon-tailed dragonflies behind the dragon wing flying snake. MuLin was mainly focused on the dragon wing flying snake flying alone. The dragon wing flying snake had a pair of purple wings behind it, standing 10 meters tall, with one soul ring and another nearly complete second ring. It was over 1,000 years old, approaching 2,000 years. Oscar, do you dare to bet? MuLin quickly realized the age of the soul beast, and that it was very suitable for Oscar. It was comparable to a top-tier version of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, or even the top tier among top-tier soul beasts. The dragon wing flying snake had reached the level of a top-level soul beast. Unexpectedly, I could encounter a top-level soul beast of 1,000 years in this area. Oscar, do you dare? Hearing MuLin's words, Oscar gritted his teeth and nodded. I dare. After all, Oscar had been intentionally trained at the inn, and some herbs were available for him to use. Plus, he had absorbed that top-tier medicinal bath before, making his physical strength sufficient to gamble with a 2,000-year soul beast. Hearing Oscar's words, the others knew what they had to do. Du Guyan's third soul ring lit up, and she blew towards the group of dragon-tailed dragonflies. Third soul skill, Cold Mist, blowing out an exceptionally cold mist that envelopes the opponent. If the opponent is covered for too long, the cold will reach their heart from their body, freezing them to death on the spot. A blue mist directly enveloped a significant portion of the dragon-tailed dragonflies. Zhang Ming also raised his sharp gold longbow, using split arrow to attack the dragon-tailed dragonflies. The others also used their appropriate skills to strike. Boom, 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 boom. In no time, the group of dragon-tailed dragonflies vanished without a trace, leaving only the dragon wing flying snake, which was suppressed beneath MuLin. Oscar, stab it 7 inches with this sword. MuLin took out a short sword from the soul guide and handed it to Oscar. Although the dragon wing flying snake looked like a snake with a pair of dragon wings, its body was just as hard as ordinary dragon scales. However, no matter how strong it was still just a soul beast under 2,000 years. Oscar raised a short sword and stabbed at the dragon wing flying snake's 7 inches. The dragon wing flying snake fell to the ground, a purple soul ring floating up from its body. After Oscar returned the short sword to MuLin, he immediately sat down to absorb the soul ring. As this was his first 1,000-year soul ring, the others began to protect him nearby. After several hours, Oscar successfully absorbed the soul ring. Although it wasn't a smooth process, it could be seen that Oscar had lost some blood, barely completing the absorption. Congratulations, but you need to train your body well when you get back. After hearing this, Oscar rubbed the back of his head. Got it, young master. After speaking, Oscar raised his right hand. Third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. A very small sausage suddenly appeared on Oscar's right hand. The effect of my third soul skill is to summon a particularly small mushroom sausage. After eating this sausage, one can gain the speed of the dragon-winged flying snake. However, if you want to fly, you can only consume your own stamina. Consuming soul power would require an enormous amount. But there is another effect. After eating this sausage, my stamina will temporarily increase by 50. When MuLin heard this, he looked at Oscar. This soul skill grants the speed of the dragon-winged flying snake, although it requires stamina to use. It also provides an additional 50 boost to stamina. It is indeed powerful. Chapter 267, Tao Shu's 6th soul skill. This soul skill is impressive. Skills that allow others to fly are generally found in the last few skills of exceptionally strong support-type soul masters, yet you can do it with your third soul skill. After learning about Oscar's soul skill, Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, and others all looked at Oscar. This guy's amazing. Skills that allow others to fly are usually the last few soul skills of other support-type soul masters, like the 6th soul skill. This guy can do it with his 3rd soul skill. No wonder Shou Jiao would let this support-type soul master absorb the medicinal bath. This guy's innate soul power must be at least level 9. Yulinger and Tao Shu might not fully understand the concept of being able to let others fly with a 3rd soul skill. However, Yi Lingling from a support-type family, as well as Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming from a well-established family in the region, truly understand the implications of Oscar's current situation. This also means that his innate soul power is at least level 9. And there is even a possibility that he is the first ever food-type soul master with full innate soul power. Oscar felt the gazes of everyone and nervously scratched his head. After all, he was like a transparent character in the inn. Although he is a highly talented food-type soul master, his current soul power level is too low, so not many people chatted with him. Of course, there's also the factor of their age difference. MuLin saw that everyone seemed to have rested well and waved his hand, signaling not to pay special attention to Oscar anymore. All right, since we are well rested, let's continue deeper into the forest. After all, we still need to hunt 2 soul beasts around 5,000 years old and 1 spiritual soul beast that is at least 40,000 years old. Everyone stood up and began to move deeper into the forest. As the Douluo forest is the largest gathering place for soul beasts in the continent. Although most of the soul beasts one wants to find are present, having them does not mean they can be easily found. The Douluo forest is so vast that unless you have previously sent someone to scout for the soul beasts you are looking for, most of the time, you can only wander around and hope to find one with a similar age. After all, the Douluo forest is ultimately a gathering place for soul beasts. And being here, anyone can be in danger. Even a Title Douluos is no exception. Even an extreme Douluo might have a bad day. If Emperor Tian suddenly appears, or if the Silver Dragon King opens its eyes and an extreme Douluo is bouncing around above them. Of course, the likelihood of this happening is very low. But just because the possibility is low does not mean it doesn't exist. Fortunately, the soul beasts that Yilingling and Douluo need are not too difficult to find. At least they belong to a specific area where there is a 60 to 70 chance of appearing. As for Yulinger, the soul beasts she needs are constantly being sought after. As spiritual soul beasts are extremely rare, or rather, they are very intelligent and can easily hide. Therefore, generally speaking, some of the underground connections developed by people in the inn will send some to the Douluo forest or other gathering places for soul beasts to see if they can find spiritual soul beasts, with the best being those related to emotions. A group of people set off towards the interior of the Douluo forest. It must be said that the Douluo forest is indeed vast. After a while, they slowed down to search for a few 5,000-year-old soul beasts. 3 whole days had passed, and during these 3 days, they had encountered some soul beasts. However, these soul beasts were either completely unsuitable for Yilingling or Douluo, or their age, quality, or attributes were slightly unsuitable for them. After all, they had just entered and it had not been a week yet. So everyone continued searching deeper. However, this time they were not searching in deeper areas but rather around the periphery. After all, the area they were currently in is where 5,000 to 7,000-year-old soul beasts reside. Most of the soul beasts in this area are suitable for them. They just need to look for the right quality and attributes. At noon, everyone arrived at a river and began to prepare to cook. As for whether the smell of cooking would attract a group of soul beasts, would it matter in a place that is not even a 10,000-year area? They even hoped it would attract more soul beasts. That way, they might find one suitable for either Yilingling or Douluo faster. MuLin took out a blue package seasoning and started grilling fish. This seasoning is specially made. Its effect is to emit a very attractive scent for soul beasts with yin attributes. This seasoning is a system reward, of course. There are also seasonings that attract soul beasts with yang attributes, which come in a red package bottle. However, since they were still by the river, they used this seasoning. Nevertheless, to be safe, MuLin kept the red packaged seasoning nearby. Just as everyone was preparing to continue their meal, the river suddenly surged. Could it be that they would find a suitable soul beast for Douluo early today? Everyone pretended not to notice, but their attention was still drawn to the river. Boom! The surging river suddenly exploded, and the rushing water came crashing towards them. Taoshu instantly summoned his martial soul, and at the same time, his third and second soul rings lit up. Third soul skill, Evil Demon Shock Transformation. This soul skill is obtained from the 3,000-year-old Evil Demon Tiger Whale. And this Evil Demon Tiger Whale must have a decent bloodline because the effect of this soul skill is truly remarkable. Second soul skill, Evil Demon Stealth. It reduces most of the user's presence, decreasing the opponent's chance of detecting them. It increases their own speed by 100. The first attack on the opponent is guaranteed to hit their vital point. Taoshu directly charged into the sea, and what came into his view was a cobra. This cobra was a mix of green and blue. Although it was a snake, it seemed to have some scales on its body. At the same time, its tail looked different from an ordinary snake's tail, resembling more of a dragon's tail. The cobra was still focused on MuLin and the others and had not noticed that Taoshu had entered its territory. Taoshu looked at this creature and noticed that there were no other soul beasts nearby. Since that was the case, he decided to make a quick decision. He could not let it cause chaos here, especially since lunch was still on the shore. The last black soul ring on Taoshu moved his right hand. 6th Soul Skill, Evil Demon Orca's Capture. Chapter 268, 2 Women's Soul Skills. 6th Soul Skill, Evil Demon Orca's Capture. An active control skill that consumes a certain amount of time to unleash the power of one's martial soul. The higher the level, the less time consumed. Controlling the opponent for 1 seconds based on the difference in spiritual power between both sides, with non-comparable quality martial souls. Relying on the quality of the evil demon Orca King, the opponent will be guaranteed to be controlled for 1 second. The effect is doubled in the sea, controlling the opponent more effectively. Since we are currently in a river, the control effect is not doubled, but still has a slight enhancement. Suddenly, gray power erupted from Taoshua's right hand, rapidly moving from his right shoulder to his right hand, reaching the center of the black soul ring. This fluctuation of soul power seemed to alert the cobra, which looked around the vicinity of Taoshua's position, sensing an enemy. However, this cobra seemed to have a low age and did not detect Taoshua's true location. Suddenly, a fierce gray orca leaped out from the position the cobra was observing. Roar! As soon as this orca appeared, it roared angrily at the cobra, while simultaneously controlling the surrounding sea surface to squeeze the cobra. The cobra was caught off guard, frozen in place, and the orca directly charged into the cobra's body. Seeing this, Taoshua was surprised that the control effect of this soul skill worked like this. The evil demon orca appeared and roared at the opponent. And any opponent with a quality lower than that of the evil demon orca would definitely be stunned for 1 second. Finally, based on the difference in spiritual power between both sides, after the evil demon orca crashed into the opponent's body, it would control them for a period of time. The effect is doubled on the sea because the evil demon orca is a top-tier super soul beast in the ocean, and using this move on the sea will further enhance the control over the opponent. After controlling the cobra, Taoshua instantly opened his right claw, condensing soul power within his claws, and directly grabbed it. Crack! A fissure appeared at the cobra's vital point, seemingly waking it from its daze due to the pain. However, before it could react, Taoshua directly condensed a water cannon in his hand. 1st Soul Skill, Evil Demon Water Iron Cannon. Using soul power to attract all water-related elements around, forming a water cannon to attack the opponent. The water cannon will directly impact the opponent, causing impact damage, followed by an immediate explosion, resulting in secondary explosive damage. The water cannon directly struck the cobra's head, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Of course, he did not use all his power, otherwise, the cobra would likely have died instantly. However, even so, the cobra was now dazed and standing still. Taoshua grabbed the cobra's tail and swam towards the shore. After all, this cobra is still a snake-type soul beast, and its body color is a mix of cyan and blue, which might be suitable for that girl named Douluo. Everyone stood on the shore, watching the surging river, speechless. Suddenly, a person leaped out from the river, dragging a huge cobra. Here, take a look at this soul beast age quality, and attributes to see if it suits that girl named Douluo. Upon hearing someone call her name, Douluo turned her gaze over. The man seemed to be named Taoshua, a member of the Young Master's team. The soul beast in his hand was a cold scale cobra. She could actually see the cold scale cobra. It was clear that Douluo recognized this soul beast, and seeing her excited expression, it seemed this soul beast was very suitable for her. Douluo noticed the puzzled looks from her companions. Her face flushed slightly, and she slowly said, "The cold scale cobra is a soul beast my grandfather selected for me after reviewing the soul beast directory. This soul beast is a mix of cyan and blue, but it has some scales that are said to be dragon scales. Additionally, its tail resembles a dragon's tail. Although this soul beast is a cobra, it actually has no poison. According to records, its poison seems to have been transformed into freezing power. It can spit out something similar to dragon breath, and any area hit by this dragon breath will be instantly frozen, which is very difficult to remove. The tongue of this cold scale cobra changes according to its age. For a 1,000-year cold scale cobra, the tongue is a mix of blue and purple, and for every additional 1,000 years, not only does its body grow larger, but it also gains an additional black ring on its tongue. Currently, its tongue has 5 rings, and the 6th ring is halfway formed. It should be around 5,500 years old, making it very suitable for me. After hearing this, Tao Shua directly threw the cold scale cobra at Douluo Yan's feet. Here, just take a sword and stab it in its vital point. I already made a cut there. It should be easy to break through its defenses. After hearing this, Douluo Yan looked at Tao Shua with some gratitude, then took out a short sword from her soul guide and stabbed it in, beginning to absorb the soul ring. The crowd surrounded her to protect her. After a few hours, Douluo Yan woke up. Seeing everyone protecting her, she nodded at them and said, "My fourth soul skill is called Extreme Cold Dragon Breath, which releases a dragon breath from my mouth to attack the opponent. The affected area will be directly frostbitten, and only flames of the same quality can thaw it without damage. Otherwise, that area will remain frozen forever, and even if forcibly thawed, it will leave a hidden wound that will follow them forever." As she spoke, Douluo Yan even demonstrated for everyone. Her fourth soul ring lit up, and a light blue soul power, which everyone could clearly feel was cold, gathered at her mouth. This soul power exploded, forming a laser that struck the sea surface. The sea surface was instantly frozen into ice blocks by the extreme cold power, and everyone walked towards the frozen ice blocks after seeing this. "Wow, your extreme cold power is quite strong. This ice feels pretty thick." Douluo Yan smiled slightly, clearly pleased by the compliments. Afterwards, everyone began to have lunch formally, and after eating, they continued to help Yi Lingling find a suitable soul beast. The group first searched along the riverbank, as turtle-type soul beasts have very strong vitality and are quite suitable for Yi Lingling. However, even so, they searched for 3 or 4 days in the Stardo forest before finding a suitable soul beast for her, the cloud water green vine, which needs to absorb moisture and rain from the sky to enhance its age. Such strict upgrading requirements led to the high quality of the cloud water green vine. However, no matter how high the quality of this soul beast, it still cannot compare to the 9-heart sea tang. The soul skill provided by this cloud water green vine is still group healing, just like the previous ones. Chapter 269, Astonishing Sparrow King. "Hey, Captain, can you really let that 15-year-old girl join us?" Although she has already reached the Soul Zone realm, and her divine wedding level has broken through to level 43, she is only 15. Outside and near the Stardo forest, Tao Shua was talking to MuLin. MuLin waved his hand. "What's wrong with being 15? I'm also 15, and in fact, we are actually a month or 2 younger than her." Tao Shua took a sip of water after hearing this and continued, "But she's only level 43, and the weakest among us is already level 55. The gap in this team is too big." MuLin understood what Tao Shua meant. Previously, his soul hunting team consisted of MuLin, Tao Shua as 2 soul emperors, along with Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming as 2 soul kings. Now, they were going to recruit a soul zone. For a small soul hunting team, this difference was indeed too significant. After all, if the levels of the soul masters in the team were too disparate, it would be difficult to assign normal tasks. If they were to hunt a soul beast around 30,000 to 40,000 years old, either MuLin or Tao Shua could handle it. However, it would be challenging even for Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming to take it on together. Though one was a long-range attack soul master, and the other a defense-type soul master, it didn't mean they had no chance. They could definitely ensure their own survival, as long as the quality of the soul beast at that level wasn't too high. But now, adding a level 43 support type soul zone made things difficult. After all, even an ordinary 10,000 year soul beast could probably kill her. Moreover, if their future tasks had to consider her limitations in taking on more challenging missions, it would greatly diminish the training effectiveness for MuLin and Tao Shua. That was why Tao Shua hoped not to let Yi Lingling join this soul hunting team. The gap in strength was simply too large. "Captain, what about Yi Lingling? That lady has already reached the soul emperor level and is a control-type soul master that we currently lack. Why not recruit her instead of that soul zone?" MuLin took his time to finish his tea. Since Yi Lingling didn't like to roam outside, it was fine for her to stay at the inn. As for why they insisted on recruiting Yi Lingling, it was because when they hunted the 35,000 year sky thunder sparrow in the forest, he had felt her healing ability, which actually had a significant effect for their level. Tao Shua had nothing to say after hearing this because just a day ago, he had truly felt Yi Lingling's healing effect, which was useful even for him as a soul emperor. However, she was only level 43. Did that mean they would have to consider her inability to take on more difficult tasks when helping others hunt souls in the future? MuLin remained calm. "What's the hurry? Today is just a trial to recruit her. If she agrees to my invitation tomorrow, I'll let her know your concerns. If she can't accept it, we can find another supportive soul master." Tao Shua could only give up after hearing this and turn to leave. MuLin watched Tao Shua disappear the door and brewed another pot of tea, his thoughts drifting back to a day earlier. A day earlier, it had been almost half a month, and was this soul beast really that hard to find? Yi Lingling, Duguyan, Yulinger, MuLin, Tao Shuo, Zhang Sheng, and Zhang Ming were searching for the soul beast that Yulinger needed within the Star-Do Great Forest. As for Oscar, he had been taken away by Yi Tianxing due to his low strength. In fact, Yi Lingling and Duguyan could leave as well, but they wanted to witness how true, strong fighters battled. Moreover, they weren't without use. Yi Lingling still had some value, while Duguyan, well, she was just there to protect Yi Lingling. They were currently assisting Yulinger in finding a suitable soul beast, but soul beasts with mental attributes were exceedingly rare, and their intelligence was generally higher than that of soul beasts of the same level, making them easier to evade. Now, after helping Yi Lingling and Duguyan hunt a soul beast, the group had been in the area of 10,000 year soul beast for a full 15 days without catching a glimpse of a single mental attribute soul beast. Yulinger felt a bit embarrassed. It should be soon. According to the map given to me by Senior Yu, this is the last area marked where I should find a suitable soul beast. If we still can't find it, we can head back. I just asked the senior at the inn for help. MuLin waved his hand. It's okay. Finding a soul beast isn't that simple. The soul beast you need must be the most suitable for you. Let's go explore over here. The group wandered around in that part of the forest for a while longer. Suddenly, MuLin seemed to sense something and instantly produced a golden flame spear in his hand, looking at a certain spot in the sky. The others followed MuLin's gaze. It was a small sparrow. Before Tao Shuo could voice his thoughts, he swallowed what he was about to say. This was the 10,000 year area of the Star-Do Great Forest, and they were deep within it. To find a small sparrow in such an area, such animals could easily be intimidated to death by the aura of a 10,000 year soul beast. This was definitely not an ordinary sparrow. MuLin looked at the soul beast, seeming to recall something, but the impression was vague. Yulinger frowned upon seeing it, as if trying to remember something. This soul beast seems to be called the Sky Thunder Sparrow, a mental-type sparrow soul beast. As for the origin of the name Sky Thunder, I seem to have forgotten. Just as Yulinger finished speaking, another voice continued from where she left off. This isn't the Sky Thunder Sparrow, it's the Sky Thunder Sparrow King. The Sky Thunder Sparrow doesn't have a black crown on its head. The name Sky Thunder comes from their ability to control all soul beasts within their territory using their mental power. Yes, all soul beasts within their territory. So, their territory is usually not very vast, but there are definitely quite a few soul beasts within it. This was Lan Feng. I had wanted to hunt this soul beast for a while, but it managed to escape. You all need to be careful. This Sky Thunder Sparrow King is a ruler among its kind, and you might run into trouble soon. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Sky Thunder Sparrow King suddenly let out a cry to the sky, releasing a wave from its beak. This seemed to be a signal. Within 3 seconds of that sound appearing, all the surrounding areas echoed it. Chapter 270. Soul Hunting ends. The group of 7 stayed in a certain place in the 10,000 year area of the Star-Do Great Forest. The Sky Thunder Sparrow King cried out to the sky, and the surrounding area seemed to have soul beasts of the same kind responding to it. Could it be that all the surrounding ones are Sky Thunder Sparrows? Tao Shuo remembered what Lan Feng had just said. The Sky Thunder Sparrow King cried out, and all the surrounding soul beasts responded, which meant that the soul beasts nearby were likely all Sky Thunder Sparrows. Moreover, Lan Feng had previously mentioned that while the territory of the Sky Thunder Sparrow might be small, it could control all soul beasts within its territory. The Sky Thunder Sparrow King before them could control even more soul beasts, and they could tell that there were at least a dozen Sky Thunder Sparrows nearby. In that case, a beast tide. Just as Tao Shuo thought of this, countless roars and howls echoed from the surroundings. Roar! In an instant, a golden flame spear appeared in MuLin's hand. Yulinger also summoned her illusory sound Guqin. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming simultaneously summoned their martial souls, the shockwave shield and the sharp gold longbow. Tao Shuo, upon thinking of this matter, immediately activated his martial soul. Yi Lingling and Duguyan, both from the Soul Sect, saw the situation and summoned their martial souls before moving to the center of the team. After all, their strength was too weak, and they were self-aware enough to quickly position themselves in the middle of the team so as not to hold back the others. Conveniently, Yi Lingling could provide healing, while Duguyan offered some buffs and control. Seeing the group of soul beasts closing in, Duguyan, as the only soul master in the team who had the ability to boost her teammates' soul skills, was the first to use her skills. First soul skill, by Phosphorus Red Poison, Excitement Poison. It stimulates the nerves, increasing attack power and speed by 20. due to the evolution of her martial soul. All buff effects were enhanced to increase by 30, and additionally, there was a chance to freeze the enemy upon hitting. Second soul skill, by phosphorus blue poison, paralysis poison. It eliminates pain and increases defense by 30. Because of the evolution of her martial soul, the buff effect was enhanced to increase by 50, and when hit by an enemy at close range, there was a chance to rebound and freeze the enemy. Since Douluo absorbed the celestial herb to eliminate the drawbacks of her martial soul, the first two soul skills may have evolved due to the essence of her martial soul, resulting in a certain enhancement. In an instant, 2 yellow soul rings lit up on Douluo, releasing red and blue mists that enveloped the other 7 team members. At the same time, Douluo informed the other 7 about the effects of her soul skills, as many of them were participating in a team effort for the first time, and not knowing the effects of her skills might lead to uncoordinated teamwork. After the attributes of the 7 members were enhanced, Yulinger was the first to launch an attack. Her soul rings lit up as she unleashed sound blades at the approaching soul beasts. Tao Shuo at the same time used his 5th soul skill to summon the infinite sea to engulf an area of soul beasts, blocking them with his own strength. The brothers Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming, relying on a combination of a shield and a bow, also barely held off the fierce attacks of the soul beasts in one area. Yi Lingling used her martial soul skill for group healing. After using it, she could heal the soul power, vitality, and mental power of teammates within the range. The effects of the soul ring skills could stack. Yi Lingling knew it wasn't the time to hold back, facing so many soul beasts, and all 4 of her soul rings lit up simultaneously. She provided healing effects to MuLin, Tao Shuo, and Zhang Sheng, who were directly facing the soul beasts. After all, Yulinger and Zhang Ming were both hiding behind, launching ranged attacks. Tao Shuo directly summoned the infinite sea to clash with a group of soul beasts. Zhang Sheng raised his shield to barely withstand the remaining attacks from the area. MuLin summoned the golden dragon's soul-piercing spear and charged into an area, beginning to slaughter the soul beasts. All of Tao Shuo's soul skills were activated, and his 6th soul skill, the evil demon Orca's capture, was occasionally used against those high-level soul beasts. He then targeted the opponent's weaknesses with his 2nd soul skill, in conjunction with the 1st soul skill's water iron cannon. Of course, the water iron cannon here was a condensed version, making it much more powerful. After all, no one had taught him much on Sea God Island, so he could only experiment with his attack's soul skills. Among them, the 1st soul skill, water iron cannon, was something Tao Shuo had mastered exceptionally well. The large area attack of the soul beast stone water iron cannon could even split into 2 or 3 during the attack, and suddenly explode upon hitting, causing a wide area attack. Alternatively, like when attacking those high-level soul beasts earlier, he could condense the water iron cannon, directly targeting their weaknesses, and then explode, using the power of the evil demon Orca to corrode the opponent. With the infinite sea summoned, Tao Shuo perfectly showcased the might of the top-tier super soul beasts of the ocean. Zhang Sheng's soul rings all lit up. He stood firmly in place, fully enhancing his defense, making his shield enormous. This blocked a majority of the soul beasts, as these soul beasts were controlled by the sky-soaring sparrow. It was impossible for the sky-soaring sparrow to give them so much intelligence while controlling so many soul beasts. This meant that these soul beasts would not take alternative routes and would only aim to destroy all those in front of them. This provided Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming the opportunity to hold them back. Douluo was not without her merits either. She occasionally used her 3rd soul skill. 3rd soul skill, Cold Mist. It releases a particularly cold mist that envelopes the opponent. If an enemy is wrapped in a mist for too long, the cold will reach their heart, freezing them to death on the spot. It should be noted that these soul beasts were all under mental control. Moreover, the lifespan of the sky-soaring sparrow would not exceed that of the Sparrow King, so their lifespan was only around 10 to 20,000 years, with some even at the 1,000-year level. Among the many controlled soul beasts, there were not many at the 10,000-year level. Only a few 20,000 or even 30,000-year sky-soaring sparrows could control a few 10,000-year soul beasts. Thus, Douluo's 3rd soul skill was quite powerful against those lower 1,000-year soul beasts. She even used her 4th soul skill directly against some higher-level soul beasts close to the 10,000-year level. On the last battlefield, MuLin, holding the golden dragon soul-piercing spear, only had the first 4 soul rings lighting up intermittently, constantly providing himself with enhancement effects. At the same time, he used different combat techniques at different times, demonstrating to everyone what a true war god looked like. Finally, MuLin instantly activated his 6th soul skill. 6th soul skill, Gung Golden Primordial Soul. It significantly increased his affinity and control over gold attributes, allowing him to manipulate all gold-containing materials and energies within a certain area based on his level and soul power output. Before the battle, MuLin secretly used his left leg bone soul skill. Soul bone skill, Gung Golden Domain. It can add some gold attributes to all tangible, visible substances within the domain along with his own domain. MuLin directly manipulated and gathered the group of soul beasts together, and his fifth soul ring lit up. System.This. Chapter 271. Yi Lingling joins the team. Fifth soul skill, Destruction Stardust. He condensed a massive energy sphere with his gold attribute, and the golden sphere carried the destruction attribute of the fifth soul ring, the thunder attribute, and the fire explosion attribute of the third soul ring. He could either shrink the massive energy sphere for single target attacks, which had boundless power, or disperse the energy sphere for area attacks. The power of this move strengthened with the enhancement of gold attributes, destruction attributes, fire attributes, and thunder attributes. A gigantic purple energy sphere appeared before everyone, and upon seeing the energy sphere, everyone subconsciously felt a sense of dread. Although this purple energy sphere was not attacking them the moment they saw it, the feeling of impending death would involuntarily surface. Truly impressive, the title for Tao Shuo changed from team leader to Big Brother. Linger, pick the soul beast you need. Young master, that Sky Shocking Sparrow King is very suitable for me, and the other Sky Shocking Sparrows will be left to you. Upon hearing this, MuLin used his sixth soul skill to move the Sky Shocking Sparrow King away and unleash the Destruction Stardust without reservation. Boom! The Destruction Stardust hit those Sky Shocking Sparrows and the soul beasts under his control, causing a direct explosion, and the purple energy wrapped outward. The trees in that area were not blown away by the explosion, but were completely destroyed by this purple energy from the roots. Alright, you can absorb your soul ring now. After hearing this, Yuling obediently killed the Sky Shocking Sparrow King and began to absorb her sixth soul ring. The others stared blankly at the large pit created by the explosion. Finally, that night, Yuling successfully absorbed her soul ring. The next day, everyone began their journey back. On the way, MuLin stayed at the back of the team, taking up the rear as usual. However, as they were about to stop by a river to start a fire for cooking around noon, Yi Lingling, who had been in the middle, suddenly fell back to MuLin's side. Young master, I took a look. Your current soul hunting team consists of 2 attackers, 1 ranged, and 1 defense. Do you think I can join your team? Huh? MuLin looked at Yi Lingling with some suspicion upon hearing this. Impossible. Your soul power level has only reached level 43. Are you joking? However, Yi Lingling's expression was very serious after hearing this. I'm serious. Although I'm at level 43, my healing effect is good. Young master, didn't you feel it when you fought in the 10,000-year area? After hearing this, MuLin looked at Yi Lingling with a serious expression. Of course, I felt it. The healing effect was great. But you're only at level 43. While both Tao Shuo and I have reached the Soul Emperor realm, and Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming have already reached level 55. The gap is too big if you join us at level 43. In that case, there's also a gap between Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, and you, ISNT there. It's fine for me to join. Upon hearing Yi Lingling's stubbornness, MuLin coldly said, both of them specialize in ranged and battlefield defense. Don't underestimate them just because they are at the Soul King realm. If Zhang Sheng stands still, his defense isn't weak among those Soul Emperors, while his brother Zhang Ming is more suited for the Soul King level. Even so, Zhang Ming is also very strong when it comes to battling Soul Masters. Yi Lingling took a deep breath upon hearing this. Young Master, you've misunderstood. Look at your choice of Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming. It's because they both belong to the same development direction and are strong in combat. But can I also be included? I, Yi Lingling, with my 9-heart Sea Tang, have a healing effect that is even stronger than before. Although I'm only at level 43, I'm confident my healing effect is not weaker than some healing-type Soul Emperors. Upon hearing this, MuLin's heart shook. Yes, he had experienced Yi Lingling's healing ability before. The healing ability of the 9-heart Sea Tang Martial Soul is among the best in the entire Soul world. Moreover, after absorbing the medicinal bath, her 9-heart Sea Tang has even become more formidable than before. This means that although Yi Lingling is currently only at level 43, her healing ability is slightly inferior to most Soul Kings, and in terms of group healing, even some Soul Emperors would likely have to concede. Looking at it this way, Yi Lingling can indeed join his team. Plus, Yi Lingling's innate soul power is at least level 8, and after absorbing the medicinal bath, it might even reach level 9. Sai, thinking about it this way, the people like Dugian Oscar and Guan Xian Indian seem to also be able to join his team. He could even try to brush rewards and have Master, Senior Jin Shun, as well as Yi Tianxing, Lan Feng, and Duga Bo join as well. With this thought, a hint of excitement flashed in MuLin's eyes. However, a sudden cold splash of water from the system came. Ding detected that the host has discovered a bug in the System.This task, clearing now. Only talents from the Douluo world recruited by the host during the journey can be counted as system tasks. Patch rewards. 1. Yi Lingling can be counted as a system task. 2. The system rewards will be given after the host recruits a total of 7 people, followed by a secondary scan for rewards. Upon hearing the system's earlier words, MuLin's face nearly fell. However, hearing that there was a reward made him slightly happy. But upon seeing the second reward from the system, a hint of doubt flashed in his heart. System, what does this second reward mean? Ding, in response to the host. The previous system task was to provide rewards after you recruited talents in real time. The current second reward means that after you have recruited 7 people, the system will rescan your team's talents and then provide rewards. For example, Tao Shuo previously would give you 10 fragments, but because of the improvement in talent from medicinal bath, it will give you 11 fragments. If he absorbs particularly suitable soul bone talents, the number of fragments will increase further. Upon hearing this, MuLin glanced at his soul guide again. Immortal grass. Isn't this a great way to farm soul beast fragments? With this thought, the joy on MuLin's face was almost directly revealed. Seeing MuLin so happy, Yi Lingling thought he had agreed. Young master, can I join your team now? Upon hearing this, MuLin came back to his senses and looked at the first reward. Of course, no problem. Your healing ability far exceeds your current level, so you can definitely join my team. However, I must say this up front. I will not give up on the tasks of hunting soul beasts that are 30 to 40,000 years old for you, so be careful in the future. Yi Lingling nodded heavily upon hearing this. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely not hold you back. Chapter 272, Gong Sun Bai. Yo! The 3 Absolutes soul hunting team is here again. It seems this is another golden age. Just looking at the appearance of the people in this 3 Absolutes soul hunting team, they all look to be around 25 years old on average. Yet 2 of the team members are soul kings, and their captain's strength must be even stronger, probably close to the soul emperor level. As MuLin, Tao Shuo, Yi Lingling, Zhang Sheng, and Zhang Ming approach an entrance to the Stardo Great Forest, they heard some soul hunting teams chatting at the entrance. The 3 Absolutes soul hunting team. This is the name of the soul hunting team established by MuLin, derived from the fact that MuLin and Qian Renshua's talents are absolutely unparalleled, truly deserving to be called the future invincible on land and in the sky. Tao Shuo's talent is also among the top in the world, on Sea God Island, without any resource supply. He managed to reach the Soul Emperor level at just 20 years old. Looking at this, Tao Shuo is definitely going to be invincible in the ocean in the future. Thus, the name of the soul hunting team created by MuLin is called the 3 Absolutes Soul Hunting Team. After a month, the 3 Absolutes Soul Hunting Team has gained some fame. After traveling around the Heaven Do Empire, they will head to the Star Luo Empire for training. During this period, the Sanju Soul Hunting Team also very much conformed to their identity as a soul hunting team, beginning to help others hunt soul beasts. Among them, MuLin and Tao Shuo did not reveal their soul rings. Since this team was just starting out, they mainly hunted soul beasts to help others obtain their 3rd soul rings, or at most 4th soul rings. The strongest soul beasts they faced were only around 3 to 4,000 years old, which was sufficient for Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, and Yi Lingling. MuLin and Tao Shuo could even challenge those 1,000-year soul beasts without using their martial souls, and the other 3 working together would have no problem at all. With 2 soul kings in a soul-splitting team, and these 2 soul kings not even being the captain or vice-captain, the Sanju soul hunting team began to gain quite a reputation. However, the team's establishment was still too recent, and they had explored relatively few cities, so the number of people who had seen them was not large. Therefore, they had yet to help others hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. Otherwise, the reputation of the Sanju soul hunting team would have risen even higher. After all, a team that could help others hunt for 5th soul rings was considered a relatively high-level team. 5th soul rings and 10,000-year soul beasts were a significant milestone. Currently, in the entire soul master community, the vast majority of soul kings still only had purple 5th soul rings, which were at the 1,000-year level. A team capable of helping others hunt 10,000-year soul beasts would definitely have a reputation that could spread throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Of course, MuLin and the others could not always be helping others hunt soul beasts. They also participated in some major soul fighting competitions, but MuLin, due to his soul power level and soul fighting badge, could not advance any further. He was unable to find opponents. So, MuLin was currently focusing on training, hunting soul beasts, then moving to other cities. This was the three-step plan. Today was the last day MuLin and the others stayed in Kano City. Kano City was a small city on the edge of the Norse Kingdom, though one could not really call it small. Kano City was heavily guarded by the Norse Kingdom due to its proximity to the Douluo forest, and the Spirit Hall's power here was also considerable. However, in comparison to other cities, this city's size could be considered small. MuLin and the others had been here for nearly 5 or 6 days, and today they were trying to help others hunt soul beasts before moving on to another city. Naturally, MuLin, Yilingling, and Tao Shua had done some disguising. Otherwise, Tao Shua looked even younger than 20, more like 17 or 18. Even considering that some soul masters were relatively young, he would still be at most 20. A 20-year-old soul king, referring to how ordinary civilians would perceive Tao Shua, was not such an outrageous idea. Anyway, as long as he appeared, the two great empires and the Spirit Hall would almost certainly try to recruit him. And then it would be, you won't join us? Then that means you might join another force? Joining another force might mean you could attack us? In that case, go die. Moreover, with MuLin as the captain, his youthful appearance was not easily concealed. He looked even younger than Tao Shua. Therefore, MuLin and Tao Shua had made some disguises, such as applying a cross scar at the corner of their eyes and sticking some not-so-obvious but still visible facial hair around their mouths. Their voices had also been altered to sound a bit hoarse and mature. Yilingling, having only reached Soul Zone level, did the least disguising, just some makeup to make herself appear older, probably looking in her 20s. Thus, the combination of 4 young men and a woman in her 20s was formed. Shortly after MuLin and the others arrived, before they had even put up a notice, they saw a beautiful woman with blue hair approaching. Hello, my name is Gongsun Bai. I need a 10,000-year soul beast. Are you willing to take on this task? As for the hiring fee, since I require a high-quality soul ring, how does 50,000 gold soul coins sound? Upon hearing this, MuLin's group exchanged glances. This task seemed acceptable. After all, a 10,000-year soul beast was something their team could hunt, with 2 soul emperors, 2 soul kings, and a healing-type soul zone. Especially considering the combat power of the 2 soul emperors far exceeded that of ordinary soul emperors. Hunting a 10,000-year soul beast was certainly within their capabilities. As for the requirement for high-quality soul rings, MuLin asked, can I inquire about the specific requirement for the soul beast you need? After all, as you mentioned, the quality of the soul ring cannot be low, which means we might waste a lot of time searching in the forest. And we don't want to waste too much time. Gongsun Bai frowned upon hearing this, but seeing that the 5 people's ages were not too old, she could barely understand. I'm a level 54 ring control-type soul master. The soul ring I need is at least a high-quality 10,000-year plant-type soul beast. Upon hearing this request from Gongsun Bai, MuLin thought for a moment and nodded. After all, it was the first task for a 10,000-year soul ring, and wanting to complete it was not unreasonable. The requirement was just for a high-quality plant soul beast. However, generally, plant soul beasts that could survive to the 10,000-year level were not of low quality. After all, plant soul beasts have a significant weakness. They cannot move when they are weak. Being able to cultivate to the 10,000-year quality likely meant their quality was high. So, this task was not too difficult. No problem, we accept this task. Do you need to prepare anything? If not, we can set off. Gongsun Bai tucked her hair behind her ears. Then let's set off. Chapter 273, Water Grass Flood Dragon. Zhang Sheng led the way. Yilingling, Zhang Ming, and employer Gongsun Bai settled in the middle. Tao Shua was mainly responsible for protecting them on the right side. The strongest, MuLin, was responsible for bringing up the rear as usual. The 6 of them were heading along the river towards the 10,000-year zone of the Douluo forest. 4 plant-type soul beasts, we could search along these rivers as many plant soul beasts grow by absorbing moisture from the riverbanks. Although it is riskier than growing alone in other areas where they can absorb sunlight, if they succeed in growing, their quality is definitely not low. Tao Shua explained to his employer Gongsun Bai the reason why their group was searching for soul beasts along the river. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Bai smiled and nodded. No worries. Hunting souls is your specialty. I just need a high-quality 10,000-year plant-type soul beast. Of course, if the quality of the soul beast can be improved, I can pay more. Hearing this, MuLin and the others were even more motivated to search for soul beasts. After all, 50,000 gold soul coins was a lot. And if they found a top-quality one, they could even get extra money. MuLin and Tao Shuo both knew that each could easily handle a top-quality 10,000-year soul beast on their own. Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, and Yi Lingling understood their captain's strength and knew he could handle top-quality ones, and they believed it would be a matter of course. Therefore, the group thought it would be great if they could capture a top-quality plant soul beast. Who would complain about earning more money? A week later, the Sanju soul hunting team was once again in the same formation, searching for soul beasts in the Starry Forest 10,000-year zone. This group had been searching here for a week. They had arrived in the area of 10,000-year soul beasts on the second day of their departure. Normally, finding 10,000-year plant soul beasts within 6 days would be quite simple, but their team included 2 soul masters. This meant that they had to be cautious in protecting the 2 girls, Yi Lingling and Gong Sunbai, while hunting for souls. Although MuLin and Tao Shuo were strong, they were still in the soul beast forest, and the 10,000-year soul beasts had considerable intelligence. This could result in the soul beasts calling for help from nearby beasts when they were about to die. In such cases, even if MuLin was strong, he would have to flee. If it were just MuLin alone, he might try to finish off the soul beast and use the little remaining soul power to teleport away. However, he wasn't alone. He had teammates to consider. Therefore, when the Soul Beast King in the area roared for help, the Sanju soul hunting team had to run. Despite these uncomfortable circumstances, neither the Sanju soul hunting team nor their employer Gong Sunbai said anything. After all, the Sanju soul hunting team was hired for 50,000 gold soul coins. It's worth noting that 1 gold soul coin was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for a year, and now they had 50,000. Even though MuLin, Zhang Sheng, Zhang Ming, and Yi Lingling had considerable backing, it didn't mean they could casually touch such a large sum of gold soul coins. Even the favored Yi Lingling couldn't do it, or perhaps they simply didn't have that concept, since they could just ask the people behind them for the resources they needed. Nevertheless, hearing about this substantial sum of 50,000 gold soul coins excited everyone. Thus, they kept quiet, and they were all prepared to spend 1 or 2 weeks, or even a month, searching for soul beasts here. Gong Sunbai knew that he and the auxiliary soul master he hired were the ones dragging the team down. Since he was the one holding them back, he decided not to complain. Otherwise, if he angered them, they might disregard their reputation and directly kill the employer to collect the gold soul coins, which would be disastrous. Gong Sunbai hired the Sanju soul hunting team mainly because they were mostly young newcomers. After all, such young newcomers tended to value reputation more and were less likely to be like those seasoned veterans or poorly reputed teams that might kill their employer for a large sum of gold soul coins. At worst, they could stop doing soul hunting and move to a small city to become local wealthy landowners. That noon, Tao Shuo arrived at the riverbank, preparing to fetch water to cook in the cave. After all, there was no Title Douluos to protect them now, so it was better to be cautious. Just as Tao Shuo took out his bucket and filled it with water, he suddenly threw the bucket. Bang! The bucket directly hit a cluster of seaweed protruding from the water surface. Tao Shuo looked at the red and blue seaweed, although he quickly activated his martial soul. He didn't rush into battle. Instead, he focused on the black soul power that the cluster of seaweed occasionally emitted. Black soul power. Tao Shuo tensed up, and his soul power suddenly surged. Tao Shuo's aura and soul power erupted, and the members of the Sanju soul hunting team waiting in the cave immediately sensed Tao Shuo's soul power. Was Tao Shuo in danger? No. It could also be that he found a suitable soul beast for Gong Sunbai. With this thought, everyone quickly got up and headed towards the water source. At this moment, at the water source, both Tao Shuo's 2nd and 3rd soul rings erupted. His aura grew stronger, and the black soul ring shone in front of the water plant. The nearby water source had already been partially controlled by Tao Shuo using his 5th soul skill. With the controlled water source, Tao Shuo quickly noticed a creature that looked remarkably like a dragon, hidden deep in the river among the water plants. This creature, or rather, this mass of water plants, resembled a dragon formed by a group of water plants. What was this? Was it an animal-type soul beast or a plant-type soul beast? Tao Shuo felt a flicker of doubt. They needed a plant-type soul beast. Would this one work? Never mind. Let us wait for the captain to come and take a look. He knows more about soul beasts. While Tao Shuo was pondering, the creature below seemed unaware that its home had been controlled by an enemy. It directly manipulated the water plants to attack Tao Shuo. Seeing the water plants, Tao Shuo used his 1st soul skill, Water Iron Cannon, to counterattack. The water plants couldn't get close to Tao Shuo, and, at the same time, he continued to fend off the water plants while carefully sensing the soul beast deep in the river. No matter what, at least this soul beast made of water plants couldn't escape. Perhaps it was exactly what their employer needed. Chapter 274. Transforming Dragon Water Plants. Douluo was in a stalemate with the soul beast made of water plants by the river. In terms of strength, Douluo could forcibly kill this soul beast, but he couldn't do that, as this soul beast might be what their employer needed. They had been searching in this area for a week, and no one liked spending a week outdoors worrying about sudden attacks from soul beasts. Therefore, if there was a soul beast that could complete the task, Douluo absolutely wouldn't let it go, nor would he forcibly kill it. Fortunately, the water source wasn't far from their resting cave, and within 2 minutes, MuLin and the others arrived. MuLin looked at the red and blue water plants that were in a standoff with Douluo, his eyes flickering with doubt. He didn't recognize this red and blue water plant either. How could he determine if it was suitable for Gongsun? Douluo, do you recognize this soul beast? Douluo was happy to see his teammates arrive, but upon hearing MuLin's question, he replied, "You don't recognize many soul beasts." "I really don't know this one, but don't you recognize it, Captain?" MuLin's mouth twitched at this. "I clearly asked if you recognized this soul beast. Why would you think I do?" However, he only thought this in his heart and didn't voice it. After all, MuLin could see that it was thanks to Douluo confronting this soul beast that it hadn't run away. As for these red and blue water plants, how could he recognize them? There were at least over 30 soul beasts with such characteristics that he had learned about from books. And that didn't even include those likely to be extinct. If he counted those, there would be at least over 50. At this point, MuLin glanced at Douluo, who was standing on the water surface, engaged in a battle with the water plants. He used a 5th soul skill? Douluo, can you elaborate on the characteristics of this soul beast? Otherwise, just looking at these water plants, it's hard to tell what kind of soul beast this is. Just as Douluo was about to speak, the water plants suddenly seemed to go mad, try to shake off Douluo's attack. The soul beast also sensed MuLin and the others. It wanted to escape. Seeing the situation, Douluo immediately rushed into the water. "I'll go down and get it out. You all wait for me on the shore." After saying that, Douluo ignored his teammates' opinions and dove in. The dragon-shaped soul beast, upon seeing Douluo rushing down, hesitated to leave. This dragon soul beast had encountered soul masters who could absorb its water plants and use their powers, and it had even faced soul masters weaker than itself. However, once those soul masters fell into the water, none of them were a match for it. But this capsule-like creature rarely felt the strong aura coming from a human charging at it. The soul beast was somewhat conflicted. However, Douluo didn't care about its conflict. He immediately manipulated the water source, preventing the soul beast from moving. The dragon soul beast felt an immense pressure in the surrounding water area. After all, this dragon soul beast was composed of water plants and was not a true dragon, which meant that even though Douluo did not use much soul power, this pressure alone was enough to make the dragon soul beast feel uncomfortable staying in place. Battle skill, Dragon Claw, using the body's container and soul power to form a dragon claw attack against the opponent. This move is a weakened version of the true dragon claw, but it is very suitable for Douluo, who has absorbed the dragon's spirit ring and whose martial soul is unrelated to dragons. Douluo relied on his own top-tier defense after activating his martial soul and showed no fear of the dragon soul beast water plants, water guns, or bubbles. The two fought deep in this water source, causing the surface of the water to become extremely turbulent. Yi Lingling slowly walked to MuLin's side. "Young master, don't you know this soul beast?" MuLin looked at Yi Lingling with some surprise. He thought Yi Lingling didn't seem like the type to know about these things. He clearly remembered that he had said before that there were too many soul beasts with the characteristic of red and blue water plants, so he couldn't recognize it. "Why are you asking about this? You should have heard it just now. There are too many soul beasts with this characteristic, so I can't recognize it." After saying that, MuLin let Yi Lingling step back. Having a support-type soul master standing in front was just asking for trouble. Hearing this, Yi Lingling pouted and could only slowly walk to the back. However, Gongsun directly pulled Yi Lingling to the other side, and, after getting close to her, he quietly leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Good sister, this is not how you pursue someone." Yi Lingling was stunned in place, her face instantly turning red. Sister, what are you saying?" I don't understand." Gongsun smirked slightly. He pulled Yi Lingling to a more secluded spot and began to whisper. However, their whispered conversation did not last long. Douluo directly pulled the dragon soul beast up. "Who? Here, Captain, take a look at whether this soul beast is suitable for the employer. MuLin seemed not to hear what Tao Shua said, as he was somewhat stunned by the dragon-like soul beast. Transforming dragon water plants. This soul beast is not extinct, is it? MuLin looked at the soul beast with great surprise. Just as he said, because of its characteristics, ancient texts recorded that this soul beast had already gone extinct 1,000 years ago. As for the characteristics of several soul beasts, you can tell just from its name, transforming dragon. Soul beasts with dragon blood that consume these water plants will enhance the essence of the dragon blood within them. A dragon that consumes this water plant may very well advance to become a true dragon. Of course, the prerequisite is that the water plant must have a high age. However, soul beasts with lower ages have little intelligence. If they encounter this water plant, they would directly consume it if they could defeat it. It can be said that transforming dragon water plants are akin to immortal herbs that possess intelligence from a young age, at least for soul beasts with dragon blood. Calling it is certainly not an exaggeration. And becoming a soul beast, its quality is extremely high, at least top-tier quality. Miss Gongsun, you can absorb this soul beast. Transforming dragon water plants, a special plant-type soul beast. 10 years is a red water plant. 100 years is a blue water plant. 1,000 years is a red and blue giant snake. And 10,000 years will turn into a red and blue dragon. Moreover, the dragon aura on this dragon is so thin, its age definitely does not exceed 13,000 years. I even suspect it should have advanced to the 10,000-year mark in the past 2 years. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Bai did not doubt it. He could sense that there was a bit of dragon aura on the soul beast. As for whether this dragon was plant type, Gongsun Bai naturally had ways to distinguish. He immediately killed the soul beast, and then sat cross-legged nearby to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption of the soul ring, Gongsun Bai also revealed his martial soul. With spirit immortal deer. Chapter 275. Join. 1 month of observation. With spirit immortal deer. Upon seeing Gongsun Bai's martial soul, the expressions of Yi Lingling and MuLin were filled with shock that they could not hide. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming, the two brothers, instinctively clenched their fists upon hearing the name of the wood spirit immortal deer. Only Tao Shua showed a look of confusion. Is the wood spirit immortal deer very famous? MuLin looked at Tao Shua and remembered that this person came from the sea and didn't know much about things on land. The wood spirit immortal deer is the universally acknowledged #1 control-type martial soul in the world. Do you know how impressive that is? Universally acknowledged. The #1 control-type martial soul. After hearing this, Tao Shua repeated it and even emphasized it because he was genuinely curious about what kind of martial soul could be recognized by everyone as the strongest. MuLin also noticed his surprise and somewhat disbelieving expression. The wood spirit immortal deer is the martial soul of the greatest contributor to the founding of the Tiando Empire. It is the martial soul of the only wife of the founding emperor of the Tiando Empire. Tao Shua nodded upon hearing this. He knew that the Tiando Empire was one of the 3 top powers in the continent. He didn't expect the founding of this top power to also be credited to this martial soul. And then, the fame of the wood spirit immortal deer comes from the first empress of the Tiando Empire, Gongsun MuLin. Her greatest achievement was single-handedly controlling the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire, and most of the experts from the other side competing to establish the Tiando Empire, among whom were not lacking 96th, 97th, and even 98th level experts, and it is said that there was even a 99th level expert. You should know what this concept means, right? Universally acknowledged #1 control type martial soul. I originally thought it had disappeared, but I didn't expect it to still have descendants. TSK. I had never heard of it at all. After saying that, MuLin glanced at Gongsun Bai, who was still absorbing the soul ring. It seems that this family has also fallen from grace. Otherwise, she wouldn't need help from others to hunt for her 5th soul ring. If she encounters someone who knows her martial soul and harbors ill intentions, she will definitely not escape the fate of becoming a breeding machine. Tao Shua still felt a bit confused after hearing this. Since this martial soul is known as the world's #1 control-type martial soul, what makes it so powerful? It clearly looks like an animal martial soul. MuLin thought for a moment about what he had read in books. This martial soul has only one soul skill. Or rather, it can't even be called a soul skill. This martial soul inherently has a domain, and all its subsequent soul skills enhance this domain. The effect of its domain is it can control all plants within the surrounding land, strengthen them using soul power, and absorb the life force of plants to restore its own soul power. The absorption here, I tell you, has almost no waste between them. The enhancement of these soul skills for this domain means forcibly planting a certain number of soul ring source plants on land without plants. and then using soul power to enhance them. Looking at it this way, this martial soul really resembles a summoning-type martial soul, but their clan has developed it as a control type. Therefore, the MuLin fairy deer is recognized as the world's #1 control-type martial soul. At this point, MuLin couldn't help but sigh. If this martial soul could appear in the original work, it would truly overshadow Tang San. Any plant-type martial soul would be at a lower level in front of this martial soul, because this martial soul inherently comes with the ability to control any grass or plant that appears within the surrounding area. Blue silvergrass, or blue silver emmer, also belongs to the plant category. As for your Haotian hammer, it can instantly summon 9 plants that can infinitely reproduce and grow stronger. You can move a bit and then talk. However, according to the records, perhaps because this martial soul is too powerful, it led to the descendants of that generation of queens not inheriting this martial soul. It's known that the inheritance of martial souls mostly follows the parent with the highest quality martial soul. As a result, the strongest Title Douluo of that generation ended up with descendants who did not inherit her martial soul. At most, some descendants inherited one of the martial souls from the queen's soul rings. Yes, it is the soul beast from which the queen absorbed her soul rings, not her own martial soul. Thinking of this, MuLin had to admit that he was moved. Gong Sanbai looked like she was only 21 or 22 at most. Considering the peculiarity of the MuLin fairy deer martial soul, her age might only be 18 or 19. Such a young soul king. And this Gong Sanbai actually hired us to help her hunt for soul rings. Her family background probably isn't great. With this in mind, MuLin wanted to recruit her even more. His team already had 2 strong attackers, 1 ranged attacker, 1 defender, and 1 healer. Adding a control-type soul master would be a perfect match. After staying there for a while, Gong Sanbai finally finished absorbing her soul ring. The first thing she saw was the Sanju hunter team surrounding her. She casually tucked her hair back and smiled at everyone, thanking them. Thank you all. After saying this, Gong Sanbai took out 2 bank cards from her soul guide device. One card had 40,000 gold soul coins, while the other had 30,000. The extra 20,000 gold soul coins would serve as a thank you for hunting the soul beast. After saying this, Gong Sanbai didn't wait for MuLin to refuse and placed the 2 bank cards in his hand. Seeing this, MuLin had no choice but to accept the bank cards. Afterward, he looked at Gong Sanbai, who was about to leave, and opened his mouth, but felt shy to speak. However, thinking of the MuLin fairy deer, the recognized world's #1 control-type martial soul, he said, "Miss Gong Sun, would you be willing to join my hunting team?" Gong Sanbai turned her head, a bit surprised as she looked at MuLin. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You should have seen the strength of our team. Miss Gong Sunday Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming are both soul kings. And you should have seen Tao Shua's 6 soul rings when he helped you catch the soul beast. I'm a captain of this team, and I am also a soul emperor." After saying this, MuLin extended his hand, palm up, towards Yilingling. Although she is only at the soul zone level, her martial soul is the 9-heart begonia. "Miss Gong Sun, please consider joining our hunting team." Upon hearing MuLin's words, Gong Sanbai took a deep breath and had to admit that she was truly tempted. In fact, Gong Sanbai herself wanted to boldly join this Sanju hunter team, especially after seeing Tao Shua and the transformation of the dragon water grass confront each other. Although Gong Sanbai had never touched a bone, just looking at the age, it was clear that Tao Shua was definitely not over 25 years old. This means his future as a Title Douluos, or even a Super Douluo, has more than a 90 chance. After all, a Soul Emperor under 25 years old is one of the strongest geniuses of the 3 top powers throughout history. I also want to join, but there's something I can't say. I can join your team for a month first. During this month, consider it as your evaluation of me. If after a month you still agree, then I will join your team. Chapter 276, Pursuers? The Sanju hunter team is finally about to leave. While they were here, we couldn't get any business at all. Yeah, this Sanju hunter team has 3 soul kings and 1 soul zone openly displayed. Not to mention the captain and vice captain haven't been revealed yet. Although they are just starting out, they can guarantee the completion of hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. Who wouldn't want such a team? But fortunately, based on their actions and the time spent in other cities, after this mission, they should be leaving. It's estimated that they will head to the hunting teams in the Star Luo Empire next. At the entrance of the Star Do Forest, 4 young men and 2 women suddenly walked out. The leader was a golden-haired, very handsome young man. Next to him was a man with grayish hair, whose smile revealed sharp teeth. On the other side of the golden-haired man stood a blue-haired woman and a blue-haired woman. The blue-haired woman exuded an ethereal aura, while the blue-haired woman had a cold demeanor, and her white combat attire matched her cool appearance. perfectly describing her elegance. Next to the returning man were two very similar-looking men. One looked exceptionally robust, while the other was relatively slender but had very long arms. These 6 people had already traveled to the border city of the Heavendo Empire, Dance City. Dance City is the capital of the Dant Kingdom, one of the kingdoms awarded by the Heavendo Empire, and also serves as a border city of the Heavendo Empire. The establishment of this kingdom was specifically to resist the invasion of the Douluo Empire. The most famous aspect of the Dante Kingdom is its military strength. On the surface, its military power has far surpassed that of several other kingdoms and principalities, even rivaling the Heavendo Empire. In terms of top-tier combat power, the Dante Kingdom is almost on par with the Heavendo Empire, boasting more than 5 Douluos. This is understandable, as the Dante Kingdom must be cautious of the Douluo Empire's invasion. However, not all of these Douluos are loyal to the Dante Kingdom. For instance, the strongest Douluo in the Dante Kingdom on the surface is the Xiao Wu Marquis, Shirling, an 86-level defense-type Douluo. Nevertheless, the Dante Kingdom is specifically set up to resist the Douluo Empire. The Douluo Empire, on the other hand, has some Title Douluos on the surface. Therefore, many people suspect that there might be a hidden Title Douluo from the Heavendo Empire in Dante City. However, this Title Douluo has yet to appear, so the suspicion remains just that, suspicions. Even so, Dante City is already quite formidable. MuLin and the others, having trained here, are preparing to leave for the Douluo Empire for further training. Gongsun Bai, it has been 3 weeks already, and I am truly satisfied with you. Not just me, but if you ask others, they're also pleased with your control abilities. Join us. While the 6 of them were on their way to the inn, MuLin looked at Gongsun Bai, who was a bit distant from them, and extended another invitation. Gongsun Bai sighed upon hearing this. Captain, you've said that for 3 weeks. Anyway, there's only 1 week left, so waiting a little longer won't hurt. Let's wait for 1 more week for this month-long assessment. After hearing this, MuLin stopped pressing the issue. Although he didn't understand why Gongsun Bai insisted on a month-long assessment, especially for her own evaluation, since she had said so, they would wait. However, MuLin had a vague suspicion about Gongsun Bai's insistence on a month-long assessment. The 6 of them were on their way back to the inn, but when they reached a rather secluded path, they all stopped in their tracks. Or rather, MuLin, Tao Shuo, Gongsun Bai, Zhang Sheng, and Zhang Ming all stopped, while Gongsun Bai held back Yilingling. Suddenly, a series of arrows sprang out in front of the 6. Gongsun Bai, I didn't expect you to really join a soul-hunting team. Isn't it enough that you caused your parents' deaths? Do you want to harm others too? A sinister voice suddenly rang in their ears. Instantly, 7 figures appeared in front of the 6. Leading them was a man with blue hair. However, unlike Gongsun Bai, this blue-haired man did not exude an ethereal aura. On the contrary, he gave off a rather lewd impression. Gongsun Bai instinctively clenched her fists upon seeing this man. Her voice darker than before. My parents, weren't you the one who caused their deaths? Second uncle. Upon hearing that, looking at this lewd blue-haired man, she felt as if his hair had turned green in that instant. The lewd man revealed a lewd smile upon hearing this. Little Bai, your second uncle is doing this for your own good. Following Prince Yefeng would be great, just like our ancestor, following that one from the Shui family. Especially since your martial soul has awakened the ancestors with spirit fairy deer. This is heaven's will for you to be like the ancestor. Gongsun Bai trembled in anger upon hearing this. Shut up, you disgusting person, don't call me Little Bai. What heaven has bestowed is just your concern that I might threaten your and your son's position as the head of the family. So you colluded with that guy, Shui Xing, to kill my parents. How dare you say that? The lewd man paid no mind to Gongsun Bai's furious words. Little Bai, you need to understand, no one will protect you as you grow up now. The wood spirit fairy deer is the true source of your harm. Just follow your second uncle and become the queen by following Prince Yefeng. Gongsun Bai's face turned slightly red with anger. Does she not know what kind of person Yefeng is? A casual inquiry in Heavendo City would reveal that he is a waste. Just as this lewd man continued to speak, MuLin directly interrupted him. Miss Gongsun, is this your reason for having us evaluate you all this time? Do you think we would be afraid of a wasteful prince and a wasteful crown prince? Upon hearing this, both Gongsun Bai and the lewd man's expressions changed. Gongsun Bai was somewhat worried about MuLin's words, as the power of the Heavendo Empire was indeed well known. It is one of the 3 strongest forces on the continent. The lewd man, on the other hand, was somewhat angry and surprised. After all, he was following Shui Xing. Yet this guy in front of him actually said the prince was a waste. What kind of force is this guy from? However, The man was somewhat puzzled, while the people beside him had no such confusion. Upon hearing MuLin's insult towards Shuai, one of them immediately stepped forward. Kid, the people of the Shuai family cannot be insulted. You will pay with your life. After saying that, 2 of the 7 people in front stepped forward. At the same time, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, black, appeared around them. 2 soul saints. Chapter 277. The Blood Clan Duo. A man and a woman, both soul saints, stepped out beside the lewd man. The male soul saint wielded a flame knife engraved with various beast patterns on both sides. The female soul saint had a snow blue scorpion tail behind her. Her hands transformed into crab pincers emanating a chilling aura, and she wore a snow blue armor radiating icy coldness. Both of them had 7 perfectly matched soul rings. The male soul saint looked at MuLin. Kid, don't think that just because you have talent, you can act recklessly. I'll give you one last chance. Cripple your martial soul and follow us to the Prince's mansion to apologize. The Shuai family will not tolerate your insolence. As he spoke, the male's mood seemed extremely agitated, and the flames on the knife in his hand were almost leaping to the ground. The female soul saint was similarly affected, her cold aura noticeably stronger than before. MuLin glanced at the 2, tilted his head, and pretended to be innocent as he said, but in my impression, both Shuai and Shuai are complete wastes. I also accidentally learned that every generation of a Shuai family has 2 people who survive. One is the emperor, and the other is a wasteful inheritance machine. Could it be that Shuai has become the emperor? While saying this, MuLin deliberately feigned a puzzled expression as he looked at the 2 in front of him. The 2 soul saints had no idea what was going on. Upon hearing this, their angry expressions were impossible to hide. The male soul saint's knife flashed with a hint of yellow light. First soul skill, Fire Goose Slash. A single slash released 3 blade energies shaped like fire geese, rapidly attacking the opponent with incredible speed. The flame knife slashed downwards, quickly releasing 3 blade energies shaped like fire geese. Seeing this soul saint's attack, MuLin sneered. If possible, I still hope your attack power can be even greater. MuLin's right hand flashed with a hint of golden light. Battle skill, Diamond Palm. Transformed from the battle skill, Mighty Diamond Palm, it changed from an attack-oriented skill to one that significantly enhances the hardness of the palm. With a sudden swing from left to right, the 3 blade energies emitted by the soul sage were directly dispersed. The woman beside the man, upon seeing this, thrust her scorpion tail directly at MuLin. At the same time, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I don't believe that a guy who's at most a soul emperor can break a soul sage's soul skill unscathed and without any side effects. However, this female soul sage had to believe that this soul emperor really could do it unscathed with his bare hands, breaking a soul sage's soul skill. MuLin sensed the attack from the female soul sage's tail coming towards him immediately. Therefore, his right hand naturally transformed into a hand blade shape and slashed back fiercely. Stab, stab, stab. Ah! The first sound was the noise of MuLin directly slicing into the tail with his hand blade. Although neither MuLin nor the female soul sage used soul skills, and she was a soul sage while MuLin was merely a soul emperor. Who could deny that MuLin had the ultimate golden martial soul? What is the most famous aspect of the ultimate martial soul? Of course, it's their formidable combat power. Coupled with the gold attribute, which inherently includes sharpness, it was quite normal for the female soul sage's attack, even without using a soul skill, to be sliced into. Thus, it was evident that the following scream was, of course, from this soul sage. Although this snow blue scorpion tail was not the female soul sage's body. The martial soul is the foundation of a person. When the foundation of a person is cut open, the pain can be imagined. With just this one move, both of them realized that the person in front of them, who should be at most a soul emperor, was not easy to deal with. Shuai ran. Let's go together and kill him. Use his body to apologize to Lord Prince. No problem. The individual named Shuai ran, a flame blade soul sage. Had his 4th soul ring flash by. 4th soul skill, Fire Leopard Quick Slash, enhancing his own speed and attack speed by 100. Afterward, each time an attack hits the enemy, a small fire leopard will appear to bite the enemy's wound, causing secondary damage. One side of Shuai ran, resembling a fire leopard, lit up, as if this fire leopard had come to life. Relying on his doubled speed and his soul sage-level physical condition, Shuai ran rapidly approached MuLin. The flame blade in his hand was about to slash down. However, MuLin's physical condition and perceptual ability were stronger than Shuai ran, this soul sage. Battle skill, Dragon Breath. utilizing his dragon energy and soul power to explode with force to push the opponent back and cause damage. A streak of golden light instantly shone in everyone's eyes from MuLin's right palm. Boom! Shui Ran was instantly sent flying, crashing through no less than 5 trees before finally coming to stop. The female soul sage, upon seeing this, understood that the leader of this soul hunting team was likely approaching the soul sage level. Moreover, his background should be quite good, as he previously neutralized Shui Ran's first soul skill and her tail attack with that handblade, along with the previous burst of light. It should be a battle skill. Although battle skills are rare, they have circulated for so many years across the continent, and some old families still possess quite a few battle skills. However, these old families are still very difficult to deal with. Kid, get out of the way. Let the little girl from the Gongsun family go, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to walk out of this place. After saying this, the remaining 7 soul rings of this female soul sage all began to pulse. As if MuLin's words didn't align with her intentions, she would directly unleash an all-out attack. Would MuLin be afraid of her? Of course not. Come on. Let me see how strong the experts cultivated by the Tiando Empire are. MuLin also recognized that this group should be the Tiando royal family, the Shui family, trained from a young age to obey the royal members. This group had all sorts of martial souls, as they were cultivated from orphans, with those having good martial soul talents continuing to train, while those with poor talents would pursue other paths, such as joining the military, gaining knowledge, or engaging in business. And they all shared a common surname, Shui, pronounced the same as snow. Of course, there were also experts with the surname Shui who had no connection with the Tiando Empire. But those who maintained such loyalty to the Shui family were most likely cultivated by the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, there would be no need for such loyalty to the royal family. You speak boldly. Shui Bingling, let's go together and kill him and his teammates. 7th soul skill, true form of the weapon soul. A gigantic phantom appeared behind, holding a massive 10,000 beast flame blade. The first 6 soul skills could be used without cooldown, and the soul rings absorbed would be summoned using fire attributes, all possessing around 10,000 years of combat power, attacking the opponent together. Chapter 278, First Kill 1. 7th soul skill, true form of the weapon soul. A gigantic phantom appeared behind, holding a massive 10,000 beast flame blade. The first 6 soul skills could be used without cooldown, and the soul rings absorbed would be summoned using fire attributes, all possessing around 10,000 years of combat power, attacking the opponent together. A crimson gigantic figure instantly appeared behind Shui Ran, holding the 10,000 beast flame blade, forged from flames. The beast patterns originally carved within the flame blade martial soul became vivid in the true form of the martial soul. And beside the gigantic figure appeared some shadowy forms forged from fire. Additionally, 6 soul beast phantoms appeared around Shui Ran. 3-tailed fire goose, fire cloud lion, crimson flame tiger, fire leopard, king of the earth, and scarlet flame flood dragon. No, it should be 7, because a massive fire cloud also appeared above Shui Ran's head. Your luck is quite good, since you can encounter the fire cloud, a top-tier fire attribute soul beast, if it can be transformed into a martial soul. It would definitely be the pursuit of all fire attribute soul masters. Fire cloud, a special soul beast, rumored to have been formed from a drop of blood from the fire god, merged with a special cloud. Its function and soul skill have only one effect. Within the range of the fire cloud, fire attribute attacks are enhanced by at least 100, while attacks of other attributes are reduced by at least 30, and certain attribute attacks are even directly reduced by 50. Moreover, the fire cloud can consume soul power to further enhance these amplifications and suppressions. However, what about that lady beside you, Blood Bingling? She is an ice attribute soul master. Perhaps it won't suppress as severely as half for water attributes, but it should be around 40, right? After hearing MuLin's words, Blood Bingling and Shui Ran sneered. Do you think we wouldn't know about this? After saying that, the fire cloud above Shui Ran's head instantly shrank, only capable of covering himself. Of course, with the range reduced, the amplification ability would be even more formidable, as it no longer had to amplify multiple units as before. And behind MuLin, Blood Bingling unleashed her 7th soul skill, true form of the mysterious Ice Scorpion, transforming into a massive Ice Scorpion soul beast, enhancing all attributes by 150, with ice-related attributes boosted to 200. At the same time, the first 6 soul skills can be used without cooldown, and a chilling aura surrounds him, bringing his martial soul closer to the ultimate form of ice. Behind MuLin, a giant beast appears, towering at 4 to 5 meters tall, with a length of at least 7 to 8 meters. Kid, since you want to die, we'll grant your wish. Shui Bingling advances, with her soul rings lighting up one after another. First soul skill, Ice Crab Claw, forms an Ice Crab Claw, enhancing attack power while significantly boosting defense. In the true martial soul form, the strength of the claw is increased by at least 100. Second soul skill, Ice Moon Transformation, enhances personal strength, speed, and defense by 30, and ice attribute by 50. Under the moonlight, the boost doubles, and in snowy conditions, it doubles again. It can stack. Third soul skill, Cold Snake Dance, enhances body flexibility, increasing armor penetration ability by 100. At the same time, it provides a 10 damage reduction. Shui Bingling uses her first, second, third, fifth, and sixth soul skills in succession. MuLin watches as her soul rings keep shining, his eyelids twitching. Goodness, this is even more extreme than me. 7 soul skills, 6 of which are enhancement types. He realizes there are no attack types among them. MuLin can clearly feel that with each soul skill Shui Bingling uses, her momentum increases. This means she is a tank. Remembering the two of them, he notes that their combination seems very compatible. With one tank already established, what about the other? First soul skill, Fire Goose Slash. A single slash creates 3 fiery goose-shaped blade auras that swiftly attack the opponent with incredible speed. Second soul skill, Fire Lion Great Slash. Pikazu Slash carries a massive blade aura with a Lion-S Phantom, intimidating the opponent upon attack. Third soul skill, Flame Tiger Heavy Slash. With all his might, he delivers a powerful downward slash in the shape of a tiger, currently the strongest single target attack soul skill of Shui Ran. Shui Ran's first to 6 soul rings light up. Each time one lights up, while his momentum increases slightly, the giant beast beside him seemed to become even more imposing. With each ring that lights up, Shui Ran swings his beast flame blade, unleashing countless powerful blade auras attacking MuLin. Seeing the blade auras flying towards him, MuLin realizes he can no longer hold back. His body trembles, and his first to 4th and 6th soul rings light up instantly. This is already MuLin's strongest state under normal circumstances. A golden light flashes and then disappears, revealing the Gold Dragon Spear in MuLin's hand. Gold Dragon Soul-Piercing Spear. MuLin raises the spear, with 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rhythmically moving up and down. Come on, I've fought soul saints before. Let me see the difference between a soul saint cultivated by the Tiando Empire and those who grew up on their own. Saying this, MuLin charges forward. The 2 soul saints opposite him surround him from the front and back. Should he just wait for them to attack? Strike first. MuLin immediately rushes towards Shui Ran, knowing that Shui Ran is the special attacker between the two. Shui Bingling is a tank. Should they focus on the tank first? Of course. They should target the attacker first. Shui Ran looks at the charging MuLin with a disdainful expression. The fiery cloud above him is not to be trifled with. Reduced to such a small size, non-fire attribute attacks will be reduced by 50. Is the spear in front of him made of fire? Indeed it is. Stab. Everyone around is stunned, as MuLin pierces Shui Ran's heart with a single thrust. Even MuLin is momentarily dazed. He never expected this guy to have no defense at all. Even though he trusts his fiery cloud, it should only reduce some damage. Other attacks would still hurt him. You have no defense? Shui Ran does have some, but facing the enhanced Gold Dragon Soul-Piercing Spear, it crumbles upon contact, even as the spear is about to strike. A flicker of panic flashes in his heart. But unfortunately, MuLin's spear is too fast. At the same time, MuLin is a bit stunned. He has never seen such a weak soul saint. Are you really cultivated by the Tiando Empire? How can you be so weak? Chapter 279. The end. Are you really cultivated by the Tiando Empire? How can you be so weak? MuLin knows he can definitely crush a soul saint, but he hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. He has merely used some enhancement soul skills and a few combat techniques. In this situation, facing a soul saint who has activated their martial soul true form, it should be a standoff, at least for a while. So what is this situation? This soul saint couldn't have taken drugs to boost his power, could he? I've never seen a soul saint weaker than you. Shui Ran, pierced through the heart, hears these words as blood flows from his mouth. You. He can only manage to utter 2 words before collapsing to the ground, his eyes staring at the sky, unable to close them in death. Now, Miss Shui Bingling, I hope your strength isn't as pitiful as that of Shui Ran. With that, MuLin swings his spear and charges forward. Although Xue Bingling doesn't recognize MuLin. After all, he has disguised himself to appear around 20 years old, and she hasn't witnessed his combat prowess. She has only heard of him from others and does not recognize that the man who just killed Xue Ran is the first genius of the Tiando Empire, MuLin. Xue Bingling does not retreat, knowing it would be useless. Although she is at the Soul Saint level, her speed boost is limited. It primarily enhances her control and ice attributes. Based on her observations, MuLin's speed definitely surpasses both her and Xue Ran. If she runs, her chances of survival would be almost zero. However, if they face each other directly, her chances of survival could increase by at least 30. After all, this guy is just the Soul Emperor, and judging by the spear in his hand, it probably isn't a beast martial soul. His physical defense must be very poor. She doesn't believe that one person can excel in defense, strength, and speed all at once. If he can balance strength and speed, that is already impressive. Xue Bingling even suspects that this man primarily cultivates speed, and the power that just killed Xue Ran was likely due to the fire attribute of his spear, enhanced by the fiery cloud, combined with Xue Ran's overconfidence, allowing him to achieve a one-hit kill. Thinking of this, Xue Bingling's confidence returned. I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one. Fourth soul skill, Shining Ice Storm. It unleashes the power of the martial soul, creating a storm infused with ice power, which varies in different locations. For example, above the ocean, the storm emphasizes the ocean's pressure. In rocky areas, the storm brings countless rocks to injure and suppress the opponent. Even beside a volcano, the ice power carried by the storm can be transformed into fire meteors to surround and attack the opponent. Now, Xue Bingling is in the forest. Using the Shining Ice Storm, the massive Xianbing scorpion begins to generate a powerful storm around it, quickly lifting nearby trees and soil along with surrounding soul power, forming a green storm, with the ice power replaced by countless leaf blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The enormous green storm surged towards MuLin. MuLin sneered. Just right. Let us see how powerful my latest technique is. Combat skill, Azure Sky Battle Blade. It condenses the power of the Azure Sky within the Soul Valley onto the Golden Dragon Soul-Piercing Spear, merging the Azure Sky power with Dragon power. The ultimate Golden Soul power and Golden Flame power to form a powerful Azure Sky Battle Blade. The long spear in MuLin's hand instantly transformed. The entire body was a platinum color, slightly transparent, with the connection between the spearhead and the shaft engraved with a scene of a dragon and tiger fighting. The spearhead occupied nearly 1/3 of the length of the spear, with a white-blue main body wrapped in brilliant golden soul power. It appeared more slender and shorter than before. One could even say it was a short spear. MuLin manipulated the remaining Azure Sky power within the soul bone, enveloping his entire body. Sixth soul skill, Golden Dragon Starbreak. It significantly enhances and activates one's golden attributes and dragon power. Strength and defense are increased by 100, and every move will deal number of soul rings 10, real damage. Combat skill, Explosive Step. It condenses soul power at the feet, greatly enhancing one's explosive speed. Whoosh. In an instant, MuLin disappeared from the Xianbing scorpion's sight. The Xianbing scorpion attempted to move its body to see where this kid had vanished. Suddenly, a sense of dread surged in the Xianbing scorpion's heart. The Xianbing scorpion consumed a large amount of soul power to enhance its only attacking soul skill. The massive green storm became even more expansive, even affecting the nearby Sanju Soul Hunting Team and Gongsun Bai's uncle's group. Damn, what is going on? Is the captain of the Sanju Soul Hunting Team a soul sage? But why would a soul sage team up with a group of soul kings and even one soul zone? Gongsun Bai's uncle was furious, as his group had already begun to gain the upper hand. After the Sanju Soul Hunting Team lost their captain, they were left with 5 members, while Gongsun Bai's uncle's group also had 5 members after removing the 2 from the Xue family. However, these 5 were fundamentally different. The 5 members of the Sanju Soul Hunting Team consisted of 1 Soul Emperor, 3 Soul Kings, and 1 Soul Zone. But all 5 members of Gongsun Bai's group were Soul Emperors. Moreover, they were all optimally matched Soul Emperors, with strong attack, agile attack, defense, control, and range consumption represented among them. It was thanks to Gongsun Bai and Tao Shua's efforts that they had managed to gain a slight advantage by now. After all, the contributions of Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming, the 2 Soul Kings, were minimal, and Yi Lingling still needed protection. As the agile attack type, Soul Emperor on the opposing side was not to be underestimated. However, the violent storm gave their group a moment to catch their breath. On the other side, The Xianbing Scorpion was frantically consuming its soul power to use its fourth soul skill. MuLin looked at the Xianbing Scorpion, which was enveloped in the storm. He smirked. Forget it. I'm too lazy to play with you anymore. Soul Bone Skill. Instant teleportation. In an instant, MuLin was transported above the Xianbing Scorpion. The Xianbing Scorpion sensed MuLin above it immediately, but hadn't seen any movement yet. Slash. The Azure Sky Battle Blade in MuLin's hand plunged directly into the Xianbing Scorpion's severed head. Combat skill, Dragon Chi Explosion. It injects the Dragon Chi from within into the opponent's body through the attack, then detonates it, seriously injuring the opponent from the inside out. The Azure Sky Battle Blade drove deep into the Xianbing Scorpion's head, and one could imagine how much Dragon Chi was now coursing through the Xianbing Scorpion's mind. No, don't. However, MuLin would not let her go just because of Shui Bingling's screams. If you want to cherish beauty, first you must belong to me. Boom. Chapter 280. Star Luo Night City. The Star Luo Empire, one of the three top forces on the continent, has a nobility just like the Heaven Do Empire. However, the difference is that the nobility of the Heaven Do Empire has existed for a relatively long time, with some top nobles surviving alongside it, while the Star Luo Empire does not. The nobility of the Star Luo Empire is as iron-blooded as their royal family, perfectly embodying the words fast, accurate, and ruthless. As soon as a rival family shows signs of decline or exposes weaknesses, those families will quickly and accurately strike based on those weaknesses and do so ruthlessly, causing many families to disappear from the world, and many tiger-type martial souls have not been seen for hundreds of years. Apart from the royal family, no nobility can match the royal family's longevity. Even the three major titled family forces within Star Luo City were established in the last 100 or 200 years. They can even be said to be living in fear, as the influence of the Star Luo Empire's martial soul, the White Tiger, should still affect the royal family members. How can others sleep soundly when you're on the bed? Therefore, there are no titled level forces with long survival times. The three major titled families in Star Luo City are very obedient, as many titled families have emerged over the past few hundred years, but they have all disappeared. Of course, their disappearance has a fundamental reason: insufficient strength. The status of your family means that your family must have matching strength. Without strength, anyone can pull you down and devour your family. In the Star Luo Empire, strength is paramount. Night City, the border city of the Star Luo Empire, hosts the three strongest forces: the Martial Soul Hall, the military strength station by the Star Luo Empire, and the local top force of Night City. The strongest among these three forces has a Soul Douluo level. As soon as MuLin and the others arrived here, they learned about the general information of the strongest individuals in these three forces. Among the three, the strongest is the military force station by the Star Luo Empire. The leader is Duku Wei, Lin Tianhu, whose martial soul is a crimson tiger head spear, with a soul power level of at least 85. In fact, with his strength, he could have been made a marquis, but he reached the Soul Douluo level in a time of peace and has not achieved any military merits. So he remains in the count rank. However, even so, some marquises do not dare to underestimate him, as they cannot defeat him. The second strongest force in the city is the Martial Soul Hall. The leaders among them are twin brothers, Lin Zhe and Lin Kan, who both entered the Soul Douluo realm 5 years ago. Before that, the Spirit Hall's influence could only be considered one of the three major powers in Nightshade City based on its strength and reputation on the continent. The other two factions, families, and the military completely ignored it. It was only 5 years ago that two Soul Douluos appeared in the Spirit Hall of Nightshade City, which garnered it some respect. Both brothers possess water blue long swords as their martial spirits, with an estimated strength of around level 82. The weakest faction is the local strongest family in Nightshade City, the Nailin family. The strongest member of the clan is the previous family head, Nailin Tianda, whose martial spirit is the giant rock knight spear. It is a yellow-brown knight's spear with impressive strength, estimated to be at level 84 or 85. Logically, the Nailin family should not be weaker than the Spear Hall. However, MuLin and others learned that 3 years ago, there seemed to have been a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Nailin family. After that, the Nailin family became very low-key, while the Spirit Hall became exceptionally high-profile in the city. Some streets that originally belonged to the Nailin family were seized by the Spirit Hall. Hence, the division of power is as such. Of course, a city has more than just top-tier powers. There are also first-tier, second-tier, and even obscure powers, as well as other possible reclusive cultivators. In a hotel, MuLin is organizing the power structure within Nightshade City for his team. Alright, the power structure in Nightshade City has been sorted out for you. Among these factions, if possible, it's best not to provoke the military. After all, if we get into trouble with the military, we can only run. Lin Tianhu and his army can report to the Xingluo royal family at any time, so it's better to avoid them. However, we won't initiate trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. Don't be cowardly. The other two families also follow that standard. Avoid trouble, but don't fear it. So, let's take a break for the next couple of days. And tomorrow we'll head to the Stardow Forest to continue our soul hunting life. Upon hearing MuLin's words, the members of the Sanju soul hunting team couldn't help but show happy expressions. After all, since joining the Sanju soul hunting team, apart from having a day's rest after arriving in each city, the rest of the time was spent either helping others hunt souls or hunting souls themselves. Moreover, after being ambushed by Gongsun by S' second uncle and the people under Shueshing, they even spent a week or two eliminating all the forces related to Shueshing in the surrounding area. After all, if you dare to send your people to ambush us and fail, you must pay the price. However, since Qian Rinxue has not yet successfully ascended the throne, MuLin merely gave a small punishment, causing all families related to Shueshing in that area to disappear. As for how Shueshing felt afterward, that was not their concern. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Ming, the two brothers, walked towards the food street. They had spent nearly 20 years in the Tiandou Empire and had yet to taste the cuisine of the Xingluo Empire. Yi Lingling and Gongsun Bai went to the beauty street. Which woman doesn't love beauty? Tao Shuo followed Yi Lingling and Gongsun Bai. MuLin noticed that ever since the last time Tao Shuo helped Gongsun Bai hunt souls and displayed remarkable prowess in that battle, the two of them often sneaked off together, though he didn't know what they were doing. MuLin didn't think much of it. After all, they might have a shared sense of misfortune. Tao Shuo was expelled from Sea God Island, and Gongsun Bai was also forced out by her second uncle. Both belonged to those who were compelled to leave the forces behind them, plus their talents are top tier on this continent. It's a match made in heaven for these two to team up. One is an attacker, and the other is a controller. A perfect combination. As for MuLin, he planned to continue his cultivation in the room, preparing to break through to the Soul Sage realm as soon as possible. No matter what, the true body of a martial spirit is very alluring. According to MuLin's estimates, once he possesses the true body of the martial spirit, even ordinary Title Douluos wouldn't be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Chapter 281, Lin Zhe's son. Lin Xiao, although Nightshade City has Nightshade in its name, the city has almost nothing to do with night. Moreover, it is only around 11 or 12 noon, and under the strong sunlight, this city, along with its golden surrounding walls, radiates a brilliant golden light. In this city, which is not aptly named in an eastern neighborhood, two women and one man are tasting delicacies in a food street that is even renowned in the Xingluo Empire. Not far from them, there is also a pair of brothers with different builds, but somewhat similar features, indulging in food. The sturdy man among them has already participated in the day's eating competition. Gongsun Bai and Yi Lingling, with 4 hands holding different types of food, all share one common trait. They are all sweets. As they eat, they walk toward the beauty street next to the food street, where there are nice clothes and jewelry for sale. Yi Lingling, as the only daughter of the continent's top healing soul master, possesses gold soul coins second only to her captain MuLin. Although Gongsun Bai escaped from her family, her previous ability to casually take out thousands of gold soul coins for soul hunting indicates that her wealth belongs to the rich class. In contrast, Tao Shuo, who followed behind them, is a poor boy. Although he receives a significant share of the gold soul coins earned from each soul hunt, he is a cultivation fanatic. This time, he is willing to come out because he has run out of the cultivation resources he had accumulated. After a little street browsing with Gongsun Bai and Yi Lingling, he plans to head to another place to buy cultivation resources and continue his training. Moreover, he doesn't suppress his appetite, so he has very little money saved up. He holds some barbecue and follows the two women ahead. This development seems quite good. After hunting souls, he arranges time to rest or enjoy, and he gets to eat delicacies in a different place. However, perhaps due to their bad luck, just as Yi Lingling and Gongsun Bai were leaving the food street and heading toward the beauty street, someone shouted, "Hey, you there? Stop! What are you sneaking around for? Following these two beauties?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling and Gongsun Bai instinctively looked toward the speaker. It's not that they're narcissistic. Their looks are top tier across the continent. After all, innate soul power is tested when you awaken your martial spirit, indicating the innate soul power within your body. It is a well-known fact regarding the soul power within. The higher your soul power level, the more soul power you possess, and the more perfect you are. Theoretically, the higher your soul power level, the more handsome you become. Except for a few martial spirits, like pig martial spirits or others that negatively impact one's appearance. The vast majority of soul masters find that the higher their soul power, the better their looks. At the same time, the premise of your soul power being higher is that your innate soul power must be high. Combined with what was mentioned earlier that the higher the soul power, the higher the attractiveness. How could your looks be low if your innate soul power was so high as a child? Anyway, MuLin has never heard of an ugly person who has high soul power. Even most evil spirits have a very charming kind of handsome appearance. After hearing this, the two exceptionally talented beauties, Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai, instinctively looked over, which is understandable. The one who spoke directly, with shiny blue hair that reflects light in the sun, pale skin, and possibly due to the martial soul, his eyes are very bright. Even with a reflective blue hue, combined with the sunny smile on his face, it easily gives a good impression at first glance. The blue-haired man with a smiling face looked at Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai. Then he turned to Tao Shuo, who was following the two of them. The smiling expression instantly turned into one of anger. Look at you, clearly a decent-looking person, but here you are brazenly sitting on the street and secretly following others. You should know this is the neighborhood managed by my spirit hall. How bold of you. After saying that, the blue-haired man's right hand instantly produced a water-blue longsword. Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Apologize to the two beauties and I'll let you leave. After saying that, the blue-haired man's longsword was surrounded by 6 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, black. 6-ringed Soul Emperor. I recognized him. He is Lord Lin Zhe's son, Lin Xiao. Only about 35 years old, but he has already reached the 6-ringed Soul Emperor level. Lord Lin Zhe, Lord Lin Can, and the military's Lord Lin Tianhu all believe that this person will at least become a Title Douluos in the future, and if he has enough opportunities, he might even reach the level of a Title Douluos. A nearby vendor, seeing the water-blue long sword and the 6 soul rings, looked at the slightly younger face and immediately mentioned a name. When some food vendors nearby heard the name Lin Xiao, combined with the many conditions that this person met, which were said to be very fragrant according to legends, they exclaimed, "It really is Lin Xiao. ISNT, that genius always training in the spear hall? Why is he out this time?" Yes, and he has been out for a while. You don't even know he ate my buns yesterday. Indeed, he also ate my tang yuan about 3 days ago. This group of people started to digress, all arguing about where this man had eaten food, seemingly hoping that he would remember them. As the blue-haired man heard this, he raised an eyebrow at Tao Shuo. Kid, did you hear that? This is your last chance. Apologize, and I'll let you leave, otherwise, Tao Shuo, being young, would not tolerate this pretentious guy in front of him. He wasn't secretly following. He was openly following Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai. Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai could turn their heads and see Tao Shuo. How could this be considered secretly following? Anyone should be able to see that Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai either didn't team mind Tao Shuo following them, or that the three of them knew each other. Is this guy in front of me a fool? Tao Shuo, Martial Soul, Evil Demon Orca, Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. As he spoke, Tao Shuo instantly entered the martial soul possession state, with dense scales emerging from his body. Secretly following? I'm not interested in explaining to a fool like you. I can only tell you, if you want to show off, you found the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 soul rings on Tao Shuo's body directly appear before everyone's eyes. Yellow, purple, black, black. Chapter 282, The Calm of the Continent. If you want to show off, you found the wrong person. Tao Shuo would not indulge Lin Xiao's bad habits. If you want to display your power, go find someone else, not me. You're not worthy. The 6 soul rings on Tao Shuo's body were openly visible to everyone. No way. This young man is so young. Yet he has also reached the Soul Emperor level. Yes, this young man looks to be at most 25 years old. I remember he said his martial soul is the evil demon Orca. I recall that in our star Luo Empire, those who reach the Soul Emperor level at this age are only Blood Spirit Young Master, the Grand Young Master, and the eldest son of the Underworld Duke. I remember very clearly that none of their martial souls is the evil demon Orca. Wow. So, another top genius has emerged in our star Luo Empire. Those vendors, seeing the 6 soul rings on Tao Shuo and his young appearance, couldn't help but compare him to Lin Xiao, who, even at 35, looked only about 25 or 26. However, Tao Shuo looked much younger, appearing to be just an adult, likely between 18 and 20 years old. Plus, most soul masters tend to look younger than their actual age. But even so, Douluos' age definitely wouldn't exceed 25. After all, judging from his voice and his unwillingness to back down, his personality suggests he is almost certainly a young man. The entire continent has only recently revealed that Jiang Shuling, Dai Yixi, Zhu Qingyu, Jin Shun by Shantan, and MuLin have all reached the Soul Emperor level before the age of 25. However, if we count, we could also include the Spirit Hall's Guru A and the Tiando Empire's Yuling who both have the opportunity to reach the Soul Emperor level before 25. So, in total, only 8 people have reached the Soul Emperor level before 25. Even because of this era, there are 8 people. So now the entire continent is spreading a message. This is a golden age, and this era will definitely produce unprecedented strong individuals. Perhaps someone will reach the rumored level of godhood at the 100 level. Of course, this is just a rumor, said to have originated from a drunken Title Douluo at a royal banquet in the Douluo Empire, which was then shared as gossip by a servant attending to them. How long has it been? And now the 9th genius of the same level has appeared. Some who remembered this rumor in their hearts became increasingly convinced of it. After all, usually only those who reach the Soul King level before the age of 25 are revealed. And it has only happened in the past few decades, or even the past century during the era of the 3 invincible powers, which might expose geniuses who reach the Soul Emperor level before 25. This era has actually seen the emergence of 9. Lin Xiao is also one of those who knows this news. He even knows that the Title Douluo who spoke this news has a significant status in the Douluo Empire, and is said to be an old Title Douluo who has experienced wars between 2 countries. Almost all top forces are aware of what he said. Therefore, recently, the entire continent has been relatively quiet. These people are quietly cultivating, believing that this is a golden age, and perhaps in such a golden age, they have the opportunity to break through to a higher level. Since the last competition, almost all Soul Douluo and Title Douluo have entered seclusion, because they also feel that this should be a golden age, where perhaps their cultivation speed is faster and breakthroughs are easier. Of course, from time to time, there will be reports of certain academies cooperating with the Spirit Hall to capture some evil soul masters. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who wields a water blue long sword spirit, stiffens his expression. It is clear that Lin Xiao not only has heard of this, but also believes this news very much. Coupled with his own talent, which is quite impressive among his peers, Lin Xiao has always had a slightly condescending attitude towards younger individuals in Nightfall City. After all, his talent can reach the rank of Soul Douluo, and in this golden age, he also has opportunities to showcase the prowess of a Title Douluo. If he is lucky, he might even reach the legendary Super Douluo. With such a bright future ahead of him, it is natural for him to look down on those with mediocre talents. Now, he unexpectedly encounters the 9th top genius, who is at least on the path to becoming a Title Douluo, and even if he loses normally without sustaining any injuries, there is a 99% chance of becoming a Super Douluo. He wanted to show off his skills, and ended up provoking such a person. If there were a regret medicine, Lin Xiao would probably go bankrupt to buy one. However, although Lin Xiao is already 35 years old, he has primarily focused on cultivation, so he still places great importance on his own face. Dare to say you weren't secretly following? I've been watching you for over 10 minutes. The 2 beautiful women in front were eating while looking at the food beside them, and you were just lurking in the crowd behind them, secretly following. How dare you argue? Lin Xiao looks at the young Tao Shuo, and the jealousy in his eyes can hardly be concealed. If Lin Xiao were in another era, he would definitely be the face of the Spirit Hall's genius. However, there are already 3 geniuses above him who are stronger. Therefore, Lin Xiao can only work hard in Nightfall City to earn resources. Unlike the prominent figures of previous eras, although there were some hidden top geniuses above them, they still received ample resources to support their status. Lin Xiao is very envious. The geniuses of previous eras didn't have to fight for resources like he does, even though his talent is not inferior to theirs. Let me see if there is any difference between you and the other top geniuses. As soon as he finishes speaking, Lin Xiao does not give Tao Shuo a chance to respond. First soul skill, Sharp Sword, increases the sharpness of his long sword spirit by 70. Second soul skill, Sword Edge of the World, increases the sharpness of his long sword spirit by 100. 2 yellow soul rings suddenly light up on Lin Xiao's body, and the water blue long sword in his hand is enveloped in 2 yellow lights. The sword becomes increasingly sharp, causing nearby merchants to instinctively want to distance themselves from it. Tao Shuo, being the one facing this sword, also feels somewhat uncomfortable. His hands instinctively tense up, and the scales on his body become even closer. His third soul skill also flashes, enveloping his entire body. Chapter 283. The end of the battle. Lin Xiao watches as Tao Shuo reacts next, and his lips involuntarily curve into a slight smile. No matter how talented you are, encountering my sword still makes you feel the danger. Among Lin Xiao's 6 soul skills, for enhance the sharpness of his weapon. He and his father Lin Zhe share the same sword spirit, but their paths are different. Lin Xiao has focused solely on the path of sharpness, which is very similar to the Windsword Sect, both specializing in sharpness. Except the Windsword Sect also specializes in wind attributes. However, it is understandable, as both his father and uncle are soul, level sword spirit masters, and they do not need soul rings or soul skills to support their swordplay. They only need to enhance their fundamental soul spirit and learn the combat techniques created by their elders. Combat technique: Wind-piercing stab. It channels his soul power and uses special techniques to attract surrounding wind attributes to the sword tip, enhancing the speed and penetration of direct stab attacks. This move is one of the most basic techniques of the Windsword Sect, but basic does not mean weak or of little use. On the contrary, such basic moves are the skills of top experts in the Windsword Sect. Just like now, Lin Xiao swings his long sword from top to bottom with all his might. This is not the technique clearly named wind-piercing stab, but perhaps it could be renamed downwind slash. Stab, stab, stab. The long sword and the scales of the evil demon tiger whale king even create sparks from their friction. Tao Shuo squints his eyes, and his 4th soul skill flashes. 4th soul skill, Dragon Step. It activates the dragon power within the soul ring, granting him a brief ability to hover in the air, which will enhance his flying speed. This soul ring is a soul skill obtained from killing a sea serpent in the ocean, and over the years, Tao Shuo has made some modifications to it. The dragon power courses through his scales, significantly increasing their defensive capabilities. Even the majority of dragon scales cannot compare to the hardness of the evil demon tiger whale king scales enhanced by dragon power. After the buffs from the 3rd and 4th soul skills, Tao Shuo is not afraid of Lin Xiao's longsword at all. His hands turn into claws, and his soul power erupts. Oof. Lin Xiao sees the purple light flashing on Tao Shuo again. 3rd soul skill, Frostblade, transforms his weapon into ice attributes, increasing the sharpness of his weapon by 100. Each time it hits an enemy, it will freeze the enemy, reducing their reaction speed and slowing down their soul power operation speed. The water blue long sword in Lin Xiao's hand instantly transforms into an ice sword, and the cold air on the sword even creates a very slippery layer of ice on the ground. After both Lin Xiao and Tao Shuo enhance themselves again, they attack each other once more. However, just as their attacks are about to collide, stop. Who allowed you to fight in the streets? Tao Shuo hears this and does not pay attention, as his opponent's long sword poses a genuine threat to him. He cannot hold back against such an opponent. Otherwise, he could end up injured or worse, which would be his own misfortune. After all, if you die, would anyone blame the genius for the death of nobody? Impossible. Lin Xiao feels the same way. Although he recognizes who said this, he is not foolish enough to think Tao Shuo has any intention of holding back. This leads to Lin Xiao and Tao Shuo directly ignoring this statement. Stop. Stop, stop. This time, their fight even affects the surrounding merchants. Is this the strength of Lord Lin Xiao? Clearly still battling against someone of equal rank, yet the cold aura emanating from his long sword has spread this far. Yes, that young man fighting against Lord Lin Xiao is also very strong. I can even sense the quality of his spirit, which is definitely far superior to mine. I can feel my spirit trembling just from being affected by his aura. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Of course, some of the merchants also recognize the owner of the previous sentence. Stop talking, stop talking. As soon as the words fell, the owner of the earlier sentence seemed to feel anger at being ignored by these two while continuing to fight. 3rd soul skill. One sword cuts the river. The long sword in hand was thrown out, attacking the target at a rapid speed. During this time, the weight of the martial soul is reduced by 50, but it does not affect the sharpness and hardness of the martial soul itself. At the same time, it further enhances the sharpness and armor-breaking ability by 200. Whoosh! A water blue long sword, the same color as the one previously used by Lin Xiao, instantly appeared between the two. Bang! It directly stabbed into the ground between them. A middle-aged man with blue hair suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Father! Lin Xiao looked at this middle-aged man and immediately retracted his martial soul, lowering his head. Tao Shuo also recognized the man in front of him based on the words of the surrounding merchants and Lin Xiao's earlier address. Lin Xia, the master of the Martial Soul Hall in Nightshade City. The elder of the twin brothers, a man skilled in various sword techniques. Unlike his brother, who focuses on enhancing his martial soul and practices only one sword technique, Linze not only has various soul rings and soul skills related to different sword techniques, but he himself also practices a wide array of sword techniques. Therefore, he may actually be considered relatively weak among those at the Soul Douluo level, but for those soul saints and soul emperors beneath him, he is a disaster. He can use corresponding sword techniques to exploit anyone's shortcomings. Linze can be said to be adept at bullying the weak. Even if he is relatively weak in terms of statistics, his self-defense ability, or the ability to hold others back, is absolutely top-notch, with only his explosive power being somewhat lacking. Although Linze is nearly 60 years old, he appears very young, possibly due to the attributes of his martial soul and his focused training in sword techniques. Unlike the youthful appearance of the Sword Douluo with white hair, he belongs to the type of middle-aged man who looks around 40. We'll talk about this when we get back. After speaking, Linze turned his gaze to Tao Shuo. Young friend, may I ask why you were fighting with my son here? Tao Shuo saw that Linze had retracted his martial soul, and compared to Lin Xiao, he found Linze to be much more approachable. He furrowed his brow, just about to mention what his son had said earlier when he was stopped by Gongsun Bai. This is a misunderstanding. I am a teammate of his in a soul hunting team. He thought I was secretly following him when I was just behind him. Now that you are here, the misunderstanding is cleared up, so we will take our leave. After finishing, Gongsun Bai directly took Tao Shuo's right hand and led him away. Chapter 284. The beginning. 1. Linze watched the trio of Tao Shuo leave, a slight smile on his lips, and then returned with his son. Back at the Martial Soul Hall, Lin Xiao looked at his father with some confusion. Father, why did you let those three go? With your strength, they shouldn't have been able to escape. Linze glanced at his son, who was almost taller than him. Do you know who those two women are? What is their background? Lin Xiao heard his father's question and was somewhat puzzled. He only thought those two women were very beautiful, which is why they fought with Tao Shuo in the street. He didn't expect them to have a background. The woman with blue hair is named Yi Lingling. Her father, Yi Yun, is currently the strongest healing soul master in the continent. The other woman, I just learned, has the wood spirit fairy deer as her martial soul, which is recognized as the strongest control-type martial soul from ancient times to the present. Plus, the man following them, just looking at his age, you can tell he can't be over 25, but his soul power level has already reached the Soul Emperor level. This is someone on the same level as Jin Shun, Bai Shangtian, and Gu Rue from our Martial Soul Hall. If he joins our Martial Soul Hall, he will definitely be someone of the offering level in the future. Lin Xiao, hearing his father's praise for that trio, understood their talents. But what does this have to do with us? The strongest among them should be that male Soul Emperor. But father, you are a Soul Douluo. Even if that male has the combat power to fight above his level, he can't directly challenge a Soul Douluo, right? Moreover, according to what you said, the Yi family, behind Yi Lingling, seems to have sided with MuLin and that mysterious force behind him. The other woman with the wood spirit fairy deer. I remember you said she is the martial soul of the empress of the founding emperor of the Tiando Empire. If that's the case, this Gongsun Bai may also have a connection with the #1 genius of the Tiando Empire, MuLin. Finally, regarding this Soul Emperor, whether or not he has any relation to MuLin, based on what I saw earlier with Tao Shuo and the woman with the wood spirit fairy deer, it's certain that a connection will definitely form between Tao Shuo and MuLin. After finishing, Lin Xiao deliberately paused and glanced at his father. Linze smiled as he listened to his son's thoughts, not interrupting him. Seeing this, Lin Xiao continued. In any case, these three geniuses have no relation to our Martial Soul Hall. So why did you let them go, father? Whether it was to kill them, or to be a bit ruthless and capture Yi Lingling and the other girl to breed them. That would have been an option too. Upon hearing this, Linze appeared somewhat gratified and did not seem to think his son's suggestion about breeding was too cruel. In the Douluo continent, a world dominated by martial souls, being captured for breeding is a very normal occurrence. After all, if your martial soul is very powerful, but you're not a genius of your own side, you only have 3 options. First, leave your faction and follow us. This choice is still quite common, as most people value their lives highly, and many will cooperate when tempted with benefits. Otherwise, without any temptation, just blatantly inviting someone to defect will surely leave them unhappy. And when they grow stronger in the future, they might come back to stab you in the back, which is not good. Second, death. This is a common occurrence if the first choice of temptation fails. Assassinating those geniuses to prevent the opposing force from becoming stronger is quite common. Like in the original story, Tang San and his friends were incredibly lucky. Before they had grown up, they were always accompanied by 3 soul saints and several soul emperors. Once they gained some notoriety, they would directly head to the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, accompanied by 3 soul saints with a fusion technique. The combined martial soul fusion technique of 3 soul saints is incredibly powerful, although they cannot defeat the weakest Title Douluo. Even ordinary soul Douluo would not dare to provoke them. Later, in the mid to late stages, after gaining fame in the Elite Soul Master competition, Tang San directly went to train with his Super Douluo father. Xiao Wu returned to the Star Do Great Forest, this forbidden area for humans. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing went back to their own country to compete for the position of Crown Prince, while the Xingluo Empire itself is a military power, a very strong nation. If you dare to assassinate their Crown Prince, they would dare to exhaust their national strength to annihilate you without needing a reason. Their face is the most important thing. As for Ning Rongrong, her background at that time was the openly recognized #1 sect in the Douluo continent, backed by 2 Super Douluos. Only Ma Hongjun and Oscar seem to be in a more tragic situation. However, one is a fire-type strong attack system soul master, and compared to the others, he is relatively weak. Moreover, Ma Hongjun probably stayed in Shrek Academy in Heaven Do City aside from hunting souls, so his sense of security is definitely guaranteed. Oscar is an auxiliary system soul master, and compared to his teammates, the chances of him being targeted for assassination are also very low. However, even so, Oscar is still in a more dangerous position compared to his teammates. In the original work, he was even disfigured. As time went on, he could no longer protect them, and they directly ran to the ocean, the forbidden zone of the Spear Hall. At that time, they even had divine protection behind them. Tang San was even resurrected by one of the 5 great god kings, the Shura God, when he was in Shenzhen. One can only say that he truly deserves to be the protagonist. The other geniuses on the continent are not as lucky as them. At any time, there are people protecting them. Therefore, many geniuses have died. If there were no such assassinations, perhaps there would be even more gods on the Douluo continent. The third option is breeding. If your martial spirit is strong and your talent is good, then your future son may have the opportunity to inherit your talent. Even if there is a possibility that he doesn't inherit it, directly draining you to produce a few more will always yield some with good talent. This is why Lin Xiao felt puzzled that Lin Zhe directly let go of the Tao Shua trio. Among the 3 options above, why didn't Ti's father choose any? Since the 3 geniuses would never join the Spirit Hall, why not kill them or capture them for breeding? Lin Zhe looked at his son with relief. I am glad you can think of this. You have recognized the harshness of this world. However, being ruthless alone is useless. After saying this, Lin Zhe took out a document and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. This is some information collected 3 days ago. I guess you haven't seen it. Open it and take a look. Chapter 285 beginning. 2. More than half a month ago, a mysterious soul-hunting team began to target the forces under Prince Xuesheng in the Heaven Do Empire. During this time, they hunted no less than 5 soul saints and more than a dozen soul emperors. Among this team, there is one soul emperor who, after using his martial spirit, is golden all over. Although his soul ring configuration is not exposed, based on his combat mode and appearance after his martial spirit is activated, we speculate that he should be the captain of the Heaven Do Empire side in the Elite Soul Master competition, MuLin. There are also a pair of very similar-looking brothers, speculated, because they look very alike. One holds a longbow, while the other holds a shield, representing the best soul ring ratio for a Soul King. There are also 2 females, one with blue hair, whose martial spirit seems to be the #1 healing martial spirit in the world, the 9-hearted Sea Tang. Based on the previous speculation, their captain is MuLin, from which we deduce that this one should be Yi Lingling. However, she should have a mysterious opportunity because her cultivation speed is too fast. The other female with cyan hair is speculated to have a plant-type martial spirit. Based on the scene of the battle, we speculate that her martial spirit should be the legendary and recognized #1 control-type martial spirit, the Wood Spirit Fairy Deer. Among them, there's also a Soul Emperor. Based on our observations and the traces of the soul skills he used, this should be a Sea Soul Master. Father, even if their captain is MuLin, as a Soul Douluo, you don't need to be afraid of them. Besides, second uncle is also here. There is really no need to be afraid of them. Lin Zhe was almost amused by what his son said. Am I afraid of him? Well, I am indeed a bit afraid. After all, according to some evil soul masters recently captured by the Spear Hall, it seems that MuLin once single-handedly killed an evil soul Douluo. A person who is merely a soul Douluo like me is completely incomparable to those evil soul Douluos. MuLin, there is nothing to be afraid of. However, take a closer look at this information. Hearing his father's words, Lin Xiao carefully scanned the information 3 times. About 5 minutes passed. This, could it be the opportunity that Yi Lingling mentioned? Lin Zhe nodded after hearing this. Fortunately, my son isn't that foolish. Hey, wait, even if there is an opportunity, what if that opportunity is used up? Lin Xiao saw his father nodding and had a new question. After all, if someone has an opportunity, they will definitely use it up quickly. They won't keep it. Who would have thought that after Lin Xiao finished speaking? He saw Lin Zhe's expression instantly turn ugly. Just as Lin Xiao was about to continue asking, he held back his words. All right, you can go back now. Lin Xiao bowed his head and left. Sigh, some things are not for you to know. Lin Zhe watched Lin Xiao leave and subconsciously sighed. As soon as his voice fell, it seemed that you really care about your son. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's expression instantly turned very grim. Wu Yan, I respect you as an elder, but you are not allowed to touch my son. That's right. The person who just spoke was Wu Yan, who had previously led the evil soul masters to surround the Heaven Do Empire. He was still wearing a purple robe, and his face could be described as having a youthful appearance despite his old age, coupled with a gentle smile. One would hardly guess that this old man is regarded as the leader of this generation. Wu Yan smiled, completely unconcerned with Lin Zhe's threat. Lin Zhe also knew that he was just a mere soul Douluo, while the person opposite him was a top evil soul master from 50 years ago. It was unclear what level he had reached now. However, Lin Zhe had the confidence to say this. Elder Wu, what exactly did MuLin and the people behind him do to you? You just saw that MuLin is probably in Nightfall City. I can have the Spirit Hall help seal the city. You can completely go and catch him yourself. Hee. Wu Yan, upon hearing Lin Zhe's sarcastic words, cast him a sidelong glance. You really dare? Wu Yan even directly activated his martial spirit, implying that if Lin Zhe tried to seal the city, he would dare to go and capture someone immediately. Lin Zhe's expression stiffened. He certainly didn't dare. After all, as the master of the Spirit Hall in a city, he is essentially a local emperor, as long as Lin Zhe doesn't do anything particularly outrageous, such as openly opposing the Xingluo Empire, killing the Xingluo royal family, or killing Lin Tianhu's descendants. Calling Lin Zhe a local emperor is not an exaggeration. But once he seals the city while Wu Yan captures MuLin, not only would people from the Spirit Hall above come to arrest him, but even a special organization within the Spirit Hall would come to capture and kill him. Moreover, the 2 Title Douluos behind MuLin would definitely come to kill him. Only a fool would be willing to do that. Furthermore, those 2 Title Douluos behind MuLin were absolutely formidable, or rather, the old man who sat on the high platform with the old emperor and the second offering during the Elite Soul Master competition was definitely very powerful. After all, Wu Yan was a Title Douluo of the evil soul master from 50 years ago, and now, facing a soul Douluo like himself, he didn't even use force as a threat. Although he could still sense a feeling of threat, Wu Yan was indeed an old-school Title Douluo. Even if he was severely injured, it was normal for a soul Douluo to feel threatened. However, the fact that he didn't use force to threaten him probably meant that he was rather seriously injured. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe even had the idea of capturing Wu Yan to claim a reward from the Spirit Hall. But upon seeing the 9 flickering soul rings on Wu Yan, he absolutely rejected the temptation. He thought about using some resources to watch MuLin and report to Wu Yan when hunting souls. But what if I inform the offerings of the Spirit Hall? What would happen to Wu Yan here? The reward should be quite substantial, right? Lin Zhe and Wu Yan exchanged a few glances, each with hidden motives, before leaving. If it weren't for the fear of MuLin escaping from Nightshade City, could you still live? Wu Yan looked at Lin Zhe, leaving straight away, a flicker of anger in his heart. A soul that dared to ignore a super Douluo, and that super Douluo would definitely be furious. In a hotel, Yi Lingling told MuLin about what had happened today. It's fine. For the next few weeks, we will stay in Nightshade City. I have a feeling I will soon reach the Soul Sage level. Moreover, after more than half a month of intense battles, we need to take some time to consolidate. So let's focus on cultivation for now. After hearing what Yi Lingling said, MuLin understood her confusion. It was nothing more than the fact that a force discovered a genius, but failed to take the 3 necessary actions. So this force must have its own plans. Since that is the case, I want to go out. I will first cultivate to the Soul Sage level. Once I reach that level, even a Super Douluo 1T be able to keep me here. Chapter 286. Solo mission, it was decided just like that. I will go soul hunting alone. You all be careful here. By the way, aren't you going to the Tindo Empire just in case? No need. The people staying here now include 1 Soul Emperor, one of the best healing soul masters in the world, and 3 Soul Kings. This is already a considerable fighting force in Nightshade City. In a hotel in Nightshade City, MuLin was bidding farewell to several of his teammates. More than a month had passed since the duel between Tao Shuo and Lin Xiao in the city, and MuLin had successfully reached level 70. Originally, MuLin planned to have everyone in the inn accompany him and his teammates to hunt for his 7th soul ring. However, since it was still during the training period, and the system had also released a task, ding, it has been detected that the host has reached level 70. In the system's final template, the Berserker template is about to be unlocked. A task is now being issued, solo soul hunting. As the owner of the system, it was impossible to rely on it forever. The system had detected that the host had the strength to independently kill a 10,000-year soul beast. So it hoped the host could hunt for his own 7th soul ring using his own power. The soul beast needed for the 7th soul ring has been continuously located. Please proceed to hunt it alone. System reward. Unlock the final template, Berserker, which allows a small portion of energy to be consumed to transfer some of the Soul Master's power to ordinary people, granting them a small portion of that Soul Master's combat strength up to rank 2. Additionally, an extra reward will help the host perfectly achieve the golden level awakening of their martial soul. If the system invites others to help, then the above rewards will be reduced by more than half. The final template cannot be activated, and the perfect golden level awakening will turn into an assisted golden level awakening. When MuLin saw the tasks issued by the system and the specific content, he gasped in surprise. It wasn't so much the difficulty of the task that surprised him. After all, the system had said that he could take on that 10,000-year soul beast alone, and he indeed had the confidence to do so. What surprised him was the 2 tasks that had been issued. The second task, which promised to help him achieve a perfect golden level awakening, was noteworthy. MuLin had already undergone a silver level awakening at level 30. Over the past few years, he had gained a domain, acquired multiple pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and experienced numerous battles, although they were not particularly intense. However, considering MuLin's age and soul power level, it was indeed difficult to have intense battles. Originally, MuLin planned to establish a sect as soon as he reached the Soul Sage level, and then engage in battles with other sect Soul Sages and Soul Douluos. Even if he couldn't feel intense battles in one-on-one fights, he could take on multiple Soul Douluos. That way, he might experience some intense combat. Moreover, perhaps those sects had some Title Douluos. Now, with the system helping him achieve a perfect golden level awakening of his martial soul, it meant he could potentially use divine herbs in the battles after establishing a sect to gamble for a level above golden awakening. However, the chances of that happening couldn't be said to be large. After all, Yu Hao achieved his golden level awakening when he fought the mermaid princess with his 8th soul ring in the original work. However, MuLin had an advantage compared to Yu Hao. He had a system and had awakened 1 soul ring ahead of time, and it was a perfect golden level awakening. Yet, comparatively speaking, MuLin was more interested in the first task, the Berserker function. This function could grant ordinary people the power of a Soul Master, even if it was merely that of a rank 2 Soul Master. But one must consider whose rank 2 it was. If it were the power of the Sword Law during his rank 2 Soul Master period, and it only required a small portion of energy. Thinking carefully, if an entire regiment of soldiers possessed the power of the Sword Douluo at his rank 2 period, would you be afraid? It should be known that on this road, ordinary people ultimately outnumber Soul Masters, and the system did not specify that this power was temporary. It might directly create great Soul Masters. When one thinks about it, one must mourn for those soul beasts. The union of Soul Masters and ordinary people significantly increases the likelihood of their descendants possessing soul power compared to ordinary people's descendants. At most, it would just be about how much innate soul power they have. Moreover, with this skill, one could say that the path to becoming a god in the future would be much broader. After all, on Douluo continent, becoming a god requires absorbing faith. If one could help ordinary people awaken soul power and become soul masters, wouldn't that mean an abundance of faith? Furthermore, MuLin was confident that he could definitely become the strongest in the world, just relying on the Golden Body Secret Classic. He could battle against divine beings once he reached great perfection. It could be said that although he looked at these 2 rewards, one concerning the sect and the other concerning the host himself, they both ultimately enhanced the host's strength. Thus, MuLin decided to go solo to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast. One was useful for his current self, and the other was even more useful for his future self. Although MuLin had already activated his domain early due to the power of destruction, he didn't know where the assessment location for the destruction exam was. Since that was the case, it would be better to try creating a divine position himself. Of course, if there were an existing divine position to inherit, that would be even better. After all, Poseidon ruled over such a vast ocean, and it took humanity, including most soul beasts, a full 1,000 years to become first-level gods. The number of humans and soul beasts on the cooking road, not to mention, is far inferior to that of the ocean. At least there are definitely not as many as in the ocean. So if there is a chance, it's still worth trying to inherit the position of the god of destruction. At the same time, as MuLin prepared to set off, he had to think about the battle between Tao Shuo and Lin Xiao, Lin Zhe's son, a month ago. Over the past month, the Spirit Hall had not made any moves, which didn't quite match MuLin's impression of the Spirit Hall. In MuLin's impression, the Spirit Hall was quite overbearing and generally wouldn't suffer any losses. Unless the Spirit Hall had investigated MuLin, but afterward, MuLin would go hunting soul beasts. Therefore, MuLin was somewhat worried about Yi Lingling, Gong Sun Bai, Tao Shuo, and the Zhang brothers. After all, the combined strength of their group could probably only fight against a high-level soul saint. The possibility of them being a match for the two soul Douluos from the Spirit Hall was still too low. Tao Shuo becoming a soul saint, and Yi Lingling and Gong Sun by becoming soul emperors might be close, but they were still nearly 10 levels apart. So MuLin hoped that Tao Shuo and the others could go to the Heaven Do Empire to hide for a while. However, MuLin still underestimated them. The members of the 3 absolute soul hunting squad were all top talents, especially since although Yi Lingling had suffered some setbacks, they were too minor for these geniuses to take to heart, so they did not agree. They originally planned for MuLin to hunt soul beasts while they did what the hunting squad was supposed to do, help others hunt soul beasts. However, to ensure that after MuLin finished hunting soul beasts, he could find them, they decided to stay in Nightshade City to practice for a month or 2. Unless MuLin still hadn't returned after 2 months, they would not leave Nightshade City. Chapter 287. Yi Lingling is captured. Are you saying MuLin has already left? In the Spirit Hall of Nightshade City, Wu Yin looked at Lin Zhe, and his soul rings instantly appeared, even subconsciously activating his martial spirit. His pure black eyes stared at Lin Zhe, as if Lin Zhe would instantly die if his words didn't align with his desires. Lin Zhe, the saint, was also momentarily frozen. It was at this moment that he could feel that the old guy in front of him was not actually seriously injured. Just his aura was enough to make him feel the approach of death. He couldn't even move his hands. But I sent someone to watch day and night. There were shifts in the morning and evening. Who knew MuLin would just disappear? If it weren't for the fact that MuLin hadn't come out for nearly half a month, not even seeing the sun, I sent someone, and one of them, bold enough, snuck in to take a look while the other members of the 3 absolute soul hunting squad were gone, and MuLin had already disappeared. Now, I'm the first to tell you. You can go capture his teammates to see where MuLin went. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Wu Yin's gloomy face instantly filled with murderous intent. I want you to teach me. Useless trash, what good are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan's arm, like it had lost its flesh, directly grabbed Lin Zhe's head. Talent. Soul absorption. A talent obtained after the evil god Bat Emperor evolved, which can absorb the enemy's soul power and life to restore part of his own soul power and a small part of his life. However, the soul power and life of other soul masters will conflict with his own soul power and life. Even the soul power and life between one soul master and another will have conflicts. This means that it is impossible for Wu Yin to absorb the soul power and life of multiple soul masters. After all, these conflicts are hard to resolve. Using them for realm breakthroughs might be possible, but for regular healing, it is not recommended unless in a critical situation. After all, conflicts can exacerbate one's injuries. And unless in a dire situation, Wu Yin would never absorb the soul power and life of multiple soul masters. Just right. The soul power and life that Wu Yin absorbed earlier had already been digested, so absorbing Lin Zhe now could serve as material for the journey. After calming some fluctuations in his soul power, Wu Yin instantly reached the highest point in Nightshade City. Wu Yin was looking for members of the 3 absolute soul hunting squad, as he wanted to find MuLin. Of course, Wu Yin also speculated that MuLin was likely out hunting soul beasts. However, for some reason, he didn't bring his teammates along. Perhaps it was because MuLin's 7th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring, and his teammates would hold him back, right? These 2 women seem to be called Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai. Come with me. As he said the last part, Wu Yin had already arrived behind the 2 women. Yi Lingling and Gong Sun Bai hadn't reacted yet when they heard 2 voices. Space shatter. Tianqing's second soul skill, a special application of space cutting, which cuts an entire area of space within the enemy's vicinity into fragments, causing significant damage to the enemy, with a small chance of permanently banishing the enemy into another space. Since this move was something Tianqing had only recently mastered, the latter small chance was merely a very tiny probability. Unless a spatial storm or something similar occurred during the space shattering, it would be possible to banish the enemy. Otherwise, when dealing with those Title Douluos, the moment they sense the fluctuations in space, their sense of crisis would instantly cause them to retreat from that place. Being able to cause damage was already the strength of this space shatter move. Wu Yan wanted to grab Gongsun by his left hand, but instantly withdrew and stepped back. The other voice was Yi Lingling instinctively reaching back and letting out a startled cry. Gongsun Bai trembled and looked back. She saw a person whose entire body was withered, with skin and flesh seemingly vanished, looking like a skeleton, and the dark old man was staring at her. No, he was looking at the man who had just saved her behind her. Who are you? How do you have a space-type martial spirit? Tianqing didn't want to speak because he recognized this Wu Yan, a level 98 evil soul master, a Title Douluo, regarded as the leader of evil soul masters in this era. Even when they surrounded MuLin and his group before, it was only thanks to Long Ming's full explosion that Wu Yan was severely injured. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would win between Wu Yan and Long Ming. After all, Long Ming was only at level 97, though he was close to level 98. Wu Yan wanted to move to capture Gongsun by beside Tianqing, but suddenly sensed multiple soul auras appearing in the city. Wu Yan was not a fool. Haha, it seems MuLin really cares about his teammates. Since that's the case, this Yi Lingling in my hand should be enough. After saying this, Wu Yan directly disappeared. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with Tianqing here. Perhaps if he spent a lot of time, he could defeat Tianqing. But the possibility of killing Tianqing was almost zero. After all, the escapability of a space-type martial soul is absolutely top-notch. As for capturing the other teammates of MuLin in the city, those few soul Douluos might not be able to stop me. But who knows if Yixinzing's space ability can keep the other few people safe. Wu Yan didn't want to take the risk. After all, it was clear that even two women of Soul King level had space attribute soul masters to protect them. Not to mention the soul Douluos next to the other teammates. As long as they can block me for 1 or 2 seconds, that mysterious space-type soul master would probably be able to transfer them away. MuLin had already disappeared for an unknown amount of time. It would be better to hurry and search for him inside the Stardow Forest. As for the possibility that MuLin was not in the Stardow Forest, that didn't matter. With someone in hand, Wu Yan did not believe MuLin would not come back. After all, this little girl has the world's #1 healing martial soul, coupled with her family background, and MuLin's likely pride at his age. Wu Yan was 70% sure MuLin would return for this little girl. Therefore, Wu Yan decided to search for 1 or 2 months within the area of soul beasts under 70,000 years in the Stardow Forest. If he couldn't find MuLin, he would release information about Yi Lingling. Even if MuLin and the others knew it was a trap, they would definitely fall for it. Even if they didn't come, it was fine. Besides the ocean, there were only more 10,000-year-old beasts in the Stardow Forest. There was a mysterious sea god island above the ocean, and Wu Yan's network of connections in the ocean was even more robust. Although Wu Yan was somewhat angry about MuLin's disappearance, he was not in a panic. MuLin, you are destined to belong to me. Chapter 288, Soul Hunting. Hey, System, can you guarantee that at this time and place, there will definitely be no other soul beasts to disturb me while I hunt for souls? After all, no matter how strong I am alone, I can't possibly take on 3 or 4 10,000-year soul beasts. Ding, the system guarantees that in 1 hour, you'll be able to engage in a one-on-one battle with a soul beast that is very suitable for you, the host. However, according to the system's estimation, you only have a total of 20 minutes for a one-on-one battle because the aura of a 10,000-year soul beast will attract other 10,000-year soul beasts. After hearing the system's reply, MuLin smacked his lips. That's fine, it's enough. After all, my strongest point is still my explosive power. Although MuLin was confident that his defensive ability was also very strong, it depended on whom he was comparing with. If compared with those of the same level and age, then his defensive ability would definitely be the strongest. However, when compared to 10,000-year soul beasts, he would definitely belong to the very fragile category. Moreover, the soul ring he needed would definitely be of the metal attribute. It was mentioned long ago that the 2 strongest aspects of the metal attribute are sharpness and hardness. So, it's best to unleash his full power once he encounters a soul beast. MuLin chatted with his system in his mind while following the direction indicated by the system. Soon, MuLin saw a towering giant tree. It was a true, towering giant tree. In more than 10 years MuLin had lived in Douluo continent. He had never seen a tree as big as this one. Not even that fairy grass, nor the ancient trees of the 10,000-year level discovered while helping others hunt for soul stones, were as tall as this tree in front of him. This tree can't be a soul beast too, can it? Ding, this tree is not a soul beast. It is a wasted fairy grass, a 1,000-year phoenix tree. This is a tree leaning towards the life attribute, but its owner is not a bird-type soul beast like a phoenix that leans towards the life attribute. This also leads to the fact that this phoenix tree cannot exert its medicinal power. It can only convert this medicinal power into its body slowly, thus growing larger. Therefore, although this tree has lost its medicinal power, its hardness is definitely among the top in this Douluo continent world. After hearing this, MuLin took a closer look at the towering giant tree. It's truly a pity for a fairy grass to be wasted. However, according to the system, this tree seems to have an owner, which means that the owner of this tree should be beneficial to him, since what he needs is a metal attribute soul beast. This tree should be a bird-type soul beast like a phoenix of the metal attribute. Ding. The system recommends the host can hide his aura in the nest above the ancient tree and take advantage of the moment when the soul beast returns to its nest to relax, to launch a surprise attack, gaining a significant advantage. As soon as the system's voice fell, MuLin's martial soul instantly attached itself and quickly climbed toward the ancient tree. This soul beast must be very showy. Clearly, it's a green, towering giant tree, but it insists on building a golden nest. It has to be so conspicuous. MuLin quickly climbed to the location of the nest. The nest was very large. From MuLin's perspective, this nest was probably as big as a basketball court in his previous life, or even a bit larger. At the same time, there were two egg-like objects that looked like the young of soul beasts. Additionally, there were many clothes and skeletons, which seemed to be humans killed by this soul beast. MuLin suddenly saw a very good spot. Next to one of the golden eggs, there were feathers dropped by this soul beast gathered together. The aura of soul power in that area was also considerable. MuLin walked over to that feather area. One of the feathers was about the size of half of his leg. There were quite a few feathers here, and if he covered himself with them, he could hide his body. MuLin quickly covered himself with these feathers, but secretly left a small gap to allow himself to see the outside scene. Soon, MuLin didn't lie there for long. He heard an exceptionally loud call. The soul beast is coming. Taking advantage of the gap, MuLin quickly glanced at the soul beast that had entered the nest. It was a fully golden lawn bird, but this lawn bird actually had 3 eyes. From MuLin's own vision, this bird-type soul beast, even with its wings closed, was at least as tall as a small mountain. If it were to spread its wings, the shadow would definitely cover the vast area of 2 Heaven-Do cities. While watching this soul beast, MuLin carefully recalled the confusing information, hoping that when he launched a surprise attack later, he could find a weakness to exploit. Suddenly, MuLin seemed to remember seeing a bird-type soul beast with 3 eyes in a book. The golden holy Ailuan bird, a top-tier metal attribute soul beast, only differing from a super soul beast in physical quality. However, conversely, this soul beast metal attribute is very powerful, but even more formidable is its spiritual power. The golden holy Ailuan bird is one of the few soul beasts related to spiritual power. Its third, I can shoot golden spiritual swords. And countless Title Douluos have fallen to this move. According to records in the book, throughout history, no fewer than 10 Title Douluos have died at the hands of the golden holy Ailuan bird's spiritual sword. Therefore, the intelligence of the golden holy Ailuan bird is extraordinarily high. It could be said to be the wise one among soul beasts. MuLin recalled this information, and suddenly, he noticed a hint of different emotion in the eyes of the golden sacred Ailuan bird. He remembered that the information recorded that the golden sacred Ailuan bird possessed extraordinary wisdom. He realized it. MuLin made a decisive decision, regardless of how she discovered him. This matter could not be gambled on. The soul rings, soul skills, and domain on his body lit up. First soul skill, golden soft bone. Second soul skill, physical enhancement, gold attribute boost. Fourth soul skill, golden dragon dominance. Sixth soul skill, golden dragon star shatter. These 4 soul skills that enhanced his attributes were activated immediately. Together, they boosted MuLin's overall attributes by 145, increased his reaction speed and resilience by an additional 50, and enhanced his strength and defense by 200, with 40 damage reduction, immunity to control, and 60 of his attacks being undodgeable. Third soul skill, indestructible golden flame. The gold attribute soul power within MuLin burned intensely, and a golden flame appeared in his hand, threatening even the golden sacred Douluo bird. Domain skill, Destruction Dragon Domain, centered on his own dragon power and destruction divine power. It awakened a significantly suppressive domain against his opponent. It could suppress the quality of martial souls that were inferior to his own, reducing their attack, defense, and speed by 30, beast martial souls by 50, and dragon martial souls by 70. At the same time, the destruction attribute would gradually decrease the opponent's defense and recovery rate, while also accelerating the damage to the enemy's injuries. Although this domain primarily suppressed martial souls, it also had some effect on soul beasts. The golden sacred Douluo bird immediately felt an overwhelming weight. Battle skill, Azure Sky Battleblade, condensing the power of the sky within the Soul Valley onto the golden dragon soul-piercing spear in his hand, MuLin fused the power of the sky, dragon power, ultimate golden soul power, and golden flame power to form a powerful Azure Sky Battleblade. Chapter 289, Crisis 1. The spear was platinum-colored with a slight transparency, and the connection point between the spear tip and shaft was engraved with a scene of a dragon and tiger fighting. The spear tip took up nearly 1/3 of its length, and the main body was white-blue, surrounded by brilliant golden soul power. This sharp short spear appeared directly in MuLin's hand. The golden sacred Douluo bird was operating its third eye with all its might, and in an instant, the golden light radiating from its body shone brightly, exploding outward. Domain. Just as MuLin lifted the Azure Sky Battleblade, he saw this scene. It was the domain of the golden sacred Douluo bird. Although MuLin was somewhat surprised, his actions did not hesitate in the slightest. The golden sacred Douluo bird was itself a super soul beast, only a line away from being a top-tier soul beast, and it had already reached the 100,000 year level and possessed a domain. MuLin had already considered this possibility upon seeing it. In an instant, the suppression effect of the destruction dragon domain on the golden sacred Douluo bird was immediately countered by the bird's powerful soul power. However, the destruction dragon domain was a super strong domain created by destruction divine power. Given that MuLin's martial soul had already reached the super martial soul level, the suppression of the destruction dragon domain on beast martial souls, under the resistance of the golden sacred Douluo bird's strong soul power and domain, would likely be reduced from 50 to 20, or even only 10. However, the previously suppressed speed, strength, and defense by 50 would not be so quick to react. Soul Bone Skill, Teleportation. A flash of pink and gold light flickered across MuLin's right leg. In an instant, MuLin was teleported to the top of the golden sacred Douluo bird. The golden sacred Douluo bird immediately noticed the human on its head. Human. MuLin had no intention of listening to the golden sacred Douluo bird. It could be clearly seen that a silver figure appeared behind MuLin, and the heart of this figure emitted a dazzling golden light. Silver level Awakening skill. It could enhance strength by 100, and due to the martial soul, it could enhance strength by 150, increasing attack damage to 200, but for a shorter duration. MuLin had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with the golden sacred Douluo bird, so the aura of soul power around him was exceptionally obvious, and even some 10,000-year-old beasts in the vicinity could sense a slight threat. Even though the golden sacred Douluo bird was a 10,000-year-old beast, upon sensing the aura of the human above it, its body trembled for a moment. It should be known that this enhanced 150 strength was not based on the original foundation, but rather a secondary enhancement after MuLin had already boosted himself with soul rings and soul skills. Additionally, there was also a 200 damage increase. Originally, MuLin had enhanced himself with soul rings and soul skills, boosting his overall attributes by 145, with an extra 50 increase in reaction speed and resilience, 200 in strength and defense, 40 damage reduction, immunity to control, and 60 of his attacks being undodgeable. After the silver level Awakening and the explosion of soul skills, MuLin's overall attributes were enhanced by 217. 5. With extra increases in reaction speed and resilience by 75, and strength and defense enhanced by 300. With damage reduction increased to 60. At the same time, his attacks had 60 that were undodgeable, and the 40 of attack damage that could be defended against was doubled. The feeling of death surged explosively in the heart of the golden sacred Douluo bird. The golden sacred Douluo bird immediately spread its wings, and its soul power burst forth with full force. At the same time, its third eye seemed to come alive, gazing at MuLin. Golden Sacred Sword. The mental sword unleashed by the third eye of the golden sacred Douluo bird once it hit, would directly attack the opponent's sea of consciousness and pierce through it. If it could not pierce, then the mental sword would explode in the enemy's sea of consciousness, eroding their mental power. At the same time, the feathers of the golden sacred eye Luan bird detached from its body, and under the enhancement of its soul power, these feathers flew towards MuLin like golden long swords. At the very moment the golden sacred eye Luan bird activated its soul power, MuLin's martial soul, the heart, experienced a throbbing sensation. First soul skill, invincible golden body. 4. Soul ring count 1 second, an absolute defense below God level. Strength is doubled, and for every 10 levels, 1 minute is added. 6 seconds of absolute defense. 7 minutes, strength is doubled. The previous 300 strength became 450. Kill. MuLin could now only feel that his body was about to explode. His body was currently bearing too many attributes: invincibility, damage reduction, and a very high overall attribute enhancement. These attributes were enhanced in an instant, with no time for adaptation. This resulted in MuLin's body being filled with power, and the soul power within him was completely uncontrollable. MuLin did not dare to use any battle skills because the fluctuations of the soul power within him were too great. He could not guide it at all. MuLin could only rely on his own strength and the azure sky battle blade in his hand to directly attack the golden sacred eye Luan bird. The golden sacred sword and golden feathers all attacked MuLin. However, under the enhancement of the invincible golden body, these attacks were all blocked. After all, no matter how fierce the attack of the golden holy eye Luan bird is, it is still just a 100,000-year soul beast. One must know that the invincible golden body can provide absolute defense against any attacks below divine level. This is absolute defense, not just physical or mental defense, but encompasses everything. Both attacks from the golden holy eye Luan bird were blocked. The azure sky battle blade suddenly pierced down. As a 100,000-year soul beast with exceptional intelligence, how could the golden holy eye Luan bird just sit back and wait for its demise? Boom! The golden holy eye Luan bird's body bent down, and all its feathers stood on end. Whoosh! And all the feathers of the golden holy eye Luan bird, whether from its head or wings, burst forth in golden splendor, charging toward the azure sky battle blade that was about to strike. Bang! 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 MuLin, with an overwhelming amount of soul power in his body, could not enhance this attack with combat skills and could only watch helplessly as the azure sky battle blade slowly changed its position from attacking the third eye of the golden holy eye Luan bird. However, MuLin gritted his teeth and forced the azure sky battle blade to switch from piercing to slicing. The azure sky battle blade directly stabbed into the left wing of the golden holy eye Luan bird. At the same time, MuLin pulled back with all his strength. More than half of the golden holy eye Luan bird's wing was directly sliced off. If it weren't for a small part still connected to its body, the golden holy eye Luan bird would probably have become a one-armed bird in the future. Chapter 290 Crisis 2. MuLin stood at the edge of the nest, watching the golden holy eye Luan bird, whose left wing had been cut off significantly. System, I really trusted you too much. I thought I was hiding well, yet I was still discovered. Ding. To the host, if you observe carefully, you will notice that there's a large area of shadow at the edge of this nest. Moreover, do you think a soul beast would not pay attention to its offspring? Especially a 100,000-year soul beast. Any slight change in the area around their child would make them scrutinize it carefully. Unfortunately, host, you were unlucky to encounter the golden holy eye Luan bird. A 100,000-year soul beast specialized in mental strength, which led to your discovery. Otherwise, if you had hidden in the shadow, there would have been a 99 chance of killing the golden holy eye Luan bird with that ambush. MuLin smirked after hearing this. There was no way to enter this nest without noticing the two very large eggs at first glance. Hiding behind these two stones had become MuLin's first thought. He hadn't carefully observed the shadowy areas around. However, it should be fine now. A bird-type soul beast with more than half of its wing cut off would have no fighting power left. While its wing was still bleeding, he should use all his strength to eliminate the golden holy eye Luan bird and obtain its soul ring. MuLin thought to himself. MuLin disregarded the consumption and activated his domain, Destruction Dragon Domain. The golden holy eye Luan bird once again felt the terrifying suppression from MuLin. This soul beast knew that this was the domain of that detestable human. However, it had no choice. Although the golden holy eye Luan bird was only a step away from becoming a super soul beast in terms of physical quality, it was still not a super soul beast and could not compare to MuLin's super martial soul. The suppression was still there, just not as terrifying as 50. Perhaps earlier, the golden holy Ailuan bird could rely on its own soul power to maintain its domain against the human's domain. But once MuLin disregarded the consumption and operated his soul power, the essence of the domains would be the primary factor in the short-term competition. Clearly, MuLin, who contained a trace of destructive divine power, had a more robust domain essence. After all, this was a domain activated by divine power. In this world, it was likely that only the fully developed killing god domain and the angel domain inherited from the angels could compare, and of course, the sea god domain from Sea God Island could also be included. As for other domains, they could not possibly compare to the destruction dragon domain. Although the golden holy Ailuan bird had already reached the 100,000-year level, it was still not a super soul beast and would be suppressed by the destruction dragon domain. After consuming most of his soul power, MuLin finally felt he could control some of the soul power within him. Combat skill, Golden Dragon Tail Sweep. MuLin's powerful reservoir of soul power gathered on the azure sky battle blade. His right leg flashed. Teleport. MuLin appeared directly in front of the golden holy Ailuan bird, and the long spear in his hand swept from left to right like a golden dragon's tail. Aiming at the golden holy Ailuan bird, MuLin had aimed at the golden holy Ailuan bird's left wing, which had been significantly damaged. Knowing that its defense was definitely not as strong as the right wing and that it lacked the agility of the right wing. Unfortunately, this move was barely blocked by the golden holy Ailuan bird using its damaged wing. Truly ruthless. That left wing must be nearly useless now. One had to admit that a 100,000-year soul beast like the golden holy Ailuan bird was genuinely fierce. After all, it had already lost more than half of its wing and was now hit by a sweeping strike. MuLin could see that the golden holy Ailuan bird was losing control of its left wing. That left wing had already begun to droop. Just as MuLin was preparing to press the attack, he suddenly noticed that the golden holy Ailuan bird's eyes turned crimson, and even its third eye was filled with golden light. Does the golden holy Ailuan bird have a trump card? MuLin felt a bit puzzled and hesitated to attack. The result was Ka. I don't know what to use for a bird call, so I'll go with this. A type of plant, you call people. Upon hearing the deafening bird call, MuLin couldn't react in time. The golden holy Ailuan bird in front of him was calling for help. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely run away upon seeing this situation. But the golden holy Ailuan bird was truly suitable for him. This was a rare gold attribute soul beast specialized in mental power. It could be said that among all the documented gold attribute soul beasts, those who focused on cultivating mental power did not exceed 5. Moreover, it had reached the 100,000-year level. How could he give up? MuLin gritted his teeth, and the consumption of soul power greatly increased the speed of the destruction dragon domain's operation. Because the enhancement effect was still in effect, MuLin poured all his remaining soul power into his combat skill. In the first instance, he would use the teleport skill and charge forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the edge of the lake of life, a 3-headed dog and a dark golden-brown bear stood up. In that place, there was that call. Is it the little golden one? The red 3-headed dog looked in a certain direction, and all 3 mouths spoke the same name, Little Golden Lawn. The dark golden-brown bear beside it nodded. It seems that humans have developed quite impressively recently. Just a year ago, they had killed 400,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest, and now humans have come again. Let's go, Chi Wong. Let's take a look at this human. These 2 soul beasts were none other than the Bear King and Chi Wong, who were supposed to reside in the core area of the Douluo Great Forest. As for why these 2 soul beasts would appear, there's nothing that can be done. Over the past decade, too many 10,000-year soul beasts have disappeared. About 10 years ago, a 10,000-year death spider vanished, and then within a year, a 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit also disappeared. After a difficult period of calm, last year, 4 10,000-year soul beasts died directly, including the 2 super soul beasts, Deming and Erming. Additionally, there were 2 other top-tier soul beasts. This means that over the past 10 years, 6 10,000-year soul beasts have died in the Douluo Forest. Even if the Douluo Forest is the largest gathering place for soul beasts in the continent, it cannot withstand the speed at which a 10,000-year soul beast disappears every 2 years. Therefore, Emperor Tian became anxious, and all the fierce beasts in the core circle decided to allow these fierce beasts to return to the mainland for a while. Humans cannot be allowed to act so recklessly. If it weren't for some concerns about the Silver Dragon King, who has not yet recovered from his injuries, it would have been very likely that Emperor Tian and the others would have initiated a beast wave. Among them, Xiangjun and Chi Wong stayed in the places originally guarded by Deming and Erming. There were also several core area fierce beasts that had not been accounted for. Even Emperor Tian has come out, and in the core area, there's only one soul beast, Bai Ji. After all, Bai Ji is a healing-type soul beast, which is a treasure. Chapter 291, Crisis 3.0. Isn't the soul power fluctuation coming from that place quite significant? Let's check it out. At the boundary line of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest, an old man wearing a purple robe and looking withered held a fainted blue-haired woman in his right hand, gazing in the direction of the depths of the Douluo forest. This old man is Wu Yan. Since capturing Yi Lingling in Night City, Wu Yan rushed to the Douluo forest as soon as possible. After all, according to Wu Yan's speculation, MuLin has a high probability that his 7th soul ring is of the 10,000-year level, and on this continent, the Douluo forest, as the largest gathering place for soul beasts, is the most suitable place for MuLin to hunt souls. The other 2 soul beast gathering places, the Sunset Forest, cannot sustain soul beasts for long because it is located within the Heaven Do Empire, which would never allow a soul beast gathering place to develop and grow within its territory. The extreme north region has 99 ice attribute soul beasts, and the remaining 1 are definitely water attribute soul beasts. In any case, this place is not suitable for MuLin. Even going to the ocean is impractical. The ocean is far too vast. Although there are many 10,000-year soul beasts in the ocean, it is much harder to find a 10,000-year soul beast there than in the Douluo forest. At most, the 10,000-year soul beasts in the ocean are mostly solitary. Unlike in the Douluo forest, where the soul beast you're trying to hunt might suddenly cry out or unleash soul power to summon its friends. Now, based on Wu Yan's experience, the situation in the depths of the forest is definitely a 10,000-year soul beast that has been pushed to the brink. Otherwise, a soul beast with just developed intelligence would generally value its face greatly. Wu Yan decided to follow and see, regardless of whether it is MuLin or not. A dying 10,000-year soul beast would still have valuable soul bones. Who would complain about having more 10,000-year soul bones? Wu Yan carried Yi Lingling and swiftly moved deeper into the forest. On the front line, MuLin held the azure sky battle blade, looking at the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird across from him, which had all its wings cut off. He had to admit that the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird was indeed ruthless. MuLin never expected that the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird would be such a heartless soul beast. To save its own life, it actually used its 2 children as shields. Now, in this nest, the 2 soul beast eggs that were originally standing in the center have been punctured with no less than 5 holes each. It is known that for soul beasts, their children are just as important as their own lives. Unexpectedly, the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird was so decisive and ruthless. As the azure sky battle blade flew towards the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird, which had lost 1 arm, the bird actually used its soul power and mental strength to forcibly move the soul beast eggs in the nest to block the attack. Even in its final moments, the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird was extremely decisive in moving anything in the nest to block MuLin's attack. This led to the 2 unborn children of the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird being sacrificed. Does higher intelligence really mean a harder heart? At least 2 minutes had passed since the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird had let out its cry. At this point, it was likely that the soul beasts coming to support were nearing this place. However, MuLin had already exhausted all his energy. Last time, he used the 6th soul skill, the metal elemental soul, to forcibly control the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird for a second or 2. The bird managed to save itself by sacrificing its intact right wing. MuLin really didn't understand. Even if you were trying to survive, you could wait for reinforcements. But without 2 wings, what would you do later? A bird-type soul beast without wings cannot fly. Even if the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird is a top-tier soul beast, without wings, it could probably be bullied by any soul beast with a soul power of 80,000 or 90,000. At most, the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird's golden holy sword has a strong deterrent effect. But if you can't fly, it's useless if you can't hit anyone. After this intense battle, MuLin and the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird have also seen some weaknesses of the bird. Most of its attacks require a very long preparation time. At least compared to battles of the same level, a preparation time of 1 or even 2 seconds is very long. The golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird can only rely on the feathers on its wings to prevent opponents from noticing it for a short time. After that, the golden-eyed sacred phoenix bird would use its powerful attacks on its opponents. Suddenly, MuLin sensed 2 energies about 1,000 meters behind him that posed a significant threat. There are such powerful soul beasts in the Douluo forest. Could it be that those soul beasts from the core area have come out? Even the threat level he felt from Deming and aiming back then wasn't this heavy. Two 10,000-year soul beasts of super quality posed such a heavy threat to MuLin, who had now reached the soul sage level. MuLin was not foolish. He immediately recognized that those individuals from the core area had come out. Among them, the one that posed the greatest threat to him happened to be a very sharp metal attribute. Xiao Wu has actually come out. This is the second strongest pillar of power in the Douluo forest, aside from the Silver Dragon King. It seems that the soul beasts from the core area are likely all out now. Thinking of this, a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on MuLin's face. This reward is likely to be unattainable, unless MuLin can kill a 100,000-year soul beast that is very suitable for him in an instant. However, all the 100,000-year soul beasts suitable for MuLin are, without exception, of the metal attribute, which inherently has good defense. Don't be fooled by the fact that the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird's physique is a weakness for it to advance to a super soul beast. In fact, among top-level soul beasts, the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird's physique is quite impressive. If MuLin does not use relatively powerful battle skills, he will not be able to draw blood from the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird at all. Relying solely on the sky blade would at most cause some damage to the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird. Forget it, I don't want the system reward anymore. I'll go to Heavendoe City and call for help. MuLin thought and acted. With his right leg bone glowing, he left. The golden-eyed sacred Luan bird saw MuLin disappear and showed no signs of confusion. This is because the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird sensed that Xiao Wu and Qi Wang were about to approach. The golden-eyed sacred Luan bird had no intention of stopping MuLin, as it feared that MuLin might kill it at the cost of his own life. However, fortune does not come in pairs, and disaster does not come alone. Not only did MuLin fail to hunt his seventh soul ring, but the direction he left was also quite unfriendly. Chapter 292, Crisis 4. A human suddenly disappeared near the little golden lawn. I sensed that the human just used spatial powers, which is somewhat similar to the soft-boned rabbit that intruded into our core circle back then. It seems he is the one who killed another soft-boned rabbit on the outskirts 9 years ago. As Xiao Wu and Qi Wang were on their way to rescue the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird, Xiao Wu suddenly stopped as he sensed MuLin's disappearance. At the same time, he also sensed a power very similar to that of the soft-boned rabbit that once intruded into their core circle. Coincidentally, 9 years ago, a soft-boned rabbit died at the hands of a human. It seems this original hand has the lives of 200,000-year soul beasts. Xiao Wu looked at Qi Wang beside him. Qi Wang, you go check on the little golden Luan first. I want to test this human's caliber. Qi Wang had no objections, as over the past few decades, the beasts in their core area had absorbed the energy of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. It's worth noting that the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm has reached a 1,000,000-year lifespan and is a pure spirit-type soul beast. This has led to the soul beasts in their core area being no weaker in spiritual power than those soul beasts that focus on cultivating spiritual power. Moreover, the more energy they absorb, the more energy they can take in themselves. Xiao Wu has reached the level of a 400,000-year super soul beast. And even an ordinary 98th level Title Douluos cannot defeat Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu in the second battle period, which is 10,000 years later at 470,000 years. I have removed the 70,000 years since Xiao Wu has absorbed a 1,000,000-year soul beast for nearly a full 10,000 years. This has resulted in the strength of the killers in their core area being relatively weaker compared to others, while the strong become even stronger. Although today, they only absorbed energy for a few decades, at most around 100 years, it is still enough to enhance their spiritual power. Upon hearing that, Qi Wang agreed with his thoughts. Xiao Wu immediately turned and walked towards the direction where he sensed that human presence for the second time. What terrible luck! If the soul beasts summoned by the golden-eyed sacred Luan bird were some ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts, I would still have the courage to fight it to the end. But you actually called Xiao Wu. MuLin, while on the road away from danger, couldn't help but complain about the situation he just encountered. After all, it was the first time in his life he had failed to hunt his soul, and it was also the first time he tried to hunt his soul alone. It was too demoralizing. Others who came out with him completed their soul hunting, yet he failed when trying to do it alone. Not counting the first unexpected absorption of the soft-boned rabbit's soul ring, if it weren't for Yi Tianxing being there at that time, MuLin would most likely not have been able to exit the Douluo forest. Suddenly, MuLin stopped in his tracks, his face unable to hide his shock. What is going on? I shouldn't have sensed incorrectly just now. Yi Lingling was supposed to be in Nightshade City, and the person with her, if I sense correctly, should be the previous leader of the evil soul masters, Wu Yan. MuLin concentrated all his energy into the Tai soul decision. spreading out his spiritual power to confirm whether he had sensed incorrectly. However, before his spiritual power could spread too far, MuLin felt a massive wave of soul power rushing towards him. His pupils constricted. Such a wicked and chaotic soul power is definitely from an evil soul master. And there's a 90% chance it is Wu Yan. Teleport. This time, MuLin truly disliked his teleportation soul skill, which can only teleport 100 meters. Although it can only teleport 100 meters and has a fixed consumption of one of soul power, it means it can only teleport about 10 kilometers in a short time. However, this 10 kilometers of distance is completely useless against a super Douluo who is constantly closing in on him. After all, every time he stops and teleports, he leaves behind traces of his soul power. Such traces are very obvious in the eyes of Title Douluos, let alone an old super Douluo like Wu Yan. The only advantage of this soul skill is that the higher the host level, the less the force of spatial repulsion during teleportation. After all, it has a fixed consumption of one of soul power, and any excess soul power is used to protect the host. The repulsive force of space is no joke. If your affinity for space is very low, you need soul power to protect yourself. Using his current soul power, MuLin needs to pause for 1 or 2 seconds of buffer time each time he teleports 100 meters. Otherwise, any teleportation might get him torn apart by the power of space. After teleporting 10 times, MuLin could clearly feel that Wu Yan was getting closer to him. Although the approach was relatively small due to relying on the teleportation ability, it was indeed closing in on him. While teleporting, MuLin was also trying to think of ways to escape. This soul-hunting action was truly miserable. Ding! The system detected that the host encountered life-threatening danger due to system suggestions and now provides a solution. The system will use energy to directly transfer the host to the current most suitable position for the host. The cost is that the system's effectiveness will greatly decrease in the future. Unless the host makes significant achievements, the system will not provide any rewards for the host. While MuLin was trying to think of a solution, the system's voice suddenly came through. System, I need to ask if this transfer can be done at any time. Are there any prerequisites or preparation time? Upon hearing the system's words, MuLin felt somewhat happy to be able to preserve his life. But he was still somewhat unwilling to have the system's effectiveness reduced so much. Therefore, MuLin's mind conjured up some self-rescue methods, which were quite dangerous. If the system didn't speak up, he was prepared to try this method afterward. Ding! To the host, this transfer happens in an instant, with no preparation time required. The only prerequisite is the cost mentioned above. After hearing this, MuLin nodded. Alright, so from now on, if I say transfer again, then I will transfer. If not, there's no need to consume that energy. As soon as he finished speaking, MuLin immediately changed direction to teleport. This direction was precisely where he had previously sensed the energy sources of Xiong and Qi Wang. As Wu Yan followed the direction MuLin had teleported, he soon sensed a very powerful energy source. Is this kid looking for death? Could it be that he would rather die at the hands of the soul beast than at mine? Wu Yan was certain that MuLin had definitely sensed him, and he likely also knew about the girl in his hands. Yet this kid still chose to teleport towards that soul beast. He couldn't believe MuLin had such abundant soul power. Teleportation, a spatial-type soul skill, is well known for its significant consumption of soul power. Being able to use it for so long already indicated that MuLin's soul power was quite strong. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan still decided to pursue. MuLin, you are destined to be mine. Chapter 293, Crisis 5. Xiong, who was heading towards MuLin's location, suddenly stopped. Xiong was somewhat puzzled. Was this human really that brave? Or did he call in some expert? Because in Xiong's perception, he had previously sensed an unknown human, along with Xiao Wan, frantically fleeing towards the outside of the Stardow forest, and suddenly they were heading back towards his current position. This made Xiong feel a bit suspicious. After all, this human couldn't possibly be an idiot, right? Moreover, this human had fled at the first opportunity, which indicated that he likely had a very strong sense of perception and must have sensed Xiong's power. Yet now this human had come back. However, only about 10 seconds had passed when a very chaotic and evil energy source appeared within Xiong's perception range. Although this energy source was very mixed, it still gave Xiong a significant sense of threat. This was just the slight sensation of the energy source that produced a considerable sense of threat. Goodness, it seems like this kid has someone backing him. I want to see just how much progress humans have made in the past 100 years. Xiong began to circulate the somewhat unfamiliar soul power within him, slowly moving towards Wu Yan's direction. After about a minute, the three parties, MuLin, Wu Yan, and Xiong finally met. Xiong and MuLin stood at their respective positions, while Wu Yin stood on a tree, holding a blue-haired little girl, Yi Lingling. Although MuLin was somewhat shocked to see Yi Lingling being held by Wu Yin, it was clear that he knew he couldn't let Wu Yin see that he cared about Yi Lingling. So, upon seeing this situation, MuLin quickly activated the Tai Soul decision, using his soul power and mental strength to suppress his emotions while also releasing a bit of shock. After all, MuLin was indeed quite shocked by Xiongju's current appearance. In MuLin's memory, Xiongju had already reached the level of 470,000 years during Hui Yuhao's time. Even if he hadn't absorbed the energy of the heavenly dream ice silkworm in the past 10,000 years, he should still be over 350,000 years old, right? Yet this Xiongju hadn't even reached 200,000 years as a Titan giant ape in 10,000 years. At that time, MuLin thought that the Titan giant ape was at least 30 to 50 meters tall. Yet the Xiongju in front of him seemed to be only half the height of a Titan giant. However, it did align with MuLin's impression of the dark golden terraclaw bear. Now standing at 15 meters tall, Xiongju had arms that were 10 meters long, extending beyond his knees, and the muscles on his shoulders were extremely explosive, looking like small hills. Not long after the three met, Xiongju directly attacked. He had no intention of speaking to the humans. When Xiongju sensed the 400,000-year soul bones contained in MuLin, his anger surged. There was no thought of suppressing his anger. He raised his left arm high, and the dark golden soul power shimmered on his claws. Crack the earth claw. The arm bore very sharp metallic properties that would tear through an enemy's arm upon attack. Xiongju had previously struck the ground while attacking an enemy, tearing the earth apart. MuLin sensed Xiongju's attack and immediately activated the invincible golden body. However, he knew that the attack from the invincible golden body had not been hit by Xiongju's strike. Instead, it blocked some bats. It was Wu Yin. Wu Yin threw the unconscious Yi Lingling to the ground and used one hand, employing some soul skill, to barely block Xiongju's attack. With the other hand, he manipulated the bats to grab at MuLin. Seeing that his attack was actually blocked by a human with one hand, and that this human was trying to protect the young man possessing 400,000-year soul bones, Xiongju's anger grew even more. Human, you underestimate me. You'll pay the price. Dark golden terraclaw. Xiongju raised his left arm, which had just been blocked, and golden soul power surged into the 5 massive claws, elongating them into 5 dark golden claws that lunged fiercely at Wu Yin. Wu Yin quickly realized the might of this attack, and his expression changed dramatically. 5th soul skill, Bat King 1000 changes. This copied part of the opponent's attributes to enhance himself, depending on the power gap between the two sides. The weaker he was compared to his opponent, the more he could copy. Wu Yin's 5th soul ring instantly lit up as he lunged towards the attacking Xiongju, quickly enveloping himself. Dark golden soul power also appeared around Wu Yin, and simultaneously, his 3rd and 4th soul rings lit up. 3rd soul skill, Bloodbat Sound Wave. A powerful sound wave was emitted from his mouth, attacking the opponent and dazzling them based on the difference in their mental powers. 4th soul skill, Darkbat Shadow. The 4th soul ring instantly summoned a shadow containing the essence of his body, which had all the speed of the original and 30% of its other attributes. A red golden wave appeared in Wu Yan's mouth, rushing towards Xiongju's ear. At the same time, behind him, a deep purple soul ring summoned a shadow of Wu Yan. This shadow immediately charged towards MuLin. Wu Yin had no intention of fighting Xiongju to the death here. Capturing MuLin was all that mattered. Upon seeing Xiongju's imposing figure and sensing his formidable strength, Wu Yin quickly realized that this red potato was definitely a product of the Douluo Forest Foundation. This guy was likely the one mentioned by an old predecessor of Wu Yin. The Douluo Forest, as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, contained soul beasts whose power was hardly inferior to that of the sea, at least in terms of top-tier combat power. They were not afraid of the soul beasts above the sea, though there were a few to be cautious of. And the dark golden brown bear in front of him was indeed the 300,000-year dark golden terraclaw bear that the old predecessor had mentioned. Wu Yin must have lost his mind to be fighting madly with the foundation of the Douluo Forest. As the fight went on, the foundation of the Douluo Forest probably showed up entirely. A black dragon king soul beast that has existed for over 700,000 years, possibly even reaching over 800,000 years, could be said to represent the pinnacle of human combat power. However, how could MuLin be easily captured? Certainly not. Soul Bone skill void. It ignores physical attacks, and soul power attacks are reduced by 50. Wu Yan's shadow, having little soul power to begin with. Also needed MuLin to be alive during the capture, which resulted in minimal soul power usage, allowing MuLin to completely ignore Wu Yan's shadow's attempt to capture him. At the same time, MuLin struck back immediately. As for using teleportation, not to mention whether MuLin had enough soul power within him, he estimated that if he were to teleport, Wu Yan and Xiong would definitely stop at the first moment. After all, MuLin had 400,000 year soul bones on him. Chapter 294. Exposing the Silver Dragon King's information while MuLin was fighting Wu Yan's shadow on the other side. Wu Yan was battling Xiong. In such a confrontation, all three of them were in a very bad mood. MuLin hoped that Wu Yan and Xiong would really fight seriously. In that case, when he escaped, even if Wu Yan came after him, Xiong would likely engage Wu Yan directly. This way, he wouldn't have to expend most of his system's power. At worst, he could forego this time's system reward. Preserving the system's future was what mattered. Wu Yan was mainly anxious that MuLin was right next to him, but he couldn't capture him. The Xiong in front of him, if the fight dragged on, might bring out the Black Dragon King, who was the pinnacle of human combat power. In that case, not only would he fail to capture MuLin, but it was also highly probable that he would never encounter MuLin again in the future. After all, how could a soul beast let a human go? Xiong was somewhat furious that the human in front of him wasn't using his full strength against him and was even expending some power to deal with another human. "You're looking down on me." Xiong claws filled with golden energy, and with his 2 palms and 10 claws. The 4 claws, surrounded by soul power, surged toward Wu Yan like a vortex. Xiong wanted to teach Wu Yan a lesson. Even if you are a strong human, that doesn't give you a reason to underestimate me. Under Xiong's full-strength attack, Wu Yan was already struggling to cope while still expending strength to capture MuLin. "Damn! Soul Beast, if you leave now, I will immediately take this human away without damaging the forest. How about it?" Wu Yan was too lazy to continue resisting Xiong. However, it was evident that Wu Yan's reasoning was quite poor. But it was also understandable, as Wu Yan had no real reason to stop this battle. Xiong snorted coldly upon hearing this. "Human, what do you think you are? Killing you won't stop the damage to the forest." Dark Golden Claw. Xiong's claws turned dark golden, and the sharp aura from these claws even caused cracks to appear on the ground. Wu Yan was infuriated to hear Xiong say the wrong thing. "What are you? If it weren't for the possibility of the Black Dragon King behind you, I would definitely strip your tendons and peel your skin." However, upon seeing Xiong's power, Wu Yan's body immediately emitted 2 beams of dark light. 5th Soul Skill, Bat Emperor's Sun and Moon Body. It enhances all attributes by 20, with a defense increase of 100. Under the sun, the recovery speed of one's strength and stamina is enhanced by 100, and attacks carry the power of the sun's flame, burning the enemy with each hit. Under the moon, speed and soul power recovery speed are enhanced by 100, and attacks carry the cold power of the moon, freezing the enemy with each hit. 7th Soul Skill, Bat Emperor True Body. The body instantly transforms into a gigantic evil god Bat Emperor, allowing the first 6 soul skills to be used without cooldown. And all attributes are enhanced by 150. At the same time, it will create Soul Ring 1, clones with the current total attributes. But the soul power needs the main body to maintain. In an instant, Wu Yan summoned 9 identical versions of himself. Immediately, these 9 identical Wu Yans used the 4th soul skill. The situation on the field changed in an instant. Xiong, MuLin, and a total of 20 Wu Yans. Although 10 of the Wu Yans had very weak attributes, the other 10 had normal attributes. However, after using this move, it was obvious that Wu Yan's soul power had drastically decreased. It was so evident that anyone could see it. After all, Wu Yan now looked like a bag of bones. If it weren't for a layer of skin, he would be nothing but a skeleton. MuLin frowned upon seeing this situation. Although MuLin had learned from Long Ming that Wu Yan had many clone techniques, he didn't expect him to split into a full 20 copies. It was known that during the last battle with Long Ming, he only split into 10. This was a complete doubling. Seeing this situation, Xiong felt a twinge of retreat in his heart. If MuLin had seen the hint of retreat in Xiong's eyes, he would have gritted his teeth. "Wu Yan, I won't tell you that there is a severely injured dragon god in the forest. This news was told to me by my master." As soon as MuLin's words fell, "You little brat, you're seeking death. A severely injured dragon god." Xiong knew that these 2 humans could not be allowed to leave. Roar. All soul beasts gather immediately. At the same time, this roar also empowered Xiong's mental strength, allowing the entire forest to hear it. Upon seeing this, Wu Yin immediately wanted to capture MuLin and escape. However, Xiong had already made up his mind that these two humans must die. Ripping Claw. Xiong's strongest skill concentrated his soul power and mental power into this claw. With immense power, when Xiong was over 400,000 years old, he had once injured the 800,000-year-old Emperor Tian with this move. This was equivalent to a 98th level soul master directly injuring a demigod-level powerhouse by surpassing the 99th level. Here, I borrowed the level classification from Douluo 3. The 99th level could be divided into 3 tiers: quasi-demigod, demigod, and quasi-god. After all, Emperor Tian was the Black Dragon King, whose defense could be said to be among the strongest in the world. Although there was also a 990,000-year-old deep-sea magic whale king. It seemed to have turned into an energy body, and its defense could not compare to Emperor Tian's at all. It could definitely be considered a demigod level in terms of defense. Once Xiong used this move, Wu Yin immediately felt a sense of impending death. MuLin beside him couldn't even move his body. Wu Yin had already obtained information about gods, and now there was news of an injured divine beast. MuLin and Wu Yin were both fixed in place. Wu Yin left only 5 clones with his full attributes on the field. 8th soul skill, Evil God S Light. 2 beams of laser attack the opponent from his eyes. The 2 lasers ignore any defenses. As long as both eyes can see, they can directly hit the opponent. After hitting the opponent, they will reduce the opponent's overall attributes based on the power gap between the 2 sides, lasting at least a year. 5 Wu Yin, with 10 lasers fired from his eyes, directly bombarded the massive figure of Xiong. However, Xiong didn't care about these attacks at all. At worst, he would trade his life for it. The master must not be exposed. Tier Sky Claw. Boom! The attacks of Xiong and Wu Yin collided. Now the surrounding area was filled with the mist created by the collision of their soul powers. The smoke would obscure people's vision, and these soul power fluctuations would hinder perception. A great opportunity. MuLin frantically activated the teleportation skill of his right leg. He was even prepared to abandon this soul bone if necessary, as long as he could escape. If not, he would blow up the soul bone at the last moment. Chapter 295. Escape. MuLin's right leg emitted a pink flash, as this was a matter of life and death, which led to MuLin's soul bone in his right leg operating in overload. Although the soul bone could only consume one of soul power to teleport 100 meters at a time, what if MuLin greatly increased the soul power into his right leg? If the remaining distance of 100 meters only required a certain amount of soul power, then what if I consumed more than that certain amount of soul power? The excess soul power could act as a protective shield, allowing the host to remain unharmed in space. This is also why if you want to take one more person, the soul power consumption increases exponentially. MuLin immediately picked up the unconscious Yi Lingling lying on the ground. Then the pink flash from his right leg grew brighter and brighter, causing Xiong and Wu Yin to instinctively cover their eyes to block the pink flash. MuLin, carrying Yi Lingling, teleported at that moment. During this teleportation, MuLin even felt a slight fluctuation in space. However, the limit of the soul bone was only 100 meters. No matter how overloaded it was, it couldn't go much further. 1 second later, MuLin appeared 500 meters away, but without a breath's time, he disappeared again and reappeared even further away. The excess soul power had not been consumed during this teleportation, so this time only the soul power used for teleportation was consumed, not the protective soul power. MuLin continued this, frantically consuming the essential power of the soul bone in his right leg. According to MuLin's speculation, each soul bone and even soul ring should have its essential power, which could also be referred to as its origin. However, in the world of Douluo, the possibility of an origin seems unlikely. So for now, let's call it essential power. This is also why these soul masters only need soul power to activate soul rings or soul bones to use any incredible power. Like Tang San's 100,000-year soul skill, the evil spirit Orca's capture, which controls the opponent for 3 seconds at 100, and Xiao Wu with just 3 rings. Although it was a soul beast transformation, was already on the path to becoming human, and yet with just a 1,000-year soul ring, she could possess an invincible golden body, a skill that could make her unbeatable in the human realm. After all, it could completely withstand any attack below the divine level and would double the power. So saying it was invincible was not an exaggeration. Even Bibi Dong's soul skills were similar, directly acquiring an immortal body. However, this might be the soul skill dropped by the 100,000 Year Death Spider Emperor, which compared to Xiao Wu's 3 rings resulting in an invincible golden body. At least makes some sense. In MuLin's eyes, the Douluo continent is like a game world. The division of yellow and green levels is very similar to that of a game world. Level 1 to level 100. In between every 10 levels, the power of soul beasts is needed to break through this barrier, and your skills require collecting the drops from soul beasts. However, this is a real world, so it doesn't have the fixed limits of skills like in a game world. And MuLin is currently breaking those skill limits, allowing them to perform extraordinarily. However, this does come with a price. If someone were to peel back MuLin's right leg now, they would find that his right leg was in an energy state, and this energy was wrapped around a rabbit leg bone. Now, MuLin was frantically consuming the energy surrounding this rabbit leg bone, enabling the bone to perform extraordinarily, enhancing its spatial teleportation ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. MuLin disappeared at a very fast speed from the perception of Wuyin and Xiangjun. Upon seeing this, Wuyin's eyes were about to burst with anger. He couldn't imagine that such a great opportunity, MuLin, just vanished like that. Damn it. Wasn't his soul bone supposed to be able to teleport only 100 meters at most? No matter how long the teleportation distance was, how could he have that much soul power to teleport so many times without limit? Wuyin's soul skills, which could enhance his attributes, all lit up. He wanted to chase after MuLin. However, Xiangjun would not allow this human in front of him to leave as well. Although Xiangjun was also furious that MuLin, who revealed the master's information, had disappeared, that did not mean he would let this other person, who also knew the master's information, survive. Xiangjun even began to activate the deeply hidden blood of the demon within him, and simultaneously, his body started to grow even larger, and the claws of his hands became sharper. He exerted all his strength to attack Wuyin. After all, one had already escaped, and if this one got away too, Emperor Tian would not spare him. Damn soul beast. I want you dead. Wuyin saw that Xiangjun was actually blocking him, and his inner anger could no longer be contained. The massive evil godbat emperor had a very strange and evil scorpion tail hook appear at its rear. Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. You must die. The huge Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear and the strange evil godbat emperor began a life and death struggle in this forest. MuLin began to teleport away with Yilingling, but of course, he couldn't teleport indefinitely, unless he sensed a soul beast with a higher age, such as over 50,000 years. MuLin would teleport away from that soul beast immediately. Who? This area is good. I will hide here for a while, as my soul power is almost depleted. This was the valley where MuLin obtained his 5th soul ring. Inside the valley, there were thunderstorms while outside it was bright and sunny. In this place, MuLin activated a domain through the victory of destruction, indicating that there was a 99% chance of divine traces here. Just as his soul power was nearly exhausted, MuLin and his teammates had previously scouted this valley. The soul beasts here were very scarce. Although they existed and were strong, compared to the vastness of this valley, the soul beasts could be considered extremely rare. Just right, MuLin could take Yilingling to the edge of this valley to rest, and once their soul power was restored, they would begin to leave. Additionally, Yilingling had been captured by Wuyin while unconscious. Perhaps some of the elderly in the inn have already set out to the Douluo forest to find themselves. If it weren't for the remoteness of this valley within the entire forest, MuLin could even rely on the food in the Soul Guide to live with Yilingling for a year or two. However, right now, MuLin rolled up his right pant leg and discovered that his right leg had turned transparent, clearly revealing the soft bone of the rabbit's soul bone deep within. This soul bone had many cracks, indicating that this 100,000-year-old soul bone was essentially useless. MuLin shook his head, no longer caring about anything else, and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He was too tired. Chapter 296. The Inheritor of the Divine Position. 1. MuLin leaned against the smooth wall, while Yilingling, after receiving a slight treatment with some medicinal herbs from the Soul Guide, laid down on the ground. After all, MuLin wasn't well versed in medicine. He merely relied on his understanding of herbs to treat Yilingling reasonably. After finishing, MuLin prepared to lean against the wall and take a quick nap. After all, hunting souls, being chased, and frantically exhausting his soul power and soul bones to escape were all very mentally taxing. However, the Douluo forest was quite dangerous, so MuLin only intended to take a brief nap. With his spiritual power, this was still manageable. Heavenly Realm, Xiao Lu, come over and take a look. What do you think of this girl? The Destruction God King, wearing a purple robe, sensed the most talented individual he had ever encountered when MuLin arrived in the valley. He even suspected that this human might have the chance to create a divine position at the level of a God King. After all, there were only 5 God King positions in the divine realm. These 5 positions were naturally created for him and Xiao Wu, essentially beings born specifically for these positions. As for the other 3 God Kings, evil and good were the 2 oldest God Kings, and no one knew their origins. They were the strongest and most mysterious gods. However, both of them seemed to have plans for retirement recently, and it was said that they had started testing inheritors in a certain world. I haven't seen this either. But destruction is also unclear. As for the Shura god, he became a God King around the same time as MuLin and Xiao Wu, a genius. In the Destruction God King's impression, only MuLin's talent might rival that of the Shura god. After all, he and Xiao Wu were beings born from the earth and sky, and he wasn't sure about the specifics of good and evil. Among the remaining gods, in Destruction's memory, only the Sea God had decent talent, at least enough to create a first-level divine position. Thinking of this, the Destruction God King unconsciously glanced at Douluo continent. Currently, Douluo continent had seen the emergence of the Shura, Rakshasa, Angel, and Sea God throughout history. Moreover, there were 3 first-level gods and 1 God King. Could Douluo continent be a place that produces such talented individuals? In his eyes, MuLin's talent was very suitable for his Destruction divine position, with at least an 80 to 90 adaptability. The girl beside this little guy had a very pure life, a tribute martial soul. Her current talent was also not low. If she trained hard, she could definitely inherit the divine positions of the subordinate gods under Xiao Wu. However, being able to inherit the subordinate gods' positions did not mean she could inherit the God King's position. Xiao Zi, I've looked at that girl. Her talent is indeed good, but there is still quite a gap to becoming the life God King. Unless you pass your divine position to that kid over there, and then he brings this girl to the divine realm, where I can train her for a few hundred years, that might work. The Destruction God King shook his head. Xiao Wu, take a close look at that kid's soul guide. The Life God King, after hearing this, showed a hint of curiosity. According to what the Destruction God King said, the young man inside had a talent in his soul guide that could help someone elevate from inheriting an ordinary divine position to inheriting a God King's divine position. The Life God King began to use divine power to observe MuLin. This is the Heartbroken Red. The previous flower god's original form seems to be the Heartbroken Red, right? The Destruction God King nodded. Yes, and you should know how powerful the Heartbroken Red is for that girl's martial soul. If that girl absorbs it and inherits your divine position, it's not without a chance. After hearing this, the Life God King fell silent for a moment. Xiao Zi, you should know. The Life God King paused for a moment and continued, absorbing the Heartbroken Red. This peerless celestial herb has very strict requirements. Even in the divine realm, only Yumi, and good and evil might have the chance to absorb it. The food god and the 9-color goddess likely have little chance. After all, they weren't very pleasant when they first came together. The Destruction God King was also aware of the absorption requirements for the Heartbroken Red. Even if this doesn't work, what about using other celestial herbs, along with the full set of soul bones from the Emerald Swan and their clan, which have been in the core area of the forest? Besides, I once placed some items in that area for testing. Upon hearing this, the Life God King frowned slightly, using his divine power to carefully search the valley where MuLin and the others were located. You actually placed that bone in the lower realm. The Destruction God King nodded. After all, destruction is always simpler than creation, so I thought early on that my inheritor might have problems before yours, which is why I specifically placed that bone in the location of my divine position inheritance. The Life God King remained silent for a moment, letting out a barely noticeable sigh. Sigh. All right, once your inheritor has passed a few assessments, I will begin testing that girl. Upon hearing this, the Destruction God King couldn't help but show a happy smile. However, this was understandable. Staying in the divine realm, while beautiful, could become tiresome if one stayed too long. Now, there was finally a chance to break free from the constraints of the divine position and venture into the entire universe. How wonderful! Lower Realm Valley, after MuLin leaned against the wall and took a moment to rest his eyes, a purple mist suddenly appeared, and MuLin fell into a deep sleep. The system seemed to have awakened and was about to transport MuLin away. But after detecting that this energy posed no harm to the array and even had certain benefits, it disappeared again. This mist condensed into the purple phantom of the Destruction God King, who glanced at MuLin with a barely perceptible look. It seems this kid also has great opportunities. But for now, let's handle the matter with this girl first. Yi Lingling, the shadow of the god of destruction, placed a hand on Yi Lingling's head. Yi Lingling, I give you a chance to be with MuLin. Do you want it? A sentence containing an overwhelming authority suddenly appeared in Yi Lingling's spiritual sea. Who are you? However, Yi Lingling did not lose her rationality because of this sentence. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 297, The Inheritor of Divine Position. 2. I am the god of destruction. The shadow of the god of destruction directly appeared in Yi Lingling's spiritual sea. Dressed in a purple cloak that covered his head, only 2 red lights flickered vaguely within the cloak, making it impossible to see his face. Within that cloak, there seemed to be an endless and profound, terrifying aura. Yi Lingling looked at the god of destruction that appeared in her spiritual sea and bit her lip. Although she did not know who the god of destruction was, nor did she know what level of strength he possessed, just a glance was enough to feel an intense sense of oppression. It was clear that this strong figure in front of her was definitely not someone she could provoke, and she even estimated that MuLin would not be able to either. Although Yi Lingling was the legitimate daughter of the world's #1 healing soul master family, she had never encountered any stories about reaching the 100th level of becoming a god in the books she read since childhood. In her heart, the limit of a soul master was the legendary existence that reached level 99, the 3 unbeatable ones. Perhaps this purple-robed figure in front of her was one of them? The god of destruction looked at Yi Lingling as her expression shifted from confusion to calm and suddenly spoke. The level of a soul master is divided into 10 stages, with each stage consisting of 10 levels. However, the last stage is special, consisting of only 9 levels, which is why soul masters are divided from level 1 to level 99. When you cross the barrier of level 99 and reach the realm of level 100, you can become an immortal god. This is also known as becoming a god at the 100th level. After the god of destruction finished speaking, he deliberately left some time for Yi Lingling to reflect. Hearing this, Yi Lingling couldn't help but widen her eyes. Becoming a god at the 100th level, this was something she had never heard of before. After all, the Yi family, although known as the world's #1 healing soul master family, had very few Title Douluos throughout history. From the first 9-heart Sea Begonia soul master who founded the family to the present, there had probably not even been 3 Title Douluos. If they couldn't even reach Title Douluo, what use was there in inquiring about the 100th level of becoming a god? Therefore, Yi Lingling had never understood or even heard of anything related to becoming a god at the 100th level. Thus, although she was somewhat shocked that this strange figure in front of her was a legendary level 100 powerhouse, the shock in her heart was not very great. After all, she had not learned about it, had not heard of it, and had never seen it. Yi Lingling quickly relaxed her mind. Perhaps this powerful being meeting her alone was to entrust her with a small but time-consuming task. So, may I ask, Senior, is there anything you need me to do? The god of destruction looked at Yi Lingling, who quickly relaxed her mind, very satisfied. Unlike the others he had seen who encountered the opportunity to become a god, all of whom were excited and looked like monkeys, this little girl in front of him was calm, relaxed, and showed no fear at all. Very good. Very suitable for Little Green. The god of destruction softened his tone and slowly said, I am giving you a chance. My wife, the goddess of life, and I have temporarily reached a limit and want to leave the divine realm to explore outside. However, our divine positions dictate that we cannot leave the divine realm at will. After all, while the divine position gives you power, it also requires you to fulfill certain responsibilities. You and the young man sleeping next to you are lying in a place where I previously considered conducting a divine examination for the world. If all goes well, the young man lying beside you will have a high probability of participating in and even passing my assessment to become an immortal god. My wife also wants an inheritor to pass on her divine position and venture out with me. Therefore, my wife and I have our eyes on you and the sleeping young man beside you. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling subconsciously tightened the hem of her dress. The shock on her face was impossible to hide. If it weren't for her upbringing, she would probably have jumped up like a monkey. Yi Lingling steadied her trembling body and took a deep breath. So may I ask, Senior, is the young man sleeping beside me named MuLin? That's right. According to my observations, his teacher and his 2 classmates all call him that. Upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Yi Lingling's face. After all, she had started to like MuLin without realizing when it began. Although she had wanted to pursue MuLin back then, he had always been a cultivation fanatic. If it weren't for recently forming a soul hunting team with him, she probably would still be seeing him only once every 2 weeks or even a month. And now, a pair of divine beings had their eyes on her and MuLin. Did that mean that in the eyes of these deities, she and MuLin were a pair? Yi Lingling couldn't help but ask happily, "Then, may I ask, Senior, what should I do to participate in the divine examination with MuLin?" The god of destruction smiled slightly at Yi Lingling's lack of hesitation. "You heard me earlier. It is a chance for you. After all, you should understand your own talent. Your talent is quite lacking compared to MuLin. Therefore, the opportunity given to you will be very strict. Do you dare try?" Yi Lingling did not hesitate at all upon hearing the words of the god of destruction. "I can give it a try." "Very good." The god of destruction looked at Yi Lingling, who showed no hesitation, and directly awakened her. When Yi Lingling woke up, the first thing she saw was MuLin sleeping against the wall. "So this is your sleeping posture?" Even in this crazy thunderstorm, MuLin leaned against the wall, and he even had considerable injuries. Although he wasn't as sunny as Yi Lingling remembered, those injuries gave him a somewhat fragile feeling, making one want to hold him in their arms and protect him. However, the words of the god of destruction suddenly echoed in her heart. "Just like the celestial herb in front of you, your martial soul is qualified to participate in the goddess of life's examination. Of course, you won't be allowed to participate immediately. Time will be given for you to adapt, along with a significant opportunity. However, this is on the condition that you can absorb the celestial herb in front of you." Yi Lingling looked ahead. It was a type of celestial herb resembling a peony, but it had no leaves and was wrapped in a stone at the root. Meanwhile, the god of destruction also introduced it to her. The weeping heartbreak red, the previous flower deity's true form, is an exceptional immortal herb that has ranked among the best since ancient times. When harvesting it, one must think of their beloved with sincere intent and drop a drop of blood onto the petals. If there is any hesitation, even if one were to bleed to death, they would not be able to pick the flower. Once taken, as long as it remains by its owner's side, it will never wither. The stone beneath the flower is called the black stone of despair. If forcibly destroyed, the weeping heartbreak red will also lose all its medicinal properties. Yi Lingling, now it depends on whether you have the fate to absorb this immortal herb. After speaking, the god of destruction vanished without a trace. Yi Lingling looked at the weeping heartbreak red floating before her, memories of MuLin flashing in her mind. "I want to become a god. I want to catch up to you. I want to always stand by your side." Chapter 298. The 9 Trials of Destruction. Yi Lingling immediately dropped a drop of blood onto the petals of the weeping heartbreak red. The flower trembled for a moment and quickly detached from the black stone of despair. Yi Lingling could not hide her excitement as she saw the weeping heartbreak red had successfully detached, as it was the key for her to participate in the divine assessment. The Life God King and the God of Destruction, who were watching from the divine realm, exchanged smiles upon seeing this scene. Although Yi Lingling wanted to keep this immortal herb for herself, she had to absorb it in order to follow MuLin closely in the future. Yi Lingling sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to focus on absorbing the weeping heartbreak red. At the same time, within MuLin's spiritual sea, an extraordinarily stunning lady appeared. She wore a water-green long dress filled with the breath of life, always wearing a faint smile, and her appearance was incredibly captivating. Even the first beauty of Douluo, Qian Renshua, could only be compared to her at best. However, her aura seemed to be a notch weaker. The vibrant vitality emanating from her was truly unforgettable and made one feel exceptionally close to her. MuLin was also awakened in his spiritual sea by the Life God King. MuLin and the Life God King exchanged silent glances in the spiritual sea. MuLin didn't know what to say. Although he couldn't sense the strength of the lady in the water-green long dress, if he used his soul power to feel carefully, he could still sense an oppressive force hidden within her. The Life God King looked at MuLin with a gentle gaze. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, this kid was most likely the successor of Xiao Zi. Given the relationship between her and Xiao Zi, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was his successor. However, gods cannot excessively intervene in the mortal realm, nor can they linger here indefinitely. MuLin, hello. This is our first meeting. You can call me the God of Life. The God of Life. No, it's the Life God King, one of the 5 strongest beings in the entire Douluo continent and the greater world above it. MuLin forcefully suppressed his excitement by operating his soul power. May I ask what brings the Life God here? The Life Goddess looked at MuLin, watching as he transitioned from shock to calmness. It's nothing. Before we discuss matters, I must apologize to you. Your weeping heartbreak red has already been taken by me and the God of Destruction for use. I hope you don't mind. Upon hearing this, MuLin frowned. The weeping heartbreak red was used by someone? Yes. May I inquire who used the weeping heartbreak red? Of course. It was the little girl you were protecting before. Little girl? No, the one I protected was Yellingling. It made sense at 15 years old. Being called a little girl by the Life God King seemed quite normal. No problem. The weeping heartbreak red is with me. It can only sit idle here. Since it has found a suitable owner, it's certainly fine. The Life God King shook her head, as she could see the slight displeasure in MuLin's heart earlier. However, she also understood that as long as the weeping heartbreak red could be absorbed, that person would at least become a super Douluo in the future, especially if that person had good talent. After venturing into some dangerous places on this continent, it could be said that becoming a god in the future was guaranteed. Now, without the owner's consent, using it on someone else could have led to trouble. Thankfully, Yellingling and MuLin had a good relationship. Otherwise, MuLin might have killed that person directly. After all, gods cannot excessively intervene in the mortal realm, especially since this is the home of the Shura god. If they intervene too much, the Shura god could easily retaliate, as not everyone is like the Rakshasa god. This fellow shares many similarities with the Shura god, and if he fully concealed his power, the Shura god would indeed find it hard to retaliate in a short time. Don't worry, the god of destruction and I are also aware of the status of the weeping heartbreak red. Now, the god of destruction can give you 9 trials. As long as you pass, you'll become the immortal god of destruction. What do you think? MuLin clenched his fists, and even his spiritual sea began to surge, unable to be suppressed. MuLin was not like Yellingling, who was unaware of the god of destruction's level. This was one of the 5 strongest beings in the Douluo world, comparable to the god of destruction, alongside the god of kindness, evil, and Shura, as well as the life god before him. As for the others, the Soul Beast tribe had already been crippled, apart from the half-damaged Silver Dragon King, which might not even possess god-level combat power. There was nothing else worth mentioning in the Soul Beast tribe. Regarding others, perhaps before MuLin crossed over, there might have been someone in the abyss who could briefly rival the 5 great god kings. Or outside the divine realm, there should be many who could match the 5 great god kings. However, that does not justify saying that the god of destruction is weak. Destruction. These 2 words belong to the top powers in any world across the myriad realms. MuLin was certainly very excited about the opportunity to inherit the position of the god of destruction. Then, Life God, will Yellingling inherit the position of her predecessor? The Life Goddess did not hide her thoughts. If nothing unexpected occurs, Yellingling will most likely inherit my position. After hearing this, MuLin pursed his lips and took a few deep breaths. I must inform you in advance, Senior, that I have a girlfriend. If nothing unexpected occurs, she will inherit the position of the angel god. The Life Goddess was momentarily at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. After all, according to her and Xiao Wu's plans, MuLin was supposed to be with Yellingling, and they would inherit the 2 god king positions together, ascend to the divine realm, and create a beautiful story. Now, however, Xiao Wu's successor had a girlfriend, and her talent was not weak. After all, according to him, she would inherit the position of the angel god in the future. As for whether MuLin was lying, the Life Goddess could sense that. After all, they were still in MuLin's spiritual sea. If he were lying, given her strength, she could still perceive it. This meant that what MuLin said was true. MuLin and the Life Goddess exchanged silent glances once more. You look at me, and I look at you. After a while, perhaps someone was getting anxious. A voice echoed in MuLin's spiritual sea. Kid, I can only tell you that without the help of the Life Goddess's heir, the difficulty of your divine trial will be at least doubled compared to that with the Life Goddess's heir. Upon hearing this, MuLin exhaled. It's nothing. I am confident I can complete the Elder's trial. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual sea fell silent again. Perhaps the god of destruction did not expect that MuLin would agree so readily. Good. You have ambition. I have already used divine power to heal your right leg. We will officially begin in a week. Destruction. Trial of 9. Chapter 299. First trial. Burning fire. All right, little green. You should have noticed that this kid in front of us has someone he cares about. We can probably only pass on the divine position. The god of destruction looked at the Life Goddess, who seemed somewhat depressed after returning, and comforted her. Okay, don't think too much. At least we have passed on the divine position, and there is no rule that the god of destruction must be married to the god of life. The Life Goddess shook her head. Alas, you and I can both see that the little girl named Yellingling has truly fallen in love with MuLin. After all, she even picked the heartbroken red, and yet the result is, alas. The 2 sides had already revealed the Life Goddess's frustration. After all, who would want their heir to be someone unattainable? Ideally, One would hope their heir could have a happy and fulfilling life. Unfortunately, it is often the case that the flowers are willing, but the water flows coldly. MuLin would rather increase the difficulty of his divine trial than deceive the two gods. It can only be said that MuLin is also a person very loyal to his feelings. Forget it, little purple. Just keep the difficulty normal. After all, there is no rule that the god of destruction must marry the god of life. We could just pass on the divine position to those two young people below. 7 days later, it has been a week since MuLin and Yi Lingling last saw the god of destruction and the life goddess. Today is the day MuLin participates in the 9 trials of destruction. At this moment, MuLin is sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance, basking in the sun while meditating. System, open my attribute panel. MuLin mentally instructed the system to open his attribute panel. MuLin, martial arts, golden body secret, angry dragon meditation, Tai soul decision, great strength Vajra series, long spear series. Martial soul, heart of the destruction golden dragon. Approaching golden level awakening, silver level awakening, can enhance strength by 100. Due to martial soul reasons, can enhance strength by 150. Attack damage can increase to 200, but the duration will be slightly reduced. Field, destruction dragon domain, centered on one's own dragon power and the power of destruction. It releases an extremely strong field to suppress the opponent. The suppression effect remains the same as before. However, if the opponent has taken damage, then the destruction within the field will inflict secondary damage on the opponent through their injuries. And the damage caused by divine power cannot be healed except by life divine power. Even the healing effect of other divine powers will be weakened. Soul rings, red, purple, purple, black, black, red, red. Level 74 strong attack series Soul Saint, Soul Ring skills. 1. Invincible golden body. 2. Golden flexible bones. 2. Physique enhancement, gold attribute enhancement. 3. Indestructible golden flame. 4. Golden dragon overbearing body. 5. Destruction stardust. 6. 1. Gung metal yuan soul. 2. Golden dragon shattering stars. 7. Martial soul true body, summons a giant purple gold silhouette from behind, enhancing all attributes by 200. After activating the martial soul true body, it can consume a large amount of soul power to activate 2 other forms. 1. Defensive form. The purple gold silhouette will have purple lightning armor, increasing defense from 200 to 300 and directly raising its damage reduction effect to 90 each time it is attacked by the opponent. The power of destruction will infect the opponent and reflect damage back. 2. Offensive form. The purple gold silhouette will have some black lightning, increasing attack power and speed from 200 to 250. Each attack will put the opponent in a paralysis state, and the damage caused by the lightning will reduce the healing effect by 90 except for divine power. Soul bones, 100,000, ear soft bone rabbit right leg bone, external attached soul bone, golden flame, divine ring, dragon tail, golden body, ape king left arm bone, sky blue bull python, right arm bone, sky breaking golden tiger king, left leg bone. Soul bone skills. 1. Shadow of destruction. Consumes the destruction power within the soul bone to transform into the shadow of destruction. Melee attacks will reflect damage back to the opponent, and soul power attacks will reduce damage by 70 except for divine power. 2. Force teleportation. Teleports freely within 100 meters. Can consume the destruction power from the soul bone, and based on the amount of destruction power and soul power, can forcibly teleport over long distances. 3. Divine ring blessing. 4. 1. Gung metal domain. 2. Golden dragon sky piercing spear. 5. 1. Golden dragon annihilation divine thunder. 2. Golden dragon dull divine claw. 6. 1. Breaking golden tiger. 2. Sky breaking. During these 7 days, MuLin quickly adapted to the new powers brought by the god of destruction and the repaired soul bones. It was equivalent to using a weakened version of the power of destruction to remodel the soul bones, transforming them from pure survival skills to now semi-survival skills with strong combat power. Since he had already completed the adaptation of the soul bones, MuLin activated the 9 trials of destruction in advance. Coincidentally, all participants in the divine trials, as long as the difficulty of the assessment reaches a certain level, can obtain a divine gift soul ring at each bottleneck. MuLin obtained the divine gift soul ring from the god of destruction. Originally, MuLin planned to delay until he reached the 8th or 9th ring to absorb it. However, now he couldn't hunt soul beasts. After all, a week or 2 wasn't enough time. That soul beast fragment, once he reached level 70, had automatically increased to 53. As for why there was such a significant increase, it was because upon reaching level 70, he was at a level where he could establish a sect. And at that time, his power had already peaked. Thus, the system began to evaluate the talents of MuLin's teammates for a trial. Tao Shuo counted as 11. Gong Sun Bai counted as 10. The Zhang brothers counted as 18 together. The biggest contributor was still Yi Lingling. Ever since she absorbed the divine Edge Yuan tree and the Heartbroken Red, coupled with the life god, king, seemingly secretly nurturing Yi Lingling's body with divine power, she was counted as a whole 20. This talent is already comparable to the previous Qian Rinqiue's talent. Now, because she absorbed a whole immortal herb, the divine Edge Yuan tree also contributed significantly. Her talent could be said to be around innate level 23. As for MuLin himself, with the immortal herb, numerous soul bones, parts of the power of destruction within his body, and the power of the sky within the soul bones, his innate level is at least 30, or even possibly higher. Yi Lingling's martial soul, 9-star begonia, has also transformed into a pure green life begonia. As for the treatment effect, according to Yi Lingling, it can already be compared to some of the healing-type soul saints in their family. Oh, by the way, after absorbing the sorrow-disrupting red, Yi Lingling reached the Soul King level in about 5 days. The Soul Beast seems to have been brought here by the God of Destruction, as it was discovered by MuLin while running through the valley, coincidentally heavily injured by lightning. One can only say that these gods really want to detach from their divine positions. After absorbing the Soul Beast, Yi Lingling also reached level 54. MuLin glanced at his attribute panel and walked towards the highest peak among the countless mountains in the valley. He looked at a statue that had appeared just yesterday. A middle-aged man in his 30s, his eyes occasionally revealing a purplish-red flame, and the black robe behind him occasionally displaying some lightning. In his hand was a purple-gold staff, which had a black aura floating around it, seemingly stronger than the destructive energy within MuLin's soul bone. This statue suddenly descended from the sky during MuLin's training yesterday, striking down with a bolt of lightning. As MuLin approached the statue, the eyes glowing with purplish-red flames suddenly shot a laser that struck MuLin's forehead. Destruction 9 trials. First trial, fiery body. Under the forging of the destruction flame, fuse with one's own soul bone, allowing the destructive power to flow unobstructed within the body. Chapter 300. Encounter Destruction 9 trials. First trial, fiery body. Under the forging of the destruction flame, fuse with one's own soul bone, allowing the destructive power to flow unobstructed within the body. MuLin looked at the 2 lines of text that appeared in his mind. Destruction flamme. MuLin glanced at the purple lightning on the statue's cloak and the purple gold staff. The subsequent trials wouldn't involve body tempering with lightning and axe tempering, would they? Forget it. When does it start? Right now. As soon as MuLin finished speaking, a dignified voice echoed in his mind. As soon as the voice fell, a slightly transparent purple sphere appeared around MuLin. Boom! The purple sphere began to burn with purplish-red flames. Hiss! One must admit, the God of Destruction truly does not hold back with the trials. Given MuLin's physical quality and the quality of the soul power within him, he should not take these divine trials lightly. However, under the forging of the destruction flame, every part of MuLin's body felt as if it was igniting. At this moment, the couple, the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life, were observing MuLin. Xiao Wu. Was it really necessary to use the destruction flame for this trial? Ordinary pressure training would have sufficed. Why use the destruction flame for the first trial? The God of Destruction looked at the Goddess of Life with some concern. It's fine. You should see it too. That kid MuLin has quite a fortune. Although he is currently only at the Soul Saint level, his physical strength is already stronger than most super Douluos at level 95 on this continent. Moreover, his cultivation speed is incredibly fast. His foundation is not very stable, and in this situation, he must be tempered in the harshest way. Otherwise, his chances of passing the subsequent trials would be less than 50%. The Goddess of Life had nothing to say upon hearing this. The God of Destruction was indeed right. MuLin's cultivation speed was too fast, although there were reasons for this rapid pace. Starting with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones allowed him to level up from 10 to 20 in a very short time. When he reached level 20 to 30, it coincided with the period when a human body begins to develop, accelerating his cultivation talent. Coupled with the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones, as well as ample resources, he cultivated quickly, but only this level was relatively stable. From level 30 onwards, he began to absorb celestial herbs. Although these herbs are said to have no side effects, Combined with MuLin's rapid cultivation speed, it forced out the relatively unstable foundation compared to other geniuses, especially at the 6th ring. Suddenly gaining 400,000-year soul bones meant that he had no experience in this period of cultivation. He only trained for a year at the 4th ring. Otherwise, his time to reach Soul Saint would have been delayed by another month or two. Of course, this foundation is already quite good, but the God of Destruction had seen too many geniuses. MuLin's current foundation is not as stable as that of the Sea God, who ascended only 1,000 years ago. It is fortunate that MuLin's physical quality is extremely strong. Otherwise, arranging the first 3 trials would have been a headache for the God of Destruction. The Destruction Flame is just right for tempering MuLin's foundation, allowing the God of Destruction's power to flow freely within MuLin to stabilize his foundation. Destruction Thunder is used to temper MuLin's mental strength. Although MuLin's mental strength is already extremely formidable for his age, even among his level, only certain gods specializing in mental strength in the divine realm can match him. However, the God of Destruction's rank is that of a God King, and it will awaken the hidden desire for destruction within the human body. If MuLin does not have exceptionally strong mental strength, he would definitely pose a threat to the divine realm. The God of Destruction is still very concerned about the divine realm. As for the last item, the Destruction Dragon Bone that tempers the human bones is another plan of the God of Destruction. It is to make MuLin more in tune with destruction, rather than being particularly close to the metal attribute as before. Even the divine-given soul rings were influenced by the God of Destruction. Otherwise, according to MuLin's previous inclination towards the metal attribute, the true form of his martial soul would have to have aspects of sharpness and hardness. Now, it only has the aspects of destruction and hardness. Having hardness is already MuLin's previous strong affinity for the metal attribute. After all, the most important point of the divine-given soul ring is that it will adjust the soul skills to be most suitable for the host according to their requirements. Even the 7th soul ring will have some inclination. According to MuLin's previous specialization in the metal attribute, the 2 effects of the 7th soul skill should be sharpness or armor piercing. The second effect would be hardness. Now, however, the true form of the martial soul retaliates against enemies when it is hit, and the essence of its counterattack is extremely formidable. It is an excessively domineering power. A month later at this moment, MuLin was bare-chested, enduring the tempering of the destruction flame, with a golden body secret manual continuously operating. Every time the golden body secret manual operated, a purple-gold silhouette appeared behind MuLin, becoming more solid. Moreover, MuLin also discovered the benefits of the destruction flame. Not only was his foundation becoming more stable, but his soul power also began to exhibit some fire attribute characteristics. Through the tempering of the flames of destruction, each training session absorbs a portion of the power of the sound of destruction to strengthen the essence of the fire attribute in my soul power. This essence of the fire attribute has become increasingly closer to the essence of the metal attribute. Perhaps it is to make my soul power more in tune with the destruction attribute. After all, I had specialized in the metal attribute for over a decade. Although there is some relation to destruction, the connection is not deep. Fortunately, in the previous assessments, the flames, thunder, and metal attribute had all exhibited exceptional power. The combination of the 3 should increase the compatibility with the destruction attribute. Just as MuLin was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a particularly familiar fluctuation of soul power. The master has arrived. MuLin immediately dispersed the flames of destruction and slowly teleported to where his master, Long Ming, was. Sure enough, he was not mistaken. The master had come. When MuLin teleported to the top of a mountain, the first thing he saw was Long Ming, who was killing a soul beast. Master, Chapter 301, New Shrek 1. Long Ming heard the familiar voice and immediately turned to the source of the sound. It was MuLin. You brat. Why didn't you go back when you're clearly unharmed? Seeing MuLin teleport next to him, Long Ming initially revealed a happy smile. However, upon seeing that MuLin was unharmed yet still stayed in this place, he frowned. MuLin had been here a few years ago, so didn't he believe that MuLin didn't know the way back? He quickly wiped the smile off his face and asked coldly. MuLin, upon hearing this, obediently replied, Master, look. As he spoke, he revealed his 7th soul ring, a blood-red soul ring, with 2 purple lightning bolts flickering above it. Long Ming's eyes flickered upon seeing this soul ring. Over 200,000 years? MuLin nodded. That's right. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Long Ming's angry voice. MuLin, how did you obtain this 200,000 year soul ring? With your talent, You don't need to gamble. If you just grow steadily, you could become the #1 person in the Douluo continent. Upon hearing this, MuLin understood the reason for Long Ming's anger. He scratched the back of his head and obediently recounted his recent experiences. Master, wait a moment. Let me first tell you about the origin of this soul ring. It is a divinely granted soul ring. A divinely granted soul ring? Long Ming looked a bit puzzled, but even though he hadn't heard of such a soul ring, just hearing the name indicated that it should be a soul ring granted by a deity after reaching the 100 levels and becoming a god. You met a deity? MuLin nodded and began to recount his recent experiences and the likelihood that he would undergo divine trials here in the following years. However, after finishing, he said, Master, why don't you come with me to the statue? With your talent, maybe you could undergo trials from other deities through this statue? Long Ming seemed somewhat tempted and nodded. All right, I'll follow you to give it a try. MuLin began to lead Long Ming to the statue. However, upon reaching there, things did not develop as MuLin had expected. The statue only delivered a message. This statue was temporarily constructed and placed in the Douluo continent, and it could only support 2 people undergoing trials, and the 2 candidates had already been decided. Long Ming was initially puzzled upon hearing this, but he quickly remembered Yi Lingling, who had been abducted earlier. Since the candidates had already been decided, it meant that I have no fate with the divine trials. So I will return first. Tell the others not to panic, and after your trials are completed, formally establish the sect. MuLin nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Master. Long Ming, having met Yi Lingling and learned about their information, left directly. MuLin and Yi Lingling exchanged a glance and nodded before parting ways. Yi Lingling returned to the cave to continue her cultivation, while MuLin continued to complete his own trials. 2 years later, at this moment, MuLin was sitting cross-legged on the summit of a mountain, and anyone who looked at this mountain could definitely feel the hardships it had endured. Here were traces of lightning strikes. There were scorch marks from fire, and on the other side were marks from swords and spears. There was not a single intact place on this mountain, and even the surrounding mountains were the same. MuLin was undergoing his 3rd trial. Destruction, 3rd trial. Sword and blade tempering. Absorb the complete dragon bones of destruction, combined with sword and blade body tempering, and strengthen the foundation while accelerating absorption. After the first 2 trials and 2 years of cultivation, MuLin had now reached level 80. But because he was undergoing the 3rd trial, he had not set out to hunt soul beasts and was instead cultivating the golden body secret tome. Fortunately, there was the tempering dragon bone marrow here, and the golden body secret tome could also absorb some dragon bone power to strengthen his body. Finally, just as the sun was about to set, he completed today's trial. Successfully completed destruction 3rd trial. Sword and blade tempering. Reward. Soul power increased by 1 level. Destruction affinity 10. MuLin exhaled, stretched his body, and looked at the statue. God of Destruction, where's my 4th trial? After completing it, I still need to go out to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. The God of Destruction in the divine realm looked at MuLin, who was so eager. I was originally planning to let you rest for a while, but since you're so impatient, go directly to hunt souls. Destruction 4th trial, 8th soul ring. 3 suitable soul beast locations for your 8th soul ring have been marked in your mind. Please hunt them within 6 months. Destruction 5th trial, the chance of life. Please go to a certain location marked in your mind. Hunt the soul beast there, bring back its soul bone, and also bring back the treasure guarded by that soul beast. MuLin's eyes flickered upon seeing this. The 4th trial should involve soul beasts of fire, thunder, and metal attributes, and of course, perhaps soul beasts related to destruction. As for the 5th trial, MuLin suddenly looked at Yi Lingling, who had just walked out of the cave. In these 2 years, Yi Lingling had made remarkable progress, breaking through from Soul King to Soul Emperor in just 2 years. Moreover, she was not an ordinary 61 or 63 level Soul Emperor. She had now reached level 66. Sometimes, MuLin found himself somewhat curious. Yi Lingling was the true protagonist. Although she had been hidden in the early stages, she had a genius healer from another world learning alongside her. By the time she was in her teens, she formed a soul hunting team with such a peerless genius like me and even got involved in the assessments of one of the 5 great soul kings. Now, the 5th trial should be to enhance Yi Lingling's talent. After all, the inheritor chosen by a level 1 deity is someone who starts with a natural level of 20. Yi Lingling's talent, I estimate, would make the life trial quite challenging. It might even require the God of Destruction to directly grant me trials to bring suitable treasures for Yi Lingling from this world. MuLin shook his head. Yi Lingling, my assessment is going to take place outside soon. Let's go together and take the opportunity to visit your parents." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling couldn't hide her excitement. "Really? Wait for me a few minutes, let me get ready, and we'll set off immediately." After the two of them got ready, they left the valley directly. In another place, outside Soto City in a suburb, an academy with a bit of fame in Soto City began enrolling students. At this moment, a long line was forming at the entrance of a village, at the end of which stood a boy and a girl, with the girl, who had a scorpion tail braid, leaning directly on the boy. "Tang-san, master, are you really going to enter the Shrek Academy he recommended? Don't forget, those two soul skills of yours. If it weren't for the opportunities you have, having learned a lot of self-created soul skills, you would have been in dire straits in Nodding City." Chapter 302 New Shrek 2. Tang-san, master, are you really going to enter the Shrek Academy he recommended? Don't forget those two soul skills of yours. If it weren't for the opportunities you have, having learned a lot of self-created soul skills, you would have been in dire straits in Nodding City. The two people were none other than Tang-san and Xiao Wu, two members of the original Shrek 7 monsters. At this moment, Tang-san was carrying Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu noticed that Shrek appeared to be such a dilapidated village. Her opinion of Shrek subconsciously decreased. After all, she was the strongest genius in Nodding City. Even Tang-san, although he was the same as her, both having full innate soul power. That was because his martial soul was blue silvergrass, and due to the Master S influence, his first two soul rings were almost useless. Xiao Wu was undoubtedly the strongest genius in Nodding City, and many intermediate academies were willing to recruit her for free, nurturing her so that after reaching a certain level, she could enter a higher level academy. However, Xiao Wu was unwilling. She wanted to follow Tang-san. Moreover, entering a higher level academy would easily expose her to soul master level powerhouses, which would be dangerous for her. Although Xiao Wu was initially angry upon seeing the dilapidated Shrek Academy, after thinking it over, she felt very happy. Because such a ruined place surely had no strong powerhouses, she could hide here for a while. While Tang-san and Xiao Wu were waiting in line, a male and two females approached from behind. One of the females had an exceptionally voluptuous figure, described as a woman with immense evil. The other female looked somewhat short, but dressed in all white, giving off a lively and clean impression. The male was indifferent, dressed entirely in black, making for a striking contrast with the lively and clean female beside him. When this trio approached, Tang-san and Xiao Wu instinctively turned to look back. Tang-san merely felt someone behind him and turned to check, while Xiao Wu sensed a threat. However, upon noticing the three people were two great soul masters and a soul venerable, she lost interest. When the trio saw the two in front turn to look at them, they were not concerned. After a while, it was finally their turn. Blue silvergrass can cultivate this quickly. The teacher in charge of the examination said upon seeing Tang-san's blue silvergrass, just as in the original story. Afterwards, both Tang-san and Xiao Wu passed this stage. After being pulled aside by Dai Mubai, they did not leave immediately. Dai Mubai was currently staring at the woman with an evil aura. Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai seemed to have a vague memory of this woman, but had probably forgotten due to the time that had passed. After Zhu Zhuqing released her martial soul, Dai Mubai's pupils widened. Zhu Zhuqing? Upon hearing someone call her name, Zhu Zhuqing looked over and saw it was Dai Mubai. She turned away coldly and spoke to the male beside her. The male glanced at Dai Mubai, but did not care. He released his martial soul, revealing a white flagpole and a black flag, while around him, 2 yellow and 1 purple smoke wafted. He immediately released his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. The teacher in charge of the first examination stood up and carefully examined this boy's bones. Only 11 years old. The teacher looked at the boy and said, "An 11-year-old soul venerable, why are you coming to our academy? With your talent and level, you could easily enter the royal academies of the 2 great empires." Upon hearing this, the boy glanced at the girl in white next to him. "I came here with my girlfriend." The teacher then looked at the girl in white, who also released her martial soul. 7 treasure, glazed tile. Are you a prince or someone from a guest house? It was no wonder the teacher asked this, as since the 7 treasure glazed sect was destroyed, the 7 treasure glazed tile had only appeared in the guest house and with the prince of Heaven-Do. As for why he didn't just say the Heaven-Do royal family, it was because recently it seemed the prince and the emperor had some conflicts. The emperor had suffered some injuries due to health reasons, and the officials should have been looking for doctors to treat him. However, the officials were demanding that the prince take control of the court during the emperor's injuries, and they had reasons to back it up. The emperor couldn't even dismiss the officials, as doing so would mean losing at least 70 of the political figures in Heaven-Do. Even the remaining 30 might not have anyone without the prince. It could be said that the emperor's time in power was already limited this year. It was just a matter of how many months he could hold on. However, as soon as the teacher finished speaking, it was clear to see the expression of hatred on the girl's face. Just a traitor and a robber. The 7-treasure glazed tile isn't only held by them. The teacher was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this girl was a remnant of the 7-treasure glazed sect? She was just a little girl. They couldn't accept her, as everyone knew that the 7-treasure glazed tile had been destroyed by the guest house. The guest house was now the second most powerful force after the spear hall. The guest house even had 3 Title Douluos, Long Ming, Jin Shun, and in the past 2 years, Lan Feng absorbed the spirit bones of the Titan giant ape, plus other top-level herbs, reaching the Title Douluo realm. Moreover, the strongest among them, Long Ming, was said to have reached level 98, level 97 perfection, quickly breaking barriers by absorbing celestial herbs. It could be said that if the guest house established a sect, it would undoubtedly become the #1 sect in the world. However, currently, the guest house and the Heaven Do Prince were in a honeymoon period, and the prince even had a Title Douluo level worshipper, with 4 Title Douluos between these two forces, one of whom was even level 98. They were not to be trifled with. The boy seemed to have noticed the teacher's thoughts. He turned to look at the girl in white. It seems this school doesn't want to accept you. How about we check out another school? The woman in white glanced at the teacher and disdainfully said, "Coward. Just because I am not a soul master from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda of these 2 factions, you are too scared to accept me as a student. Your school isn't that impressive either. Mo and I, let us go." After saying that, she looked at Zhu Zhuqing and added, "Zhuqing, you should leave with me as well. Seeing how cowardly this school is, I doubt their students are any good. Let us check out some other advanced academies." The teacher became anxious upon hearing this. It was a rare opportunity for the school to develop and grow, and they couldn't just let it slip away. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the woman aside, ensuring no one was around, and said slowly, "Miss, it's not that we dare not accept you. These 2 factions combined have 4 Title Douluos, one of whom has even reached level 98. We are just a small academy and cannot afford to provoke them. So, please tell me, do you have any grievances with these 2 factions? If not, could you not mention that you are a disciple of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda? Just say you have never seen your parents. How about that?" After saying this, the teacher probably realized his request was unreasonable, but he also didn't want the opportunity for Shrek Academy to grow to be lost due to his leniency. Currently, our academy has 2 innate level 9 soul masters, and one of them has a mutated martial soul. Stay at the school for a week, and if you like it, you can join us. During this time, please don't mention your relationship with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. If you don't like it, we will cover your travel expenses to send you to other advanced academies. The woman in white thought for a moment after hearing this and nodded. However, if checked, one could discover a yellow mist lingering around her ears. Chapter 303. The new Shrek 7 monsters after that. The 5 of them tested their soul power in the second round, and each of them exceeded level 25. Therefore, Dai Mu Bai brought the 5 of them to the final round. However, since Xiao Wu had died, the final round was against Flinder, a soul sage who had his arm torn off. Don't underestimate our Dean just because he is disabled. He is a level 74 soul sage, and his martial soul is an owl, a flying soul sage. Although he won't rely on flying to bully you, his strength at the soul sage level is enough to handle you. Upon hearing the term owl soul sage, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all shrank their pupils. After all, with their identities, a soul sage is considered a high-ranking figure. Zhu Zhuqing's chances of becoming a princess are less than 20, which means her future is likely to end in death. So, a soul sage is advanced combat power for her. Understandable, right? The 5 of them exchanged information about their martial souls and strengths, as they needed to be cautious against a soul sage. I am Tang San, martial soul, blue silver grass, currently a level 28 control system, great soul master. I am Xiao Wu, martial soul, softbone rabbit, currently a level 29 assault system, great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, ghostly demon cat, a level 27 agility system, great soul master. I am Ning Rongrong, martial soul, 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, a level 29 support system, great soul master. This was indeed Ning Rongrong, and her current soul power was due to other opportunities over the years. 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Tang San was somewhat shocked upon hearing this martial soul and looked at Ning Rongrong because from his understanding, soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda have Title Douluo level combat power backing them. Ning Rongrong smiled at Tang San and said, "Don't look at me like that. I have no connection with those two factions in Heaven-Do City." Tang San nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Illegitimate daughter. Xiao Wu had no particular thoughts. She didn't read much and wasn't aware of the status of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda in this world. Zhu Zhuqing had already witnessed it on the road on Thursday. MuLin, Martial Soul, Divine Assist Flag, Level 33 Control System Soul Master. The others already knew MuLin was a Soul Sovereign, so they weren't surprised by his level. My Martial Soul's soul skills aren't very good. I can only heal some minor injuries, but I have had some opportunities and learned some self-created soul skills, which can barely allow me to act as an Assault System Soul Master. Seeing that everyone was silent, Tang San could only take the initiative to share some basics. As a Soul Sage Academy was certainly worth joining. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Tang San's words, immediately introduced herself. My two soul skills include one that enhances my own abilities and another that is a control-type confusion soul skill. Both of my soul skills enhance speed. Zhu Zhuqing also quickly introduced her abilities. My two soul skills can enhance your strength and speed by 30. After Ning Rongrong spoke, everyone looked at MuLin. After all, he was the only soul sovereign among them and could be considered the strongest combat power against this soul sage. My first soul skill grants divine vision, allowing you to see everything on the battlefield from a height. The second soul skill uses a very dense mist to confuse everyone on the battlefield, except for me. Of course, with the first soul skill, you can ignore the effects of my second soul skill. The third soul skill uses the mist from my flag to lower the opponent's attributes. When the others heard MuLin describe the effects of his soul skills, everyone except Ning Rongrong looked at him in shock. They were not fools. They all understood the effects of these soul skills. The first soul skill, Divine Vision, means that with this skill, you can ignore some minor actions from your opponent, and you can also see the entire environment around you, allowing you to plan your tactics based on this environment, equivalent to having the geographical advantage in advance. The second soul skill complements the first, fully allowing you to master the geographical advantage. As for the third soul skill, although it sounded ordinary coming from MuLin, once you think about the previous two soul skills, you can definitely guess that this third soul skill is not weak at all. As for why it wasn't explained in detail, they were still not familiar with MuLin, and being able to articulate the effects of the first two soul skills was already quite generous of him. Then, let Xiao Wu and me take the lead in the attack. Miss Ning will provide support from the back as needed. Miss Zhuqing will look for opportunities to disrupt or attack the Dean. And as for Brother MuLin, please use your soul skills to set up the battlefield at the start. Then hold the rear and use the next soul skills as the situation dictates. Everyone nodded. Having just met, it was already good enough to set up such a strategy. The battle began. Tang San's hands turned milky white, and at the same time, he stepped forward with mysterious steps towards Flender. Flender, seeing this student who had previously introduced himself as having the blue-silver grass martial soul charging recklessly towards him, sneered coldly. You and T think that just because I'm disabled, my close combat is weak, would you? Let me teach you the first lesson. Never underestimate any enemy, even if they're disabled. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San had already approached Flender, and his milky white fists were about to hit Flender's cheek. To everyone's surprise, Flender's remaining right hand directly grabbed Tang San's right hand, then pushed it to the left while simultaneously seizing both of Tang San's hands. A side kick sent him flying. After Xiao Wu used her first soul skill, Waist Bow, she charged forward and attempted a side kick aimed at Flender's temple. Just as Flender used his right hand to block Xiao Wu's side kick, Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously attacked Flender using her own agility. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's amplification soul skill had already been granted to the two of them. However, Flender was ultimately a soul sage. He directly activated his martial soul, using his strong aura to force the two back. You are quite good, but you still need to learn to respect the strong. First soul skill, Windblade. He waved his wings behind him, summoning wind blades to attack his opponents. Under Flender's intentional control, these wind blades merely grazed the students without causing any severe injuries. However, after a short while, Flender felt his vision obstructed. It was MuLin. As soon as Flender sensed this soul skill, he knew it was definitely from MuLin, the Soul Master. After all, with a blue silvergrass, a rabbit, a cat, and a 7-treasure glazed tile, these martial souls didn't seem to possess such a soul skill. It seemed like he had struck gold this time. Afterward, the group successfully passed Flender's assessment and enrolled. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters became Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and MuLin. Chapter 304. The current situation at Shrek after Tang San, Xiao Wu, MuLin, and the others joined Shrek Academy. They did not immediately go out to hunt souls, encounter the Titan giant ape, return to training, or deepen their relationships, as in the original story. Since Oscar had already joined the Inn of Intervals, he did not go out to divorce. Moreover, Ning Rongrong, due to her family's extermination and division from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at a young age, did not have the temperament of a spoiled young lady. Instead, she had the grace of a well-bred lady and was relatively mature. Therefore, Ning Rongrong became the big sister who comforted everyone at Shrek Academy. As for why she comforted others, Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed the genius MuLin, who reached the Soul Master realm at the age of 11. However, upon arriving here, she found that Dai Mubai was already 15 years old, but only had a soul power level of 37. What did this represent? It meant that Dai Mubai had completely given up on their lives. How could Zhu Zhuqing accept that? As for Dai Mubai, he was actually very serious here. It was no joke. In the original story, it took 5 years to become a Soul Master and then reach the Soul Emperor, and during those 5 years, 2 of them were after turning 20. Perhaps some minor grasses could be considered as a factor speeding up the cultivation during those 2 years. However, the gap between Soul Master and Soul Emperor is not as simple as that between a regular Soul Master and a Soul Sage. It can be said that as long as he is serious, Dai Mubai has hope of reaching the Soul Master realm at this age. If he doesn't run away and stays in the Douluo Empire, there's at least an 80% chance that he could reach the Soul Sage at this age. Even if Dai Mubai is much older than his brother, he is still a prince. There are plenty of gamblers in this world, and resources will definitely not be lacking. At most, in the Douluo Empire, he would have to endure his brother's sarcastic remarks, which can be understood given the iron-fisted nature of the Douluo royal family, allowing them to eliminate their brothers early. However, once he escapes and doesn't cultivate properly, that is hard to understand. In this world, strength is paramount. If you run away and only seek pleasure, you might as well cultivate, as there may be a chance to survive. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing cannot stand Dai Mubai at all. As long as Dai Mubai shows any interest in getting close to her, she will mercilessly mock him, and she will never give him face. Conveniently, there's an 11-year-old Soul Sage nearby to compare him to, and Dai Mubai simply cannot take the pressure. Consequently, the relationship between Dai Mubai and MuLin was on the brink of becoming a deadly rivalry. In this world, death is a normal occurrence, and most Soul Masters are very cold-hearted. Just like in the original story, after Tang San ascended to godhood, the Master instructed Douluo to poison over 500,000 people in the Martial Soul City. Tang Hao even said, "It's better if everyone related to the Martial Soul Hall dies." Perhaps they had grievances, but their cold hearts were the fundamental reason. Thus, their relationship was nearly at a life and death level. I didn't provoke you. Why do you look at me with such hatred every day? If not for certain matters, MuLin would have directly tortured Dai Mubai. As for what MuLin wanted to do, it was naturally for Ma Hongjun. After Flinder struggled with the student relationships in Shrek for a month or two, Tang San successfully reached level 30. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu had also reached level 30 a month ago, but wanted to wait for Tang San to hunt souls together. Tang San felt embarrassed, as Ning Rongrong, the auxiliary soul master, had reached level 30 more than 20 days ago. Today, Flinder took all the teachers of Shrek Academy to hunt souls. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the master also arrived a month ago. Upon arriving here and learning that MuLin had reached over level 30 at the age of 11, his eyes lit up, almost leading to his death by MuLin. "Disgusting guy, don't come near me." Over the past month, the master had tried to approach MuLin every time to understand why his cultivation speed was so fast. However, how could the secrets of Soul Master's cultivation be revealed to others? Of course not. So despite being beaten by MuLin each time, Flinder and the other teachers couldn't say much. It was the master's fault for being too overbearing, and of course, MuLin had exceptional talent and a powerful background. That day, after passing the assessment, a mountain near Shrek Village was directly flattened. When Flinder arrived, he only heard the voices of the two fighters. "Protect Tang San. If my young master dies, I'll hold you accountable." Who is this young master? It must be MuLin. After all, he was the only boy among those who entered the academy this time. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's backgrounds were roughly understood. One was from the Douluo royal family, and the other was the illegitimate daughter of the already exterminated higher-ups of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, MuLin had beaten the master countless times over the past month, but Flinder didn't dare to do anything to him. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Mo and I was talking to Ma Hongjun, while Ning Rongrong was chatting with Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San and Xiao Wu were in love, and only Dai Mubai stood alone at the entrance with a cold face, having no one to talk to. The teachers of Shrek Academy saw this situation and didn't know what to say. Although they hoped these individuals could have teamwork, there were also soul masters who ventured alone, so they let them be, as long as they listened to the lessons seriously. Only the master had a very ugly expression because his dream was to form a 7-member team that would resonate throughout the continent, making his name renowned and allowing everyone to respect him, satisfying his own vanity. Unfortunately, it was a pity that all 7 of them, except for Tang San, looked down on him. Even Tang San has become somewhat resistant to him since those 2 soul skills. For example, after Tang San created several of his own soul skills, he completely refused to share them with the master. Once, when a master insisted on getting them in Nodding City, Tang San even directly pushed him down and left, leaving behind a sentence. "You are my teacher, I don't want to lay hands on you, but this is the only chance." One could only say that Tang San's restraint in not killing him was already a sign of respect for his teacher. The master had previously taught them to carry stones, just like in the original work, but many did not succeed, and, as they gathered more and more stones, they eventually gave up, thinking, since I can't complete it, I want to complete it. One could only say that without Tang San, the good student who acted as the glue of the team, the master had lost his authority. 5 teachers and 7 students were quickly heading towards the Douluo forest. However, due to the master's presence, their speed was very slow. Chapter 305. Encounter. Everyone, there's an inn here, and it's so late. Let us rest here for a while. Even if we want to travel at night, it will take at least 3 or 4 hours to reach the Douluo forest. Why not take a break for the night? 5 young boys and 5 middle-aged or elderly men arrived outside an inn. These 10 people were all the members of Shrek Academy. The one who spoke was the red-haired Ma Hongjun, and after speaking, he even glanced at the master. Although the master vaguely sensed the gazes of the crowd on him, his years of thick-skinned training did not change at all. Although Ma Hongjun was Flandra's disciple and Flandra had such a good relationship with the master, logically, he wouldn't mock the master. However, it couldn't be helped. The master might have been too focused on others' training speeds because of his own poor cultivation speed. Therefore, within this academy, apart from being interested in Mo and I, he was also quite interested in Ma Hongjun. After all, this was a rare case of a benign mutated martial soul, unlike his own malignant mutation. Moreover, Ma Hongjun had a good relationship with Mo and I, so he often looked down on the master. He felt that the master was very unfair to Flandra, as he took over most of the teaching at Shrek Academy as soon as he arrived. Although other teachers also taught, the time and amount of their classes were decided by the master, so in Ma Hongjun's eyes, the master was an extremely shameless person. He couldn't cultivate well and still came to harm these talented individuals. Those teachers, apart from Flandra, also looked down on the master. At this age, only level 29 remained, and he dared to guide the rise of Shrek Academy. Moreover, the master's reputation had already been shattered 6 or 7 years ago, and it was said to be by a child, a shameless guy. Flandra was also very uncomfortable here. On one hand was a good brother who had traveled the continent with him, and on the other was a friend who was willing to accompany him to establish the academy during his low period. It was difficult for him to see his friend looking down on his good brother, and thus, Flandra almost didn't team manage things anymore, just normally guiding his disciple and finding ways to make money. More money to spend. The 10 people quickly entered the inn. After all, Ma Hongjun was right. Since that was the case, it was better to rest here for one night. Even if they traveled, they would have to wait until the next day to arrive. Hunting souls required plenty of spirit. The 5 teachers sat at one table, while the 7 students sat at another. Since Flandra was paying the bill, Ma Hongjun and Flandra were responsible for ordering food at the 2 tables. Although Ma Hongjun wanted to save money for his teacher, 5 people couldn't save enough. One could only say that this one was making money. Soon, the innkeeper began to serve dishes one after another. The 5 teachers ate quietly, while the 7 students were not so quiet. Ma Hongjun, Mo and I, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were chatting while eating, mainly with Ma Hongjun talking and the other 3 listening and responding. Tang San and Xiao Wu were on the other side, talking sweetly to each other. Of course, it was mainly Tang San speaking, as he was recommending suitable soul beasts for Xiao Wu's 3rd soul ring, while Xiao Wu only lowered her head to eat and responded occasionally, depending on the situation. Only Dai Mubai was eating alone. It was no wonder, as on the first day in Soto City, he had disgusted Xiao Wu with the twins. He also offended Zhu Zhuqing, who had a good relationship with Ning Rongrong. Plus, He had been clashing with MuLin every day in the academy, so it could be said that very few new students liked him. As for the rest, Ma Hongjun was not very liked by normal people either. MuLin often chatted with him for other reasons. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, MuLin chatting with Ma Hongjun was entirely due to interest in the evil fire phoenix, as it was a mutated martial soul. In Ning Rongrong's eyes, it was different. Her gaze toward Ma Hongjun was already filled with pity. Bang! Dai Mubai could no longer tolerate the situation at the table. His fiancée, he was actually having a good time chatting and laughing with another man. After finishing his meal, he directly slammed his bowl on the table. I'm done eating. I want to go out for a walk. I will be back on time tomorrow. After saying that, Dai Mubai didn't wait for anyone else's response and headed straight outside. As for what he was going to do, there was an inn here, and it was very close to the Stardo Forest. This world is not short of women wanting to flirt with soul masters, so there were quite a few entertainment houses here. Dai Mubai planned to cool off and rescue some of those women. MuLin and Tang Xin glanced at Dai Mubai and then turned their heads to continue talking. Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew colder, and her opinion of Dai Mubai dropped significantly again. Ma Hongjun just muttered a few words before continuing to eat and talk. After Dai Mubai walked out of the inn, he took a deep breath. It seemed he could no longer stay in this academy. He should cultivate to level 40 as soon as possible and go play in the depths of the Heaven Do Empire. With his talent, he could easily join a high-level academy. Dai Mubai stretched lazily, perked himself up, and prepared to explore some entertainment places in this area. However, after walking a few steps, he spotted a figure. This person was wearing a golden palace-style long dress, which seemed to be woven from golden threads, with no excessive patterns or decorations, presenting a simple yet elegant style. The golden stand-up collar protected her snow-white and slender neck, and her long golden hair was casually draped behind her, not neatly styled, contrasting sharply with her neat palace attire. Moreover, the aura she exuded was noble and pure. One could say that this was the most beautiful woman Dai Mubai had ever seen in his life, even surpassing his mother, the Douluo Empress, by 3 points. A woman like this, in Dai Mubai's experience, would not provoke him. However, for some unknown reason today, upon seeing this woman, Dai Mubai boldly approached her. This beautiful lady, my name is Dai Mubai, 15 years old, currently at level 37 soul power, martial soul white tiger. Would you be interested in getting to know me? Just as Dai Mubai reached out his hand, a golden-haired man beside the woman stepped forward. Bang! Puffed. Dai Mubai was directly kicked into the inn in front of him, lying on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. MuLin's younger brother has grown up and knows how to protect his sister. These two are MuLin and Qianrenxue, and of course, there are others behind them. Long Ming, Jin Chun, Yi Tianxing, as well as the Qianjun Jiangma brothers from the Spear Hall and the Title Douluos from the Prince's Mansion. Shilong Chapter 306, Xiao Wu's Broken Legs. Inside the inn, Flanders and the other teachers stood up simultaneously, looking at the two people outside the inn. Who are you? How dare you touch my Shrek students? Flanders said, directly releasing the 7 spirit rings on him. The other teachers also released their spirit rings at the same time. This resulted in 2 soul saints and 2 soul emperors. The Shrek students sitting at another table also stood up. Although they didn't particularly like Dai Mubai, he was still their classmate. After standing up, Ning Rongrong seemed to recognize MuLin, clenched her fists, lowered her head, and trembled as she walked towards Moni's side. MuLin looked at this group of people. An ordinary man, a girl in a pink dress with rabbit ears, a cold and indifferent woman in black, a lewd fat man with red hair, and an unfamiliar man along with a woman in a blue dress behind him. This is the new Shrek? However, their gaze did not turn to Flanders and the other teachers, but rather to the girl in the pink dress. Xiao Wu, brother, having you by my side makes me really lucky. I never expected to find a 10,000-year soul beast transformation while hunting for souls. Ha. No wonder Qianrenxue was so happy. Who wouldn't like a 10,000-year soul beast transformation? After transforming, it becomes a very weak human. But killing it still provides a 10,000-year spirit ring and 10,000-year spirit bone. Besides, Qianrenxue knew that MuLin's goal was the stronger soul beasts in the forest. So he probably wouldn't be interested in such an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. That means this 10,000-year soul beast transformation should belong to him. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, widened her eyes and looked at the two, trembling all over, her eyes unable to hide her terror. No, it's impossible. How could you be soul Douluo? Impossible. I don't believe it. MuLin and Qianrenxue looked too young, appearing to be about 18 years old, which felt a bit exaggerated. However, MuLin was 17 this year, close to 18, and Xiao was 21. With such a young age and such high spirit power, they seemed to look like they were only 16 or 17 years old, particularly youthful. Neither of them paid attention to Xiao Wu. Although MuLin's survival was due to Xiao Wu's mother, she only wanted to take over, so MuLin did not plan to let Xiao Wu leave alive. Xiao mainly focused on Dai Mubai, who was already lying on the ground. After that, she thoughtfully glanced at Shrek's students. MuLin, we can't let this group escape. Not only do they have a 10,000-year soul beast transformation among them, but there is also an evil spirit master. Upon hearing this, MuLin suddenly realized. He was puzzled. Dai Mubai shouldn't be an idiot. How could he not see that he and Xiao were not to be trifled with? No wonder. The methods of the evil spirit master are peculiar. They must have done something to Dai Mubai. MuLin immediately focused on the man who had never appeared in the original work. Emoni's expression also stiffened. What's going on with this person? Even if he knows there's an evil spirit master among us, he shouldn't be able to discover me right away, right? Is he poisonous? Just as MuLin and Xiao were preparing to act together to capture this group, a sudden roar came from outside. Tang Hao, this time you can't escape. Pay for our Pope. Who are you two old dogs? Two Title Douluos, watch my Haotian hammer's power. Xiao recognized the voices of her 5th and 6th grandfathers. In the past, they had mentioned Tang Hao, and she immediately rushed towards the door. She wanted to witness the death of her father's murderer with her own eyes. She wanted Tang Hao to die. Xiao went out, but MuLin did not. Behind him were Longming, Jin Shun, Qian Jun, and Jiang Yamo for Super Douluo, along with a Title Douluo. With 5 Title Douluo, he did not believe that Tang Hao could break through their encirclement. Tang Hao himself was a broken body. Given the current situation, if he could temporarily take one of them away, MuLin would have to call him a peerless genius. Moreover, with Longming present, who could Tang Hao provoke now? It should be known that Longming, at level 97, could defeat a level 98. This achievement was the peak strength of Tang Hao, let alone now that Longming had advanced to level 98. Although he still couldn't defeat a 99 level limit Douluo, he could at least hold him back. Could Tang Hao do that? Obviously not. Therefore, Tang Hao was doomed. In that case, this group of people could not escape. Tang Hao's son, a 10,000-year soul beast transformation, an evil spirit master, and the remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her anger upon hearing this. Isn't it all because of you? Just because my father wanted to arrange a marriage between us, you directly destroyed my sect. You devil still lives in this world. Truly. Heaven is blind. MuLin looked at Ning Rongrong as if she were a fool. Ning Rongrong, don't you know that it was your 7 treasure glazed tile school's master Ning Fengji who brought people to invade my inn? What? Can I fight back? At that time, I let you and your fool of a father go. Now, let's see how you escape. MuLin slowly walked up, and at the same time, the remaining spirit rings slowly appeared before everyone. Red, purple, black, 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 red, red. Impossible. How could someone have a 10,000-year spirit ring as their first spirit ring? This is impossible. Master Yu Xiaojing, who had originally shrunk back, stood up directly because he couldn't believe the spirit ring in front of him. How could anyone have a red first spirit ring? And I remember your spirit rings started with yellow and purple. How did the 3rd spirit ring become black? This is impossible. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's exclamation, MuLin glanced at him but said nothing. However, Xiao Wu seemed to recognize the first spirit ring of the person in front of her. You are the one whom my mother sacrificed. The others besides Xiao Wu looked at her, surprised that this pervert had something to do with Xiao Wu. You can still recognize your mother's spirit ring? That's right, this spirit ring is indeed the one your mother sacrificed, and your mother's spirit bone is also with me. Xiao Wu looked at the person in front of her with red eyes. MuLin looked at Xiao Wu, whose eyes were slowly turning red. What? You still want me to return the spirit bone to you? Don't joke around. You and your mother will never see each other again, because you will become my girlfriend's spirit ring and spirit bone. After saying that, MuLin immediately used the teleportation spirit skill of his right leg, instantly teleporting behind Xiao Wu. He directly broke her legs. After all, Xiao Wu couldn't be allowed to escape in the end, so it was better to break her legs. Moreover, MuLin remembered that in the original work, Xiao Wu was best at leg techniques. Chapter 307, Shrek's Fall. Xiao Wu. Tang Xin saw this situation and couldn't hold back any longer. He took out countless hidden weapons he had crafted over the years from the Moonlight Night at the 24 Bridges. Among them was even the Dragon Whisker Needle he obtained from the Dean. I want you dead. 6th Soul Skill, Metal Origin Spirit. It greatly enhances his compatibility and control over metal attributes. Depending on his level and soul power output, he can control all things and energies with metal attributes within a certain area around him. As soon as these hidden weapons approached MuLin within a certain distance, they were instantly frozen in place. Tang San, in your previous life, many speculated that you were the god of Shura, transmitted from another world. Let me see if that is true. MuLin waved his hand, and the countless hidden weapons flew back. And he even added a sharp aura of metal attribute to them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flender and several teachers immediately released their martial souls and used their remaining soul skills. Damn it! Fourth soul skill, thousands of flying feathers. It shot out countless sharp feather blades. Third soul skill, shock force. Using the dragon pattern staff to strike the ground, it triggered shockwave. Sixth soul skill, heavenly star bowing. Consuming a chess piece, it made all things around the flag pause and bow slightly for a short time. Those with higher soul power than him cannot control it. The Shrek students also immediately used their soul skills to block these attacks. However, MuLin did not pay attention to those Shrek students, but looked at the teacher with the star chess martial soul. Controlling time powers. If it weren't for the hatred already formed with you, I would really want to try to recruit you. MuLin's first, second, fourth, and sixth soul rings lit up one after another. Golden soft bone. All attributes increase. 20 soul ring 10. Reflexes and toughness additionally increase by 50. Damage reduction 20. Physical strengthening metal attribute enhancement. All attributes enhanced. 5 soul ring 10. Metal attribute ability increased by 100. Golden dragon body. Increases strength and defense by 100 after activation. Reduces damage by 20 and is immune to all control effects. Golden dragon shattering stars. Greatly enhances and activates his own metal attributes and dragon power. Strength and defense increase by 100, and each of his moves will deal soul ring count 10, true damage. Teleportation. At the same time, a purplish-red light slightly lit up his right leg. The teacher with the star chess, martial soul, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Puff. Although this teacher's other soul skills were most likely unrelated to time, just in case, it would be best for you to leave this battlefield. After MuLin killed one, he showed no hesitation, his iron fist, like a dragon, directly smashing towards the nearby dragon pattern staff Soul Emperor. Boom! After enhancing himself with 4 soul skills, even with just his bare hands, MuLin was not something an ordinary Soul Emperor could compare to. Moreover, this Soul Emperor's soul ring was still at the white starting level. In one round, he directly smashed the dragon pattern staff into 2 pieces and continued to smash towards the elderly Soul Emperor without any obstruction. Old man, when you get old, you should find a village to retire. Otherwise, your life will no longer be in your own hands. 7th soul skill, cat, owl true form. Instantly, a massive owl burst through the inn. It was fortunate that the innkeeper saw the situation was wrong and fled immediately. Otherwise, with this move, that innkeeper would definitely have died. However, this owl only had 1 wing. If you had 2 wings, I might give you a bit more respect. But with you being a cripple, MuLin directly teleported to the owl's head, Golden Dragon Step. Merging his dragon power with metal attribute power, he exploded from his feet. Boom! Flender, after transforming into his martial soul true form, was directly broken, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Teacher, Ma Hongjun saw the headless corpse on the ground, and the evil fire phoenix behind him changed color, shifting from purple to a dark hue. Seeing this situation, MuLin used teleportation once again. Want to explode? This is the real world. How far can a mere great soul master guarantee? Since you miss your teacher so much, go accompany him. MuLin gathered metal attribute and dragon power in his arms, delivering a punch that struck like a true dragon. Ma Hongjun's chest was instantly smashed to pieces. By the time it hit the ground, the sharp power of the metal attribute also separated the corpse. MuLin couldn't care less whether Ma Hongjun's heart was on the left, right, or in the middle. Since that was the case, he smashed your chest directly and caused the corpse to separate. MuLin looked back at Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Moni, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had just escaped from the inn. MuLin spread his mental power and finally discovered Xiao Wu buried among the rubble. He immediately began to clear the rubble away. This rabbit cannot die. Shi Shui's soul ring and soul bone. MuLin squinted his eyes, watching Tang San, who was a bit flustered after getting up. The teleportation skill activated instantly, and at the same time his 3rd soul ring lit up. Skyblade. After all, Tang San is the protagonist in the original work. Perhaps he does have some luck from other novels. Puff. The sky blade pierced through Tang San's heart, and of course, just to be safe, MuLin twisted his hand, changing the vertical blade to horizontal. Sizzle. Whoosh. 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 Even if Tang Hao were here, he absolutely wouldn't recognize this pile of minced meat as Tang San. I don't believe it. You got Ashura can let Tang San be reborn from minced meat. Moreover, with this move, MuLin even rarely attached his mental power to the Skyblade. Mo and I saw MuLin's gaze and turned pale. MuLin had no intention of wasting words. The Skyblade directly cut horizontally. Young Master, be careful. Protect the young Master. 3 Title Douluos, exuding boundless blood energy, appear beside Mo and I. MuLin insisted on extending his mental power to the battlefield of Longming. You actually have 2 Title Douluos protecting you. With the blood energy on these 3, are you the young master of the Evil Soul Master organization? MuLin became increasingly interested in the identity of the man before him. He didn't expect there to be an Evil Soul Master organization on the continent, and it seemed this organization was not weak. They could actually send 3 Title Douluos to protect this young man. MuLin decided to hand this young man over to Qian Renxue. He believed the young master of the Spirit Hall would definitely want to know about the Evil Soul Master organization on the continent. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Form. Instantly, a gigantic purple-golden figure appeared behind MuLin, and at the same time, dark black thunder appeared around this purple-golden figure. It was the attack form of MuLin's Martial Soul, True Form. Chapter 308, Tang Hao's Might. Meanwhile, on the other side, a soul master with a tattered body, but possessing 9 soul rings, was none other than Tang Hao. In front of him were the offerings of the Spirit Hall, Qianjun and Jiangma. Tang Hao, I didn't expect that today, accompanying the young master to hunt souls. I would actually find you this guy. It seems that heaven is bestowing you with death. Take this. Both Qianjun and Jiangma simultaneously activated a black soul ring. 5th soul skill, Qianjun's power. Absorbing the 10,000 year Qianjun Ant Soul Ring can temporarily enhance one's physique by 50 and strength by 200. The muscles of the 2 elders, Qianjun and Jiangma, instantly bulged, and they teleported to Tang Hao's side, the dragon pattern staff swinging down fiercely. Dan Hao's not Gon Li. We kill that guy Qian Xuanji. I can also kill you 2 old fools. Instantly, the 5th and 6th soul rings on Tang Hao lit up. There were also soul skills that enhanced his own power. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Standing on his calves, using his waist as an axis, he swung the giant hammer in his hand, leveraging strength to strike harder with each blow. Qianjun and Jiangma had also experienced the Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, and seeing this situation, Qianjun stood firm in front, using the dragon pattern staff to withstand the Haotian hammer. Jiangma instantly teleported behind Tang Hao, directly swinging the dragon pattern staff. Attacks were coming from all directions. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. His body emitted a bright light. Soulbone skill, Giant Demon Body. Enhances all attributes by 25, strength by 100, defense by 150, and damage reduction by 20, with light attribute damage reduction of 30. At the same time, Tang Hao looked at Qianjun in front of him. 8th soul skill, Giant Demon Divine Power. Enhances strength by 150, and the next attack's power is temporarily increased by 500. Kill. Since there are 2 opponents, he would risk injury or even serious injury to kill one of them first. Qianjun and Jiangma also didn't expect this Tang Hao to be so crazy. However, because of their era's number 1, Tang Chun, they both developed balanced abilities. Qianjun raised the dragon pattern staff in front of him, striking it against the ground. 6th soul skill, Dragon Pattern Shield. The dragon pattern staff awakened the spirit of the dragon, surrounding Qianjun for protection. Energy attacks would be reduced by the number of his soul rings, the opponent's soul rings, 1030, and physical attacks would be reflected back to the opponent as they approached. Tang Hao clenched his teeth, glaring, completely ignoring the attacks from Jiangma behind him, and directly disregarding the damage from the dragon spirit. He wanted to smash Qianjun to death. Even though both opponents were super Douluo, as long as one of them died, Tang Hao was confident he could win in a one-on-one using the Haotian Sect's ultimate skills. This was the absolute confidence Tang Hao established after killing Qian Xuanji and repelling the 2 super Douluo who followed him after entering the Title Douluo realm. Even if those 2 Title Douluo had ulterior motives, Qian Xuanji was not unscathed. Moreover, Tang Hao was fully equipped with soul bones, one of which provided significant recovery ability. Qianjun could only watch helplessly as Tang Hao broke through the protection of the dragon spirit, with the Haotian hammer's increasingly large silhouette. 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. Through a special transformation of angelic soul power, it instantly converted soul power into a mental shock for a wide-range attack. Those attacked would experience intense mental turbulence. If the opponent's mental power was less than twice that of the user, they would suffer soul shattering and die. If the difference was within one fold, it would turn into a mental shock, causing mental damage. Tang Hao, focused on facing Qian Jun in front of him, was directly hit by the enormous roar echoing in his heart. Tang Hao froze in place, and Jiang Ma's dragon-patterned staff swung directly at him. Qian Jun simultaneously and retreated to the distance. Poof! Tang Hao was sent flying by Jiang Ma, crashing through dozens of ancient trees, lying under the roots, spitting blood and gasping. I didn't expect that Qian Shuanji's daughter would be so strong. Hee, it seems Qian Shuanji can laugh in the heavens now. Qian Rinxue appeared on the scene, having entered the Wuhuan possession state. With 3 pairs of wings waving behind her, she flew in the sky, holding the angel's sword in her right hand. Looking down at Tang Hao, Tang Hao forced the blood back in his throat, leaning on the Haotian hammer to rise. Come on, let me see what kind of strength Qian Shuanji's daughter has. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body. A giant phantom of his true self appeared behind Tang Hao, wielding an enlarged energy Haotian hammer, with all attributes enhanced by 150 and strength enhanced by 300. In the next moment, the 2 yellow soul rings on Tang Hao shattered, and the energy flowed into the Haotian hammer at an extremely fast speed. However, Tang Hao also glanced at Qian Rinxue flying in the sky and the twin Super Douluo brothers standing on the ground. 2 purple soul rings also shattered simultaneously, with energy flowing into the Haotian hammer. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. The second method of using the Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, pouring all body strength into the hammer, using the extremely heavy hammer to propel his movement. Tang Hao swung it directly. Qian Jun and Jiang Ma both activated a black soul ring. 7th soul skill, Dragon Pattern True Body. A true self phantom appeared behind both of them, wielding an enlarged energy dragon pattern staff, with all attributes enhanced by 150 and strength enhanced by 200, while reflexes were additionally increased by 20 on top of the second enhancement, and half of the damage would be converted into unpreventable true damage. The 3 humanoid phantoms began to battle in the forest. The surrounding trees could not withstand the shockwaves from the clashes of the 3, and Qian Rinxue could only rely on her martial spirit and talent to fly in the air, watching the 3 collide. She could not insert herself into the fight at all. Even using Angel's Roar again could not guarantee that this roar would hit Tang Hao and not accidentally strike one of Qian Jun or Jiang Ma instead. Tang Hao, Qian Jun, Jiang Ma. The 3 top spirit masters of the time were engaged in a life and death battle in this forest. At one moment, the Haotian hammer directly cracked the ground. At another moment, the dragon pattern staff swept away a whole area of trees. Back and forth, this battle fully showcased Tang Hao's true strength. Despite being severely injured and fighting at a level lower, he was battling 2 level 96 soul masters at level 95. Tang Hao felt his injuries becoming heavier. The 5th and 6th soul rings also cracked. Kill. The power of the Haotian hammer grew even stronger, and Qian Jun and Jiang Ma shifted from slight advantage to being in a small downer. Chapter 309. The true cause of Qian Shuanji's death. 1. Damn it. Qian Jun and Jiang Ma never expected that Tang Hao would be so formidable. His power level was at most 95, yet with the explosive ring skill, he was so strong. The 9 soul rings on both Qian Jun and Jiang Ma lit up. 9th soul skill, Shattering Heaven Qian Jun Shock, enhances their own strength by 150 and increases the weight of their martial spirit tenfold upon hitting the enemy. The power of the shockwave also multiplies tenfold in attacking the enemy. Qian Jun Duo swung the Panlong staff, which was 10 times heavier, and Tang Hao was momentarily stunned. 9th soul skill, Panlong Descend Demon. It activates the power of the Panlong, pulling the enemy when attacking, making it impossible for them to evade. The next attack is guaranteed to hit, while also doubling the pressure on the enemy. If the opponent is an evil soul master, the subsequent damage will increase by 300. The demon subduing Duo descended from the sky, and the Panlong staff, as if alive, smashed down towards Tang Hao's head. Seeing this, Tang Hao's body suddenly lit up with a red glow. 9th soul skill, Earth God Power, instantly absorbing power from the earth, temporarily increasing his strength by 500, and doubling the weight of the Haotian hammer. Your attack may be guaranteed to hit, but I will block it with my hammer. What can you do? The more he fought, the stronger he became, as if he were using the two super Douluos, Qianjun and Demon Subduing, to awaken his long-dormant combat instincts. Both Qianjun and Demon Subduing noticed that Tang Hao was growing stronger. The sharp-eyed Demon Subduing seemed to realize something. Haotian 9 Extremes? Tang Hao was reawakening his combat instincts, reintegrating the Haotian 9 Extremes into his body, unleashing them instinctively. Seeing this, Qianjun and Demon Subduing had to admit that Tang Hao was a true genius. Even with a level disadvantage, he still held the upper hand in a 1 versus 2 situation. But I don't believe it. How long can your explosive rings last? Qianjun and Demon Subduing gave it their all, vowing to defeat Tang Hao. Otherwise, they would lose face in front of the young master. Qian Rinxue flew in the sky, observing the battle, and she wasn't foolish. She could see that Tang Hao was dominating in a 1 versus 2 scenario. While watching the battle, Shilong suddenly appeared behind her. Young master, there are 2 evil soul master Title Douluos nearby who have already been captured. But it seems that Senior Longming intends to use 3 soul Douluos to train young master MuLin. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded. Compared to the evil soul masters, she was more concerned about her father's killer, Tang Hao. Can you intervene in this battle? Although she was reluctant, it seemed that Qianjun and Demon Subduing were at a disadvantage, and she didn't want her father's killer to escape in front of her. She long observed the battle. With narrowed pupils, he was not a sheltered flower like Qian Rinxue, who might not experience many battles in a year and a half. He had fought his way to become a Title Douluos step by step. He understood more than Qian Rinxue. Tang Hao wasn't even using his full strength yet. The 7th, 8th, or even 10th level 9th soul rings had not exploded yet. If those 3 soul rings detonated, Qianjun and Demon Subduing would likely perish immediately. Young master, if I join in, I would only hold back the 2 seniors, and it's quite dangerous here. It would be better for you to leave first. Qian Rinxue shook her head. No way. Tang Hao's my father's killer. I can't let him escape in front of me. Shilong was prepared to forcibly drag Qian Rinxue away when he suddenly heard a voice. Is that so? Then Miss Qian Rinxue, let me help. Jin Shun. Qian Rinxue and MuLin were so close. If she had stopped the owner of that voice immediately. Jin Shun, level 95 Super Douluo, with the golden level awakened martial soul, could not be matched by anyone below that level. He could directly enhance his power by 1 to 3 times when attacking. It could be said that if he used his full strength, he was definitely the second strongest in the inn of intermediaries, with the first being Longming. In recent years, Longming had reached level 98, and it seemed that his second uncle had fought him a few times, but it was said he had never won. Although it was a pity that Longming didn't come to help, MuLin was more important. 2 seniors. Let me first experience the power of the world's #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Jin Shun had already entered the martial soul possession state. His body covered in dense dragon scales, looking like a living little dragon. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body, true dragon skin. It comprehensively enhances the true dragon skin and grants an additional 150 to attached soul skills, with the first 6 soul skills having no cooldown. At the same time, a golden humanoid phantom began to appear behind Jin Shun. Awakening skill, enhance oneself by 300. Kill. Simultaneously, Jin Shun activated all skills that could enhance his attributes. The previous 1 versus 2 turned into a 1 versus 1. However, the battle situation changed. Although Tang Hao was powerful, Jin Shun's defense was not weak either. He occasionally unleashed a dragon soul roar, and as soon as Tang Hao was stunned, Jin Shun's dragon claws lunged at him. If Tang Hao hadn't had all 6 soul bones fully charged, he would likely have lost by now. Tang Hao stood on the ground, panting, looking at Jin Shun, who had transformed into a true dragon. This guy is too tough. In their previous battle, they had even opened their domains. Tang Hao's God of Death domain and Jin Shun's true dragon domain clashed, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Tang Hao looked at the 4 people flying in the sky, no 5. Qin Shuanji's daughter, 3 super Douluos, and a normal Title Douluo. No, 12 years ago. I didn't protect Ain well. I must protect Xiao San now. 2 black soul rings on Tang Hao shattered. At the same time, the 9th red soul ring on him began to crack. Tang Hao began to swing the chaotic wind hammer method on the spot. Even if Jin Shun occasionally launched ranged attack soul skills, they were negated by the overflowing soul power from Tang Hao. Even if they could hit Tang Hao, the power after being negated could be considered 0. Great Sumera hammer, relying on his overflowing soul power in just 30 seconds. Tang Hao had completed 80 of the 81 hammers of the chaotic wind hammer method. For the 81st hammer, Tang Hao directly aimed it at Jin Shun. Although Jin Shun wanted to escape this area, the heavy pressure of the great Sumeru hammer made it impossible for him to flee. The transformed Jin Shun could only search his body for scales to enhance his defense, hoping to withstand this attack. Alas, you are a true genius. 8th Soul Skill, Golden Dragon King's Pressure. Using the power of the Golden Dragon King, he concentrated the pressure around the opponent, suppressing them. Unless the opponent was extremely powerful, they cannot break the suppression. This pressure instantly suppressed Tang Hao for 3 seconds, but soon, the air around Tang Hao began to crack. Long Ming suddenly appeared in front of Tang Hao, with a golden phantom following him, delivering a straight punch that made Tang Hao cough up blood and fall to the ground. Without the support of soul power, the Haotian hammer could only slowly dissipate. Long Ming saw that Tang Hao was barely hanging on and sighed as he left. I will go check on MuLin. Although MuLin had already dealt with those 3 Soul Douluos, it was still worth checking out. A genius like Tang Hao, Long Ming had to protect and even teach him in his previous life. Yet this time, he directly killed one, although there were reasons behind it. It was still the first time. Tang Hao watched Long Ming leave, his mind echoing with the teachings of his grandfather from a young age. Another limit Douluo? Suddenly, darkness clouded Tang Hao's vision. It was Qian Rinxue. Looking at Qian Rinxue, Tang Hao seemed to remember something. Although he was still coughing up blood, he forced a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. What is so funny, Tang Hao? This time, you're going to accompany my father to the grave. At the moment the angel sword in Qian Rinxue's hand was about to fall, Tang Hao spoke up. Do you really think that I, just having entered the Title Douluo realm, can take on 3 opponents? One of whom is even called the most talented genius of the Spirit Hall in 1,000 years. Qian Xuanji? Chapter 310. The true cause of Qian Xuanji's death, too. Tang Hao coughed blood from the corner of his mouth, but he looked at Qian Rinxue, who was flying in the sky with the angel sword, with a face full of smiles. Tang Hao could feel that even if he could escape, he definitely wouldn't live long, perhaps a day, or half a day, or even just an hour or 2. Therefore, a hint of illusion appeared in Tang Hao's eyes, faintly seeing Qian Rinxue as Qian Xuanji. This genius, more obsessed than himself, was called the Spirit Hall's once in 1,000 years talent, who became a Title Douluo faster than his father, Qian Douluo. Even so, although at that time he still had his elder brother, who was known as the Haotian Twin Stars, no one ever thought that the Haotian Sect could be stronger than the Spirit Hall. Even if the former sect master of the Haotian Sect was the strongest in the world, the strongest power in the world was ultimately the Spirit Hall. Earlier, I seemed to hear that blonde youth beside you say, sure, you can't possibly think that I, just having entered the Title Douluo realm, could take on 3 opponents. Moreover, those 3 Title Douluos are all far above me, and they are accompanied by countless Soul Douluos. You may not know, but Qian Xuanji is called the Spirit Hall's once in 1,000 years genius. I just had good luck, obtaining a few soul bones during the soul hunting process and absorbing the sect's inherited soul bones. Otherwise, the one who would have reached the Title Douluo realm the fastest might still be your father, or perhaps your mother, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Bye. Zong. A hint of impatience flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. Tang Hao, what do you mean? Hurry up and say it, otherwise I will definitely let you know how we at the Spirit Hall deal with evil soul masters. Tang Hao ignored Qian Rinxue and lay on the ground in a big letter shape, looking at the sky. At that time, those who came to kill me included your father, the 95th level Angel Daw, accompanied by the 2 Title Douluos, Zhuge, who possessed spirit fusion techniques. And they were also followed by at least several Soul Douluos. Why do you think that I, just having entered the Title Douluo realm, could kill Qian Xuanji? Qian Rinxue snorted coldly. How is that impossible? Your previous great Sumeru hammer, along with detonating 9 soul rings, had a chance. Tang Hao looked at Qian Rinxue, who was serious, but he still noticed a hint of tension in her eyes. Haha, you must have guessed something, but I will answer your question now. That move just now, let us not even mention whether I could use it in front of so many people. Even if I did use it, the spirit fusion techniques of Zhuge would at least be able to immobilize me for a second or 2, during which your father could completely kill me. But the final result was that your father died. Listening to Tang Hao's words, Qian Rinxue tightened her fists. The 2 Title Douluos, Zhuge, have always been the top lackeys of Bai Bai Dong. Stop beating around the bush and say it. Ha! You definitely have some guesses. But you don't dare to believe it. You don't dare to believe that the one who truly killed your father was your biological mother. Bai. Zong. Enough. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo could no longer listen and raised their pan-long sticks, wanting to strike Tang Hao down. However, just as they swung halfway, the angel sword blocked their pan-long sticks, allowing Tang Hao to continue speaking. Qian Rinxue, with red eyes, did not look at Qian Jun and Jiang Mo. She merely used the angel's sword to block their attack, her red eyes fixed on the nearly lifeless Tang Hao. Tang Hao smiled broadly, as if something joyful had happened. That's right. The one who truly killed your father was indeed your mother, Bai Dong. At that time, I used the exploding ring skill. Although the 9 rings exploded together, suppressed Qian Xuanji and the 3 Title Douluos, I had no further actions. However, during the battle, Qian Xuanji coughed up blood. At first, I thought that this genius, known as the Spirit Hall's once-in-a-thousand-years talent, was not worthy of his name, until I finally discovered that the blood he coughed up was green. At the end of the battle, after the other soul Douluos had died, my spirit was also extremely exhausted. Just when I was about to risk it all and use the great Sumeru hammer, the 2 Ju Gui distanced themselves from this area, completely ignoring Qian Xuanji. It was also at that collision that I realized your father was a true genius. He fused his 9th soul skill with the angel domain of your clan, successfully blocking my great Sumeru hammer, but as a result, he directly fell unconscious. As for me, I endured the excruciating pain in my body and watched as the 2 Ju Gui returned. Those 2 didn't T-attack. They merely carried the already unconscious Qian Xuanji away. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he paused for a moment, seemingly wanting to give Qian Rinxue a chance to reflect. The next time I heard about your father, it was when I killed him. I can responsibly tell you that at that time, your father was not dead. He had merely fainted due to the collision with the great Sumeru hammer and the poison within him. In the end, Tang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Your father truly deserves to be called a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. He was able to withstand the poison within him and still clash with my great Sumeru hammer. Qian Rinxue's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling. So what? So what if the one who killed my father could be Ju Gui? Ju Douluo is skilled in pharmacology and can concoct poisons. And they were the ones who took him back afterward. What assurance do you have to say it was my mother? Hearing Qian Rinxue's stubborn voice, Tang Hao laughed heartily. Why not? Just because when I fought him, I discovered that he had already been poisoned. What kind of person could make Qian Xuanji poisoned? That Ju Gui? Impossible. He doesn't have the ability to poison the Pope. The only one who has that ability is Bai Dong, who interacts closely with Qian Xuanji every day. And she is the true poison Douluo. The poison on that guy, Douluo, is completely incomparable to Bai Dong. I've fought against her, and her poison is exceptionally terrifying. Moreover, Tang Hao glanced at Qian Jun and Jiang Mo standing nearby, and spoke. Moreover, you can ask them? The reason they have always been unwilling to accept Bai Dong is that you all know she is the true culprit behind Qian Xuanji's death, right? You just hope that Qian Rinxue won't be a child without parent from a young age, which is why you didn't kill Bai Dong. Qian Rinxue turned to look at Qian Jun and Jiang Mo. The 2 looked at Qian Rinxue as pained eyes, closed their eyes, and nodded slowly. That's right. I don't know about the others, but the real cause of Qian Sunji's death was indeed being killed by Bai Dong during the treatment. But don't worry, after returning, Jigu and the others will definitely die. As for Bai Dong, it all depends on you, Xiao Wu. Qian Rinxue's body swayed, feeling as if the world was spinning, and suddenly saw MuLin walking towards her. She flapped her wings and immediately pounced into MuLin's arms, crying, "Woo-woo, woo-woo. What should I do? MuLin, what should I do?" Chapter 311. Soul hunting. 3 days have passed since the annihilation of Shrek and Tang Hao's group. After learning that it was her biological mother who killed her father, Qian Rinxue also cried in MuLin's arms. And MuLin couldn't say anything. After all, no matter what, Bai Dong was ultimately Qian Rinxue's mother, although she was very unqualified. That night, Qian Rinxue and MuLin talked a lot. She shared stories from her childhood, where Qian Sunji had always been the one playing with her. In Qian Rinxue's childhood, the only elder was Qian Sunji. Bai Dong could only be considered a statue, as she never revealed any genuine smiles. After Qian Sunji's death and Bai Dong's succession to the position of Pope, she became even harsher towards Qian Rinxue. She even forbade her from calling her mother anymore, and Bai Dong would only show a motherly smile towards outsiders. Therefore, Qian Rinxue couldn't stand the atmosphere of the Spirit Hall. So when she was 8 or 9 years old, she decided to spend her adolescence in the Heaven Do Empire. After all, the Heaven Do Empire was much more relaxed and safer compared to the Star Luo Empire. Then came the story of Qian Rinxue disguising herself as Shui Qinghe to get close to MuLin, getting attracted to him, and eventually being together. The 2 also lived together. The next day, everyone did not set out to hunt souls. Instead, they rested in place, with MuLin accompanying Qian Rinxue to play and relax. The old men were not idle either, as Shilong was torturing the captured Title Douluo Soul Douluo, and others related to the evil soul masters. That evening, after the two returned, MuLin remembered the little dance left in the house. He hurriedly took the little dance out and threw her at Qianrengshu's feet. Swear, this is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a form. Don't be fooled by its appearance as just a rabbit. But its mother gave me 4 abilities. Invincible golden body, which grants immunity to all attacks below God level for 3 seconds and enhances my strength by double according to my level. Void, immunity to all physical attacks. And even energy attacks are halved. Teleportation, can consume my soul power to teleport freely within 100 meters. And my most commonly used, golden softbone, which proportionally enhances all my attributes according to my level. Qianrengshu listened seriously, nodding her head, but when she heard the last soul skill, her expression suddenly changed. Golden softbone, are you saying your first soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring? MuLin nodded, revealing all his soul rings without concealment. Red, purple, black, 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 red, red. Qianrengshu's pupils widened. What is this soul ring configuration? Even the others from the Spirit Hall had never seen such a soul ring configuration. Not because of the 3 blacks, but because of the 3 reds. Their leader, Xiao Wu, only had his 9th soul ring at the 100,000-year level, while the other 8 were all black at the 10,000-year level. MuLin pinched Qianrengshu's cheek. My original soul ring configuration should have been red, purple, purple, black, black, red, red. It was just upgraded due to some opportunity. Originally, Qianrengshu, Qianjun Jiangma, and Shilong were all very curious about what this opportunity was. However, Qianjun Jiangma had a slight guess in their hearts. Destruction God exam. 2 years ago, I had an accident in the Star Do Great Forest that granted me an opportunity, and that opportunity was the Destruction God exam. I'm now for my 4th and 5th tests. Qianrengshu covered her mouth, looking at MuLin with some surprise. One could only say that MuLin obtaining the God exam was beyond expectation, but also within reason. However, Qianrengshu originally guessed it should be the Golden God's test, but unexpectedly, it was the Destruction God. But before Qianrengshu could speak, MuLin continued. However, I'm not the only one who received the God exam. There's also someone you know, Yi Lingling. This time, my 5th test is to obtain something to enhance her talent. She also has a God exam called the God of Life. You don't mind, right? MuLin looked at Qianrengshu nervously. After all, in the past 2 years, MuLin hadn't returned much, and the person who accompanied him more was still Yi Lingling. MuLin looked at Qianrengshu, who was shocked but silent, and quickly supported her shoulders. Swear, if you're unwilling, I can skip the subsequent God exam. I swear I and. Before MuLin could finish his sentence, Qianrengshu covered his mouth. It's okay, I trust you. I know you are not that kind of person. You are a very disciplined person, so you should seriously participate in the God exam. Let me tell you, I also have a God exam, which is the test of the God of Angels. If you can't pass the Destruction God's test, then you can only rely on my support in the future. Impossible. MuLin, will never rely on others. Saying this, MuLin directly hugged Qianrengshu and went into the house to play. The old men merely exchanged glances and then dispersed to start protecting them. The next day, Qianrengshu absorbed the little dance's soul ring and soul bone at night, gaining soul skills similar to MuLin's. After being transformed by the power of angels, invincible golden body, teleportation, void, and soul skills that enhance her own attributes. At the same time, Qianrengshu had already made up her mind to start ruling the Heaven Do Empire immediately after returning, then recuperate and accumulate military strength, while she would begin participating in the God of Angels test behind the scenes, striving to pass before MuLin and become a knight with her strong power. Meanwhile, MuLin and the others began their soul hunting journey. MuLin, Jin Shun, and Long Ming started following the mark of the God of Destruction in MuLin's mind. MuLin decided to go to the soul beast closest to the 5th test first, to save time. The 3 followed the mark in MuLin's mind and walked for a day, finally entering a cave. A cave? For some reason, MuLin thought of the Bear King that had chased him before when he saw this cave. The 3 exchanged glances. MuLin and Long Ming walked into the cave to search, while Jin Shin stayed outside to guard, just in case they were ambushed by soul beasts or if a powerful soul beast arrived. Jin Shin could hold them off for a while. This time, they had a year, so the 3 were determined to prioritize survival in this soul hunting, with obtaining soul rings being secondary. MuLin and Long Ming attempted to enter the cave, starting to probe deeper. In the middle, they could clearly feel the golden attribute aura pervading the cave. Finally, based on the rich metallic essence, the 2 walked through 3 forks in a road and arrived at an unusually spacious square, which should be underground. Upon entering, they immediately saw the dark golden terror claw bear, deeply buried underground. This dark golden terror claw bear clearly sensed the presence of the newcomers, as its pupils widened upon their entrance. Humans. Chapter 312. The conclusion. Dark golden terror claw bear, bear king, in the Stardo forest. It ranks as the third most powerful soul beast, with only the silver dragon king, hiding and resting among the butterflies, and the Emperor Tion, who can contest for the title of the strongest in the entire Douluo world, ahead of it. And now, this formidable soul beast lay in a cave, with a person seated cross-legged on its body. MuLin. At this moment, MuLin's spirit rings had turned red, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. Even the purple of the second spirit ring had become increasingly deep, extremely close to black at this level. Not bad. After completing his fourth assessment, he took Long Ming, and Jin Shin broke through his fifth assessment. This assessment was very considerate of the god of destruction, providing him with a route. Although MuLin found it a bit strange, he still followed the route as he moved deeper into the Stardo forest. The depths of the Stardo forest were also very suitable for Yi Lingling. The first thought that flashed in MuLin's mind was Bai Ji, whose age surpassed that of Bear King. Bai Ji's true form, the Emerald Swan, could be said to be the nine-heart begonia among soul beasts. The soul beasts truly protected her well, so it was best to follow this route. Sure enough, the three of them followed this route for a full 3 days, as it took longer due to the need to avoid other soul beasts. Finally, beside a lake filled with a rich life force, they discovered an emerald-colored swan. MuLin, Long Ming, and Jin Shin also understood the significance of this emerald swan among soul beasts. After discovering her, they hid tightly behind a tree for 3 seconds, adjusted their breaths, and quickly used their enhanced attribute soul skills, finally activating their martial souls in their true forms to attack the emerald swan from 3 directions. Bai Ji clearly did not expect that there would be humans by the Lake of Life. Furthermore, Bai Ji's true form, the emerald swan, was not good at fighting at all. Thus, even though Bai Ji managed to hold on for a while with her soul power, she was defeated by the 3 of them in just a few minutes. Since the divine assessment did not require MuLin to be the one who killed Bai Ji, it was Long Ming who exerted his full strength to quickly slay Bai Ji in this battle. Afterward, the soul bone was collected by him and would later be given to Yi Lingling to complete MuLin's 5th assessment. Additionally, MuLin also found treasures on Bai Ji's body from the Lake of Life. He happened to find 2 life attribute fairy grasses. Not bad. One fairy grass was given to Yi Lingling for her assessment, and the other was given to Qian Rinxue to enhance her talent. After that, the 3 left at high speed. After delivering the fairy grasses to the 2, MuLin continued his assessment journey. In the meantime, the 6th assessment, conquering the Staff of Destruction. In this assessment, MuLin absorbed the destructive energy within the Staff of Destruction, aided by the system. MuLin's martial soul underwent another awakening. However, this awakening was not at the golden level, but at a higher level, which MuLin referred to as purple gold. Because after MuLin used his awakened talent, a purple gold silhouette appeared behind him, and his strength received a 10-fold boost. This was a complete 10-fold increase. One can imagine MuLin's strength at that time. Then came the 7th assessment, defeating other divine inheritors. The first to be defeated by MuLin was Yi Lingling, and then he headed to the City of Slaughter to challenge Tang Chun, who was close to being possessed, and killed him. Perhaps it was because MuLin killed Tang Chun that, after his death, a blood-red energy surged towards MuLin from Tang Chun's corpse. However, it was blocked by the Staff of Destruction within MuLin's body. As for what happened afterward, MuLin was unaware. After leaving the City of Slaughter, MuLin followed the route to the Spirit Hall. He challenged the former Pope Bibi Dong. Yes, Bibi Dong had become the former Pope, and the current Pope was Qian Rinxue. At the same time, the Snow Knight of the Tiando Empire was in a near-death state. It was said that initially, Bibi Dong was unwilling and even used force to compel Qian Rinxue to return to the Tiando Empire to complete her task. However, it was clear that Qian Douluo would not simply watch his granddaughter being bullied. Thus, the former Sky Invincible appeared. He appeared in the sky above the Spirit Hall with an invincible posture and, relying on his formidable strength, easily defeated Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong had twin martial souls and even underwent the divine assessment of the Rakshasa God, because of the Rakshasa God, Bibi Dong could only exert the strength of level 98 despite reaching level 99. The gap was far too large, especially since Qian Douluo had reached level 99 long ago. His combat experience was absolutely not inferior, and one could even say it was superior to Bibi Dong's. Moreover, Bibi Dong was his enemy for killing his son. In that battle, Qian Daolu successfully showcased the might of the sky invincible and displayed the strength of an angel. He quickly suppressed the former Pope Bibi Dong. After Qian Renxue took the stage, she reorganized the Spirit Hall with an iron fist, especially punishing the Zhu Hua Guime duo for their mistakes over the years, executing them in the plaza of the Spirit Hall. She declared that the Spirit Hall would not tolerate anyone who would disrupt the peace of the continent. Although everyone knew it was false, the sheer force of her will made it clear that Qian Renxue was definitely not an easy person to deal with. Of course, some major events occurred during this time as well. Emperor Tian discovered the deaths of Bear King and Bai Ji, which greatly angered him. He forcefully summoned all personnel from the Stardo Forest to march towards the human world. This was a beast tide that drew worldwide attention, even attracting evil soul masters. Moreover, the evil soul masters brought allies, sea soul beasts. Yes, the evil soul masters had been driven to the sea on the continent, and it was ultimately difficult to completely eliminate them. Humans simply could not resist the temptation that evil soul masters could easily break through. Therefore, the evil soul masters could not survive on the continent, so they fled to the sea. They even lured some soul beasts to become allies, saying, "You help me gather flesh and blood, and I will help you fend off Sea God Island." This battle was the most extensive in a millennium or even 10,000 years, while also being the quickest to conclude. Because at the height of the battle, 4 deities appeared among humans: the god of life, Yi Lingling, the angel god, Qian Renxue, the sea god, Tao Shuo, and the god of destruction, MuLin. As gods, they directly and forcefully eliminated all invading soul beasts and evil soul masters, even striking deep into the Stardo Forest to slay the Silver Dragon King. As for the consequences that followed, no one paid attention. The subsequent soul masters only got worse and worse. Soul masters need soul beasts as spirit rings. If the soul masters are lacking, then the soul beasts can develop. The soul beasts have evolved, so the soul masters can also develop. Therefore, although most of the soul beasts that have reached maturity have been invested, the fate of the newcomers has not concerned anyone. The 4 gods ruled the entire continent during their time of existence. As for the sun and moon road on the other side, let's not add trouble for the successors. They just need to be prepared. A vast continent already requires a long time to be completely dominated, and if another continent comes along, it is likely that it will soon enter an era of various countries coexisting. After the 4 gods transcended, the world entered a long period of peace. Introduction. Transcending to Douluo. At the beginning, the protagonist MuLin is unexpectedly awakened by the system, the Douluo First Sect Master System, when the mother of the 100,000 year soul beast Xiao Wu seizes his body. He summons ancient Douluo and embarks on a journey through the myriad worlds. Watch MuLin's adventure in Douluo as he unveils the mysterious veil of Douluo. Are all evil soul masters really in the City of Slaughter? Are the only divine forces the Spirit Hall, Sea God Island, and the City of Slaughter? How can the Haotian Sect, which was severely damaged by the Spirit Hall, still have 7 Title Douluos hidden away?